Li Mu never imagined that the girl he was living with would be his most hated childhood sweetheart. What's worse, her little actions every day always managed to make his heart flutter and become flustered. Early in the morning, Li Mu dragged his luggage, preparing to go to school. The high-speed rail station was nearby. His father handed him 300 yuan for living expenses and instructed him to take care of the Liu family's daughter. The door across the hall opened, and Liu Xiaoxi came out. This childhood sweetheart, who had been inseparable from him from kindergarten to high school, now had a cold face and didn't want to say a word to him. Li Mu initially thought it was just a normal bickering, but her gaze and her approach gradually stirred his heart. Yet, he couldn't let her see through his act. On the morning of the day he returned to school, his father gave Li Mu 300 yuan for living expenses and earnestly instructed him to take good care of Liu Xiaoxi. Li Mu dragged his luggage out the door and happened to see Liu Xiaoxi carrying a large suitcase. She was petite and struggling, but he deliberately didn't help, even teasing her that she hadn't changed at all. Liu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him, called him crazy, and turned to enter the elevator. In the elevator, Li Mu stood next to her and suddenly remembered how inseparable they were when they were little. But starting in junior high, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Li Mu was addicted to games, while Liu Xiaoxi excelled academically, leading to constant conflicts between them. Until the college entrance exam, he borrowed her notes to study diligently, and surprisingly, they both got into the same university, the same major, and the same class. In the elevator's reflection, Li Mu saw that Liu Xiaoxi looked youthful and beautiful today, even more eye-catching than an internet celebrity. She noticed his gaze, but he stubbornly denied it. As a result, the elevator doors opened and he went to the wrong floor, leaving him embarrassed and forced to turn back. The two took a bus to the high-speed rail station. After boarding, Li Mu sat by the aisle, while Liu Xiaoxi sat by the window. It was her first time traveling far from home, and she excitedly took photos everywhere, while Li Mu put on his headphones, wanting only to quietly get through the journey. With so much luggage at the start of the school year, Li Mu could only place his suitcase in front of his legs. He was forced to stretch his legs towards Liu Xiaoxi, but she silently moved aside. Their legs occasionally brushed against each other, making him feel inexplicably itchy. Liu Xiaoxi took out 2 egg yolk pies. Li Mu reached out to take one, but she refused. She ate them in small bites, licking her lips, which made Li Mu's mouth water. Upon arrival, the September sun in the south was blinding. Liu Xiaoxi opened her umbrella but stood far away. Li Mu shamelessly asked her to share half of the umbrella and even offered her milk tea. Liu Xiaoxi has an enormous appetite, yet she never gains weight. She realized Li Mu was trying to tease her, so she simply shoved the umbrella at him and told him to pay the bill. When they arrived at the milk tea shop, she hesitated again, looking at the prices. Li Mu deliberately teased her, eventually ordering 2 taro bubble teas. Liu Xiaoxi tried to stop him, but he smugly remarked that it was well worth spending a little money to amuse her. On the way, Li Mu teased her again about how much a girl changes as she grows up, and even said he wanted to see her with cat ears. Liu Xiaoxi called him crazy and threatened to tell his mother. As they argued, he suddenly remembered their close relationship when they were children. From kindergarten to elementary school, Liu Xiaoxi always followed Li Mu around calling him brother. But after junior high, a distance grew between the boys and girls, and they became increasingly estranged in high school. Li Mu was addicted to games, while Liu Xiaoxi excelled academically, and the two would bicker whenever they met. Fortunately, he borrowed her notes to study hard before the college entrance examination, and in the end, they were admitted to the same university and even became classmates. In the elevator's reflection, Liu Xiaoxi was wearing a beige long dress and a jacket, completely different from her old-school uniform look. She noticed Li Mu peeking at her. He stubbornly denied it, but almost went to the wrong floor. On the high-speed train, Liu Xiaoxi leaned out the window to admire the scenery, while Li Mu wore Bluetooth headphones, trying to appear calm. Their luggage took up space, and their legs occasionally brushed against each other, but he found this a rare moment of happiness that day. Liu Xiaoxi stared at his Bluetooth earphones. Li Mu took one off and handed it to her. She complained about his taste in music, but her hand honestly took it, and she even checked for earwax first. Li Mu deliberately tried to disgust her, saying that the old headphones might be dirtier, which scared her so much that she quickly stopped him. As soon as she put on the headphones, he switched to horror music, which instantly gave her goosebumps. Lu Xiaoxi slapped his leg in anger and then stomped on his foot. Li Mu could only obediently change the song, inwardly complaining that the two of them had never gotten along since childhood. Even their tastes, personalities, and pets were completely opposite. The 3-hour high-speed train journey passed quickly. Li Mu wasn't hungry, but Lu Xiaoxi's stomach was rumbling. When she took out an egg yolk pie, Li Mu tried to get one, but she refused, and he could only watch her eat it. Upon arriving in the big city, Lu Xiaoxi, visiting a first-tier city for the first time, nervously followed closely behind Li Mu. The sun was too strong, and she held an umbrella but didn't shield him from it. Li Mu called out her childhood nickname, which she caught red-handed. Lu Xiaoxi had a large appetite but wasn't fat, which Li Mu always found absurd. She sensed he was up to something again and deliberately said she wanted the most expensive milk tea. But when they got to the shop and she saw it cost 15 yuan a cup, she couldn't bring herself to buy it. Li Mu ordered 2 taro bubble teas directly, deliberately not letting Lu Xiaoxi choose. She took a sip, and her eyes lit up instantly. It was the first time she had tasted such expensive milk tea, and her face was full of surprise. Lu Xiaoxi secretly glanced at Li Mu and noticed that he looked even more handsome and considerate than usual, holding an umbrella in one hand and carrying a suitcase in the other. She remembered how she used to hold an umbrella for him and follow behind when they were little, and felt a strange sense of loss. The two took the bus to their apartment complex, an old and ordinary place. In the elevator, Lu Xiaoxi sized up Li Mu and couldn't help but ask him why he chose digital media. Li Mu said it was because it was ranked #1 online and was also suitable for staying at home, leaving her incredulous. The apartment was on the 8th floor, and it smelled very dusty, but it was fully furnished. Li Mu let Lu Xiaoxi choose a room first, and she chose one near the bathroom. Soon after, she put on an apron and started cleaning, telling Li Mu to tidy up the room himself. Only then did Li Mu realize that the Lu family had already paid the rent, but his father had kept it for himself. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Li's mother flew into a rage and gave Li's father a severe beating. Soon, Li Mu received 2,000 yuan for living expenses transferred from his mother and 6,000 yuan for rent transferred from his father. He replied with a dog emoji, deleted his father's long voice message, and turned around to find that Lu Xiaoxi had already cleaned his room. Li Mu asked her why she was helping, and Lu Xiaoxi bluntly said he was too lazy and would definitely just do a perfunctory job if he didn't keep an eye on things. Li Mu then asked her to help make the bed, but she scolded him for being greedy, so he suggested they go to the supermarket together. At the supermarket, Li Mu grabbed 2 large bags of instant noodles and sausages, intending to have them for dinner. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't stand it and told him to put them back, saying she would cook from now on. Li Mu readily agreed, suggesting he would buy the groceries and she would cook. After shopping at the supermarket, Li Mu's car was full of groceries and snacks, while Lu Xiaoxi's car only contained daily necessities. Later, she went to the back of the shelf alone to pick out intimate items. When she went to pay, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She paid and ran away. Li Mu caught up with her and suggested buying a watermelon. Lu Xiaoxi said she would eat it since he was treating, and he would treat her again next time. The two walked home side by side, and Li Mu smelled a faint fragrance on her, guessing that she must have worn perfume. Back at his lodgings, Li Mu put the watermelon in the freezer, tidied up, and then collapsed onto the bed. Just as he was spacing out, Lu Xiaoxi knocked on the door and came in, carrying a newly inlaid dog tooth. Li Mu looked at the dog teeth and jokingly remarked that they were a token of their love. Lu Xiaoxi blushed instantly and retorted. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that she became particularly shy whenever she was associated with him. Lu Xiaoxi said it was a dog tooth bracelet she made herself, believed to bring good luck. Li Mu then remembered that she had worn these folk ornaments since she was a child, but the meaning of something she made herself was completely different. Although Li Mu didn't believe in these things, seeing the expectation in her eyes, he still took the bracelet and agreed to wear it. The bracelet was exquisitely made, with smooth dog teeth, and the red and black cord paired with pearls made it particularly eye-catching when it swayed. Lu Xiaoxi proudly said that this bracelet took her a whole month to make. Li Mu deliberately teased her for being stubborn, but he knew in his heart that her feelings for her went far beyond those of ordinary friends. The aroma of food soon wafted into the room, and Lu Xiaoxi called him to eat. The three home-style dishes on the table were even more delicious than a gourmet meal for Li Mu, who was used to eating instant noodles and takeout. Lu Xiaoxi scooped a large spoonful of chili sauce and mixed it with her rice. She loved spicy food, but she always accommodated Li Mu's preference for milder flavors. Her appetite was astonishing. She finished 3 bowls of rice and still looked satisfied, which made Li Mu feel slightly uneasy. Lu Xiaoxi noticed Li Mu staring at her in a daze and immediately blushed while wiping her mouth. Instead of teasing her, Li Mu genuinely praised her cooking skills, telling her to cook more home-style meals in the future. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Li Mu casually teased her about boiling water, instantly pulling the two back into their familiar bickering state. Lu Xiaoxi, on the contrary, breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little smug. After dinner, Li Mu cleared the dishes and asked who wanted to shower first. Lu Xiaoxi immediately volunteered, standing hesitantly at the bathroom door with her clothes in her arms. Li Mu teased her, and she quickly locked the door in embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxi kept an eye on the sounds outside the door while she was taking a shower. 20 minutes later, she came out wearing a loose white nightgown, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a gentle and sweet fragrance. When Li Mu finished showering, he found her still studying the old washing machine, so he went over to teach her how to operate it. Lu Xiaoxi smelled that he had used her rose shower gel and exposed him on the spot, but he shamelessly pretended not to notice. While hanging up the laundry, Lu Xiaoxi saw Li Mu's red underwear and immediately covered her face, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. In the end, she ran back to her room in embarrassment, leaving Li Mu standing on the balcony in a daze. That night, Li Mu lay in bed unable to sleep, the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist swaying gently, making his thoughts increasingly chaotic. The next day, he slept until 2 in the afternoon before groggily stepping out of his room. Lu Xiaoxi had just woken up, her hair was messy, and her pajamas had slipped off her shoulders, making her look lazy and cute. After noticing this, she immediately closed the door and tidied herself up, and when she came out again, she had returned to her well-behaved and quiet self. The two chatted about their childhood dreams from the previous night, and memories of the past flooded back. Li Mu suggested ordering takeout, and Lu Xiaoxi immediately moved closer to him to look at her phone, their bodies so close that the sweet fragrance wafted over her. Lu Xiaoxi had never tried braised pork trotter rice before and wanted to see if it actually contained pork trotters. After the delivery arrived, she took a bite and looked completely satisfied. She then scooped up some chili sauce and mixed it with the rice, filling the entire living room with its spicy aroma. Li Mu deliberately tried to steal her food, and remembering his childhood habit of stealing her spicy snacks, he decided to tease her with fried chicken. He held the chicken's rear into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, and she ate it without warning. His fingertip accidentally touched her soft lips, and his heart skipped a beat. Li Mu put away his mischievous intentions and put all the chicken skin into Lu Xiaoxi's bowl. She ate with a smile on her face, and soon set her sights on the remaining fried chicken. Helpless, Li Mu fed her most of the fried chicken. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to reciprocate by feeding him green grapes, but he saw through her little scheme. However, she kept pestering him, so he had no choice but to open his mouth and accept them. Li Mu ate the green grapes, and Lu Xiaoxi blushed instantly, running back to her room in embarrassment and annoyance to lock the door. He wasn't flustered, knowing she was naive and stubborn and wouldn't actually tell on him. Lu Xiaoxi fell asleep quickly that night, while Li Mu focused on writing until late. The evening breeze carried the aroma of barbecue, and she pushed open the door to see that his room was dark, with only the computer light shining on it. She couldn't help but remind him that it was bad for his eyes. Li Mu said he was already used to this kind of schedule. Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't admit to caring, but she asked him if he was hungry and even offered to cook noodles. Li Mu suggested going downstairs to buy some late-night snacks and treating her, to which she immediately retorted in a teasing tone, mimicking his. Li Mu deliberately moved closer to her, watching the tuft of hair on her head sway. Lu Xiaoxi nervously backed away, even threatening to tell his parents. Li Mu teased her, and she angrily stomped on his foot, at which point he pretended to be injured. Li Mu stopped joking and asked her again if she wanted to have a late-night snack together. Lu Xiaoxi nodded immediately, agreeing without hesitation, yet so obedient that no one could get angry with her. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he was hiding in his room playing games, and Li Mu said he was writing. She was surprised that he was actually writing a novel, and he retaliated by bringing up the fact that he got into the same university as her back then, which made her so angry that she punched him in the stomach. Lu Xiaoxi pressed Li Mu for details about the novel, but he refused to show it to her. She persisted, so he made a condition. She had to send him virtual gifts if she wanted to see it. After they entered the room, he specifically instructed her not to tell her parents or classmates. It was the first time Li Mu had shown his work to an acquaintance, and he felt both embarrassed and excited. Lu Xiaoxi's expression was complicated after seeing the title, My Caveman Wife, and she even teased him for having a preference for the raising genre, which made him so angry that he immediately closed his laptop. Li Mu was hungry and prepared to go downstairs to buy a late-night snack. Lu Xiaoxi didn't want to stay in the house alone, so she immediately followed him. The two took the elevator downstairs and greeted the security guard, Uncle Zhang, as they passed the guard booth. The food street was brightly lit and bustling with activity at night. Lu Xiaoxi followed closely behind Li Mu, afraid of getting lost. Li Mu stopped and asked her what she wanted to eat, and she did whatever he asked, so the two decided to have barbecue. Lu Xiaoxi was very careful when ordering food, only choosing the cheapest options, but she couldn't resist ordering a whole chicken wing. Li Mu had his living expenses and royalties, so he didn't care about this expense at all, and even bought some pickled vegetables. The food street was filled with couples, and Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed. She couldn't help but wonder if others would misunderstand them. Li Mu's comment that the barbecue was almost gone instantly brought her back to reality. The whole chicken wing she had been longing for was still safely saved. Back in her apartment complex, Lu Xiaoxi slowly finished her chicken wings before taking a shower with her pajamas. Li Mu took the opportunity to open the novel's back end, and seeing the readers' requests for updates and donations, he felt quite pleased. After showering, Lu Xiaoxi changed into a loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts, looking fresh and casual. Li Mu accidentally brushed against her long legs, and she immediately grabbed a pillow to cover them, angrily throwing it at him. While he was showering, she complained outside the door about how awful his singing was. While Li Mu was taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi quickly washed her underwear and threw her everyday clothes into the washing machine. When he came out, she smelled a familiar scent and immediately realized that he had used her toiletries again. Li Mu asked if there was any fruit left at home, and Lu Xiaoxi brought out cherry tomatoes. He grabbed a handful and ate them. She teased him for being like a pig, but he wasn't angry. He even said he would buy more fruit tomorrow to supplement his vitamins. After the washing machine stopped, Lu Xiaoxi went to the balcony to hang up the clothes, and Li Mu shamelessly asked her to help him. At 11:30 p.m., he played a prank by turning off the lights before returning to his room, making her so angry that she fumbled for her slippers in the dark. After returning to her room, she secretly tipped him 1 yuan for his novel. Li Mu's father suddenly called, asking if he was in someone's room. After his mother answered the phone, she told him to get along well with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu immediately denied having any ulterior motives and even suspected that his parents were trying to set them up. His mother told him to take good care of Lu Xiaoxi, saying she must be lonely living alone. Li Mu joked that he was lonely too, but his mother shut him down with a remark about her independence. After hanging up, he realized his computer screen was full of gibberish. Li Mu lay on the bed, dangling the dog tooth bracelet on his wrist. Living with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't as awkward as he had imagined. On the contrary, their bickering and playful banter had added a touch of inexplicable fun. When Lu Xiaoxi came out of the room, Li Mu was curled up on the sofa watching a TV series, with steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk on the table. He teased her for staying up all night reading novels, and she stubbornly retorted, only to be told by him that she was too messy after just waking up. Annoyed, she turned around and went into the bathroom to tidy herself up. Li Mu pointed to the breakfast and offered it to her, but she complained that the buns were cold, though her body betrayed her by taking big bites. The two bickered as usual, and Lu Xiaoxi even arrogantly gave him 10 yuan for the delivery. only to be reminded by Li Mu that he was 1 yuan and 50 cents short, so she had no choice but to reluctantly make up the difference. Li Mu suggested buying a projector, but Lu Xiaoxi worried that the cross-stitch on the wall would affect the feng shui. Li Mu comforted her by recounting his mischievous childhood experiences, and the two removed the cross-stitch, leaving the empty wall perfect for the projector. After placing the order, she deliberately transferred the money in 6 separate transactions to tease him. Li Mu asked her what she wanted for dinner, and Lu Xiaoxi said she wanted sweet and sour pork ribs and asked him to cook at home. Li Mu went into the kitchen for the first time in a long time to wash the rice according to the tutorial. After she returned from grocery shopping, the two worked together tacitly to prepare dinner. Lu Xiaoxi was too busy, so she first asked Li Mu to help blanch the tomatoes, and then asked him to take over chopping the ribs. Li Mu was quick and efficient, and she secretly took a picture of him with her phone, even jokingly threatening to send it to her elders to tease him. When Lu Xiaoxi was cooking, she made sure to cater to Li Mu's preference for milder flavors, keeping only the chili sauce for herself. Li Mu was caught sneaking a bite of tomatoes, which made her both angry and annoyed. Finally, the sweet and sour pork ribs were served, and the taste was surprisingly amazing. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi took a shower first, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from the bathroom. Li Mu deliberately sang off-key to tease her and even lent her his face wash. She was so sleepy that after showering, she only told him to hang up the clothes before going to rest. At 9:30, Lu Xiaoxi was nodding off like a fisherman. So sleepy, she looked like she was fishing. Li Mu secretly took a picture of her drowsy face, but the flash woke her up, and she pounced on him, tickling him in embarrassment and annoyance. Lu Xiaoxi insisted that the photos not be deleted, only asking that they not be shared or searched by others. Li Mu coaxed her back to her room, adjusted the air conditioner for her, and gently closed the half-closed door. Watching her obediently fall asleep, he felt a warmth in his heart. After hanging up their clothes, Li Mu returned to his room to continue writing. With the novel nearing completion, he was in excellent form, writing 4,000 words in an hour. At midnight, he set a timer to publish, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. At 8 o'clock the next day, Li Mu got up on time to prepare for registration. Lu Xiaoxi also got up early, wearing a white inner layer, a brown jacket, and a red bow tie skirt, looking youthful and eye-catching. Li Mu praised her for being cute, but she stubbornly insisted that she was born that way. The two finished organizing their materials and went downstairs to the bus stop. The bus was packed during rush hour, so Li Mu let Lu Xiaoxi board first and gave her the only empty seat. She teased him, saying he was acting like a servant attending to his master, but he just smiled and brushed it off. On the bus, Li Mu shielded Lu Xiaoxi from the throng of people. When the bus braked suddenly, he quickly protected her forehead. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and didn't dare look at him, but he took the opportunity to ask her to treat him to a meal as a way of repaying his favor. Before arriving at school, the two went to a street stall for rice noodle rolls. Li Mu ordered 2 servings of egg and meat rice noodle rolls and cola, while Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed the spicy food. However, the thought that the garlic smell might affect her registration immediately made her panic. Li Mu thought he had made her cry, so he quickly handed her a tissue to comfort her. Lu Xiaoxi soon stopped crying and started laughing, and the two went to buy chewing gum. She leaned in and let him smell her scent, instantly closing the distance between them, and the atmosphere became so intimate that their ears burned. A ripple of emotion stirred in Li Mu's heart, but he pretended nothing was amiss. The shop owner had witnessed the whole thing and increasingly felt the two looked like a young couple. Lu Xiaoxi bought durian ice cream, but hesitated to eat it for fear of leaving a lingering smell. Upon arriving at the school auditorium, the crowd was dense and the air was stuffy. While queuing, a girl asked Li Mu to add her on WeChat, and he simply scanned the QR code. Lu Xiaoxi secretly pinched his waist, showing her jealousy, but Li Mu explained that it was just an unused alternate account. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, unable to hide her happiness. The registration process was simple. Submitting documents, paying fees, and registering information was all it took. Li Mu felt relaxed, but Lu Xiaoxi already wanted to take the time to explore the campus. The two first strolled around the cafeteria, then glanced at the library from afar. Along the way, another girl approached Li Mu asking for his WeChat, and Lu Xiaoxi quickened her pace in silence. Li Mu opened his alternate account to show her. It was filled with posts about bargain hunting on Pinduoduo, leaving her speechless. A notification popped up in the class group chat, reminding everyone that evening to attend the freshman class meeting. The group quickly became lively, with some people leading the conversation and others being teased for posting the wrong link. Li Mu immediately turned on Do Not Disturb. Lu Xiaoxi asked in a low voice if they wanted to go home, and Li Mu suggested going to the shopping plaza. She immediately became excited and wanted to go to the 2-yuan shop. Along the way, she jogged behind him, gently tugging at his clothes to tell him to slow down. The weather was sweltering. Lu Xiaoxi used pink blotting paper to wipe Li Mu's sweat, and he teased her, saying he'd collect her sweat to cook. In the center of the square, there was a fountain and little yellow ducks. She squatted by the pool, playing happily, her smile exceptionally bright. Li Mu secretly took a picture of her, and Lu Xiaoxi came over to look at it, complaining that the angle was too bad. He teased her for not being photogenic, and she angrily punched him lightly, finally making him delete the old photo and take a new one for her. After taking the photos, Lu Xiaoxi leaned over to look at them. The phone's image quality was clear, the water splashes were sparkling, and every picture looked like a wallpaper. As she scrolled through them, a bunch of funny selfies of Li Mu suddenly popped up, making her laugh out loud. Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be angry and demanded an explanation from Li Mu. However, Li Mu stubbornly refused to delete the selfie and instead teased her, saying that she didn't think the selfie was ugly, but rather that she thought he was too handsome. Lu Xiaoxi stubbornly retorted, reaching out to lightly pinch his waist and casually wiping the water stains onto his clothes. Li Mu didn't mind, finding the little gesture rather amusing. The two strolled around the square, splitting the bill and eating 3 bowls of noodles. Li Mu was full after 1 bowl, while Lu Xiaoxi ate 2 bowls, but still dared not try the spicy ones. As the evening glow painted the sky a warm gold, Lu Xiaoxi's artistic sensibilities were stirred. Li Mu was about to retort when he saw her blush, so he obediently shut up and stayed with her as she enjoyed the breeze. Lu Xiaoxi asked Li Mu to take pictures of the sunset, and he casually snapped a picture of her back. She looked at the photos and complained about the composition, to which Li Mu teased her for not being photogenic, for which she lightly punched him. The two returned to school for a freshman class meeting, which ended quickly after a brief introduction by the counselor. Li Mu met several boys who played the same game, and Lu Xiaoxi also made some friends among the girls. The two were too lazy to go out that evening, so they ordered takeout. After Lu Xiaoxi finished showering, Li Mu smelled that she had secretly used his shampoo and deliberately exposed her. She complained, but was also so angry that she wanted to punch him. After finishing the novel, Li Mu no longer needed to stay up all night writing. He started playing games and getting to know the boys in his class in the evenings. When he went out, he noticed that Lu Xiaoxi had already tidied up his clothes on the balcony, and he silently remembered her thoughtfulness. A light rain drifted into the room at night, and the evening breeze was pleasant. Li Mu looked downstairs and suddenly thought of Lu Xiaoxi, plotting in his mind to find an opportunity to openly and legitimately enter her room to see her. In the next room, Lu Xiaoxi was wrapped in a small blanket, scrolling through her phone, repeatedly looking at the photos she had taken during the day, and even poking at Li Mu's close-up selfies, convinced that he definitely wouldn't want to delete them. As the weather turned cooler, Lu Xiaoxi worried that Li Mu wouldn't have a thick blanket at night. While thinking about this, she photoshopped his selfie into a pig's nose and ears, but accidentally triggered the action and immediately retracted it in fright. Li Mu immediately sent a question mark, so Lu Xiaoxi simply sent all 3 funny pictures over. Li Mu then photoshopped her head into a watermelon shape, and the two of them punched each other across the wall until the early hours of the morning. The next day, classes officially started, and Li Mu found the classroom in 30 minutes. If Lu Xiaoxi hadn't woken him up early, he would definitely have been late. There were empty seats in the front row of the classroom, and Lu Xiaoxi wanted to sit next to him, but Li Mu went straight to the last row to slack off. She frowned and advised him to pay attention in class, and he teased her, saying she was like his mother, so she brought up Aunt Sue to put him in his place. Li Mu had no choice but to agree to make up for the missed lessons after class, and then complained that she had given him dark circles under his eyes from making him work up last night. After the teacher entered the room, Lu Xiaoxi quietly told him that he was only allowed to skip one class before sitting back down in the front row. Li Mu scrolled through WeChat and found that Lu Xiaoxi had sent a message in the early hours of the morning and then deleted it, leaving only a period. He pressed for details to no avail, so he gave up. A guy next to him, Lin Sheng, leaned over to inquire about his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi, to which Li Mu casually replied that they were just from the same hometown. Lin Sheng teased them again, saying they were like childhood sweethearts, but Li Mu directly denied it, so he could only shut up in frustration. During class, Li Mu yawned and slept on his desk. He had long since mastered a set of techniques for sleeping in class discreetly, leaving Lin Sheng dumbfounded, never expecting that he would actually dare to sleep so openly. Looking at Li Mu's carefree demeanor, Lin Sheng felt a surge of admiration. University classes are often large, and professors are too lazy to supervise each student individually. Sleeping or playing on one's phone are common occurrences. The bell rang, waking Li Mu from his alarm clock. He looked up and saw Lu Xiaoxi standing in front of the desk with her arms crossed. All the other students had already left, and she was laughing and teasing him about how soundly he had been sleeping. Li Mu complained that the desk was too low and he couldn't sleep comfortably. Lu Xiaoxi was exasperated, feeling that he was being lazy and had the nerve to do it. He gave a perfunctory promise not to sleep on it anymore, but in his heart he thought she was nagging like his mother. Li Mu pressed her for details about the message she retracted last night, but Lu Xiaoxi stubbornly refused to answer. He deliberately guessed whether she had confessed her feelings, which angered her so much that she retorted that whoever liked him was doomed. In the end, he amused her so much that she was both embarrassed and annoyed. The two prepared to go to the cafeteria. Li Mu's legs went numb, and he had to rest for a while before getting up. The cafeteria had a wide variety of dishes, but the portions were small. Lu Xiaoxi was not full, but was too embarrassed to eat freely, so she could only restrain herself. During dinner, Li Mu continued to press Lu Xiaoxi about the WeChat incident. Lu Xiaoxi, with her mouth full of food, gave vague answers, finally admitting only that she had turned his selfie into an emoji. Actually, she had secretly sent him a good-night message last night, but felt it was too intimate and deleted it. Lu Xiaoxi has a habit of taking a nap after lunch. Since there are no fixed classrooms at university, she can only find quiet places. The two found a secluded pavilion on campus. Li Mu wiped the table and found it was covered in dust, indicating that few people came here. Only then did she feel relieved and sit down to rest. Li Mu deliberately asked her if she was afraid of being disturbed. Lu Xiaoxi replied confidently that she would feel at ease as long as he said no one would be there. Li Mu laughed and joked that he couldn't predict the future anyway. Li Mu reassured her that there were no safety hazards on campus. Lu Xiaoxi completely relaxed, using the pavilion as a temporary nap spot, and quickly lay down to sleep, a faint smile on her lips. Li Mu sat opposite her playing games, occasionally glancing at her peaceful sleeping face. When he saw a mosquito land on her neck, he immediately flicked it away, then lowered the volume of his game and quietly waited until the lunch break ended. After lunch break, the two went to their afternoon classes. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he had taken any photos without her consent, and Li Mu helplessly retorted by asking her what kind of person she thought of him. Seeing his frankness, she reluctantly believed him. The afternoon was for core courses, and the computers in the computer lab were outdated. Li Mu had a high-spec computer, while Lu Xiaoxi had to use the slow, old one. She complained quietly, and Li Mu demonstrated how to use it, also complaining that the school was reluctant to upgrade its equipment. During class, Lu Xiaoxi and I chatted about the two-player games we used to play as kids. She came over excitedly, propped herself up on my leg, and we watched the screen together. We talked about everything from Plants vs. Zombies to stick-figure badminton, sharing a keyboard, our fingertips occasionally touching, and a subtle, ambiguous feeling quietly blossomed between us. We spent the entire afternoon in class, passing the time with small games. Occasional physical contact would make our hearts race, but neither of us dared to acknowledge the unusual feeling between us. As get out of class was about to end, a notification suddenly appeared in the class group chat. All freshmen would begin 15 days of military training the day after tomorrow. The classroom instantly erupted in groans and screams. Some even began praying for rain, just wanting to escape this ordeal. After school, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on going home to cook, unwilling to always eat takeout. She suggested having hot pot for dinner, and although I complained that it would be too hot and cause me to get a sore throat, I honestly accompanied her to the market to buy groceries. The market was bustling with noise. My grocery shopping experience was atrocious, but Lu Xiaoxi was adept at bargaining and picking vegetables with precision. She snagged baby bok choy at half price and also bought pork, tripe, enoki mushrooms, and hot pot base. I was incredibly impressed. Back in the apartment complex, security guard Uncle Zhang jokingly asked if Lu Xiaoxi was my girlfriend. She blushed and explained that she was just a friend. In the elevator, we ran into our neighbor, Sister Xia, who wanted us to tutor her daughter in English, offering 100 yuan per hour. After seeing the scores on the third-grade English test, I decisively entrusted the important task to Lu Xiaoxi, who had excellent grades. She readily agreed to take on tutoring twice a week and earn some pocket money on the side. When she got home, Lu Xiaoxi happily talked about her tutoring job, saying she planned to save money through part-time work to buy a computer and didn't want to ask her family for money anymore. Looking at her independent demeanor, I sighed inwardly. I had originally wanted to help her share the burden. After the hot pot boiled, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't wait to dig in the tripe, her mouth steaming as she ate. Watching her wolf down her food, I couldn't help but laugh, but a feeling of doting affection welled up inside me. The next second, she kicked it over, snatching back the tripe to assert her ownership. I deliberately said there was my saliva on it, and she hesitated for a moment, but still forced herself to eat it, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi went to take a shower, while I lazily sprawled on the sofa. The familiar aroma made me chuckle. These seemingly insignificant little habits were more appealing than hot pot itself. That evening, while trying on my camouflage uniform, I even felt impeccably handsome. Wearing my camouflage uniform, I stepped out of the room and solemnly reported to Lu Xiaoxi. She burst into laughter, and I noticed that her face subtly turned red when she saw me in my military training uniform. After Lu Xiaoxi tried on the military training uniform, I stubbornly insisted that I looked better. Learning that she had a certificate exempting her from training, I secretly rejoiced. At least the training wouldn't be so unbearable. With her by my side, even doing laundry became less of a hassle. Before going to bed, she sent me a period as usual. I replied with 10 periods, laughing like a child. The next day, as I walked towards the ward, the thought of not having to be in the sun made me feel much lighter. To my surprise, Lu Xiaoxi was already sitting there in a daze. I went over to tease her, and she hurriedly hid the small twig. Seeing her helpless look, I couldn't help but laugh, which earned me a solid punch from her. After the flag-bearing team disbanded, I sat down next to her and deliberately asked if she was thirsty. She stubbornly said no, but I took her water bottle and drank half of it in one gulp, which made her glare at me angrily. On the way back after military training, I was so sleepy I kept yawning, and I was even worried that I'd snore so loudly I'd kill everyone. After getting off the bus, Lu Xiaoxi asked where the car to pick her up was, and I suggested we wait at the bus stop first. The entrance to the small town was still bustling, with tricycles and motorcycles constantly soliciting passengers. Before long, Uncle Lu arrived by car. The two elders chatted along the way and even invited me to their home for dinner, which I politely declined. When I got home, my mom warmly invited me to dinner. I quickly washed up and went to my room, but my mind was filled with Lu Xiaoxi. Just as I was drifting off, a WeChat message popped up from Lu Xiaozhu with a period. I replied with a smile, Li Bendan, ready to sleep? Lu Xiaoxi told me that her parents had promised to buy her a computer, but she would continue her tutoring job. Not long after, she knocked on my door. Through the peephole, I saw her wearing pink loungewear and slippers, waiting quietly. I deliberately opened the door in a high-pitched, almost ethereal voice. Who goes there, you devil? This made her eyes crinkle with laughter, unable to hide her joy. Just as Li Mu counted to 1, Lu Xiaoxi was about to speak when the door opened. He was wearing casual pajamas, looking sunny and lazy, and deliberately complained that she was taking too long to use the toilet. She rolled her eyes, but he was secretly pleased. He was happy just to annoy her. A minute later, Li Mu finished washing his hands and took 2 drinks from the refrigerator. Lu Xiaoxi quietly reminded him to wash his hands, and he smiled and agreed. The two went downstairs together, and when they encountered familiar neighbors who greeted them, he could only explain their relationship by recounting old stories from their childhood. The sports field was brightly lit, and middle-aged women were dancing in the square. The two sat in a pavilion some distance away, and Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her parents playing badminton. She complained about the mosquitoes, but in her heart, she felt both strange and familiar with Li Mu's home. Neighbor, friend, tenant, these identities were a jumbled mess in Li Mu's mind, yet he couldn't suppress his racing heart. After finishing his water, he heard the training whistle and immediately slipped back to his unit. His legs ached from half a day of military training, but being a sick soldier was easier, and he could even get some milk tea from her, so it wasn't a bad deal. During their lunch break, the two returned to a secluded corner. Lu Xiaoxi dozed off on the table, like a quiet kitten. Li Mu sat down next to her, his subtle movements drawing her closer, making the atmosphere between them awkward once again. Lu Xiaoxi gently poked his cheek, and Li Mu suppressed a laugh, recalling scenes from his childhood. But his neck and hands were itchy from mosquito bites, and while complaining, he secretly resolved to settle accounts with these mosquitoes sooner or later. Before returning to the playground, Li Mu went to the supermarket and bought 2 bottles of milk tea, one for Lu Xiaoxi and one for himself. After the flag guard team disbanded, she grabbed his sleeve and asked him to wait for her, so he sat cross-legged, pretending to be a martial arts master. Lu Xiaoxi asked him if he was practicing some kind of secret technique, and Li Mu replied seriously that he was afraid of developing a herniated disc. He handed her a Bluetooth earphone, which she grumbled about but obediently put on anyway. With him around, military training didn't seem so boring after all. Li Mu shook the kettle, which was filled with milk tea that Lu Xiaoxi had poured in. He drank half of it in one gulp, but secretly regretted it. If he had drunk directly from the straw, she would definitely have pinched his neck. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi went to buy floral water, which Li Mu immediately applied to his face, neck, hands, and feet. She complained about the strong smell, but he was secretly pleased with himself. The evening's military training was uneventful and ended quickly. Li Mu sat in the classroom, lost in thought, feeling both bored and aloof. The girls around him were secretly glancing at him, which he found somewhat amusing. When Lin Xing asked about the dog-tooth bracelet on his wrist, Li Mu casually said it was just a gift from a friend. But he knew in his heart that his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi was 2 complicated childhood sweethearts, neighbors, classmates, friends. Cohabiting each layer was hard to define. Li Mu reminded himself that a gift is just a gift and doesn't necessarily mean he likes it. If he misunderstood, they might not even be able to remain friends. He touched the bracelet, feeling both relieved and somewhat complicated. Lin Sheng continued gossiping, while Li Mu merely gave nonchalant responses. He understood that he and Lu Xiaoxi were far from being in a romantic relationship, and that the slightest misstep could cause their existing relationship to collapse. Li Mu absolutely did not want a misunderstanding to affect the relationship between the 2 families. He stroked his chin and looked at Lin Sheng, suddenly asking him if he had ever been in a relationship. Lin Sheng helplessly admitted that he had been single for 19 years. Li Mu chuckled inwardly, thinking, he's definitely a theorist. Lin Sheng then said that if he had Li Mu's looks, he would already be surrounded by women, to which Li Mu immediately retorted that he was quite a jerk. After chatting for a while, the classroom gradually quieted down. Because Li Mu had applied mosquito repellent, the mosquitoes completely left him alone. Evening training was much easier than daytime training, so he left early. Lu Xiaoxi was already waiting for him at the school gate. Li Mu felt a warmth in his heart, but she complained about how unfair it was. Li Mu smiled and invited her to join the patient corps as well. The bus was quiet at night, and the two rode back to their neighborhood, even saying hello to Uncle Zhang. Back in the hallway, Li Mu overheard Lu Xiaoxi playing with Xia Yuanyuan's toy monster and couldn't help but compliment how cute it was. She asked if he could play with Yuanyuan for a while, and he nodded in agreement. After washing off his sweat, he lay down comfortably. Li Mu washed his face and did his skincare routine, then opened the newly arrived projector package. Xia Yuanyuan curiously plucked a hair from his leg and pointed at the projector, asking what it was. He ruffled her hair and explained that it was for watching TV. Lu Xiaoxi changed into her bunny pajamas and sat down with Yuan Yuan to watch the projector. Li Mu projected the image onto the empty wall. After turning off the lights, the image was clear and bright. Amidst their exclamations of surprise, the room suddenly felt warmer and more like home. At 11 p.m., after Sister Xia picked up Yuan Yuan, the house became quiet again. I logged into my author account and found that the rewards and traffic from the completed novel had increased my savings to 17,000 yuan. Once military training is over, it's time to start planning my new book. Before going to sleep, Lu Xiaoxi sent another period. I replied with a sweating emoji, and she replied with another period. As night deepened, she fell into a deep sleep, dreaming that we had been together since childhood and even walked into a future where we were married and had children. The September sun tanned me into a light-colored panda. While the flag-bearing team was resting, I ran to the ward and found Lu Xiaoxi still sitting in the corner. Her fair, slender hands contrasted sharply with my tanned, duck feet. I stared at her hands, and she immediately hid them in front of her chest, her face turning red. I calmly explained that I was just looking at her hands, but she became even more flustered. I took a big gulp of her milk tea, and she burst into laughter, amused by my tanned, layered hands. Lu Xiaoxi borrowed my earphones to secretly listen to music, and after hesitating, I agreed. A light rain suddenly started at noon, and the instructors dismissed us early. She was worried about whether I would get wet when I suddenly tapped her on the shoulder, startling her. She got so angry that she stomped on my camouflage shoes and threw her handbag at me. Then she opened her pink umbrella with a little bear on it, and we walked side by side in the rain. I was soaked to the bone, but she was spotless. Even the butterflies on her white socks looked adorable. Back in the apartment complex, Lu Xiaoxi was washing socks while complaining. I couldn't help but stare, and as a result, she nudged me again, but I felt inexplicably itchy inside. After taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi helped Yuan Yuan tie her hair into a bun. Watching her skillful movements, I was reminded of the little girl with a ponytail who always followed behind me when I was a child. When it was my turn to braid her hair, she had her back to me, her whole body stiff with nervousness. I touched the back of her neck, and she trembled slightly. Yuan Yuan, standing beside me, stared wide-eyed, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. I pretended to be aloof, smugly admiring my work. Lu Xiaoxi, with her messy, disheveled hair, looked both embarrassed and disgusted. I, however, seriously praised her, saying she looked like a kitten that had just woken up, quite cute. She rolled her eyes, but I pulled out her pink comb and started combing her hair again. Strands of hair slipped through my fingers, and my hand inadvertently touched her snow-white neck, making my breathing a little erratic. Lu Xiaoxi instantly stiffened, screaming in embarrassment to make me stop. I laughed and dodged away, but my heart was already pounding out of control. She pounced on me angrily to tickle me, and I pretended to fight back. Finally, she collapsed on the sofa, panting. I maintained a cool facade, but secretly kept observing her flushed face. She kicked me twice more, and I grabbed her ankle and pretended to be disgusted. After our bickering ended, she got up to wash the fruit, and as I watched her busy figure, my thoughts drifted back to my childhood. Yuan Yuan came over to watch me play on my phone, and I casually fed her a cherry tomato. She sat obediently, eventually focusing her attention on her homework. While secretly eating fruit, I chatted with Lu Xiaoxi about the holiday. With the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays combined for 8 days, I was naturally going home. When it came to tutoring and computers, Lu Xiaoxi still insisted on saving money herself. I offered to lend her some, but she still shook her head and refused. It was raining outside. Lu Xiaoxi went into the kitchen to cook, leaving me to take care of Yuan Yuan. I played some games with the little girl, and laughter quickly filled the living room. Lu Xiaoxi, with her hair in a small ponytail, secretly watched us while cooking. The lively atmosphere here was more captivating to her than the food in the pot. Dinner was just another ordinary home-cooked meal. I ate and drank Coke with gusto, while Lu Xiaoxi ate slowly, her lips greasy, yet she maintained the last shred of her composure. The rain intensified, rendering the pavilion for afternoon rest completely unusable. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi helped Yuan Yuan with her homework, and when she encountered an English question she couldn't answer, she secretly asked me for help. I gave Yuan a hint by lip reading, and the little girl imitated it with some skepticism. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The three childish kids were making a ruckus. Before I knew it, it was the last day of military training. I stood in the flag-guarding team, my skin tanned a deep wheat color. Senior girls around me were taking pictures with their phones, and the posts on the confession wall were being updated rapidly. Lin Sheng kept nagging beside me, so I casually made up a few secrets to becoming handsome to brush him off. When we talked about my holiday plans, he was quite surprised by my decision not to go home. Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day train tickets were hard to get, but I was lucky enough to snag seats together. After showering, Lu Xiaoxi was helping me clean. She was radiantly fair, while I was noticeably darker. The contrast was striking. She folded my clothes that I had left lying around, while I brewed some goji berry tea for health. She teased me for using a thermos at such a young age, but I solemnly declared that it was an investment in my health. When we set off for the station, I was carrying a black backpack, while she was dragging a small suitcase. I couldn't help but stare at her little feet, and she warned me that if I peeked again, she would tell Aunt Sue. After boarding, we sat in adjacent DF seats. I was by the aisle, and she was by the window. I brazenly took over a little space, and although she was wearing headphones, she didn't resist. The train sped by as I munched on a chocolate. Lu Xiaoxi secretly nudged me with the tip of her shoe, and I deliberately quoted a price, 5 yuan apiece. Seeing that she actually reached out to grab it, I shoved the chocolate back at her. This time it's free. Watching her recoil in surprise, I smiled contentedly. After a conversation, based on the budget of 7 or 8,000 yuan provided by Lu Xiaoxi, several computers were quickly selected. This machine has a high cost-performance ratio, but the after-sales service is not very good, Li Mu said as he opened Bilibili to find relevant computer videos to show her. Although he is not a professional, what he said was similar to what was shown in the video, and his analysis was comprehensive. Lu Xiaoxi watched the video on her phone horizontally, occasionally tapping the screen and making oh sounds of sudden realization, though it was unclear whether she actually understood it. He knew Lu Xiaoxi's situation. She hardly ever used a computer, so his explanation was probably a waste of effort. With the phone in Lu Xiaoxi's hands, he had nowhere to put them, so he started picking at the Go board carved on the stone table and cleaning the dust off it with a twig. This Go board has been there since they were very young. Back then, they didn't know how to play Go, so they used it to play Gamoku, 5 in a row. They broke tree branches and leaves into pieces to use as black and white pieces. Lu Xiaoxi would always clamor for leaves. When playing chess, Li Mu almost always won. Of course, it wasn't because he was particularly skilled, but because Lu Xiaoxi was so adorable back then. When Li Mu felt he was about to lose, he would point to a tree and say there was a dung beetle or a big beetle. Every time, he could fool Lu Xiaoxi into thinking he was in a daze. Then he would secretly switch the chess pieces during that time, and it always worked. In the past, there was a punishment for losing. Every time, he would smear some mud on Lu Xiaoxi's tender face, then rub and scrub it, teasing her that she was a little kitten. Several times, he made Lu Xiaoxi cry. In the end, he would go home and be scolded by his parents. He would then go to Lu Xiaoxi's house to apologize in a sorry state, and the next day, they would be inseparable again. Was I really that bad before? Li Mu let out a faint laugh for no apparent reason. It seemed that the person looking at the phone in front of him was not the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, but the adorable Lu Xiaozhu from before, and he was not the roguish Li Mu, but the shrewd and clever Li Mu older brother from before. Time has a repetitive nature. Every dynasty in history repeats itself, from founding, to development, to prosperity, to eventual demise, until a new empire rises again in this cycle. And after more than a decade, he sat with Lu Xiaoxi again under this weathered pavilion, once again on opposite sides of the chessboard. This was the point in time when he and Lu Xiaoxi's lives repeated. He was somewhat tempted. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lu Xiaoxi held a hint of unspoken emotion. Did you understand? Li Mu asked softly as he looked at her with his hands behind his head, waiting for the video to finish playing. Understood. Which one do you want? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head awkwardly. Did she understand? If so, for a girl who knows nothing about computers, graphics cards, memory, and CPUs are nothing short of a fantasy. If she keeps reading, her head will spin. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were about to turn into whirlpools, Li Mu patiently explained it to her again, and finally settled on 3 machines, letting Lu Xiaoxi choose one from them. Is this yours? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to one of the computers, feeling that it looked familiar, as if Li Mu was using this one. Li Mu took a look. You have good taste. The one you're looking at looks similar to mine, but its specs are better. My computer is 2 years old, after all. Then let's take this one. This one is quite heavy, and it might be inconvenient to carry it around to class. You can have more options at this price point. I can help you look at other ones. Can't you carry it for me? Believe it or not, I'll download the 2345 suite, the 361 suite, and 10 legend games onto your computer. What is that? Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. It sounds pretty impressive. It's nothing. He knew perfectly well that Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't understand these things, but he still couldn't resist teasing her. Then I'll place the order. Why are you talking so strangely? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him, and saw Li Mu looking at her with a gentle smile. The moonlight shone on his face. Her heart skipped a beat. I'm in a good mood today. You want a skin? No, I'm just in a good mood. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away, feeling her face getting hot again. Suddenly, she realized she was still holding someone's phone in her hand. She sneered inwardly, and, regardless of whether he agreed or not, openly looked at it. The screen was locked just now. Lu Xiaoxi tried entering Li Mu's birthday, but the password was wrong. She then entered the first 6 digits of his QQ number, and the phone screen was unlocked. Li Mu is the kind of person who uses 2 passwords repeatedly, either his birthday or the first 6 digits of his QQ number. He might even use the same 2 passwords for payment and bank cards. He's not careful at all. If someone finds out, he'll be in big trouble. It is wrong to look into other people's privacy without permission. When Lu Xiaoxi unlocked her phone, she turned it to show Li Mu. She found that Li Mu did not stop her, so she took it as Li Mu's consent to letting her see his phone. His mind started to wander, and he immediately opened Li Mu's QQ account. QQ was Li Mu's main platform for chatting. He glanced at the chat interface and saw many game group chats. Looking at the recent chat history, he found that they were all online friends who played games together. Their names were all kinds of strange, such as Invincible Tyrannosaurus War God and Hu Ingjun from Flip Garden. Some even used pictures of pretty girls as their profile pictures. But they only chatted briefly and then lost contact. She searched her QQ account, but because she hadn't chatted in so long, the message history was no longer showing up. However, the nickname Lu Xiaozhu was still saved. Li Mu's secondary WeChat account had over 400 unread messages. Lu Xiaoxi felt she had grasped Li Mu's lifeline. When she clicked in, she found that they were all public account messages, with over 99 messages on WeChat Sports. There were very few actual chat messages. She saw that some girls in her class were messaging him. Some girls wanted to get to know him, and some girls wanted to play games with him after hearing that he was very good at it. But Li Mu didn't reply to any of them. There was even a small red dot on the right side of the chat interface. Is this guy really that honest? Have you finished watching? Without. I want to see your browser. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened, reflecting the moonlight and making her look quite beautiful. Upon hearing the word browser, Li Mu was startled at first. He quickly recalled his recent search history, and then relaxed when he realized that he had enabled incognito browsing. Look around as you like. Lu Xiaoxi kept her word and actually checked Li Mu's browser history. She knew perfectly well that boys would visit some unhealthy websites. If she caught Li Mu doing this, she would definitely make a big deal out of it and use it to threaten Li Mu into obeying her every word. Unfortunately, she found nothing and felt somewhat disappointed. I can't let Li Mu serve her tea and water. Have you finished watching? I've finished reading it. Then give it back to me. Oh, how about we play a game of Connect 4? Are you crazy, playing chess so late at night? It's been a long time since I've played. Here. Li Mu casually picked up some twigs and leaves, put the leaves over to Lu Xiaoxi, used his phone's flashlight to illuminate the area, and broke off a small piece of twig and placed it in the very center of the chessboard. Childish, Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, tearing off a small piece of leaf and placing it next to the branch. When Li Mu drops 3 branches, she blocks one end. When Li Mu drops the 4th branch, she can block both ends. She wasn't very good at Gamoku, but she knew that she couldn't let Li Mu form 5 tree branches in a row. Whenever 3 of them formed a straight line, she would try to block Li Mu. Over time, Li Mu's branches piled up more and more, and soon a dead end appeared. No matter where Lu Xiaoxi placed his pieces, he had another line connecting 5 pieces. Little Pig Lu is still such a loser. I'm not playing anymore. Lu Xiaoxi angrily blew air onto the chessboard, causing branches and leaves to fall onto Li Mu. Wait a minute, let me take a picture. Li Mu raised his phone and took a picture of the moon. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon is fullest on the 16th. Let's take pictures the day after tomorrow. That's what she said, but Lu Xiaoxi still took out her phone and took pictures of the sky. Their phones don't have high resolution, and zooming in 5 times makes them even blurrier. The gloomy sky can only be captured as a bright, lacking any artistic flair, yet it's full of artistic flair nonetheless. The girl walked ahead with her hands behind her back, and he followed behind, watching her intertwined little hands. Before, it was always Lu Xiaoxi who followed him. Now it's him who follows Lu Xiaoxi. Have you gone back yet? I'm a little sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi yawned and rubbed her eyes, looking genuinely tired. Go back, no one's stopping you. Then why did you drag me to play chess? Isn't this just nostalgia? I was thinking about things from my childhood. Li Mu is actually reminiscing about the past. Could it be that he can't forget what happened before? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth. Her expression quite varied, showing disdain, surprise, and snicker, but it was all an act. I've always thought you have a good eye for people. You're acting really strange tonight. Did you take the wrong medicine? You know how my mom cooks. Ha ha ha. You dare to complain about Aunt Sue's food? I'm going to tell Aunt Sue that you'll get a scolding. It was noisy and disruptive the whole way. The elderly people who used to work at the intelligence network have gone back, and only a few elderly people are left taking a walk in the sports field. The two were standing at their own door when Lu Xiaoxi suddenly called out to him. Lu Xiaoxi didn't close the door, ran in with a pattering sound, and ran out with another pattering sound, carrying a small mooncake in her hand. Here you go. You can eat it tomorrow. TSK, you actually dare to serve mixed nuts filling? Li Mu glanced at the words in the middle, looking disgusted. Do you have any with egg yolk? You're so fussy. Lu Xiaoxi ran back and grabbed another egg yolk lotus seed paste dessert. We can eat it tomorrow. Shouldn't I go back with something too? Li Mu said, and went back to get 2 5-nut mooncakes. I don't eat 5-nut filling. The 5-nut filling is plentiful, it's really good to eat. Do you have cantaloupe? No, you're just making a fuss. Lu Xiaoxi hardened her fists, about to strike Li Mu, but Li Mu, as if anticipating this, immediately closed the door and hid. Feeling simmering with anger and nowhere to vent, Lu Xiaoxi felt like she was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. She knew she had to punch Li Mu twice to vent her anger when she saw him tomorrow. Mom and Dad are already asleep. Li Mu returned to his room and laid down on the bed, where only faint moonlight shone through the window. He plugged his phone in, opened WeChat, and waited for Lu Xiaoxi to send him a period. After waiting for a few minutes and getting a little bored, he clicked into Lu Xiaoxi's Moments. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't post on WeChat Moments very often, only about 10 times a year. She only posts when something major happens, such as when she went on a long trip, or when she took the subway with him for the first time, or went to the square for the first time. I've posted a lot more on WeChat Moments in just 1 month. There were also likes and comments below. Li Mu didn't recognize these people, but guessed that most of them were his high school classmates. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi posted a new message on her WeChat Moments. The picture is a blurry photo of the moon I just took, and the caption is only 1 sentence. The moon is roundest on the 16th, but it's also very round on the 14th. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to buy a camera. Li Mu lay on his side looking at his phone and liked her new post on WeChat Moments. He saw that it was posted at exactly 12 o'clock. It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival. How long has it been since they wished each other a happy Mid-Autumn Festival? It was a very, very long time ago, so long that I don't remember. Because they were living together, their relationship improved, and they were no longer as estranged as before. After thinking about it, Li Mu still edited a message. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes. Before he could send it, Lu Xiaoxi sent it first. Lu Xiaozhu, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Bendan, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake. Lu Xiaozhu, mooncake, mooncake. Lu Xiaozhu. Li Bendan, good night. Chapter 37 Domesticated Giant Pandas. On the crisp autumn day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, families gather to celebrate together. The parking lot of the residential area was packed with cars, and people carrying large and small bags were returning home to visit their relatives, their smiles impossible to hide. 2 boiled eggs are soaking in a ceramic bowl, and lean meat porridge is served on an induction cooker. The surface is decorated with ginger granules and scallions. When you peel off the outer layer with a spoon, hot smoke immediately billows out. The dust particles took shape under the direct sunlight. Limu pulled out a stool and ate breakfast alone, his back to the sun. He glanced sideways and saw a pile of red and yellow paper, scissors, and tape on the sofa. He knew these were materials for making handmade lanterns. When I got up, I didn't know where my parents had gone. They didn't have to go to work today, so they were probably downstairs chatting with the neighbors from the surrounding area. It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at the 3 large mooncakes piled up in the corner, he stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then picked out the largest one and knocked on the door across the way. Oh, Xiaomu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Aunt Qin. Where are Uncle Lu and Lu Xiaoxi? They're watching TV inside. Would you like to come in and sit down? Aunt Qin stepped aside, allowing Li Mu to see the Lu family father and daughter in the living room, who looked quite similar. Uncle Lu was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone, and Lu Xiaoxi seemed to be looking in their direction as well. After making eye contact with Li Mu, she turned back to watch TV. There was also a super fat orange cat lying at Lu Xiaoxi's feet. Let's do it later. I still need to make lanterns. I mainly came to deliver a package of mooncakes to you. I don't think my parents have given them to you yet, have they? As Li Mu spoke, he held up a large box of mooncakes in front of him. These large mooncakes are all made with 5 kinds of nuts, and while they taste the worst, they come in the most luxurious packaging. The whole mooncake symbolizes family reunion, and they are produced specifically to be given as gifts. Thanks, Xiaomu. Xiaoxi, go to the kitchen and get a big mooncake. Oh, look. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes held a hint of resentment. Exchanging mooncakes with relatives and friends during the Mid-Autumn Festival has become a tradition. You buy 3 boxes of mooncakes to take home, and you give them back and forth, but it's still the same 3 boxes, just with different brands. They are neighbors across the street from each other, and the 2 families have a very good relationship, so they always exchange gifts during holidays. Lu Xiaoxi was somewhat dazed. After their relationship had become strained in recent years, the gift-giving had always been handled by their parents. Now, Li Mu stood happily at the door, exchanging mooncakes with her, and for a moment it felt like he had returned to his childhood. Tiny Li Mu carried a huge mooncake and rang her doorbell. Then she stumbled and followed her parents to the door. She and Tiny Li Mu looked at each other. The 2 families' parents talked about their families, and the 2 children talked about the 2 of them. She used to be really clingy to Li Mu. Aunt Qin, when did your family get a giant panda? Li Mu took the mooncake and took the opportunity to gently prick Lu Xiaoxi's fair hand with his fingernail. Lu Xiaoxi withdrew her hand instantly, leaving a faint nail mark on the back of her hand, and gritted her teeth. Hey, maybe Xiaoxi didn't sleep well last night. Do you want lanterns? I'll make you a few later. Lanterns are a must for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I can't accept this. Li Mu is very skilled in ordinary handicrafts. He can make paper lanterns for the Mid-Autumn Festival and New Year knots for the Spring Festival, and he will give some to them every time. Why don't you teach my daughter Xiaoxi to make it too? Aunt Qin covered her mouth and chuckled. Mom, Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. How could she push her own daughter into a fire pit? Okay, I'll teach you until you learn it. I'll be going now. I'll bring the lanterns over to you later. 3 mooncakes were sent out, 1 was given out, and 3 were left over. Li Mu didn't know why his parents bought so many things. Their family doesn't like eating large mooncakes. They only open one at a time, eat a little, and then stop. The year before last, it was the same. After giving and receiving gifts, there was still a large, unopened mooncake left. Not wanting to throw it away, I put it in the freezer for 6 months and eventually ate it. At my father's urging, he tried 2 pieces. The taste was the same, but he had diarrhea for 5 hours that night, and its power should not be underestimated. Who on earth is eating the 5-nut mooncake? Next door. The TV is showing this year's popular historical romance drama, but none of the three people in my family are watching it. Mom was cleaning, Dad was scrolling on his phone on the sofa, and she sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up to her chest, her face full of displeasure. The thought of that despicable Li Mu made her furious. Is Xiaoxi unhappy today? Mom, you know perfectly well that Li Mu and I don't get along. I feel like you two are getting along really well now. Before, you and Li Mu wouldn't even talk to each other or greet each other when you met. When we talked on the phone yesterday, I thought you two had made up. How could that be? I don't get along with that guy at all. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks, looking just like a little pufferfish. This made Qin Shaoqian burst into laughter. As a mother, how could she not know her own daughter? If Lu Xiaoxi were truly angry, she would definitely not say a word and would keep her anger inside to process it. The fact that you can still complain to your mother proves that you're not angry. The two clearly have a good relationship, but they just don't want to admit it. My daughter is so adorable. All right. If you don't want to make lanterns, you don't have to go. I'll let Xiaomu know when I go out later. No need. We can't keep having him deliver lanterns to our house, lest he gossip about us behind our backs. Lu Xiaoxi fumed and took out her phone to look at the chat history. Li Bendan, good night. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Disdain. That despicable guy, does he really think she and he have a good relationship? Even if things were good before, they're not good now. Why send a goodnight message out of the blue? It caused her to overthink last night, leaving her in a state of confusion. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and couldn't calm down until late into the night. That's why I have dark circles under my eyes this morning. This guy even joked that he was a giant panda. How awful. How awful. How awful. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. So she sent Li Mu a middle finger emoji, and the person on the other end of the phone replied very quickly. Lu Xiaozhu, middle finger. Li the idiot. Black guy with a question mark. JPG. Li Bendan. Time to make lanterns. Come quick. Lu Xiaozhu. I'm not coming. Lu Xiaozhu. I don't know. Li Bendan. I'll teach you step by step. If the panda still can't learn, it should go get its head checked. Laughs. Lu Xiaozhu. I'm not a giant panda. You're the giant panda? Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance from idiots. JPG. Li Bendan. To me I'm a giant panda. You're a pig. Lu Xiaozhu, you're dead. Chapter 38. The mother-in-law takes a good look at her daughter-in-law and they hit it off. The doorbell rang. Thinking it was her own parents, she opened the door to find a pretty young girl standing there with her hands behind her back. While he wasn't paying attention, the girl pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard with both hands. Ouch, what's wrong with you? Li Mu's eyes widened in pain as he tensed his muscles to relieve the pain. Lu Xiaoxi is really strong today. Before, pinching him was just a minor squabble, but this time it really hurts. Whoever marries him will have a good time. You're the one who's acting crazy. Who told you to make me angry? Lu Xiaoxi clapped her hands in annoyance, letting go of the anger she had felt from Li Mu since last night. Let's let him off this time. Ouch. You're definitely covered in bruises now. You have to pay for it. I have no money, but I won't give you my life. You have to compensate me with something, or I'll tell your mom. Shameless. So tell me, what should I compensate you for? Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu clutching his waist, his eyes wide open as if he was really in pain. She began to doubt whether she had really hurt him and felt a pang of regret. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival after all. We shouldn't be so frivolous. Let me think about it. I'll tell you when I do. Li Mu chuckled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Only Lu Xiaoxi had ever seen him with that kind of cheeky grin. You can do that. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. She knew this guy had no good intentions. All his actions and expressions were an act. I think if you train for 2.5 years and then debut, you'll definitely be better than those young idols. Absolutely. None of the young heartthrobs are as handsome as me. I'm talking about acting skills. Lu Xiaoxi didn't refute him. You're right. If I were to enter the entertainment industry, I would definitely be a superstar. Okay. You're the best, all right. This guy is incredibly good with words, and Lu Xiaoxi has no way to deal with him. Anyway, you have to come up with something by tomorrow, or you won't get another chance. Okay, but don't go back on your word. If I can't afford to pay, then I won't pay. Come in. How can I teach you how to make a lantern if you're standing outside? Li Mu had already returned to the sofa and was busy with his work. When he looked up, the girl was still standing blankly at the door, not understanding what was going on. Lu Xiaoxi peeked around, but didn't see Uncle Li or Aunt Sue. If there were other people here, she would step in without hesitation, but since Li Mu was alone, she hesitated. Just like she and Li Mu had a very good relationship, she could freely enter each other's homes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxi kept reminding herself that she was only going in to make lanterns, as a neighbor. As she stepped through the door, it was as if a barrier had been broken, and the tension suddenly vanished. She walked to the sofa, squatted down, picked up a red piece of paper, and started folding it like Li Mu. I'll fold it again for you. Look at my hands. Oh. The two of them busied themselves with things around the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi is always clumsy and can't do many things well when it comes to origami. In contrast, Li Mu was much more skillful with his hands. Later, Li Mu would fold paper, and Lu Xiaoxi would cut along the creases with scissors. You seem to have always been good at these things. In her memory, Li Mu was skilled at making small paper items from a young age. In elementary school, he would fold paper into fingernails to scratch her face, and he could also fold paper into very cool fighter jets. In her eyes at that time, Li Mu was omnipotent. Every time Li Mu folds one of these things, she clamors for him to make her one too. If he doesn't, she cries and throws a tantrum until he lets her play with it. So embarrassing. We must never let Li Mu think of these things. Lu Xiaoxi looked dazed and accidentally cut the paper crookedly. She glanced at Li Mu furtively, afraid that he would call her an idiot again. To her surprise, Li Mu didn't say anything to her. He just glanced at her hand and handed her the paper he had just folded. You think winning first place in a kindergarten senior class craft competition just happened out of thin air? Shaw, I came in second back then. If I remember correctly, I made your portion for you, right? Can you fold 1,000 paper cranes? Lu Xiaoxi quickly changed the subject. Your question is like asking a college student if they know how to solve the chicken and rabbit problem. Then fold one for me, and make sure it's red paper. Wait a minute. Li Mu quickly finished folding the paper, then took a piece of red paper and cut it into a square. I haven't folded origami cranes in a long time, so my memory is a bit rusty, and I got stuck on many steps. Oh no, how do you solve the chicken and rabbit problem again? Fortunately, I finally managed to fold the origami crane, but due to too many trials and errors, many parts had extra creases, which was a minor flaw. The cardstock was large, and the origami crane was also large. Holding the palm-sized red origami crane in her hand, Lu Xiaoxi was both happy and amused. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and a smile played on her lips, her expression gentle and tender. Red origami cranes symbolize good fortune and auspiciousness, which she has always believed in, just as the dog tooth bracelet she gave to Li Mu symbolized warding off bad luck and bringing good fortune. The affection in his eyes was almost overflowing. It's all right, do you like it? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. It's barely acceptable. 2 yuan each. Question mark. The labor fee is free? Lu Xiaoxi, you're not trying to get it for free, are you? Are you obsessed with money? Li Mu didn't really want to collect money. He just wanted to see Lu Xiaoxi's cute frown. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxi was very cute when she frowned. Hurry up and cut it. There's already so much piled up. Li Mu's hands were faster, and he folded paper much faster than Lu Xiaoxi cut it. In a short while, Lu Xiaoxi had accumulated quite a lot of paper. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, the door opened. Oh, Xiaoxi's here to play with Li Mu. Su Wen opened the door and saw Lu Xiaoxi sitting with his son. He was all smiles. Honestly, you didn't even bring anything to greet Xiaoxi when she came to visit. Su Wen looked at his son, feeling disappointed in him. Lu Xiaoxi is on a diet. Li Mu felt like he wasn't her biological son. Why was his mother siding with outsiders? It made it seem like he was bullying Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, do you really want to lose weight? Su Wen asked incredulously. Lu Xiaoxi already has a great figure. Many girls would envy her. Lu Xiaoxi blushed slightly at the comment. With such a great figure, why would she need to lose weight? Ignoring Li Mu's winking and subtle hints, Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and shook her head. Hey, see that? Go wash the fruit and bring it out. Su Wen gestured with his chin toward the kitchen. Li Mu had nothing to say, So he got up and took some fruit to the kitchen. He no longer has a place in this family. He turned on the tap, soaked the fruit, and then rinsed it in the basin with the tap. Occasionally, you could still hear the two people's voices. I glanced into the living room and wondered what my mother and Lu Xiaoxi were talking about, though they seemed to be laughing and chatting. It's true what they say, the mother-in-law really took a liking to her daughter-in-law. If Lu Xiaoxi really marries into the family, Li Mu feels that his good days will be over. Chapter 39-5 So cute. Water droplets dripped from the gaps in the fruit basket, creating a trail of water droplets that stretched between the kitchen and the table. Can't you be a little more careful? The floor's all wet. Suwen went to get a mop to wipe Li Mu's careless bottom. Want something to eat? Finish this. Lu Xiaoxi was still busy with her own things. She squinted slightly, cut along the crease, and a piece of cardstock was split in two. Why aren't you wearing your glasses? I don't want to bring it. Li Mu casually leaned back on the sofa, eating the recently popular sunshine rose tea, with one leg propped up on the sofa and his big toe hooked onto his flip-flops to keep them from falling off. Like an old man, Lu Xiaoxi muttered under her breath. What? I said you look like an old man. It's great. Anyway, I'll become an uncle someday. Does this mean I've avoided taking 20 years of detours? Then why didn't you buy a coffin in advance and avoid taking 80 years of detours? Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew softer and softer, almost forgetting that this wasn't just a private space for her and Li Mu, and it was a holiday, so there were some things that shouldn't be said. She glanced guiltily at Su Wan, who was still searching for a mop in the storage room, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You're cursing me, aren't you? Li Mu said mischievously. I didn't say anything. After finishing her work, Lu Xiaoxi put down her hands and ate the fruit with a reserved air. Su Wan gave instructions on the housework, then took a bag of sunflower seeds downstairs to chat with the neighbors from the surrounding area. After resting, I got busy again. The process of making paper lanterns is not complicated, and with Lu Xiaoxi's help, it became much easier. Li Mu took the double-sided tape and glue and quickly made a paper lantern, about the size of a head. These handmade lanterns can't compare to the glowing lanterns sold outside, but they are simple and cheap. Li Mu started making them when he was a child, and over time it became a habit. If Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's house didn't have paper lanterns hanging in front of it during the Mid-Autumn Festival, then things would be serious. Li Mu had already finished making two, so he simply stared straight at Lu Xiaoxi. In class, even if someone is sleeping with their face facing you, you'll feel uncomfortable, let alone being stared at directly. Lu Xiaoxi quickly felt uncomfortable and looked up to meet the eyes of that annoying guy. The two of them then began their comparison in a very tacit way. Whoever looks away first loses. Li Mu was not to be outdone. He had trained his eyes a lot in class before, and now he could hold his gaze for 1 minute and 38 seconds without blinking. He looked at Lu Xiaoxi's delicate face. Her eyes are so bright and sparkling. She's so cute. Her nose is so small and cute. Her ears are a little red, so cute. Her lips are so pink and cute. Her eyebrows are thin and curved, so cute. How does she manage to be so adorable in every way? Li Mu's lips unconsciously curled up. The little man in front of him was becoming more and more handsome the more he looked at him. He is a novelist and online writer who has accumulated a great many words to describe girls. He can say that a girl is so beautiful that she could topple kingdoms and make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. But he would not use these words to describe Lu Xiaoxi. In his eyes, Lu Xiaoxi was beautiful in every way, not just in words, but in a genuine way. A cuteness that defies description with flowery language. There has always been such a lovely girl by his side. Li Mu suddenly frowned, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He put on a stern face, his eyes widened, his mouth twisted to one side, and his facial muscles tensed, making a very difficult face. Ha ha, what's with that expression? Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold back any longer. Her little mouth twitched, and she burst out laughing. Her laughter was like the warbling of a nightingale. She kept patting the sofa, clutching her stomach, and almost couldn't breathe. She almost blushed when Li Mu stared at her intently, and was just about to give in when Li Mu suddenly did this. You lost. Lu Xiaoxi laughed until her face turned bright red, down to her ears and neck. She lay on the sofa, panting heavily, her stomach churning. She hadn't laughed so excessively in a long time. It wasn't until Li Mu spoke that she slowly came to her senses and composed herself. So what? We're not competing to see who can hold it in the longest. Hee hee, you're so lame. Childish. Come on, stick the glue on here. Li Mu, feeling awkward, started teaching Lu Xiaoxi how to make a lantern again. Is this how it is? Following Li Mu's instructions, Lu Xiaoxi successfully glued the two pieces of cardstock together. The lantern's wick was now complete. Little Pig Lu is really smart. Screw you. Whether it was because she had successfully made a lantern wick or because of Li Mu's praise, those 3 words had no effect whatsoever. Just be careful. This glue is very sticky. If it gets on your hand, it will peel off a layer of skin. See, it's your own fault for being careless. Don't you even care about me? What if the skin on my finger really peels off? He reaps what he sows. Lu Xiaoxi frowned as she looked at the hardened glue on Li Mu's hands. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable and silently beat Li Mu in her heart. Such beautiful hands, yet the owner didn't know how to cherish them. Although she worked slowly, at least her hands don't get stuck with glue. Actually, you can just scald the glue with hot water and it will come off. Li Mu smiled as he walked into the bathroom. When he came out, his hands were wet, but the glue was gone. How come you don't get burned to death? Such a sharp tongue. Don't you call me a pig every day? Hey. The process of making paper lanterns is not complicated. The most difficult part is folding and cutting. Now that these 2 parts are completed, the final splicing is not a big deal. When Lu Xiaoxi placed the red edge on the yellow lantern core, her eyes lit up. She held up the lantern, her voice filled with excitement. Success. Although it's a bit ugly, congratulations anyway. Li Mu clapped his hands sincerely. You talk too much, make a few more. Good. The 2 worked from morning until noon, making a total of 10 paper lanterns. Although Li Mu did most of the work, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on taking 5 of them no matter what. Li Mu let her have her way. After all, it was just a few paper lanterns, and there were still plenty of materials left. He could make as many as he wanted. Lu Xiaoxi carefully carried 5 paper lanterns, each bigger than her head, home. So many. Qin Shaoqian saw that she could barely hold all of her daughter, so she quickly stepped forward to help and took out 2 paper lanterns to hang by the door. Yes, hang 1 on the lamp, and the remaining 2 in the room. Well, Lu Xiaoxi hung a lantern on her parents' window, and then hung 1 in her own room. Looking at the lanterns in the window, Lu Xiaoxi was extremely satisfied, and even straightened her back a bit. She had just made a few lanterns and felt confident in herself. Making lanterns was easy, right? How do you fold paper again? Chapter 40, we'll explore our own place. After dinner, Li Mu was pulled out of the room by Su Wen. Don't stay cooped up in your room all day. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's go see the lanterns together. Su Wen's tone was firm, and Li Mu knew that if he dared to say no, he would be scolded. The small county town has a strong festive atmosphere. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Spring Festival, and Lantern Festival, lantern shows are held in the square near the government building. During festivals, the lantern displays at night become a popular activity for every household. When Lu Xiaoxi was little, her father only had a motorcycle. Nighttime was the busiest time of day, so going out was both inconvenient and dangerous. At that time, Li Changheng had already bought a van, so he simply let Lu Xiaoxi's family ride in the van to see the lanterns together. Li Changheng sat in the driver's seat, Su Wen sat in the passenger seat, Lu Xiaoxi's parents sat in the second row, and the 2 children, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi, sat in the last row of 3 seats, playing and frolicking. 1 car, 2 families, 4 adults and 2 children. The 3 adults chatted about everyday things, but Li Changheng, who had only recently started learning to drive, was afraid of getting distracted and didn't dare to join in the conversation. Lu Xiaoxi leaned against Li Mu, her tender little face resting on his shoulder as she watched him play snake. When Lu Xiaoxi was in 4th grade, her father, Lu Ming, also bought a car, and she never rode in a car again after that. But the 2 families still meet up to watch the lanterns together every year. It's a bit chilly this Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Mu closed the window and took a light jacket from the closet in case it got colder in the dark. After all, who can predict the weather? Mom, are Lu Xiaoxi and the others going? Sure, our 2 families go every year, Why are you asking this? Don't you want Lu Xiaoxi and her family to go? No, I just wanted to ask. The period during his third year of junior high school was the worst time for his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi. During the Mid-Autumn Festival that year, after he learned that Lu Xiaoxi was also going, he stubbornly refused to go. Her stubborn temper was softened by Su Wen's tactic of giving a slap, followed by a sweet treat. After being scolded and then gently comforted, she went along feeling wronged. When they arrived at the lantern display, he didn't say a word and just followed them blankly. Lu Xiaoxi, however, was different from him. She came out happily and chatted happily with her parents, who were also happy. Everyone except him was smiling. At that time, he really hated Lu Xiaoxi and wished she would disappear from his sight. I matured a lot during high school, and my relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't so hostile anymore. Although we didn't talk when we met, we would still exchange pleasantries and wish each other well during holidays. In my senior year of high school, I matured completely. Our awkward conversations quietly escalated into bickering, and we started trying to find ways to make each other angry. He was happy as long as the other person was angry, and Lu Xiaoxi was no exception. Thinking about it now, that's really childish. Li Mu pulled his wandering thoughts back and followed his mother downstairs. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the neighbors downstairs, I quickly got into my car. This car was only bought 2 years ago. The minivan that could squeeze 6 people in before was sold cheaply. Both the house and the parking lot are the closest to each other. It's just such a coincidence. He only waited in the car for a short while before his own parents and Lu Xiaoxi's parents arrived together and got into their respective cars. Li Mu looked out the window and saw Lu Xiaoxi about to open the car door. He rolled down the window and whispered a greeting. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. Didn't we just see each other at noon? 5 hours apart feels like 3 autumns. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. Li Mu didn't close the car window, so he leaned over it to look, but he could only see his own reflection in the window. Is there something on my face? Lu Xiaoxi angrily rolled down the car window and stared at Li Mu. You have dark circles under your eyes. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi rolled up the car window again. The car starts. We arrived at the square quickly. A large artistic Happy Mid-Autumn Festival sign is placed in the center, along with a large plastic mooncake. Lanterns of various colors and shapes were placed in the square and cordoned off with red wire to keep tourists away. The square was packed with people, mostly adults with their children. Many children are sullen and unhappy, probably because they are forced into this state by their parents. Most people come to see the lanterns not actually to see the lanterns themselves, but simply to add to the festive atmosphere. As times change, the festive spirit of holidays is becoming increasingly diluted. Even during the most lively spring festival, many people just want to quickly pay respects to their ancestors, have their New Year's Eve dinner, visit relatives, and then go home to relax. To make themselves feel like they've celebrated the festival, they participate in various activities, such as watching lanterns. What's so interesting about lanterns? They're made by placing a small light inside a layer of translucent plastic. After taking a few photos of the lanterns, both families looked away and chatted as they walked. Our company's boss is a real bastard. His salary remains the same, but we still have to work overtime. Hey, you're lucky. I even got my salary docked. Li Chonghing and Lu Ming put their arms around each other's shoulders and complained about work. My son is always up to no good. All he does is play computer games. Xiaoxi stayed up late last night. Staying up late can cause gray hair. Su Wen and Qin Shaoqian chatted about their children. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi followed behind. Why aren't you chatting with them? Li Mu suddenly blurted out. I can't get a word in edgewise. I have to wait for them to call me before I can talk. How about we just shop around on our own? Aren't you afraid of getting scolded? Just tell them. I blame you for being scolded. Hee, if you get scolded, just say I tied you up. Li Mu tapped his 2 mother's shoulders with his 2 index fingers. What's wrong, Xiaomu? Qin Shaoqian turned around and saw Li Mu smiling at them, while her daughter huddled behind him. Aunt Qin, Lu Xiaoxi and I would like to go to other places to explore. Qin Shaoqian was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Su Wen beside her. Both of them could read the other's bewilderment in their eyes. They quickly realized what was happening. Qin Shaoqian covered her mouth and laughed. Haha. Go ahead, but don't go too far. We'll send you a message when we get back. Suwin's grin stretched from ear to ear. He waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up. Go, go, go. There are lots of stalls here. Take Xiaoxi and have some fun. Okay, remember to send us a message when you're leaving. After Li Mu finished speaking, he turned around and flashed a bright white smile at Lu Xiaoxi. Nonsense, Lu Xiaoxi muttered under her breath. Let's go buy some barbecue. Li Mu gestured with his chin in one direction and ran off like a shot. Lu Xiaoxi followed him closely. Chapter 41: The Pig and the Dog. They were moving in the opposite direction from the crowd. The large crowd slowed them down considerably. To avoid bumping into pedestrians, Lu Xiaoxi dodged left and right, making it difficult for her to keep up with Li Mu. She pursed her lips and grabbed Li Mu's clothes. I feel much safer now. Li Mu was like the bow of a ship, helping her cleave through the surging waves. Under alternating warm and cool lighting, Lu Xiaoxi's pupils trembled slightly, and her heart raced. In that instant, everything was magnified. Or rather, she shrank. Li Mu also shrank. She held a large bag of potato chips in one hand, and clung tightly to Li Mu's clothes with the other, pressing herself close to his back. Looking at his retreating figure, she called out in a childish voice. Brother Li Mu. Huh? You called me. Li Mu turned around abruptly, and the little guy bumped into him without warning. He instinctively wrapped his arms around him. Lu Xiaoxi's pupils contracted sharply as she felt the warmth all over her body, her heart trembling slightly. She suddenly struggled free from the warm embrace and took 2 steps back. She could hear nothing. The only sound in the world was her own heartbeat. What do you want to eat? Li Mu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what had gotten into this girl this time. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful big eyes, her long eyelashes turning blue under the billboard lights. We're doomed. I was momentarily distracted by memories and inexplicably called out a nickname I used when I was a child. Did this guy hear me? Lu Xiaoxi had already imagined what would happen if Li Mu heard her call Brother Li Mu. Oh, Lu Xiaozhu called me brother, so from now on I'll call Lu Xiaozhu little sister. Little Shi, what are you doing? Hurry up and cook for your brother. Little Shi, you don't even know how to use a computer, you're so lame. Little Shi, come warmly into your brother's blanket. What am I thinking about? Especially the last one. Lu Xiaoxi panicked. Her face flushed red, and she felt completely flustered. Are you deaf? What? What do you want to eat? Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the sign, Veteran Fried Skewers Shop. There don't seem to be any barbecue restaurants around here, but fried skewers are probably just as good, right? I want chives, corn, sausage, and squid. Okay. Li Mu turned around and went to order. What did you just hear? There are too many people here. I must be hallucinating. I thought you were calling me. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Mu hadn't heard those 4 words. That's true. Given Li Mu's carefree and cheeky personality, if he were to overhear this, he definitely wouldn't behave himself and would probably ridicule her. How much, boss? Let me count. 35 yuan. Young man, would you like some chili? Could you please get me a small bag to put some chili powder in? Yes. When paying, Li Mu then noticed that Suwin had just sent him 500 yuan. It also included 2 thumbs up in the notes. Li Mu was confused and replied with a gif of Kuan drawing a heart. Your mom thinks you don't have money, huh? She's really overthinking it. The 2 ate and strolled around until they reached the center of the square, where there were many stalls for children to play with. Look, there are rabbits. Lu Xiaoxi stopped at a stall, pulled Li Mu back who was about to walk away, pointed to the little rabbits that were locked up on the stall, and her eyes lit up. Don't you already have little Fatty at home? You still want to raise rabbits. I don't want to keep it as a pet. I just think it's cute. You want to toss a ring around? You want to play this? I don't know how to play. It's just tossing rings. Anyone can do it. Boss, 10 rings, please. I got 10 rings from the boss. At a glance, Li Mu saw a collection of trinkets. Pets like rabbits and birds were placed at the front, followed by toys or dolls in the middle, and finally, alcohol. Li Mu didn't know what kind of alcohol it was, but judging from the packaging, it seemed quite expensive. Only the middle object is the easiest to throw. I'll only demonstrate once, watch carefully. Li Mu stuffed the food into Lu Xiaoxi's hands and aimed the hoop at the little pig doll in the very center. Recalling the tutorials on tossing hoops that he had seen in videos, Li Mu smiled and felt confident that he had mastered it. The boss standing to the side gave a wicked smile and secretly shook his head. You're still too young. The way he arranged the prizes was very deliberate. Getting them wouldn't be easy. After throwing 7 in a row, Li Mu began to suspect that the tutorial he had been watching was a scam. Another one was thrown, and the circle and the pig doll just missed each other. Are you even capable? Lu Xiaoxi was getting impatient. She snatched the 2 remaining rings, took a quick aim, and threw them out. The ring fit snugly onto the pig doll's head. The second trap was set on the puppy plush toy next to it. Li Mu. Boss. Holy crap, Lu Xiaozhu, you've mastered martial arts? Huh? What kind of martial arts? Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what Li Mu was talking about. The boss standing nearby was shocked. A trained martial artist? This little girl is one of the 2 in the ring, and she came to his stall to buy goods? Upon realizing this, the shopkeeper was startled and quickly took the 2 plush toys over. Hee hee, we can only play 10 rounds this time. And what about him? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to another tourist whose arm was covered in rings, at least 30 or 40 of them. They had been throwing them since they arrived and hadn't finished yet. He was someone I hired as a shill. Lu Xiaoxi and Li Mu didn't continue playing. Tossing rings can make you 30 yuan for 10 rings. The profit margin is ridiculously high. If you win 1, you won't lose. If you win 2, you'll make a killing. How long are you going to hold me like that? What? I bought the ring with my money. But this is what I threw here. Then 1 for each person. Li Mu, you still want dolls? I didn't know you had such a girlish heart. Lu Xiaoxi said in a high-pitched voice, deliberately mocking him. Lu Xiaoxi was carrying 2 plush toys the size of her arms, and could only hook the bag of fried skewers with her little finger. She was having some difficulty walking, and the person next to her showed no intention of helping her at all. Li Mu looked at her with a mischievous grin. They practically have, I'll help you if you beg me, written all over their faces. Lu Xiaoxi angrily bumped her head against him. Which one do you want? You are Lu Xiaozhu, so this pig belongs to you. Then you're a dog. Maybe I should keep this pig. So you admit you're a pig? A common, unsurprising bickering. At last, Li Mu followed behind Lu Xiaoxi, carrying a pig plush toy. The tables had turned. Lu Xiaoxi needed the puppy plush toy, occasionally picking it up to look at it. 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth exactly like Li Mu. There were also many fried skewers. She tucked the doll under her arm and slurped the skewers clean, her mouth full of oil. Luckily, there were tissues in the bag. When Li Mu wanted to eat fried skewers, she handed him the bag, and the trash went from her hand to Li Mu's hand. I, Lu Xiaoxi, am just too clever. Please urge me to update. I'm getting anxious because nobody's urging me to update. I want to ask for more updates. Chapter 42, Little Fatty. The 2 went around in circles. Finally, we returned to the lantern display. The lanterns, in various colors, are so simply made that you can see the light bulbs inside the thin film. Several children were playing with a flying rocket, jumping and skipping around. The rocket landed next to Lu Xiaoxi, startling her. She quickly moved closer to someone. I feel a sense of security whenever I'm close to someone. Did you change your shampoo? No, does it smell? It's a bit smelly. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi pinched him, but he didn't budge. It felt like she had pinched a piece of cotton, and she felt even more uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi sniffed her hair, but there was no smell at all. This wretched guy just knew how to tease her. Are you still going to shop? If not, let's go back. Lu Xiaoxi nodded gently. It's already past 10 o'clock, and judging from the looks of it, their parents have no intention of sending them any messages. Li Mu and Su Wen shared a location and quickly met up with the parents. But neither set of parents showed any intention of going back. They had no choice but to follow behind. Li Mu rubbed his stomach, feeling a little hungry. It's not that he has a small appetite, but rather that he's been eating Lu Xiaoxi's cooking every day over there, which has spoiled his stomach. Su Wen's cooking skills are also questionable. Since returning home, he's only eaten half a meal each time before making an excuse to leave, leaving the leftovers for his dad to handle. I only ate 3 skewers of fried food. Lu Xiaoxi ate the rest. Lu Xiaoxi, is there anything left to eat at your house? What? Didn't you say you'd compensate me this morning? I've thought it over. Just treat me to a late-night snack instead. You mean this? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. There are only leftovers left. Can you heat it up for me? Li Mu chuckled. You're such a busybody. It was already 11 p.m. when I got home. Li Mu took a shower and sat on the sofa playing on his phone. He kept hearing lines like, "The Dragon King has arrived," and "Dragon Group Agent," in his ears, and he knew that his dad was watching short videos on the internet again. Su Wenhao arrogantly occupied 3 sofa seats, lying on his side with a face mask on while watching TV, one leg draped over Li Chongheng's leg, constantly squeezing Li Chongheng's living space. Seeing his father's pathetic state of anger that he dared not express, Li Mu became even more determined. He must have the throne of the family after he got married. The throne of an emperor. Mom, do you still have any face masks? What? I want to apply this mask so I can get my fair skin back quickly. You're not ugly now. You look quite healthy. Suwon looked her son up and down. Judging from his appearance alone, she was quite satisfied with her eldest son, Li Mu. Other people's kids get acne like crazy during puberty in middle and high school, and their faces end up with pitted scars. But my son rarely gets acne, and when he does, it's just small pimples that don't leave scars. Her skin was so good that even she, a mother, was envious. A white spot is better than a black spot, right? Here, apply this before bed, and you can take it off after half an hour. Suwon took out a stack of face masks from the coffee table drawer and instructed them, then changed the subject. If you don't want to use them, take them to school for Xiaoxi to use. Girls need to take care of their skin, you know? You go tell her. What's the point of telling me all this? It's not like I'm telling her to apply it. When Li Mu's phone rang, he glanced at it, smiled, picked it up, and ran away. In front of Lu Xiaoxi's door. He cleared his throat, wondering why things had to be so formal. Knocking on the door, the sound of slippers clattering came from inside. The girl looked like she had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet and hadn't been dried yet, and she was wearing loose bare pajamas. Lu Xiaoxi only opened the door a crack for him, her large, resentful eyes scrutinizing him. After making sure no one was around, she let him in. It smells so good. You pervert. Stop sniffing me, Lu Xiaoxi said, pulling her pajamas tighter in disgust. You're the pervert. I said the food smelled good, not you. Of course, you smell good too. You still say you're not a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi's little fists hardened, but when she thought of Li Mu saying she smelled good, she felt hot and dry, like ants crawling on her, a tingling and numb sensation. Li Mu looked around at this home he hadn't visited for several months. The layout of the house was exactly the same. If he had to say something, the only difference was that the placemats had been changed color. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. To the left is Lu Xiaoxi's apartment, with the door tightly closed and a few lights shining through the crack. Where are Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin? I'm going downstairs to play badminton. Hee, now it's just the 2 of us here. Meow. The big orange cat, Xiaofei, pawed at Li Mu's trouser leg. Li Mu simply picked it up and shook it up and down, feeling its heavy weight. Hiss, it's going to get as fat as a little pig. Meow. The chubby little cat seemed to understand human speech. It swept its tail across Li Mu's face and pushed Li Mu's face closer and closer with its 2 paws. But how could a kitten's strength compare to that of a human? Li Mu gave Xiaofei a quick kiss on his fluffy face before putting him down. Xiaofei is an orange cat that Lu Xiaoxi adopted in 5th grade. It idles around all day and is almost evolving into an orange pig. Because Lu Xiaoxi is going to college in another city, Xiaofei has been idling around at the place where Lu Xiaoxi's parents work. Don't kiss little Fatty's face. Little Fatty doesn't mind. Meow. Little Fatty's big paw left a small mark on Li Mu's face. I find it disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi muttered softly, her head down. She had just kissed Xiaofei on the cheek, and only a few minutes later Li Mu kissed him again. Wah, little Fatty's not clean anymore. Where's the food? It's on the table. Hurry up and finish eating. My parents will be back soon. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a meal, nothing shameful. Li Mu pulled out a table, opened the stainless steel food lid, and wisps of cigarette smoke drifted up. He could smell it as soon as he entered. If it were cold food, there certainly wouldn't be any smell wafting out. Braised pork belly, pig's trotters, and tilapia are all meat dishes, and all of them are Li Mu's favorites. The tilapia is not big, but there is still half of the fish left untouched. The only drawback is that all these dishes have large chunks of chili peppers. Leftovers are unavoidable. It's not that he can't eat spicy food, he just prefers milder flavors. I am deeply grateful for the hot dish served by the class monitor. Li Mu put on his dramatic act, cupping his hands in a fist salute, while the little fat cat on his lap joined in the fun. You've already graduated from high school, so please don't call me class monitor anymore. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to laugh. She was the class monitor in high school, and Li Mu didn't know what got into him, but he called her class monitor and did so in class. She felt a little embarrassed, but she got used to it over time. Then let's go with Lu Xiaozhu. Go eat your food, and get out of here right after you're done. Almost there, just a little bit. Li Mufeng swept away the remaining clouds. I didn't eat much pork, but I finished the rest of the fish. I broke out in a light sweat. I had overestimated my ability to handle spicy food. Where's the drink? Trying to push your luck, huh? Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu, whose face was red from the spiciness, and felt both amused and a little sorry for him. She filled a bottle of orange juice for him, and then picked up the chubby little boy on his leg. He wouldn't let Xiaofei play with him. Chapter 43 Friendship Turns Sour. A hearty meal. Li Mu almost cried from the spiciness. I won't eat here next time. It's like nobody cares if you come. Give it to me, little fatty. What? Lu Xiaoxi squinted at him warily. Only she could kiss Xiaofei. I'll just touch it a couple of times and then go back. I won't kiss it. You'd better be. Lu Xiaoxi let Li Mu take the cat away. Just as I reached out, I felt his arm lightly brush against my chest. She clutched her chest, her bright, watery eyes reflecting Li Mu's gaze. Has Li Mu lost his mind? Are they taking advantage of the fact that there are only two people here and they're consumed by lust? This is her house. If she yells here, Li Mu's house will hear her too, and Aunt Sue and Uncle Li will definitely hear her too. Li Mu was still teasing Xiaofei, seemingly oblivious to everything, which made Lu Xiaoxi, who was about to lash out, hesitate again. It was probably just an accident. Her eyes became even more resentful. I got up early today, planning to take a shower and go to bed, but this guy suddenly wanted me to have a late-night snack with him and even heat up the food for him. He's a big guy, but he eats very slowly, from 11 to 11:30. It's hard to believe he didn't do it on purpose. It's all this guy's fault. Lu Xiaoxi snorted twice and kicked Li Mu under the table. Li Mu was wearing shorts, and her calves had leg hair. The soles of her feet were itchy. The person ignored her and gave little Fatty a kiss on the cheek. You said you wouldn't kiss me. Although little Fatty was as fat as a pig, it was covered in fur and felt quite nice to pet. Little Fatty was so depressed that it gave up resisting and was picked up by Li Mu like a piece of cured meat and put into various positions. Seeing that Li Mu was ignoring her, Lu Xiaoxi gave Li Mu's shin a light kick. Li Mu didn't let her have her way. He clamped his legs together and easily trapped the girl's small feet inside. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi's delicate eyebrows furrowed as she braced herself against the table, unable to break free. The blush on her face was hard to tell whether it was from holding it in or from shyness. You've gotten addicted to kicking people, haven't you? Open. I won't let go. Let go. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. The current position was strange, and it added to her immense shame for no reason. If she didn't let go, she would really get angry. Footsteps came from the stairwell, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. Li Mu immediately let go of his foot. Lu Xiaoxi was freed from her restraints and sat obediently in her seat. Oh, Xiao Mu is here to play with Xiaoxi. Qin Xiaoqian was changing her shoes at the door when she saw an extra boy at the dinner table and smiled happily. No, I'm looking for little Fatty. There's a stunningly beautiful woman named Lu Xiaoxi here. Do you really believe that you're here to play with Xiaofei? Qin Xiaoqian saw through it, but didn't say anything. She didn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people as long as they didn't cross the line. Hurry up and go back, I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi got up, snatched Xiaofei away, and pushed Li Mu out. Li Mu smiled, walked to the door, and then looked back. Lu Xiaoxi held Xiaofei in her arms and looked at him from beside the table, her little eyes seeming to be blaming him. Good night. After saying that, Li Mu opened the door and went out. Lu Xiaoxi stood there blankly, tightening her grip on her hands. Disgusting. Perverted. Pornographic. You big idiot. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, put down Xiaofei, rushed into the room, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and only half of her head was exposed. The dim light from the desk lamp shone on her face, her big eyes blinking, the two words from before echoing in her ears. Good night. Who wants to say good night to you? Limu had mentioned this word to her yesterday, but only on WeChat. Although I had some trouble sleeping last night, I didn't experience the kind of frantic heartbeat I feel today. There was also a yellow puppy doll on the bed. Lu Xiaoxi hugged the puppy toy to her chest, rested her chin on it, and her breath bounced back onto her face, moistening her eyes, which trembled frequently under the light of the small desk lamp. That scoundrel Limu. A cool breeze blew by. Lu Xiaoxi, barefoot, tried to close the window. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to a small white object, which she held in her hand and examined. The Teru Teru Bozu, Sunny Doll, was a birthday gift that Limu gave her when she was little. When I was a child, I didn't have money to buy gifts, so I had to make them myself. A simple piece of white cloth, a ping-pong ball, and a black rope, that's all it takes for a birthday gift. She vaguely remembered being very happy when she received the gift and kissed someone on the cheek, leaving a puddle of drool, which the person then wiped away in disgust. She gave Limu a birthday present that year? Was it a yo-yo she won in a 5 yuan lottery? Or a toy gun? She couldn't remember. She only remembered that she had given Limu a greeting card back in high school, or at most a bag of dog-themed snacks. When she was little, she really loved to stick close to Limu. This Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll shaped like a sunny day, had been hanging by the window for so long that she had completely gotten used to it and forgotten it existed until today, when it was finally noticed. Perhaps due to the wind and rain, the snow-white Teru Teru Bozu, a type of Japanese doll, has developed mold spots and is now mottled and unsightly. Looking at the ever-present smiling face of the Teru Teru Bozu doll, Lu Xiaoxi was suddenly moved. It was a birthday gift from Limu. I don't know if it can be washed clean. She clumsily untied the rope and took out the ping-pong ball inside. There are also ugly words on the ping-pong ball. Limu's name is on top, and Lu Xiaoxi's name is below, enclosed in a large heart. More than 10 years have passed, and she only discovered this today. I tiptoed over and opened the packet of chicken cleaner, then put the white cloth in to soak. She went back to bed, placed the ping-pong ball with the heart drawn on it on one side of her pillow, thought for a moment, and then took the origami crane as well. After sending Limu a good night message, she quietly fell asleep while hugging the doll. Wah! His scent filled the air. Mom and Dad are already asleep. Limu washed his face and returned to his room, where he lay lazily on the bed in a starfish position. The feeling of fullness made it difficult for him to fall asleep quickly. Seeing Lu Xiaoju's good night message, Limu turned off his phone, lay quietly on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, letting his thoughts wander. He turned to the side, and his eyes met those of the pig doll. He couldn't resist the soft, yielding touch as he rested his head on the pillow. Limu always thought of himself as a sunny, cheerful guy, but he never expected that he would one day like dolls. His hand unconsciously rubbed the dog tooth on his left wrist. A petite figure entered my mind. It was a girl with furrowed brows and pursed lips playing Connect 4 with him under the quiet pavilion. She was the pretty young girl who gave him small mooncakes before the festival. It is a stunning silhouette of someone carrying a doll, walking under the moonlight, strolling among the lanterns. What kind of feelings did he have for Lu Xiaoxi? Recalling all the things that happened together from childhood to adulthood makes one blush and their heart race. My mom told me that after he and Lu Xiaoxi were born, they were assigned to adjacent beds in the hospital. He and Lu Xiaoxi have known each other for 19 years in the true sense. If we consider the time they spent together as the starting point, the 19-year timeline, beginning from infancy, is surprisingly tight and intertwined. His relationship with Lu Xiaoxi developed in a very complicated way. This led him to misjudge the relationship between the two. Whether they were childhood sweethearts or just friends, whatever their relationship was now, he had to admit one thing. The friendship between him and her had expired and started to change. Chapter 44 Ideal Partner? With the rare double holiday approaching, most families will take advantage of the long break to travel. Limu couldn't understand why they would choose to suffer at crowded tourist attractions instead of taking a proper rest during their rare holiday. The entire holiday is peak season for tourist attractions. No matter when you go, it will be packed with people. Any attempt to find a shortcut or try to find a specific spot will be futile. Only savvy families choose to stay at home and relax. For example, Li Mu's family and their neighbors across the hall. The National Day holiday is just one day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Changhing crossed his long legs, held a cup of hot goji berry water in his hand, and stared intently at the live broadcast of the flag-raising ceremony on TV. If you didn't look at his round belly, he really did look like a domineering CEO. On the table was a large, sliced mooncake. Su-Wen ate it with a fork while looking at her phone. Eventually, she got a little tired of it and put the lid back on to seal it. Why don't you bring a package of mooncakes to eat at school in a few days? No, that's too much trouble. Li Mu sat on the sofa playing on his phone with the same domineering CEO pose as his father. Then let's have fried mooncakes tonight, and try to finish them as soon as possible so we don't waste them. He could already imagine what the meals would be like for the next few days. Breakfast consisted of mooncakes with soy milk, lunch of mooncakes with green vegetables, and dinner of stir-fried mooncakes. This continued for several days until all the mooncakes were gone. Li Mu and his father exchanged a glance, and he noticed that his father's eyes contained 3 parts shock, 3 parts panic, and 4 parts despair. Yes, he has learned the spirit of the domineering CEO. Li Changhing was making faces and his face was practically twitching. He was practically screaming, "Think of a solution. How does the 5-nut mooncake taste?" Actually, it's all right. It's just that Li Mu doesn't like it. How good is Su-Wen's cooking? To put it bluntly, it's comparable to a 3-star Michelin chef, barely edible. The combination of these two results in a terrifyingly awful dish. However, his and his father's cooking skills were even worse. They were lucky to have anything to eat. Even if Su-Wen's cooking was terrible, they wouldn't say anything. Compared to his mother's terrible cooking, Li Mu suddenly thought that something spicy was not bad, and he had to find a way to go to Lu Xiaoxi's house for a meal. Why don't we just give Lu Xiaoxi some money and have her buy us a lunchbox? I can't let my mom see this, otherwise she'll nag me again, saying things like, "My son is grown up and now he doesn't care about his mother anymore." Or "My son is grown up and I'm no longer home." He glanced at the wedding photos hanging on the wall, which were over a decade old. Even with the frames protecting them, the photos were inevitably yellowed and covered in the dust of time. His mother, Su-Wen, is a great beauty, as you can tell from their wedding photo. As for his father, Li Changheng, he was handsome and refined, almost like a different person compared to his current father. It is because of these two people that I exist. All of that is in the past, and Li Mu doesn't want to dwell on it too much. The present is what life is all about. He didn't have any goals. Having money and a wife would be enough. He felt that this wasn't an easy thing. Leaving money aside, having a wife was a big problem. Ideal partner. He's 1.65 meters tall, has shoulder-length short hair, is youthful and lively, and they both find each other attractive. Most importantly, they haven't known each other for too long. They must know each other well. It's that simple and unpretentious. Isn't this Lu Xiaozhu? No, he and Lu Xiaoxi don't even think much of each other, and they don't get along at all right now. She's definitely not his ideal partner, at least not right now. Li Mu quickly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. His phone was still running a game. He was a dedicated gamer and shouldn't be distracted by trivial matters. He couldn't let his teammates down. The lobby was a bit noisy, with the sounds of live streaming and short videos on his dad's phone, so Li Mu went back to his room. A relatively quiet environment would be much better for playing games. There was a soft knock at the door, and Su-Wen got up to open it. "Hello, Aunt Su." The girl outside the door was pretty and her smile was as sweet as cotton candy. Everyone who saw her would love her. "Oh, it's Xiaoxi. Are you here to play with Li Mu?" Su-Wen was pleasantly surprised and smiled broadly. "I don't know why, but I've been visiting people much more often these past few days than before. Yes, my computer has arrived. I wanted to ask Li Mu how to use it." The girl was carrying the large cardboard box with some difficulty. "Computer? Ask me. I've been using computers for 20 years. Li Changhing cleared his throat and was about to get up when he suddenly felt something terrifying staring at him. He looked closely and met Su-Wen's horrifying gaze. He shuddered and immediately sat back down. Haha, Li Mu is playing games in his room. Li Mu's door was left a crack, so Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to go in and only knocked lightly on the door. "Why are we all family knocking on the door?" Li Mu was puzzled. He looked up but couldn't see a face. However, he saw the girl's slender arms and immediately perked up. He quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and saw the large cardboard box in the girl's arms and that familiar logo. A computer? Yes, we just arrived. Why don't you come in first? Lu Xiaoxi looked around, not daring to step inside. The room was Li Mu's private space, and the little girl was afraid of seeing things she shouldn't see. Li Mu, you play with Xiaoxi for a bit. I'm going to buy groceries for tonight. Su Wen gave Li Changhing a look, and even the blockhead Li Changhing understood. He nodded and said, I'll take your mother. Even if he doesn't understand, he still has to go with her. Once they get to the market, whether or not Su Wen buys vegetables is no longer up to him. He doesn't want to eat fried mooncakes. The two left home in a hurry. Let's stay outside. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She was scared, like a tiny kitten entering a doghouse, about to be eaten at any moment. Whatever you want. Should we just break it up? Li Mu turned off the mobile game. Teammates are only temporary, but Lu Xiaoxi is real and important. There's no need to compare which is more important. I saw online that it's best to record an unboxing video for your computer. You can unbox it for me and I'll record the video. No problem. Li Mu helped her move the clutter on the coffee table, put the large cardboard box on it, and after confirming that Lu Xiaoxi was recording a video, he carefully opened the box with scissors. Li Mu frowned slightly, looking very serious and quite handsome. From her perspective, she could see Li Mu's beautiful collarbone below his neckline. The girl's phone was very restless. She kept taking pictures of Li Mu's face, almost making the computer disappear from her sight several times. What's wrong with this phone? Is it broken? The viewing angle is out of control. The unboxing process lasted 10 minutes. From taking out the computer to checking for defects, everything was done carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, the recording ended. Items of all sizes were laid out one by one, including a keyboard and a mouse. You bought quite a complete set. Yes, this is a free gift. The parts here were bought from the same store. The girl felt she was being incredibly clever. Anyway, she didn't understand these things, so she always assumed that she was getting a good deal when there was a price reduction or a free gift. This is called a peripheral device. I'll help you test it out later. Now, turn on the computer. I'll show you how to turn it on. Just press this button to turn it on. I know that. Okay, I'll set it up for you. After a little more time, the computer was ready to use and connected to his home's Wi-Fi. Lu Xiaoxi's first computer was at his house. It's been half an hour. Why haven't my parents come back yet? Chapter 45 Touching Hands. Is it okay now? The girl saw the initial screen of the computer appear, tossed her hair, and curiously leaned closer. Because Lu Xiaoxi is nearsighted and doesn't wear glasses, she can only squint when looking at the computer. She and Li Mu were only a fist's distance apart. Li Mu could smell a faint fragrance in the air, not the rose scent from their school days. What kind of shower gel do you use? This guy not only doesn't answer my questions, but he's also smelling my scent. The perverted act of sniffing girls. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know if she had the right to say that about Li Mu. The unboxing video, which is over 10 minutes long, only has a few minutes left if you subtract the footage of Li Mu's collarbone and below his collar. It's as if the phone has developed its own consciousness. It's a lecherous phone. Li Mu, shameless as ever, readily admitted it. He smelled it a lot at school. She could smell it as soon as she got close. She couldn't just stop breathing, could she? Li Mu typed on the keyboard, the computer screen changing again and again, opening this and that. Seeing him staring intently at the screen and typing blindly, Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was incredibly skilled. If it were her, she'd probably have to look at the keyboard and type each letter one by one. She didn't know anything about computers and was completely confused, so she simply stopped looking at the screen and started looking at Li Mu's hands instead. Li Mu's hands are thin, with long, slender fingers and fine hairs. When his fingers tap the keyboard, the veins on the back of his hands twitch. She looked at her fair and delicate hands. They were so small that it seemed Li Mu could easily encircle them with one hand. Lu Xiaoxi had never noticed before that Li Mu's hands were so beautiful. There were only two people in the hall, and they were standing very close together. The person next to her seemed to be a green bamboo, and Lu Xiaoxi could smell a faint, elegant fragrance, which smelled very nice. What kind of shower gel do you use? You perverted little pig Lu who sniffs boys all the time. Limu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone from earlier. Speak quickly. I forgot. I just used it casually. Go check in the bathroom. Our whole family uses the same bottle. Forget it. I don't want to become a pervert like you. But you just smelled me, didn't you? Limu raised an eyebrow. This double standard is too obvious. You smell me too. Then we're both perverts. You're wrong. You're the only one who's a pervert. There are two perverts in the hall. One is Limu, and the other is the big idiot Limu. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She would never admit that she was a pervert. Limu chuckled, and his movements slowed down a bit. After downloading a few commonly used apps, Limu clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Lu Xiaoxi, who was standing to the side, was stunned. When I was little, I watched martial arts movies with my dad. The characters in those movies were like that too. They could crack and pop their fists as soon as they clenched them. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break them. Want to learn? How did you do that? Lu Xiaoxi imitated his fist, but all she could see was the flesh on his hand gradually turning red. There wasn't a sound at all. Come on, let me help you. Limu grasped her hand, hooked 2 fingers around her index finger, and gently pulled it upwards. The expected pain did not come. Her joints seemed to loosen for a moment, making a crisp sound. Lu Xiaoxi's mouth opened slightly, quite surprised. I can actually do that myself. Limu felt the little hand in his palm was warm and soft. Limu gently kneaded Lu Xiaoxi's small hand, his eyes slowly widening. The visual and tactile impact was enormous. This was the first time he had held a girl's hand since puberty. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable being pinched, but suddenly realized something and quickly pulled her hand out of the warm little nest, her face flushed. She glared fiercely at the scoundrel who had taken advantage of her with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. This guy? How can he so skillfully and naturally hold a girl's hand? They were even rubbing and pinching her hands. Don't they know you can't just touch a girl's hands like that? Limu was also a little shy. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to feel comfortable taking advantage of Lu Xiaoxi. However, his blush was much less pronounced than Lu Xiaoxi's, and his skin was thick enough that it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. His relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't close enough for them to touch hands freely, at least not now. He seems to have taken a liking to Lu Xiaoxi's hands. Limu was startled. Could it be that he had a potential hand fetish? Hee, how can I teach you if I don't use my hands? Can't you just say it out loud? Press your middle finger down and see if it works. Lu Xiaoxi shifted her gaze to her hand, then looked at Limu, still somewhat doubtful. She tried pressing down on her finger, but felt pain before she even got halfway down. Talking won't work. You have to do it yourself. I'll help you. Limu wanted to take her small hand again. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not learning anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned her hand, and a thin middle finger was pointed at him. Limu gestured with his hand, pointing 2 middle fingers at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi lifted one foot and struggled to make her middle toe stand up. You won. Do you want to play games? If so, I'll download a gaming platform for you, but all the games on it cost money. Is it fun? It's alright. It mainly depends on whether you want to play or not. There are tens of thousands of games on the platform. There's bound to be one you like. Then download it. The main concern is that you might download pirated software, get scammed, and end up helping the other party count their money. Limu took control of the computer again and started downloading something. I'm not that stupid. Little Pig Lu is the smartest of all. You're disgusting. Limu laughed and said, no matter how disgusting it is, you still have to rely on me. That was true. Lu Xiaoxi had no words to refute it, so she simply ignored him and sat quietly on the sofa watching him operate. Out of the corner of Limu's eye, he could catch a glimpse of her fair little feet and toes. Her toes were neatly trimmed, with no extra nails or nail grime, and her rounded toes were twitching. So cute. Does he also have a foot fetish? No. Limu has a clear understanding of himself. He's just a womanizer. Lu Xiaoxi didn't notice, lost in her own thoughts, occasionally glancing up at the chandelier, sometimes glancing sideways at the person beside her, and suddenly feeling a little bored. I've downloaded everything that needed to be downloaded. So many things. Lu Xiaoxi leaned over and counted the files on the table. There were more than 20 of them, and many of them were unfamiliar. The most familiar ones were the penguin and the green and white bubbles. These two are for listening to music, these are for games and accelerators, and these two are for watching videos. I just logged in, and you can use my account to watch videos in the future. It's an annual VIP account. Oh, I'll steal your account when I get back. Lu Xiaoxi put on a mischievous tone. You haven't even figured out how to play the game, and you're already thinking about hacking accounts? Do you want to be a hacker in the future? No, hackers break into other people's networks. If you're going to be a hacker, be a white hat hacker. Wow, you actually know about these things. I'm naturally very smart. Lu Xiaoxi straightened her back a bit, knowing that someone must be looking at her with new respect. Then tell me what Baiku is. It's the opposite of hacker, that's what the video says. Li Mu smiled and let it go. He had only a superficial understanding of this subject and didn't want to discuss such irrelevant matters with Lu Xiaoxi. It's been an hour already. Why haven't my parents come back yet? Chapter 46, She's Not Lustful at All. After Li Mu finished setting up the basics and downloading the necessary software, Lu Xiaoxi took over the computer. She was a little unfamiliar with the software. When she clicked on it with the mouse and it wouldn't open, she would click twice. Occasionally, a pop-up message would appear asking, User account control? Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? She could understand each word individually, but when they were put together, they formed sentences that she couldn't comprehend. She had no idea about equipment or hard drives, so she could only cast a pleading look at the person next to her. Just click yes, and you'll be fine. If you click no, you won't be able to get in. Oh, by the way, the system firewall is very strong, so I didn't download any security software for you. As long as you use it normally, there won't be any problems. Just don't browse any unhealthy websites, or you might get a virus. You think girls watch this stuff like you boys? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, her index and middle fingers forming a sword, and thrust it straight at Li Mu's lower abdomen. Unexpectedly, Li Mu's abdomen was so hard. Li Mu didn't react at all, but his fingers hurt instead. Studies have shown that women are 6 times more lustful than men. Li Mu countered with reason and evidence. That was another girl, not me. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. She's not lustful at all. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Li Mu didn't say anything, but stood up, relaxed, walked around the sofa twice, and took out a mooncake from the refrigerator. Want some? I won't eat it. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at it, and when she saw that it was mixed nuts, she immediately lost interest. No matter how hungry she was, she didn't want to eat mixed nuts. You're not eating any, but I'm having fried mooncakes tonight. Huh. This was the first time Lu Xiaoxi had ever heard of stir-fried mooncakes as a dish, or rather, a staple food. Mooncakes are already high in calories, and if they were stir-fried in oil, wouldn't one bite cause a face full of pimples? Don't you feel sorry for me? What are you trying to say? I'm starting to miss your cooking. I don't cook at home. My mom does all the cooking. I miss your mother's cooking. It seems like my dad has been cooking these past few days. I miss your dad's cooking. I think you just don't want to eat Aunt Sue's food. Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful eyebrows curved, and she bit her lip to suppress a laugh, but the smile on her face was impossible to hide. This guy said all that, but he just didn't want to eat fried mooncakes. He was just trying to find ways to freeload at his own house. The two families actually frequently host meals for each other. Whenever her family hosted a dinner party, Aunt Sue would come to the kitchen to help them cook. Li Mu and Li Changheng, who couldn't cook, could only sit in the living room. When Li Mu's family hosted a dinner party, she and her mother would help Aunt Sue cook, and her father would occasionally help out as well. Li Mu and Li Changheng would still just sit in the living room. Ultimately, there are only 2 people who truly can't cook. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know Su Wen's true cooking skills, but seeing Li Mu's expression, she had a general idea. However, since she and her mother always helped out at mealtimes, the food wasn't bad. Shoo, keep your voice down. It'll be terrible if my mom comes back. Li Mu glanced guiltily at the door, genuinely worried that his mother might happen to come back. His mother, Su Wen, is a master of timing. Back in junior high, he would play on his phone until late at night before taking a shower, forgetting to bring his clothes. So he sneaked out wearing only his underwear. Just as he reached the door, his mother came out, half asleep. It left a shadow on him. All right, why isn't Aunt Sue and Uncle Li back yet? Should we give them a call? Okay, let me see. Li Mu actually took out his phone and made a call. Fortunately, Su Wen answered the phone. Li Mu asked her why she hadn't come back yet, but Suwon said they were at the seafood market. Here you are. It's good that nothing bad happened. So what do you want to do? Whatever you want, as long as it's not fried mooncakes. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Eat for free. Li Mu pondered for a moment. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. There must be no one else in the world who could say eating for free so confidently. What's our relationship? What's wrong with letting me have some? What's our relationship? So many relationships, classmates, friends, neighbors, and now there's an additional layer of relationships, tenants. Lu Xiaoxi didn't hear the 4 words she wanted to hear, so she snorted coldly, ignored him, and turned back to continue studying her computer. Lu Xiaoxi will refuse to do something she can't do in person. If she keeps quiet and sulking like this, there's a 98% chance she agreed, and a 0.2% chance that Lu Xiaoxi didn't hear her. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. Lu Xiaoxi opened a video app, wanting to find a recently popular romance TV series to watch. By the way, this account belongs to Li Mu, right? She wanted to see what kind of books Li Mu usually read. He opened the viewing history in front of Li Mu and openly browsed through it. There are anime series, game videos, anime clips, and quite a few novel tutorials. Occasionally, you can find a few cosplay videos. She knew about cosplay. Most cosplay involved playing characters from games or anime. Lu Xiaoxi clicked on it as if possessed, and what she saw was a vast expanse of Snow White. The cosplayers in the video were wearing different clothes, and the video was also accompanied by a pink and purple filter, with beautiful women everywhere. Amen. Li Mu chuckled and sat down next to her, curious to see what video she was watching. At first glance, I thought, wow, these girls are beautiful. At second glance, oh, it looks familiar. He soon stopped laughing. This is called a comic convention, you know, right? Li Mu hurriedly explained, though he didn't know why he needed to explain. In short, it's about getting caught watching videos of beautiful women and the guilt of having your hidden fetishes exposed. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't explain. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when looking at pretty girls in the future. All right, I know you're a homebody. What do you want to see? Li Mu used his skillful method of changing the subject, which brought the conversation to an end. Just browsing. What type of movie would you like to watch? Li Mu shamelessly shifted his position, pushing Lu Xiaoxi aside, and hovered his hand above the mouse. Lu Xiaoxi was afraid that Li Mu would touch her hand again, so she timidly withdrew it, and Li Mu naturally gained control of the computer. The two were now less than a fist's width apart. A recently popular romance drama about a couple who work together in a big city, buy a house, get married, and have children, but unfortunately, the female lead is diagnosed with cancer. What kind of melodramatic TV series is this? It must be terrible. It's made specifically for little girls like you. A little girl? How is she little? She's clearly the same age as Li Mu. Then tell me what looks best. A real man should watch action-packed sci-fi movies. I've watched this movie, where humans fight alien monsters, twice already. Is there any possibility? She's a girl, isn't she? Chapter 47, A Heartwarming Dinner. Suwon finally got home. As soon as the door opened, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were sitting together studying a computer. The two of them were standing incredibly close together. If we got any closer, we could even kiss. Suwon Shin was overjoyed, her eyes shining. They even fantasized about the wonderful life they would have with Lu Xiaoxi after she married into the family. My son is doing great. Mom, you spent so long at the market and all you bought was this. Li Mu stared into thought as he looked at the bag of bean sprouts in his mother's hand. You spent 3 hours at the farmer's market and even visited the seafood market, and you're telling me you only bought a bag of bean sprouts? The gas alone must have cost over 10 yuan this trip. I couldn't buy what I wanted to eat. Suwon smiled awkwardly. They weren't going to the farmer's market. I was chatting with my neighbor downstairs, eating sunflower seeds for 3 hours straight, and my hands are numb. This bag of bean sprouts was just something I bought to get by when I went to the market. We've decided to have stir-fried mooncakes tonight. Bean sprouts are just a side dish. Where's Dad? Playing chess with others downstairs. Suwon looked at Lu Xiaoxi with a smile and said softly, Xiaoxi, would you like to have dinner here tonight? No need, Aunt Sue. Lu Xiaoxi casually brushed it off. She certainly didn't want to eat fried mooncakes. After chatting about this and that for a while, Lu Xiaoxi packed up her computer and left. She returned to her room. The computer was placed aside, and she lay quietly on the bed. Little fatty Meow followed her down, meowing softly. The clever big cat sensed that something was wrong with its owner and scratched her vigorously with its fluffy tail. Little fatty, stop fooling around. Meow. The big cat had no idea why its owner's face was so red. It only knew that the massage was very comfortable. I was watching a sci-fi movie at Li Mu's house just now. Li Mu was like a child sharing something, reviewing the plot while explaining the development of the story to me. He even went on and on about the later plot of the original movie. She used to watch romantic comedies, and even when she watched anime, it was always about pure love and slice of life. Occasionally, she would follow trends and watch some popular genres, but she had never been interested in science fiction and didn't want to be. But she had just watched an entire movie with Li Mu. That's weird. Moreover, when the two of them sat together, Li Mu's calf would always brush against her calf. Only now am I realizing this. Whether Li Mu did it intentionally or unintentionally, he still managed to gain an advantage today. If you dare to take advantage of her today, you'll dare to bully her tomorrow. A girl's thinking is always very unconventional. Notice the pink mechanical cat glasses case on the table. It seems Li Mu has been bringing up her glasses a lot these past few days. Lu Xiaoxi took the glasses case, sprayed water on the lenses, wiped them clean, and then put them on. Her prescription isn't high, so it doesn't affect her daily life. She doesn't usually like wearing glasses. The blurry vision is fine, and once she puts on glasses, the blurriness disappears. Little fatty, get up. Lu Xiaoxi straightened her body, but couldn't get up. She stubbornly tried again, but still couldn't get up. It was all because little fatty was too fat. Little fatty meowed twice in dissatisfaction, jumped from Lu Xiaoxi's soft spot onto the bed, licked its fur, and watched Lu Xiaoxi get up and walk to the dressing table to adorn itself. Black round-framed glasses have been stereotyped as outdated in many films and television shows. I don't know who started this trend, but black round-framed glasses are actually quite cute. At least Lu Xiaoxi is very cute. The sunlight became softer. Lu Xiaoxi took a short nap and woke up at around 6 p.m. Ever since she took out all the things Li Mu gave her, she has been sleeping very soundly. I feel very safe surrounded by someone's scent. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled a pungent odor. Familiar figures were busy in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoxi washed her face and went to help. Lu Xiaoxi's whole family loves spicy food. They even add chili peppers to boiled vegetables. This is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together. Mom, has it started? Not yet. We just finished preparing the dishes. I'll do it, you go watch some TV. What's wrong? Qin Shaoqian was puzzled, because she and her daughter used to cook together, and her husband would occasionally help out. My daughter is acting a bit strange today. Oh, I'll take care of it. Lu Xiaoxi tied her hair into a short ponytail, put on a red apron, and pushed Qin Shaoqian out of the kitchen, finally pulling the glass barrier closed to block the cooking fumes. She glanced at the rice cooker. Thankfully, it had just started cooking, otherwise it would have been difficult to add more rice. She rinsed a small bowl of rice and poured it in. This small bowl is for someone. Tonight's meal includes pork ribs and grass carp, as well as a basket of romaine lettuce, simple, unpretentious, and not boring at all. This time, I had to cook for both my parents and Li Mu, so controlling the spiciness was difficult. She only added a small spoonful of chili, and she did so very carefully. Little stream, is it ready? It's cooked. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door and brought several dishes to the dining table. Hey, didn't you put in any chili peppers? Qin Shaoqian immediately noticed something was amiss. The dishes are different from before. Why is there no chili oil? I forgot to put it in. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around, unsure how to explain. Okay, eating spicy food all the time isn't good for your health. Let's have a light meal today. Seeing her daughter's expression, Qin Shaoqian immediately understood. Their whole family loves spicy food. They're used to adding chili peppers. How could they possibly forget? There is only one truth. Qin Shaoqian looked as if she was wearing glasses. Is Li Mu coming to our house for dinner? Oh. Qin Shaoqian knew she had guessed correctly from Lu Xiaoxi's reaction. My own daughter is really not frank at all. You're going to tell Mom, aren't you? Yes and no. Lu Xiaoxi whispered, feeling uneasy. It was just a simple meal delivery. What do you mean by yes and no? I asked Li Mu to help me with my computer today, and that idiot shamelessly asked me to bring him dinner. Lu Xiaoxi was going all out. Her mother was too smart, and she couldn't hide anything from her. A love-filled dinner? Mom. All right. I'm not going to say anything more, or I'll make my darling Xiaoxi angry. Qin Xiaoqian watched as her daughter's face turned as red as a tomato, then covered her mouth and chuckled, completely oblivious to the drama. If it were someone else, she might nag about her own daughter. But if the object is Li Mu, she actually hopes things will be bigger. She had watched Li Mu grow up since he was a child, and she knew him very well and was very at ease with him. Although it's a bit unethical, she and Su Wen have always shipped their own child and the rival's child as a couple. It started a long time ago. Chapter 48. Can stepping on shadows really make us stay together forever? The curtains blocked out most of the sunlight. A pig plush toy sat on Li Mu's lap, and the clattering of keyboard keys echoed throughout the room. Of course, Li Mu did not transform into a pianist to protect his family. He's racking his brains over ideas for his new book. Writing novels is not only a hobby for him, but it has now become a source of extra income. He spends 3 or 4 hours a day writing, earning 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. With his monthly living expenses, he was able to save up a considerable sum of money. Regardless of the purpose of this money, people feel more secure when they have money while they are away from home. This is probably not something a freshman should be thinking about. Li Mu felt he was very mature. Yes, he is very mature enough to be self-reliant. Li Mu, come out for dinner. Wait a minute, it's coming. Okay, for now, it's still alive. Li Mu's slippers are broken. He needs to go out and buy a new pair tonight. He shuffled out of the hall in his slippers. With a trembling heart, I lifted the lid of the dish. Stir-fried mooncakes do exist, but it's not just stir-fried mooncakes. There's also green pepper and pork and a plate of bean sprouts. What? Don't you want to eat fried mooncakes? Su Wen's voice rang out from behind, and a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup was served. Of course not. You'll need to eat something later. Su Wen chuckled and snorted. She had initially intended to eat fried mooncakes. But while Li Mu went back to his room to play on the computer, she took the opportunity to go to the market and buy groceries. After all, she wasn't a vicious woman. She couldn't bring herself to make the two men she loved most eat strange things. These dishes look all right, but the taste. Li Mu used a toothpick to poke a piece of pork and taste it. His expression changed repeatedly. After tasting a small piece of fried mooncake, he fell silent. I remember my dad liked to eat this. Haha, then we must make sure he eats a lot later. Su Wen laughed, and after tasting it himself, he thought, his cooking skills are getting better and better. Li Mu ate his dinner entirely on rice soaked in soup. My mom is still the same mom, and her cooking skills are still the same. Even if I thought the food was bad before, it was never as bad as it is now. Oh no, has Lu Xiaoxi spoiled my stomach? He ate only a little bit of food before making an excuse to slip away. The remaining stomach portion was reserved for Lu Xiaoxi. Mom, my slippers are broken. I'm going to buy some new ones. Aren't there slippers at home? My brand is comfortable. I'm not used to wearing other brands. This statement was quite sincere. He had been fond of those slippers for a long time. He didn't like any other slippers. Once he set his mind on a pair, he would wear them until they were completely worn out. That's what happens when you're a loyal person. Go see if you can find any sugarcane. If you can, buy some. You can decide which to buy. I'll go check on the way. Oh, and Dad, you should eat more so we don't waste food. Li Chongheng dared not be angry or speak out. This kid not only ran fast, but he also tricked him before leaving. Li Mu didn't care about any of that. He changed into a pair of smaller slippers and went downstairs. The pavilion where Gamoku, 5 in a row, is located. Li Mu took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Xiaoxi. Li Bendan, are you free? Is dinner ready? Lu Xiaozhu. What kind of attitude is this? Li the fool. I was wrong, Miss Lu. Grinning. Lu Xiaozhu. You're smart enough to come out and open the door. Li Bendan, I ran down to the pavilion below. You can bring it down. The other party replied a minute later. Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. You're such a troublemaker, disdain. Soon, a young girl walked out of the stairwell. The girl had taken a bath, and Li Mu could smell her pleasant scent when she got close to her. Why are you wearing glasses? Li Mu poked the center of her glasses frame, his fingers darting around. Stop messing around. Don't pry into pretty girl's stuff. You? A pretty girl? I'm a Kamen Rider. Go eat your food. Lu Xiaoxi handed him a thermos box that was bigger than her head. Li Mu smiled and took it, casually touching the back of her hand. It was smooth and felt very nice. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Is his brain all he thinks about? Do you really think she and he have a good relationship? If they weren't outside and surrounded by familiar faces, she would definitely pinch Li Mu's flesh hard and tickle him. Are you going to go shopping? What to buy? Slippers. Nerve. Hey, I'm in on buying slippers. Do you need to ask me what you want to buy? But I don't know what to buy. Lu Xiaoxi sat down next to him and watched him eat. Li Mu glanced at the food, took a small bite, and found it to be excellent with just the right amount of spiciness. He then gave Lu Xiaoxi a strange look. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't this girl someone who can't live without spicy food? Could it be? Did Lu Xiaoxi make this especially for him? That must be it. She has feelings for me. Eat up. Why are you looking at me? It's nothing. I just suddenly felt that you're really nice, and you look cute with glasses on. Question mark. The unprovoked praise made Lu Xiaoxi blush instantly, her face turning bright red to the roots of her ears. Is this guy up to something again? Such blatant praise almost made the little girl freeze. Her lips trembled, and she stammered, unable to utter a word. Her earlobes were tinged with a hint of crimson, purer than the morning glow, more beautiful than the sunset. As night fell, some people could no longer see it. Burp, Li Mu patted his satisfied belly after a hearty meal, realizing that his stomach had indeed been spoiled. Lu Xiaoxi had also recovered from the anger that had made her face red. Yes, I was angry, not shy. You wash the dishes, and make sure they're clean. Give them back to me tomorrow. If you don't wash them properly, you can forget about eating them again. You wash it. Li Mu is so arrogant. He eats someone else's food for free and even makes them wash the dishes. Okay, I'll wash it. Shall we go to the supermarket now? Go ahead. I'll leave the bowl here and come back for it later. If you lose them, you'll have to pay me back with 2. I'll give you 3. I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5. I'll give you everything. Hello, is this the head of the psychiatry department? I have a patient here. The streetlights in the neighborhood were swarming with mosquitoes, a huge, swarming swarm. Even in October, it's still a bit hot in the south. There will be a few days when the temperature drops, but most of the time it will be around the 24th or 25th of the month. Once the temperature stabilizes, you won't see swarms of flying insects like this anymore. Many people come out to walk their pets during this time. When Li Mu met someone he knew, he would touch them. In comparison, the lively and energetic Lu Xiaoxi actually appears somewhat quiet. Lu Xiaoxi followed behind Li Mu with her hands behind her back. When they passed a street lamp, she would walk in Li Mu's shadow. As Li Mu walked past, she would follow. Stepping on someone's shadow can dispel their darkness. Grandpa said, by stepping on someone's shadow, that person will never leave you. Could it really be true? Chapter 49 The Childish Imp Who Never Grows Up. Because they didn't need to buy many things, the two of them only pushed one small cart. Men, once they have something in their hands, they can't stay still. Li Mu pushes the stroller like he's drifting, and even adds sounds to the stroller when he turns corners. A childish brat who never grows up. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself. Unlike her, she has blossomed into a graceful and caring older sister. You don't look that much older. Who said that? I'm considered tall among girls, okay? Anything else? What else? Lu Xiaoxi keenly noticed that Li Mu's pupils slightly shifted downwards, and subconsciously looked down, where she could see her pink toes on her sandals. Is Li Mu mocking her for being small? It's not her fault. You're dead. Lu Xiaoxi turned her hands into pincers and went up to pinch the soft flesh on Li Mu's waist. Hiss, wait. This is a supermarket, it's crowded. Looking around, there weren't many people, but if this commotion continued, people would definitely gossip, and if someone I knew happened to pass by, it would be hard to explain. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him irritably, then kicked his butt before stopping. Hiss, it's definitely bruised. He reaps what he sows. Was what I just did considered harassment? Li Mu asked. You still know that? I have to tell Aunt Sue later. No, please. Just you wait. This time I'm not going to let you off the hook no matter what. What would you like to buy? Can I treat you? The girl turned her face away, ignoring him completely. There are still videos on my phone that show Li Mu's collarbone and below. I was going to delete them, but now, we're even. I'm going to kill you. Fine, I'll pay, okay? Calm down, calm down. You're smart to know what's good for you. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, tossed her hair, and walked towards the snack area with her hands behind her back. She threw all the delicious food and things she hadn't tried before into her car. Killing Li Mu is no joke. This is his punishment. After walking around, the shopping cart was already half full of snacks. Of course, there was also a pair of blue slippers inside. Hello, that's 79 yuan in total. Scanned. Take care. Why didn't you check the bill before leaving? Lu Xiaoxi snatched a large bag of snacks from Li Mu's hand and carefully checked the bill. Will this cause any problems? Sometimes a waiter might accidentally scan an item twice. It's best to check it in person. Didn't you get it wrong at school that time too? Who told you that? I only check my own work. You just didn't see it. You expect me to check it for you. Lu Xiaoxi found a bag of jelly that could be sucked, then stuffed the snack bag back into Li Mu's hand and tried her best to twist open the lid. Perhaps it was because the brand was of high quality. The lid of the packaging was very tight, and Lu Xiaoxi's thumb turned red, but she still couldn't unscrew it. She glanced at Li Mu sideways, and Li Mu was looking at her too. They practically have, "I need your help," written all over their faces. Do you want me to help you? Don't want. Lu Xiaoxi used her teeth to bite open the lid and began to suck on it in small sips. It tastes like strawberry, sweet and sour. Li Mu openly turned his head to look at her. You look a little thin when you eat jelly. Xiao Shou was a hamster he used to own, but it has now passed away. Hamsters are tiny, and when they eat, they fill their cheeks first, their little mouths moving as they eat, which is very cute. Just like Lu Xiaoxi. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi made sucking noises as she sucked on the jelly. If she sucked too hard, the jelly would stick to her lips. The girl seemed to find it very fun, and took a deep breath, making the jelly stick firmly to her upper lip. Look, I think you're pretty childish too. Li Mu smiled and flicked the packaging bag hard, causing Lu Xiaoxi's lips to sway back and forth with the bag. Don't move, it hurts a bit. It seems like I can't get it off. Let me see what's going on. Hiss phew. Haha, serves you right for being so playful. You're still laughing, Lu Xiaoxi said angrily. She finally managed to pull the packaging bag off. Her lips were red, and her eyes were wet. Li Mu reached out and poked her puffed-up cheeks. The pufferfish's chubby face immediately exhaled all its breath onto his face. On his way back, Li Mu stopped at a fruit stand and bought a sugar cane. Buying fruit in the South is very convenient. You can ask the vendor to peel it for you and cut it into small pieces. Li Mu asked for 2 more small bags and took out some sugar cane from the bags, asking, "Want some?" "Thank you." Lu Xiaoxi became much more obedient. Li Mu also picked up a sugar cane and started munching on it, biting off a small piece and chewing it in his mouth. The black sugarcane juice from the South is sweet and plentiful, and Lu Xiaoxi accidentally splashed some on her face. It all flew onto my face. Lu Xiaoxi said angrily. Did you take a shower? No. Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer and wiped her face with his clothes. The girl rubbed her face against her arm. It was so cute. Li Mu didn't mind. The juice was splashed on him, and he would take a shower soon anyway. Lu Xiaoxi's actions, however, made him blush. Like a young couple. There was a cool breeze in the air, but he couldn't smell Lu Xiaoxi's fragrance. How long has it been since we walked this road together? I don't know. I think I stopped going to and from school with you in the 2nd year of junior high. Li Mu recalled the events carefully. This street encompassed his and Lu Xiaoxi's journey to and from school from elementary to high school. It was the only route they took to go to school. The area is surrounded by residential communities, mostly with students, and often has vendors operating there. When I was close to Lu Xiaoxi, we would go to school together with our school bags. We would always buy rice cakes here and ask the owner to cut them into pieces. We would then eat them with toothpicks, 1 piece for each of us, until we got to school. Back then, he carried a black Ultraman backpack and mocked Lu Xiaoxi's pink Barbie doll backpack for being effeminate. That period of time ended when the relationship soured in junior high school. In recent years, the small county has been working on becoming a civilized city. When Li Mu passed by here before, the auntie who used to save a serving of rice cake for them every day was no longer selling it here. You fell down here before, Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile, stopping under an osmanthus tree and pointing to the tree pit. You remember all of this? I remember you were losing your baby teeth when you fell and hit your loose tooth. You cried and ran home to ask Uncle Lee to pull it out. I remember that vividly. Oh right, you kept insisting on coming back with me, and then neither of us went to class. You should thank me for letting you skip half a day of class. Come on, I really enjoy going to school, okay? Little Pig Lu has always been very diligent and eager to learn. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything. She just kept her head down and ate the sugar cane. But a bud had sprouted from the sugarcane node, and it was very hard. Ugh, I can't bite it anymore. Chapter 50 Helping Lu Xiaoxi bit the sugarcane. Both ends of the sugarcane had sprouted nodes, and she couldn't bite them. There are still 2 inner segments, which we definitely can't lose. She couldn't bite it, but the person next to her was eating it in big mouthfuls, sometimes sucking on the juice when it was plentiful, while she could only watch longingly. Not eating anymore. It's too tough to chew. Give it to me. Li Mu stretched out his hands in front of her. We can't waste it. Lu Xiaoxi thought this guy would take it back, wash it, and eat it, so she handed him the sugar cane. Li Mu chuckled, took the sugar cane with one hand, and slid his other hand across the back of Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't embarrassed or annoyed. How could she possibly need 2 hands to catch sugarcane? When she saw Li Mu stretching out both of his pig trotters, how could she not understand? He's definitely trying to take advantage of her again. There hasn't been a moment of peace these past few days. No matter what she said, Li Mu wouldn't listen. With a skin as thick as a city wall, Li Mu would still take the opportunity to touch her little hand. He did this in the morning, and he did it in the afternoon. She simply stopped caring. It didn't matter if they touched hands, since they used to hug each other all the time when they were little. There were shallow teeth marks on the sugarcane nodes, which Li Mu couldn't see. He took a bite off the sprouting node and chewed the juice out of it. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned. Lu Xiaoxi brushes her teeth every morning and evening, so her teeth are very white and neat. Li Mu usually brushes his teeth in the morning, and only occasionally if he doesn't eat a late-night snack. Logically speaking, Lu Xiaoxi's teeth should be better than Li Mu's. Now the situation is completely the opposite. But that's not the point. It has my saliva on it. She just had the sugarcane in her mouth. Oh, it's not like I haven't eaten it before. Here you go, Li Mu said nonchalantly, biting off both ends of the sugarcane. I feel nauseous. I'm about to vomit. Lu Xiaoxi covered her chest with her clothes, pretending to gag. Then why don't you get a new one to eat? No, I've almost finished this one. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him. When biting into sugarcane, it sniffs like a kitten, and there's no taste at all. The only problem was that there was Li Mu's saliva on it, so he didn't eat it very naturally. In fact, they even shared an ice cream when they were kids, and they both spit out a lot of saliva. Without the nodes, sugarcane is all that's left it's sweet. As they ate, she stopped caring whether she could chew the pieces or not, and just let Li Mu chew them for her. We're doomed. What's wrong? There are only 2 left. Li Mu held up the sugarcane in his hand. The bag, which was originally bulging, was now just a pile of dregs and 2 sugarcane stalks that were full of nodes. He and Lu Xiaoxi ate it all. My mom asked me to bring this to her, but it's gone now. Will Aunt Sue scold you? He's a grown man. He definitely won't scold you, but he might nag you a bit. Then what should we do? Hee, just say it was you who ate it. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Xiaoxi raised her little hand, bending her index and middle fingers like crab claws. Li Mu felt that the clamp would appear at his waist at any moment, pinching and squeezing him, and subconsciously covered both sides. There are fruit stalls up ahead. Let's go check them out. All right, I almost forgot. Let's go. Fortunately, there were mobile fruit vendors near the neighborhood, so Li Mu bought some to take back and hand in. Of course, he didn't forget to take the insulated box that was under the go-board pavilion. If it got lost, Lu Xiaoxi would definitely skin him alive. For some reason, the neighborhood intelligence team didn't all gather today. A faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, and a few osmanthus blossoms fell onto Li Mu's hair. He reached out and flicked them off. Li Mu also noticed the tiny osmanthus blossoms on her head and reached out to her. The girl thought someone was going to help her play the osmanthus flute, so she lowered her head to let the person see her more clearly. Then I felt a pain in my forehead. Li Mu had no intention of helping her flick away the osmanthus blossoms. What time will I give you the bowl tomorrow? Anything is fine. Just remember to wash it thoroughly. If it's dirty, you can forget about eating it. Don't forget your snacks. Li Mu took 2 bags of potato chips and his slippers from the snack bag. He suddenly noticed that Lu Xiaoxi was wearing light red sandals, which were a matching color with his blue slippers. He watched as Lu Xiaoxi took out her key and opened the door. Here you go, I don't want this anymore. Lu Xiaoxi left a small opening and took out a blueberry-flavored jelly, handing it to him. Before Li Mu could even take the opportunity to touch her hand, Lu Xiaoxi closed the door. Sighing at the disappointment, Li Mu returned to his room. Mom and Dad are sitting on the sofa watching TV. Hearing the door open, both of them turned to look at him. When I came back, the square dancing on the playground was unusually quiet. It was already quite late. This trip took 2 hours. Li Mu put the insulated food container away, sat down next to his father, stretched his arms out behind the sofa like a gibbon, and asked, "Why don't you ask me why I'm not back so late? Weren't you playing downstairs with Lu Xiaoxi?" "Mom, how did you know?" "Your Aunt Qin told me that Lu Xiaoxi went downstairs to look for you with a lunchbox." Su Wen poked Li Mu's forehead with his finger and said irritably, "You're complaining about your mom's cooking, aren't you? You even had Xiaoxi bring you food specially." "Hee hee, Lu Xiaoxi has spoiled my taste over there. Xiaoxi's cooking is really good. Your Aunt Qin told me that this meal was cooked by Lu Xiaoxi herself. She even put in less chili. She cares so much about you. And look at you. You're not good at all." "Who told you that?" "I just asked her to buy me a bag of snacks." After taking a shower, Li Mu returned to his room. "Open a face mask and follow the steps on the packaging to apply it to your face." His skin was naturally fair, and he had been staying home these past few days, avoiding sun exposure when he went out. The areas tanned during military training quickly returned to their original color. At least the lines separating the black and white areas on the hands, feet, and neck are no longer clearly visible. Now he's used to sitting on his lap with the pig plush toy in his lap. I was just about to turn on my computer to start writing when I received a WeChat message on my phone. It was a 10-second voice message from Lu Xiaoxi. "Lu Xiaozhu. Why does the computer have a password? What's the password again? You didn't tell me." Perhaps it was late at night, because Lu Xiaoxi's voice was much softer, and the sound of typing and Xiaofei's meows could be faintly heard. He could roughly guess what she looked like. The girl was sitting at the computer desk, typing in her password with a puzzled look on her face, while Xiaofei was sitting on her lap, enjoying the girl's gentle caresses. Li Mu replied to her in text. "Li Bendan, my birthday plus the first 6 digits of my QQ number. Lu Xiaozhu. This is my computer. You didn't even tell me what password you set." The girl's tone was somewhat coquettish. "Li Bendan, I forgot to mention. Lu Xiaozhu. You still wrote my username as Lu Xiaozhu, huh? You just wait. Li the fool. Funny, funny." After thinking for a moment, Li Mu chose the most suitable angle, took 3 selfies, and sent them to Lu Xiaoxi. "Li Bendan. Images, images, images. Li Bendan. Which one is handsome? Lu Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaozhu. Do you know how greasy you are? Li the fool. Grinning, grinning, angry, pig." Lu Xiaoxi rubbed Xiaofei's head with one hand and played with her phone with the other, opening and viewing the 3 pictures Li Mu sent one by one, and long pressing the screen to save them. Li Mu looks rather goofy when he puts on a face mask. When she's watching videos, she often sees men and women using those face mask effects. Such special effects can, to some extent, accentuate a person's facial features, creating a visual illusion that makes the user appear more beautiful. The picture Li Mu sent was just like that, except the face mask had changed from a special effect to a real one. Compared to the greasy special effects, Li Mu's face mask looks much more natural and not oily at all. In fact, the mask covers most of his face, so you can't see the parts that are usually good-looking. Lu Xiaoxi entered her computer password and used Li Mu's account to find a comedy variety show to watch. After watching an episode, it was already 1 a.m. Lu Xiaoxi closed her laptop and lay on the bed with Xiaofei in her arms, looking at her phone. Li Mu sent her a good-night message at midnight. "Meow? Meow." Little Fatty scratched Lu Xiaoxi's face with its tail. "Why is my owner always grinning like an idiot? Is something broken?" Under Xiaofei's puzzled gaze, Lu Xiaoxi spoke softly into her phone. "Good night." In WeChat chat, messages with quotation marks are voice messages, and those without are text messages. If anyone complains that this is messy, I will change it all to text. Chapter 51 Squeezing This. The sound of children playing could be heard downstairs. Limu only slowly woke up when the sunlight shone into his eyes. Last night, the curtains weren't drawn properly, so a crack let in the sunlight. I glanced at the time out of habit. It was already 11 a.m. I only just noticed the voice message Lu Xiaoxi sent. A soft, gentle good night. That's weird. Let me listen to it again. Listen to it one more time. Lu Xiaoxi sent him a voice message. Does this mean that their relationship has taken another step forward? Limu lay in bed until midnight, occasionally clicking on the voice message he had just heard. That sounds really good. I don't know where my parents have gone again. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Limu continued planning his new book. Before I had been coding for long, there was a knock on the door. Limu was glad he wasn't wearing headphones, otherwise he wouldn't have known someone was coming. He peered through the peephole from the doorway and saw a young, energetic girl with short hair, wearing a pink sports cap. The cap brim covered her face, revealing only her fair chin. Although he couldn't see the face, Limu could still recognize who it was. Behind the girl, Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu walked towards the elevator while laughing. Mom and Dad, you can go downstairs now. The girl called out to her back. Where are you from? I heard a noise. I know you're watching. Interrupted from casting a spell, Limu wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and opened the door, only then noticing the badminton racket behind the girl. Fully armed. Are you going to play badminton? Lu Xiaoxi's parents love sports. Whenever they have free time, they go downstairs to find a place to play badminton or table tennis, and sometimes they will invite Lu Xiaoxi along. He learned badminton and table tennis from Lu Xiaoxi's father, Lu Ming. Are you going to fight or not? The girl nodded obediently. Don't you not know how to play badminton? Limu pinched his chin, his expression strange. He remembered that Lu Xiaoxi didn't know how to play ball. He and Lu Xiaoxi had both learned from Lu Xiaoxi's parents. After learning for so many years, Lu Xiaoxi could hardly even last 5 rounds against him. Who told you I couldn't do it? I'm not talking about stick-figure badminton. I'm just not good at it. Not that I can't do it, okay? Lu Xiaoxi said dejectedly, her voice becoming softer. You're just bad. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll fight with my parents. Let's go, let's go. Lu Xiaoxi's parents went down first, leaving only the two of them in the elevator. You're so round. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and pointed to Limu's flattened face reflected in the elevator door. Is it possible that you are also round? Lu Xiaoxi hid behind Limu, then poked her head out and giggled. Now only you are left with the perfect look. The elevator arrived quickly. It was still early, and many young people were playing basketball on the playground. The roar of an uncle playing chess not far away could also be heard over here. Limu saw his father at the chess table and his mother at the card table not far away. They came down to play early in the morning. No wonder I couldn't see them. Both families came down. Why are you wearing a hat when there's no sun? Limu flicked Lu Xiaoxi's hat brim. Wait until the sun comes out and scorches you to death. Lu Xiaoxi took off her hat, touched her forehead, and found that it was tied quite tightly, leaving shallow marks on her forehead. You should adjust your hat before putting it on. She opened the badminton bag and found that the grip tape on the handle of one of the badminton rackets was torn. She gave the bad one to Limu and kept the good one for herself. Use this. I can beat you no matter which one I use. Lu Xiaoxi snorted and went to the other side of the court. Her eyes were practically spitting fire. You could tell Lu Xiaoxi really wanted to win. Lu Xiaoxi tossed the shuttlecock high and hit a high clear. This kind of ball is easy to hit. Limu easily returned it with a light tap. The ball hit Lu Xiaoxi squarely on the forehead. Wah! Are you alright? Limu's lips twitched. He really had just snapped a photo casually. It's okay. Lu Xiaoxi covered her forehead, picked up the ball, and served another high clear. There's nothing she can do. This is all she knows how to do. Limu simply joined her in playing high clears. If anyone who plays badminton were to pass by here, they'd definitely get high blood pressure from all the frustration. There is a difference in physical fitness between the two people. After playing for only 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi was already panting heavily, her forehead covered in fine sweat. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Lu Xiaoxi caught the last ball, hurriedly waved her hand and walked to the side, her tone weak and powerless. Li Mu took the ball and walked to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi could no longer straighten up and could only support herself on her knees, panting heavily. Let's go sit over there. Good. Lu Xiaoxi took out her water bottle from her bag and was about to drink. Drinking water after strenuous exercise will make you vomit. It's okay. This isn't strenuous exercise. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sucked on the straw to drink water. With your physical condition, even running a few steps is considered strenuous exercise. Besides, you have a herniated disc, so why are you still playing ball? It's okay. Everything's been fine lately. Li Mu sat down next to her, took her water bottle, unscrewed the lid, and drank some water. You said you couldn't drink water, but you drank it yourself. I'm not tired. Even so, Li Mu was sweating just as much as Lu Xiaoxi. His collar, armpits, and back were all soaked, and his hair was also wet, clumped together. Li Mu gulped down the water, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, the water pooling on his face and dripping down his chin. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at it. You stink. You'll get used to it after a while, Li Mu said with a sly smile, pulling open his collar to fan himself and let the smell of sweat dissipate. Then he saw Lu Xiaoxi frown and cover her nose. I'm going to throw up. See? I told you can't drink water. You stink. Sweat has no smell. The stench isn't from me. It's from the bacteria. You stink too. Li Mu sniffed his armpits and found there was indeed a slight odor, which was unavoidable after sweating during exercise. He shifted his position and moved a little further away. Did you go back? Let me rest a little longer. Lu Xiaoxi hunched over, still feeling very uncomfortable. During her high school years, she would sit in her seat and study even after class, rarely going out. One time, she had leg pain and went to the hospital for an X-ray, only to find out that she had a herniated disc. For a long time after her diagnosis, she received conservative treatment and completely stopped exercising. Her physical fitness was already average, and now it has become even weaker. Because her legs hadn't hurt for a long time, Lu Xiaoxi thought she was almost fully recovered and wanted to exercise. Her legs didn't hurt, but Li Mu was right. The nausea was getting stronger and stronger, and she even showed signs of dry heaving. Your lips are all white. Li Mu propped his chin up. He had already reminded her, but Lu Xiaoxi didn't listen, and now look what happened. Even if he cares, what can he do? He's not a doctor. He can only watch Lu Xiaoxi suffer, and he suffers too. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, which made her pale lips a little rosier, but only for a moment before they quickly turned pale again. I think you'd better not play badminton. Don't be fooled by how light badminton is. It's just as physically demanding as basketball. I'm the only one who's gentle with you, playing high clears. Anyone else would smash the ball, and you wouldn't be able to return a single one. You're belittling my physical abilities while trying to flatter yourself, aren't you? Lu Xiaoxi said irritably, her slender fingers squeezing Li Mu's arm hard. The girl was still weak and had little strength, so Li Mu felt no pain or discomfort at all, and even enjoyed it a little. He turned to the side, turning his back to Lu Xiaoxi, and pointed to his back with his finger. Pinch this. Lu Xiaoxi's little fist hardened. Chapter 52, I'm only perverted with you. Brother Li Mu, Sister Xiaoxi? A slightly immature voice came from behind. Li Mu turned around and saw that the newcomers were a boy of 11 or 12 years old and a girl of even younger age. Li Mu recognized the little boy. He had even taught him how to play ping pong. However, he didn't remember the little girl. Midden, is this your sister? Li Mu greeted them with a smile. This is my cousin. She's only 8 years old. The little boy didn't mind being called Midden at all. Not only Li Mu called him that, but the whole neighborhood, even his parents, called him that, and he himself was happy to do so. He smiled and patted the little girl on the back, then took out a brand new, unopened ping pong paddle from behind him. Brother Li Mu, want to play ping pong? Before Li Mu could speak, Midan quickly interjected. No kid in the neighborhood is better than me. Being invincible is so lonely. He was a talkative and cheerful little boy, somewhat similar to Li Mu when he was a child. Look at you, so smug. Have you ever fought with one of the old men in the neighborhood? I'm invincible among kids. Those old men don't count. Brother Li Mu, come on, let's play ping pong. Li Mu hadn't played in a long time either, so he immediately nodded in agreement. He took a step forward, but then stepped back, squatted down in front of Lu Xiaoxi, and said with a grin, "Let's go together." Table tennis requires much less physical exertion than badminton, so it's not too tiring to play casually. "I don't know how to play ping pong." "I know, I'll teach you." "I don't want to learn." Lu Xiaoxi pouted, but still stood up and patted the dust off her bottom. "I feel much better now, and the nausea is almost gone." She didn't want to watch Li Mu play. She just wanted to play with this cute little girl. She only went along because the little girl wanted to go to the ping pong court with me, Dan. After telling Lu Xiaoxi's parents, the two adults and two children headed towards the ping pong court. On the way, Li Mu kept playing with the ping pong ball, balancing it on his paddle and counting it 1, 2, 3 at a time. Lu Xiaoxi watched Li Mu until he hit the ball 40 or 50 times. When he missed, and the ball landed on Li Mu's feet, bouncing far away, Li Mu could only sheepishly go to retrieve it. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. Table tennis requires less physical exertion compared to other ball sports, which is why it has become the favorite sport of the elderly men in the neighborhood. The four of them found a table at the very edge, and the two girls sat on a bench under the shade of a tree to watch the two boys play ball. "Brother Li Mu, watch me get my revenge." Dan still remembered the scene of being slammed by Li Mu before. He had long thought that fortunes change every 3 years. Don't underestimate a poor kid. He had been practicing his skills diligently and was waiting for this moment. 3 goals later, Dan ran a long way to retrieve the ball that Li Mu had dunked. Although Li Mu hadn't fought in a long time, it was still no problem for him to beat up this little brat, Dan, and he dominated the whole time. The more they played, the more something seemed off. Dan's face was filled with resentment and grievance. These emotions transformed into strength, and he became more and more ferocious. Even Li Mu noticed something was wrong, and before he knew it, Dan had won the game. Lu Xiaoxi kept looking at Li Mu. She used to think that Li Mu was always bad, cheeky, and had a very thick skin. But when he plays table tennis, his face is full of seriousness. His brows are furrowed, his thin lips are slightly pursed, and you can see the muscle contours of his arms and calves when he moves. It's like he's become a completely different person. Suddenly I understand why so many girls would go to watch the school basketball team play during high school. Who am I trying to impress with my good looks? Lu Xiaoxi felt her face burning. "Go, cousin," the little girl next to her shouted loudly, putting her 2 little hands in front of her mouth. As if encouraged, Dan immediately launched a smash, so fast that Li Mu hadn't even had time to react before a burning pain shot through his neck. "Hiss, you've had an epiphany?" "Hee hee, I'm really good." Dan gave himself a thumbs up. "I'll definitely be better than you in 2 years. The score is now 13-3. You need to beat me first before we talk." Again. Serve. Li Mu tossed the ball to Dan, who lobbed it high, ready to start a new round. A deafening roar rang out. "Midden, bring your cousin back for lunch." The lingering sound echoed around. The 4 looked in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw a woman leaning out of the window beckoning. "Oh no, my mom's calling me home for dinner." After running a couple of steps, Dan turned back, grabbed his cousin, and ran off with her. "Brother Li Mu, I'll come down in a bit. I'll take over." Lu Xiaoxi took over Dan's position with cheerful little steps. Ping pong is so simple, isn't it? You just hit the ball over the boundary and bounce it off the opponent's table. It's pretty much the same as badminton. The girl felt confident again. She had only ever watched others play, and her hands were itching to try. Now that she had the chance, she was determined to give it a shot. Anyway, she's just starting out, so it doesn't matter if she loses, because she's a newbie. But if she beats Li Mu by 1 point, then she can laugh at Li Mu for being defeated by her. It's a win-win situation, no matter how you look at it. "I'll teach you." Li Mu walked to the other side, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and slowly grabbed the racket, showing it to Lu Xiaoxi in a 360-degree view. "This is forehand, this is backhand. We amateur players just play however we feel comfortable. We don't need to be so particular." "Is that so?" No, you've twisted your fingers." Li Mu used his fingers to adjust the position of her fingers, then squeezed her little hand, feeling how soft the girl was, even her fingers. After being glared at by Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu laughed and whistled. Its main selling point is its thick skin. Do you know how perverted you are? No. I have nothing to say. Li Mu's honesty left Lu Xiaoxi speechless. Actually, I'm only perverted with you. Do you know why? Li Mu sat down on the ping-pong table and looked into the girl's eyes. I don't want to know. If you treat others like that, you'll definitely get scolded. I already said I didn't want to know. And I even cursed at you. Your insults don't count. Die? Get over there. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. She's not human, is she? Her insults aren't insults, are they? He kicked someone's shin angrily and shoved Li Mu to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi beckoned to Li Mu with her finger. Is this considered provocation? I'm unbeatable among my peers in this neighborhood. But you lost to me Dan by 3 goals. How old is me Dan? How could you lose to him? Everyone says that peers are invincible, but me Dan isn't even the same age, Li Mu laughed. Since you're a beginner, I'll play a water drop shot with you, which is equivalent to a high clear in badminton. Good. Li Mu tossed the ball high and struck it with a single blow. The ping-pong ball bounced twice on the table. Lu Xiaoxi tried to catch it, but the paddle and the ping-pong ball just missed each other. They fought for several rounds in a row. Lu Xiaoxi was either on her way to retrieve the ball or waiting to retrieve it. Li Mu laughed repeatedly at the clumsy movements. Seeing that she looked completely dejected, I pretended to miss and let her have a chance to hit me. Then Lu Xiaoxi happily jumped up and down twice, her little ponytail twitching with joy. They really thought they had beaten Li Mu. The girl smiled radiantly, and Li Mu smiled along with her. Chapter 53 Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I don't know what me Dan ate. It's been half an hour and I still haven't finished. Li Mu would play ball with Lu Xiaoxi, and when he got tired, he would sit on the table and play on his phone. Lu Xiaoxi was originally sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree, but when she saw Li Mu sitting on the stage, she took small steps and plopped down next to him. You're too heavy. You're going to collapse. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoxi stretched out a finger and probed under Li Mu's armpit. Holy crap, what the hell? Li Mu shuddered and jumped down, clutching his armpit, his face full of shock. Caught off guard, Li Mu nearly lost his composure when tricked. Had he been mentally prepared, Lu Xiaoxi would have been unafraid to attack him with both hands. Who told you to show off? I think you're the one who's showing off the most. Li Mu poked her with his finger. The girl's whole body was sensitive, and she didn't have the muscles that Li Mu had. When he poked her with his fingers, her whole body itched. She could only use her hands to cover as many areas as possible to prevent Li Mu from poking her. Hey, stop poking me. I'm dying of laughter. Lu Xiaoxi was almost laughing until tears streamed down her face. The sweat on Li Mu's body dried, and that smell gradually wafted out. I could always smell his stench. You really stink this time. Are you a madwoman? You keep smelling me. Li Mu looked horrified, clutching his chest and pretending to be a little girl who had encountered a bad guy. You've been right next to me the whole time. I can't just stop breathing. You stink. Are you having a hormonal imbalance? You even claim to be smart, but you don't even know why sweat smells bad. Let Teacher Li tell you, sweat smells bad because bacteria metabolize the lipids in sweat. You think you're the smartest? Stay away from me, you stinky. Okay, I'll go somewhere else, all right. Li Mu shrugged, realizing he'd made a fool of himself, and went to sit at the other end of the pool table. These pool tables are of decent quality. Occasionally, you can see many children jumping and playing on them at night, and no one seems to care. I vaguely remember that the ping-pong tables in our neighborhood used to be made of cement and red bricks. They were very simple, and a ping-pong ball would break on them in no time. He also has a special ping-pong paddle, with all the glue removed from both sides, leaving only a wooden board in the middle, which he then wraps with bandages of various colors. At first, he wrapped it with black bandages, but Lu Xiaoxi said it looked too ugly, so she helped him re-wrap it with rainbow colors, all fancy and colorful. In the past, people didn't care whether it was easy to use or not. As long as it worked and looked good, that was enough. He hid the ping-pong paddle in a small box in the wardrobe. Since their relationship deteriorated, he has hidden everything away. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the pool table with her arms outstretched. Leaves would fall from time to time, and she would reach out to catch them. If she couldn't catch one, she would wait for the next one. Feeling a bit bored, she looked up at Li Mu sitting on the other side. but could only see Li Mu's back as he looked down at his phone. Li Mu, come and sit down. No, I stink. My nose is stuffy, I can't smell anything. I would have gone there if I could have found a better excuse. Are you sad because I dislike you? Who do you think you are? Li Mu said without even looking up. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, as if she had really hurt Li Mu. Shouldn't she have said he smelled bad? He had just exercised, so sweating is normal, and body odor is even more normal. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being told that. Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath, quietly walked to his side, and peeked out to see if Li Mu was very disappointed. I didn't see any disappointment, but I certainly saw her scorn. You got fooled by me? I have never seen such a shameless person. Tell me quickly, did I trick you? When you debut, I'll hire an online army to vote you for Best Actor. Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair and lay down next to Li Mu, her fair legs swaying back and forth. If I become a star, my life will be over. Why? Aren't there those crazy fans who go to their favorite celebrities' homes to take pictures? I'm home alone and only wearing my underwear. If I get photographed like that, I'll be dead. Idiot. Little pig Lu has gone astray. He's even learned to swear. Narcissism. Am I not handsome? Li Mu flashed a bright white smile and pointed to his face. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him. He's quite handsome. Last time she wore glasses, this guy complimented her on how pretty she was, so I'll reluctantly compliment him this time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Do your friends know how oily you are? Lu Xiaoxi looked at him like he was an idiot. His friends, of course, had no idea. He only does this with her. Li Mu wasn't annoyed at all. He lay down as well, put his hands behind his head, and let the smell from his armpits dissipate, just to disgust Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi only smelled a faint odor. Compared to other boys, Li Mu's body odor was actually quite pleasant. It didn't have body odor or a pungent smell. Can you smell my sweat? Come closer so I can smell it. Li Mu sniffed and could smell his own sweat and the fragrance of osmanthus flowers not far away. As for Lu Xiaoxi's scent, he would definitely have to get very close to smell it. No, you're a pervert. Then I can't smell it. Maybe you smell bad too, and your smell mixes with my sweat, so I can't smell it. I don't smell bad. All girls smell nice. You call me narcissistic? I think you're pretty narcissistic too. You're so greasy. Li Mu gave a forced smile, mimicking her words and tone, and spoke to her in a very convincing manner. The two of them laughed simultaneously. Li Mu stared at a leaf that drifted from one end to the other, then back again, and finally landed on the girl's lower abdomen. The girl lay flat, her body curves fully exposed, the slight undulations revealing her youth and innocence, her lower abdomen breathing rhythmically. Li Mu wanted to reach out and pick the leaf, but he was afraid that Lu Xiaoxi would accuse him of being a pervert. He might casually touch her hand or poke her face on ordinary days, but when it comes to other places, even his thick skin can't resist. A leaf fell on him. The old neighborhood has many green plants, and in spring, hundreds of flowers bloom, and in autumn, the view is full of osmanthus blossoms. Every year is like this. In autumn, the community becomes a sea of osmanthus flowers, and some elderly people will make a lot of osmanthus cakes for other residents to taste for free. It's hard to imagine that such a peaceful community exists in such a restless society. I feel that autumn is great. It's cool and refreshing. Who can disagree? I love this kind of autumn weather the most. It's neither too hot nor too cold. It's better than wearing a cotton padded coat in winter or short sleeves in summer. You're wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt right now. Good physical condition, you know? Indeed, the muscle in your hand would taste delicious grilled. You're a fucking cannibal. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by his exaggerated tone. Actually, she also really likes autumn. Chapter 54. Lu Xiaoxi listens to her own voice recording. Li Mu stared blankly at the leaves. A breeze blew by, and sunlight seized the opportunity to peek through the gaps in the leaves, flashing briefly in his eyes. Autumn is a great time to sleep. He had only just gotten up, but he was already feeling a bit sleepy. Out of the corner of his eye, he could catch a glimpse of the girl's evenly rising and falling abdomen beside him. If it weren't for the horror movie sound effects coming from Lu Xiaoxi's phone, he would have thought Lu Xiaoxi was asleep. Horror movie? Movie commentary. Lu Xiaoxi is very interested in horror movies, but she is timid and dares not watch the movies, only watching movie reviews with blurred images. It's commonly known that he has a strong craving for vegetables. Lu Xiaoxi, I have something to tell you. What? Li Mu mysteriously brought his phone to her ear, turned up the volume, opened WeChat, and found the good night voice message someone had sent the night before. Upon hearing the words, good night, Lu Xiaoxi didn't immediately understand. Does it sound good? Lu Xiaoxi realized this too late. Was her tone that gentle back then? Her little face flushed red again. It's like young lovers saying goodnight to each other. It's so cheesy. How embarrassing. Why did I send this guy a voice message? What are you trying to say? It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted you to hear what you have to say. Go to hell. Lu Xiaoxi turned to the side to scratch and poke him, sometimes poking the soft flesh on his waist, sometimes poking his armpits, and then taking the opportunity to twist his lower abdomen, feeling the outline of his abdominal muscles. As the soft, boneless fingers played with him, Li Mu sat up instantly, spread his legs, and bent over. His previous lewd grin vanished, and he became completely obedient. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just got tired of lying down. Li Mu grinned awkwardly, knowing he couldn't let the naive Lu Xiaoxi know his true feelings. Fortunately, the clothes were loose, so nothing could be seen, otherwise I would have really been called a hooligan. Lu Xiaoxi picked up table tennis relatively quickly and was already able to play 10 or so water droplet games with Li Mu without stopping. The little girl was easily satisfied. She would jump for joy as long as she won a single point against Li Mu, even if she knew that Li Mu had deliberately let her win. She would sometimes try to spike, but she always failed and the ball would fly out of her hand. Li Mu would then run to retrieve the ball, and he enjoyed doing so immensely. Midan took about an hour to finish his lunch. Huh? Sister Xiaoxi can actually play ping pong. Midan led her cousin, her face full of shock. It takes this long to eat a meal? Li Mu tapped Midan on the forehead with his racket. Don't blame me. My mom let me play on my phone for an hour. I was playing a gold rank match in honor of kings, and I just forgot about it while I was playing. Midan is just a primary school student, so it's normal for him to be addicted to games. Li Mu doesn't want to lecture him, since he himself is also addicted to games. Have you reached gold yet? Their methods are too cruel. Midan recounted at length how he was brutally beaten by the other side. You're terrible. I'll play with you tonight. I can't play anymore. I can only play for 1 hour a day. My mom stopped letting me play after that. Midan looked at Lu Xiaoxi. By the way, does Sister Xiaoxi know how to play ball now? Perfect, let's have a match. You guys play. I'm still not very good at it. Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile and a wave of her hand. You teach your cousin how to play. We'll take a break. Li Mu steadily placed the racket on Midan's head. Midan looked at Li Mu, then at Lu Xiaoxi, and finally fixed his gaze on his 8-year-old cousin. Sure enough, all those older brothers and sisters are just outsiders. My own little cousin is the best. Midan began to teach his little cousin how to play table tennis with all his heart. But my 8-year-old cousin didn't know any of that. She couldn't even hold the racket properly and almost hit Midan in the face. Then a table tennis lesson turned into a game of dodging the racket. When Lu Xiaoxi got home, the first thing she did was boil water for a bath. After giving Xiaofei a bath, I held her and turned on the computer to watch videos. She used to watch free dramas on legitimate software. After a membership was required, she would just find a pirated website to watch them. Some of the dramas were very obscure, and she couldn't even find high-definition versions. Now that I have Li Mu's account, watching videos is much more convenient. In her spare time, she would watch romantic dramas and watch other people fall in love. Occasionally, she would also look through Li Mu's viewing history and see what he had watched. It's like checking up on someone, to prevent them from seeing any women. Li Mu often watches anime series, and Lu Xiaoxi watches them with him, deliberately messing up Li Mu's viewing history. If she was watching an anime series that she had only watched halfway through, Lu Xiaoxi would start watching it from the beginning, and Li Mu's viewing history would start from the beginning as well. It is wrong to pry into other people's privacy, except for Li Mu. Since it was Li Mu who voluntarily logged into her account on her computer, she couldn't be blamed. The girl thus found herself a plausible excuse to check up on him. She arranged red origami cranes, a clean Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll, and a silly-looking puppy plush toy by the bed, thus giving the little girl her TV companion. After watching 2 episodes of TV, a mist seemed to gather outside the window, and a light rain began to fall, causing the curtains to flutter in the wind. Lu Xiaoxi went barefoot to close the window. Autumn weather is also very changeable. When we were playing ball down there, the sun was shining, but now it's all dark. Although Xiao Fei is quite fat, he is very agile and easily jumped onto the windowsill to watch the autumn rain with his owner. Hungry? Lu Xiaoxi asked with a smile, rubbing Xiao Fei's belly. After raising Xiao Fei, she installed stainless steel screens on her balcony and windows. Although they were made of stainless steel, they rusted after only a few years, and she had to replace them every year only to have them rust again. Meow. The little fat pig lay on the windowsill, curled up like a ball of cotton. The girl's gaze gradually softened. A WeChat call interrupted her burgeoning literary reverie. Hello, Mom. Xiaoxi, bring us an umbrella. The rain seems to be getting heavier. Qin Xiaoqian's voice came from the other end of the phone, along with the dry sound of rain. Okay, where are you? Right here at the badminton court. You weren't even paying attention. You went back without taking your water bottle. Oh, I forgot. I'm going down now. Please wait a moment. Lu Xiaoxi found 2 umbrellas, put on her cloth shoes, and hurriedly ran out. The door across the hall opened at that moment as well. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Mu looked at Lu Xiaoxi, who had changed into casual clothes, and noticed the 2 umbrellas in her hands. Could it be you too? They both asked in unison. I'm bringing an umbrella to my parents. What a coincidence, me too. Li Mu waved the blue semi-transparent water robe he was wearing. My parents are still sheltering from the rain in the pavilion, and as a dutiful son, I have to go and pick them up. His family originally had no shortage of umbrellas, but his parents used to take their umbrellas with them to work, and when they came back, they would be gone. This happened repeatedly, and they didn't know how many umbrellas they had lost. He only realized how few umbrellas he had when he needed them. After searching high and low, he could only find a double umbrella and a raincoat at home. Why are you wearing slippers? Yeah, I just took a shower, and it's easy to get my white cloth shoes dirty if I go out. They're hard to wash. He looks like a creepy old man. Lu Xiaoxi found Li Mu's outfit hilarious. If Li Mu's beard were longer, she could call him an uncle. Will the rain stop soon? It won't stop that quickly. This kind of light rain usually lasts for several hours. How did you know? Lu Xiaoxi blinked. When did Li Mu learn to observe celestial phenomena? You don't even know the weather forecast? You're so stupid. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to hit him. Chapter 55. Lu Xiaoxi rubs Li Mu's lips. A faint smell of dust filled the air. The autumn rain was continuous, and the tiny water droplets seemed to form a layer of mist. Li Mu's raincoat was rather simple, and as he walked, the rain hit his face, and after only a few steps, his face was soaked. Water droplets slid down his face, and the collar of his clothes was wet. I just took a shower and changed my clothes, and now I have to start all over again when I get back. In fact, he became an online writer because of a rainstorm. However, that rain was much heavier than this one. It's a bit slippery here because of the rain. You'd better be careful with your slippers, Lu Xiaoxi reminded her. These are royal high-end slippers. They won't slip. 20 yuan royal slippers, right? Lu Xiaoxi recognized the slippers at a glance. They were the same pair they had bought together at the supermarket. She was wearing cloth shoes and walked over quietly, making sure she was steady before taking the next step, afraid that she might actually slip and fall. In contrast, Li Mu, wearing slippers, didn't seem to care at all and swaggered over. You're lucky you didn't fall down. It's all thanks to these slippers. Oh, walk slowly, I can't see the road. Li Mu's raincoat was rather simple, consisting of only a waterproof hood without a visor, so rain could easily reach his face with the slightest breeze. Even if you try to shield your face with your hands, it's no use. After just a few steps, your face is covered in rainwater. His long eyelashes were covered with tiny raindrops, making them seem to glow. Lu Xiaoxi turned to look at him and saw that he was walking with his eyes squinted. She found it a little funny and took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Wipe. My hands are wet. Can you wipe them for me? You're such a busybody. Lu Xiaoxi complained as she haphazardly touched Li Mu's face, carefully wiping his eyes as if afraid of hurting him. It was very rough when I wiped his mouth. I rubbed his lips with 2 fingers through the tissue. They were soft and warm, and the feel was very, very good. I could even feel the warm breath he was exhaling through my fingertips. This was an unprecedented tactile sensation that Lu Xiaoxi found somewhat addictive. If you rub it anymore, your lips will swell up like sausages. Who rubbed it? I didn't rub it. Don't talk nonsense. The little girl would never admit it. Okay, you didn't rub it. I bit it myself, all right? As Li Mu spoke, he actually bit his lip. Wait a minute. Is this some leftover toilet paper from when you pooped? The thought of this possibility made Li Mu feel terrible. Is this all the disgusting stuff you can think of? The two of them went to pick up their own parents. They met up again on the way back. When the two families meet, they naturally have a long and pleasant chat. Men's topics are always strange. During their short journey, Li Changhing and Lu Ming went from complaining about their boss to talking about World War II. We'll attack whichever we want today, and the same person we want tomorrow. We'll deploy aircraft today and nuclear missiles the day after. Li Mu also became interested and joined their conversation. The three men's conversation shifted from the world wars to the Three Kingdoms period. Holy crap, Li Mu exclaimed. He was walking along just fine when his foot slipped, and he unexpectedly fell flat on his backside. The slipper on her left foot flew off. The water from the raincoats splashed all over the others, and Lu Xiaoxi's trouser legs were also splattered with some dirty water. You're not hurt, are you? How could you be so careless on a rainy day? Su Wen stepped forward and helped him up, her face full of concern. Although she often scolds her son, it's just in jest. She dotes on him more than anything. A mere bruise on my buttocks is nothing. Li Mu's face contorted in pain as he struggled to his feet, rubbing his buttocks vigorously. Go back and get some safflower oil to rub on it. Mom, it's okay. I told you to be careful. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the other slipper for him. Li Mu noticed the little girl's furrowed brows and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Night falls. Li Mu could only play games on his bed while using a pig plush toy as a pillow. That fall in the afternoon was quite serious. Putting aside his buttocks, he landed on his hands, which scraped his palms and caused them to bleed quite a bit. He only noticed it when he was taking a shower. There is a bottle of safflower oil and a bottle of medicated oil on the table. It's still raining outside, but the rain is light, even lighter than a spring drizzle. After half a day of rain, even the clouds have to go home. Rain that lasts this long is rare in autumn. Just as the game ended, Lu Xiaoxi sent him a message. Lu Xiaozhu. Is your butt all bruised yet? Li Bendan. It's all over. Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance from idiots.jpg. Lu Xiaozhu. Middle finger, disdain. Lu Xiaozhu. Did you apply the medicine? Li Bendan. No. It was just a fall. It's not that serious. Lu Xiaozhu. It's best to wipe it off. If there's bruising, you can apply an ice pack. Tomorrow, apply a hot egg, and it will heal quickly. Li Bendan. This is too much trouble. I wish someone could help me apply the medicine. After Li Mu sent that message, he braced himself for a barrage of insulting emojis from Lu Xiaoxi. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoxi didn't bombard him with emojis, but instead sent him a voice message. It sounded like he wanted to get angry, but was afraid of being overheard, so he deliberately lowered his voice. A muffled, gritted teeth pervert. Right now, Lu Xiaoxi is probably lying in bed tossing and turning, roughly kneading and squeezing her puppy toy, and Xiao Fei might even be lying next to her. Li Mu sent her a photo of his half hand, which was bleeding and had broken skin. Li Bendan. Image. Li Bendan. It hurts so much. Lu Xiaozhu. Serves you right. Li Bendan. Have some decency. Li Mu glanced at the time. It was 12:30, already his bedtime. Li Bendan. I'm going to sleep. Go to sleep early. Lu Xiaozhu. Oh. Li Bendan. Where's the voice message? Lu Xiaozhu. Those who push their luck should be punished. Li Mu laughed out loud, feeling his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. He looked at his phone and, mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's previous tone, sent her a good night voice message. After charging his phone, Li Mu went to sleep while hugging his pig plush toy. His buttocks were a little sore, so he could only sleep on his side. Lu Xiaoxi held her phone, her big eyes blinking as she looked at the voice message Li Mu sent. With a light tap of her finger, Li Mu's soft, tingling voice came through the screen. She grabbed the puppy plush toy casually and hugged it to her chest, her breath slightly hot. That's weird. Let me listen to it again. Listen to it one more time. Perhaps feeling annoyed, little Fatty leaped onto the table like a giant pig, and because of the cat's body structure, The whole process was completely silent. Little Fatty meowed twice in annoyance, then tucked its ears down, curled up into a ball of cotton, and went back to sleep. Its owner is probably sick. Chapter 56. What is their relationship now? The autumn breeze is refreshing. The temperature today is much lower than the previous few days. Even a healthy teenager like Li Mu had to change into a slightly thicker 3/4 sleeve shirt. Tomorrow is the first day of school, so he needs to go to the school's house today. After lying down for many days back home, and with the help of face masks, his skin tone has returned to what it used to be. Every day he would admire himself in the mirror, appreciating his good looks. Li Mu was handsome and self-aware. That perfectly describes him. Stop being so conceited. Your Uncle Lu is giving you and Lu Xiaoxi a ride to the high-speed rail station today. Li Changhing crossed his legs and took a sip of tea made from a cheap tea bag. Okay, there's still some time. Li Mu poured himself a bowl of lean meat porridge. Although my mom's cooking skills aren't great, she can still make edible lean meat porridge. This is one of the few dishes my mom can actually make that she's proud to serve. You can ask your mom for your living expenses later. Good. What's your relationship with that girl next door now? Li Changhing seemed like a completely different person. He had changed from his usual casual demeanor to one of seriousness befitting a father. What kind of relationship? Pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth. It's just a normal relationship. What do you expect from me and Lu Xiaoxi? I won't interfere in your young people's affairs. Just know your limits. Li Changhing shook his head. I don't know whether I should be worried, or worried. When a young, hot-blooded man and woman live under the same roof, many unspeakable things can easily happen. However, he still chose to trust his son. He knew that his son was old enough to know what he could and couldn't do, and that he should be able to distinguish between good and bad. Li Mu, finish your 2 eggs before you go downstairs. Su Wen came out of the kitchen with a small bowl containing round, hard-boiled eggs. Lean meat porridge paired with boiled eggs is their standard breakfast. Li Mu loves to eat boiled eggs dipped in soy sauce. He has always loved it since he was a child. He liked to eat egg whites. Whenever there were boiled eggs, he would eat all the egg whites and give the remaining yolks to Lu Xiaoxi, then cover his nose and say that Lu Xiaoxi's mouth tasted like eggs. Several times, he made Lu Xiaoxi cry, and little pearls would fall out. Little Li Mu would take the opportunity to rub Lu Xiaoxi's face, and in the end, Su Wen would grab her by the back of the neck and make her go to apologize. Lu Xiaoxi has been a glutton since she was little. She wants to eat a little bit of everything. Every time she finishes eating the egg yolk, she smacks her little mouth and stares at the egg white with her big eyes. She throws a tantrum if Li Mu doesn't give her any. After finishing breakfast, Li Mu went back to his room to pack his things. The weather will get cold soon, so take some long-sleeved jackets with you. Are the blankets there warm? If not, buy some, or Mom can send them to you. Yeah, don't worry about what's going on over there. I'm not a child. I know how to put on clothes when I'm cold. That's true. Anyway, I've had Xiaoxi keep an eye on you. You'd better not stay cooped up in your room all day after school. I know. Li Mu took some coats out of the closet. While others fold clothes neatly, Li Mu prefers to fold them into rectangles, then roll them up and flatten them forcefully, which saves a lot of space. He learned this from a relative, and he's always done it this way. The only downside is that the clothes tend to get wrinkled after being stored for a long time. Although he doesn't care, he says that wrinkles are something that can be fixed by rolling around on the bed after putting on the clothes. Li Mu grabbed the pig plush toy, squeezed it hard, and stuffed it into his black backpack, instantly filling it up. The computer can only be put into a computer bag. A teenager had a cute pink pig plush toy hidden in his school bag, and something felt strange about it. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. Li Mu changed his shoes, said goodbye to his parents, and went out the door. He waited at the door for about half a minute before Lu Xiaoxi's door opened. Qin Shaoqian is over 1.7 meters tall, and Lu Ming is even taller. When the family of 3 stands together, Lu Xiaoxi looks tiny in comparison. Lu Xiaoxi wore a loose pink coat and a plaid skirt that went past her knees, revealing only a small section of her smooth calves. She wore white canvas shoes with light blue socks. The girl held a small crossbody bag in one hand, and let the other hand hang naturally at her side, looking every bit the obedient girl. In reality, Lu Xiaoxi is indeed a shy and reserved, well-behaved girl, completely opposite to Li Mu. Otherwise, why would they say they don't get along? In front of the two adults, Li Mu stroked his chin and walked around Lu Xiaoxi, his expression serious, clicking his tongue in amazement. What? Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being stared at by someone and glared at them. Long time no see, Lu Xiaoxi. We just met 2 days ago, didn't we? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Why didn't you say this after the college entrance exam? Hee, we didn't get along back then. Our relationship isn't good right now either. Lu Xiaoxi huffed and puffed as she entered the elevator, with Li Mu following closely behind. The two adults looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Xiaoxi, you must study hard at school, Qin Xiaoqian said to her daughter from the passenger seat. Uh-huh. Xiao Mu, you must study hard. Otherwise you'll have wasted your time getting into such a good school. Don't end up like you were in high school. Qin Xiaoqian knew that Li Mu's grades had always been excellent, on par with her own daughter's. He just got addicted to games in high school and neglected his studies. Strictly speaking, in terms of academic ability alone, Li Mu is more capable than Lu Xiaoxi. A student goes from being a slacker to a top student. Only a novel would dare to write that. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. I'll ask Lu Xiaoxi as soon as I have any questions. Yes, you two grew up together and are even going to the same school now. It's so convenient that you can look after each other. Li Mu used his conversational skills to chat with the two parents. Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, had some free time. The little girl glanced at Li Mu's school bag with some curiosity. I remember when he came back, Li Mu's big backpack only contained a computer, and it was all empty. She pressed it, it was soft. Could it be that she's like her, taking the pig plushie to school? Lu Xiaoxi only brought a small shoulder bag and a small suitcase. She stuffed her dog plushie, computer, and clothes into the suitcase. We arrived at the high-speed rail station quickly. Lu Xiaoxi waved goodbye to her parents reluctantly. The next time I come back will be during winter break. Entering the station, waiting for the train, boarding the high-speed train. No one can be lucky forever. This time, Li Mu failed to buy a seat on the high-speed rail. Li Mu helped Lu Xiaoxi find her seat. Next to Lu Xiaoxi was another girl, so Li Mu felt relieved and returned to his seat, which was 3 carriages away. He had no intention of asking the girl to switch seats. Firstly, the 2 seats are too far apart, which is inconvenient, and secondly, it is unnecessary. He can't keep buying tickets that are tied to Lu Xiaoxi's. He couldn't even rub against Lu Xiaoxi's legs. The 3-hour journey was even harder than going to class in high school. Chapter 57. Li Mu also has a girlish heart. The station was crowded. The two were separated by 3 carriages, and with countless passengers crowding off the train, finding each other was no easy task. Li Mu stepped out of the carriage, glanced around, and saw the girl not far away. Lu Xiaoxi stood there blankly, looking around. Li Mu's eyes darted around, and he quietly circled behind the girl against the flow of people, gently tapping her on the shoulder, mimicking a foreigner's broken Mandarin. Hey, donkey, with all those votes, can you at least fake some authority? The girl felt the touch on her shoulder, and her small body trembled. Sorry, I don't have WeChat. Turning around, before I could finish saying my refusal, I saw someone's mischievous smile. You're so cheeky. Don't fight, there are too many of you. I'll just kill you. Ouch, don't kick my butt. It still hurts from the fall last time. Li Mu covered his buttocks and hailed a taxi. Both of them sat in the back row. Li Mu glanced sideways at Lu Xiaoxi's calves. If there weren't outsiders around, he definitely would have stretched out his foot to touch it. Lu Xiaoxi stared intently out the car window. Outside are tall buildings. Everything in the big city was still very new to Lu Xiaoxi. I used to wander around the neighborhood a lot, and the farthest place I'd ever been was the square with the fountain. I need to find a chance to really enjoy this city. She had never been to amusement parks, zoos, or aquariums in her small hometown. Li Mu shamelessly shifted his buttocks until he touched the girl's body before stopping. The girl smelled sweet. Look, there's a turtle, he exclaimed, pointing to a huge turtle sign on the commercial street outside the window. It's a turtle. That's a chain restaurant specializing in turtle dishes. It's quite famous in our city. They hold events every week. On Wednesdays, college students get a 20% discount, and on Fridays, couples get a 30% discount. The driver, who has been driving around the city for many years, knows all the shops in the vicinity. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the two people in the back were sitting so close together. Based on his experience, he could tell they were definitely a couple. The food in that shop tastes pretty good, and it has a good reputation around here. I see you're college students, right? College couples get a 65% discount on Fridays. Couple? Lu Xiaoxi seemed not to have reacted yet, glancing at Li Mu and then looking outside. A faint blush appeared on her fair face, making her feel uneasy. We're not a couple, Lu Xiaoxi said softly, looking out the window, but a large truck honked its horn outside, drowning out her voice. Master, we are not lovers. Li Mu said calmly and seriously. We are siblings. Sorry, it was my oversight. I often give rides to couples, and I thought you were one too. The driver was so embarrassed that sweat beaded on his forehead. Seeing how close these two are, almost touching, anyone would guess they're a couple. But he only thought about it in his mind. He was just a driver at best, and it wasn't a good thing to talk too much with passengers. Get away from me. Who's your sister? Lu Xiaoxi said. Her face flushed as she pushed Li Mu away with difficulty, her voice barely audible. What did you say? Li Mu genuinely didn't hear him. I said you're a pig. Then you're a dog. You're the dog. Then you're a pig. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth in anger. She could never win an argument with Li Mu. He had her completely under his thumb. How come her brilliant mind becomes a complete idiot when she's with Li Mu? You're both a pig and a dog. This was the only thing Lu Xiaoxi could think of to shut Li Mu up. Then what are you? I am a human being. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Xiaoxi was furious with Li Mu. That will definitely shorten their lifespan. The petite girl was very annoyed. She snorted coldly, crossed her arms, looked out the window, and ignored him. Li Mu moved even closer to Lu Xiaoxi, trying his best to make her happy. He couldn't let this little girl get angry. He was counting on Lu Xiaoxi to clean his room when they got back to the apartment complex. The driver saw everything. They even said they were siblings. This isn't a couple. He ate the car. He'd seen plenty of these not-a-couple types who wouldn't admit it, but were actually closer than many couples. We arrived at the residential area. The security booth still has that familiar Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I brought you something. Li Mu smiled and took out a bag of tangerines he had just bought outside. Uncle Zhang chuckled and pushed the tangerines back, saying, Thank you for your thoughtfulness. You should keep them for yourselves. Okay, let's go up first. Li Mu placed 2 tangerines on the guard booth. You and Uncle Zhang have a good relationship. Lu Xiaoxi's anger had subsided by now. It's not a bad thing to be better off. You just need to manage your interpersonal relationships well. I find it hard to believe you're saying this. You must have a lot of shady friends behind your back. Why don't you believe me? Li Mu smiled. Come on, let's go up quickly. We've been traveling all day, we're exhausted. He doesn't have any fair-weather friends, but he does have one bastard friend. But he dared not say it, otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would get angry again. And when she got angry, she would pinch his soft spot. The cottage remained as peaceful as ever. After settling her luggage, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to charge her phone. The plug is in, but the phone still isn't responding. Li Mu, is the power out? What? Let me see. Look, it won't charge. I forgot, the power wasn't turned on. Li Mu turned on the power switch. Lu Xiaoxi's phone was able to continue functioning. Your phone drains the battery way too fast. I've been out since I left home, and my phone still has 70% battery left, but yours only has 20%. Ugh, getting a new phone is so expensive. I'll lend it to you. Never mind, it's still usable for now. Why do you keep trying to borrow money from me? Are you up to no good? Last time she bought a computer, Li Mu offered to lend her money, and this time he did the same for the phone. She didn't believe Li Mu wouldn't cause trouble. Am I that kind of person? Yes. I've always thought you have a good eye for people. Li Mu laughed it off and readily admitted it. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to do the housework and tidied up the entire small house from beginning to end. Li Mu then opened the doors and windows to ventilate the room. After finally finishing the housework, Lu Xiaoxi let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and her stomach started rumbling. I opened the refrigerator and found that all the remaining ingredients had been processed. Li Mu, want to order takeout? She peered into Li Mu's room from the doorway. Just then, I saw Li Mu take out several pairs of underwear and a pink pig doll from his backpack. Uh-huh. She was right. So Li Mu also has a girlish heart. Chapter 58. Li Mu thanks Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu placed the piglet on the bedside table and glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, who was leaning against the door. Is it funny? Not funny. Before you say that, please try to suppress the smirk. It's practically stretched to the back of your ears. I never would have guessed that such a grown man like Li Mu would have such a girlish heart. Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile. I used to sleep while holding him, so I got used to it. It's not good for Li Mu to lie, you know. It takes at least 21 days to form a habit. How many days has this little pig doll been tossed around? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not shameful for a grown man to sleep with a plush toy. At least, in Lu Xiaoxi's view, there was absolutely no problem. After all, she herself likes to hug that little dog plush toy when she sleeps. But she just wanted to challenge Li Mu. It's because she can never win an argument with him. Didn't you say you were hungry? Order whatever you want to eat. Li Mu scratched his head, blushing slightly. He secretly named the little pig doll Little Pig Lu. I can't let anyone know this, or I'll get yelled at again. Li Mu changed the subject, unlocked his phone, and tossed it onto the bed, saying, Aren't you hungry? Order whatever you want to eat. Lu Xiaoxi smoothed out her skirt, tucked it under her thighs, and naturally sat on Li Mu's bed. Her bed had sheets and a soft mattress, while Li Mu's bed only had a straw mat, which felt chilly to sit on. What would you like to eat? Let me see. Li Mu hung all the clothes in the closet and sat down next to Lu Xiaoxi. Their arms touched. It's completely different from his muscular hands. Even through the coat, Li Mu could feel the soft, tender flesh of the girl's arms. I don't have anything I want to eat right now. You can order first. I'll order the same thing as you. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi randomly picked a shop with a high rating and specifically chose the items that were on sale. Why does it show 9.9 yuan a bowl, but when I click on it, it becomes 30 yuan? This is the first item on sale, but you need to buy 2 or more. Oh, okay. Then let's eat this. Okay. Give me your phone. I'll place the order. Li Mu reached out and casually touched Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Don't push me. Lu Xiaoxi was almost squeezed into a corner by Li Mu. There's a shoe cabinet in front of her, a wall to her right, and a certain big bad guy to her left. If Li Mu were to suddenly act out of lust, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, they were too close. She could smell Li Mu's scent. The girl was certain that Li Mu had used a mint-scented shower gel last night. Don't smell it, okay? You perverted girl. Li Mu dragged out the last syllable of each word. Me? I didn't smell it. Lu Xiaoxi coughed twice, trying not to let the annoying guy notice anything amiss. Li Mu smiled, but didn't say anything, looking at her with half-closed eyes. Such a look and smile made the girl's heart flutter. This guy has always been careless and oblivious, so why does he suddenly become so sensitive when it comes to these kinds of weird things? She used to be the one calling Li Mu a pervert. Now the tables have turned. She's not perverted at all, not at all. I noticed that your breathing has quickened. Did you not shower? Or did you not wash your armpits when you showered? Your body odor is making me want to throw up. You still smell it? Don't normal people cover their noses and frown? Li Mu wanted to expose her. You're so annoying, get out of my way. Oh, Li Mu didn't hesitate and moved his bottom to give Lu Xiaoxi enough room to move around. Lu Xiaoxi blinked. She thought Li Mu would shamelessly stick around and take the opportunity to rub against her leg or touch her hand. She patted her bottom, stood up, glanced at Li Mu, then looked around the room and realized that it was dark and gloomy. Such dark and enclosed spaces can easily cause a person to become withdrawn, and over time, this may even lead to certain psychiatric illnesses. Why didn't you open the curtains? Lu Xiaoxi said with a hint of reproach, pulling the curtains all the way down for him, instantly brightening the room several degrees. It's blinding. You want to become nearsighted like me, don't you? Lu Xiaoxi found a reason to reprimand Li Mu and immediately straightened her back, exaggerating the many inconveniences she had suffered since becoming nearsighted. Beyond 5 meters, men and women are indistinguishable. Beyond 10 meters, humans and animals are indistinguishable. Walking causes dizziness and other sensations, the more exaggerated the better. After all that, you're the one who's nearsighted, not me. Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment. That's really true. Li Mu's eyesight is perfectly fine. Lu Xiaoxi felt that this topic could not be continued. With a quick glance, she sat down next to Li Mu with a reserved air. Li Mu, let me play you something. Lu Xiaoxi grinned mischievously as she took out her phone, turned up the volume, found the chat window with Li Mu, and played the goodnight voice message Li Mu had sent her a few days ago. It's crispy and tingly. As expected of me, I don't know how many girls this voice has captivated. Li Mutian boasted shamelessly. Lu Xiaoxi is beyond understanding. It's not what I imagined. Li Mu knew exactly what she was thinking. Isn't it just that she wants him to be as shy as he was when he played his voice for her before? He's not stupid. How could he fall for such a blatant, overt scheme? If people in ancient times had a face like yours, the town would never have been conquered. You always find ways to say I'm shameless. What else can you say about me besides being a pervert, a rogue, thick-skinned, and a narcissist? This isn't enough? You're quite proud of yourself. Li Mu suddenly stopped talking and stared straight at her. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi nervously covered her chest with both hands. I'm hungry. Huh? Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. If you're hungry, you're hungry. What's the point of looking at her? There's no food in the fridge. Are we expecting her to magically conjure up 3 dishes and a soup? If it weren't for me, you would definitely be eating takeout every day, eating a bunch of unhealthy foods, and having diarrhea every day. That's true. Li Mu did not deny it. This is perfectly understandable. He can't cook at all. Without Lu Xiaoxi, and if he didn't eat in the school cafeteria, he would most likely be living on takeout and instant noodles. He had thought about cooking for himself, but he didn't know how. His mother's cooking skills weren't suitable for being a teacher, and he was too lazy to learn from online video tutorials. He had also fantasized about that kind of life. Every day when I come home, it's not about complicated mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationships, nor about open or covert marital conflicts. Instead, he would go to the kitchen with the girl he liked and cook her favorite dishes. For some reason, the girl he admired, who only existed in his imagination and was busy in the kitchen with him, turned into Lu Xiaoxi with a small ponytail. He wore a blue apron with a puppy pattern as his assistant, while Lu Xiaoxi wore a pink apron with a pig pattern as the chef, and together they cooked dishes with wisps of smoke rising from them. Before I knew it, Lu Xiaoxi had wandered in. But it seems pretty good. Perhaps I could take this opportunity to learn cooking from Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu became more determined to learn how to cook. I need to find an opportunity to mention it to Lu Xiaoxi. Thank you. Perhaps because the scene just now was too heartwarming, Li Mu's tone was much gentler. What did you say? Lu Xiaoxi seemed not to have reacted. I said thank you, Lu Xiaozhu. Oh, what did Li Mu just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you say it again? The girl's eyes shone. She smiled mischievously, put one hand to her ear as if she couldn't hear, and leaned closer to her ear. Even if the distance between the two is only a fist's width. She could tell that Li Mu was thanking her very seriously and sincerely. And she speaks so gently, it makes my heart race and I blush. Such opportunities are rare. Li Mu's lips twitched. She said he was taking an inch and then a mile, but wasn't she the same way? If you have too much earwax, go clean it out. Li Mu got up, picked up his computer, and walked out of the room. Lu Xiaoxi's sly smile froze on her face. The little pink fists were itching to pounce. Chapter 59. Lu Xiaoxi felt wronged. Lu Xiaoxi ran next door to play with Xia Yuanyuan. Li Mu came out of his room and sat in the living room, waiting for his takeout while adjusting the projector. After connecting it to his computer, he randomly picked a popular movie to watch. The primary function of a projector is not to watch television, but to disguise itself as a television and provide background music. You can choose not to watch it, but you can't live without it. Otherwise, it would lack a bit of liveliness. From a smaller perspective, this little house can also be considered his and Lu Xiaoxi's home. After all, this small place still needs the two of them to maintain it together. The door opened, and Lu Xiaoxi led Xia Yuanyuan in. Brother Mu, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xia Yuanyuan was very happy. Holding a big bag of potato chips, with some crumbs on her lips, she struggled to take out a small, individually wrapped mooncake from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. It's been so long since Mid-Autumn Festival. Why are you still wishing me a happy Mid-Autumn Festival? Anyway, thank you, Yuanyuan. Then I wish Brother Mu a happy Mid-Autumn Festival next year in advance. You're really something. Li Mu was amused by the little girl's words and ruffled Xia Yuanyuan's bun. Eat potato chips. Xia Yuanyuan was happy to share her potato chips with Li Mu. Then she watched as Li Mu grabbed a handful of potato chips. Xia Yuanyuan stared into thought at the light bag of potato chips in her hand. You're eating all the children's food, Lu Xiaoxi said, feigning a scolding. Kids are prone to getting a sore throat from eating too many potato chips. You talk a good game, but I think you're just a glutton. Yuanyuan, do you mind if I eat so many potato chips? Xia Yuanyuan shook her head. Hey, even the kids don't mind. Li Mu smiled and ate another potato chip. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxi was about to say something, Li Mu quickly handed her a whole potato chip. Lu Xiaoxi carefully avoided touching Li Mu's pig's trotter and ate it in one bite. When was the last time this guy fed me? It seems like when he first arrived, this guy ordered a fried chicken and fed her the chicken's butt, although she ate most of the fried chicken at the end. But at that time, she was quite shy about this affectionate feeding behavior, still hiding in the room and refusing to come out. Now he can eat whatever Li Mu feeds him without a second thought. The little girl's thoughts had wandered off somewhere. To accommodate Xia Yuanyuan, Li Mu suggested switching to cartoons, but Xia Yuanyuan said she wanted to watch a sweet romance drama, so Li Mu let her have her way. He wasn't interested in romance dramas, but the two girls loved watching them. On the sofa, two girls, 11 years apart in age, were engrossed in a romantic comedy and were even chatting and laughing about the plot, while Li Mu was sprawled on the sofa like an old man, scrolling through videos. During this time, Lu Xiaoxi's stomach could often be heard growling with hunger. Every time her stomach rumbled, Xia Yuanyuan and Li Mu would both turn to look at her, making Lu Xiaoxi so embarrassed she felt like she was steaming. About 20 minutes later, the takeout arrived. Lu Xiaoxi, whose stomach had been growling for a while, excitedly ran to pick up the takeout. There were 3 takeout boxes. In addition to what she and Li Mu ordered, there was also a red box. What is this? Crayfish, 40 yuan, Li Mu said casually. 40 yuan for such a small box? Lu Xiaoxi was shocked. She had never eaten crayfish before, but this portion was far too expensive. It was beyond what she could accept. 40 yuan is enough for her to eat for 2 or 3 days. Actually, I've never tried it before, and I want to buy some to try it out. Is it tasty? I don't know. I'll try first. Li Mu took his food and crayfish, put on gloves, and took off the crayfish box. A spicy aroma instantly filled his nostrils. Wait a minute, he clearly ordered garlic flavor, but it smells so spicy. After carefully checking the bill, it was indeed garlic flavored. Terrible review. Absolutely terrible review. Hurry up and try it. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. The crayfish were bright red and looked delicious. What? I'm not giving you any. Fine, I won't give it to you then. Who cares? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head away angrily. Li Mu had never eaten crayfish before, and his peeling technique was a bit clumsy. After removing the head and shell, he found that such a large crayfish was reduced to just a small section. He ate one himself and thought it tasted pretty good, but the texture was just so-so. He didn't know if the store used frozen ones, because he couldn't tell. Yuanyuan, have one too. Li Mu peeled another one and handed it to Xia Yuanyuan. It's not as good as my mom's cooking, Xia Yuanyuan said. Your mother can make this? Yes, I bought some before and cooked it. So, are you still going to eat? Have another one. Lu Xiaoxi kept her head down as she ate, her mind still on the box of crayfish. What about hers? What about hers? What about hers? Why didn't Li Mu give her any? Seeing Li Mu eating faster and faster, piling up shrimp shells on the table, Lu Xiaoxi got a little anxious. She hadn't eaten yet. She glanced at Li Mu secretly and suddenly realized that Li Mu was also secretly looking at her. The moment their eyes met, Li Mu looked away and pretended that nothing had happened. Give me one. You said yourself you weren't going to eat it. Li Mu smacked his lips, deliberately making it very loud. I told you not to push me, but you still did. These are 2 different things. You won't lose anything if I squeeze you, but this is a crayfish, which costs 1.5 yuan each. Okay, I'll buy yours then. Not for sale. That's outrageous. She had even brought this guy dinner before, but Li Mu wouldn't even give her a single shrimp. The more Lu Xiaoxi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and slowly her eyes welled up with tears. She didn't know why she felt uncomfortable, She just felt uncomfortable. It seems like I was bullied by Li Mu. The petite girl felt wronged, said nothing, lowered her head, and ate her food, using her loose hair to cover her face. I'm never cooking for Li Mu again. Let this guy eat instant noodles instead. I won't sit with him in class anymore. We don't watch TV together anymore. I'm never letting him rub against me again. And there's more. The girl was thinking about how to break off her relationship with Li Mu when she suddenly felt the side of the sofa sag. She was already distracted and lost her balance, her shoulder bumping into someone's strong arm. Li Mu didn't know when he had switched places with Xia Yuan. The two people sat very close together. Get out of the way. Lu Xiaoxi knew who it was without even looking up. She's feeling wronged right now, and if Li Mu tries to upset her again, she'll really ignore him today, and she means it. Here you are. Li Mu reached around the back of the sofa with one hand, and by tightening his arm, he could pull the petite girl into his arms. A hand pushed the lid of a plastic box in front of her. It was covered with peeled shrimp tails. I won't eat. Real. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him. Li Mu looked down at her face and saw the girl's slightly red eyes. My heart skipped a beat. You really cried? You're the one who cried. I'm not that fragile, Lu Xiaoxi said stubbornly. She really just felt wronged and didn't want to cry. Her eyes were just red from beginning to end. Look at yourself. Li Mu held up a mirror to look at her. Looking at her pitiful little face in the mirror, Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. She was practically wearing her grievances on her face. Don't be angry, little pig Lu. These shrimp tails are really spicy. If you don't eat them, I'm going to throw them away. Li Mu is wasting food. That's a heinous crime. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the pile of shrimp tails, still not looking at Li Mu, but just muttered a low scolding. You're not angry anymore? When did I get angry? Do you have any evidence to back up your claims? Oh, then I won't give you any. I only gave you some because I thought you were angry. Li Mu reached out to take the shrimp tail back. You think you can take back what's been spilled? Have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi was getting anxious, afraid that Li Mu really wouldn't give her any food, so she poked his hand with the end of her chopsticks to stop him from taking it back. The shrimp tails now belonged to her. Okay, they're all yours. Aren't you going to eat? I'm not eating it, it's too spicy. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi was fine now. Her earlier grievances had vanished, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Li Mu was wise to know what was good for him. She picked up a peeled shrimp tail and put it in her mouth to chew. It's a novel flavor I've never tasted before. It tastes pretty good. It's not spicy at all. It wasn't even as spicy as the dinner she brought for Li Mu from her hometown. Chapter 60. The me of then is not the me of now. The romantic comedy drama projected on the screen erupted into a heated argument between the male and female leads. But the two adults didn't take it to heart. Only Xia Yuan swung her little legs and watched with great interest. Unlike boys, girls find washing their hair more troublesome, especially in winter, when they might only wash it once every 5 or 6 days. Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder-length short hair is relatively easier to wash, and she washes it more frequently. As long as it's not right after she wakes up, Lu Xiaoxi's hair is smooth and soft. Li Mu noticed the stray hair stuck to her clothes on her shoulder and reached out to remove it for her. Perhaps because she hadn't cut her hair in so long, it had grown to her shoulder blades. A faint fragrance lingered around my nose. Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he greedily inhaled the captivating aroma. It seems that when he's with Lu Xiaoxi, he unconsciously starts to smell her scent. To be honest, he really liked the scent of a certain young girl. Li Mu's restless hand moved closer and closer, and finally, at a certain moment, it landed on the petite girl's left shoulder. Lu Xiaoxi felt the pig's hoof on her shoulder, and her body stiffened abruptly. Would you call this groping? But Li Mu only put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Lu Xiaoxi put down her chopsticks, pressed her thumb against her middle finger, and flicked Li Mu's knuckle hard. Li Mu only felt a slight pain in his middle finger joint, but it wasn't that painful. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't very strong to begin with. However, he knew what it meant and reluctantly withdrew his hand. How dare you make that unhappy face? Lu Xiaoxi said fiercely, poking his waist with the end of her chopsticks. Li Mu rubbed against his leg, pinched his hand, and put his arm around his shoulder. It's just that she's quite close to Li Mu, so she doesn't hold it against him. If it were any other girl, She would have been locked in a dark room long ago. You used to hold my hand. I am not who I am now. Lu Xiaoxi denied the shameful things she had done in the past with a single sentence. If we were to bring up their past, that would be a serious matter. When they were little, she was always clinging to Li Mu, wanting to do everything together. She would even lick Li Mu's ice cream if she saw him eating it. Don't beautiful women understand the principle of not dwelling on past glories? Hee hee, actually I don't mind giving you a massage now, $1 for an hour. Okay, I'll pay you 24 yuan, and you can work like a slave for me all day. I meant holding hands, not selling myself. Selling yourself? I feel like throwing up what I just ate. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was going to be shameless. She sometimes sees videos of guys paying to rent girlfriends to go shopping and hold hands. But it seems like it's her turn to pay to hold Li Mu's hand. However, if it's only 1 yuan an hour, it's not something I can't consider. Okay, next time we go to the market, I'll rent Li Mu's hands so he can carry things. It's good that you threw up. Anyway, I haven't even started eating yet. You can just watch me eat. Li Mu smiled and opened his lunchbox. The two of them ordered duck leg rice. In Li Mu's lunchbox, a perfectly presented roasted duck leg lay intact. Why are mine different from yours? I noted that one of the duck legs doesn't need to be cut. Why didn't you add a note for me? Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She had almost finished eating the roast duck, but still had half a bowl of rice left. Compared to Li Mu's whole duck leg, even crayfish doesn't taste good. You didn't say that. I'm out of food here. Lu Xiaoxi pitifully showed him her food. There's still some meat left, isn't there? Li Mu smiled and picked up a piece of the remaining duck leg, with a large piece of roasted duck skin still attached. What are you doing? When I saw you stretch it out, I thought you were going to give it to me to eat. Exclamation point. Lu Xiaoxi knew that Li Mu was doing it on purpose and was about to lash out when suddenly a brilliant idea struck her, and the little cattail that had been standing up went limp again. Oh dear, if you eat one of my pieces, I want to eat one of yours too. You're not much to look at, but you've got some pretty fancy ideas. You're probably just trying to ruin my roast duck leg. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. Of course, the previous statement was made against my conscience. He always thought Lu Xiaoxi was very beautiful. Brother Mu, the TV isn't working. Xia Yuanyuan pointed to the choppy screen of a romantic comedy on the wall and tugged at his sleeve. Let me see. Li Mu nodded, squatted down in front of the computer, and restarted the video software. For some unknown reason, when Li Mu clicked into the sweet drama again, there was no playback progress record. He could only go back to where he had just been watching, segment by segment. He could see Lu Xiaoxi's every move out of the corner of his eye. Lu Xiaoxi was secretly eating his duck leg, grabbing the shin bone with 2 fingers, opening her small mouth, and taking a bite. I only took 1 bite, just 1 bite, and then ate the whole roasted duck leg skin in 1 gulp. You ate all the best parts of the roast duck. What am I supposed to eat? Li Mu said to himself without turning around. Not only did he eat his duck leg, but he also ate the entire roasted duck skin. Who can he complain to? I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't afraid of him at all, and took another bite. That's enough. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes flickered, and she handed the duck leg in her hand to Li Mu. Li Mu didn't mind and took a bite, wiping some oil onto his face. Yuanyuan, look, your older sister is feeding the pigs. Is Brother Mu a pig raised by Sister Xiaoxi? Xia Yuanyuan didn't understand anything. She only knew that Sister Xiaoxi liked Brother Mu. Yes, yes, from now on you'll call him Shepherd Pig. Lu Xiaoxi made herself laugh, her laughter like the chirping of birds, her eyebrows filled with joy, and 2 crescent moons appeared on her face. Li Mu. After watching TV for a while, Xia Yuanyuan yawned, said goodbye to the 2 adults, and went home by herself. We spent the whole morning traveling, then did housework when we got back, and now we're both a bit sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi, in particular, had a habit of taking a nap in the afternoon. After finishing her meal, she sat on the sofa and soon felt sleepy. Xia Yuanyuan went back. She felt she couldn't hold on any longer. She washed her face, and in a daze, slipped on her slippers and went back to her room. When Li Mu wanted to go back to rest, he found that his slippers had shrunk. Li Mu sighed. The 2 of them had such different shoe sizes, yet they still managed to wear the wrong shoes. Li Mu suspected she did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. Lu Xiaoxi's feet are small, so Li Mu's slippers are more than enough for her. But Li Mu can't fit into Lu Xiaoxi's shoes and has to walk on tiptoe. Chapter 61. Only look at him. Lu Xiaoxi had a dream. In my dream, Li Mu turned into a tiny little thing, and I pinched her face and patted her head. She was so cute and called me little sister Shi over and over again. Little Li Mu was both silly and simple-minded, and from then on he became her little fanboy, always following her around like a little shadow. Some say dreams are the brain's self-protective mechanism to reduce its workload. Others say dreams are false information, which the brain deletes upon waking. When a person wakes up from a dream, the content of the dream forms a momentary memory, which is forgotten within a few minutes. When she woke up, these were all the things she remembered. Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the sky outside the window, then lay back down, her girlish laziness kicking in. She lay on her side in bed, curled up under the blanket, quietly listening to someone's voice coming from next door. She couldn't understand a word he was spouting about attacking A or B, searching for supplies, or anything like that. I lay there until after 8 o'clock, when it was already dark outside. Li Mu, shall we go grocery shopping together? Lu Xiaoxi straightened the wrinkles in her clothes, went to the living room to wash her face and brush her teeth, and knocked on Li Mu's door. Go, wait until I finish this game. Are you playing video games? Okay, get ready to finish. Back to defense. They're attacking B. I'm going in now. You like it? Li Mu seemed not to hear him. Lu Xiaoxi could understand every word Li Mu said, but when they were put together, they became pedantic and formulaic. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lu Xiaoxi turned the doorknob and opened it a crack. The room was dark, with only the light from Li Mu's computer screen and headphones shining through. This guy played games in the dark for a long time. They don't even want their eyes anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned on the light for him. I'll go downstairs with you after I finish this game. Li Mu took off his headphones and glanced at her. The only chair was already occupied by him, so he patted the edge of the bed, gesturing for Lu Xiaoxi to sit for a while, then put his headphones back on and continued his game. Lu Xiaoxi sat quietly next to him, her legs together. She carefully observed Li Mu playing the game. She's playing so seriously. If she put that same energy into studying, Li Mu's grades would definitely be higher than hers, and the two of them might not even get into the same university. If she hadn't gone to the same university, majored in the same field, and been in the same class as Li Mu, she would be in the dormitory with a few other girls right now. She's always been a day student and has never lived in a dormitory before, so she doesn't know how to get along with people in a dormitory. It's much more comfortable living with Li Mu. I don't have to worry about other things, and there's no danger or conflict. I can do whatever I want. If I had to say, the only one in danger is Li Mu. However, she wasn't worried that Li Mu would dare to do anything to her. She trusted Li Mu more than anyone else, and she was certain that Li Mu would never do anything excessive to her. Touching hands or rubbing legs doesn't count. Don't keep staring at me. It's making me a little uncomfortable. Li Mu clicked his tongue. He could clearly sense that he was being stared at by a petite girl. At first it was fine, but after a while he started to feel a little uneasy. I don't know why this is happening. He was just playing games. It's like in class. You might have a clear mind and be able to solve problems like drinking water, but once a teacher is watching you, your problem-solving speed will drop significantly. He's in that state of being watched while solving problems. When he's playing a game, his reaction time is a beat slower, and the character he's controlling falls to the ground. You're being too sensitive. What does it have to do with me? Hey, do you keep staring at me because you think I'm handsome? You're both stinky and beautiful, or in short, stinky. Tell me the truth. Am I handsome compared to the guys you've ever met? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Li Mu is indeed shameless. He can even ask such a question. How embarrassing. Then tell me first, am I considered pretty among the girls you've met? Let me think about it. I'd say I'm the second prettiest. Lu Xiaoxi's heart tightened. Who is the most beautiful girl in Li Mu's heart? She has been spending all her time with Li Mu lately, and he hasn't seen any other girls have any contact with him. The petite girl mentally recalled all her female classmates from junior high to university, trying to figure out who was the prettiest. After comparing them, she always thought she was the prettiest, even though she was a little vain. Could it be that Li Mu subjectively thought that girl was very pretty, like, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Oh, Lu Xiaoxi responded softly, looking listless. Don't you want to know who's the prettiest? I don't want to. She was angry. My mom is the most beautiful. You're the second most beautiful. No, you're the third most beautiful. If you keep me in suspense, I'll make my move. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, her two small pincers already gripping Li Mu's waist. The two were sitting in different positions. If Lu Xiaoxi wanted to put her hand on his waist, she had to lean forward. Since she was not as tall as Li Mu to begin with, her head only reached Li Mu's chest. First is my mom, second is your mom, third is you, and fourth. What was the name of the female lead in that sweet romance drama you and Xia Yuanyuan watched again? Idiot. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by his absurd thought process and chuckled as she cursed him, revealing her white teeth. His little mouth looked like it was coated with brown sugar, so this time I won't pinch his flesh. And me? Let me guess. First is your dad, second is my dad, and third is me. You're just so-so to me. If you weren't so narcissistic, so abnormal, so lazy, and so stupid, you'd barely make it into third place. Is this still me? Li Mu sat down next to her and chuckled, taking the opportunity to poke her little face, which had turned red without him noticing. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him and slapped his pig's trotter away. You're getting too cocky, aren't you? They're getting bolder and bolder. It was one thing to touch her hand and rub her leg before, but this afternoon they put their arm around her shoulder, and now they're poking her face. Won't they go even further in the future? Li Mu was testing her limits, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Once the temperature reached a certain threshold, she wouldn't be able to escape. The little girl thought she was very clever and immediately recognized Li Mu's trick. The warm water is quite comfortable now. I'll run out once it gets hot. You can pinch me, but I can't poke you. Do Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin know how hypocritical you are? Do Uncle Li and Aunt Su know how shameless you are? I know. Li Mu nodded frankly. Honesty is our main selling point. Anyway, both families know exactly what kind of person he is. It just won't work. Oh, anyway, I don't want to poke it. You didn't want to poke me, but you still did it. You're sick. Li Mu ignored her, sat back down in his chair, and put his headphones back on. At that moment, the character he was controlling was resurrected. Are you ready to finish? There are still a few rounds left. I don't know if we should go into overtime. You should watch the video. Li Mu didn't even blink while speaking. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen. The game on the computer was a shooting game, which she had never played and couldn't understand. She used to do the same thing, standing behind Li Mu and watching him play games. Li Mu seems to play all kinds of games. In kindergarten, he played Snake. In elementary school, he played Stickman Badminton and Plants vs. Zombies. Then he played all sorts of mobile games. Now he's a game jack of all trades, playing free and paid games, mobile and computer games, and he's pretty good at them all. She loved watching Li Mu play games, ever since she saw him playing Snake on Aunt Su's phone. Lu Xiaoxi leaned forward, resting her hands on the back of the seat, her chin under her hand, and watched quietly. The little girl couldn't understand the game, so she could only watch someone play it so seriously. Chapter 62, She Likes This Feeling. While playing games, Li Mu felt an itch on his head. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was messing with him, but he didn't mind. Are games more important to women? I'm not playing anymore, it's pointless. Li Mu turned off the computer. Did you win or lose? We lost. The other team played like they were cheating in the late game. Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Let's go buy some groceries. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. Her neck was sore from lying on it for so long. Li Mu looked at his hairstyle in the mirror. Yeah, Lu Xiaoxi turned it into a chicken coop. This chicken coop looks quite proper. Are you planning to have chicks? Your hair is so oily. Lu Xiaoxi wiped the greasy feeling from her hands on Li Mu's clothes with disgust. You've been working on this for so long. You've practically plucked the back of your head bald. Li Mu touched his hair. It is a bit oily. It's easy to get oily when there's too much to do all day. Of course, it could also be because of the shampoo. The shampoo at home is cheap and comes in a large quantity, and its effects are worlds apart from Lu Xiaoxi's shampoo. Nonsense, you're just greasy. I do more housework than you, but I'm not greasy at all. Lu Xiaoxi proudly tossed her smooth, silky hair. I don't believe it, let me touch it. Li Mu pretended to touch her hair, but actually brushed the hair away from her face and scratched the girl's cheek with the back of his finger. It's soft and fluffy, like a jelly pudding. I can't put it down. Li Mu wasn't satisfied, so he pinched it with 2 fingers, applying a little pressure, and a red mark appeared on it. You're being cheeky? Do you believe I'll tell Aunt Sue? Lu Xiaoxi slapped his hand away. Just kidding. This time I really will touch your hair. Li Mu grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and slowly withdrew his hand, letting every inch of his fingers glide over the petite girl's face. Don't touch it. Let's go downstairs and buy some things. What should we eat tonight? I don't know. I'll think about it on the way. The 2 of them went downstairs together. Li Mu was unaware of the community security guard's shift system. Every time he came down, he would see Uncle Zhang in the security booth. After exchanging the usual greetings, the 2 went to the nearby farmer's market. It was already dark, and the market vendors were packing up and heading home. But someone, out of their mind, had left a lot of trash in a corner, making it stink. Lu Xiaoxi pulled up her collar to cover her mouth and nose, and quickly walked past with her head down. Li Mu walked over nonchalantly, but after smelling the nauseating odor, his face fell, and he ran away as well. Haha, you're so stupid. You know it smells bad, but you still don't hold your breath. Lu Xiaoxi pointed at him and mocked him to his face. All right, Lu Xiaozhu is the smartest. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? If you think like that, do you also know that you're quite dull? Screw you. Tell me what you want to buy. To be honest, I'm not very hungry. I also. Then why are you in such a hurry to come down and buy it? Li Mu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. I'm afraid my pigs will go hungry. We had a late lunch, and neither of us is very hungry right now, so we decided to buy some cooked food to take home and heat up whenever we get hungry late at night. On the way, they also bought some pickled wild vegetables. At Lu Xiaoxi's insistence, the owner added a lot of chili peppers to the pickled wild vegetables. The salty and spicy taste made Li Mu's mouth water. From then on, he had to swallow his saliva manually, and several times he couldn't swallow it down, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Li Mu was also tempted. Although he didn't like spicy food, it wasn't that he couldn't eat spicy food, but his tolerance for spicy food was much weaker than that of Lu Xiaoxi's family. Lu Xiaoxi can eat a spoonful of chili peppers in one bite, while he can't eat without other things, and might even need to be given milk afterward. But sour flavors are different. Salty and spicy flavors are more about saltiness and the natural sourness of the fruit, with spiciness being secondary. The stall owner gave her 4 toothpicks, and Lu Xiaoxi used them as one. Aren't you going to share with me? Li Mu glanced at her, seemingly showing no intention of giving her any. I bought it. Why should I give it to you? Lu Xiaoxi seemed to be in a good mood. Her little steps were even more cheerful, and she was eating pineapple with her mouth, her words muffled, which was extremely cute. What about the roast duck leg incident? That doesn't count. I am not the same person I am now. Sophistry. Hurry up and give me a bite, or I'll drool all over you. Ugh, this is disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi disgustedly stuck a piece of guava into his hand. Just one piece. Okay. Li Mu ate it in one bite, not caring at all whether there was a little girl's saliva on the toothpick. The flavors of guava and chili salt assaulted his taste buds. It's quite delicious. One more piece, please. This is the last piece. Lu Xiaoxi squinted at him and gave him another piece of sour mango. It's delicious. Have another piece. This is the last one. The very last one. I want to eat more. Lu Xiaoxi watched as the sour fruit dwindled in number, feeling like she'd been taken advantage of. The bag of pickled vegetables was small. Li Mu ate half of it. That's not all. Every time, this guy says last piece, and then shamelessly brings out last piece, last and last piece, last and last piece, and so on. Every time, he opens his mouth waiting for her to put the sour fruit in, like a newborn bird. The last piece. That's all. The girl ate the last piece and tried to stuff the empty bag into Li Mu's hand. Who knew that Li Mu clenched his fists, not giving the girl a chance. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks and tried to pry open Li Mu's fingers. As soon as she exerted force, his clenched fist loosened, and he held her fingers in his palm. As her fingers were enveloped by a warm, large hand, Lu Xiaoxi's breathing became heavy. She tried to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter Li Mu's grip became. Open! Lu Xiaoxi's tone was stern, and Li Mu immediately relaxed. We were still not satisfied. What were you doing just now? He just grabbed a girl's hand for no reason and didn't feel ashamed at all. There were many people on this road, couples walking hand in hand, and some girls even holding onto their boyfriend's arms and leaning on them as they walked. They were not much different from these couples. It's nothing, let's go back. I want to take a shower. Li Mu turned his head to the side. Look at me. You have flowers on your face. Li Mu shifted his position before turning to look at her. With his back to the light, his front appeared much darker. In this way, the petite girl wouldn't notice his flushed face and ears. You're the one who arrested me. What kind of attitude is this? Lu Xiaoxi shoved the trash bag into Li Mu's hand, leaving no room for refusal. Are you angry? Li Mu's tone was somewhat weak. No. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and walked quickly to the front. She didn't want others to see her face, which was as red as a cherry tomato. I made my way home. She took a shower, ate a late-night snack, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and went to bed in one go. She didn't say a word to Li Mu until she returned to her room. Lying in bed, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She has to work 8 a.m. tomorrow, but she just can't fall asleep. She can only toss and turn in bed, wrapped in a thin green blanket like a big green worm. She grasped the fingers of her right hand with her left hand, feeling them carefully. It doesn't feel as good as. It felt more comfortable to hold her fingers in Li Mu's large hand. She liked this feeling. I'll transfer 24 yuan to that idiot tomorrow and buy him a day. Chapter 63, Buying You for a Day. This is also an old residential area. After a night of settling, many fallen leaves were left under the tree roots in the community. As the weather gradually turns cooler, more and more leaves are withering and turning yellow. The cleaning lady has just swept them up, and soon more leaves will fall. Li Mu stepped on the leaves, making a crisp sound. Passing by the green belt, you can also see grasshoppers jumping around. These are all secondary. His real purpose is the breakfast stalls outside the residential area. With dark circles under his eyes, Li Mu bought 4 meat buns for shumai, a serving of steamed dumplings, an ear of corn, and 2 cups of soy milk from outside. His portion consisted of only a meat bun, a shumai, and a cup of soy milk. The rest belonged to Lu Xiaoxi. If we can't finish them, we'll save them at school to eat as snacks. Consider it an apology to the petite girl. Last night, once Lu Xiaoxi starts to sulk and not say anything, she must be angry. She's always been like this since she was a child, keeping everything bottled up inside. It seems he really angered Lu Xiaoxi. Perhaps it was his abrupt act of holding her small hand that crossed the line. Good friends are still good friends, but it's important to maintain appropriate boundaries. Li Mu felt he needed to tone it down a bit recently. He didn't want the relationship he had worked so hard to improve to go back to the way it was before, where they would just greet each other and then end the conversation. All in all, let Lu Xiaoxi calm down first. Lu Xiaoxi's door opened. Unaware of the person beside her, she lazily stretched, revealing her fair and slender waist. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of the figure at the door out of the corner of her eye. Her small body trembled, and she stared blankly at Li Mu, clearly frightened. You're up so early. The petite girl noticed the dark circles under someone's eyes. I bought breakfast. You bought so much. Lu Xiaoxi counted, estimating this meal would cost at least 20 yuan. Li Mu no longer dared to argue with her. I wonder if the little girl's anger has subsided. Did you take the wrong medicine? Lu Xiaoxi felt that something was wrong. Li Mu is acting strangely today. After brushing your teeth and washing your face. The two left carrying identical laptop bags, and the girl also had a pink handbag draped over her lower abdomen, filled with breakfast that Li Mu had bought for her. Perhaps feeling the weight of the computer, Lu Xiaoxi switched to her laptop after walking only a short distance. When she finally arrived at the bus stop, she put her laptop on the seat and loosened her grip. Li Mu remained silent, which was unlike him at all. Even Lu Xiaoxi felt bored. She sat with her legs together on the stainless steel seat waiting for the bus, while Li Mu stood next to her scrolling through his phone. It's rush hour now, and perhaps because the last bus just left, there aren't many people at the bus stop. She would steal glances at Li Mu from time to time, but she didn't notice that Li Mu was watching her. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, took out her phone, hesitated, and sent Li Mu 24 yuan. What? Li Mu finally spoke. I'll buy you today. Help me carry my computer. Lu Xiaoxi said, her head down, her voice barely audible. Are you giving me a way out? What? Lu Xiaoxi was stunned by the question. What steps? What happened last night? How come she knows nothing? Oh well, I'm sorry. You're not angry anymore. Li Mu didn't know how to say it, but after thinking it over, he just said it directly. Beating around the bush was not like him. A question mark appeared above Lu Xiaoxi's head. That idiot Li Mu must think I'm angry. After realizing what had happened, the little girl felt a surge of joy. I'm furious, Lu Xiaoxi said, feigning anger and frowning. Since Li Mu thought she was angry, then she really was angry, because her shyness and fear of facing someone were completely unfounded and fake. She's only not talking to someone because she's angry, really. Lu Xiaoxi felt incredibly clever, and her small chest unconsciously puffed out. You've calmed down, Li Mu said in a declarative sentence. You're driving me crazy. Li Mu looked her up and down, trying to catch any changes in her expression. When Lu Xiaoxi was wronged or angry, she always kept it to herself and silently processed it all by herself. Just like yesterday, I kept my head down and didn't talk to him. That's what it means to be angry. Well, if he can talk to me like this now, I'm sure he's not angry. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. But he didn't say anything. After all, Lu Xiaoxi was genuinely angry last night. Girls get angry quickly, but they also calm down quickly. So what do you mean by 24 yuan, a number pun? Li Mu hadn't forgotten that this little girl had used a number pun to insult him last time. That's right, I'm buying you for a day. You said yesterday it would be 1 yuan per hour. Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew softer and softer, her heart pounding with unease. She frantically tried to convince herself that she really was angry yesterday. Extremely angry. I meant holding hands, not selling myself. Yeah, I'll buy your hand for a day, and you'll help me carry my computer. That was what I said yesterday. I am not the same person I am now, Li Mu retorted, mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's sophistry. I don't care. I've already transferred the money. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away, not caring about anything else. Li Mu's hand was hers today anyway. Her double standards are written all over her face. Okay, I'll take it. Li Mu wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, only 2 faint laughs remained. He was carrying a laptop bag in one hand. When buying the computer, Li Mu had already reminded her that it was quite heavy. He had already guessed that the girl wouldn't want to carry it, and this weight was nothing to him. Although he looks ordinary, he's actually quite capable. How so? He has flesh when he takes off his clothes. There was no other way, so he reluctantly agreed to help. I took a bus to the school gate. The proportion of commuter students in universities is relatively small, so entering the campus is not crowded, and unlike high school commuter students, there is no long queue where students are checked one by one to see if they have brought a phone charger for their classmates. The corridors were mostly filled with students carrying books to their classrooms, as well as teenagers who didn't have classes in the morning and loved sports, running with headphones on. Li Mu admitted that he couldn't do it. Lu Xiaoxi can get up early to study, even if she doesn't have classes, but she has to put exercise aside for now, since her herniated disc hasn't healed yet. He turned his head to look at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was eating with her head down. After finishing the 2 ends of the corn, she grabbed the corn cob with her fingers, held it horizontally, and ate the middle part of the corn. Her little mouth opened and closed like a little hamster eating. Lu Xiaoxi also glanced at him, and perhaps feeling it was a bit unseemly, she slowly stopped eating the corn. There were still bits of corn kernels at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 64, I Want to Bully Her, an extra chapter. Lu Xiaoxi ate this corn cob the whole way, and finally finished it. When throwing it away, it doesn't forget to lick its lips, otherwise it will be sticky. When I arrived at the classroom, it was just in time for class to begin. Regardless of the school, most students prefer to sit in the back row, while Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi found a seat in the middle. In a computer lab, the location isn't that important if you want to study. As long as you follow the lecture slides and pay attention to the teacher's instructions, it doesn't matter where you sit. Li Mu helped Lu Xiaoxi plug in the power and enter the password before it was his turn. You've definitely been possessed. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was strangely gentle, and she wasn't used to it at all. If I were truly possessed, you would be the first thing I'd eat. Why? I love eating pork. Stop acting crazy here. It's the same old flavor. The familiar Li Mu is back. They sat against the wall, where there were few people around, and spoke softly so as not to disturb others. During class, the classroom was sometimes quiet and sometimes noisy. Lu Xiaoxi was listening attentively to the lecture, but she was a little unfamiliar with using the computer. She needed to highlight the key points in the PPT, but she didn't know how to do it, so she cast a pitiful look at Li Mu. Li Mu was also listening to the lecture when he noticed the small girl's weak gaze. He shifted his position closer to her, turned her computer towards him, and taught her how to operate it. After finally learning how to make marks and type on PowerPoint, she encountered another problem. She types too slowly. University is different from high school. Handwritten notes are not suitable for university, especially for majors like digital media that require computer operation. She hadn't used a computer much, and it took her half a minute to type the name of a TV series, so her note-taking speed was naturally slow. Li Mu, are you paying attention in class? Lu Xiaoxi asked, her head bowed, as she tugged at his clothes. She spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. You take notes, my typing is a bit slow. You take notes, and I'll copy yours when I get back. What we're discussing now are some conceptual issues. Most of our exam content is practical, so you don't need to take notes. Really? You were just teaching me. You'll learn it sooner or later, Li Mu said with a smile. I need to find some time to give Lu Xiaoxi a crash course in basic computer operations. This major requires learning specialized software and a lot of technical terms. If she's not familiar with computers by then, her studies will be very difficult. Time passed quietly. He only listened to half of the lesson. I was sleepy and dozing off during the second half of the class. I had too many things on my mind last night, and couldn't fall asleep no matter what I did. The pent-up sleepiness has now exploded, and I just can't stop myself from wanting to sleep. He wanted to sleep on the table, and every time he was about to fall asleep, Lu Xiaoxi would quietly poke him. Not paying attention in class. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap. I don't have classes this afternoon. If I were you, I would attend the class first, and then go back to sleep in the afternoon. How can you sleep comfortably here? Lu Xiaoxi muttered. You have a point. Li Mu took a deep breath, straightened his back, clicked his tongue, and his smooth movements made him look much more energetic. Let me see your glasses. I haven't tried them on yet. Why try this on? Lu Xiaoxi took out a glasses case from her small handbag and opened it for him. The little girl's glasses were quite small, with large lenses, and Li Mu felt they were a bit tight around his ears when he put them on. Lu Xiaoxi's nearsightedness wasn't severe enough to affect her daily life, and her glasses prescription wasn't too high. Nevertheless, Li Mu's vision was still blurry. I know why you don't always wear glasses now. Li Mu handed the glasses back to her. This is how you look the first time you wear glasses. You'll get used to it after a while. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. You look like a penguin just now, so silly. Little pig, be quiet. You're listening to the lesson. Question mark. Why is it Li Mu's turn to remind her to pay attention in class? After one class period, Li Mu almost ascended to heaven after hearing the lesson. I was so sleepy in the classroom, but as soon as I left the classroom, I don't know why I wasn't sleepy anymore. Perhaps this is the norm for most students nowadays. What do you want to eat for lunch? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him. Eat pork. Eat you. Lu Xiaoxi blurted out. Suddenly realizing the ambiguity of the sentence, she turned her head away, her face quietly turning red. How could she say such a thing? You're the one who's Lu Xiaozhu. You're a pig farmer too. You've gone astray. How could you give other people nicknames? Li Mu tapped her head with his finger. You have the nerve to say that? You called me Little Pig Lu when I was little because you saw how much I ate. How long have you been calling me that? Let me count for you. It started in kindergarten. Hee. Hey, you're asking for lunch. You're treating me. Lu Xiaoxi's slightly arrogant demeanor is just too adorable. Li Mu really wanted to pat her head and ruffle her hair like in those anime series. I kinda want to tease her. Li Mu knew that he had developed some unspeakable feelings for Lu Xiaoxi. Just 2 months ago, they were neighbors who couldn't stand each other and didn't get along at all. Although we don't get along very well now, we bicker every day. He likes his current life. His incompatibility with Lu Xiaoxi only proves that their relationship is better than anyone else's. It's just an unspoken understanding. What are you spacing out about? Lu Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of him. This guy suddenly stopped talking to me. Is he up to something again? The petite girl silently put her hands into her pockets, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage. Where were we? Li Mu's chaotic thoughts were interrupted, bringing him back to his senses. You just said you'd treat me to a big meal. Real? Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Do you think I'm stupid? I could forget a conversation that happened just half a minute ago. Li Mu poked her glasses. I don't care. You have to treat me to something to eat. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and put her glasses away. Li Mu nodded. What's the difference between Lu Xiaoxi's current behavior and her usual coquettishness? He falls for that. Chapter 65 This Idiot. Although there are signs on the subway reminding people to keep quiet, many people still ignore them and play videos on their phones. Combined with the noise of the subway itself, the sound is almost the same as a vegetable market, with fewer vendors hawking their wares. There were quite a lot of people around lunchtime, and all the seats were taken. Lu Xiaoxi walked through the crowd to the inner end against the wall, and Li Mu followed her. In the noisy carriage, Lu Xiaoxi occupied a corner spot, feeling very safe. Li Mu stood in front of her, and he could easily block her with his arms outstretched, ensuring she couldn't escape. Why don't we go back and put the computer away first? You're asking me? Who should I ask? The two looked at each other and then laughed simultaneously. They were all very smart, yet none of them were so stupid as to think to put the computer away properly before coming out. So stupid. They're evenly matched. If you're so smart, why didn't you say so sooner? It was on purpose, to make you suffer more. So vicious. What, you disagree? I am a little unconvinced, Li Mu said with a wicked smile. If you're not happy about it, then keep it to yourself. Li Mu didn't know how to respond to her, so he could only stare at her blankly. It has to be said that this little girl's bickering skills are getting more and more impressive. Several times I managed to leave him speechless with my retorts. The sound of a baby crying could be heard from the subway. A mother looked embarrassed as she patiently comforted her child. Other passengers frowned, clicked their tongues, and expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. The carriage became even noisier. Want some headphones? Li Mu whispered in her ear. A warm breath tickled the little girl's ear. Why do you always carry headphones with you? Going out without headphones. Are you even a college student? TCH, if you wear headphones, you won't even know if someone calls you or honks your horn. Li Mu wore a short-sleeved shirt with a bluish jacket today. The jacket was only one thin layer and had many pockets. Lu Xiaoxi took the earphones handed to her and put them on. Her gaze fell on the man's collarbone. The two were 18 centimeters apart in height, so as long as she lowered her head, Li Mu could not see her eyes. The song playing in her headphones was in English, and Lu Xiaoxi could barely understand some of the sentences. It seems to be an English love song, with a melody and lyrics that are sweet and cloying. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu's hands again. The veins in Li Mu's hands were clearly bulging. He was carrying the laptop bag with only 3 fingers, as if he was using a lot of strength. Are you tired? A little, Li Mu said honestly. He didn't put his laptop bag down the whole way, even on the subway. Both laptops were gaming laptops, and they also had power adapters. They weighed about 10 pounds in total. It wasn't a big deal at first, but it became very difficult to carry for a while. Then why don't you put it down? I'm afraid I'll forget to take it later. It costs several thousand yuan. News of people losing their phones, bags, or suitcases on the subway comes out every year. Although it's possible to retrieve them through the website, that's too much trouble. Keeping your own things safe is the best solution. Put it away, I'll remember it. Who do you look down on? Li Mu puffed out his chest. You're just showing off, so childish. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Take what you want, it'll exhaust you. Lu Xiaoxi was sneaking around, glancing at his collarbone and then at his Adam's apple. Li Mu swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, and she swallowed too. Destination, Little Yellow Duck Fountain Square. They took the photos here last time. What do you want to eat? Li Mu nudged her with his elbow, and the topic returned to where it started. Lu Xiaoxi glanced around, pointed to the fried chicken and hamburger stall not far away, and said excitedly, let's eat that. The petite girl had only eaten fried chicken once. She wanted to eat it at home, but was afraid that if she bought it, her parents would say it was junk food. If Li Mu hadn't fed her chicken, but she would have had no idea that fried chicken was so delicious. This is the feast you were talking about. What? You can't afford to invite him. You have to be careful who you use reverse psychology on. Do I look like the kind of person who would fall for a trick? Limu looked at him with one hand free and opened his account to show his financial resources. Perfect. With so much money of yours, I won't feel guilty about eating too much. I'm going to take advantage of you. Whether you fall for the trap or not, the outcome seems to be the same. With the development of the times, major chain stores have started using mobile phone ordering. The biggest advantage of ordering food via mobile phone is that it gives people like Lu Xiaoxi, who haven't eaten much before, more time to choose. Order fried chicken, burgers, and fries. She ordered everything she hadn't tried before. Only after Lu Xiaoxi finished ordering did she return her phone to Limu. When Limu saw this, he saw a small girl who kept saying she wanted to rip him off, but then she ordered 40-odd yuan. His circumstances were much better than Lu Xiaoxi's. His family was well off. Although not extremely wealthy, they lived a comfortable life. Lu Xiaoxi's circumstances only improved later. Her uncle and aunt worked very hard, bought a car and a house, and accumulated savings, reaching the standard of a moderately prosperous life. However, Lu Xiaoxi had developed a frugal personality since childhood and was reluctant to spend money even when she had it. Thinking back to when she first arrived, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to order the cheapest green tea because milk tea was too expensive, fearing that he would bleed a lot of money. Back then, Lu Xiaoxi would steal glances at him to see his expression. Her cautious manner was quite adorable. "What did you order?" Lu Xiaoxi asked, somewhat annoyed that someone was spacing out again. "What? So you tend to space out when you're with her?" "Let me see. I'm not that hungry yet. I'll just order a chicken wrap." "Don't complain about being hungry when you get back. There's no food to cook for you at home. If I'm not full, I'll eat yours." "Get lost. I'm not giving you any." "Here, I ordered you an extra Coke. You should say thank you." "Thanks my ass. Coke doesn't even taste good. Every time I drink it, my teeth feel rough, and it's awful. Besides, I didn't ask you to order it. You just presumptuously thought I wanted to drink it. So, do you want it or not?" Seeing that the little girl was about to ramble on and on about a bunch of nonsense, Limu directly interrupted her spellcasting. "Why not take it if it's free?" A whole bunch of words got stuck in her throat. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him resentfully, her tone sullen. "The food arrived quickly after I placed the order." The two of them divided up the food they had ordered. The petite girl had no intention of sharing them with anyone. They were all hers alone. Lu Xiaoxi had fried chicken burgers, fries, and a Coke, while Limu only had a chicken wrap. Limu held the food in one hand while playing on his phone and watching videos with the other, occasionally glancing up at the pig eating. The petite girl didn't tie her hair in a ponytail today. Her hair was loose and falling over her shoulders. She didn't even notice a strand of hair stuck to the corner of her mouth. With a smile on his lips, he opened his camera and secretly took a picture of Lu Xiaoxi, who was eating voraciously, intending to turn it into an emoji. Lu Xiaoxi. That idiot. Chapter 66. Is Shepherd Pig or Little Pig Lu? Please urge for more updates. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him in anger. One kick wasn't enough. They had to kick it again. "Don't you want your feet anymore? I'll kick you. Take it or leave it." Lu Xiaoxi is incredibly bold. "Give me your foot if you don't want it." Limu suddenly revealed a sly smile and stretched out his foot to rub against it. Even through the pants, you could still feel the girl's smooth calves, and there was no resistance when you rubbed them. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoxi whispered. Her courage seems to change from small to large depending on the situation, but now it has shrunk again. With so many people around, she didn't dare to openly try to take advantage of Limu, nor did she have the nerve to do so. "I didn't do anything." "What did I do?" "Your face must be bulletproof." Lu Xiaoxi pulled her foot back in embarrassment and annoyance, not wanting this guy to rub against her. Without a foot to rub against, Limu lost interest, quickly finished his chicken wrap, put on gloves, and snatched Lu Xiaoxi's fries. He only ate half of it, but he soaked all the ketchup in it. Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's glare that seemed to want to devour him whole, Limu propped his chin up and scrolled through videos. Lu Xiaoxi ate and drank to her heart's content, but she got a little tired of it towards the end. These fried foods weren't suitable as a main meal, nor were they particularly delicious. Eating them occasionally was fine, but eating too much would really make her vomit, and it would also cause high blood pressure, internal heat, and weight gain. She prefers cooking for herself to eating out. A bunch of incomprehensible sounds came from the headphones, and it was unclear what kind of random video Li Mu was watching. Go back. Are you full? Let's go. Seriously, I'm exhausted. If I suddenly die, you'd better burn a lot of paper money for me, and preferably 2 pretty paper girls. Shut up. Your words are so unlucky. I hate you. No, this is protected by your token of love. Li Mu raised his hand, showing her the dog teeth on his wrist. It's not a token of love. No matter what, you can't ruin your health. You often stayed up all night playing games after graduating from high school. You must have a lot of gray hair. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. You know that too? Aunt Su told me to keep an eye on you, but we didn't get along at the time, so I didn't bother with you. So now that you're taking care of me, does that mean our relationship has improved? That's not true. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, not wanting to admit it in front of someone. It's better to keep this to yourself than to say it out loud. This guy has absolutely no emotional intelligence. No wonder he can't find a girlfriend. No, it seems like he can find a girlfriend anytime, and very easily. Let me tell you, don't let those bad women outside fool you. Haven't you seen those news articles online? Things like simps who end up with nothing, or pure love warriors. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trailed off. 2 question marks appeared above Li Mu's head. How did they go from talking about sudden death to relationships, and then to the bad woman now? Not a single word was missed. You think I'm the kind of person who would be a simp? Li Mu held 2 computers in one hand and pointed incredulously at himself with the other. What mistake did he make to leave Lu Xiaoxi with this impression? You're a lickspittle. Lickdog Shepherd Pig is a nickname for licking pig. Who did I lick? You lick? Who were you licking again? No, how did we get to this topic? Lu Xiaoxi felt that this conversation couldn't continue. Who knows what's wrong with you? Suddenly telling me to be careful of bad women outside. Li Mu's lips twitched. Lu Xiaoxi was so clueless that she confused even herself. But Lu Xiaoxi is right. Whether she's good or bad is another matter. How can any other woman compare to her own little pig? Li Mu, look at that. Lu Xiaoxi tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the yellow plaque not far away. A $2 store? I didn't expect to find one here. Li Mu's tone carried a hint of unspoken nostalgia. Let's go take a look. What would happen if I said I wouldn't go? I will sue you. What's the meaning? I bought your contract for 1 day, and this is considered early termination of the contract, so you have to pay a penalty. How much is the penalty for breach of contract? I don't know. I'll tell you when you break the contract. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled and pulled him toward the $2 store. $2 stores are considered to be a type of small shop that offers good quality at low prices. Everything costs $2, including household items, decorations, and snacks. He and Lu Xiaoxi used to love exploring these little shops, buying lots and lots of trinkets. What impressed Li Mu the most was the generic building blocks in the $2 store. He and Lu Xiaoxi saved up money to buy a lot and built them together at home. They worked from morning till night until their fingers were red. They built many cars and airplanes, and then they started a battle between the cars and airplanes. Lu Xiaoxi was the car, and Li Mu was the airplane. They made buzzing and whooshing sounds, and used their fingers to represent cannonballs in the air. Whoever got hit by a cannonball lost. Li Mu always held the plane high, taking advantage of Lu Xiaoxi's short arms and small size, making it impossible for her to touch him. When Lu Xiaoxi was so aggrieved that she was about to cry, his plane would crash onto Lu Xiaoxi's head and hide in the girl's hair. He was somewhat tempted. Welcome. The cashier was a young woman, who seemed to be working part-time. There were quite a few people in the shop, all of them girls. $2 stores are very popular with girls, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. Li Mu, look. Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a row of nail stickers from somewhere and compared them on her hand. It's a pity she can't take it off, otherwise she would want to put it back on right now. All that fancy stuff, and you don't even grow your nails. Who says you can't wear stickers if you don't have long nails? Go ahead and buy it. Call me when you're done. What's wrong with you? It's okay. I'll browse around by myself. Li Mu placed his laptop with the cashier and asked her to watch it for him while he started browsing. He found the building blocks, checked the brand, and found they were generic or pirated, since genuine products wouldn't be found in low-end stores like $2 shops. The little girl was very happy, looking around like a curious child, and soon bought a basket full of trinkets, various ornaments and accessories. mainly to stock up on goods. You can buy tons of pretty hair ties for just 2 yuan. She found 2 trinkets on another shelf, which were keychains of various cute animals. She found the puppy and pig keychains, and the puppy seemed to suit Li Mu perfectly. As for this little pig, it's Mu Zhuzhu, not Lu Xiaozhu. I bought a total of over 30 yuan worth of items, stuffing a whole bunch of little things into my small handbag. They left the shop. Lu Xiaoxi presented the dog pendant as if it were a priceless treasure, making thump, thump, thump sounds as she took it out. Here, that's generous of you. Wow, little pig Lu is so generous. She actually gave me a gift worth 2 yuan. Li Mu exclaimed dramatically, playing along with her act. Of course, he accepted the gift. Come on, this looks better hanging on a bag. Okay. Li Mu handed her her laptop bag, and then hung a puppy charm on his own laptop bag. It looks great, and it suits you perfectly. I've also brought you something. Li Mu took out a box of toy car building blocks from his pocket. He paid early and told the cashier he had bought something, leaving it on the cashier's desk. He took it back when Lu Xiaoxi paid, so Lu Xiaoxi didn't know he had also bought something. Building blocks, Li Mu is so childish. If you don't want it, then forget it. Yes, I didn't say no. Why wouldn't I take something that's free? On the way back, Lu Xiaoxi carried her own laptop bag. She also hung a pig charm on her laptop bag. This really means shepherd pig, not little pig Lu. Real? Chapter 67 Nail Stickers. Li Mu was awakened by the fragrance. His room was dimly lit, with the only light blocked out by the curtains. He drew back the curtains, and the golden rays of the setting sun shone on his face. It was a bit too bright. I slept for at least 5 hours. Well, I guess I'll have to stay up late again tonight. Fortunately, I don't have any classes in the morning tomorrow, so I can adjust my schedule. When he got back, he collapsed onto the bed without even washing his face and fell fast asleep. Ever since I started writing novels, my health has been deteriorating day by day. Back in the day, he was a pro at staying up late. Now, midnight is his bedtime every day. He might stay up a little later, but the latest he'll go is 1 a.m. Yesterday, because of Lu Xiaoxi's matter, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. I always thought I had made Lu Xiaoxi angry. A torrent of emotions welled up inside her. Guilt, remorse, regret, sadness all surging forth like a spring. She still had to think of how to cheer Lu Xiaoxi up and calm her down. However, this morning, getting Lu Xiaoxi to calm down went surprisingly smoothly, to the point that he began to doubt whether Lu Xiaoxi was actually angry at all. The hall was filled with the aroma of food, which even seeped into his room through the crack in the door. Li Mu left the room and peered towards the kitchen, where he indeed saw a small girl wearing an apron. Lu Xiaoxi is quite skilled at cooking. She washes, cuts, and stir-fries vegetables at the same time. She washes half of the vegetables, wipes her hands, and then runs to stir-fry them a couple more times, then cuts them again, repeating this process continuously. Of course, she wouldn't do that if it were a dish that would burn easily. Cooking. Lu Xiaoxi was startled, clutched her chest and patted it, her tone unfriendly. Can you please not speak so suddenly? Li Mu was completely bewildered, feeling utterly innocent. He neither touched Lu Xiaoxi nor got close to her, yet he was still frightened. From now on, will I have to shout report before I can speak to Lu Xiaoxi? It seems that this would be easier to scare Lu Xiaoxi. What did you eat tonight? Stir-fry your meat with green peppers. Oh, let me help you. Li Mu washed his hands and offered to help Lu Xiaoxi finish chopping the remaining green peppers. You cut it so ugly. Lu Xiaoxi picked up the green pepper rings of different sizes and complained. As long as it's edible, that's fine. If that's the case, I'll fry you an egg. You don't need to eat these vegetables, since you can eat the egg anyway. No. Can I cut it into smaller pieces? That's more like it. Lu Xiaoxi watched someone chopping vegetables. She had already removed the seeds from the green peppers, which reduced their spiciness considerably. If she were alone, she definitely wouldn't have removed the seeds. It was all to cater to someone's tastes. She made a huge sacrifice. Even after removing the chili seeds, the green peppers themselves were still spicy, and Li Mu felt an itch in his nose, so he turned his head and sneezed. Don't rub your eyes, or they'll burn. It's already getting spicy. Li Mu blinked much faster. Did he take the wrong medicine today? He's actually helping us. Nothing to do. Whatever, just don't get in my way. Lu Xiaoxi continued cooking. After the vegetables are cooked, start stir-frying the pork. Why aren't you going out yet? Lu Xiaoxi heated the pan with oil, poured in the minced garlic and fried it until fragrant. She turned around and saw that someone was still standing there blankly after cutting the green peppers. I'd like to learn how to cook. Did the sun rise in the west? Go away. Is it so strange for me to learn to cook? Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Of the two families, only Li Changheng and Li Mu don't know how to cook. Su Wen, at least he can still eat. Anyway, when the two families visited each other, only Li Changheng and Li Mu, one big and one small, were the most free. Why do you want to learn? After what you said last time, I feel like I can't keep being so down. Otherwise, if you leave, I'll have to eat takeout every day. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi moved closer to observe the girl's movements. He is genuinely studying cooking seriously. Lu Xiaoxi was a little proud and made a point of showing off her superb cooking skills. Don't let her petite frame and slender arms fool you. She can still flip a wok without any problem. Of course, limited by her strength, she can only flip the wok once at most, and even then, it doesn't look very good. To flip the wok several times in a row like in the TV shows would definitely exhaust a petite girl. Nevertheless, this scene was still quite impressive for someone who had never cooked before. Li Mu clapped his hands like a fat seal, calling Lu Xiaoxi Chef Lu and Teacher Lu, showering her with compliments like comparable to a 5-star chef and national banquet level. He didn't hold back his praise at all. Perhaps amused by Li Mu's extremely exaggerated praise, Lu Xiaoxi kept suppressing her laughter, and her hands moved a little slower. There were only 2 dishes tonight, a plate of green vegetables and stir-fried pork with green peppers. The aroma was irresistible, and Li Mu immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating. While eating, he didn't forget to praise her. Anyway, there was no harm in making Lu Xiaoxi happy, and it could also make the little girl happy. The little girl was happy, and he was happy too. If you think about it, he was just making himself happy. Although something fell off, that's just how it was. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, Li Mu, with his hair still wet, sat down on the sofa and randomly picked a movie to watch. Unlike girls, most boys don't have very long hair, so they don't need a hairdryer. Their hair just dries naturally while they sit down. Lu Xiaoxi took a shower first, and after she finished showering, she started drying her hair. Li Mu had already finished showering and was still drying his hair. The whole room was filled with the sound of a hairdryer. The life of studying with Lu Xiaoxi was truly fulfilling. Lu Xiaoxi had finished her rambling and sat down on the sofa. Li Mu noticed the pink strawberry stickers on her nails and found it amusing. You still put these on? How childish. You live by the sea. Why are you being so nosy? I'd like to. Don't you want a villa with a sea view? Anything can happen in dreams. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and held out her hand to him. Give me your hand. What? Give it to me. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed someone's hand and plopped down next to them. They had just finished showering, and since they were at home, they were both wearing short sleeves. Li Mu could feel the smooth, cool skin on Lu Xiaoxi's arm. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed Li Mu's hand and placed it on her lap to hold it down. She was wearing long pants, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to be so bold. He took out the nail stickers he bought from the $2 store from the table, picked one out, and was about to put it on Li Mu's nails. I'll put one on you too. No, I'm a man. Li Mu was taken aback, and then tried to pull his hand back. Unlike his hands and feet, the thighs are extremely private, and he doesn't have the courage to try it yet. Last night, he shook hands with Lu Xiaoxi, and she ignored him all night. If, just suppose, he accidentally touched her leg, Lu Xiaoxi would ignore him for at least half a month. Who could he complain to? Chapter 68 Tomorrow is mine too. What's wrong with men? It's not like you can't stick your hand on someone. Don't forget, today isn't over yet, and your hand is still mine. Before Lu Xiaoxi could finish speaking, she had already stuck a Doraemon sticker on someone's index finger. These stickers are thick, and after applying them, Lu Xiaoxi touched them to make sure they fit perfectly. Isn't it beautiful? Looks good my foot. I think it looks pretty good. Li Mu tried to pull his hand away, but Lu Xiaoxi pulled it back. One wasn't enough, so they added a second, a third. Under Li Mu's extremely distorted expression, Lu Xiaoxi completed her great work of art. Li Mu stared into thought as he looked at the stickers covering the 5 fingers of his left hand. It's so ugly. Nice. Ugly. Nice. Ugly. Don't say anything. If I say it looks good, then it looks good. Overbearing, Li Mu muttered under his breath, examining his hand covered in nail stickers closely under the light. It's all flashy and colorful, with all sorts of colors and animals. It's really ugly, but it's not bad. Pick it before class tomorrow. There's no rush now. Let her be happy for a while longer. Lu Xiaoxi. Fine. Are you sick? Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm. It was very firm. She poked it again, finding it quite amusing. You're standing so close. You're the one who moved over here, okay? Li Mu's lips twitched. His position hadn't changed at all, and he didn't know who had plopped down next to him. Move over a bit. Oh, I told you to sit over there, not over here. Hee, I misheard. Li Mu laughed it off, making room for Lu Xiaoxi. It's about 2 or 3 centimeters long. It felt good to be next to a girl, and I could even smell her scent. That's enough. Li Mu moved him to a slightly less visible spot. Lu Xiaoxi's little fists hardened, and she started punching his arm repeatedly. At first, it felt quite comfortable, and Li Mu didn't take it seriously. But gradually, Lu Xiaoxi's strength increased, and he had to exert force, bulging his muscles to form muscle armor to resist the damage. Its defenses are maxed out. Seeing that she couldn't hit him, Lu Xiaoxi turned her eyes and started tickling his armpits and poking his waist. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was hard as a rock, and poking him anywhere was useless. He used to be able to make people laugh. Boring. Your happiness is built upon my suffering. Then hurry up and cry for me. Make me happy. Li Mu. By the way, how are your and Yuan's tutoring going? Starting tomorrow, I'll be tutoring Yuan for an hour from tomorrow afternoon to evening. And what about me? What are you saying? Go do what you're supposed to do. Don't you play games all day? Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. What business is it of hers? I'll bring Yuan here for tutoring. It's mainly because tutoring at home is more comfortable. I'm not used to going to Yuan's house. What's the difference between that and before? Li Mu couldn't understand it. The tutoring arrangement, which had been finalized long ago, had been delayed for various reasons and would only officially begin tomorrow. Before that, Lu Xiaoxi had brought Xia Yuan here to play several times and taught Xia Yuan how to do her homework and study. It seemed that the tutoring had started quite some time ago. Right? Sister Xia is a really nice person. When I offered to tutor Yuan for free, she even offered to pay me. You don't understand. Favors are the hardest to repay. The two chatted while watching a movie. For petite girls, sweet romance dramas are the best to watch. She loves watching other people date. Lu Xiaoxi has never watched domestic racing films. But when I sit next to Li Mu and watch a movie, I can even watch movies on topics I don't like. The last sci-fi movie was like that, and this racing movie is too. Lu Xiaoxi glanced up at him secretly and found that Li Mu was staring intently. The projected image is from the race car driver's first-person perspective, and his body tilts slightly as the car turns. Stupid. Li Mu smelled just like her shower gel. It was very pleasant. The same shower gel smells amazing on me, but others smell wonderful when they use it. Lu Xiaoxi finally understood why Li Mu liked to smell her. I'm going to sleep now. You should go to sleep early too. She yawned, got up, and walked to her room in her slippers. I took too long a nap, so I'm not sleepy now. Lu Xiaoxi stopped in front of the door, opened WeChat, turned the volume up to the maximum, carefully pointed the speaker at Li Mu, and played the good night voice message that Li Mu had sent. Holy crap, I could tell how handsome the owner of that voice was just by hearing it. Sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, imposing presence, handsome as jade, and with an elegant demeanor. Li Mu had accumulated a large number of idioms describing the appearance of men and women while writing novels, but he never used them in his novels. Unexpectedly, he used them here. Come on, stop being so vain, go to sleep. Wait a minute. What? Li Mu grinned mischievously and played the good night voice message sent by Lu Xiaoxi, repeating it many times. Suddenly, only good night remained in the living room. Lu Xiaoxi was a little embarrassed, but there was only a small table lamp and a projector in the entire hall, so it was impossible to see them unless you got close. Every time she heard that voice, she wanted to slap herself. Why did she send Li Mu a voice message in the first place? The voice was so soft and weak, it wasn't her at all. I could tell how beautiful the owner of that voice was just by hearing it. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a face that could rival the beauty of a goddess, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Little Pig Lou has a thick skin too. I learned it from you, and you've corrupted me. Fine, fine, I'll take the blame for everything. That's right, I'm asleep. Lu Xiaoxi closed the door. There was only one person left in the living room. The movie is reaching its climax. The race is still going on intensely, various blockbuster scenes are shown frequently, and finally, a moment of human brilliance is added to elevate the theme. Li Mu sat on the sofa, changing positions in various ways, and suddenly felt that the movie was no longer interesting. It's still more comfortable when there are petite girls around. Li Mu turned off the projector and took his computer back to his room. Of course, he didn't sleep. Instead, he started assembling a block airplane. In the room next door, Lu Xiaoxi lay on her side on the bed, with many trinkets around her. A puppy doll, a teru teru bozu, a Japanese doll made of teru teru bozu, a slightly wrinkled origami crane, and now a toy car made of building blocks. She sacrificed her afternoon nap to put it together. Although she was a little sleepy, she still had to check her phone. Looking at the 900 yuan balance in her WeChat account, Lu Xiaoxi carefully calculated. We can still buy Li Mu for many more days. The computer is too heavy. I'll need Li Mu to help me carry it tomorrow. Let's buy Li Mu's ticket for one more day. Tomorrow is mine too. It's been a long time since I sent him a period. Chapter 69, I'm buy one get one free. There are no classes in the morning. Li Mu slept until 11 a.m., when the sun was high in the sky. I don't know how to complain about the October weather. It was quite cool last night, so I slept under a thin blanket. As the sun rose, the temperature gradually increased. At first it was fine, kicking off the blanket was enough, but later it got too hot. So Li Mu turned on the air conditioner to 26 degrees Celsius, and then it got cold. It's still more comfortable to have the air conditioning on and be covered with a blanket. Lu Xiaoxi cooked porridge, and the vegetables were leftover pork from last night. She also bought an onion and stir-fried it into a new dish. I'm so lazy, I slept so late. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the sofa playing on her phone, bored out of her mind. The L-shaped sofa took up the whole long space. Playing games. Do Di Zhu, a popular Chinese card game. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Xiaoxi's phone blared a royal flush, followed by upbeat, fast-paced music, and then a sad tune of defeat. How much did you lose? It's all your fault. I lost all 4,000 happy beans. Is this my fault too? Li Mu sat down on the empty sofa and started peeling off the nail stickers bit by bit. You can't leave this at school. If Lin Sheng and Lao Yang see it, they'll laugh at me. After all, what boy would stick such cute things on his hands? It's one thing to stick them on for fun in private, but to take them out and show them to others? Go brush your teeth, you have bad breath. Lu Xiaoxi kicked Li Mu. Even though she couldn't smell anything, she still pretended to smell bad breath. Your head is over there, and I'm over here, and you can still smell this? Are you a dog? Li Mu complained, quickly peeled off the nail stickers, and ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth. He didn't stop brushing his teeth. He deliberately lingered in front of Lu Xiaoxi, grinning as he brushed his teeth for her to see. Gained Lu Xiaoxi's eye roll +1. After quickly washing up, Li Mu used Lu Xiaoxi's facial cleanser and washed his face in front of her. If I take care of my skin every day like you, will my face be as white and tender as yours? It looks so disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi inexplicably thought of those short videos where boys with heavily filtered and smooth skin, plus various special effects, looked neither human nor human. Their skin was whiter than a ghost's. It was really creepy. You take care of yourself every day? So why do you find mine disgusting? You look pretty good right now. You don't need to do anything special to take care of yourself. I know. Narcissist. The porridge is cold. Li Mu washed his face and felt much refreshed. He served himself a bowl of porridge, ate some vegetables, and went back to sit on the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi bent her knees to make more room for him. As a result, Li Mu moved closer and took the spot she had just vacated. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't get up, so she could only keep her knees bent. Do you believe I'll kick you? If you dare kick me, I'll grab you. You still say you're not a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi timidly withdrew her restless little foot. Last time, Li Mu grabbed her foot and tickled her for quite a while. so she was a little scared. After finishing breakfast, or rather lunch, and playing on my phone for a while, it was almost time for class. It's 2 p.m., and even though it's already autumn, the sun is still so strong. The weather is always unpredictable. Yesterday it was cold, but today it can be sunny and 29 degrees Celsius. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at WeChat. This guy hasn't even claimed the 24 yuan she gave him yesterday. Are we not going to sell it to her? The little girl was sullen. What's wrong? You look like a wronged little thing. You're the one who's feeling wronged. Let's go to school. Li Mu had already put on his shoes, opened the door, and stood by the door waiting for Lu Xiaoxi. I'll take the computer. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, took out the computer, and carried it like a backpack. The backward pull of the laptop bag made the girl's clothes a little tight, revealing her petite and delicate figure. She tugged at her clothes to give her chest enough looseness. You're so cute. What? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful watery eyes, then lowered her head in a daze, her eyes darting around. The sudden praise left the girl at a loss, and she even stood there a little awkwardly. I didn't say you were young, I just thought you were cute. Go to hell. Lu Xiaoxi's earlier embarrassment turned into anger, and she stomped on Li Mu's white shoes. It's something she was born with. What can she do about it? She knew that Li Mu was doing it on purpose, deliberately saying something that sounded like he was trying to cover something up. You stepped on my shoes, and they're all yellowed. Serves you right. Give me the bag, I'll carry it for you. Why? Why what? You didn't even take my 24 yuan, and you still help me carry my bag. This? Li Mu stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. I'm having a promotion here, buy one get one free. Hee hee. You really think of yourself as a commodity? Lu Xiaoxi was amused by him. Ever since she started living with Li Mu, her threshold for laughter had become very low, so low that any casual remark or funny face from Li Mu could make her laugh. Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hide her smile. Li Mu is a commodity. Only she can buy him. Only she enjoys the discount, and she is Li Mu's only buyer. Now and forever, Li Mu is a commodity that belongs solely to her. But I'll carry it myself, and give it to you when I get tired. Why? I'm afraid you'll work yourself to death. You can look down on anyone except me. Li Mu rolled up his sleeves, showing the petite girl what it meant to be muscular when undressed. All right, go to school. If you're late, it'll all be your fault. Lu Xiaoxi urged him to come downstairs. The sun is shining brightly. Lu Xiaoxi brought an umbrella, but Li Mu did not. Hold on for me. No. I'll give you my fill, okay? That's more like it. Under a small black umbrella, a man and a woman stood side by side. Both of them were carrying laptop bags with dog and pig charms hanging from them, which swayed with their walking rhythm. Li Mu was restless while walking, occasionally scratching the girl with his little finger to feel the delicate back of her hand. Don't touch me. Lu Xiaoxi scratched her palm in disgust. The guy was tickling her. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Were you really angry that day? Li Mu looked down at her, wanting to see what kind of expression this little girl had. Which day? Lu Xiaoxi felt uneasy and dared not meet his gaze, afraid of meeting Li Mu's knowing expression. The day I held your hand. Are you really angry? Openly pulling and tugging at a girl's hand is illegal, you know that. Lu Xiaoxi tried her best to raise her voice, grit her teeth, and furrow her brows into a deep frown. In a very short time, she went through all the things that made her angry and pretended to be very angry. She almost believed it herself. It's illegal to pull you along? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not a girl? Yes, Lu Xiaoxi is the most girly. Why do I want to punch you so much? Lu Xiaoxi poked his waist in annoyance, and wanted to pinch his face to see how thick his skin was and whether it could stop bullets. Li Mu smiled, but remained silent. Lu Xiaoxi's tone and expression said it all. He already knew the answer in his heart. After returning that night, Lu Xiaoxi didn't say a word to him, not even giving him a glance. After taking a shower, she went straight to her room, then went out for a late-night snack, and then went back to her room. If she's not angry, she must be shy. Chapter 70. I've gotten used to everything about him and her. At the school, it was very hot, and Li Mu was already sweating a little. In contrast, the petite girl's skin was still smooth, with no signs of sweating. It seems to be a universal rule that boys tend to sweat more than girls. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxi didn't ask him to bring his laptop bag, otherwise he would have been drenched in sweat, and sitting in the classroom covered in sweat would have made him feel uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, then unzipped her small crossbody bag and started rummaging through it. Li Mu was curious and wanted to see what was in the small crossbody bag he carried with him. Inside were small packets of tissues, blotting papers, and a bag of toothpicks and chewing gum. The previous garlic smell incident seemed to have left her with a psychological scar. She always carried chewing gum to prevent bad breath from eating anything that might cause it. There was another layer inside. Bulging, I wondered what it contained. Here, blotting papers. Lu Xiaoxi handed him the whole pack of blotting papers. Wipe the sweat and oil off your face. Thank you. Li Mu took it, wiped it on his face, and the oil-absorbing paper became damp, leaving the area dry and comfortable. You don't need to say thank you anymore. It sounds so distant, even though we've known each other for so long. They've known each other since birth. Then thank you. Get lost. Then don't say it again. Okay, I won't say anything from now on, and I won't tell anyone either. Thank you, Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone, speaking in a sissy manner. Not only was Lu Xiaoxi disgusted, but he himself was also not spared. The so-called hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of your own would be more than just losing 800 of your own if someone you know heard about it. The teacher who taught the class was relatively young. As soon as he logged in, he posted a link in the class group. As a former experienced user, Li Mu recognized it immediately. It was a link to a cloud drive. As the teacher said, it contains the software programs needed for teaching, all of which are learning versions and need to be downloaded to the computer. He quickly saved the software, opened the cloud drive to download it. But since he was connected to the campus network, even though Li Mu had an SVIP account and there was no speed limit, the download speed was still slow. It truly lives up to its reputation as a campus network. Lu Xiaoxi was still pondering the registration interface. She had never used this cloud storage service before. She chose to register via WeChat, which required her to enter her mobile phone number and receive a verification code. She checked the information by phone several times to make sure she had entered it correctly, but the verification code still hadn't arrived. It finally arrived. I logged in, saved the file, and clicked download, but the download speed was only a little over 100 kilobytes. It'll take forever to download. Don't sign up for that crappy membership, it's a huge waste. I'll pack it up for you after I download it. Li Mu blocked the QR code on the screen, preventing her from paying. It costs 25 yuan a month, and I'll probably only use it once, so I might as well give it to him. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. She also felt that opening this membership was a huge waste, and it would have been better to just buy Li Mu's membership for one day. Their seats were in the back row of the classroom. In classes that didn't require a computer, she would usually sit in the front row and study diligently, while Li Mu would sit in the middle or back rows, choosing between studying and playing on his phone. For classes that require computers, she would always drag Li Mu along, because she had so many computer problems that she didn't understand, and most of the time she needed someone to answer her questions and solve her problems. It just so happened that she had this computer-savvy old man by her side. Really? Your cloud drive has so much stuff, including study materials. I didn't know you loved learning so much. Lu Xiaoxi noticed the densely packed folders on his computer screen, filled with various software programs. One of the folders was named Study. No wonder this guy was able to learn it in such a short time. It certainly wasn't just based on my notes. Well, haha. It's like this, I've always loved learning. Li Mu quickly closed the cloud drive interface. He quickly changed the subject. I'll send it to you after it's downloaded. Check your QQ. Okay, I received it. Lu Xiaoxi downloaded the file. Your level is so high? I'm only level 40. Lu Xiaoxi pointed to his QQ interface, which showed a level of 81. Her account was created together with Li Mu, or more precisely, Li Mu helped her create it. Therefore, her password is Li Mu's password, and neither of them has changed it to this day. Li Mu filled her life, was everywhere, and was intimately connected to her. She also filled Li Mu's life, but the two of them were too familiar with each other and had become accustomed to having him and her and everything. I need it for playing games, it's always running. Li Mu showed him his account information. At 119 years old, you really have been possessed. 119 years old is the upper limit for QQ, not my upper limit. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled softly. Li Mu's account information was all made up. The only thing that was true was his gender. Once most students have installed the software, the teacher begins the lesson. As for those that haven't been fully installed, don't worry, there are usually pre-recorded videos available. Lu Xiaoxi concentrated intently, trying her best to familiarize herself with all the operations, and asking Li Mu for help with anything she didn't understand or remember. For a moment, Li Mu felt like he was the teacher. Of course, he wouldn't mind if Lu Xiaoxi called him Teacher Li Mu. It feels kind of exciting. This was also Li Mu's first time learning these things, and many of the operations were unfamiliar to him. But he could remember the teacher's demonstrations and keep up with the teacher's pace. Many students would ask the teacher to demonstrate something again if they didn't know how to do it, and Li Mu would take advantage of this time to teach Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was like his Pomodoro technique, chatting with him every now and then to urge him to study. If they were the same gender, it would just look like ordinary classmates studying together. But since they are opposite sexes and there are many empty seats, it inevitably leads to wild speculation. Lin Sheng, sitting in the last row, nudged Lao Yang, who was playing on his phone next to him, with his elbow and shushed him. Lao Yang, what do you think is the relationship between Brother Mu and that Lu Xiaoxi? They look like a couple at first glance, Old Yang concluded after glancing over there. Really? He told me last time that he and Lu Xiaoxi are from the same hometown. Huh? Hiss. The boy called Lao Yang glanced at Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi again. These two often sit together in class, and most people would assume they are a couple. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. I guess they were childhood sweethearts before, but Brother Mu denied it. I can't really say. It's not like I don't have some good friends of the opposite sex. Why are you so concerned about this? Holy crap, if Mu Ji finds a girlfriend, should I be happy or sad? What business is it of yours if someone is looking for a partner? Oh, so some people don't even have a girlfriend yet. Old Yang showed Lin Sheng the prop he had in his hand, which was called girlfriend hair tie. Damn, even dating dogs don't date. I used to think that way too, Old Yang teased him. In boys' dorms, they always say they'll stay single forever and eat and drink well, and that anyone who finds a partner is a dog. But once they have a girlfriend, they can't wait to brag to all the single guys in the dorm. Humans are inherently hypocritical. Before having a partner, they wouldn't even date, but once they have a partner, they suddenly realize how great it is. Even in a terrible environment, some people still yearn for love. Chapter 71 also, take care of this unwanted guy. Dinner was eaten at the school cafeteria. Lu Xiaoxi ate quite slowly when she was out, almost chewing her food very carefully. The two ordered noodles, but Lu Xiaoxi ordered 4 liang, 200 G, and Li Mu ordered 3 liang, 150 G. Li Mu finished the noodles in 3 liang and sat opposite Lu Xiaoxi playing on his phone. Lu Xiaoxi likes to use chopsticks and a spoon together when eating rice noodles. She picks out the noodles, puts them on the spoon to cool, garnishes them with side dishes, and then eats them in one big bite. She does this every time. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were a lady from a wealthy family, eating so elegantly. Li Mu didn't even look up as he criticized her eating manners. Unlike you, you finished it all in one go as if you'd never eaten before. If you eat it like this, can you even taste the flavor? The soup noodles are cold after being scooped out. What's the difference between that and a cold dish? You don't understand. The difference is huge. You seem to have always liked to eat like this since you were little. I used to feed you like this. Li Mu still remembered feeding Lu Xiaoxi like this when he was a child. Lu Xiaoxi was like a natural shadow, always sticking to him. He didn't know what was so good about him when he was a child. He used to bully Lu Xiaoxi quite a bit when they were kids. When the two of them are together, he becomes the older brother who takes care of his younger sister, while Lu Xiaoxi becomes the younger sister who waits for her older brother to take care of her, even though they are the same age. That was all from when we were kids. Why do you remember it so clearly? Lu Xiaoxi gently kicked his calf under the table, rubbing his trouser leg with the tip of her shoe. I'm nostalgic, but you remember it too. That's because I have a good memory. Lu Xiaoxi scooped up some soup with a spoon and drank it. So eating it like this makes the noodles taste better? A little. I think it tastes especially good this way. I don't believe you. Give me a bite. Li Mu smiled at her. Lu Xiaoxi's spoon, which she had placed in front of her lips, froze in mid-air. Can't you try it yourself? I've finished eating. Li Mu pointed to his bowl, which contained only a few broken rice noodles, and he had even finished the soup. Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, eats slowly, and there's still more than half left. When out in public, young women need to maintain a certain image, so they are always very polite and refined. But if they were at home, they would have already started eating their second bowl of food. Then order another bowl. What a waste, my stomach still has a tiny bit of capacity left. Li Mu gestured with a tiny bit of his hand, lamenting the loss of the H country market. Lu Xiaoxi frowned and looked around. The cafeteria was full of groups of people chatting and laughing. Most of them were taking food back to their dorms to eat. There were fewer people dining in, and the seats were spread out, so no one would notice them. The petite girl placed the rice noodles on a spoon, covered them with 2 pieces of dried bean curd, hesitated, and then handed them to Li Mu, saying, "Here you go." Li Mu opened his mouth, intending to swallow it whole, but instead swallowed a mouthful of air. Hee, I'll definitely give you some this time. Lu Xiaoxi mumbled indistinctly as she served Li Mu another spoonful of vermicelli, topped with some pickled bamboo shoots. You'd better be. Li Mu curled his lip. Just as Lu Xiaoxi took it, he put it in his mouth. He could feel the force with which Lu Xiaoxi pulled the spoon back, and he knew that Lu Xiaoxi wanted to tease him. How could a second marriage fool him? It's just so-so, the noodles don't absorb the soup well. You know nothing at all. The spoon must be covered in this guy's saliva. Lu Xiaoxi scooped the soup with a spoon, and that made it clean. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, go home. After taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi brought Yuan over and tutored her in English. Li Mu wisely returned to his room, not wanting to disturb the 2 teachers and students. He wasn't playing games. Instead, he was writing in his room. Preparations for the new book are nearing completion, and now it's time to build up a stockpile of manuscripts. Li Mu isn't in a hurry, since the book hasn't been published yet, and there are no update requirements. It's not too late to publish the book once he has enough manuscripts saved up. He didn't leave his room until Lu Xiaoxi took Xia Yuan home. He took his computer to the living room and sat down to watch TV. He was so bored. He could get by on his own for a while after the college entrance exam, but he couldn't after he got along with Lu Xiaoxi. It seems like it was the same when we were kids. I used to say that Lu Xiaoxi was a tag-along. If Lu Xiaoxi didn't follow him around, he would start looking for Lu Xiaoxi to play with. He has never changed from beginning to end. The 2 sat on the sofa watching TV. Li Mu kept changing his position, but couldn't find the most comfortable one. Then he sat up straight and slowly moved closer to Lu Xiaoxi until their butts touched. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Fine. Li Mu secretly tapped Lu Xiaoxi's little finger with his own, and when she didn't react, he slowly placed his finger on it. The 2 little fingers are positioned one above the other. I'll break your fingers in a minute. Lu Xiaoxi only glanced at him. It seems I've gotten used to someone taking advantage of me in small ways. If it's just a matter of touching fingers, then let him have his way. Anything more outrageous won't do. You have violent tendencies. I'm going to hit you. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. A ringing phone interrupted their conversation. It was a video call from Su-Wan. Li Mu had no concerns. The idea of living together was originally a joint decision between the 2 families, and it wasn't anything shameful. However, when he answered the phone, he still kept a distance from Lu Xiaoxi. Hey Mom, what's up? Why are you video calling? Li Mu spoke first, the camera focused only on himself. Have you had dinner yet? Su-Wan asked with concern. It's already so late, we've definitely eaten. Was it made from a stream? I ate at the school cafeteria. Alright, you need to learn to cook too. You can't keep letting Xiaoxi take care of you all the time. Su-Wan said earnestly. I'm studying, you can ask Lu Xiaoxi if you don't believe me. Li Mu suddenly handed his phone to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. How did the conversation suddenly turn to her after only a few sentences? Xiaoxi, is what this kid is saying true? It's true. He learned it from me yesterday, and even helped me out. When Su-Wan on the other end of the phone saw his son sitting with Lu Xiaoxi, his face was all smiles, and he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. That's great. You'd better keep an eye on this kid for me, otherwise he'll become a lazy bum. I don't know who would want him if he's like this. I receive so many love letters that my hands are sore. Li Mu interjected. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. Don't say anything. I'll talk to Auntie. Overbearing. Li Mu's lips twitched. His phone, his mother, and now they wouldn't let him speak. Was there no justice in this world? Don't worry, Auntie. Li Mu will definitely cook when we go back home for the holidays. Haha, that would be great. Once you catch up with my cooking skills, you won't need to help us when your family comes to our house for dinner. Lu Xiaoxi laughed heartily. She would never teach Li Mu to that level. Then I won't bother you two anymore. If he dares to bully you, just tell Annie, and Annie will stand up for you, okay? Bye-bye, Xiaoxi. Bye-bye, Auntie. Suwen hung up the phone. Bye-bye, Auntie. Li Mu mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's tone with a bitter face, dragging out the last syllable. You're disgusting. Li Mu ignored her words and moved closer to her, stretching one hand along the back of the sofa and putting one foot on the coffee table. This was his favorite posture, just like when he was holding Lu Xiaoxi in his arms. Lu Xiaoxi could lean back and her neck would touch someone's arm, which was cool, and she could smell his scent, just like being held in his arms. The girl blushed slightly and muttered a soft, reproachful, shameless. What did you say? Did you hear that? Your mom told me to keep an eye on you. Okay. Li Mu picked up a tangerine casually, intending to demonstrate his skill of peeling a tangerine with one hand to the petite girl. As soon as he stuck his finger into the citrus, juice splashed onto his hand. Li Mu remembered the fruit in the advertisement that could cause floods. It seemed he had bought the genuine product. Here, have some tangerines. I can peel them myself. No, I've already peeled them. I'm not eating them anyway. It would be a waste if you didn't eat them. You're not going to eat it, but you're peeling it. Lu Xiaoxi poked his waist, and taking advantage of Li Mu's momentary tremor from being caught off guard, she swiftly snatched the tangerine from Li Mu's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. She understood Li Mu's intentions perfectly well, and that's why she wouldn't let this guy feed her. He really thought she was a little pig. This guy is so shameless, lazy, and stupid. Just like Aunt Sue said, no one will want him in the future. At that time, I'll just take care of it myself. Chapter 72 Reunited as Childhood Sweethearts. A rare weekend. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed in casual home clothes, her slender legs resting together on the coffee table, her hands holding her phone as she scrolled through horror movie reviews. She used to idly scroll through her phone after graduating high school, but now she feels so bored. The sound of Li Mu playing games could be heard coming from the room. All he does is play video games. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, finally understanding why girls ask their boyfriends that classic question. Is gaming more important, or is your girlfriend more important? For a fleeting moment, she also wanted to ask Li Mu the same question, but she wasn't Li Mu's girlfriend, so what right did she have to ask Li Mu to do anything? The only thing she had was Aunt Sue's request for her to help supervise Li Mu. Yes, that's it. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her chest, having found a reason for herself, and confidently and forcefully knocked on Li Mu's door. What's wrong? Li Mu, I'm going in now. Lu Xiaoxi's carefully constructed composure crumbled upon hearing Li Mu's voice, and she spoke softly and weakly. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, gently opened the door, tiptoed to his side, and sat on the edge of his bed. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Li Mu took off his headphones with one hand and hung them around his neck. I need to keep you on your toes. Li Mu turned to face her, but his eyes were still fixed on the computer. That's incredibly perfunctory. What's wrong with you? Nothing better to do. Li Mu was playing a multiplayer game, so he could only chat with her while playing. Although he hadn't focused much on the game since Lu Xiaoxi came in. I'm a little bored, so I'm bothering you. If you're bored, find something to do, like helping me clean my room or something. Dream on. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, kicked off her slippers, and sat a little further into the bed. She was wearing shorts that covered half of her thighs, leaving the rest of her skin completely exposed. From her thighs to her knees, and from her knees to her ankles, her skin was as white as jade. Her toenails were meticulously manicured and adorned with nail stickers bought from a $2 store, making her look quite adorable. Li Mu's bed was a spring bed, and it was quite old. You could hear the springs creaking when you sat on it, and the mat was also cold to the touch. Your legs are blinding me. Who told you to look? Lu Xiaoxi blushed and grabbed a pillow to rest her head on her lap. This idiot even needs to watch her play games, and he's so honest, he just says it out loud. What I saw out of the corner of my eye was not what I wanted to see. That's what you saw. After quickly finishing a game, Limu sat on the bed next to the girl and rubbed his leg against hers. How do you want to annoy me? Have no idea. You know nothing, and you still bother me. I suggest you think carefully before you come next time. Want to go out and play? Lu Xiaoxi gently pressed Limu's hand with her small hand, watching his skin turn from red back to white, leaving rows of nail marks. Where do you want to go? Limu scratched the back of his hand, took the pillow off the girl's lap, and put it on his own lap in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't hold it down, causing an awkward situation for both of them. This action clearly startled Lu Xiaoxi, causing her to tremble. She thought Limu was reaching for her thigh to do something. We've been here for so long, and there are so many places we haven't been to yet: the zoo, the amusement park, the movie theater. Dating? No. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly raised her voice, then quickly covered her mouth after realizing what she meant. It was just a simple outing. What kind of date did I invite you to? Seeing the petite girl almost steaming, Limu felt a strong urge to poke her face. He quickly raised his hand and poked her cheek before pulling it back, his fingertips burning hot. Are you going or not? If you don't want to, then forget it. Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head. I never said I wouldn't go. When are we going? We're to go for fun. You didn't send me, so why are you asking me? But I don't know where there's anything fun to do. Then do your homework first. You can think about it slowly. I'll continue playing. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Limu said as he lay down to play on his phone. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxi also became lazy. She pulled the little pig doll over and lay down, using it as a pillow behind her head. Then, feeling a bit uncomfortable, she pulled the blanket over her body to prevent the guy from peeking. Why are you acting like I'm a pervert? Limu clicked his tongue twice and looked away. Next time, he would put the doll away properly and tuck the blanket in so that the little girl could only rest her head on his hand if she wanted to lie down. If Lu Xiaoxi were lying next to him with her head on his hand, then their relationship must have been very good at that time. Probably more than lovers, but not quite husband and wife. In fact, when he and Lu Xiaoxi were childhood sweethearts, their relationship was much closer than that of lovers or even husband and wife. While others were still basking in the glow of their romantic relationships, he and Lu Xiaoxi had already gotten used to it more than a decade ago. Aside from that red line, we did everything we could. It's just that we were kids back then, and cell phones weren't as common. We didn't know as much as kids do now, and we didn't have as many mischievous thoughts. We were just focused on playing and having fun. When we got tired of playing, we would sleep together under the covers. He would go to her house to sleep with her, and she would come to his house to sleep with him. We were always going to sleep together. Purer than lovers, sweeter than husband and wife. Many couples play to their strengths and minimize their weaknesses, showing their best side to their loved ones so that the other person can gradually accept their shortcomings. He and Lu Xiaoxi knew everything about each other from the very beginning, yet they still walked together for so long. Although there were some unpleasant moments, in the long run, their little problems were nothing more than insignificant fluctuations in the long ray of time. If relationships were to be ranked, they would undoubtedly be childhood sweethearts, spouses, lovers. A progressively layered relationship. Perhaps. Between them, the phrase childhood sweethearts already encompasses the entirety of their relationship. Those 4 words are the ultimate point of their connection. He seems to have been going in the wrong direction all along. He's starting to look down on his lover. Childhood sweethearts are the top priority. It started as childhood sweethearts, and it ended as childhood sweethearts. Outside the residential area, there was the deafening sound of trucks honking their horns. Lu Xiaoxi. What's wrong? What is our relationship now? Why do you keep asking this? How many times have I asked this? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to look at him, and their eyes met. I'd like to know your thoughts. So many relationships. What exactly is the relationship? So many, I can't count them all. Then let's stop counting and start building a new relationship, okay? What's the relationship? Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes blinked, and she vaguely guessed what was going on. Her whole little head was almost turning into a tomato. Unable to bear Limu's intense gaze, the little girl turned over and buried her face in the pig doll. Chapter 73. Holding hands can only be halfway. How about we become childhood sweethearts? Limu felt that the temperature in the room had risen considerably. He knew he was blushing. In a sense, this was a disguised confession. However, The purpose of the confession was not to become lovers, but to become childhood sweethearts again. Is he the first person in the world to confess his feelings in order to become childhood friends again? Qingmei, Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to lift her head resting on her pig doll. She spoke in a low, muffled voice, and Li Mu could barely hear her even when they were so close together. Yeah, like when we were kids, Li Mu said softly. Lu Xiaoxi's exposed skin was tinged with a blush. Just like when I was a child? They were much closer than lovers when they were kids. We're so tired of kissing and hugging. Lu Xiaoxi quietly raised her head and glanced at Li Mu, only to find that Li Mu's entire face was red, turning into a little tomato just like hers. How do we become childhood sweethearts? Lu Xiaoxi asked softly, strands of hair falling across her face and being held in her mouth. Her pink lips pursed and relaxed, and the only sound in the world was her own heartbeat. Just like that, just like how we were when we were kids, that's how we are now. I think you're trying to be a scoundrel. The little girl wouldn't share an ice cream with him like she did when she was little, nor would she steal his egg white, and she certainly wouldn't sleep in the same bed with him. Yes, a little. Is it okay? Li Mu stared straight into her eyes. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and nodded very slightly. So, can we define our relationship as childhood sweethearts from now on? They would never again be described with countless terms like neighbor, tenant, good friend, or classmate. Now, they only have one relationship. They are very close childhood sweethearts. No way, Lu Xiaoxi quickly added, afraid that Li Mu would run away. At most, we're half childhood sweethearts. What does half a childhood sweetheart mean? That's right, we're practically childhood sweethearts. This thing can shrink. Li Mu's eyes widened in surprise as a completely new word popped into his mind. Green bamboo? Oh dear, you're so stupid, you go out first. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes tightly, reached out, and pushed Li Mu's chest away. After Li Mu opened the door and left the room, she wrapped herself up in Li Mu's blanket like a caterpillar. She was the only caterpillar left in the room. After being kicked out of his room, Li Mu washed his face to calm the flushing. For that brief moment, his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. A sunny and cheerful boy isn't always cheerful about everything. When Lu Xiaoxi said no, he almost fainted. After finally mustering the courage to confess his feelings, he was rejected. The two of them couldn't bear to be apart and awkwardly tried to find a way to hide from each other. Fortunately, it had a good ending. About half right. Li Mu had always considered himself and Lu Xiaoxi to be half-childhood sweethearts, and they still are now. However, these two half-childhood sweethearts are fundamentally differing in the standards by which they are measured. The former refers to time, meaning that they were childhood sweethearts for only half the time. The latter refers to the level of intimacy, meaning they are only half as close as they used to be. In short, the relationship is much better than before. He wanted to go back to how things were before, but to be honest, he himself thought it was unlikely. He wasn't in a hurry at all. The whole process was like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. When their relationship became so close that the little frog couldn't handle it and was about to jump out in embarrassment, he put the lid on the pot. About 20 minutes later, Lu Xiaoxi came out of Li Mu's room. Where did you go just now? Don't cause any trouble in my room. You're the one causing trouble, Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly. Have you decided where to go for fun? Shall we go see the giant pandas? We'll go later and come back tonight. Lu Xiaoxi had wanted to see giant pandas for a long time. Giant panda cubs are so cute. Before, she could only watch them on videos, which wasn't enough. It's up to you, you don't have to come back. Get lost, I'm not living outside with you. Lu Xiaoxi washed her face, took a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator, and started drinking it by herself. Strawberry-flavored yogurt is sweet and sour, which is her favorite flavor. Li Mu blinked. What about mine? Take it yourself. We've been childhood sweethearts for a while, and you won't even lift a finger to help me get it? It's half, Lu Xiaoxi snorted. She has processed all her emotions in her room and is back to normal now. Although the two have become semi-childhood friends again, their way of getting along will not change much. I'll take a shower. You're a grown man. Do you need to take a shower before going out? You don't understand. You have to smell nice before going out on a date. Li Mu smiled and took out an outfit that he thought was a good match from the room. He said this while standing at the bathroom door, and then quickly closed the door. I already said it wasn't a date. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks. It was just a casual outing, but they're making it sound like a date. Dating is something boyfriends and girlfriends should do. Right now, they're just half-childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi was drinking yogurt while propping her chin up with her hand, and through the smooth glass, she could vaguely see Li Mu taking off his clothes. Her face flushed again, and she quickly closed her eyes, then stole another glance. When she was taking a bath, did Li Mu look at her with the same lustful gaze as she does now? No, that's not what she's doing. It's not called being lustful. A reserved young girl wouldn't be lustful. Fortunately, she always consciously stayed away from the glass door when she took a shower, so she couldn't see anything. The figure on the glass paused, seemingly holding something, and then loud English music started playing from the bathroom. Hurry up, I need to wash too, Lu Xiaoxi urged him loudly. Are you going to shower and smell nice before going out too? Never mind that. Both of them had finished showering. Lu Xiaoxi changed into a beige dress, paired with a red cardigan and a familiar small crossbody bag, and white stockings with canvas shoes. She did want to wear nice shoes, but going out would inevitably involve walking a lot, so after thinking it over, cloth shoes were the most suitable. Li Mu pinched his chin, looked her up and down in front of her, and nodded vigorously, indicating his strong approval of the outfit. Youthful and energetic, yet still a little naive. Let's go. Lu Xiaoxi felt embarrassed by his gaze and lowered her head, playing with her hair. Shall I treat you? I know you're rich, but I'm rich too. Don't underestimate me. Okay, then you treat me. Just this once, okay? Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm in an annoyed tone, feeling how firm it was. Walk towards the subway station. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, very close. Li Mu could touch Lu Xiaoxi's small hand with just a slight lift of his hand. He tentatively scratched Lu Xiaoxi's hand with his little finger, and when she ignored him, he secretly hooked his finger around hers, forming a pinky promise. What? We've been childhood sweethearts. Can't we even hold hands? Only half. You can only hold half. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes, which could hold the stars and the sea, were filled by a certain wicked person. Chapter 74. His childhood was here. It's a bit surreal. A few days ago, Lu Xiaoxi was so shy after he held her finger that she ignored him all night. Now he can openly hold two of Lu Xiaoxi's fingers. Lu Xiaoxi kept her head down like an ostrich and didn't say much the whole way. As she walked, her hair moved in front of her back, revealing her flushed ears, and even her earlobes were pink. She looked so cute when she's shy. Li Mu touched his face. It was also a little hot. He held Lu Xiaoxi's index and middle fingers, stroking them as he felt her delicate skin. Suddenly feeling unsatisfied, he deftly grasped Lu Xiaoxi's ring finger together. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, opened her mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by Li Mu. Half of 5 fingers is 2.5, which rounds up to 3. Your head is full of fallacies. You're about the same. Li Mu clasped his 3 slender fingers together, looking somewhat pleased. If you want to hold hands, then hold hands. But stop touching me like that. I love touching it. Then don't pull anymore. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to pull her hand back. She would be so embarrassed if Li Mu needed her hand like that. No, I won't touch it anymore. You'd better keep your word. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, then let someone pull her along. If someone dares to touch her again, she'll pull her hand away and won't let that person hold her hand today. All the way to the subway station, Li Mu was really honest and didn't touch her as promised, holding her hand the whole time. But it wasn't so obedient. Originally, it could only hold 3 fingers, but as it continued to hold, it became 4. When Lu Xiaoxi noticed, he was already holding her entire hand. Li Mu's hands felt so warm and comfortable. Lu Xiaoxi looked down at her small hands, which were completely wrapped in Li Mu's arms. If it could be like this in winter, her fingers wouldn't be so red from the cold. It's the weekend, not a holiday, so there are fewer office workers and students, and the subway seats are much emptier. Li Mu was so engrossed in scrolling through his phone on the subway. He couldn't do those videos of them openly showing affection on the subway, and Lu Xiaoxi certainly couldn't. Due to inertia and the smoothness of the seats, Lu Xiaoxi would always slide over and bump into him whenever the subway stopped. Each time they squeezed through the crowd, Lu Xiaoxi would keep a fist's distance from him, and then at the next stop, they would squeeze through again. Lu Xiaoxi finally understood why Li Mu liked to squeeze her. It turned out that squeezing people was so much fun. After exiting the subway, it's just a few minutes walk to the zoo. The zoo offers discounts on weekends, making tickets much cheaper. After buying their tickets, the two went to a nearby bubble tea shop and bought 2 cups of kumquat lemon tea before entering the zoo. Don't walk so fast. Can't you take your time looking around? Li Mu quickly caught up with the excited Lu Xiaoxi and naturally took her hand in his. I've never been to a zoo before. Lu Xiaoxi's excitement was palpable as she looked around, carefully examining every sign along the way. A leaf fell onto her head, and Li Mu removed it for her, amused, and said, "Didn't you see a circus before? That was so long ago, and I only saw it once." It seems like circuses have disappeared. In the past, circuses would set up tents and cages in certain open spaces to perform animal shows, and then move to a different location after 2 or 3 days. The first time he and Lu Xiaoxi saw large animals was at the circus. Even through the cage, Lu Xiaoxi was still very scared. Even with her parents nearby, she would hide behind them, shrinking back and peeking out. Perhaps for safety reasons, or for the sake of the animal's survival. Whatever the reason, those circuses that performed in various places have disappeared from his sight. I don't know what's wrong. The circus is gone with our childhood. Can you please stop being so sad all of a sudden? Besides, I'm right here. Hee, let's go see the tigers. Li Mu said, rubbing Lu Xiaoxi's face with the back of his fingers. Lu Xiaoxi is right. His childhood was spent here. Ever since Li Mu tore a small hole in that thin layer of paper. Lu Xiaoxi was no longer so resistant to Li Mu touching her face and holding her hand. She and he are practically childhood sweethearts, so doing these things is no problem for them at all. The zoo was a novel experience for both Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi. It was the first time they had ever seen a sea turtle in real life, and they were surprised to find that sea turtles were so big. Even with my arms outstretched, it's not as big as a sea turtle. Li Mu, take a picture of me. Lu Xiaoxi handed her phone to Li Mu, then ran to the glass of the turtle pond and made a peace sign. The phone wasn't unlocked yet, but Li Mu simply entered Lu Xiaoxi's birthday to unlock it. The album shows Lu Xiaoxi's last photo, which was of the meal she made yesterday. Most girls have this habit of letting their phones eat first when they see a delicious meal, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. Li Mu took many photos of Lu Xiaoxi with one action, and finally took 2 selfies of himself. It's done. Let me see. Lu Xiaoxi ran over excitedly and saw Li Mu's 2 selfies. She guessed that Li Mu would do this, so she ignored it and scrolled to look at the photos of the sea turtles one by one. You took such an ugly picture. Is it possible that you're ugly? That's bullshit. Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair. She's always been beautiful and cute, okay? Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, feeling that Lu Xiaoxi had a pink filter on her, making her look very sweet. You go take pictures too. I'll take them for you. Hurry up. I don't know how to pose. Are you stupid? Just copy me and make a V sign. Then you have to send it to me after you're done taking the picture. Li Mu walked up to the glass turtle and made a peace sign. Lu Xiaoxi seized the opportunity and took several photos when the sea turtle swam over. Look, you're ugly too. Lu Xiaoxi showed him the photo and pointed at his face, mocking him. When did you Photoshop this? Li Mu stared at the pig nose sticker photoshopped onto his face in the picture and fell into deep thought. It's not photoshopped. You've always looked like this. Lu Xiaoxi laughed so hard, she almost fell over, finally clutching her stomach and wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't you dislike taking photos? Yes. Then why did you ask me to take your picture? Lu Xiaoxi pondered for a moment, unsure how to answer him. You're different. How are they different? You're a pig farmer, so your photos don't count. Li Mu. Chapter 75 Precious Memories. The weather in mid-October is lovely, with no cool breezes or blazing sun, perfect for picnics and outings. However, neither Li Mu nor Lu Xiaoxi had ever played these games. Perhaps we could find an opportunity for both families to go on a picnic or outing together. From the turtle enclosure to the monkey mountain, from the monkey mountain to the tiger enclosure, and finally to the bird's nest, there are many pavilions and stone benches for visitors to rest. Lu Xiaoxi's herniated disc wasn't serious. As long as she didn't stand or exercise for long periods, she wouldn't have any problems. However, after being in the park for so long and constantly moving around, Lu Xiaoxi was starting to feel the strain. She gave Li Mu a pitiful look, and after explaining the situation to him, the two of them rested on a stone bench. While sipping kumquat lemonade, they watched the birds in their cages, perched on tree branches, observing them in turn. The birds in the zoo were very beautiful. Some were pure white, while others were colorful, but she couldn't name any of them. She seemed to have only ever seen swallows, sparrows, and parrots, and she had only ever seen parrots at the flower and bird market. Does it hurt a lot? How about I give you a massage? Li Mu didn't hold her hand. He held a kumquat and a lemon in one hand and took pictures of the surroundings with his phone in the other. Today is the first day that he and Lu Xiaoxi have become childhood sweethearts again, and these photos are very memorable. When he evolves into the perfect childhood friend form later, he can reminisce about it. He's always been a nostalgic person. It doesn't hurt, and even if it did, I wouldn't give you a massage. Just kidding. A herniated disc is pressing against a nerve, causing numbness and pain in the groin area. If you want a massage, you should massage the area from the waist and buttocks down to the thigh. It's practically the absolute domain of absolute domains. How could she possibly be giving Li Mu a massage? Fortunately, Li Mu was unaware of these things. Otherwise, this single statement alone could have been used to accuse him of harassment. Lu Xiaoxi took a sip of the kumquat lemon. The little girl loved sweet and sour drinks. She finished a small glass of juice in no time. She pursed her lips and set her sights on Li Mu's kumquat lemon drink. Li Mu, we're childhood sweethearts, aren't we? Half. Li Mu didn't look at her and retorted, since we're practically childhood sweethearts, then I can drink your water too. Lu Xiaoxi hadn't forgotten that this guy used to drink her water every day during military training, and now she wanted to drink Li Mu's water too. You can only drink half. Li Mu took a big gulp, leaving about half, and handed her the kumquat and lemon juice. That's exactly half. Bullshit, it's full of lemons and kumquats. Are you going to drink it or not? If you don't, I'll drink it all. Li Mu put the straw in his mouth, took a deep breath, as if he wanted to drink it all in one gulp. Lu Xiaoxi panicked and quickly grabbed his hand. Who said I'm not drinking? There's my saliva on it. I'll use my own straw. Lu Xiaoxi switched her straw with Li Mu's and slowly began to drink. Li Mu's cup was fully sweetened, much sweeter than hers. The trash was naturally Li Mu's responsibility. Li Mu glanced at the straw that the little girl had used. The end that she had been sucking on had been flattened by the little girl, so she could drink slowly without worrying about sucking on lemon seeds. Lu Xiaoxi held the cup with both hands to drink, and when she opened her mouth, her tender lips would stick to the straw and get tugged, which was extremely cute. Don't drink with both hands, he said. And then, under Lu Xiaoxi's questioning gaze, he took Lu Xiaoxi's hand again, holding it together in his palm. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him until Li Mu started rubbing her. Then she whimpered and pulled her hand away, poking and prodding Li Mu's waist. You really don't want me to massage you? Li Mu suddenly asked. Lu Xiaoxi's mind conjured up the image of Li Mu massaging her inner thighs. Suddenly, her face flushed red, and she shook her head violently, muttering in a soft, coquettish voice, "You're so lewd." Shoo, there are a lot of people. Dirty. You're vulgar too. How did I become vulgar? Didn't you hold my hand too? And you were rubbing and pinching it. That's pretty perverted. Li Mu naturally pulled her hand over, placed it on his lap, covered it with his own hand, and rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. Lu Xiaoxi's hand was very white, and you had to look closely to see the fine hairs on it. Li Mu gently ran his thumb over the fine hairs without touching the skin, and Lu Xiaoxi felt a ticklish sensation. When did I hold your hand? It was clearly you who shamelessly kept trying to hold my hand, okay? Forces are reciprocal. Li Mu demonstrated his perfect score in physics from junior high school. Your mind is full of fallacies and sophistry. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. According to you, you're harassing me every day. Oh, Li Mu replied casually, continuing to stroke her downy fur. Why don't you ask me why you're harassing me? I don't want to ask. Lu Xiaoxi was extremely anxious, unable to say what she wanted to say, all because of Li Mu. Even if Li Mu didn't want to ask, she would still say, if I poke you, it's the same as you poking me, so you're harassing me. You've gone astray, and your skin has become thicker. Li Mu didn't look up, but played with her fingers, pinching each joint from her thumb to her little finger. Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable being pinched, so she let Li Mu play with her little hands. Are you a hand fetishist? No, I'm a lecher. Lu Xiaoxi! Exclamation point. Seeing the shocked expression on the petite girl's face, Li Mu chuckled and tried to justify himself. Just kidding. I'm just a hand fetishist. That would be even worse. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to pull her hand away, afraid that someone might do something strange to her hand in their mind, but it was just a thought. Feeling comfortable being pinched by Li Mu, the petite girl was almost melting. After resting, the two headed to the zoo's final destination, the panda enclosure. No one can resist giant pandas. This is Lu Xiaoxi's opinion. As national treasures, pandas are naturally the cash cows of zoos, and the panda enclosure is much more crowded than other areas. Children love tigers, lions, pythons, and crocodiles, animals with strong predatory instincts and symbols of power. College students tend to prefer cute and adorable things, such as red pandas and giant pandas. Upon arriving at the panda enclosure, Lu Xiaoxi became noticeably more excited. The setting sun cast its rays upon her face, making her eyelashes appear as if they were coated with gold threads. She looked so beautiful. For safety reasons, the fence in the panda enclosure is very high, reaching up to Lu Xiaoxi's chest. She held onto the fence and looked down at the giant pandas. Unlike in the video, the giant panda was all dirty, but its lazy appearance was still very cute. Lu Xiaoxi excitedly tugged at the hem of the boy's clothes beside her. Look, doesn't he look just like you? So silly and simple-minded. I think it looks a lot like you, both silly and cute. You're wrong. It should be cute and adorable. She's not stupid at all. Okay, our little pig Lu is so cute. Li Mu's eyes were very gentle, without even realizing it himself. Li Mu, let's take a group photo. Okay, make sure the photos look good. The two found a quiet spot facing the sunset and created a precious memory. Chapter 76 Cat Ear Hair Accessory. Lu Xiaoxi ran to the side and behind Li Mu, revealing half of her body, and placed her hands in a V sign on either side of Li Mu's head, grinning. Li Mu held up his phone with one hand and made a check mark with the other on his chin, squeezing his cheeks up a bit, making him look incredibly goofy. Look at you, how stupid you are. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the photos on her phone, unable to hide the smile on her lips. She loves this photo so much that she wants to print it out, frame it, hang it in her room, put it on her desk, and also hang a big one in the living room, the kind that looks like a wedding photo. Lu Xiaoxi realized what was happening, shook her head, and shook off those strange thoughts. Send it to me when you get back, and I'll send it to my mom. Why send it to Aunt Sue? Aunt Sue will think we're on a date. Isn't that so? No. At most it's half a date. It's still basically just hanging out. Don't get it wrong. Okay, everything is half, alright? Half of me and half of you are on a date. Ugh, you're disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi thought of scenes from certain horror movies. Her small body trembled, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Just kidding. Look at how timid you are. You want to watch horror movies? You wouldn't even dare to watch an uncensored horror movie commentary, would you? None of your business. I mainly wanted my mom to know that I had gone out to play. Otherwise, she would always think that I stayed at home playing video games. Li Mu said honestly. That was indeed what he was thinking. Lu Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded her little head. I've basically seen the whole zoo. From small to large, from common to national treasures, none are missed. Aside from the stinky monkey mountain, everywhere else is fun. The enormous sea turtles, rhinos, and elephants are far more impressive to the naked eye than to the videos. The only downside was that we didn't see any panda cubs, and the giant pandas were lazy. After watching for half an hour, they just lay there and pooped, waiting to go home. They left the zoo in a sightseeing bus. Do your back and legs still hurt? Li Mu asked with concern. You mustn't hurt that slender waist. I'm not that fragile. You're a fragile college student. Oh dear, let's hurry back. I want to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the sky. It was already dark, the streetlights were on, and the pushcart business had begun. The food carts here don't just sell snacks. They also sell all sorts of trinkets and toys. They even have the clay figurines and coloring books we used to play with as kids. Limu stopped as he passed a small cart that specialized in selling jewelry. The trolley is filled with a dazzling array of ornaments. Limu took a fancy to a white cat ear headdress. I want to put them on the little girl and then touch her cat ears. On their first day living together, when he was expressing disbelief that girls could change so much as they grow up, he even asked Lu Xiaoxi to make cat ears for him to touch. Even when he wanted to lend money to Lu Xiaoxi and take the opportunity to make demands of her, all he wanted was for Lu Xiaoxi to wear cat ears. In a sense, he has stayed true to his original aspiration and kept his mission firmly in mind. Limu, what are you looking at? Lu Xiaoxi saw someone stop in front of a stall and then turn back. Following his gaze, she also saw the beautiful jewelry, and her eyes lit up. Would you two like to buy some jewelry? I'm a college student entrepreneur, and everything is handmade. The owner was a young woman. Do you want to buy it? I'll buy it for you. Limu scanned the code in advance, so after buying the items, he could directly enter the amount and scan it. I didn't want to buy it at first, but since you said so, I'll buy one then. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then began to pick out her favorite jewelry. She took a liking to a hair tie with fluffy white pom-poms. It would look great with her ponytail. I want this one. That's it. I still have a lot of hair ties. Okay, boss, these are the two I'll take. Limu quickly took the cat ear-shaped pastries he had been eyeing from the cart. 2 for 21 yuan. Do you need a bag? Yes, it's been scanned. Limu's checkout speed was astonishing. Lu Xiaoxi belatedly realized that she hadn't seen what Limu was holding clearly before and was a little confused. Now that she saw it clearly, she was completely taken aback. Cat ear headband. She didn't think Limu would wear something like that. So there was only one possibility. It was bought for her. Once they were away from the stall, Lu Xiaoxi, embarrassed and annoyed, grabbed Limu, snatched the bag from his hand, and held it up in front of him. Is there anything else you want to say? What? Don't pretend you don't know. Lu Xiaoxi took out the cat ear hair accessory. She would never wear something like that. It's really weird. Would you believe me if I said I wanted to wear it myself? Do you have that kind of weird fetish? Lu Xiaoxi asked, pulling away from the person with disdain. Actually I wanted to give it away. I don't want to. I didn't say it was for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi's heart clenched. She suddenly panicked. She hoped that no other girl would appear by Limu's side. Otherwise, she would not be Limu's childhood sweetheart. Not even half a girl. I wanted to give this to my childhood sweetheart half. Limu chuckled, strode over, and took Lu Xiaoxi's soft little hand in his again, playing with it in his palm. Well, I'll keep this for now. Lu Xiaoxi blushed slightly, pursed her lips, and said sullenly. It was just a simple cat ear hair accessory, one that had appeared in many videos, but the thought of wearing it for Limu made her feel that it was full of romantic charm. It's so embarrassing. It was already past 10 o'clock when I got home. After playing for half a day, Limu was exhausted. Lu Xiaoxi, needless to say, collapsed onto the sofa, wriggling like a caterpillar, and finally ended up lying on the sofa in a long, flat position. I started boiling water at noon. You should go take a shower first, Lu Xiaoxi said weakly. Her back and legs were a little sore, and she needed to relax. You've exposed yourself. Limu stared at her fair, tender thighs, which were revealed as her skirt rode up due to her changing position, and couldn't take his eyes off her. The sound of swallowing saliva was particularly noticeable in the hall. Limu. Lu Xiaoxi immediately sat up, straightened her skirt, grabbed 2 pillows to protect her thighs, and blushed deeply. I didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. Feeling guilty, Limu turned his head away and dashed into the bathroom. Chapter 77, There is only one super now. Both of them had finished showering. Lu Xiaoxi, her hair still wet, stuffed her clothes into the washing machine, then ran back to the bathroom, grabbed a small bucket, and went into her room to hang her underwear to dry. She couldn't bring herself to hang her underwear out to dry, so Limu could see it. I went out into the lobby, plopped down on the sofa, and started drying my hair with a hairdryer. The hairdryer is very noisy. I can't hear any sound from the movie I'm watching. To avoid dripping water onto the sofa, she leaned forward, revealing her snow-white neck. Limu shifted his position and sat down next to her, feeling the warmth emanating from the petite girl and inhaling her delicate fragrance, feeling refreshed and relaxed. Looking at the rope around her neck, made up of multiple bundles of red and black cords, he raised his hand and compared it to his own dog tooth bracelet. The workmanship is almost identical, but Lu Xiaoxi's rope is a darker color, while his is lighter. This is a change brought about by time. However, Lu Xiaoxi's dog tooth necklace was made by her grandfather in her hometown, while Li Mu's dog tooth bracelet was made by a certain girl he didn't get along with. Prior to this, he had always lived a scientific life and had never been interested in folk customs or feng shui. Back then, his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi wasn't as close as it is now, so he was a little confused about why he could accept this dog tooth bracelet. His double standards were written all over his face. He wouldn't wear the silver sheep necklace Su Wen bought him, and he never took off Lu Xiaoxi's dog tooth bracelet. He wanted to introduce this cute little girl to everyone. Her name was Lu Xiaoxi, and she was his childhood sweetheart. Aren't you envious? My little childhood sweetheart is getting prettier and prettier the more I look at her. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Lu Xiaoxi tossed her hair, exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced sideways at the large face of someone beside her, and muttered, "I see you every day." Lu Xiaoxi felt a sweet warmth in her heart. "Do you want some yogurt? Drink it. It has to taste just like yours. Could you also bring me a bottle?" Li Mu thought Lu Xiaoxi was going to bring it for him, but it turned out she wanted him to run errands. He exaggeratedly muttered, "In the end, I was wronged," and got up to get the yogurt, while also taking out some fruit from the refrigerator to eat. These yogurts were a gift from Sister Xia not long ago. They only have a shelf life of 14 days and retail for 3 yuan a small bottle. The pig is so obedient. "Call me a gentleman, okay?" Li Mu said with a serious face. The tiny girl sat cross-legged, lifted the lid of the yogurt, stuck out her little pink tongue to lick off the yogurt on the lid, and then put the straw in her mouth and drank it little by little. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her fair arms and calves. Li Mu glanced at the skin on her ankle joints, which was pink and tender, then looked at his own, which looked like dead skin. It's true that there's no harm without comparison. Why don't you sit like a duck? Why sit like a duck? The duck sit was once hailed as the cutest sitting posture for girls. So what does this have to do with me? With her head held high, Lu Xiaoxi changed from sitting cross-legged to crossing her legs, her feet twitching. Crossing your legs is very harmful to your health, and you still do it. Li Mu tapped her knee to make her change her position. Lu Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue, looking mischievous, and crossed her legs on the coffee table. The rounded big toe rubs up and down, making a soft friction sound. The computer was playing the sweet romance drama that Lu Xiaoxi and Xia Yuan were both watching. Li Mu had found it in his records. As expected, Lu Xiaoxi was completely engrossed in watching. Is it really that good-looking? He wanted to see what tricks these sweet dramas used to manipulate young girls' hearts, that they could be watched by everyone from 19-year-old Lu Xiaoxi to 8-year-old Xia Yuan. After watching for a while following the rhythm of the sweet drama, he found that the complex relationships between the characters in this kind of sweet drama are no less than a spider web. Can you believe that among the 4 characters of the male lead, the second male lead, the female lead, and the second female lead, there can be dramas of real and fake heiresses, fathers killers, brothers turning against each other, and lovers stealing each other's love? Then came another twist. Someone was in a car accident, and a heartbreaking love song was inserted, lamenting the hard-won nature of love. After watching just one episode, Li Mu's brain went blank due to the excessive intake of junk information. He simply couldn't appreciate this kind of art. There was no way around it. The little green plum liked to watch, but he was different. He liked the little green plum. Li Mu also put his feet on the coffee table and rubbed them against one of his little green plum's feet. "Don't touch me, you definitely have athlete's foot." Lu Xiaoxi curled her toes and turned her foot to the other side. "Fine, you're the one who's contagious." "Hey, stop rubbing. It itches." Lu Xiaoxi complained, her instep itchy. She reached out to scratch it, and then rubbed it on Li Mu's clothes. "Oh no, your hands have athlete's foot too. I'm not holding your hand anymore." Li Mu made a disgusted face and patted the spot that Lu Xiaoxi had wiped. "Really? That's great. You're not allowed to hold hands with me anymore. Hee hee, we'll talk about that later. Let's hold hands for now." Li Mu shamelessly pulled the small girl's hand over and massaged it, from her elbow to each finger, occasionally pinching hard enough to leave a red mark. Lu Xiaoxi's lips curled up into a smile. She was reminded of her childhood. Back then, she was very proactive. Every day, she would hold Li Mu's hand and hook her arms around his clothes. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to walk. She really liked Li Mu. Although she still likes him a lot now, since they are only half childhood sweethearts, there is only one super. Now it was Li Mu's turn to take her hand. Perhaps this is what is called relationship balance. How I treated you before, that's how you treat me now. She has sweet dramas to watch and handsome guys to massage her. She feels like she's living the life of an aristocrat. If Li Mu could grow an extra hand, he could feed her some fruit. Just as she was enjoying herself and about to close her eyes, a video call came in. Upon seeing that the person who came was her mother, Lu Xiaoxi immediately sat up straight, withdrew her hand, and distanced herself from Li Mu. As soon as the video call connected, a fat cat's face appeared on the phone. The little fat cat curiously looked at the phone, wondering why its owner was trapped inside this thing. Little fatty, where's my mom? Lu Xiaoxi wanted to kiss little fatty's face again. Meow 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 meow. Oh okay. Li Mu's eyes widened. What's going on? How can we communicate like this? Does his childhood sweetheart, whom he just reconciled with today, have special abilities? Pfft. What's with that expression? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly couldn't hold back and pointed at Li Mu's nose, laughing at him. Li Mu must have believed it just now. He's really stupid. Are you kidding me? It's because you're too stupid. It's okay, you're stupid too. Li Mu shamelessly moved closer. Hey, you guys aren't asleep yet? On the other end of the phone, Qin Xiaoqian, who was applying a face mask, asked in confusion. Not yet, it's the weekend. It's okay to sleep late, Lu Xiaoxi explained. Haha, I thought you were in your room. What are you guys doing now? Watching TV, Mom. Is there something you need? It's nothing. I just called to check on you and Xiao Mu. How are you? You didn't bully Xiao Mu, did you? Aunt Qin, your good daughter bullied me terribly. She even made me get her yogurt just now. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, Li Mu instantly became a drama queen, leaning in halfway to complain to Qin Xiaoqian. Although everyone could tell that Li Mu was up to no good, Qin Xiaoqian still had to pretend. Xiaoxi, did you bully Xiaomu? Mom, look closely, okay? My hand is so much bigger than his. If this guy punches me, I'll cry for ages. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him with her foot, then turned the camera to Li Mu's arm, and Li Mu cooperated by showing off his muscles. Okay, you two need to get along well, understand? Don't argue, and definitely don't have any other conflicts. Okay, Mom. I'm telling you, I went to the zoo to see the giant pandas today. Lu Xiaoxi started chatting with Qin Xiaoqian, telling her everything that had happened in the past few days. From Li Mu's initial learning of cooking to today's trip to the zoo, only the part where the two became childhood sweethearts again was omitted. After all, in the eyes of their elders, they have always been the best of childhood sweethearts. Chapter 78 Little Green Plum. Lu Xiaoxi returned to her room, shook off the dust from the blankets, and spread them out on the bed. Tomorrow is Sunday, and she doesn't plan to go to bed that early. I was about to lie in bed and scroll through my phone when I suddenly noticed the hair accessories on the table. She walked over barefoot, smoothing her hair, and tied it into a small ponytail with the hair tie she had just bought. Her jet black, lustrous hair now has a fluffy little white ball on it, making her look incredibly cute. They were already cute, but now they're even cuter. Lu Xiaoxi occasionally indulges in a little narcissism. She hesitated, wondering whether to show it to Li Mu. After thinking for a moment, she decided to do what the girls on the internet did. Use her phone to cover her face and take a picture in the mirror. The girl, who dislikes taking photos and being in the spotlight, took many photos of herself and Li Mu today. She just placed an order on her phone, and in less than 2 days, her sunset photo with Li Mu will be framed in a beautiful frame. The petite girl paced around the room, trying to figure out where to hang it, but her gaze kept falling on the white cat ear headband that Li Mu had bought. She cursed Li Mu inwardly as a pervert, then sat back down at the table and quietly put on the cat ear hair accessory. The visual impact is strong. I knew Li Mu liked this kind of stuff. It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, curled one hand into a cat paw, moved it under her face, and made a signature cat gesture. Hee hee, she's so cute. We can't let Li Mu see this. She sat back on the edge of the bed, tucked her small body into the blanket, hugged her puppy plush toy, opened someone's WeChat, and sent that person a photo from earlier. Lee the fool. Nosebleed, nosebleed. Lee Bendan. Anything else? The petite girl smiled sweetly. Lee Bendan. We're the cat ears too. Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance from idiots.jpg. Lu Xiaozhu. Image of a panda lying down. Lu Xiaozhu. Doesn't it look like you? Lee the fool. Middle finger pointing skyward. Lee Bendan. Why aren't you asleep so late? Lu Xiaozhu. I'm asleep now. Lee Bendan. Good night. Lu Xiaozhu. Good night. Lee the idiot. Where's the voice recording? Angry, angry. Lu Xiaoxi opened his voice messages. The goodnight message also included game sounds. Playing games again? Are games really that fun? The girl ignored him, turned over, and continued looking at today's photos. On the very first day they became half-childhood sweethearts. Li Mu had already done everything from holding hands to pinching cheeks. If this happens in the future, won't Li Mu take advantage of us completely? As if she had thought of something, Lu Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a tomato in an instant, as if she could squeeze water out of it. Saying he wants to be her childhood sweetheart is just a way of taking advantage of her and then slowly devouring her. This was Li Mu's little scheme, to find ways to build a closer relationship and openly bully her. She understands Li Mu best. Overwhelmed by sleepiness, she sent Li Mu a good-night voice message, plugged her phone into the charger, and went to sleep. She'll definitely sleep very well tonight. Li Mu, who was next door, had just finished a game, closed his computer, turned off the light, and lay down on his bed. The residents of this community seem to have a habit of going to bed early, or rather, there aren't many college students like them. After midnight, very few lights are left on. My phone lit up, and I just received a good-night voice message from Lu Xiaoxi. He knew it. There was no way Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't send it to him. He only listened to it about 10 times. The more I listen to my little green plum's voice, the sweeter it gets. Charge your phone. Just as he was about to close his eyes and go to sleep, the image of Lu Xiaoxi lying on the sofa with her thighs exposed appeared in his mind. He didn't take it seriously, calmed down for a while, went back to sleep, and then remembered the photo from earlier. Oh no, I'm bewitched. Li Mu's thoughts wandered off somewhere, and he tossed and turned, finally looking at the tissue box on the table. The next day, Li Mu got up very early and went out before dawn. Perhaps out of guilt towards Lu Xiaoxi, he packed 3 servings of rice noodle rolls with egg, meat, and ham for her, along with 1 serving each of 4 different sauces: soy sauce, sweet and sour, yellow pepper sauce, and mushroom sauce. He also grabbed some chili sauce that looked delicious and bought 2 shumai for himself. Getting up so early. As soon as I got home, I saw Lu Xiaoxi brushing her teeth on the sink, the foam almost falling onto the floor. Lu Xiaoxi gave a soft looked at the things in his hands, and mumbled, "Do you buy a lot of steamed buns with conjunctiva?" Seemingly choked by the foam, he gagged as soon as he finished speaking and quickly spat out the foam with water. Of course it's for Lu Xiaozhu. Li Mu helped her open the rice noodle rolls, poured sauce over them, and poured a little sauce over each extra bag. "What's wrong with you? You're being so diligent today." Lu Xiaoxi was extremely satisfied. She didn't even bother with face wash and strode over to sit next to Li Mu. "It's nothing. You're not happy that I bought it for you. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. It's all your fault for going to the bathroom last night. You didn't even try to be quiet and woke me up. Little green plum, please don't be angry. This meal is on me." Li Mu tensed up and quickly changed the subject. "That's more like it, but please don't use such strange terms to address me. It's so awkward, calling me little 1 minute and big the next. Then, I'll call you little green plum. So cheesy." Lu Xiaoxi felt strange, blushing as soon as she heard the word childhood sweetheart. Chapter 79, I Want a Hug. Lu Xiaoxi ate the rice noodle rolls obediently. Even though it was a soft food, she would chew it 7 or 8 times before swallowing it. From Li Mu's perspective, Lu Xiaoxi was like a little hamster eating, her little mouth moving constantly. When he used to keep hamsters, he would often hold a mung bean in his hand and let the hamster eat it. The hamster was silly and only knew how to squeeze into the gaps between his fingers. He felt that Lu Xiaoxi would do the same. Across from him, Li Mu was looking at his phone while eating shumai, 1 bite at a time. He seemed perfectly serious, but if you moved the camera under the table, you could see that Li Mu had already stretched his foot over to Lu Xiaoxi and rubbed it against her. Aren't you cold? Lu Xiaoxi didn't seem to mind, since she was wearing pants anyway. It was only 21 degrees Celsius today, and she changed into long pants early in the morning, while Li Mu was still wearing shorts. Just like guys who aren't afraid of the cold, they prioritize style over warmth. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was also a guy who valued style. Well enough. Pack. What am I pretending for? You believe I can still be shirtless right now. Nobody believes you. You prioritize style over warmth. Without saying a word, Li Mu started to take off her clothes, but halfway through, Lu Xiaoxi quickly stopped her, saying, "You're a pervert. I believe you. Why didn't you believe it earlier? People's physical condition is not the same. I might not even feel cold if you wear a coat. I know you're amazing," Lu Xiaoxi said, slurping up her rice noodle rolls with her head down. When Li Mu lifted his shirt just now, she saw his abs. Li Mu is really healthier than she imagined. It felt like Li Mu could lift her up with one hand. "Do you want some?" When Lu Xiaoxi was eating her second bowl of rice noodle rolls, she secretly looked up at Li Mu and found that Li Mu had already finished his shumai and was now seriously rubbing against her leg. "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Mu asked, his eyes wide. Judging from Lu Xiaoxi's appetite, 3 bowls of rice noodle rolls wouldn't be enough to fill her up, even if you disregarded the greasiness. "Too much," Lu Xiaoxi said, picking up a piece of rice noodle roll and putting it to his mouth. "Piggy, time to eat." Li Mu seemed not to hear, opened his mouth to eat, but ended up eating air. Lu Xiaoxi quickly stuffed the rice noodle roll into her mouth, and 2 drops of sauce dripped onto the table. "The little pig is eating," Li Mu chuckled as he teased her. "Here, this is for you. You can eat it, I don't mind." "How can you eat just 2 shumai?" "Why not? I never ate breakfast before," Li Mufeng said casually. High school day students need to get up even earlier, usually brushing their teeth and washing their face by 6 o'clock. At that time, Suwon was still not up. He usually didn't eat breakfast, but occasionally he would buy some steamed buns from outside. He and Lu Xiaoxi ate 3 meals a day, which was a bit of a problem. If they had made up during high school, he probably would have gone to Lu Xiaoxi's place every day to freeload breakfast. After watching Lu Xiaoxi finish breakfast, Li Mu went straight back to his room and lay on the bed playing on his phone. It's true that lying down is the most comfortable thing to do on weekends. Aren't movies, games, and anime shows more appealing? Why do we have to go out and play? Anyway, if his childhood sweetheart doesn't ask him to go out, he absolutely won't go out. Seeing that he hadn't closed the door, Lu Xiaoxi peeked her head through the door and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm free now." When you're free, find something to do. You're only idle when you have nothing to do. Then find something to do. Lu Xiaoxi looked at his room and felt that it was very messy. There were clothes hangers in the closet, but they were not hung up. Instead, the clothes were thrown on the top shelf and not turned over. The only thing worth praising is that there wasn't much obvious trash. It was messy, but not dirty. Why don't you tidy up your room? It's not chaotic. It's a complete mess. You can help me pack it, since I carry your laptop bag for you every day. Get lost, clean up yourself. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sat on his bed, the spring mattress creaking. Fine, I won't get it done. Why are you telling me to get lost? Anyway, I want you to get lost. Okay, I'll get lost. Li Mu turned around and sat down next to her, shifting his buttocks to push the petite girl against the wall. Lu Xiaoxi could smell Li Mu's scent and feel his body temperature. It seemed that Li Mu's room was particularly warm. The air conditioner in the house was old-fashioned and didn't provide any heat. It would definitely be very cold in winter, so she would run to Li Mu's room to warm up. I'm sure Li Mu wouldn't mind. It's cold, squeeze in. Li Mu squeezed in a little more without saying a word. This time, the petite girl was really squeezed against the wall. It was still the same spot as before, with a shoe rack in front, a wall on the right, and someone warm and cozy on the left. There was no way to escape. Unlike last time, this time Li Mu could openly pull her hand over, place it on his lap, and then freely touch it. Who just said it wasn't cold? Hee, it's just about warmth over style. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was just making up an excuse to squeeze her out, and she chuckled inwardly. Li Mu was very clever. He could always see through her excuses at a glance. Otherwise, the excuses would have turned into lies. The scent grew stronger, and Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smelled so good. You pervert, don't sniff around like that. Li Mu rubbed her fingers, heard her deep breath, and couldn't help but tease her. Anyway, the girl was squeezed against the wall and couldn't run away. You, stay away, I need to go out. What are you going out for? Anyway, I don't want to be with you. Oh, Li Mu's buttocks shifted 1 centimeter. You, Lu Xiaoxi laughed in anger. If she didn't make room for her, she couldn't leave? Lu Xiaoxi kicked off her shoes, lay down, and slowly crawled up the bed until she was completely on the bed. Then she pulled the blanket over herself and curled herself up like a caterpillar. This is the little girl's favorite position. She is surrounded by blankets on all sides, which makes her feel very safe. She likes to tuck the blankets under her body when she sleeps. Going to a boy's bed, do you know what will happen? Li Mu mischievously lay down as well. I don't know. Lu Xiaoxi was scared, as if curling up into a caterpillar wasn't a good solution. She was safe, but it seemed she couldn't escape either, so she could only say angrily, if you dare to do anything reckless, I'll tell Aunt Sue. I won't do anything reckless. How about we hug? How do I hug you? Lu Xiaoxi stared at him with her big eyes. Just a hug through the blanket. It's been so many years since I've hugged someone like that. I miss it a little. You know I'm a nostalgic person. Li Mu's eyes were complicated, as if he really missed the close time the two of them used to have. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't quite understand him, but she mentally compared the two of them. She was his childhood sweetheart, so a hug shouldn't be a problem. She tapped her little head lightly, then tucked half her face under the blanket, leaving only her big, bright eyes showing. Then I'll hug you. Lu Xiaoxi turned around, facing away from someone. She couldn't face him because she would be unable to resist inhaling Li Mu's scent. Li Mu reached up to her lower abdomen with one hand and pulled her into his arms. Because they were lying on their side, he could only place one hand on her. The little girl was held in my arms, so fragrant and soft. I could feel her softness even through the blanket. She was better than any other body pillow. His face was pressed against Lu Xiaoxi's hair, which smelled sweet and fragrant. He hugged Lu Xiaoxi even tighter. This was the first hug in several years. There was no opportunity, no premeditation. He just went straight to Lu Xiaoxi and asked for a hug. If he hadn't been about to arouse, he definitely would have continued to hug him. Li Mu smoothly rolled to the edge of the bed, sat in front of the computer, turned it on, put on his headphones, hunched over, and began to get serious. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, confused. She had just been hugging him so comfortably that she was almost falling asleep from the warmth. How could he have run away so suddenly? What's wrong with you? It's nothing. I just got addicted to gaming. Lu Xiaoxi thought Li Mu was a scumbag, hugging and running away. She watched Li Mu playing games in a strange posture, walked behind him and poked and touched him, but Li Mu ignored her. So she became bolder, lifted up Li Mu's sleeve little by little until his entire arm was exposed. Li Mu had hair under his armpits, so she didn't dare to move. She traced the contours of Li Mu's muscles with her fingers. Don't scratch, it itches. Just scratch it. If you're free, find something to do, like helping me clean my room or something. You're going to turn into a lazy pig sooner or later. Chapter 80. We must take it one step at a time. Lu Xiaoxi helped him straighten his clothes. Everything that needed to be hung up was put on a clothes hanger. Li Mu was wearing boxer shorts, and she was very careful when she was adjusting them, only touching the edges and corners, and not daring to touch the protruding part in the middle. She didn't smell it. Li Mu's room wasn't dirty, just his clothes were a little messy, which was perfectly normal for a boy. Lu Xiaoxi kindly swept and mopped the floor for him, then opened the windows to ventilate the room, making it spotless. The room was filled with the damp, musty smell of the floor after it had been mopped, and Lu Xiaoxi returned to Li Mu's bed. She seemed to really like Li Mu's bed, as if it had some kind of magic that attracted her, even though it was just a simple combination of a spring mattress and a cooling mat. She was lying on top of the pig plushie playing Do Diju, a card game, on her phone with the volume turned up really loud, and you could hear the sad little tune that played when she lost every time. There's an activity in Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, where you can share a link with a friend. If your friend clicks on the link, the sharer will receive 1,000 happy beans, which can be used to play 2 more rounds. She took the phone in front of Li Mu, shared the link, and clicked on it with Li Mu's account, thus earning 1,000 happy beans. Why are you staying in my room? After playing games for 2 hours, Li Mu took off his headphones and asked the petite girl who was still there. Nothing to do. Let's go watch some sweet romantic dramas. Are you playing a game? I want to watch it on the projector. After we finish this game, I'll teach you how to connect the projector. Since you're using my account, you can watch any sweet dramas you want. You can just turn it on and watch them whenever you're free. No. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. If I use my computer to watch, all you'll do is play games. Okay. I'll show you after I finish this game. Anyway, I'm going to take a nap later. I stayed up until midnight yesterday, and then got up early this morning to buy breakfast for Lu Xiaoxi. He looks like a panda now. He was planning to go to bed after playing a game. But the little girl wouldn't leave, so what could he do but play game after game? This was the 3rd time already. No, I'll watch it tonight. TSK, you're such a busybody. Li Mu clicked his tongue. Li Mu, let me help you play a game of Do Diju. Don't you have one? My account is out of coins, so I'll use your phone to play. We can play many more games by clicking on events on each other's accounts. Go ahead and play. I'll watch you lose every day. Who said that? It's all because my teammates are bad. The landlord was almost finished playing the game, and they still couldn't play their cards. Lu Xiaoxi said a lot, explaining to Li Mu why she lost. Anyway, it was all the teammates' fault, whether it was a boy or a girl. If you lose a game, it's definitely not your fault. It's all because your teammates are too bad. Are you going to take a nap? I'll go to sleep in a bit. I was just about to sleep too, so I think you shouldn't leave. Li Mu closed his laptop, sat back on the bed, pulled up a pillow, lay down, and looked at her face to face. You can sleep here. Do you know what you're saying? Lu Xiaoxi was shocked. Did I hear that right? Li Mu means he wants to sleep together? They're incredibly audacious. Don't they have a death wish? I know. How dare you say that? Just taking a nap. You used to always come to me to sleep. Now it's okay if I ask you to sleep with me instead, right? Li Mu said shamelessly. If you were to put Face and Green Plum on a scale, Green Plum would definitely crush Face with overwhelming weight. He just wanted to sleep with his sweet and soft little Green Plum. This is a huge problem. Do you think we're still kids? Lu Xiaoxi blushed. She had done countless shameless things in the past. If she were to list them all, she'd rather crawl into a hole and hide. I don't do anything. I just sleep. So what's the difference between me and when I was a child? But anyway, it just won't work. Lu Xiaoxi moved like lightning, leaping off the bed in a flash. Ignoring whether they were her slippers or not, she put them on and ran. She stopped at the door, then gritted her teeth and muttered, "Pervert, I'm not playing with you anymore." He even closed the door for Li Mu. He's a really nice person. Li Mu felt ashamed. I don't know how to criticize Lu Xiaoxi. I just said I wanted to sleep, but Lu Xiaoxi isn't leaving, so we'll just have to sleep together. The moment you mention sleeping together, they run away faster than rabbits. What kind of behavior is that? However, he also understood that it was impossible for the two of them to return to the close relationship they had been in just an instant. Sleeping together, even for a nap, involves lying on the same bed and sharing the same blanket, which is far too private. Everything has a gradual process. It's impossible to reach the end in one step. He made his decision. If the ultimate goal is to have a perfect childhood sweetheart, then sleeping with your childhood sweetheart is a smaller goal. You have to complete countless small goals before you can achieve the final goal. The first small goal was to hold hands with someone with a clear conscience, and that has already been achieved. The second small goal is to sleep together. The third small goal is to hug each other face to face. The fourth small goal is to kiss each other on the lips, and the fifth small goal is cough cough. Once he achieves his ultimate goal, he can rightfully bring his childhood sweetheart home, and they can kiss, hug, and be all lovey-dovey. As Li Mu thought about it, he blushed. That's just how it is. You have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 81 Just Lick Me. By the end of October, Songnan rarely has weather hot enough to make people sweat. Those who can't withstand the cold have already put on light jackets to keep warm, while those who can withstand the cold haven't gotten so cold that they need to wear jackets. Of course, Li Mu can still wear a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. As long as the temperature is not lower than 15 degrees Celsius, He feels that there is no problem with wearing it like this. However, at Lu Xiaoxi's insistence, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and sweatpants. With his youthful style of dress and his good looks, most girls passing by would turn around and steal a glance. Li Mu himself didn't notice, but Lu Xiaoxi, who was standing next to him, did. Lu Xiaoxi walked to her side, looked up at him. This guy was so handsome. If she didn't follow him, other girls would definitely ask for her WeChat again. Just like when I first came to school to register, I received countless WeChat friend requests from girls. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxi became angry and slapped Li Mu on the back from behind, making a smack sound. Li Mu glanced at her. What? It's nothing. I just wanted to hit you. This is a school, don't go crazy. Li Mu's lips twitched. I'll hit you. Lu Xiaoxi slapped him again. Trying to push your luck? I'm not going to help you carry your laptop bag later. No, you have to carry it for me. Lu Xiaoxi stopped patting him. She was enjoying the process of someone carrying her laptop bag for her. It was as if they were there specifically to serve her. Lu Xiaoxi recalled a video she had seen before, which gave a detailed definition of a simp. Being a simp means sacrificing your dignity to please someone without expecting anything in return. It seems like Li Mu is trying to please her and doing things for her right now. Did she give Li Mu anything in return? Is holding Li Mu's hand, touching his face, or rubbing his legs a form of repayment? Lu Xiaoxi felt a little guilty. Could it be that Li Mu was seen as her lapdog by outsiders? Simps are ranked at the very bottom among guys, and are looked down upon by them. Li Mu. After looking around, Lu Xiaoxi hooked the hem of Li Mu's clothes and pulled him back. What's wrong now? Come closer. Aren't you my simp? Huh. Li Mu's expression was strange, and his eyes even showed a difference in size. How did we end up talking about simps while we were walking? Does he look like a simp? Why do you say that? Because you always help me carry things, but I've never helped you carry anything. What are you saying? So if you help me tidy up my room, you're not my simp? No, you should be a cat simp. No, you should be a pig simp. Li Mu carried 2 laptop bags in one hand and used his other hand to gently stroke the small girl's soft, smooth face with his fingertips. What sycophant? I was just trying to help you out. That's fine then. I was just helping you out. Then you're not my lapdog. I don't think so. We're that close already. Li Mu smiled, then suddenly said, What? You want me to be your lapdog? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. Being a simp will make other guys look down on you, and then you'll be isolated, right? I can secretly be your simp, as long as no one else knows. Li Mu leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear. At 8 a.m., Lu Xiaoxi set her alarm late. The two planned to have a quick bite to eat after class. Li Mu's words smelled strongly of toothpaste. Perhaps it was because of Li Mu's warm breath on her face that Lu Xiaoxi's face slowly turned pink. Is it okay? Lu Xiaoxi turned her head and whispered to him. Li Mu has always been good to me and always been there for me. If possible, it doesn't seem so bad. Keep dreaming. You want me to be your lapdog? It's only morning and you're already daydreaming. Li Mu ruthlessly interrupted her little fantasy of someone being a lapdog. Why not? You really intend to do that? Anyway, you can't fawn over other people. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Mu. She admitted that for a moment she was moved. If Li Mu really licked her, she probably wouldn't be able to refuse, and she probably wouldn't be able to resist for long before Li Mu licked her hand. Does she also have the traits of a bad woman? When have I ever fawned over anyone? No. When have I ever given you the impression of being such a simp? You're not like that now, but who knows if you will be in the future. Anyway, you can't fawn over others. Alright, I'll lick you first, okay? At school, Li Mu didn't dare to hold her hand for long periods of time. He would only touch her hand or pinch her cheek when there were few people around. As he got closer to the teaching building, he lost his chance. I'm itching to try it. It's best if no one else licks you. If you absolutely have to, just lick me. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and by the end, even Li Mu couldn't hear it anymore. What did you say? I'm telling you, you're a big lickspig. Lu Xiaoxi strode forward. Li Mu had no choice but to hurry up and catch up with the petite girl. No matter how he asked, Lu Xiaoxi ignored him. This moment is somewhat like a goddess who is relentlessly pursuing someone who doesn't seem to care about her. If the object is Lu Xiaoxi, It doesn't seem like it's not a bad idea. He rejected his own idea. Whether he himself would become a simp is another matter, but Lu Xiaoxi is unlikely to be the object of his simping. Lu Xiaoxi has never been one to ask for anything in return. He gives to her, and she gives back to him. Running so fast. Do you need to pee? You're the one who needs to pee. Your kidneys aren't good. You're weak. You go to the toilet every 2 hours. Lu Xiaoxi's ears were a little red, whether from anger or something else. It was hard to tell. Are you so angry, or did you eat something explosive? Li Mu didn't know what he had done to offend her. There was still so much time left. It was early in the morning, and she should have been walking around the campus and enjoying the atmosphere instead of rushing to the classroom. You ate 2 pounds of explosives? I'm going to blow you to smithereens. Lu Xiaoxi muttered angrily. The first period is an English class, so we don't need to use computers. Lu Xiaoxi sat in the front row, studying diligently with several girls she knew. Li Mu, on the other hand, went to the back row and sat with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang. Li Mu got along well with these two people. They were a gaming team online and classmates offline, but he rarely sat with them. After all, he was going to sit with his childhood sweetheart, so they would only be separated for one class during English class. Brother Mu, why did you come to the back? Lin Sheng spoke first. Ever since his conversation with Lao Yang, he had suspected that Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were a couple. If this is true, he'll be the only one in the 3-row car team who's single. I can't be the only one who's single. That's the last vestige of dignity and stubbornness for a single person. If you're both single, you're practically half-brothers. Have someone in a relationship? Sorry, we're not close. Not welcome me? Well then, I'm in for a surprise. Anyway, class hasn't started yet, so even if the teacher has arrived, I can move around freely. Universities don't restrict these things at all. No, let's play games. What are you doing in class? This is disrespectful to the teacher, Li Muyi said sternly. Don't you realize how important it is to teach a class? I don't really want to play right now. Li Mu changed his expression again. You were sitting in the back and listening attentively in class before. Why are you playing games now? Brother Mu, people change. I used to. Lin Sheng said earnestly. Old Yang interrupted Lin Sheng's long-winded explanation. Let me translate it for you. He just couldn't hold on anymore, and the game was more fun. Damn it, don't ruin it. Seeing these two lively characters, Li Mu joined them. He wasn't very good at English to begin with, and had forgotten most of it. But Lu Xiaoxi is good at it. I have a childhood sweetheart who speaks English. If I don't know something, I can just ask her. I can even rely on her for help during exams. Isn't this better than home tutoring? Chapter 82. What did Lu Xiaoxi understand? University professors don't really manage students much. As long as students aren't shouting or making loud movements that disrupt class discipline, they generally don't interfere. The 3 of them played games for half the class period. Playing games in class always makes me feel like I'm letting down all the hard work I've put in over the years. So, the 3 of them tacitly put down their phones for the second half of the class and listened to some of the content. Until the end of get out of class. Li Mu stood up, carrying his laptop bag. Brother Mu, shall we go buy some steamed buns? I've already eaten, you guys go ahead. Wait a minute, your charm is so cute, it's kind of girly. Lin Sheng, with his sharp eyes, noticed the dangling puppy charm on Li Mu's laptop bag and teased him. Yes, a little, but I like it. A couple set. As a male college student with a girlfriend, and currently in a passionate relationship, Lao Yang immediately sensed that something was amiss. He pushed up his glasses, and they started to reflect light like in anime. All right, stop making wild guesses. And Lao Yang, could you buy some more expensive glasses? They're always reflecting light. People who don't know better might think you're a primary school student with a bow tie. Damn it. These glasses are supposed to be anti-reflective, but they're practically the same as my old ones. I've been ripped off. Old Yang and Lin Sheng went to the cafeteria. Most of the students had left the classroom, except for a few girls in the front row, including Lu Xiaoxi. Although the two usually sit together, when they sit separately, they always wait until everyone has left before leaving together. He doesn't know why they do this, and can only attribute it to the shyness in the little girl's heart. As long as they separate even once, no one will suspect they are a couple. That's about it. It feels a bit like burying your head in the sand, even though they're not actually a couple. Little creak. Look, Li Mu is waiting for you. Huh? Lu Xiaoxi, who was being asked the question, secretly glanced behind her and saw Li Mu leaning against the wall, wearing headphones and scrolling through his phone with a silly grin on his face. I wonder what video Li Mu was watching that was so funny. I always see you two walking together. Are you a couple? No, it's not what you think. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes seeming to gaze intently, as if she knew everything. It doesn't look like it. Real. Hee hee. Then why do you two always walk together and sit together? I noticed that you and Li Mu have matching charms on your laptop bags. Because, I know Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know why, afraid that Li Mu would hear her, so she spoke softly. Why are you asking this? I have a feeling you two have a story. No story. To be honest, I think Li Mu is pretty handsome, you know? Our dorm has talked about him several times already. What did you talk about? Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes suddenly widened, wanting to hear what Li Mu's reputation was like among the other girls. Li Mu has been staying with me the whole time, and he's such a jerk and a scoundrel. He must have been cursed out by the other girls. Wanna know? Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Tell me first, how did you and Li Mu meet? You always come to school together. You're not living together, are you? No. Lu Xiaoxi had a bad feeling. No matter what, she couldn't admit that they were living together. Tell me quickly. I'll treat you to steamed buns. It's nothing. 2 out of the 4 of us in the dorm have added Li Mu on WeChat. One added him when school started, and the other added him when we collected homework. He never replies to our messages. He's too aloof. And he even uses a male god-like profile picture. And his WeChat moments are full of posts about cutting discounts and game events. He's obviously a repressed, secretly passionate guy. I think so too. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu out of the corner of her eye. They were speaking softly, and the classroom was so big that it was impossible to hear anything. Li Mu was also wearing headphones, so he definitely didn't know what they were talking about. Thinking this way, she became bolder. But being handsome gives you the right to be a bit of a flirt, you know? Actually, Li Mu is quite popular with girls. What topic? He's really good at video games. He agreed to team up with people, but it's a bit of a shame that he's teaming up with 2 other guys. That's good. That's good. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She was terrified that Li Mu would secretly play 2-player games with the other girls in the class behind her back. He's her childhood sweetheart. She'll be angry. She secretly decided that she would keep a close eye on Li Mu when he played games in the future. What's good about it? Nothing. I still feel like there's something between you and Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxiao felt the topic had gone off track, so she steered it back on track. But I won't ask you anymore, or you'll be turning into a peach in a bit. Lu Xiaoxi touched her face and realized that she was blushing. She looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was grinning, with a hint of resentment. Li Mu is still waiting for you. I'm off now. After Lu Xiaoxiao ran away, Lu Xiaoxi got up with her laptop bag on her back and walked to the back. She didn't know why Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly wanted to ask about her relationship with Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxiao has never been in a relationship, but she knows a lot of theoretical knowledge and dating skills. In short, she is a dating master with full theoretical knowledge but 0 practical experience. According to her, she's a fan of shipping, and she ships whichever couple she finds appealing. Lu Xiaoxi didn't quite understand Lu Xiaoxiao's behavior, but she knew what Lu Xiaoxiao meant, which was that she and Li Mu were like a couple. Is it really that obvious? They clearly didn't hug or kiss. They simply sat together in the classroom, without even holding hands. Aside from Li Mu occasionally touching her hand, there was no physical contact between them. If it were any other couple, they would have been sticking together by now. Lu Xiaoxi felt annoyed, wondering why she was thinking about these things. She walked up to Li Mu and angrily poked him in the waist. Ouch, what are you doing? She poked someone without warning. I'm hungry, let's eat. Is this your reason for poking me? I don't need a reason to poke you. Hee hee. Does that mean I don't need a reason to pinch your cheek? With no one in the classroom, Li Mu boldly pinched her little cheek, enjoying the wonderful feel of it. That won't do. I can poke you, but you can't touch me. Otherwise, people will misunderstand and think we have a very close relationship. What kind of brilliant logic is this? Besides, we are indeed quite close, aren't we? I meant the kind of intimacy between couples. The kind of intimacy between couples. Lu Xiaoxi stammered, especially when she mentioned the word couples. Couples, you see, many couples can only hold hands and stuff. They're not as good as us. Couples don't feel as sophisticated or intimate as our childhood sweetheart relationship. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback and looked up at Li Mu, who had no expression. But she could clearly see a smile in Li Mu's eyes. She seemed to understand something. The childhood sweethearts that Li Mu spoke of were purer than lovers and sweeter than husband and wife. Even half a relationship is much, much better than a couple or lovers. Her relationship with Li Mu was purer than that of lovers. She blushed again. You idiot. What did I do wrong again? It's all right, let's eat, it's my treat. Chapter 83 was taught until it was thoroughly mastered. Li Mu prefers light flavors, so he only bought 1 meat bun and 2 vegetable buns. Lu Xiaoxi was different. She ate a sticky corn, steamed buns, and sticky rice chicken. Before leaving, she also bought a 2 yuan crispy sausage. There's absolutely no need to worry about not being able to finish it. You can eat half of the corn and half of the steamed buns and save the rest. Lu Xiaoxi also has a small crossbody bag, so she can hide the food in it. Lu Xiaoxi's pink crossbody bag was bulging, and Li Mu felt that he could pull out a lot of things from it. Just like Doraemon's pocket. The two of them ate as they walked toward the classroom. The road was lined with towering trees, their leaves still lush and green, completely unaffected by the late autumn. There were many students, so the cars were moving very slowly. As Lu Xiaoxi walked, she felt she was getting closer and closer to the green belt, so she nudged Li Mu's hand and said, "Don't push me." I didn't notice." Li Mu took a bite of his steamed bun and scratched his head in confusion. He didn't deliberately try to squeeze Lu Xiaoxi. It just happened naturally as he walked. Is he the legendary one who likes to squeeze people when walking? Not many high school students live off campus, and there are very few people who can walk long distances together. He himself didn't even realize that he was pushing people into the green belt while walking. When I was walking with Lu Xiaoxi before, I probably didn't notice it because the road was too wide. Hee, what's wrong with squeezing me? Can I squeeze you? Li Mu squinted and squeezed her even harder. Squeeze your head, my ass. Lu Xiaoxi almost lost her balance, pursed her lips, and kicked Li Mu in the butt. Why do you love eating corn so much? Li Mu turned to look at her. When Lu Xiaoxi eats corn, she likes to eat both ends first, then hold both ends with her fingers and eat the middle part horizontally. Tasty. You like sweets, don't you? You used to ask me for candy all the time, and you got a lot of cavities. I remember when you had cavities, your teeth were all black. It was horrible. Isn't it because you gave me so much candy? TCH, you begged me to give it to you, okay? You kept calling me Li Mu gay. That's enough. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. Do you believe I'll tell the whole world that you wet the bed during your kindergarten nap? Shoo, I was wrong. Li Mu, carrying a laptop bag in one hand, made a difficult gesture of clasping his hands together. The kindergarten nap time was the kind where everyone slept on the floor. He and Lu Xiaoxi sat next to each other, and Lu Xiaoxi clung to him like a kitten, sharing a blanket. And then, he wet the bed. Lu Xiaoxi's clothes were still stained. This was a heavy blow to Li Mu, who was 3.5 years old at the time, and it was also the last time Li Mu wet the bed. It is absolutely true that a hero does not dwell on past glories. I almost forgot. His and Lu Xiaoxi's dark histories are interconnected. He knows Lu Xiaoxi's dark histories, and Lu Xiaoxi knows his dark histories. He just didn't expect that Lu Xiaoxi would play such a trump card right away. Damn it. You know you're wrong. So why don't you obediently give me your seat? Lu Xiaoxi used her shoulder to push him, leaving herself enough room to walk. Yes, it was my fault. Miss Lu, this way, please. Humph. The little girl proudly raised her head. Li Mu had always been one step ahead of her, and she had finally gotten her revenge. She chatted with Li Mu about this and that, and didn't get to eat much corn. They were almost at the classroom, so Lu Xiaoxi took a couple of bites with her front teeth like a little rabbit and handed the rest of the corn to Li Mu. Can't eat anymore? What is given to you should not be wasted. Does she really think she's some kind of pampered princess? Then I'll lose it. You promised not to waste food. Li Mu snatched it away and quickly took 2 bites. The glutinous corn was very sweet, and some of the kernels were chewed up by Lu Xiaoxi, making them even sweeter. He never complained about the food Lu Xiaoxi had eaten. Today's lesson was terrifying. The mornings are filled with English classes and major-related courses, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., which is incredibly demanding. The afternoons are also filled with major related courses, and there are evening self-study sessions in the evening. Apart from today, the other classes were quite relaxed. I don't know why they scheduled so many classes on this day. Limu had reason to suspect that the management department might have fallen asleep while arranging the class schedule and filled out the form incorrectly, but somehow it was still running, so they just went with the mistake. Just like those who write code, if a program has a bug but can still run, then just ignore the bug. Fortunately, there are only 5 days of classes a week, and only one day is particularly tiring. After a few more sessions, there's not much to complain about. During class, Limu would occasionally glance at Lu Xiaoxi. Seeing that the little girl was listening attentively to the lesson, he didn't disturb her. Lu Xiaoxi worked harder than he had imagined. He had previously sent Lu Xiaoxi a typing software for her to practice, and after a few days, Lu Xiaoxi's typing skills had improved significantly. Although I'm not a fast typist and can't touch type, I can handle taking notes for class without much trouble. Watching Lu Xiaoxi diligently typing on the keyboard with her 2 index fingers, sometimes biting her lip, sometimes pursing her lips, she was so cute that she would explode if you looked at her again. "Stop staring at me, okay? Focus on your lesson," Lu Xiaoxi said in a very soft voice without even looking up. "I finished this content a long time ago. I know it by heart." "You know it by heart after just one lesson? Do you think you're a genius?" It's 30% effort and 30% talent. What about the remaining 40%? Of course it's my childhood sweetheart's encouragement. Ugh, that's so cheesy. The little girl felt a surge of joy in her heart. It's all thanks to his own efforts that this guy studied so diligently. She did a good job of supervising Limu's studies, which definitely earned her points with Aunt Sue. She felt that she had made a very good impression on Aunt Sue, to the point where she didn't need any extra points, but who wouldn't like to have a better impression? Practical classes inevitably involve interaction, and the classroom is not quiet. When a student raises their hand, the teacher will come down from the podium to teach. Even after the teacher walked by, the two continued whispering. They are really learning. Some operations required knowledge that had been taught before, which Lu Xiaoxi had forgotten, so Limu helped her review them. Limu glanced at her computer and noticed that her notes were densely packed and extremely detailed. Lu Xiaoxi always takes notes like this, recording all the knowledge points, big and small. When he asked Lu Xiaoxi for his high school notes, the words in the notebook were so small they looked like ants, making his eyes blurry. As for his own notes, he would just scribble some lines and write some words on the book, and he didn't even know if he had recorded the important points. Anyway, I don't look at it after class. Can you even understand the notes you take? In this practical course, some knowledge needs to be practiced and familiarized with. No matter how much you memorize, it's better to practice by hand. Practice a few times, and you'll know it by heart. How do you know I haven't practiced? Lu Xiaoxi opened a folder named Daily Practice for Limu to see. This petite girl knows how to create folders. She saves all her daily practice in them. Okay, you're amazing. But how come you forgot what happened before? I didn't practice that part much, so I don't remember it well. Then next time, take fewer notes and practice more. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Hee, I learn very slowly, so don't say I'm annoying when the time comes. If you dare to say a single word that's annoying, I'll expose all your dark history. While the girl wasn't paying attention, Limu touched the back of her fair hand and grinned mischievously. How could I find you annoying? I'll teach you step by step until you know it by heart. Chapter 84: Prioritizing Romance over Friendship. At noon, the two of them took a nap at their favorite lunch break spot. In the afternoon, it was another long day of professional classes. Dinner was eaten in the cafeteria. There was still a long time before evening self-study began. In the past, Limu and Lu Xiaoxi would return to their lunch break spot, but this time, the two of them came to the tiered seats on the playground. Of course, they weren't there to exercise. They were there to watch the university students exercise. Looking at the hundreds of students running around the campus, Lu Xiaoxi had a strange expression. She stood with her legs together, propped her face up with her hands, and just watched. Because she had a certificate for a herniated disc, she was granted exemption from physical education exams early on, but Limu could not, as he had to complete a 50-kilometer running task each semester. Otherwise, he would not be able to earn credits. I'm going to start running from now on. Limu sat down next to the girl, his laptop bag resting against his other side. When does it begin? Let's do it tonight. I'll be running every day from now on. For a while, Li Mu always went home with Lu Xiaoxi and never participated in the so-called campus run. Now we can't delay any longer. If he delays for another 7 or 8 days, he won't be able to complete the task and earn the required credits. You'll wait for me, right? Li Mu took the small girl's hand, loosened her fingers, massaged her skin, and rubbed and kneaded her until they both felt comfortable. There weren't many people on the tiered seating. Most students came to run and left after they finished. Many more students would hand their phones to the dorm supervisors to run for them, and then scan their faces when required. For some college students, running 2 kilometers in 20 minutes is still quite challenging. Those college students who don't have a wealthy father to help them will be out of breath after running 2 laps, and will start to stroll and rest. You'll be covered in sweat after you finish running, so don't push me then. No, it's not crowded. You can't touch my hand either. Little pig Lu, you've gone too far. Li Mu's smiling face instantly turned serious. On the matter of touching hands, there was no room for compromise. Hey, this is my hand. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back and waved it in front of him. What do you mean yours? They belong to my childhood sweetheart. Li Mu placed Lu Xiaoxi's hand on his lap again, touching her from the upper part of her wrist to her fingertips. The soft, smooth touch made him reluctant to let go. Your voice smells like leeks and eggs. It's normal to feel like this right after dinner. It'll be fine in a bit. Then why don't I have any? Look at what you're saying. What kind of taste could your sweet and sour pork and cabbage possibly have? Li Mu paused, then added, Don't you have chewing gum? Give me a piece. No. Then let it stink. I can't smell it anyway. Ugh, Lu Xiaoxi pretended to gag in an exaggerated way, took out a piece of chewing gum from her small handbag, unwrapped it, and fed it to someone's mouth. Just as someone is about to bite, it quickly swallows the food, then mocks the person's expression with a laugh as captivating as a silver bell. Evening self-study. The two arrived early and managed to snag a prime spot in the back row by the window. Lu Xiaoxi took the 2 computers to her side and put them down. She planned to scroll through her phone during evening self-study to get through the time. After a full day of classes, even Lu Xiaoxi couldn't continue practicing during evening self-study, and there was no need to either. The 2 of them, each wearing an earphone, listened to Li Mu's playlist of English love songs, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Mu blew bubbles out of sheer boredom, making them bigger and bigger. He patted Lu Xiaoxi on the shoulder, showing her his masterpiece. Childish. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxi also tried to blow a bubble, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only blow a very small bubble. You're so lame. Li Mu mocked her after chewing 3 pieces of gum. Hey, Brother Mu, you're here so early? Playing games. What else can you do during evening self-study, if not play games? Lin Sheng and Lao Yang were chatting about something, laughing loudly, and walked into the classroom one after the other. Suddenly, they saw Li Mu in the back row and greeted him first. You can hit me during class. Oh my, Lu Xiaoxi is here too. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She knew these 2 people. They were the 2 boys who often sat in the back row with Li Mu. Lin Sheng, let's sit here. Seeing that Lin Sheng was about to sit next to Li Mu without thinking, Old Yang pushed up his glasses that could shine and pulled Lin Sheng to sit in the middle. Li Mu gave Lao Yang a thumbs up and continued whispering to Lu Xiaoxi. When there are too many people, it becomes inconvenient to do anything else. More and more students gradually came in. Xiao, want some gum? Lu Xiaoxi was almost asleep listening to Little Love Song when she saw Lu Xiao coming in through the back door and quickly waved to her. Thanks. Lu Xiao looked at the 2 people sitting next to her and noticed that they both had the same single earphone. She suddenly realized what was going on and made a conclusion about their relationship, but she didn't say anything. The 2 girls chatted for a while, and Li Mu, caught in the middle, felt a little awkward. He could only open all the apps and pretend to be very busy. As they chatted, Lu Xiaoxi suggested that he go and sit down with his good friend. Lu Xiao sat in his original seat. Li Mu's lips twitched as he was kicked out by his childhood sweetheart. He hadn't gotten any advantage and was now forced to sit with 2 men. Who could he complain to? Get on the account. Li Mu nudged his 2 friends next to him. I need to advance to the next round, Brother Mu, Father Mu. Lin Sheng pleaded desperately. Get out. I don't have a son like you. Why aren't you sitting with Li Mu? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Can't I even sit with you? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes crinkled into a smile. She and Li Mu had plenty of time together, sometimes spending the whole day together without getting tired of each other. What difference would it make if they had one more or one less evening study session? Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were quite playful as she teased. Others value romance over friendship, but you value friendship over romance. Nonsense. Isn't that right? So you're prioritizing romance over friendship? Hey, can't you think of anything normal? The classroom was noisy, and the two girls seemed to be chatting happily about something. Mobile games are mostly used to kill time. 90 minutes of evening self-study time flies by. Li Mu, Lin Sheng, and Lao Yang exchanged glances, tacitly choosing not to discuss their earlier run of success followed by a reversal of fortune and a subsequent 4-game losing streak. Chapter 85 Goodnight Hug 1. Li Mu didn't say much until they reached the playground. This greatly intrigued Lu Xiaoxi. It was rare to see Li Mu looking so sullen. Was it because she wanted to sit with Lu Xiaoxiao that made Li Mu feel uncomfortable? Based on her understanding of Li Mu, she knew he wouldn't take this matter to heart at all. After thinking it over, she decided to ask directly. Why are you looking so down? Did you lose some money? No. What's wrong? Don't you want to run? You can rent a shared bike and ride it around school. No. I'm telling you. I really need comfort right now. What exactly happened? If you comfort me, I'll tell you. Say it or don't, it's up to you. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't going to indulge him. They walked for a long time without Li Mu saying a word. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him and noticed that he was walking with his eyes downcast and his mind at ease. The petite girl gently patted someone on the back. That comforts you. Now you can tell me, right? That kind of comfort doesn't count. Then how do we determine if it counts? Give me a hug. No hugging, just tell me. I just lost a lot of games and haven't recovered yet. Seeing that he couldn't get a hug from the petite girl, Li Mu stopped pretending. That's it. I still think you should offer some comfort. Roll. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes in annoyance. She thought something important had happened to make this shameless guy so unhappy. She should have guessed that this guy was very dedicated to the game. There is a big tree near the playground, which was originally used to provide shade from the sun. But now it is late autumn, and without the scorching sun, the tree has lost its purpose. Instead, a pile of fallen leaves and unknown fruits have dirted the grass. The two found a similar spot to sit down in the afternoon. This spot was relatively clean, and the basketball court lights behind them provided much better illumination than other locations. There were still many boys playing basketball on the court, expressing their hobby under the lights. The center of the playground is a football field, with lights on both sides. It's only at night that college students flock out to play. The track was filled with lights of various colors, mostly from phone screens and headphones. And of course, there were also some eye-catching people running with small speakers in their bags. From their vantage point, the neon lights were dazzling and possessed a unique beauty. Li Mu is also going to join them. Here are the earphones. Connect them to your own phone. Aren't you going to wear it? I'm going to run, and when I run far enough you won't be able to hear me. Lu Xiaoxi looked at him blinking, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart, and said, Okay. Li Mu jumped off the steps, fiddled with his phone for a while, and then started running. He wouldn't dare say he was in great physical condition, but running 2 kilometers wasn't difficult for him. Lu Xiaoxi took out her glasses from her small handbag, propped her chin up, and watched Li Mu run. When Li Mu got closer, she took a picture with her phone and circled him with a red line. Then, smiling, she opened the chat interface named Aunt Sue and sent the photos she had just taken. It was after get-off-work hours, so Sue quickly replied to her. Aunt Sue. Oh, is Li Mu running? Little stream, running around campus. Aunt Sue. Doesn't the stream run away? Little stream. I won't run, I'm exempt from running. Aunt Sue. Thumbs up, haven't you finished school yet? Aunt Sue. Have you had dinner yet? Xiaoxi, I've eaten. Li Mu will go back after his run. Aunt Sue. It's getting cold lately. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket. Please remind Li Mu to change his sleeping mat as soon as possible. Little stream, okay. In the time it takes to listen to 3 songs, Li Mu had already run 2 kilometers. Despite the cool weather, Li Mu broke out in a sweat, and his breathing became much faster. Lu Xiaoxi could hear his heavy breathing. Here, water. When did you buy this? Li Mu took the jasmine tea from the petite girl, twisted it open, and gulped it down. The feeling of having a cute girl bring you water after exercising is simply wonderful. He drank half of it in one gulp, and even let out an exaggerated ha sound, breathing all his breath onto the small girl's face. Lu Xiaoxi frowned and pointed to the vending machine at the corner not far away, saying, "When you run the last lap." Hee hee. Thanks, little green plum. Li Mu wiped his hands and used the back of his fingers to scratch Lu Xiaoxi's face. Lu Xiaoxi's face is a little chubby, without any pimples or acne scars. You can only see her pores if you get very close. It feels super comfortable to the touch. Take your laptop bag home. Can we each take one? Sure, why not? Hold hands. Li Mu finished his drink in one gulp, casually threw the bottle into the trash can, and took the girl's fair hand in his and gently squeezed it. I just showed Aunt Sue how you run. And then, did you say anything? Your mother has given me supreme management authority, saying that her son will be fully managed by the beautiful Lu Xiaoxi, and if Lu Xiaoxi says go east, you can't go west. Lu Xiaoxi said without changing her expression. He probably caught a slight case of shamelessness from Li Mu. Anyway, I have no worries when I'm with Li Mu. I don't quite believe it. If the target is Lu Xiaoxi, given how much Mom likes Lu Xiaoxi, it seems like she really could do something like that. Did he really sell himself to Lu Xiaoxi so easily? Li Mu sensed something was wrong. He also needs to get along well with Aunt Qin so that it will be easier to bring Lu Xiaoxi home in the future. You have to believe it whether you like it or not, otherwise I won't let you hold my hand. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back with a little force. As soon as she pulled, Li Mu also pulled back. After struggling twice, he gave up. I believe. Lu Xiaoxi hummed in response and quickened her pace. She wanted to hurry back, take a nice shower, change into her cute pajamas, and sit on the sofa with Li Mu to watch a sweet drama. It would be best to buy some fruit as well, so the two of you can eat together. It was already 10:30 when I got home. Uncle Zhang is still on duty, and Li Mu expressed his sincere admiration for Uncle Zhang's security work. Uncle Zhang is always on duty. People who don't know the situation might think that Uncle Zhang works 24 hours a day without interruption. Li Mu took a shower first because he was sweating. Lu Xiaoxi, can you get my clothes? Halfway through washing, Li Mu opened the bathroom door, poked his head out, and, not finding Lu Xiaoxi in the living room, called out towards her room. The sound of slippers pattering came from afar. When Lu Xiaoxi came out, she saw Li Mu's head emerging from the bathroom door. What are you doing, you big hooligan shepherd pig? Could you get my clothes? I forgot to take them from the bed. Lu Xiaoxi nodded at first, and was about to get up when she suddenly turned her eyes and said, Humph, call me sister, and I'll get it for you. We're the same age, are you serious? I won't take it unless you ask. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned a little red. The term sister is far too bold and provocative. When he was a child, he called Li Mu brother Li Mu, and always acted as the little sister. Now that she has the opportunity, she's ready to turn her teenage career around and sing her heart out. Just imagining Li Mu calling her Sister Xiaoxi makes her incredibly excited. Not taking it. Fine, then turn it over first. Ugh, you scoundrel, you pervert. Lu Xiaoxi knew this guy was going to run out naked, so she kept hurling insults at Li Mu. Then hurry up and get my clothes. Ah. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned as red as an apple, and she became completely obedient. Chapter 86 Goodnight Hug 2. Li Mu's hair wasn't long, so there was no need to blow dry it. Simply wiping it with a towel was enough. He lay on his side on the sofa, adjusted the equipment, and put on a sci-fi movie he had seen before, wanting to relive it. Things from the past often give people a sense of control. People unconsciously put on a childhood filter when looking at things from the past. With the accumulation of various emotions, people always feel that the present is not as good as before. Regarding movies, Li Mu also believes that older films had more depth and flavor. The fact that I still like it after the passage of time shows that it is excellent in itself. Lu Xiaoxi was the same. Even after a 5-year period of estrangement in their relationship, he still couldn't forget her. Even during that period, he would occasionally think of the little things he had shared with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu didn't focus his attention on the movie. Perhaps, maybe, he had liked Lu Xiaoxi for a long time, but he just hadn't realized it because of his age and limited understanding. Thanks to his thick skin, the two made up quickly. If Lu Xiaoxi, with her thin skin, were to take the initiative to reconcile, the timeline for reconciliation would be infinitely stretched, and they could only move forward at a snail's pace. It would be anyone's guess when they would be able to reconcile to the extent they had now. Well, I'll give myself a thumbs up for being so shameless. Li Mu pinched his face. In every sense, he was very satisfied with his face. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Xiaoxi had just come out of the bathroom when she saw Li Mu pulling her face. She was already used to Li Mu's baffling behavior, or rather, she was used to it. Miss you! Exclamation point. The blunt words made Lu Xiaoxi freeze on the spot. After she came to her senses, her eyes turned resentful. I just took a shower. 27 minutes apart feels like 3. Stop you my foot. Lu Xiaoxi interrupted him with the same line he'd used so many times before. So you're actually timing my shower time, huh? They even knew how many minutes it took. If you can't live without me, why didn't you come back to me sooner after that long period of awkwardness? Lu Xiaoxi pouted, inwardly complaining. If I had come to her to get back together in high school, she would definitely have agreed. Maybe she and Li Mu are childhood sweethearts now. Sit over here, I'll blow it for you. Li Mu sat up and patted the seat next to him. There's an art to blow drying your hair. Do you know how to do it? Lu Xiaoxi walked over, handed the hairdryer to Li Mu, and sat down on the sofa with her legs together. You teach me, I'll learn on the spot, and then I can play it for you. Go look it up online yourself. Li Mu actually checked it on his phone. There are many tutorial videos on blow-drying hair online. He watched them and imitated the techniques. When he felt he had learned enough, he stood up and ran behind the sofa. The internet says you should blow-dry your hair from the back, he explained before Lu Xiaoxi could ask why. Oh, if you're losing a lot of hair, you're doomed. How could that be? I'm so gentle. Li Mu confidently ruffled Lu Xiaoxi's wet hair from head to toe, then fell into deep thought when he saw the 2 extra strands of hair in his hand, unable to say the words. This is just normal hair loss. It's not your problem. Lu Xiaoxi saw him turn around halfway through his sentence and see 2 or 3 strands of hair in his hand, and she found it amusing. This common hair loss is unavoidable. Girls' hair loss is often stuck to other hairs and is difficult to notice without the help of hands and a comb. It's obvious he's never blow-dried a girl's hair before. This was Li Mu's first time combing her hair and her first time blow-drying it. Lu Xiaoxi was inexplicably happy. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and her round little toes relaxed. It was also the first time a boy had blow-dried her hair. There's something strange about it. It was completely different from what her mother said, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. Perhaps it was the psychological difference that came from knowing that Li Mu was behind him. Anyway, she likes it very much. Since it wasn't his fault, Li Mu was relieved. The movements with his hands gradually became bolder, loosening the girl's hair to make it dry faster. He could also take the opportunity to observe the girl's fair neck and rosy earlobes, and secretly rub them with his little finger. The girl would shrink her neck as if she had been tickled, and then turn around and glare at him resentfully. It was super cute. I want to hug the adorable Lu Xiaoxi. Let me give you a massage. Li Mu imitated the video, and after his hair was almost blown dry, he gently pressed one hand on Lu Xiaoxi's head. Perhaps he didn't find the right spot, but his pressure didn't make Lu Xiaoxi feel uncomfortable. In any case, it was a positive feedback. When did you learn all this? Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head up to look at the tall person. Even from this deathly perspective, Li Mu's face was still so handsome. Just now, Li Mu turned off the hairdryer, put it aside, and gently stroked Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands. Soft and warm. An enviable learning ability, Lu Xiaoxi muttered, her lips pursed by Li Mu, making her speech a little unclear. But she didn't resist, taking it as a small reward for Li Mu drying her hair and massaging her scalp. When it comes to learning ability, Li Mu is the most impressive person she has ever seen. From complex origami to problem-solving strategies, Li Mu grasps everything quickly, demonstrating an astonishing learning ability, something she is well aware of and envies. I don't know if this ability can be inherited. Li Mu reluctantly removed his hand from Lu Xiaoxi's face, quickly sat back on the sofa next to Lu Xiaoxi, pulled her hand over, and played with it on his lap. He can no longer live without Lu Xiaoxi's adorable pig's trotters. After a long day of classes, both of them were a little tired. It was already midnight when I finished watching the movie. It was time for Li Mu to go to bed. Boring, I'm sleepy. Lu Xiaoxi squinted, feeling her eyelids were so heavy, and hurriedly put on her slippers and walked towards the door. Wait a minute, Li Mu stopped her. You're wearing the wrong shoes. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed and exchanged shoes with Li Mu, but Li Mu did not move aside and remained blocking her door. I'm going to sleep, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi. Spit it out. Lu Xiaoxi yawned, her eyes moist. I want a hug. Lu Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. You were the one who distanced yourself from me in junior high, but now I have to make up with you. It doesn't feel fair. I need a hug to heal my broken heart. What nonsense. If you want to hug me, just say so. Why make up excuses? Lu Xiaoxi saw through his trick. She and Li Mu, being childhood sweethearts, would never maintain such a balanced scale of giving and receiving. Is it okay? Li Mu's swallowing sound was masked by the sound of the movie. Lu Xiaoxi was wide awake and remained silent. I'll take that as a yes. Li Mu grinned mischievously, opened his arms, wrapped them around the petite girl's back, and pulled her into his embrace. It's been so long since I've had a face-to-face hug. The two were very close. He could feel Lu Xiaoxi's warm body and smell the scent of a young girl. It felt so comfortable to hold her, and he wanted to hold her forever. Your heart is beating so fast. Lu Xiaoxi could feel the rapid heartbeat and breathing of someone, and she raised her head with difficulty. She wasn't much better off. Her breathing was rapid, her face was flushed, and her eyes were glistening with tears from being suffocated by Li Mu's scalding breath. I'm a little excited, understand? Li Mu said. Oh, me too. Lu Xiaoxi gently hugged Li Mu's waist and slowly wrapped her arms around him. She was completely enveloped by her childhood sweetheart. When Li Mu lifted her up, she almost fainted from nervousness. This was so sudden. Li Mu's breath tickled his forehead. Lu Xiaoxi. What now? How about we call this a goodnight hug? Let's do it every night before bed. Have some shame. If I had any shame, we wouldn't be childhood sweethearts. Then you can't hold me for too long, or I'll get nervous. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled. She was genuinely nervous. Okay, just one hug. Li Mu took a deep breath and released Lu Xiaoxi. Hee, your face is so red. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, completely unaware that she had become a little tomato herself, and even if she knew, she wouldn't admit it. I'm a little embarrassed by what I said earlier. I hope my little darling doesn't mind. I mind. You're so clumsy, you can't hug me next time. You just said it was okay to hug. What I said earlier doesn't count. I'm a nostalgic person, what you say now doesn't count. Nonsense. Huh. Give me another hug. Lu Xiaoxi was still smiling when she was hugged again, her face pressed against Li Mu's collarbone, where she could see Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Your swallowing has become like a manual transmission. Damn, it wasn't like that just now, but now that you mention it, it is. Ha ha ha, serves you right. You've changed too. It's all your fault. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Turn off the lights and the computer. The clothes haven't been hung out to dry yet. Remember to do that. Li Mu turned around, carried Lu Xiaoxi on his back, and ran back to his room in a flash, leaving only a disheveled figure behind. Lu Xiaoxi stood frozen in front of the door, blinking rapidly, then stamping her foot. The hug came so suddenly, and the runaway came just as suddenly. Li Mu is awful. Li Mu is a bad guy. Chapter 87 The Girl's Boudoir. A cool breeze blew into the room, and Li Mu, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shivered. He went barefoot over and closed the window crack, then pulled the curtains, which were only slightly open, shut tightly. In early November, just a few days before the start of winter, the weather will begin to cool down completely. The air conditioner was old-fashioned and didn't have a heating function. Even if it did, Li Mu wouldn't know how to turn it on. Anyone who's ever used air conditioning or heating in winter knows how stuffy it is. Moreover, Li Mu really likes winter. Summer is too hot for you to shed your skin, but winter is too cold for you to wear more clothes. For some reason, winters have been getting warmer day by day for the past few years. Last winter, Li Mu got through it wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and a fur-lined thermal coat. In the south, especially in a region like Sangnan, Winters are generally not very cold. Wearing just a few layers of clothing is usually enough. He opened the wardrobe, and it seemed he had no clothes to wear in winter. He only had one thin coat. I need to find an opportunity to ask my family to send me those thick clothes, and maybe a cotton quilt too. Today is Saturday. He slept in late, not getting up until 11 a.m., and kept writing until 1 p.m., without eating breakfast or lunch. His stomach was growling, so he had no choice but to leave the room. The little girl was not in the living room, but there were still some hot dishes on the table, as if they had just been eaten. Lu Xiaoxi, little Qingmei. Li Mu called out twice and gently knocked on Lu Xiaoxi's door. He tried sending her messages and making WeChat calls, but there was no response. He simply turned the doorknob. The girl's boudoir was filled with a faint fragrance. The curtains were wide open, and it was bright and fresh, the complete opposite of Li Mu's room. Every place was cleaned very well, and even the clutter on the table was neatly stacked. There were also several unflattering selfies of his on the wall, as well as some photos of the two of them. The photo of them together at sunset in the zoo had been printed by the girl into a roughly 8 or 9-inch print, framed, and hung on the wall. That trip to the zoo must have left a very deep impression on Lu Xiaoxi. The slightly messy mattress on the bed revealed the girl's sleeping posture. Li Mu could even imagine Lu Xiaoxi curled up like a little green worm and wriggling around on the bed. Li Mu was stunned when he saw the various small items by the bed. Some wrinkled red origami cranes, Teru Boza dolls with smiling faces, a toy car made of building blocks in the corner, and a puppy doll on the pillow. It seems that Lu Xiaoxi is nostalgic, just like him. He himself has almost forgotten about the old-fashioned Teru Bozu, Sunny doll. The ping-pong balls inside had his and Lu Xiaoxi's names written on them, and were circled in a big heart. He didn't know if Lu Xiaoxi had seen them. This is a small item that symbolizes the innocent childhood memories of the two people, and it's worth keeping. Wait, where is Lu Xiaoxi? Just as Li Mu realized what was happening and was about to call Lu Xiaoxi, the door suddenly opened. Lu Xiaoxi carried the package with both hands, making a rustling sound as she returned to the lobby. When she reached her room, she stared blankly at Li Mu inside, her cheerful smile instantly freezing. Why is Li Mu in his room? You're a pervert, the young girl exclaimed in surprise. Let me explain. Explain what? Lu Xiaoxi blushed and threw the underwear hanging on the wardrobe handle into the wardrobe. You saw it all. Yes, you saw it when you put it away. You still dare to admit it. Lu Xiaoxi gave Li Mu a good whack on the waist, pinching and poking him. It's no use. I've already mastered Vajra. Ouch. That's awkward. Indestructible? I think you're a perverted monster. How dare you barge into a girl's room? I'm just worried about you. You don't respond when I call you, and you don't answer the phone. How am I supposed to know if something happened to you? Really? Lu Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, half believing and half doubting. She glanced at her phone, and it really was true. 2 unread messages and 2 missed calls, all from this guy. Well, she misunderstood Li Mu. See? Aren't you going to apologize to me? I don't know. Then let's hug. Li Mu opened his arms. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then nuzzled her head against Li Mu's chest and snuggled into his arms. Before Li Mu could hug her back, she immediately peeked out. I've already been hugged. No, I haven't felt it yet, Li Mu said, embarrassed. Even a second counts as a hug. It has to be counted, whether you want to or not. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled and ignored him. Where were you just now? You didn't even answer your phone. I was picking up a package and didn't notice my phone. What did you buy? It's so big. Tada, a grill pan. We're having a barbecue tonight. Lu Xiaoxi ran out of the living room, brought back a cardboard box that was about half her size, and proudly showed it to Li Mu like a treasure. She even leaned closer to make sure Li Mu understood what it was like. How much does it cost? 90 yuan, isn't that amazing? You got a great deal. The original price was over 150 yuan. Li Mu didn't know whether he should tell Lu Xiaoxi the cruel truth. Online shopping often involves arbitrarily changing the original price of items. Before a price reduction, merchants may raise the original price and then lower it to achieve a significant discount. Aside from official promotions, so-called price reductions usually don't amount to much. Li Mu, who is a regular online shopper and whose secondary WeChat moments are full of cut-the-price promotions, could hardly be unaware of these things. But Lu Xiaoxi, who rarely shops online, didn't know that. Back when she was in school, all the necessities she needed could be bought offline. So Lu Xiaoxi rarely shopped online and didn't understand these tricks. Little Qingmei is very good at managing the household. Limu looked at the girl who was proudly puffing out her little chest and decided to praise her. He patted her head and ruffled her hair. "Don't mess with my hair, hee. I see that those barbecue restaurants charge 100 or 200 for a meal. It's super cheap if we grill it ourselves. The grill pan can be used many times. We're going to buy pork and beef later, slice them and grill them. Do you know how to grill? I've never grilled before." The girl chattered on, very excited. She was really craving the all-you-can-eat barbecue feast she saw online. "Are you sure you want to ask me? I'll just find the videos online." Li Mu assisted her for a few days, and she learned to cook the most basic and simple dishes, such as frying eggs and making fried rice. In essence, she was still a cooking idiot. Humans are indeed not omnipotent. Even someone as quick to learn as Li Mu struggles so much when it comes to cooking. It's hard to imagine that a boy as big as Li Mu would run far away from the pan and chase the spatula with 2 fingers just to fry an egg. She knew it was all in her head. Even if the oil sponge didn't hurt, she would instinctively feel scared. Every beginner cooking student goes through this, and she herself was like that at first. When it comes to meals, Li Mu is out of the question. I also need to buy some garlic and cilantro and make my own sauce. It was only noon, and the little girl was already planning how to have barbecue for dinner. "You're drooling." Li Mu looked at her, his hands itching to touch her. "No way." Lu Xiaoxi wiped her mouth, took a slurp, and then realized that she had been lied to by Li Mu. "Hee. You're so silly, adorably silly." Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands and gently pulled it outwards, causing Lu Xiaoxi to only make a whimpering sound. "I admit I'm cute, but I'm not silly at all." Lu Xiaoxi thought she was very clever. "You're both silly and cute. I won't stay." "Stay. You're stupid too. You have cerebellar atrophy." Lu Xiaoxi said, her breath muffled. "Hey, why are you swearing at me?" I'll scold you. Lu Xiaoxi made a disgusted face. "You haven't brushed your teeth or washed your face yet, have you? Your eye boogers are showing. Let's go now, or Xiao Qingmei's food will get cold." Li Mu grinned, and as he passed by, he didn't forget to stroke Lu Xiaoxi's soft hair. "I went into Lu Xiaoxi's boudoir today. I don't care if I get scolded or pinched, it's not a loss." Chapter 88 Intertwined Fingers. Lu Xiaoxi had finished lunch, and Li Mu had just finished washing up. He ladled out a bowl of hot porridge and pulled up a chair to start eating. What's it like to have a little green plum in your family who can cook? When you're hungry, you're fed. When you watch TV, you hold hands. Before bed, you get a hug. And when you're playing on the computer, your little sweetheart will come to your room, wrap herself up, and keep you company. Who wouldn't be charmed by this sweetness? Li Mu was very grateful. His university life would have been so boring without Lu Xiaoxi. Hee. Hurry up and eat. I can't wait any longer. Lu Xiaoxi pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, propping her chin up with her hands as she looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "Can't wait for what? Something's up. We're going to the market to buy vegetables and seasonings. We need to slice them, marinate them, and it takes a lot of time. We'll prepare early and start grilling at 6 o'clock sharp." 6 o'clock, isn't that too early? Li Mu shoveled a mouthful of porridge, slurped with his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised potato, and handed it to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi gulped down the food, chewing as she ate. "It's getting late. I have to teach Yuanyuan later. Hurry up and eat." Li Mu then put another piece of potato on her plate. Lu Xiaoxi could only calm down for a while if she had something in her mouth. "It's just a barbecue. Why are you so excited?" Urged on by Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu hurriedly finished his meal, changed into his travel clothes, and accompanied her to the farmer's market. The market was the young girl's domain, and Li Mu only had to carry the vegetables. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited, perhaps looking forward to the barbecue feast that evening. She looked left and right along the way, like a little bird taking flight for the first time, full of curiosity about the world. But this was not Lu Xiaoxi's first time at the market. The wet market changes every day. It's always fresh no matter how many times you come. They bought bags and bags of things in no time. There were also new shops opening near the market, with drums and gongs filling the air. Lu Xiaoxi would also take a look from afar and join in the fun. The market has all sorts of smells. Near the raw meat stalls, you smell meat. Near the cooked meat stalls, you smell fragrant aromas. Some stalls even sell things like pickled chicken feet. Lu Xiaoxi would go over to take a look and smell them, and then she would sit next to Li Mu to smell his scent and cleanse her sense of smell. Be careful, there are a lot of people. Li Mu grabbed the excited girl's hand, stopping her from running around anymore. There are so many activities here. Look, there's beef offal over there. I haven't had it in ages. Shall we go and have some? I just ate. Then I'll eat it. Lu Xiaoxi happily ran to the beef offal stall. The beef offal in Songnan isn't actually made from cow parts, but rather a stew of various miscellaneous ingredients, such as tofu puffs, pig lungs, and white radishes. Lu Xiaoxi bought a single skewer of meatballs and ate them one after another, her little mouth moving around. Li Mu wished he had 3 hands, one to carry the food, one to hold her hand, and one to gently rub Lu Xiaoxi's cute pink lips. There were only 4 meatballs in the string. She ate 3 herself and gave the last one to Li Mu. Li Mu was carrying things in both hands, so she could only reluctantly feed him. She was most looking forward to the barbecue that night. She bought a lot of ingredients, so she couldn't eat too much now and had to save some room for the barbecue. After the long journey, Li Mu had to carry the vegetables with both hands. My right hand was holding the meat, and my fingers were already red and burning from the plastic bag. Although it's not very heavy, it can't withstand the long hours. Li Mu only had time to put his things down and rest while waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Look, it's all red from being tied up. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi glanced at his hand, then quickly looked away. Cold-blooded. That's how you use a childhood sweetheart. She pulled some tissues out of her versatile little handbag. Use tissues to pad your hands when you take them. It won't hurt as much. I'll help you take some too. A hug will make it stop hurting. We're still outside, Lu Xiaoxi said irritably, taking back the tissues so she wouldn't give them to this shameless guy. Then go back and hug him. You won't hug me when we get back. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, turned her face away, and looked down at her phone. The bus arrived, packed with people. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi exchanged a glance and decided to wait for the next one. Anyway, they're not in a hurry. He looked down and saw that Lu Xiaoxi was watching horror movie reviews again. Lu Xiaoxi had to tilt her phone to watch them to avoid any scary scenes that suddenly appeared. She was both bad at it and addicted to it. Let's watch a horror movie tonight, Li Mu whispered. No. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. She gets scared even watching horror movie reviews, so watching the movie itself would scare her to death. Then what's the point of watching the commentary every day? I'm a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? There are no ghosts in the world. Li Mu paused. Besides, I'm right here. What's there to be afraid of? But I'm scared. Isn't the dog tooth necklace protecting you? This black dog tooth necklace of mine can ward off evil spirits, but I'm scared. Then why are you still watching the commentary? I only watched the explanation because I was scared. You're bad at cooking, but have a huge addiction. Li Mu naturally took her hand and played with it, then slowly pressed it against hers, their 2 hands, one big and one small, clasped together. Has Lu Xiaoxi already accepted holding hands? Li Mu was a little smug. If they've already done such a symbolic gesture as holding hands, then sleeping together isn't far off. We're one step closer to becoming the perfect childhood sweethearts. Li Mu's hands were hot and burning from being squeezed, so Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to squeeze them and use her slightly cooler hands to help cool Li Mu down. I'm not going to look anyway. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to scare me so you can hug me, right? Uh-huh. It's such a tired trope. Lu Xiaoxi snorted. She thought she was so smart. Did they really think she had watched all those sweet romance dramas for nothing? Those male protagonists can easily make the female protagonist submit, because that's just for the plot of TV dramas. In reality, how could any girl not see through that? Even if she agrees, she'll just pretend she doesn't know and make her partner happy. She doesn't even want to pretend. Then let's skip the horror movie and just hug me, okay? No, only a goodnight hug is okay. Lu Xiaoxi spoke softly. A goodnight hug is a unique way of saying goodnight between childhood sweethearts, and it would be awkward and embarrassing if others heard it. Lu Xiaoxi gripped Li Mu's hand tightly, observing the changes in Li Mu's expression. She could almost see the dog's ears drooping down on Li Mu. Chapter 89. I took it seriously, half of it is mine. Unlike when we came, every bus on the way back was packed with people. After 2 buses passed by, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi finally got a bus that was a little less crowded. To make things easier, Lu Xiaoxi took 2 bags of vegetables and freed up one of Li Mu's hands to hold onto the handrail. She grabbed the handrail, not afraid of losing her balance at all. After all, Li Mu was right in front of her, and if the brakes came on, she would crash into Li Mu's arms. Fortunately, nothing went wrong on the way, and she made it through without any problems, so she didn't have a chance to bump into Li Mu's arms. You go about your business. I'll prepare the meat first. Lu Xiaoxi rolled up her sleeves, tied her hair in a cute little ponytail, put on an apron, and started busying herself in the kitchen. I'll help you out. Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu tied on an apron and joined in. 2 people, one tall and one short, were busy working in the kitchen. The sound of a kitchen knife clashing against a cutting board has a unique, rustic charm. Li Mu once dreamed of cooking with the girl he admired, and now that dream has come true. He can't cook yet, so he's only halfway there. He needs to work harder so that one day he can cook for the little girl. Oh dear, you've cut this meat too thick. Get out, you're getting in the way. Lu Xiaoxi, who was preparing the marinade, found his efforts to slice the meat into thin slices amusing, but when she saw the thick slices he had made, she couldn't laugh anymore. The sliced meat was uneven in thickness, mostly thicker at the top and thinner at the bottom, and some slices were even hollowed out in the middle. In a sense, Li Mu's knife skills were quite good. At least Lu Xiaoxi couldn't cut meat into donut-shaped slices. Li Mu inherited Su Wen's traits in this regard. Su Wen took so many years to reach a point where he could barely eat. So how much better could Li Mu be in such a short time? Li Mu was kicked out of the kitchen before he could even take off his apron. Since he had been driven away, Li Muping sighed and returned to his room to start writing. He has enough manuscripts and plans to release his new book tonight, releasing 20,000 words in one go. He will sign the contract in one go, and then update 3 chapters a day until he reaches 80,000 words, then resume 2 chapters a day. Just drift through life like this, and when I earn a little money, I'll reward myself and my petite little girl with an outfit, preferably the same style and different colors. For example, he bought a tan puppy pajama, while Lu Xiaoxi bought a pink pig pajama with animal cartoon patterns printed on the belly. He had already written some in the morning and a little more in the afternoon, completing the 4,000 words for the day. If all goes well, he will write a little more when Xia Yuan comes for her tutoring. I've exceeded the update target. I really worked hard today. Li Mu gave himself a thumbs up, sent messages to Lin Sheng and Lao Yang to log in, and even opened the door. He knew that once Lu Xiaoxi finished her work, she would definitely run to his room, take off her shoes, lie on his bed, and play on her phone. She might even use his account to play Do Diju, a card game. Li Mu and the other 2 are all game enthusiasts, and they play a wide variety of games together. Their main game has become a fixed 3-player team. If you get tired of this game, switch to another one. With headphones on, 3 gamers engage in a fierce gunfight. Shooting games often require a high degree of concentration, and with headphones on, I didn't even realize when Lu Xiaoxi came in while I was playing. Lu Xiaoxi remained quiet, lying on the bed like a kitten, her 2 feet swinging back and forth, while Li Mu's spring bed creaked incessantly. She played on her phone for a while, then scrolled through some videos after losing all her happy beans. She then reached for Li Mu's phone on the table, shook it after getting it, and only happily started playing with it after seeing that Li Mu didn't even glance at her. Li Mu has a dedicated management team for games, including Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, but she didn't open Do Diju. Instead, she opened Li Mu's WeChat. Li Mu's main account doesn't post much on Moments, and he only has a handful of friends, even fewer than his mini program. He also only has one group chat, a loving family, which includes Li Mu himself, Aunt Sue, and Uncle Li. The 2 families have such a good relationship. Why not create a group chat for both families? She even has a name in mind, the Harmonious 2 Families. She also glanced at Li Mu's chat history with Aunt Sue. Every now and then they would chat about trivial things, telling Li Mu to change the quilt or wear a coat, giving him earnest advice, and even sending him money to buy clothes. Li Mu didn't know what was wrong with him, but he returned the money he had spent on clothes and sent Aunt Sue a screenshot of his WeChat balance, which was nearly 20,000 yuan. Then Aunt Sue sent a thumbs-up emoji and a screenshot of a bank statement showing tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. So much money. They're clearly family, yet they still flaunt their wealth to each other. That's really interesting. Then open the chat interface labeled, Dad who gets explosive gold coins. They were all sending the same transfer information, without exchanging a single word. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled twice, then opened the chat interface labeled Lu Xiaozhu. They haven't said goodnight for several days. Since they learned to say goodnight hug, they hug each other every night before going to sleep. Sometimes it's for a few seconds, sometimes for a few minutes. It has completely replaced the words good night. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu guiltily, but seeing that Li Mu wasn't looking this way, she gradually grew bolder and sent many messages to Lu Xiaozhu, using Li Mu's account. Li Bendan. I am Mu Zhuzhu. Please call me Mu Zhuzhu. Li the Fool. I am a super big idiot. Li Bendan. Lu Xiaoxi is a super beauty. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled and replied to Li Mu with I know, on her own phone before finally stopping. What are you looking at so intently? Li Mu pounced down, crouching beside the girl, taking a deep breath of her scent, and instantly felt refreshed. The girl was startled, pinched Li Mu's arm, and left a light nail mark on his wrist with her fingernail. Aren't you going to fight anymore? She knew that Li Mu would play games with his microphone on, and from the calls he made while playing, she also knew that he was playing with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang, two classmates. So she didn't dare to speak loudly. Don't worry, I told them I went to the bathroom and turned off my microphone. I spoke louder. Oh, I just checked your WeChat, just a little while ago. Go ahead and look, what's so interesting about it? Or do you want to cut me in the back too? Cut my ass. I'm looking at your chat history with your parents. Look at it as you like, just use it like your own phone. I don't need to look anymore, here you go. Lu Xiaoxi felt that Li Mu was so gentle, and she obediently followed suit. As if remembering something, she took out her own phone again. Do you want to see mine? What's so interesting about your crappy phone? Your phone is so crappy, you're not allowed to look at it anymore. I won't let you see it even if you want to. Look, I'll look now, Li Mu said with a smile, poking Lu Xiaoxi's chubby little face. He knew exactly where Lu Xiaoxi's mole was. They were practically inseparable. Whether she looked at her phone or not was of no concern to him. I'm not giving it to you. Does this count as checking up on me? No, I'm checking my own phone. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, meeting Li Mu's intense gaze, but only for 2 seconds before looking away. How come it's your phone? You just said it yourself, that you want me to treat it like my own phone. Oh, that's just polite talk, don't take it seriously. Li Mu chuckled and gently flicked the girl's upper lip. I'm serious. I don't care, half of it is mine now. Lu Xiaoxi hid Li Mu's phone in her pocket, asserting her ownership of the phone. Chapter 90. The picture of the sleeping pig is making my mouth water. Damn it, where's Brother Mu? Did he fall into the toilet? A faint sound came through the earphones. Though very quiet, the perceptive girl still heard it. Your friend is calling you. Never mind them. Li Mu shifted to the side, squeezing his shoulder next to Lu Xiaoxi's. Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's strange look, he flashed a bright white smile and pulled Lu Xiaoxi's hand over to rub and pinch it. How about we go for a high-speed run? Came the voice from the other end of the headset. Li Mu jumped up, sat in the computer chair, put on his headphones, and shouted. Sorry, I fell asleep in the bathroom just now. Lin Sheng, 6. Old Young, awesome. Stop being so arrogant. Can you guys please step up your game? You've ruined everything. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't understand what Li Mu was saying, but she roughly understood what he meant. Li Mu really loves playing games, but she's different. She likes watching Li Mu play games from behind. She moved a small stool and sat behind Li Mu to watch him play. With the girl's support, Li Mu fought even more fiercely. In that instant, Li Mu experienced the joy of bringing a girl along. Even though this girl was just sitting behind him watching. He was in surprisingly good form, racking up kills one after another. After watching for only half an hour, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't take it anymore. The game screen was filled with guns spinning around, making her dizzy. She started tugging at Li Mu's clothes, flipping up the back of his collar to check the size, thinking that maybe she could use it later. After noting down the size of the clothes, She bent over and flipped up Li Mu's pants. She glanced at the size of the pants and quickly flipped them back up, afraid that Li Mu would notice, even though Li Mu had already noticed. After noting down Li Mu's size, Lu Xiaoxi went back to bed, covered herself with the blanket a little above her chest, and used Li Mu's phone to find some sweet dramas to watch. The bamboo mat is cool, and the quilt is warm, but this combination will seem too shabby when winter comes soon. Pausing her sweet romance, Lu Xiaoxi, slipping on her slippers, slapped open Li Mu's wardrobe, ignoring the row of underwear, and pulled out a mattress rolled up in a ball. There was a faint fragrance on it, probably from laundry detergent. This mattress was brought from home by Li Mu, and according to Aunt Sue's habits, it must have already been washed. She shook off the dust, laid out the mattress, slowly climbed on, and rolled around greedily, letting her body have intimate contact with the mattress. The mattress was so comfortable to lie on, being so fluffy. If she hadn't been searching for the comforter, she would have already laid out the blankets by now. She really liked Li Mu's bed. It has to be said that the weather in late autumn is perfect for sleeping. It's cool and refreshing, and once you're covered up with a blanket, you'll soon feel your eyelids getting heavy. The girl had a habit of taking a nap, and perhaps because Li Mu's bed was too comfortable, she started to feel sleepy as she looked at it. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and the hand holding the phone slowly fell down. The phone, now covered, still emitted the sound of a sweet romance drama. She was asleep on her side with her mouth slightly open, her face pressed against the pillow, creating a soft, fleshy shape. Li Mu glanced at the little figure on the bed, then went into mute mode, remaining silent for the entire time. But the clicking of the keyboard was unavoidable, and suddenly, the only sounds in the room were the keyboard and the audio of the sweet drama. Li Mu's keyboard had even quieter red switches, so it wouldn't wake the sleeping Lu Xiaoxi. After finishing the game, Li Mu made up an excuse to slip away, leaving the computer on and tiptoeing to the bedside. He sighed softly, having long anticipated this day would come. But the carefree girl didn't take it to heart and fell asleep in his bed. Looking at Lu Xiaoxi's adorable sleeping face, Li Mu felt a strong urge to kiss her. He tiptoed and poked Lu Xiaoxi's cheek. He wanted to kiss her, but he didn't have the courage. As if sensing something, Lu Xiaoxi frowned in dissatisfaction, let out a soft moan, turned around, and hid her hands under the pillow. Little pig Lu. Little pig Lu. She looks like she's sleeping soundly. Li Mu didn't dare to wake her. He gently took his phone out of Lu Xiaoxi's hand, turned off the sweet drama, opened the camera, and after making sure the flash was off, took a picture of a sleeping pig. He wanted to send the photos to Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu to show off his childhood sweetheart's adorable sleeping face, but then thought better of it. The differences between men and women are reflected in many aspects, such as now. If Lu Xiaoxi secretly took a picture of him sleeping and sent it to Suwon would just laugh it off and might even say that the scene was very heartwarming. But if he were to secretly take a picture of Lu Xiaoxi sleeping and send it to Aunt Chin, that would be a bit lewd. Although Aunt Chin wouldn't think of him that way, he still felt it wasn't quite right. Lu Xiaoxi is so cute and pink. Li Mu's heart melted at the sight. He lay down on the bed, but unfortunately there was only one pillow, so he could only rest his head on his hand, lying face to face with Lu Xiaoxi. The house, the room, the bed, the blanket, the pillow, it's all his. It's fine for him to take a nap here, right? Lu Xiaoxi ran into his bed on her own, so you can't blame him. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. The curtains were drawn as the girl entered. The room was filled with gold. Lu Xiaoxi felt a heat on her face and slowly woke up. What catches the eye is Li Mu's peaceful sleeping face. Her brain, still reeling from the recent events, couldn't understand why Li Mu was in her room, lying on her bed, sleeping face to face with her. The word pervert almost slipped out of her mouth. Suddenly, she smelled a foul odor. Following the source of the odor, she looked down and saw a white stain on the pillow, which was damp in the middle. Is that saliva? And this is Li Mu's pillow. When the girl came to her senses, she was completely disoriented. She subconsciously swallowed and looked at herself through the black screen of her phone. Sure enough, she saw drool trailing from the corner of her mouth. We're doomed. Not only did he fall asleep in Li Mu's bed, but he also drooled on Li Mu's pillow. I never used to drool. The sunset outside the window was beautiful. Normally, a young girl would definitely indulge in a bit of her artsy whims and release her pin-up artistic spirit. But this time is an exception because she panicked. Chapter 91: Eating Barbecue. Lu Xiaoxi had a very bad feeling. The only thing to be happy about was that Li Mu wasn't using a pillow. She will take the bedsheet off and wash it before Li Mu wakes up. After Li Mu woke up, she said that it was Li Mu's own drool, and she kindly helped Li Mu wash it off. Whether Li Mu believes it or not, as long as she stubbornly refuses to admit it, there's nothing Li Mu can do about it. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxi picked up a corner of the pillow with her two fair fingers, intending to take the pillow outside and remove the pillowcase. But before she could even pick up the pillow, she saw Li Mu's eyelashes tremble slightly. This is a sign that you are about to wake up. She quickly lay down again, covering the damp spot on the pillow with her hand and pretending to be asleep. She had a plan B even after Li Mu woke up. She didn't believe Li Mu would keep watching her. She would wait for Li Mu to go to the bathroom or do something else, and then she would take the opportunity to wake up and remove the pillowcase. She closed her eyes, trying to even out her breathing, and looked like she was really asleep. She felt someone moving beside her, and the bed creaked. Then, she felt a pair of large hands rubbing her face. That's outrageous. I wonder if she's still sleeping. You dare to touch her lips? This is intolerable. Okay, she'll have to bear with it for a bit longer. Fortunately, Li Mu only played with her for a short while. Suddenly, there was a soft sound beside the bed. She heard Li Mu get out of bed and put on his shoes. Why hasn't the door opened yet? Only Lu Xiaoxi's breathing could be heard in the room. Unable to hear or see, Lu Xiaoxi felt panicked. She wanted to see what Li Mu was doing, so she cautiously opened her eyes a crack. What she saw was Li Mu standing by the bed watching her, which frightened her so much that she quickly closed her eyes again. Li Mu stood by the bed, looking at the faint white mark on Lu Xiaoxi's lips, and remained silent. It looks like you're drooling. It's easy to tell if someone is faking sleep. Just look at whether their eyelashes are constantly fluttering. When he got up, he noticed that Lu Xiaoxi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was awake, and he also knew that Lu Xiaoxi was pretending to be asleep, so he boldly rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's face and pinched her lips. Little pig Lu, if you don't get up, I'm going to eat all the barbecue. Really asleep? Great. Hee hee, I'm going to hold you while I sleep. Li Mu said, lifting the blanket and wrapping the petite girl up in it, then got back into bed, draping one hand and one foot over her. You rascal, you woke me up. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed her sleepy eyes cutely, and Li Mu almost believed her. What are you pretending for in front of me? Your eyelashes are trembling so much they're practically flying to the sky. It's just drooling. I'm not going to say anything. When she was a child, Lu Xiaoxi often came to Li Mu's house to take a nap together. If Lu Xiaoxi wakes up first, she'll give Li Mu a big kiss on the cheek, sucking all the flesh into her mouth. When Li Mu was about to wake up, Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be asleep, pretending that she hadn't done anything. Back then, Li Mu used the method of checking if Lu Xiaoxi's eyelashes trembled to determine if she was pretending to be asleep, and he has never been wrong so far. The past is vivid in my memory. He remembered being annoyed by Lu Xiaoxi's behavior of secretly kissing him. Now, I do feel a bit nostalgic, just a simple nostalgia. Really, I don't want Lu Xiaoxi's kiss. He admitted that he had a tiny bit of anticipation before going to sleep. Ugh, I didn't drool. And stay away from me. Your breath stinks when you sleep. It's making me want to throw up. Lu Xiaoxi was being held by Li Mu and couldn't run away, so she could only use one hand to push Li Mu away while using the other hand to cover herself on the pillow. Fine, I'll have to hug you tonight anyway. Li Mu ignored the second half of his sentence. No hugging tonight. You pervert, sneaking to hug me while I'm asleep. Get up and grill some meat. I'm hungry. You go out first. Lu Xiaoxi refused to get up. Even though Li Mu knew she was drooling, she wouldn't admit it. She was just being stubborn. Okay, I'll go wash the rice and cook it. Li Mu smiled, not wanting to make things difficult for Lu Xiaoxi. He knew Lu Xiaoxi was drooling, and Lu Xiaoxi also knew that he knew she was drooling, but she just couldn't say it. As long as she didn't say it, she wouldn't drool. He knows what Lu Xiaoxi is thinking. This is probably the highest level of telepathy. Li Mu felt a sense of pride. They truly were the best childhood sweethearts. Having just finished rinsing the rice, Lu Xiaoxi came out of his room with a pillowcase in her arms and quickly disappeared into the bathroom. When I came out again, the pillowcase in my hand had been washed clean. Lu Xiaoxi wrung out the water, folded the clothes, and laid them on the hanger, clamping them with 2 stainless steel pliers, hoping it wouldn't rain for the next 2 days. Otherwise, she didn't know when they would dry. I saw that you bought a lot of groceries, so I cooked a little less rice this time. Okay, I've cleaned the baking tray. Here, move this to the coffee table. Eat at the coffee table. Yes, grilling meat takes a long time. Wouldn't it be better if we grilled meat while watching TV? When you move it, be careful to use a paper towel to cushion it so that the grill pan doesn't scratch the coffee table. Okay, I'll listen to you. Li Mu had never grilled meat before. In this respect, he was a complete novice, just like Lu Xiaoxi. No, Lu Xiaoxi had watched videos and studied strategies. He was even less knowledgeable than a blank slate. The electric baking pan isn't heavy. It's easy to lift with a light touch. However, it's too big and difficult to carry. Lu Xiaoxi went to the Cainiao post station alone to carry it up this afternoon, and I imagine she was exhausted. Li Mu glanced at the instruction manual for the electric baking pan and realized that it could be used as soon as it was plugged in. The working principle is to heat the chassis by applying electricity. Li Mu looked at him strangely. Was this any different from an induction cooker or a frying pan? He's not in the industry, so he can't really comment on these things. He hopes he can also grill delicious meat so that he can tell others that he can cook. Barbecue is a dish, isn't it? After tidying up the clutter on the coffee table, Lu Xiaoxi brought out plate after plate of marinated meat, arranging it just like in the restaurant. Let's eat first. The rice won't be ready for a long time. You put so much effort into marinating and plating this dish. Normally, you would have already prepared 3 dishes and a soup. You don't know anything. Lu Xiaoxi crossed her arms and began to chatter on. You know, you have to enjoy the process of grilling meat, right? You put a piece of meat on it, wait for one side to be cooked, then flip it over. When both sides are cooked, you take it out, dip it in the sauce, and then eat it. Do you think it's like eating a regular meal where you swallow the food along with the rice? So ceremonial? That's how it looks in the video. Then what do you mean by a bunch of random stuff? Li Mu pouted and turned on the electric baking pan according to the instructions. Soon after, smoke started coming out of the top. Following the instructions found online, Lu Xiaoxi poured oil, spread it evenly, and placed a slice of grilled meat on top, which immediately sizzled. A meaty aroma gradually filled the air. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited and grilled a piece of meat. Since it was her first time using it, she didn't know how long it would take to cook. She flipped the piece of meat several times until the surface was slightly charred before she felt at ease. After all, it's not good to eat meat raw. She put a piece of roasted meat on a plate, used a chopstick to tear the meat in half, ate one half herself, and used her hand to hold the other half and feed it to Li Mu, saying things like, "Moo pig, time to eat." Li Mu suddenly felt that the electric baking pan was actually quite good. Chapter 92, I'm a Lu Xiaoxi fanatic. Lu Xiaoxi put a lot of grilled meat on it, along with chopped corn, green peppers, and the like. With too many items placed, they couldn't be turned over, and the petite girl suddenly became very busy. Why bake so many at once? Hee, this is fun. This is how you grill meat. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're a seasoned barbecue expert. Li Mu turned the power down a notch. Otherwise, the meat would cook too quickly and be too tough to chew, making it easier for Lu Xiaoxi to eat. Come on, eat these. Lu Xiaoxi placed a meat tower made of pork and beef on a plate and pushed it towards Li Mu. My teeth are practically filled with food. Li Mu couldn't help but complain. Is it tasty? Not bad. Did I bake it well? Lu Xiaoxi said happily, taking credit for her achievement. Lu Xiaoxi marinated the raw meat in advance, so it tasted quite good even without any sauce. It's delicious, but it gets too cloying too easily. He needed Lu Xiaoxi's adorable energy to cleanse his palate. Li Mu coughed twice. Then his calves burrowed under the sofa and under Lu Xiaoxi's calves. Trying to get physical, huh? Lu Xiaoxi nudged the guy with her elbow. They can't even sit still while eating. I didn't do it. Cheeky. Li Mu clicked his tongue twice, finding Lu Xiaoxi incredibly amusing. I couldn't resist teasing her. Childhood sweethearts who don't get along are just too adorable. It's okay to start now. He put down his chopsticks and poked Lu Xiaoxi's puffed-up face. Because Lu Xiaoxi was chewing, the poke made her cheeks wiggle, and he couldn't put his hand down on it. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have discovered a treasure, and picked out a thick slice with a hollow center. Look, it's your donut meat slice. Hurry up and grill it, and eat it. It will bring you great luck this year. Really? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. I've heard that in some places, people like to put a lucky coin inside a dumpling. Whoever finds the lucky coin will have good luck. Does this donut-shaped meat slice also have that function? I just said it offhand. You know I don't believe in these things. I believe you. Lu Xiaoxi didn't care whether Li Mu believed her or not. She believed him anyway. Eating this will bring you exceptionally good luck, and good things are sure to happen this year. The grilled meat tasted great. After finishing the meal, there were still some slices of meat that couldn't be grilled, so I had to cover them with plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator. Lu Xiaoxi did most of the grilling, and there was only one pair of tongs. Even if Li Mu wanted to grill, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't let him. It's clear that Lu Xiaoxi is genuinely enjoying the process of grilling the meat. As for the taste, it's not that important anymore, although it's still very delicious. Therefore, Li Mu took the initiative to do the work after the meal, and went to the kitchen to wash the baking tray and bowls. When they came out, they saw that Lu Xiaoxi's belly was bloated from eating. She lifted her clothes a little to reveal her fair and tender belly, and she was lying on the sofa like a little pig lying on its back. If you could awaken a superpower, your superpower would definitely be the ability to eat, like a whole cow, in one bite. Li Mu chuckled as he sat down at Lu Xiaoxi's feet, blatantly staring at her slender little feet and delicate white toes. Then your skin must be bulletproof. Lu Xiaoxi kicked and stomped, and when she got tired, she put her foot on Li Mu's leg and pressed down hard, wanting to show Li Mu how powerful she was. She strained herself to the limit, her face turning red, but Li Mu remained unmoved. She groaned and put both her feet on it. Didn't you wash your feet last night? I washed them. You idiot. You're trying to say my feet stink again. Do your feet smell good? How narcissistic. Ugh, there's a pervert in the house. I won't say who it is. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her foot back in disgust. Isn't that you? Putting your leg on someone else. And you still say you're not a pervert. Li Mu chuckled, then grabbed Lu Xiaoxi's foot and put it on his own leg again. How should I put this feeling? Li Mu had never experienced this before. It was only because of Lu Xiaoxi that he didn't mind at all, and even felt a little excited. Anyone else would have already washed their hands with shower gel by now. It's not that he's particularly noble. It's true that he's a womanizer, but the only person he's interested in is Lu Xiaoxi. He used to glance at suggestive short videos when he came across them, but ever since he and Lu Xiaoxi became childhood sweethearts again, he doesn't even want to watch those kinds of videos anymore. It was utterly tasteless. There's a cute girl at home whom I can touch and hug. Li Mu had just come out of the kitchen with his hands wet. Lu Xiaoxi twisted her feet, trying to break free, but to no avail, so she gave up and let her feet rest on Li Mu's legs. Just think of Li Mu as a warm and cozy foot pad. Li Mu's eyes flickered between light and shadow as he rolled up Lu Xiaoxi's trouser leg, revealing her jade-like calves. Lu Xiaoxi's skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her calves had some fine white downy hair, making her extremely cute. Why don't you have any leg hair? They've all fallen off. I used to have them. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. I had hair on my hands and feet when I was in junior high, but it's all gone now. My leg hair stands tall and proud, never to be extinguished. Li Mu pressed down and rolled up his trouser leg as well. Can you stop ruining idioms? They're used to describe spirit, not leg hair. Okay, my leg hair is very resilient. Li Mu used 2 fingers to massage Lu Xiaoxi. Like pinching your hand. Pinch from this toe to that toe, and finally pinch the sole of your foot. Massaging the soles of the feet can improve sleep quality and relieve fatigue. Although Li Mu only massaged them randomly, he didn't use much force, so Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't feel any pain. Lu Xiaoxi was enjoying the massage and occasionally let out a soft hum, like a young lady ordering her servants around, saying, "Here. Yes, there. That's right. That's going too far. I'm not a servant. It wasn't me who told you to press it. You pressed it yourself. Don't you have a herniated disc? I thought you'd have foot pain, so I kindly massaged your feet for you." Li Mu suddenly became serious, like a virtuous gentleman. I almost believed it myself. Pressing here won't help. It hurts your buttocks and thighs, and it only works with massage and manipulation like in traditional Chinese medicine. What's the point of pressing randomly like this? Just tell me if you're comfortable or not. A little bit. Lu Xiaoxi shyly covered half of her face with a pillow, only revealing her two bright eyes as she looked at Li Mu's profile, thinking that Li Mu was so handsome. Li Mu seems to really like the look of her feet. It's weirdly perverse. Got it. Li Mu, you're a foot fetishist, aren't you? Why? Li Mu stopped what he was doing. He massaged Lu Xiaoxi, and Lu Xiaoxi felt good, and he felt good too. Lu Xiaoxi's feet were soft and tender. If you pinched them, they would turn red and then slowly return to their original color. Because my feet are dirty and everyone else looks down on them, but you still pinch my toes. That's so perverted. Actually, I'm not a foot fetishist. Yes, you're a womanizer, Lu Xiaoxi blurted out. This was the same response Li Mu gave her when she previously accused him of having a hand fetish. No, not exactly. Then what are you? You're a hooligan. I'm a fan of Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu didn't even raise his head when he said this. He'd said such cheesy things before. Even two people who knew each other very well would blush. It's more of an awkwardness, the kind of awkwardness that comes from saying cheesy things. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the cute little feet on his legs slowly curling up. Li Mu chuckled inwardly. Lu Xiaoxi is so cute. Chapter 93 Sweet and Pampering Atmosphere. What are you saying? That's weird. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him, covered her face with a pillow, and made a sound as soft as a mosquito's buzz. What? A Lu Xiaoxi fangirl. Control me? What is this? It's so cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, making her extremely uncomfortable, especially since her feet were still on Li Mu's legs. Li Mu, you jerk. I said I'm a childhood sweetheart fanatic, Li Mu emphasized again. The only difference was that Lu Xiaoxi was replaced with Xiao Qingmei. Lu Xiaoxi equals Xiao Qingmei, little green plum. The meaning is the same. Saying Xiao Qingmei doesn't sound so cheesy. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi stared at Li Mu with her big eyes. She couldn't even imagine how thick-skinned Li Mu must be to say such things without blushing or skipping a beat. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest just hearing that. There are so many deer bumping into each other. So what kind of fetish do you have? Li Mu asked with a smile, as he manually straightened Lu Xiaoxi's curled toes. I'm in control of myself, Lu Xiaoxi whispered. She really likes herself and is very satisfied with her current situation. She has a harmonious and healthy family and very caring neighbors next door. She also works hard and got into a good university. Of course, there's also that one guy I really don't get along with. That guy is so incompatible. I like spicy food, but he prefers bland food. I'm very diligent and hardworking, but he's lazy and idle. I have a cat named Little Fatty, but he has a hamster named Little Skinny. I believe in metaphysics, but he advocates a scientific lifestyle, and there are many, many more things we don't get along with. She was very satisfied with all of these. I am satisfied with myself, satisfied with everyone around me, and satisfied with my current situation. So she is in control herself, not someone else. The clever Lu Xiaoxi would never say something so cheesy. Narcissism? Nobody can control themselves. I'm human too. Why can't I control myself? Anyway, I feel like I'm the easiest to control. Yes, have you boiled water? I want to take a bath. It's burned, but you can't take a shower right away. Taking a shower right after eating will cause indigestion. I've told you so many times. Okay, then I'll give you another massage. What massage? You just want to play with my feet, Lu Xiaoxi said, convinced of it. Li Mu's eye twitched. How can you talk like that? Can't you be more civilized? You're making me sound like a pervert. You are the one, you've admitted it yourself. Hiss. Li Mu never expected that he would be roasted to death by Lu Xiaoxi. Why was I so shameless to admit that I was a pervert? The boomerang came back. Should we go for a walk to digest our food later? Let's go for a walk. After we come back and take a shower, we can tutor Yuan. Where did you learn that phrase? Wandering the road means aimlessly strolling on the street. We, however, have a sacred purpose. Is digestion sacred too, you big nitpicker? Lu Xiaoxi hummed as she pulled her foot off Li Mu's leg, sat up straight, and put on her slippers. With his precious things gone, Li Mu suddenly felt empty. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have a magical power that he was addicted to in every way. But the thought of holding hands with Lu Xiaoxi and strolling down the street immediately dispelled the emptiness he had felt earlier. Feet. Are feet more fun to hold hands with? Let's go. Let's go down now, or it will be too late and the swelling will have subsided. Wash your hands, or I can't hold your hand. Lu Xiaoxi looked away in disgust when someone reached out to her. Someone had been touching her feet for so long, and now they're touching her too, yet she doesn't feel disgusted at all. Li Mu, as expected, he and she, who is obsessed with cleanliness, don't get along at all. You don't even trust your own feet? Stop talking nonsense and go wash your hands. Li Mu rushed into the bathroom and rushed out, his hands already smelling of shower gel. Is it all right now? No, my hands are wet. And now? The girl didn't speak, but seeing him frantically wiping his hands with a tissue, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. It's just holding hands. What's the rush? We've already held hands so many times. If fingers could also have a preference rating, then my own fingers should have a very high preference rating for Li Mu. After all, when Li Mu held her hand, he gently massaged and kneaded her hand, which felt comfortable to her, let alone her fingers. I've maxed out the affection level for my fingers, so now it's time to max out the affection level for my toes, and after that for my toes. Lu Xiaoxi dared not think any further. While the girl was still lost in thought, Li Mu had already taken Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and their fingers were intertwined. Come on, don't just stand there, you'll finish digesting your food soon. I think you either want to digest your food, or you want to hold my hand, and go out to play. Lu Xiaoxi didn't give him any face and directly exposed Li Mu's little scheme. It's good to go out for some fresh air. Aren't you uncomfortable staying cooped up at home all the time? Why do I feel like laughing so hard when you say that? You little otaku. I can also play table tennis and badminton. So how can I be a homebody? I know them all like the back of my hand. Lu Xiaoxi said calmly. I don't know anyone who didn't have a single close friend in high school. Spending all weekend playing video games and watching anime, never leaving the house. What else could this be but a shut-in? Aunt Sue told me all of these things. To be honest, I'm the one taking care of you. I cook for you, supervise your studies, and even draw the curtains so you don't play on the computer in the dark. Should I buy some gold leaf and stick it on your face? Li Mu watched the petite girl frantically plastering gold leaf on her face and thought the girl was just too cute. It's a waste of money. You know how good I am to you. That's enough. I keep my merits hidden. What's this called? Do good deeds and don't worry about the future. Do you understand? Li Mu naturally ignored Lu Xiaoxi's nagging. He's done plenty of things like embellishing his image. Lu Xiaoxi, when are you planning to buy clothes? I may or may not buy it, but I brought a cotton padded coat with me. I didn't bring any. Can you pick out a couple of things for me? Why not choose for yourself? I'm not good at dressing. I just buy whatever I want and mix and match. Anyway, you know my clothing size, right? Li Mu said honestly. He doesn't care much about clothing. As long as the combination doesn't look strange, you can wear it. He subconsciously felt that Lu Xiaoxi would know something about clothing. Whether it was leaving home in September, returning to my hometown after military training, or going to the amusement park, I always wore pretty clothes. How would I know your size? Then why did you pull down my clothes last time? Stop. I reluctantly agreed because Aunt Sue asked me to take care of you, but I won't have much left after buying your living expenses. You'll have to give me money later. Okay, I'll give you double. How can I let my childhood sweetheart who helped me buy clothes go without money? Get lost. Do you want to buy a coat? Buy them all. I only have 3 sets of clothes I bought last year and 2 new pairs of underwear this year. I'll take advantage of these few days before winter to change into 2 new sets. You can buy whatever you think is best. If you need more, just ask me. Money is not a problem. I have plenty. How can you be so extravagant with such a small amount of money? Do you think you're some kind of domineering CEO? And can you please not speak so softly? It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi nudged the person who was trying to show off their pin with her shoulder, but finding that she couldn't move them, she gave up. Li Mu's lips twitched. He pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek and complained. Can you please stop ruining the atmosphere? I finally managed to create this sweet and loving atmosphere. Chapter 94. You head. Spoiling you my foot. I'll buy it for you tonight. Let's go for a walk first, and I'll take a shower when we get back. Okay. Limu didn't know what else to say. His childhood sweetheart was indeed special. She never cared about the atmosphere. He even suspected that if he confessed his feelings normally, Lu Xiaoxi might blush and say something like, "Confess my foot." Fortunately, he was clever and used their childhood friendship to skip the confession process, directly becoming someone who was more than lovers, but less than husband and wife, perfectly embodying the relationship of childhood friends, but not quite. Complete childhood sweethearts, couples, half-childhood sweethearts, lovers. The relationships that others crave are the lowest level for them. In short, they are even closer than lovers. 19 years, a relationship that has lasted since birth and since we can remember, is definitely not comparable to the few years that ordinary lovers enjoy together. Having finalized the purchase of clothes, the two did not linger behind the door and took the elevator down to the apartment complex. This time they chose to exit through a different doorway. Fortunately, Limu didn't see Uncle Zhang at the security booth here, otherwise he would have questioned his life. Where are we going? I don't know. Just wandering around aimlessly is what we call strolling. You just said that digestion was the goal. It's all healed now, Limu said earnestly. The bloating in my stomach is long gone. Shall we go back now? No, let's go for a walk. You're making me dizzy. Okay, if you get dizzy, I'll carry you on my back. Nonsense, Lu Xiaoxi stomped on Limu's foot. They were both wearing slippers when they came out for leisure. The city is most dazzling at night, with lights of all colors. Those tall buildings, the whole building, is lit up. As it has developed to this day, every city is a city that never sleeps. In the morning, one group of people is busy, and in the evening, another group is busy. There's always something to do. What are your plans for tomorrow, Sunday? Review, study hard. Have you mastered it yet? Or should I teach you? Limu smiled and tightened his grip on Lu Xiaoxi's hand. The two, who are very close, have not become a fast food relationship in this fast-paced society. Yes, I've been reviewing. What? You still want to be a top student? Why not? Is top student a derogatory term? Didn't you get enough of being a top student in high school? Everyone who gets into our school is at your level. Being a top student isn't that easy. So what? I think I'm better than everyone else. Yes, I also think Lu Xiaozhu is the most amazing, Limu said with satisfaction, using his other hand to tuck Lu Xiaoxi's loose black hair behind her ears so that it wouldn't block his view of her. No, those words sound different coming from you, Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She had always urged Limu to attend classes diligently, and Limu had always been urged by her to attend classes diligently. Based on her understanding of Limu's grades would definitely not be bad under these circumstances. Okay, then I won't say anything more. So obedient, you little shepherd. Are you crazy? Limu flicked the girl's nose, his expression immediately changing. Huh, your nose is all oily. Lu Xiaoxi pinched her nose. There was hardly any oil at all. Your nose is so oily, and you have protruding nose hairs, blackheads, and pimples. Don't talk nonsense, it's perfectly clean. Mine is clean too. I strolled around and eventually arrived at the nearby food street. Even though she had just finished eating, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't resist the temptation of the food street. No appetite now? No problem, buy it now, and you'll have an appetite tonight. The food street not only has delicious food, but also rough men selling all sorts of miracle cures, dragging a small box and shouting through a megaphone that they can cure anything. Naturally, not many people believed it. Lu Xiaoxi peeled the tangerines, put the peels into the fruit bag, and then ate the tangerines one by one, occasionally slipping a piece to Limu and taking the opportunity to rub Limu's lips. The playful girl thought it was a lot of fun. Watching a peddler of miracle drugs pass by, Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the starless sky, her thoughts wandering. 8 streets and 9 alleys, at the crossroads. This is considered artsy? Hey, don't talk. Lu Xiaoxi, you artsy girl, did you bring tissues? No, why? Lu Xiaoxi looked at him suspiciously. I was eating a tangerine, and some juice splashed on my hand. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi took out a used pack of tissues from her pocket. You're so capable. Girls always carry tissues when they go out. Why? Never mind. You might as well not have said anything. Have you gone back yet? My foot hurts a bit. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Limu pitifully. Limu couldn't resist that pitiful look in her eyes and that slightly upturned little mouth. Let's go back. Does it hurt a lot? Or should I carry you? Nonsense. If I were so fragile that I couldn't even bear this little bit of pain, how would I have survived until now? Lu Xiaoxi has always been very self-reliant. I won't bother others with anything I can do myself. Except for Li Mu. These are the unspoken thoughts of a young girl. But she still couldn't bring herself to ask Li Mu to carry her in public. Her thin skin would immediately burn with embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxi took Li Mu's hand and let him walk in front. The residential area isn't far from here. You can see it just around the corner. Li Mu, look at those two over there. Don't they look like us? Lu Xiaoxi suddenly slowed down and pointed to two children in front of the sidewalk with delight. A boy and a girl, holding hands, shared a cup of milk tea, swaying adorably. A little, we rarely drank milk tea before. Oh yeah, it was all about eating ice cream. Lu Xiaoxi paused, sweet memories flooding her mind. She and Li Mu often ate ice cream bite by bite. Not the kind you use a spoon for, but the kind you hold one by one in your hand and lick with your tongue. They had no idea how much of each other's saliva they had swallowed. We're all eating ice cream, right? You take a bite, I take a bite, and we're all drooling. Li Mu said bluntly. He still remembered things from his childhood. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Lu Xiaoxi muttered. Before she could say anything more, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly widened her eyes. Right under their noses, the little boy and girl said something, and then the boy kissed the little girl on the cheek. Well, kids these days are so daring. Although she and Li Mu were like this when they were young. Li Mu was also stunned, but quickly smiled. It really does look like it, but you used to be the one kissing me. Ugh, you're so annoying. Lu Xiaoxi felt like steam was rising from her face. Keep those precious memories in your mind, and don't let them surface at times like this. Chapter 95 Possessiveness. Li Mu watched the ashamed and indignant girl's retreating figure, then quickly followed after her and took her hand again. Why are you walking so fast? Don't your feet hurt anymore? It hurts so much, it's all your fault. Huh? This is also my fault. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Two children who bore some resemblance to their childhoods were left behind. Li Mu didn't look at them. His eyes were only on his shy little childhood sweetheart. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and continued walking on her own. His large eyes swept around. She remembers this place. There was a small cart selling pickled vegetables not far away. A few steps further, and she would reach the spot where Li Mu had first held her hand and grasped her fingers. The beginning of holding hands. Now, holding hands has become an indispensable part of their daily lives. Whenever he had free time, Li Mu would hold her hand. Sometimes she would hook her finger around Li Mu's. Now they are holding hands. She and Li Mu are already very, very good together. I'm home. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the sofa and rested for a while until the pain subsided before taking her clothes and going into the bathroom to take a shower. Li Mu leaned back on the sofa, his arms outstretched like a gibbon, taking up most of the sofa. I won't show any sweet romance dramas. Xia Yuanyuan needs to study later, and Lu Xiaoxi will probably turn off the projector if it's on. He glanced at his phone. It was already 8 o'clock. Today felt unusually long. Many things happened between him and Lu Xiaoxi. I also took a nap with Lu Xiaoxi. Although we didn't share a blanket or a pillow, we at least slept in the same bed. So roughly speaking, we slept together. He felt it was better not to let either set of parents know about this. Even though they did nothing but sleep face to face, they were no longer children. I've finished taking a hot shower. You can come in later. The bathroom door opened, and Lu Xiaoxi's voice came out. Then, the girl came out in slippers. Water vapor and smoke filled the air. How many degrees? 43 degrees. That's enough. Li Mu had already put the clothes he wanted to change into on the sofa. You'll catch a cold if you don't get enough. Lu Xiaoxi put her hands on her hips and blocked the bathroom door from letting him in. She took a long shower, and the water heater was old. The display showed 60 degrees Celsius, but it definitely wasn't 60 degrees. It showed 43 degrees Celsius, so it was probably only around 30 degrees Celsius. It's no different from cold water. Not to mention the water heater's heat preservation function. You might find yourself only getting cold water while showering. Even though it's only 22 degrees Celsius now, you can still catch a cold if you take a cold shower. You think everyone is like you? I'm in very good health. No washing allowed. All right. Li Mu gave in, embracing the petite girl in front of him and taking 2 deep breaths of her neck. I need the energy from the green plum to soothe my anxiety because I can't take a shower right away. Nonsense, just say you want a hug. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him, annoyed. Suddenly, he smelled himself and felt no shame at all. I want to hug you. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes softened considerably, and she obediently let the guy hug her for a while. This guy kept sniffing her ear. It was so weird. You smell so good. Then what? It's nothing, just a thought. The smell of green plums is still the best. Have you smelled other girls? No. Have you seen me interacting with any girls? When it comes to other girls, Li Mu is not at all intimidated. Because he really didn't have any contact with girls he didn't know. Even if they knew each other, he hardly ever interacted with them. He can attract many women if he wants to. But his social circle is cleaner than his face. You'd better not let me catch you. Lu Xiaoxi was quite satisfied. Hee, is this possessiveness? Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment, and a blush quickly spread across her face. Is it possessiveness? She didn't know the definition of possessiveness. If she simply wanted someone to belong to her exclusively, then she probably had a slight possessiveness towards Li Mu. She had a possessive desire for Li Mu from the day she registered for school. She would be very sad if other girls took a share of Li Mu's life. Hee, except for Aunt Sue. You're just taking up my head. I've noticed you really like this phrase. Is it your catchphrase? Zen my ass. I don't have any catchphrases. Hey, still saying no. So what if it is? You're not my parents. I advise you to mind your own business. Even your childhood friend can't control you, but you always control me. Every time I play games, you have to come to my room and close the curtains for me. Don't you know? This is the highest level of management that Aunt Sue gave me. You have to listen to me, Lu Xiaoxi said with a grin. Let's see what else Li Mu has to say. Aunt Sue was one of the few trump cards she had that could suppress Li Mu. With this card played, her daily, open and covert struggles with Li Mu will come to an end in her victory. You're going to play like this, huh? Tonight I'm going to ask your mom for your ultimate authority, and then you'll have to listen to me too. My mom doesn't count. I have the authority to manage things. Lu Xiaoxi was in a good mood, resting her head slightly on Li Mu's collarbone. She could also smell Li Mu's scent, not the scent of shower gel, but a scent that was hard to describe, and she liked it very much. You smell awful. Are you a dog? All you do is sniff my stench. You know it stinks. Why do you still sniff it? How dare you say that? Who was it that just hugged me and smelled me? It's different. You smell good. Ugh, the water's boiled. Go take a shower. You stink. Lu Xiaoxi pushed him away. Without the boy's embrace, the moisture on her body evaporated quickly, taking away the warmth from the girl, and she suddenly felt a little cold. In the South, you can wear short sleeves and run around during the day, but at night you need to cover yourself with a quilt. Okay, I'll hug you the rest of the night. We've already hugged for a long time today. You can't hug anymore. Buy on credit. Use tomorrow's bag. Li Mu smiled. I'll pay on credit tomorrow and the day after. I need to feel satisfied every day anyway. Chapter 96 Lu Xiaoxi's Pillow. After taking a shower, Li Mu changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Even at night when the temperature is low, it's not as cold inside as outside. Short sleeves and shorts are enough for him. Xia Yuan was also picked up by Lu Xiaoxi at this time. Today is Saturday, the perfect day for tutoring. Xia Yuan was holding 2 books, an English book and a workbook, with a test paper and a certificate tucked inside the workbook. Tada! Sister Xiaoxi, look. I got 70 on my English midterm exam. My teacher even gave me a Progress Award certificate. Xia Yuan's face lit up with a smile, which infected the 2 adults present. That's amazing. Keep up the good work, Yuan. Hee, it's all thanks to Sister Xiaoxi's excellent teaching, and also brotherly Mu. Xia Yuan rubbed against Lu Xiaoxi's outstretched hand, very happy. In a child's world, grades play a very important role. Good grades can earn you the admiration of other students, the favor of teachers, and the pampering of your parents, which will make you very happy. Sister Xia is a qualified mother, allowing Xia Yuan, from a single-parent family, to remain innocent and romantic. A score of 70 in elementary school English is not considered high, but for Xia Yuan, who scored 30, it was an unattainable score. Is there a share for me too? Li Mu also patted Xia Yuan's little head, just like Lu Xiaoxi. When Sister Xiaoxi quizzes me, my brother reminds me, and I can remember it very clearly. I still remember the words from last time. This works. Regardless of the starting point, at least the result is good. Limu readily accepted. He felt that he accounted for at least 10 of the 40 points he gained. Yuan, come here, class is starting. Today we'll review the vocabulary, and then we'll practice some dialogues through role-playing. Good. Once the teachers and students started teaching, Limu naturally had nothing to do anymore. He slipped on his slippers and went back to his room, not wanting to disturb Lu Xiaoxi's lesson. Limu closed the door and was about to start writing when he suddenly noticed the extra pink pillow on the bed. Isn't this Lu Xiaoxi's pillow? He quickly understood. Lu Xiaoxi took his pillowcase to air it out, and fearing he wouldn't have a pillow to sleep on, she gave him her own pillow. He picked up the pillow and smelled it. His nose was filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl. Suddenly, I don't feel like writing anymore. All I want to do now is sleep with my head on Lu Xiaoxi's pillow. Limu lay on the bed for more than 10 minutes and felt much more relaxed, both physically and mentally. He planned to shamelessly refuse to return the pillow. After the sin of the little girl fades, let Lu Xiaoxi sleep with it for 2 or 3 days, and then try to get it back. Taking advantage of the moment, Limu made a phone call to his mother. Ask my mom to mail me a comforter insert. Otherwise, how would he and Lu Xiaoxi keep warm when winter comes? Just as he had imagined. As soon as the call connected, Suwen rambled on for a few minutes before bringing up the matter of sending the quilt insert. After Suwen finished talking, it was Li Changheng's turn to talk. Limu's parents loved him very much, and Limu loved his parents very much as well. Of course, he also loved his neighbors across the street. The two families have long been like relatives. Maybe soon they'll become even closer family ties. Cough, cough. After hanging up the phone, Limu began typing. 11 o'clock. Limu stretched his muscles and bones, realizing that sitting in front of the computer for long periods of time can cause considerable damage to his wrists and lower back. Upon opening the door, there were no two people in the hall. Xia Yuan had already returned home, while Lu Xiaoxi was hanging their clothes to dry on the balcony. Ready to sleep? Limu leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets, looking roguishly handsome. Ready? Lu Xiaoxi finished hanging the clothes, walked past him, leaving a fragrant breeze behind. I'm going to sleep now, but I'll show you something good later. What good stuff is it? Can't we have it now? Lu Xiaoxi's tone was full of doubt. No, I'm shy. I have a feeling it's something bad. Everyone says it's a good product. You'd better be. Lu Xiaoxi sat cross-legged on the sofa, wiped her hands clean, and began peeling and eating tangerines. The citrus fruits we eat now aren't the kind with seeds. You can eat 2 or 3 slices in one bite, and you can even peel off the thin membranes on both sides of a slice to eat only the translucent flesh inside. It tastes good, but it's a bit of a hassle. The girl set her sights on Limu. Come here and peel some tangerines for me, or I won't get a hug tonight. I've already bought everything on credit. We do not offer credit. Okay. I'll peel them, all right. Limu carefully peeled the tangerines for the girl. Even the white pith of the orange was completely removed, and according to Lu Xiaoxi's instructions, the pulp inside was broken out to reveal it. Of course, the tangerines he peeled were naturally from the ones he fed. Each time he fed her, he would rub Lu Xiaoxi's chubby lips. Such a cute little mouth, I wonder when I can kiss it. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her eyelids getting heavy, a sign that she was about to fall asleep. Okay, hug. Limu opened his arms like a gibbon. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Limu's waist and rubbed her forehead against Limu's chin, saying, Your beard is prickly. No way, I just shaved yesterday. How could it grow back so fast? Limu touched his chin, not believing it, and it was smooth. I don't care, it's just stabbing me. It's stabbing my forehead. Okay, I'll blow on it for you. Limu breathed a sigh of relief. Vomit. Don't vomit on me. TCH, I'm going back. Limu reluctantly let go of her hand, watching the petite girl return to her room. He took a sip of water, went to the toilet, and returned to his room. After the new book was released, he spent some time checking for typos, and once there were no problems, he left it to his own devices. Unsurprisingly, there haven't been many readers these past few days, and those who have are mostly old readers accumulated from the previous book. After turning off the computer, Li Mu also felt sleepy. I slept from noon until the afternoon, but I'm really sleepy today. Before going to sleep, he sent the petite girl a picture of a sleeping pig and added a special note to it. After sending the message, I plugged my phone in to charge, flipped the screen over, and then ignored everything else. He could imagine a young girl seeing the photo and pounding her chest in shame and indignation, then falling asleep contentedly, clutching her pig plushie. With Lu Xiaoxi's pillow, he slept very soundly tonight. Separated by a wall. Looking at the pictures Li Mu sent, Lu Xiaoxi was so angry that she sent him 100 emojis. They didn't care whether the emojis were cute or insulting. They just spammed them all, bombarding Li Mu. That wasn't enough. They also wanted to hold a puppy doll named Li Mu to their chest and suffocate him. What kind of picture is that of a sleeping pig? This guy? After venting her frustrations on the puppy doll, Lu Xiaoxi finally stopped. He grunted twice and began picking out clothes for Li Mu. Buy coats, linings, trousers, socks. He dressed Li Mu up to look handsome. The girl lay on her side on the bed, looking through the boy's clothes while imagining what Li Mu would look like wearing the clothes she had chosen. Li Mu said he only changed 2 pairs of underwear this year. Should we buy them together? As if she had thought of something unpleasant, Lu Xiaoxi shrank her neck. He muttered a low curse. Idiot. She was about to go to sleep, but her mind was still racing. She wouldn't stay still at all. Chapter 97. Openly entering the girl's room. 10 o'clock, very early in the morning. Li Mu lazily got out of bed. He was sleeping so comfortably that he didn't even realize he was pressing on his hand, which is why he's acting like he's been electrocuted. After glancing at the hundreds of unreceived messages from yesterday, Li Mu chuckled twice, glancing at each emoji. Cute. Lu Xiaoxi's door was still tightly closed. Did you stay up late last night because you bought him clothes? Li Mu's lips inexplicably curled up. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, tied up the trash bag, and went downstairs in his slippers. Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Good morning. Uncle Zhang poked a hand out of the security booth, tapped his cigarette ash, and seeing that Li Mu was wearing short sleeves and shorts, added, It's going to be cold tomorrow and the day after. I saw on the news that it's going to be especially cold this year. They say that every year. Li Mu chuckled. It makes you feel refreshed in the morning. Have you had breakfast? I have 2 leftover steamed buns with preserved mustard greens and braised pork. You keep it and eat it. I'm going out to buy some right now. Uncle Zhang is very easy to get along with. Even though there is a huge age difference between the two, Li Mu can still have a pleasant conversation with Uncle Zhang. People like Uncle Zhang's age love to comment on national affairs, and Li Mu, having read a lot of news, could chat with him about it. After chatting briefly with Uncle Zhang, Li Mu didn't forget his goal of getting up early and hurried to the vegetable market he frequented. Last night, he had a dream. He dreamed of going to school with Lu Xiaoxi, of the little cart that left rice cakes for them on the way, and of him and Lu Xiaoxi eating rice cakes with wooden sticks, 1 piece for each of them. Water cakes are usually sold from morning to noon. I don't know if they are available here. After wandering around the vegetable market and strolling through 3 or 4 nearby streets, Li Mu was in a great mood. An old man had set up a pot next to another vegetable stall and was selling exactly what he was looking for. After more than 10 years of development, you can no longer buy rice cakes for 2 yuan. The only difference is that Li Mu now has his own little treasury that he can use freely, unlike when he was a child when he was strictly controlled and had to carefully ask Su Wen for even 2 yuan. After buying enough rice cakes for 3 people, Li Mu returned to his apartment complex safely. I wonder what kind of expression Lu Xiaoxi will have when she sees the water cake. The rice cake wasn't expensive, but it carried the memories of every morning he and Lu Xiaoxi spent going to school together, reflecting their close relationship. On his way back, he glanced at the novel's backstage. So many gifts in less than a day since the book was released. Open the gift back end. These are all gifts worth 1 yuan each, donated by Little Stream Swallows the Ocean. It's still 1 yuan per chapter, just like always. The last donation was made at 2 a.m. Good grief, you said you were sleepy last night, but you weren't sleepy at all when you got back to your room, right? You went to bed even later than him. He had just opened the door to his house and hadn't even sat down on the sofa when he heard a series of noises coming from Lu Xiaoxi's bedroom door, like the muffled thud of someone getting off the bed barefoot and stepping onto the floor. Woke up. He sat with his legs crossed, playing on his phone for a while, but Lu Xiaoxi's door didn't open. He touched the rice cake and found it was almost cold, so he sent Lu Xiaoxi a message. "Are you up yet?" Lu Xiaoxi quickly replied with a comma. "It's either a period or a comma. I don't know what kind of habit this is." "Li the fool, I'm going in." "Lu Xiaozhu, where to go?" Lu Xiaoxi sat curled up in a chair, and just as she sent the message, there was a knock on her door. Through the door, she questioned the person outside, asking if they were trying to trespass into the girl's room. "Time for breakfast. I bought some nice things." "What good stuff is it?" Yesterday, she was told something nice, but she thought it was something important. "All I got was a picture of her sleeping, which I named Little Pig Sleeping Picture." This time she wouldn't believe it. She would remain skeptical of anything good that Li Mu spoke of. "It's food, the kind of steamed rice cake I used to eat." "Real? Seriously, it's all going to get cold." Lu Xiaoxi opened a small crack, revealing a small part of her body. Her big, round eyes looked the person up and down, and finally her gaze settled on the water cake in the person's hand. "It really is a water cake." She hummed softly twice and stretched out her small hand, the meaning of which was clear. "What are you doing in there?" Li Mu didn't rush to give it to her. Instead, he quietly stuck his foot into the room and blocked the door from closing. "It's none of your business." "I'm curious, let me see." Edison became the king of inventors because of curiosity, and you want to enter a girl's room because of curiosity? "You often come into my room and even sleep in my bed. Did I say anything?" Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment, feeling a little guilty. She stammered and couldn't say anything. She wanted to snatch the water cake in one go and close the door, but just as she was about to grab the water cake, Li Mu moved the water cake back. She rushed to the door only to find it empty. She stomped her foot angrily and tried to close it, only to discover that she couldn't close it. "I didn't get the water cake, and I can't even close the door. Who can I complain to?" Given Li Mu's shamelessness, there was no way he could escape this time. Lu Xiaoxi instantly let go of his hand and hid the drying underwear in the closet at the speed of light. Li Mu just happened to open the door. The young girl's boudoir still smelled as sweet as ever. This was the first time he had ever truly entered a young girl's boudoir since he had been here. Unlike last time, when he barged in because he was worried about Lu Xiaoxi, this time he entered openly, confidently, naturally, and with the girl's permission. I guess they agreed. "You're actually studying?" Li Mu hadn't even had time to savor the sweetness of a young girl's boudoir when his gaze swept over the open computer on the table and the course software on it, and his expression tightened. "Didn't I say yesterday that I was going to review? Besides, this isn't called taking a quiz, and I didn't study secretly. If I hadn't come in and seen you, you would have been secretly learning." Lu Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed at the person who was talking and moving closer to her, feeling a little confused. "If you're going to talk about studying, then talk about studying. Why are you crowding in on your own?" Soon, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi were side by side, and before they knew it, Lu Xiaoxi was pulled into Li Mu's arms. "That feels good." Li Mu pressed his face against the girl's neck and took a deep breath. The negative emotions brought on by waking up early need the energy of the little green plum to heal. This isn't just a fabricated excuse he made up to appease himself. It's based on scientific evidence. As for the specific scientific basis, he could only say that those who know. It's top secret, and he has no comment. That's basically it. "What's wrong with you? You're not saying a word." Li Mu casually put his hand on the girl's shoulder and looked at her suspiciously. He thought Lu Xiaoxi would call him a hooligan and a pervert again. "I'm actually a little unaccustomed to the fact that they don't scold me anymore." Lu Xiaoxi still didn't speak. "You have a sore throat?" Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him, covered her mouth with her hand, and quickly said, "I didn't brush my teeth. I have bad breath." She's not a fairy. Of course she'll have bad breath when she wakes up. Now that we're so close, if we speak, Li Mu will definitely smell everything. Chapter 98. Men and women should not touch each other. Lu Xiaoxi went to wash up, and Li Mu sat on her bed without any hesitation. The girl's boudoir had a fragrance, which was especially strong on the bed. Without realizing it, Li Mu lay down on the bed with his feet on the edge and his knees and above, hugging and playing with the puppy doll. After his investigation, He found that the scent of this puppy plush toy was much stronger than the others. His pig plushie didn't smell at all, so why does Lu Xiaoxi's dog plushie smell so good? Was it because of Lu Xiaoxi's smell? That should be the case. Who let you into my bed? When Lu Xiaoxi came back, she saw that someone had half of their body lying on her bed. That's not a big deal. The real problem is that someone messed up the mattress and blankets. She folded it neatly when she got up. Your room smells so good. It's because your room smells too bad. You don't take your smelly socks and clothes out. Nonsense. I always change my clothes on the same day, okay? I just washed my coat the day before yesterday. That's because you stink. Are you satisfied now? You stinky thing, you still hang out in my room every day? And you even fell asleep on my bed. Isn't the sleeping pig picture cute? Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned awkward, and she pounced over, rubbing and pinching the soft flesh on Li Mu's sides. Li Mu didn't expect her to pounce on him so suddenly. He was completely caught off guard, and Lu Xiaoxi pinched him so hard he grimaced. Ouch, it's all bruised and purple now. Didn't you ask for it? Lu Xiaoxi wasn't satisfied and kept poking Li Mu's ticklish spots, but Li Mu didn't react. As long as you hold your breath and stretch your muscles, the girl's pokes won't break through your defenses. Seeing that she couldn't do anything about him, Lu Xiaoxi angrily hit him with a pillow. The dust on the pillow took shape under the sunlight, and it was everywhere. Ouch, there's dust on it. Stop taking pictures. I'll film you. After Lu Xiaoxi finished hitting him, she was exhausted. She glared at him angrily and sat back down in her chair. The rice cakes on the table had already been put into bowls, enough for 2 servings, and 2 spoonfuls of chili were added on top. Well, Li Mu is considerate. He's temporarily forgiven this sleeping pig picture incident. He hasn't forgiven her for lying in his bed. Stop studying. Li Mu lay on her bed, lifting his head and speaking in a lazy voice. Play with me. What to play? Have no idea. After lying down for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi continued to study while looking at the computer. Li Mu personally experienced what it means to have a roommate who can sleep soundly while reading a book, while another roommate can't sleep all night. In the past, he wouldn't have cared whether Lu Xiaoxi was playing or studying, but now, he had a strange feeling about it. They studied together at school, but Lu Xiaoxi continued to study when she came back, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Childhood sweethearts should do the same things. I'll learn too. Li Mu quickly brought his computer from his room, dusted off the bottom of the computer, and placed it on his lap. It's a little shaky, but it's not a big deal. You don't need to operate it to learn, you can just watch the video. He has made sure he has mastered everything the teacher taught, and now he is expanding his related knowledge. If you want to study, you can come to my room. Your room is for playing, and my room is for studying, Lu Xiaoxi said abruptly. You know, I've always been a studious person, Li Mu suddenly said, his face lighting up. Lu Xiaoxi's words were just an excuse for him to come to her room and play together. No, it's studying together. Only through studying could he gain access to the young girl's boudoir. Well, actually he has always been a studious person. Hee. Lu Xiaoxi gave a forced smile. She knew exactly what kind of person Li Mu was. I studied for about 2 hours. Li Mu was indeed studying diligently at first, but after 30 minutes, he became lazy and lax. After an hour of studying, he started playing while studying, and after an hour and a half, he started watching videos on the computer. This is called the stages of learning. At the beginning, you have plenty of energy, so you study diligently and can remember more. Later, you study appropriately and relax, which is to maintain a state of learning by balancing work and rest. That's what Li Mu thought. Don't be fooled by him watching videos. It's actually a form of learning for him. Perhaps. Lu Xiaoxi stretched, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. Li Mu's eyes quickly swept over it. Then he casually continued scrolling through videos. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiaoxi pounded her waist a couple of times, glanced back at him, and sneered repeatedly. His face was beaming with smiles. He didn't look like he was studying at all. Balance work and rest. Are you really sure you've done it? Lu Xiaoxi asked, half believing. You've worked so hard. You must be exhausted. Come and sit down. Li Mu shifted his position and patted the seat next to him. Ugh, my back hurts. Lu Xiaoxi collapsed onto the bed and kicked off her slippers. Let me give you a massage. You're trying to take advantage of me. Lu Xiaoxi saw through his little scheme. A little. Shameless. Lu Xiaoxi should have known that this guy would probably admit it directly. Now it was her turn to be speechless. Do you need my divine touch? Get lost, I don't need it. The girl rolled over and lay on her back on the bed, messing up the mattress. Inadvertently, her clothes rode up, revealing her fair belly. Her soft, curvaceous figure was incredibly alluring, and Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared unabashedly into her eyes. Oh, pervert. Lu Xiaoxi pulled down her clothes and muttered a low, reproachful remark. Where's the pervert? This one in front of me. Where can you find such a handsome pervert? I've never seen anything like it. Narcissist, aren't you going to have lunch? Lu Xiaoxi changed the subject. I don't really feel like eating right now. The rice cake I had this morning was quite filling. Me too. Then we won't have lunch today. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She usually cooks porridge for breakfast and lunch, and cooks rice for dinner, and eats it all by herself. Her stomach was still full, and if Li Mu didn't eat, she wouldn't need to cook anything special. You can leave now, I'm going to sleep. The girl tossed her hair, snatched the pillow that Li Mu had been covering his chest, and crawled into bed against the wall. Her cute little feet even kicked Li Mu's butt, trying to get the shameless guy off the bed. What sleep? You've only been up for a short time. I'm not even that sleepy when I get up early. Mind your own business. I'll just sleep when I'm tired on the weekend. Okay, let's sleep together. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned. What did you just say? Let's sleep together. I'm sleepy too. You just said you weren't sleepy. The person I was then is not the person I am now. What I said 10 seconds ago is already in the past. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip and kicked him again. I have never seen such a shameless person. How can someone be so self-righteous about sleeping with a girl? This phrase was originally used by him to cheat, but Li Mu copied it and started cheating too. And the cheating was absolutely outrageous. 100 times worse than her. I'll go get a pillow from my room. Li Mu was as happy as a monkey. He quickly put the computer away, then took the pillow that Lu Xiaoxi had given him from his room and lay down next to Lu Xiaoxi without saying a word. Don't get cold, cover yourself with a blanket. Won't it be strange of us to be like this? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. We've been childhood sweethearts, so these words don't count. Besides, I didn't kiss you. We just slept together yesterday. That's not what you meant. Lu Xiaoxi knew that Li Mu was pretending not to understand. Thinking about how she fell asleep in Li Mu's bed yesterday, and how the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Li Mu's peaceful and content sleeping face, Lu Xiaoxi felt her face getting hot. She really did sleep with Li Mu. You took advantage of me while I was asleep yesterday. You got into my bed yourself. How many times are you going to repeat that? I was so sleepy that I accidentally fell asleep. Have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi huffed, then wrapped herself in the blanket and ignored him. Anyway, I'm Li Mu's childhood sweetheart, so it's okay if we take a nap together. Go to sleep, go to sleep. She wants to get up earlier than Li Mu and then take a picture of Li Mu sleeping. What's this called? Treating someone the same way they treat you. I can't drool this time. I have to keep my mouth closed when I go to sleep. Chapter 99. Small goal completed +1. Lu Xiaoxi likes to curl up against the wall. The small space makes her feel safer. Li Mu is sleeping outside, and she is sleeping inside. On one side is a cold wall, and on the other side is a warm person. She feels extremely safe. Lu Xiaoxi hunched over, the blanket covering half her face, her big, bright eyes staring at Li Mu. Li Mu also lay on his side, looking at Lu Xiaoxi. Perhaps because he had been watching for a long time, Li Mu made a very difficult funny face, which made the little girl giggle. It seems like sleeping together like this isn't so bad. Weren't you going to sleep? You've been watching how I sleep the whole time? Lu Xiaoxi retorted. How do you know I'm watching you if you're not looking at me? This is my room. Okay. You weren't looking at me. You weren't looking at me. I was looking at you. Li Mu smiled and squeezed in, leaving the petite girl only 2 fists width apart. Their breaths could hit each other's faces. Don't get so close. I want to hold you while I sleep. Roll. I meant goodnight hug. Yes, a nap is also sleep. I can only hug you for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi, wrapped in the blanket, snuggled closer to Li Mu's body like a little green worm. Li Mu took the opportunity to hug her, then rolled over, so that the petite girl was now on top of him. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi was clearly startled. She felt dizzy and disoriented. How did she end up lying on top of Li Mu? You're so heavy. You're pressing on my lungs. I can't breathe. I weigh less than 100 pounds. You're just too weak. Lu Xiaoxi pinched him, rolled off him, and returned to her previous position, saying in a muffled voice, "If you keep doing this, I won't let you hug me anymore. Not ever again." Wrong, wrong. A good child is one who can admit their mistakes and correct them. Okay, Xiaomu? Is your maternal aura overflowing? Or is there some weird quirk of yours? Go to hell, I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly, sticking her foot out of the blanket to kick Li Mu's shin. Only then did she realize that she had completely wrapped herself in the blanket, while Li Mu had no blanket. When you're awake, you don't feel much cold, but it's a different story when you're asleep. It's common for her to get up in the middle of the night to find her blanket. She sometimes does this even when she's sleeping alone. Aren't you going to your room to get your blanket? Just cover yours. This is a single-person blanket. Use this for now. We'll go buy a double blanket tonight. Get lost. You think there will be a next time? Let's take naps together from now on. Li Mu propped his chin up and looked at her, secretly slipping his feet under the covers and rubbing them against the girl's calves. Dream on. Get your feet out. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to see Li Mu's non-existent dog ears drooping down again. Li Mu is usually roguishly handsome, and most of the time he's both cheeky and naive, rarely showing this slightly disappointed and aggrieved expression. All right, stop pretending. You can cover yourself with a blanket after I fall asleep, but if I wake up from the cold, you'll be in big trouble. After saying that, the girl turned around, faced the wall, and closed her eyes to sleep. Perhaps because there was a small heater behind her, she fell asleep very slowly this time. Only when she heard soft snoring behind her did Lu Xiaoxi carefully turn around. He carefully examined Li Mu's face. Li Mu's eyelashes are so long, but his eyes are also incredibly beautiful. A boy's eyelashes are as long as a girl's eyelashes. Outrageous. She was somewhat infatuated. Her childhood sweetheart's eyes had always been so beautiful. She groped around on the bed for a while, and finally found her phone on the table. If I were to go and get it, I'd definitely wake Li Mu up. If there's a next time, then let's take pictures of the sleeping pigs next time. Piggy, I didn't take any pictures so as not to wake you up. You have to thank me properly when you wake up. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself, feeling sleepy. She pulled the blanket over the boy and carefully approached the small heater. Suddenly, she felt that this was too ambiguous, so she turned her back to him. Good afternoon. I'm going to sleep now. Less than half a minute later, Lu Xiaoxi turned around again, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Li Mu's warm breath felt like a gentle hand stroking her face, making her increasingly sleepy. She poked Li Mu's thin lips with her slender fingertips, feeling the wrinkles on them. That's fun. Good afternoon. I'm going to sleep now. The girl snuggled closer to someone's arms. This time, she really wanted to sleep. Are you ever going to stop? You've woken me up twice already. Li Mu spoke out abruptly, his handsome eyes half opening. You're not asleep? Lu Xiaoxi was startled and looked up at him, but didn't move away. I was asleep, but I woke up once when you turned over, and again when you poked my lips. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to sleep? I'm asleep, really asleep. Good afternoon. This was the third time Lu Xiaoxi had said this. The first two times she said it in her heart, but this time she said it to Li Mu. Good afternoon. Li Mu squeezed a little further inside the wall. Now the girl had no chance of running away. Only when he wakes up can the girl be released. He held Lu Xiaoxi in his arms through the blanket. The small girl nestled in his embrace. Lu Xiaoxi behaved herself and didn't move at all. Because he had just woken Li Mu up, he didn't dare to make a fuss this time. Li Mu began to fall asleep again, his breathing steady, and he nuzzled his lips against Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. It happened by accident, so we can't blame him. Lu Xiaoxi. She's asleep. One small goal completed. Chapter 100 forget it, okay? 100 chapters long. Their breathing gradually became steady. Even the restless dust settled down. The rustling of leaves in the wind could be faintly heard, and the noise of children playing in the neighborhood was incessant. In this environment, both of them slept exceptionally comfortably. Even the air tastes sweet. Lu Xiaoxi hummed softly, making a kitten-like whimper, stretching out comfortably and slowly opening her sleepy eyes. She slept so comfortably, with a warm heater right next to her, making her want to hug it like a doll. What catches the eye is Li Mu's relaxed face. He was stunned for a moment. The familiar scene brought back memories of her childhood. If she kisses Li Mu's face now, and then pretends to be asleep, will they be as close as they were when they were little? Unfortunately, she's not a child anymore, and she won't take the initiative to kiss Li Mu, not even on the cheek. She already gets up late and hasn't done anything. Taking a nap is just her laziness kicking in. This time, she only napped for 2 hours before getting up. Li Mu, on the other hand, got up early to buy rice cakes and then studied in her room for a while, so he was really sleepy. Sleeping so soundly. Lu Xiaoxi felt a strong urge to touch his thin lips, but she was afraid of waking Li Mu. She didn't know what to do with one hand, so she could only reach out her fingers and slowly stroke the fine hairs on Li Mu's face. Tsk tisk. Li Mu clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. Huh, when did you wake up? Looking at Li Mu's expressionless face, Lu Xiaoxi suspected that Li Mu was talking in his sleep. I've heard that one can talk fluently in their sleep. Is Li Mu in this state now? Are you really awake? Lu Xiaoxi asked in a very low voice. Li Mu remained silent. She thought of what Li Mu had said yesterday. It's easy to tell if someone is faking sleep. Just look at whether their eyelashes are trembling. Thinking of this, the girl began to stare into Li Mu's eyes again. I watched for about 10 seconds without blinking before I felt relieved. She was still asleep. Hee, I was almost scared by this guy. How could you scare someone when they're asleep? You wretched idiot. Lu Xiaoxi smiled smugly, quietly got out of bed, and quickly lay back down. She found that as long as she moved a little more, she would touch Li Mu's body. Both of them were covered by blankets, and even if she didn't touch Li Mu, the touch of the blankets would wake him up. With such a big bed, Li Mu deliberately squeezed himself into the corner. It must have been on purpose. Now that's it. I'm too tired to go out even after I've had a good sleep. I can only lie quietly in bed and keep watching Li Mu. I look from his forehead to his chin, from his chin to his neck, along his Adam's apple to his collarbone, and then down to where his clothes cover. Li Mu seems to have abs. Can I touch them? After all, Li Mu had already touched his feet. She felt that she had been infected with some of Li Mu's abnormal traits. The girl shyly buried her blushing face in her hands. Good afternoon, little green plum. Question mark. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu, who suddenly opened his eyes and became energetic. A big question mark appeared above her head. Her big eyes were full of doubt, and her little brain was working at lightning speed. Did you wake up earlier than me? Yeah, I woke up a few seconds earlier than you. You're lying. Your eyelashes don't flutter at all. It's easy to stop your eyelashes from trembling, Li Mu said with a mischievous grin, poking the girl's cheek and tapping her nose with his finger. You're lying. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes to try it, and her eyelashes just wouldn't stop falling, as if they'd taken some kind of stimulant. Just close your eyes and look to one side, okay? That's true. Tell me, how do you want to thank me for teaching you such a secret? Thank you, my foot. Move aside. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Li Mu wrapped the girl in the blanket, hugged her, and turned her over to the other side. Lu Xiaoxi was really frightened and let out a cute scream. She curled up into a ball and clung tightly to Li Mu. After realizing what was happening, Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed red. She frowned, swung her slender arms, and used the Foshan shadowless fist on the naughty guy. She patted and hit him haphazardly, but was afraid of really hurting Li Mu, so she didn't dare to put in any force. What looked like a playful attack was like childish teasing to Li Mu. The force was like a game, even more comfortable than a massage. That's outrageous. Tired from playing, Lu Xiaoxi slipped on her slippers and ran out of Li Mu's reach to avoid being pulled back into his arms. Why aren't you up yet? I don't want to get up. Your bed is comfortable. Li Mu pulled the blanket tighter around himself. His current situation does not allow him to lift the covers. Whatever you want. Just make the bed and pull the mattress up properly when you get up. Okay? Okay. After Lu Xiaoxi left, Li Mu felt relieved. What a wonderful experience. He slept with his childhood sweetheart like that. I have already achieved 3 small goals. Holding hands, hugging, taking a nap together. The next step is a kiss. In reality, it's impossible for 2 people to fall down together and happen to kiss. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. Outside the room, Lu Xiaoxi was crossing her legs and eating jelly in small bites with a small spoon. What should we have for dinner tonight? Every day, I have to think about the greatest problem of the century. If she were alone, she would probably just buy some green peppers and potatoes and stew them in a big pot with the leftover meat from yesterday. But she also had to consider whether Li Mu liked to eat it. So virtuous, the girl boasted, her small chest puffing out proudly. Although Li Mu is not a picky eater and eats everything, she subconsciously wants to give Li Mu the best food. As the girl flipped through the recipes in her mind, Li Mu also came out of her room. Give me a bite. Li Mu moved closer to her, put one arm around her neck, and then placed it on her shoulder on the other side of her body. There are some in the refrigerator. Help yourself. I just want to eat what you've eaten. Sure, then you can eat after I finish cooking. There will be plenty of leftovers for you. Lu Xiaoxi bit her lip, glanced at him, and then swallowed all the jelly in one go, her whole face puffing up like a little hamster. Li Mu was not angry at all. Instead, he took the opportunity to rub the girl's face and said, "Eating so fast. Aren't you afraid of choking?" I chewed it very finely. The girl was used to someone rubbing her face and no longer resisted. You can't eat that fast. Are you serious about making conversation for no reason? Then I won't say anything. Li Mu smiled. His purpose was to sit next to the girl and massage her various parts. Talking was just to distract her so that he could massage her for a longer time. Now that the girl had seen through him, he stopped caring and focused on playing with her hand. Don't touch my ears. They'll get hot and congested, and it'll be very uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoxi shrugged and slapped away the other hand that was clinging to her shoulder and trying to touch her earlobe, and said irritably, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Li Mu pretended not to hear and changed the subject. "It's here. The biggest challenge in life. I'll cook whatever you want to eat." Lu Xiaoxi cleverly shifted the problem to Li Mu. "Whatever you cook, I'll eat it." The problem she just threw out has been thrown back at her. How about we go out to eat? Let's make it clear first. I can't afford to pay for this meal. You have to treat me. I'm almost out of living expenses, and you haven't paid me back the money you spent on clothes. So, where shall we eat? I'll eat whatever you treat me to. I'll treat you to whatever you eat. Lu Xiaoxi. The little fist hardened. Have you ever been to an arcade? Is it like an internet cafe? The girl suddenly asked, intrigued. Last time I went to the zoo, and also the movie theater, amusement park, museum. She still wants to go to many places with Li Mu. No, it has claw machines, dance machines, racing games, and zombie games. Let's go today, right now. Is it really necessary to be so excited? Li Mu found it amusing. I've never played it before. I wasn't this excited when I went for the first time. When was the first time you went there? Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful big eyes met his gaze. When I was in the first year of high school, there was an arcade in the shopping mall near my high school. You're not taking me with you? Lu Xiaoxi pretended to be angry, poking Li Mu's chest with a serious expression. Li Mu cupped her face in his hands, lifted her head, and smiled. You didn't make up with me back then either. Then you should make up with me sooner. Hee hee, I've come here to make up with you, haven't I? Not early enough, he's already 19. Li Mu held her face in his hands, and because of the pressure, Lu Xiaoxi's lips were chubby, and her speech was unclear. So cute. Why don't you come and make up with me? Why do I have to go to you? Didn't you the one who distanced yourself from me? Then you should have come to me on the day I started to distance myself from you, so that things wouldn't have turned out like that in junior high and high school. I've looked for you, but you completely ignore me. You even told me not to get close to you. You practically told me to roll away. Li Mu lightly tapped the small girl's face with his fingertips. Lu Xiaoxi broke free from Li Mu's hands, moved closer to him, pursed her lips, and breathed softly. Forget about it, okay? Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. She didn't want to apologize to Li Mu. You're so cute. I'll see if I can forget about you. Li Mu was hit by his childhood sweetheart's adorable charm. Let's go to the arcade. We'll forget about it once we have fun. The girl's face turned red to her ears, and her eyes became slightly moist. She was shy, but it wasn't praised. Chapter 101: The Girl's Intertwined Fingers. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed up beautifully, her cute little ponytail bouncing around, and the white pom-pom on her ponytail was even cuter. This was bought for her by Li Mu when they came back from their trip to the zoo. It's still that same small crossbody bag. However, the small shoulder bag was on Li Mu's body. I'll get it for you. Call me if you need it. Li Mu patted the small crossbody bag on his lower abdomen. I have my bank card and glasses inside, so please don't lose them. How could it be lost? How much money do you have in your bank account? What? Lu Xiaoxi mimicked someone's odd-eyed expression. To make this expression with uneven eyes, one eyebrow should be raised while the other is lowered, and the mouth should be slightly crooked. It's truly hilarious. He used to make this expression, but now that he saw Lu Xiaoxi doing it too, he couldn't help himself. He chuckled twice and took the girl's soft little hand. Lu Xiaoxi seemed very excited, waving her little hands back and forth, and Li Mu swayed along with her. I'll secretly go to the bank and withdraw all the money later, so you'll come back crying. Hee hee, go ahead. I promise Aunt Sue won't hit you. I was just kidding, Li Mu laughed it off. However, he could indeed empty Lu Xiaoxi's savings. She knew his password, and he knew hers. It had never changed. I doubt you dare. Lu Xiaoxi was very cheerful. If there hadn't been people on the road, Li Mu suspected she could have jumped up. It's clear the girl is genuinely happy. They took the subway and got off at a station near the shopping mall. The first floor of the mall sells clothes, and there are also several small cars displayed as exhibits. Li Mu glanced at the shops here. Under the white lights, the clothes seemed to look much more elegant. There are also caterpillar-shaped sightseeing vehicles in the mall, which are used by children. As Lu Xiaoxi passed by, her eyes were drawn to them. The arcade was on the 4th floor, and the surrounding area was full of chain restaurants, including buffets, hot pot, Haidaleo, and bullfrog restaurants, all things Lu Xiaoxi had never eaten before. Stop looking, you're drooling. You're the one drooling, Lu Xiaoxi said shyly, making a slurping sound. Ahead of them was a couple. The woman was intimately linked with the man's arm, whispering in his ear with a beaming smile. Lu Xiaoxi looked down at her toes and moved closer to Li Mu. Their relationship is no less than that of a couple. If you want kumquat lemon drink, go buy it. Just stay here and don't move. I'll go buy you some oranges. Get lost, go now. Lu Xiaoxi shoved him to the milk tea shop in front of her, her tone unfriendly. Everyone had a drink in hand before entering the arcade. The arcade's dazzling lights were blinding. It was the girl's first time visiting such a place. If it weren't located in a shopping mall, but in a small alley, Lu Xiaoxi would have thought it was some strange place. She noticed that everyone at the arcade was in pairs. There were very few people playing alone. Some families of 4 even came together, with the parents accompanying their children. If it weren't for Li Mu, she probably would never have come to the arcade in her entire life. That's just how she is. She's the kind of girl who likes to follow Li Mu around. The machines here all require coins to play. Each coin costs 1 yuan. First, see what you want to play, and I'll go get some coins. I'll go with you. Lu Xiaoxi held his hands, her eyes smiling. Anything is fine. How many do you want to exchange? I'll play as much as you exchange. Li Mu pinched her cheek, his 2 fingers pinching her cheek flesh and then releasing it, leaving a red patch on her fair face. He exchanged 20 gold coins at the front desk and handed them all over to Lu Xiaoxi. The reason I came to the arcade was simply to bring Lu Xiaoxi along. No girl can resist the temptation of claw machines, and Lu Xiaoxi is no exception. As soon as I got the coins, I ran to the claw machine area to choose a machine. Grab whichever doll looks the best. This claw machine is quite difficult, and there's a minimum win rate. You only win once after trying many times. Does that mean we can't catch it? You can give it a try? Some people are really good at it, and can catch it without even needing a minimum guarantee. Maybe you're one of those good people. I think it's quite easy. Lu Xiaoxi had never played it before. She had only seen videos of other people playing claw machines. The video shows how easily you can catch a doll. It's very simple. The trick is to use your claw to hook the little string on the doll, and it's very easy to pull it out. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe you're really good at it. Which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Grab that little pig for me, Li Mu said, pointing to the big-nosed pig plushie that was only the size of a palm inside the claw machine. Watch me, watch me. Lu Xiaoxi tossed in 2 coins and manipulated the claw machine to grab the big-nosed pig plushie. 4 coins were tossed in. 6 coins were tossed in. I'm not playing anymore. This machine is a rip-off. Lu Xiaoxi guiltily handed the remaining 2 coins back to Li Mu. With so many coins, I didn't catch a single plush toy, losing over 10 yuan. I might as well have used that money to buy a bowl of snail rice noodles. I'll give it a try. Li Mu went and exchanged 10 more coins. Seeing how much Lu Xiaoxi has invested, wouldn't it be a huge loss to stop now? We have to get that big-nosed pig doll out no matter what. Li Mu tossed in 2 coins. Li Mu tossed in 4 coins. Li Mu tossed in 6 coins. Lu Xiaoxi and Li Mu looked at each other, their lips twitching, feeling extremely embarrassed. I've tried more than 10 times and still haven't won anything. Isn't this just a scam? I'm done playing. Let's go play something else. It's all your fault. More than 30 yuan went down the drain. If we had been more careful, it would have been enough for me to eat for 2 days. Lu Xiaoxi kicked Li Mu's little foot. Seeing that Li Mu's hands were free, she pulled Li Mu's hands over and intertwined her fingers with his. She liked it this way. Now she didn't have to pay 24 yuan to buy a day of Li Mu's life. Li Mu was hers now. Chapter 102. You got your childhood sweetheart. The girl was most interested in the claw machine. Compared to claw machines, the allure of other amusement machines is somewhat lacking, especially the one who fights zombies. Lu Xiaoxi was clumsy and repeatedly failed to play the game. And that guy on the motorcycle, wobbling and swaying. The only fun thing is the fishing machine, but it's a bit expensive. After playing all the games, Lu Xiaoxi found an empty spot to sit down, and Li Mu sat down next to her. There's a dance machine just a dozen meters directly opposite. There were 3 machines in total, but only 2 girls were playing them. The 2 girls seemed to know each other. Their dance moves weren't exactly graceful, but they were vying for attention and couldn't decide who would play the other. The weather is neither hot nor cold, and many goddesses are still dressed lightly. For example, the 2 girls on the dance machine are wearing white short skirts and tight vests, showing off their white thighs and arms. Lu Xiaoxi chewed on her straw, feeling uneasy. She glanced at Li Mu and saw that he was looking down at his phone. No, she could see the dance machine out of the corner of her eye, so she quickly patted the other side of the table. Come sit here. What's wrong? Sit down when I tell you to. A domineering woman. Li Mu muttered softly, and silently sat down in the seat next to him. Do you still want your kumquat lemon drink? Lu Xiaoxi gulped down the kumquat lemon drink in no time, while Li Mu didn't even manage to insert a straw. Go ahead and drink. Drink less when you eat later, or you won't be able to eat. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi took the kumquat lemon drink from Li Mu and happily drank it. He drank half of it, and then handed it back. Not drinking anymore. I'll leave some for you because you look pitiful. Be careful of mouth ulcers, or you won't be able to eat spicy food. How could that be? I don't get mouth ulcers, Lu Xiaoxi scoffed. This is undoubtedly very painful for people who love spicy food, because it means they can't eat spicy food for a while. Lu Xiaoxi happens to be someone who loves spicy food. It would be best if it didn't, otherwise you'll be crying your eyes out. You're the one who's crying. You're the one who's crying. Lu Xiaoxi poked Li Mu's neck and then his waist with her hand in dissatisfaction. Isn't that right? When you were in 1st grade, you had mouth ulcers. Aunt Chin wouldn't let you eat spicy food, so you came to my house crying and sought comfort from my mom. Luckily, my mom gave you some watermelon frost, otherwise you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. You wet the bed during your nap at kindergarten, and you even peed on me. Chill. Keep your voice down. Li Mu was startled. Why did his little ancestor bring this up again? At home, he didn't mind Lu Xiaoxi saying it. After all, it was just the 2 of them, and both were involved. So what if she said it? Consider it a way to deepen her memory. But now they were outside, and if someone heard it, there would definitely be plenty of disdainful looks. I'm tired, can you massage my hands? Lu Xiaoxi hummed softly, placing one hand on Li Mu's leg. Li Mu began to massage her little hands, carefully massaging each finger. His fingers were already at maximum level of affection, so he started brushing the backs of her hands, and then her elbows. When he tried to improve his relationship with her, Lu Xiaoxi glared at him angrily. Massage, but only to the point of stimulation. The arcade was quite noisy, and the dazzling lights weren't comfortable. After a short while, Li Mu led Lu Xiaoxi away. I lost over $30, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. No way. We'll find someone who knows how to play claw machines to rob that machine of everything. After wandering around for a while, the 2 of them finally found a barbecue stall in the food street outside and had dinner there. The girl ordered a bunch of things casually, packed them up, and filled a whole big bag, including 2 servings of fried noodles. The total cost was over 80 yuan. Combined with the money spent at the arcade, 150 yuan was gone in just a few hours. He initially wanted to take Lu Xiaoxi to a buffet, which cost 89 yuan per person, but fortunately Lu Xiaoxi firmly refused. Otherwise, this trip would have cost a fortune. Of course, he wouldn't mind giving Xiao Qingmei a little money. Similarly, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't mind spending money on him either. The girl had just run out of living expenses and was really short of money. His and Lu Xiaoxi had different rules for receiving living expenses. He received his on a fixed day each month, while Lu Xiaoxi only received her living expenses after she had used them up. Lu Xiaoxi actually had quite a bit of money in her card, which she had slowly saved up from red envelopes over the years, but she was reluctant to spend it. Aunt Qin told her that she wanted to save it as her dowry. As for his, Suwen said he kept it as a bride price, but I don't know if that's true or not. Anyway, I never saw it again after it was handed over. How many clothes did you buy for me? Li Mu asked casually, looking at the clouds. A lot. How much does it cost? How many coats are included? 532. Jackets are over 100 each. I bought 2. I'll round it down for you. Just send me $600. Do you want to hear what you're saying? How can you round down the price like that? I don't care. You owe me money, so whatever I say goes. Then I won't pay it back. Go ahead and cry all you want. Li Mu grinned mischievously, revealing a set of big white teeth. Li Mu has been using this expression since elementary school. He learned it from a villain in an animated film. The character in the animated film looked so cool when he smiled like that. But in reality, Li Mu's smile looked silly. Li Mu made that expression in front of her quite often, and she was used to it. You owe money and still act like a big shot, huh? What? If you make me angry, I won't pay you back. Li Mu really acted like a big shot. You think I'm scared? I live right across from you. I don't even need to chase after the debt. I just have to say a word, and Aunt Sue will pay it off for you. Do you believe me? I was just teasing you. Why did you take it so seriously? If you don't take someone like you seriously, you'll only suffer. Lu Xiaoxi waved her hands back and forth, looking very happy. Suffering a loss is a blessing. Li Mu lowered his head, picked up Lu Xiaoxi's hand, played with it, looked at her veins, and cracked her knuckles for her. He really loved his childhood sweetheart. You're just spouting nonsense. You can even say things like, suffering a loss is a blessing. Who would want to suffer a loss for no reason? I mean, it's a blessing for us to suffer a loss. Then what good fortune did I get? I didn't get anything. Lu Xiaoxi stopped him from playing with her hands, puffed out her cute little chest, and this time she was very confident. You've got a little childhood sweetheart. You're disgusting. Aren't you afraid of being overheard saying things like that? Lu Xiaoxi looked around at the passers-by and felt that everyone was looking at her and Li Mu with a faint smile on their faces. Especially the landlady's cheerful expression. She didn't know what she was laughing about, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only stand obediently next to Li Mu and scratch the back of Li Mu's hand with her little finger. That scoundrel Li Mu, saying such cheesy things in front of so many people, isn't he ashamed at all? Chapter 103 You sleep your sleep, I'll study my own. Seeing that the girl was becoming increasingly shy, Li Mu did not continue to say anything strange. Things like childhood sweethearts and childhood sweethearts are best left as casual conversations at home. They're just little romantic gestures between childhood sweethearts. Bringing them out into the open can easily lead to social embarrassment. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, your barbecue is ready. Okay, the money has been paid. Received, received. Lu Xiaoxi took a bag of barbecue, brought it to her nose, and smelled it. The barbecue smelled so good. We feel so extravagant. That's true. Yesterday, it was barbecue. Today it's grilled meat. Even a pig can't keep up with your appetite. You didn't mention it at all, did you? Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically. It was already evening when I got home. Lu Xiaoxi asked Li Mu to find some sweet dramas she had watched, while she took a shower first. Lu Xiaoxi smelled wonderful after her shower, and Li Mu couldn't resist hugging her for a while in front of the bathroom before going into shower. She used to need a hug before bed, and now she needs one after a bath too. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, wondering if she would need a hug every morning after waking up. After Li Mu finished showering, the two of them ate while watching TV on the sofa. Of course, Li Mu had no interest in watching TV. His gaze was fixed on Lu Xiaoxi's legs, which were crossed on the coffee table, and her pink toes. He also put his legs on it and rubbed the soles of his feet against Lu Xiaoxi's feet, having a great time. We have class tomorrow. And then, Lu Xiaoxi said casually, "That's all. I'm going to play on the computer in a bit. Do you want to come to my room?" "No. I'll take a look at tomorrow's class content later and familiarize myself with it beforehand," Lu Xiaoxi said without turning her head. "Okay, I'll go with you." After we finished the barbecue, it was already getting late. Li Mu was indeed studying in Lu Xiaoxi's room. However, both of them sat on the bed. Lu Xiaoxi was originally studying cross-legged on a chair. Seeing Li Mu sitting on her bed, typing away on the computer, she didn't know what she was thinking, so she closed the computer and went to bed as well. It felt very comfortable to be next to Li Mu. She could rest her chin and face on Li Mu's shoulder, hold one of his arms, and multitask, studying while getting close to Li Mu. Since both of them are just previewing tomorrow's material, there's no need to turn on two computers, which will save some electricity. This is what Lu Xiaoxi told herself. Li Mu ignored her, with a petite girl beside him, her nose filled with fragrance. He couldn't be happier. With the girl's company, his attitude towards studying improved considerably. Around midnight, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold on any longer. She was having trouble keeping up with Li Mu's learning pace. Li Mu could understand many things after watching them once, but she had to make him rewind the progress bar and watch them 2 or 3 times. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she did slow down Li Mu's learning speed. Lu Xiaoxi raised her cute little eyebrows and said in a soft voice, "I'm going to sleep." "Okay, go to sleep." Li Mu showed no intention of getting up, remaining calmly seated on the bed, his back against the wall, arms crossed, as still as a rock. "Get out. I plan to work hard and make a name for myself this semester, so I need to study more. My place is for playing, and I don't feel like studying there anymore. I only want to study when I'm with you. So, you can sleep, I'll study, and I won't disturb you." "Stop with your filthy thoughts, Li Mu. I'm not sleeping with you." Lu Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly. "You've always been pretty good at judging people. You still dare to admit it, huh? Get out of here." Lu Xiaoxi kicked him, slowly pushing him away from the bed, making a mess of the mattress. "I haven't given you a good night hug yet." Li Mu shamelessly sat down on the edge of the bed again, opened his arms, and hugged Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi didn't refuse. Hugging Li Mu felt very comfortable. After hugging for half a minute, Lu Xiaoxi's face turned red, and she scratched her neck, all because of the hot breath he was exhaling. "Have you hugged enough?" Without. Li Mu took a deep breath of the girl's scent, and as his lips brushed against hers, he gently touched her cheek. "It's basically just a kiss on the cheek. Okay, good night. You haven't sent me the money yet, remember to do so. I'll send it to you in a bit, don't rush. How about another hug?" 32. Good night. Li Mu dashed off, but turned back halfway through closing the door to grab his laptop. He left the girl's room with great reluctance. Li Mu doesn't plan to write anything today. Anyway, I still have quite a few drafts saved up. He took out his phone and sent Lu Xiaoxi 600 yuan. I also added a comment. No need to look anymore. Lu Xiaoxi was still awake and quickly replied with a middle finger emoji and a 3-second voice message. Hearing the girl's soft, sweet voice, Li Mu's heart fluttered. "Lu Xiaozhu, I think you were great this morning. I mean, I want to eat water cake again tomorrow." Li Mu listened to it again. "The sleepy little green plum is so cute." Li the fool, middle finger pointing skyward. "Li Bendan, there are buses that go directly to the school. Let's go by them together tomorrow. I might get lost by myself." Lu Xiaozhu, do you want to see what you're saying? Smiling. "Li Bendan, are you going or not?" Doge emoji, wearing sunglasses. Lu Xiaozhu, go, wake me up tomorrow. I'm not setting an alarm. Li Bendan, what if I oversleep? Lu Xiaozhu, then let's skip class. The teacher probably won't take attendance. Li Bendan, this won't do. I'll set an alarm every minute now and make sure I complete this arduous task of waking up the sleeping Lu Xiaozhu. Li Bendan, cat giving a thumbs up. JPG. Lu Xiaozhu, idiot. No matter how many messages Li Mu sent, Lu Xiaoxi stopped replying. Looks like she's really asleep. Li Mu smiled, not caring. and set 2 alarms for himself. Tomorrow is a painful 8 a.m. start, but luckily the market isn't too far away, and there's a direct bus to the school. The journey won't be much slower, and I'll only have to get up about 20 minutes earlier than usual. Limu lay down and fell asleep while hugging his pig plushie. He wondered if it was because his pillow smelled of Lu Xiaoxi, but he dreamed of her tonight. Lu Xiaoxi would act coquettishly towards him, even asking for hugs, kissing his face, and kissing his lips. Limu woke up. I glanced at the time. It was 4 in the morning. Quickly close your eyes again and see if you can continue. Chapter 104 Washing Shoes. Limu, who was huddled under the covers, reached out a hand to turn off his incessantly ringing phone alarm. Not only did he fail to continue Lu Xiaoxi's dream last night, but the sudden drop in temperature also made it difficult for him to sleep. I should have asked my mom to send the comforter earlier. It's only 14 degrees Celsius today. The weather forecast shows that the temperature will drop in the next few days, but it will return to 24 or 25 degrees Celsius in a few days. Now, buying a blanket is not an option, and waiting for the delivery is also not an option. Buying a quilt seems a bit wasteful once the quilt you have at home arrives. He's waiting for the blankets at home. He'll be freezing these next couple of days. Sigh, I'm caught in a dilemma. Limu quickly put on his coat and went out to knock on Lu Xiaoxi's door to wake her up. The sound of a girl's footsteps could be heard coming from the room. The girl had just woken up, opened the door a crack, and looked confused. Brush your teeth and wash your face, then go to the market to buy rice cakes. Lu Xiaoxi uttered a cute sound, nodded her head, closed the door, and when she opened it again, she had changed into a set of school clothes. I still think you're cuter in your pajamas. Limu made no attempt to hide his praise. Cute little thing. Fine, you're not cute at all. Bullshit, I'm very cute. Lu Xiaoxi poked his belly, her brows furrowing slightly. Go brush your teeth, your breath stinks. The same to you. Who told you to talk to me? Limu smiled and went with her to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Lu Xiaoxi brushed her teeth for longer than Limu, spitting out all the foam at the last moment, then taking a mouthful of water and gurgling as she cleaned her mouth. There was still some foam left at the corner of her mouth, which the girl wiped clean with her hand. Next comes washing your face. A young girl's face washing routine also involves many steps. First, she uses this bottle, then that bottle, lathers up some white foam, pats it on her face, and finally rinses it all off with water. That's how she takes care of her fair and tender skin. Lu Xiaoxi's face was so cute and soft that Limu couldn't resist pinching it. There's still some boogers left in your eyes. Limu helped her clean the stuff from the corners of her eyes, grinning mischievously. Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly wiped her face haphazardly, checked herself in the mirror, and tidied her shoulder-length black hair. All right. Who else would look at you but me? All that fancy stuff. It's so cold today, I didn't even feel this cold when I got up in the middle of the night. That's right, there's still the humid season coming up, and it'll be tough on you. Lu Xiaoxi hummed, and hooked her little finger around Limu's. Because he had just embarrassed himself, he was punished this morning by only being allowed to hold one of his fingers. The farmer's market. Lu Xiaoxi stared into thought as she looked at her hand, which was being held by someone. When, she didn't even realize it. Water cake. It seems to be over there. Yes, I see it, it's that old lady. Wow, they still sell this? I haven't had it in ages. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she approached the old woman selling rice cakes. This old lady sells a huge variety of snacks and pastries, including steamed sponge cake, glutinous rice cake, Malay cake, and some other pastries from places I don't recognize. Many of these are foods she likes to eat. Look, as they walked to the bus stop, Lu Xiaoxi giggled and pulled a plastic bag full of glutinous rice cakes from her pocket. She didn't know how to say this kind of pastry in Mandarin. It's made of glutinous rice wrapped around a filling of sesame and peanut crumbs and covered with a lot of powder. Eat up, what else are you going to do? Do you want some? Don't eat it. Eating this will make your lips white, and the sesame seeds might stick to your teeth. You should drink some water and rinse your mouth after you finish eating it. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously and took a bite of the unknown glutinous rice cake. The chewy texture and sweet taste made the girl's eyes light up immediately. The girl ate until her lips were covered in white powder, completely unaware. Limu watched as the girl's pink tongue roamed over her red lips, and a smile crept across his face. Let me check if there are any sesame seeds on my teeth. I'll see for myself. The girl turned around coquettishly, took out a small mirror from her handbag to look at her teeth. They were white and clean, without a single sesame seed. The bus hadn't arrived yet, and several elderly people who got up early had taken up all the seats at the bus stop. So Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi stood in the open space waiting for the bus. When the cold wind blows, Lu Xiaoxi will shrink her neck, just like a little turtle. Aren't you cold? It's quite cold. Let's come back at noon and take a nap together. My blanket doesn't have an insert, so I can't sleep there. Dream on. If you're cold, can't you sleep in your coat? Are you sure you can sleep comfortably like this? Who cares if you sleep comfortably or not? As long as I'm comfortable, that's all that matters. Lu Xiaoxi smiled broadly, revealing a small section of her teeth. Do people even know? Li Mu asked, embarrassed. I told you not to bring a comforter, and now you know you were wrong. Wrong, so at noon. No. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Li Mu's non-existent dog ears drooping down, and the corners of her mouth inexplicably turned up. From excitement to anticipation, and from anticipation to disappointment, Li Mu's micro-expressions changed rapidly in just a few words. Would you like some rice cake? Lu Xiaoxi carefully held the rice cake in her hands, and used a toothpick to cut out a piece of rice cake with her other hand. She ate one piece herself first, then cut out another piece for Li Mu and put it to his mouth. Eat. Li Mu opened his mouth wide and raised his hands to his laptop bag, the meaning of which was obvious. Lu Xiaoxi followed his example and carefully fed him water cake, like feeding a small animal. The two of them finished the rice cake together. Lu Xiaoxi hid the rest of the pastries in her versatile little handbag and secretly ate them after class. The bus to school has arrived. There were quite a few people on the bus. Li Mu grabbed a seat for Lu Xiaoxi and let her sit down, while he stood to the side, acting as a doorman. I'll leave the computer here. You hold on to the armrest, Lu Xiaoxi whispered, taking the computer from Li Mu. During the bus ride, Li Mu kept looking at the street scene outside. Lu Xiaoxi casually scrolled through her phone, then bent down with her legs together to secretly observe Li Mu's shoes. Li Mu was wearing a pair of white shoes, which had turned slightly yellow. It seems that every time I step on Li Mu, he's wearing these same shoes. Could it be that she stepped on it, and it turned yellow? If you look closely, you can see faint shoe prints. She had yellowed skin on half of the shoes. Lu Xiaoxi secretly glanced at Li Mu and tugged at the hem of his clothes. What's wrong? Li Mu leaned closer to listen. The bus engine was very loud, and there were various other noises on the bus. In addition, the girl was speaking very softly, so it was impossible to hear what she was saying unless you did it this way. Your shoes are all yellowed. Oh, what's wrong? It's been worn for about 2 months, so it's normal for it to turn yellow. Aren't you going to wash? I was planning to take a shower in the next few days. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The two of them fell silent for no apparent reason. It's not appropriate to do anything intimate on a bus. If they were walking together at school, Li Mu would definitely be holding hands with some petite girl right now. Why is the bus so slow? Does he have to get off and carry the bus on his back and run? Lu Xiaoxi poked his lower abdomen again, hesitating to speak. You've decided to take a nap with me, but you're too shy to say it? No. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was soft and muffled. Then what are you doing? You want to say something but you won't. Just spit it out. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, looking delicate and sweet. I also need to wash my shoes. I'll wash them for you. That's it. You like washing shoes? You should have said so earlier. I have 3 pairs of shoes, and the other pair is almost dirty too. You can wash them all together. I'll wash these for you. Take it or leave it. Li Mu? Where's the sweet and delicate Lu Xiaoxi from just now? Give her back to me. Chapter 105, He's definitely not a good childhood sweetheart. Arrived at school. There's still some time before class starts. Li Mu went to let Lu Xiaoxi take the computer inside first, and then went to the restroom. On the way back to the classroom, I happened to be following behind the teacher. But the bell hasn't rung yet, and even if it does, there's nothing to be afraid of. With the university's roll call system, even if someone skips class, no one will know, let alone if they actually attend class diligently. Lu Xiaoxi didn't sit in her usual spot, but instead sat in the front row next to a girl who looked somewhat familiar, named Lu Qiaoqiao. There was an empty seat next to him, and he immediately recognized that the empty seat was occupied by his computer. Li Mu, over here. Lu Xiaoxi noticed him too and waved to him. What are you doing here? Li Mu was naturally very talkative, and he could chat even if he was surrounded by girls, let alone Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting one seat away from him. I asked Xiaoxi to sit next to me. If you mind. Haha. It's nothing. It's nothing. Li Mu laughed it off. It doesn't matter where I sit, as long as there's a little green plum next to me. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxiao could prevent him from holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand? Hey Li Mu, is this a gift from Xiaoxi? Lu Xiaoxiao seemed to have noticed something and pointed to the conspicuous dog tooth bracelet on Li Mu's left wrist. They're all made up of jagged edges and red and black lines. Apart from the size, they look exactly the same. As Lu Xiaoxi's good friend, Lu Xiaoxiao naturally knew that Lu Xiaoxi wore a dog tooth necklace. During their conversations, she also learned that Lu Xiaoxi had learned some dog tooth craftsmanship from her grandfather. While it may not have the precision of a work of art, it is more than adequate as a decorative item. She had previously asked Lu Xiaoxi to make one for her too, but Lu Xiaoxi refused. The reason given was, it takes too much time. It's better to buy it online. She didn't mind. If Lu Xiaoxi didn't want to do it, she certainly wouldn't force her. This. Li Mu glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, and seeing that she didn't react, he said directly, more or less. What does that mean? Before Lu Xiaoxiao could speak, Lu Xiaoxi laughed first. Realizing that the teacher was already on the podium, she lowered her head and whispered to Lu Xiaoxiao, I did it. Oh. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly. Good grief, so you're not making it for her, but for Li Mu? She's determined to be with these two people, and no one can stop her. After class begins, Lu Xiaoxiao would only chat for a few words when Lu Xiaoxi initiated the conversation. Otherwise, she wouldn't say anything at all. He just sat there, watching Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's little actions. Well, the knapsack expert immediately collapsed to the ground. Lu Xiaoxiao made up her mind. I need to reduce the number of times I sit with Lu Xiaoxi. Sitting next to these two, I felt like the two of us were too restricted. They barely even had time to hold hands. She noticed it too. Every time Li Mu tried to hold Lu Xiaoxi's hand, Lu Xiaoxi would let him hold it for a while, then pull away, and this would repeat itself. She almost wanted to push Lu Xiaoxi away, but she held back. Not interfering in other people's relationships, but merely observing their emotions. This is the principle of love philosophy of Lu Xiaoxiao, a pure love enthusiast. Sitting next to Lu Xiaoxi this time was just an accident. She only wanted Lu Xiaoxi to come over and chat for a bit, but she didn't expect Lu Xiaoxi to sit right next to her. The two of them used to only sit together in English class. This was the first time they had sat together in a major class. Lu Xiaoxi had no idea what Lu Xiaoxiao was thinking. On her left is her childhood sweetheart, and on her right is her best friend. She feels very happy in this class. She felt a little embarrassed being held by Li Mu's hand. After a class, she had to urge Li Mu to study, and also urge Lu Xiaoxiao to study. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxiao often spaced out during this class, and would occasionally chuckle to herself, which was rather creepy. Get out of class is over. Do you eat lunch at school? After class, Lu Xiaoxiao stood up, stretched her body, and smiled at Lu Xiaoxi while leaning on the desk with one hand. Eat up, let's eat together. No. I bought 2 extra fried dough sticks this morning, so I won't eat them for lunch. You guys go ahead and eat. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi nodded in confusion. After Lu Xiaoxiao ran away, Lu Xiaoxi looked at the people left in the classroom, packed up her computer, and left with Li Mu. As soon as they left the classroom, Li Mu habitually took the girl's fair wrist in his hand. Is that girl named Lu Xiaoxiao also someone who doesn't pay much attention in class? No, Xiaoxiao is very diligent. Lu Xiaoxi squeezed someone's palm, looked around again, and slowly clasped someone's hand in hers. I didn't realize she was spacing out the whole time. I don't know. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night. Why are you staring at her like that? You're wrongly accusing an innocent person. She's sitting right next to you. I've been turning around to look at you and Lu Xiaoxiao together. I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Li Mu simply slung his laptop bag over his shoulder, freeing up both hands. With one hand, he held Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and with the other, he tucked the hair behind Lu Xiaoxi's ears so that it wouldn't block his view of her cute little face. That's good. Xiao Xiao is very nice. Am I not good enough? I've been so gentle with you. You're no good. You're terrible. You're stupid, dumb, dull, lazy, stupid, and clumsy. Didn't I already say he's both stupid and dumb? You're twice as stupid and dumb, Lu Xiaoxi said angrily, her face flushed. Li Mu smiled and gently pinched the girl's cute nose. And what about you, Lu Xiaozhu? I am twice as cute, beautiful, smart, hardworking, and meticulous. In short, I am very good. Oh, my little childhood sweetheart is so wonderful. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to have such a wonderful little childhood sweetheart. If you can talk, then talk more. I love to listen. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. This time, she completely agreed with Li Mu's statement. Can that lovely little plum take a nap with me? It's so cold today, and I don't have a blanket. I'll catch a cold. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. This guy is definitely not a good childhood friend. He always has ulterior motives. If we let him take a nap today, he'll be shameless enough to squeeze in at night tomorrow. I'll count to 3, and if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. 3. Little green plum is so nice. A big question mark slowly appeared on Lu Xiaoxi's little head. Is she out of her mind? How could she do this? Have some shame. Chapter 106. Li Mu took the initiative in everything. Lu Xiaoxi has not given a clear answer. Based on his understanding of Lu Xiaoxi, he was almost certain that sleeping together was going to happen. If Lu Xiaoxi doesn't refuse, then there's potential. But it's hard to say. After all, sleeping together is a very private and intimate thing, and Li Mu wasn't sure. Maybe Lu Xiaoxi's attitude towards this kind of thing is different from ordinary things. Anyway, let's wait and see. More likely, Lu Xiaoxi agreed, but was just too shy to say it. Or I'll deliberately annoy him by not saying anything. And then when it's time to sleep, I'll say things like, poor little pig. Oh dear, little pig is freezing to death. Or, I had no choice but to take pity on him and let him cover me with the blanket. If Lu Xiaoxi agrees to let him take a nap together, the latter is more likely. There are essentially 2 possibilities. First, Lu Xiaoxi asked him to take a nap together. Second, Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't let him take a nap together. Compared to an afternoon nap, getting a good night's sleep tonight is the real problem. I'll say it again. Observe the situation calmly. Things will naturally straighten out when they reach the bridge. Even if Lu Xiaoxi really doesn't let him sleep together, he still has to find a way to sleep on his own, right? At worst, I can just use the mattress as a blanket. It won't cause any problems. You keep glancing at me. Tell me, do you think I'm handsome? Li Mu walked along, and although he didn't look at Lu Xiaoxi, he could always catch her glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. He wondered what his little childhood sweetheart was up to this time. Let's just say you're somewhat handsome. A little? You can't speak against your conscience. Li Mu suddenly leaned closer to her. With an 18-centimeter height difference, Lu Xiaoxi could see Li Mu's neck very clearly. May I touch your Adam's apple? Huh? What's so interesting about touching this? Li Mu was embarrassed, but still raised his chin and let Lu Xiaoxi reach out to touch it. Who can blame me when she's my childhood sweetheart? It's hard. Will it hurt if I press it hard? Lu Xiaoxi asked curiously, rubbing Li Mu's Adam's apple with her finger, not daring to press too hard. It's all right, but it can be a little uncomfortable if you push too hard. Girls also have Adam's apples. I know, but I can't see it. I have to touch it to feel even a little bit. Lu Xiaoxi touched her neck. Let me touch it. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi also raised her neck like a little chick. Li Mu's fingertips felt the incredibly delicate skin on the girl's neck, then gently scratched around her Adam's apple before finally touching it. It's just a small piece, hidden under the skin, so you can't see it. The red and black rope stood out prominently on her fair neck. Your dog tooth necklace. Li Mu suddenly reached out and stroked the red and black cord. What's wrong? It's nothing. I think I used to take it out and play with it quite often, Li Mu said with a smile. He remembers things from the past very clearly, especially everything related to Lu Xiaoxi. This dog tooth necklace that Lu Xiaoxi has worn since childhood, in a sense, is a testament to his and Lu Xiaoxi's past. I will witness his and Lu Xiaoxi's future together. It is of great significance. It can't break. Can I take it out and have a look? If you wanted to see dog teeth, Li Mu would have probably just picked them out when he was a kid. That's no longer an option, otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would really teach him a lesson and then ignore him. Here you go. Lu Xiaoxi generously took out the dog tooth necklace. 19 years already. It's amazing that she's been able to wear it for so long. Li Mu examined the dog tooth necklace in his hand. It was something that the girl wore close to her body, and it was still warm when he took it out. Just take good care of it. The temperature here isn't too low, so it won't break if there's not a big temperature difference. If we suddenly went to those places in the north where it's minus 20 or 30 degrees Celsius, this dog tooth might crack. And also, Lu Xiaoxi paused, transforming into teacher Lu to supplement the elementary school student Li Mu with various kinds of knowledge. Li Mu nodded, but it was unclear whether he had taken it all in. Look, my dog teeth are prettier than yours, aren't you envious? Li Mu returned the dog tooth necklace to Lu Xiaoxi and raised his left hand to show off his dog tooth bracelet to Lu Xiaoxi. Is it possible that I made this? Lu Xiaoxi asked with a forced smile. How could someone be so naive? Tell me honestly, why did you give me this dog tooth bracelet in the first place? When Lu Xiaoxi was asked the right question, she looked away and didn't dare to meet Li Mu's gaze. I just want to make up with you. I thought it was a token of our love. We hadn't made up yet, so it really startled me when you suddenly gave me this. Love pledge my ass. So you've always wanted to make up with me. Li Mu suddenly sighed. Actually, from the very beginning, he knew that Lu Xiaoxi intended to reconcile with him. Yes, Lu Xiaoxi admitted. The girl's lack of frankness was only meant to be used to flirt with someone. I'm afraid you'll secretly break off our friendship without me knowing anything. How could that be? My little green plum is so cute. Who could bear to ignore her? I'm so happy, it's so cheesy. Lu Xiaoxi thought with delight, her eyes overflowing with joy. The girl stood with her hands behind her back, refusing to let someone hold her hand. Who told someone to say such cheesy things? Li Mu smiled and praised her, but she was still unhappy. Take the bus directly to the community. With 2 laptop bags in front and behind him, Li Mu looked like a panda on the bus, attracting surprised glances from everyone who boarded. Fortunately, there weren't as many people at noon as during the morning and afternoon peak hours, so I could put my laptop bag down when there was a seat available. With a young girl helping to keep an eye on things, Li Mu wasn't worried about forgetting. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential compound, the 2 backpacks were returned to Li Mu's shoulders. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold Lu Xiaoxi's small hand. Lu Xiaoxi looked at her feet, each step landing on the stone bricks. If she accidentally stepped into a gap between the bricks, she would frown in annoyance. Slowly, their arms crossed and their fingers intertwined. Do you like it this way? Li Mu asked her, raising their intertwined hands. Recently, he and Lu Xiaoxi have been holding hands a lot. Does Lu Xiaoxi like this? Many times, it was Lu Xiaoxi who took the initiative. It's so, about the same as holding hands normally. Lu Xiaoxi was startled, and soon she could feel her heart pounding. Then why do you do this every time? What? It was clearly your own idea to do this. Lu Xiaoxi said softly, shifting the blame for taking the initiative onto Li Mu, making him bear the responsibility for it. Even if she and Li Mu held hands, it was Li Mu who took the initiative. That's right. It was all Li Mu who took the initiative. He's shameless. Being frank won't cost you anything. Oh, you know it, but don't tell anyone. Lu Xiaoxi nudged someone with her shoulder, her face burning. Okay, it's not that my childhood sweetheart wants to hold my hand. It's all my fault, alright? Li Mu was somewhat tempted. Lu Xiaoxi's cuteness level was already maxed out. I need to get a big hug from Lu Xiaoxi later to absorb some of my little green plum's cute energy. Yes, it's all you, it's not me. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, moving even closer to the person. Yes, Li Mu took the initiative to get closer to me. And another thing, it was Li Mu who asked him to wash his shoes. It was all initiated by Li Mu. Chapter 107, A Little Peck. I'm home. Li Mu called his mother again to ask if she had sent the comforter. Once I received an accurate answer, I felt relieved. It will probably arrive the day after tomorrow. Do you want to play on the computer? Lu Xiaoxi asked without waiting for a reply. She had already walked into Li Mu's room, sat down on his bed, and was playing games on her phone. The game, of course, is Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. Its main focus is on leisure. Let me type something. I didn't type anything yesterday. Oh. With her fair little feet kicking off her slippers, Lu Xiaoxi climbed onto Li Mu's bed, lay down on the edge of the bed, and started playing under the small blanket. The temperature at noon was warmer than in the morning and evening, and even with Li Mu's small blanket, it didn't feel too cold. Li Mu only said he was cold because he wanted to sleep with me. Lu Xiaoxi murmured to herself, unsure whether she was happy, pleased, or delighted. The only sounds in the room were the game of Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, and the clattering of the keyboard. After finishing her own Do Diju game, Lu Xiaoxi picked up Li Mu's phone and continued playing. Looking at the thousands of happy beans in Li Mu's account, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly felt that Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, wasn't fun anymore. Li Mu. Li Mu glanced at the bed, then quickly looked away. Little Qingmei, don't disturb my focus on writing. Even if I have a lot of drafts saved up, I still have to write 4,000 words today. Li Mu. What? It's nothing. Lu Xiaoxi nestled against her pillow like a kitten, hugging her puppy plush toy, her big eyes reflecting the image of Li Mu sitting in front of the computer typing. Don't fall asleep in my bed again later. Why can't I sleep? You're disgusted with me. Lu Xiaoxi frowned in dissatisfaction. The more you try to stop her from sleeping, the more she wants to sleep. We are determined to fight Li Mu to the bitter end. You don't feel cold now, but you'll know once you fall asleep. Li Mu's typing speed slowed down a bit. He chatted with his childhood sweetheart while brainstorming sentences and typing on the keyboard. It was still difficult to maintain his initial typing efficiency. At the same temperature, you can fall asleep without a blanket when you're awake, but you'll wake up cold when you're asleep because you're not covered by a blanket. Like cold. Oh, okay. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, got up, and went out in her slippers. Li Mu thought Lu Xiaoxi was going to sleep in the next room, and was about to continue writing when he saw Lu Xiaoxi throw a pillow and a stack of blankets onto her bed. Now it's not cold anymore. Can I take this as you wanting to take a nap with me? My room is for studying. If I want to play on my phone, I'll have to come to your room. Lu Xiaoxi ignored the other person's topic. Okay, go ahead and play. You'd better not fall asleep, or I'll run to bed too. No, this bed is mine, not yours. Even if I'm asleep, you can't come up here to sleep. The childhood sweetheart's bed is the same as the childhood sweetheart's bed. Is there a problem? Does Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu know that you are such a domineering girl? None of your business. Lu Xiaoxi shrank under the covers and started reading someone's novel. It's only been updated a little bit. There's no plot at all. Can you update faster? It's not good at all. You've been following my novels all along. You're not happy? Then I won't pursue it anymore. I'll remove it from the bookshelf right now, and you have to give me back the gift. What kind of domineering clause is this? These are the Xiaoxi terms, and you must abide by them. Lu Xiaoxi felt that what she said was very strange and a little embarrassed. But considering that he was talking to Li Mu, it didn't matter. The awkwardness between childhood sweethearts isn't really awkward. The little pig clause, Li Mu said with a smile. Get lost. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lu Xiaoxi turned around and continued reading her novel. Li Mu's new novel is still a single female lead romance, continuing the writing style and habits of his previous work, which Lu Xiaoxi found very pleasing to the eye. Thankfully, Li Mu didn't write a harem novel, otherwise Lu Xiaoxi would have had another outburst. I'm going to sleep. You can keep writing. Don't worry about me. You won't wake me up. After finishing the novel and watching some videos, Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes and went to sleep. Wait a minute, I'll finish writing this chapter. Li Mu said cheerfully. What are you going to do after you finish writing this? You can't get into my bed. What does it have to do with you that I sleep with my childhood sweetheart? You're a pervert. Li Mu stopped talking, quickened his typing speed, and finished typing the last few hundred words without turning off the computer. He pounced on the bed, the creaking of the spring mattress echoing through the room. Hey, you perverted scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi was almost bounced up. The person's rapid approach startled her. The hot breath on her face made her cheeks turn red. She could only use her hands to cover the person's chest to prevent him from getting any closer. Go to sleep, don't talk. Sleep my ass. Get off me, you're stepping on my hair. Oh, no, that didn't make sense. Almost. Lu Xiaoxi reached out to smooth her hair. Taking advantage of this opening, Li Mu moved closer to the girl, their bodies now so close that they were practically face to face. How am I supposed to sleep like this? Sleep however you want. I'm not stopping you. When it comes to your childhood sweetheart, you have to be shameless to the end. With a childlike personality like Xiao Qingmei's, you need to be thick-skinned to handle her. If he's shy and doesn't want to sleep on the sofa when his childhood sweetheart tells him not to, that definitely won't work. He understood Qingmei's personality best. What was it called again? Sundara? Little arrogance. Lu Xiaoxi is genuinely a little proud and aloof, but not at all pretentious. Of course, it's perfectly fine to be pretentious in front of him. He likes it and enjoys it. Wait, I'm going to take a picture of the pig sleeping. You have to cooperate with me, or I won't let you sleep. Okay, how do we coordinate? Pretend to be asleep now, and I'll take a picture. Okay, I'm asleep. Li Mu immediately lay flat, relaxing in a starfish position. Click, all done. Lu Xiaoxi propped herself up, unaware that she was sitting like a duck. She held up her phone, added a sound effect, and took a picture of Piglet pretending to sleep. Let me see. Holy crap, who's so handsome? Shameless bastard, go to sleep. Li Mu squeezed against her face again, just like before. Lu Xiaoxi took a picture of Piglet pretending to sleep and was very satisfied. She snuggled into Li Mu's arms, humming and squealing. Little pig Lu, give me a hug. Just for a moment. Lu Xiaoxi hugged Li Mu. With a soft, sweet-smelling little girl in his arms, Li Mu couldn't manage a smile. He quickly recalled all his embarrassing past events, which barely calmed him down. Little pig Lu. Spit it out if you have something to say. Li Mu's lips brushed against Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. Take a small peck. ? Lu Xiaoxi was hugging Li Mu when she suddenly felt something warm and soft touch her forehead. She slowly raised her head and met Li Mu's gaze, which contained a variety of emotions. It was an accident. Do you believe me? You pervert. Wiping her forehead, Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what to say. Her face was red as she whispered angrily. Turn around. You can't turn back, you bad guy. It was really an accident. Li Mu turned around, still trying to argue. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak, but pressed her face against Li Mu's back and curled up into a ball. Li Mu kissed my forehead. Yeah, it got eaten by a pig. Please update soon. Chapter 108. You're super annoying. Lu Xiaoxi rested her head gently against Li Mu's back, sleeping very comfortably. Last time it was in her room. This time it's in Li Mu's room. Will I have to sleep on the sofa next time? Lu Xiaoxi dared not think about this question. Who would be so stupid as to sleep on the sofa instead of in a bed? The bed is so comfortable, so soft and warm. The sofa is too small for two people to lie down on. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to sleep a little longer, but the urge to urinate prevented her from staying next to Li Mu any longer. Fortunately, Li Mu gave her enough space to get up without waking him. Quietly putting on her shoes, Lu Xiaoxi turned back before leaving the room to take a picture of Shepherd Pig really sleeping, and left satisfied. She closed the door very, very quietly. After using the toilet, the girl tied her hair into a ponytail, rolled up her sleeves, took Li Mu's smelly shoes into the bathroom, and carefully washed them. White shoes have become white shoes again. It's a bit strange, but that's really how it is. After drying the shoes, Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. I wonder how long Li Mu will sleep. What a lazybones. This perfectly matches her stereotype of Li Mu. My virtuous little green plum is going to the market to buy groceries now. When she cooks tonight, she must teach Li Mu a home-style dish. Back then, Aunt Sue promised to teach Li Mu how to cook, but now, besides washing rice, cooking rice, and frying eggs, Li Mu seems to know nothing else. They were much more efficient at helping out. Apart from being a little rusty at cutting meat, they were perfectly capable of washing vegetables, chopping garlic, or doing other tasks. I wonder if Li Mu has a problem with meat. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the farmer's market. After quickly buying groceries and some discounted sweet potatoes, Lu Xiaoxi strode away and returned to her neighborhood. Li Mu was already awake and was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone. When he saw Lu Xiaoxi return, he immediately waved and patted the spot next to him. Lu Xiaoxi snorted and ignored him. Who told this guy to kiss her forehead without any shame? After putting the vegetables in the refrigerator, Lu Xiaoxi deliberately sat a little further away, a full 2 body lengths away from Li Mu. Li Mu looked at her, his expression gradually changing from relaxed and carefree to solemn. Did he do something outrageous to Lu Xiaoxi while he was sleeping? Otherwise, how could Lu Xiaoxi be like this after just taking a nap? Limu hesitated before speaking. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and kept playing on her phone with her head down. Are you angry? That's good. Limu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lu Xiaoxi is still talking to him, it proves that she is not angry. Even though Lu Xiaoxi looks angry, as long as she still talks to him, it means she's not really angry. If someone is sulking, looking indifferent, and saying nothing, then the situation is very serious. What do you mean that's good? You're happy that I'm angry. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, clearly very angry. Then don't be angry. Come on, do you want some milk tea? Let's order some takeout. I don't drink milk tea. I want to drink Four Seasons spring tea. Okay, I'll add full sugar and make it extra chewy. That's enough. Any more, and it'll turn into grass jelly. It's been a long time since I've had grass jelly, so I'll order another cup to drink tonight. Limu sat down next to her, put one arm around her back, and pulled her closer to him. The petite girl did not resist, and half of her body weight pressed down on Limu. Although there was no romantic drama in front of her, and the projector wasn't even turned on, it didn't stop her from sitting next to Limu, because it was Limu who took the initiative, and she was always the one who was initiated by Limu. You cook tonight, and I'm going to record a video for Aunt Sue to see how her rascal cooks. That's too much. It's not excessive. Aunt Sue isn't an outsider. That's right. I was just thinking of sending Lu Xiaoju's sleeping picture to Aunt Qin so she could see what her naughty daughter looks like when she's sleeping. You're the brat. Go ahead and post it. See if my mom scolds you or not. I definitely won't scold her. Aunt Qin trusts me. Impossible. My mom would be furious if her own daughter was secretly filmed by a pervert. She might not be able to confront you directly since she knows you, but she'd definitely tell Aunt Sue later and have her beat you up. Lu Xiaoxi nestled beside Limu, looking at her phone with him. How dare you talk like that? Who are you calling a pervert? I'm talking to you. You perverted Limu. Believe it or not, I'll really show you how perverted I can be. If you don't believe me, you're not allowed to touch me. I'm telling you, I have the final say on your management. Lu Xiaoxi seemed genuinely afraid that someone was lustful, so she quickly broke free from his embrace, sat further away, and muttered to herself, refusing to get close to Limu no matter what. If someone is truly audacious, she definitely won't be able to escape and will only be able to hide under the covers trembling. You win. By the way, do you want to buy pajamas? I'm not buying it. I already have several sets. I don't have pajamas. What does this have to do with me? How about we buy a set of childhood sweetheart pajamas? Limu pulled the girl's hand close to his, gently playing with it and massaging each of her fingers. No, that's a waste of money. I'll buy them for you. The more clothes you have, the better. Don't you think about how your clothes won't even dry when we go back to the south? Lu Xiaoxi blinked, feeling that what Limu said seemed to make a lot of sense. However, she refused, because she has a lot of pajamas, all of which she wore in high school. There are cute, innocent, animal-themed, and many other styles of pajamas. She also has a few sets back in her hometown. She may not have many other clothes, but she definitely has a lot of pajamas. The girl's figure was already set in junior high school, and she only grew a little bit in high school. The pajamas she wore 3 or 4 years ago still fit her perfectly. Do you really like this hair tie? Limu asked, seeing that she didn't answer. He knew she didn't want to buy it, so he didn't insist. Suddenly, he noticed the white pom-pom on her ponytail. I generally like it. Then what does it mean to particularly like? My parents really like him, and Uncle Li and Aunt Sue really like him too. The girl counted on her fingers the people she really liked. The 2 elders, Xiao Fei and herself. Looking at her 7 outstretched fingers, the girl secretly broke off one. Not me. Limu pointed to his face. You're incredibly annoying. The phone was playing short videos on repeat, with the same text and background music, but neither of them paid any attention to them. Limu gently stroked the girl's lips, then, unable to resist, pinched her delicate nose, finding it all quite amusing. I'm sad and need to consume some cute little plum energy. Hurry up and give me a cute look. Cute my foot. I'll only let you hug me once at most. Then let me hug you. Limu wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, not knowing how many times he had hugged her today. The tip of his nose was filled with the scent of a young girl, and the hair on her cheeks seemed to come alive, trying to get into his nose, like a little girl who loved to tickle him. You smell so good. You owe me money. I don't know what words to use to describe Lu Xiaoxi's fragrance. Despite his eloquent words, they were utterly useless when facing Lu Xiaoxi. From appearance to scent, he really only wanted to use the simplest words like cute and smells good to describe it. Just like Lu Xiaoxi herself, simple and adorable. You stink up to me. You have to pay me back first. Lu Xiaoxi was used to someone's shamelessness, and she used the same shameless tactic to retaliate. The two were silent for a moment, then chuckled softly in unison. Chapter 109 The Second Peck. When they cooked in the evening, Li Mu assisted them. Sometimes Lu Xiaoxi would ask Li Mu to help her stir the pot. There was also a fried tofu dish, which Lu Xiaoxi left entirely to Li Mu to handle, while she stood by, recording the process and giving instructions. It's crystal clear when to add salt and when to flip the food. Pan fry until golden brown on both sides, then sprinkle with chopped green onions for garnish. After a series of steps, a plate of delicious and visually appealing pan-fried tofu is ready. I'll send it to your mom. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't asking for Li Mu's opinion. The video had already been sent when she said this. Su Wen has not yet replied. Aunt Su should be cooking around this time. Each of the two was served a dish, including fried tofu and a dish of corn stir-fried with minced meat. Please call me Chef Li, thank you. Li Mu looked at his masterpiece, feeling a surge of pride. Next time he went home, he had to show off his culinary skills to his mother. They completely forgot that it was because Lu Xiaoxi was kindly giving them pointers. Master Chef? More like a nobody. I'll try it and see if it tastes good. How about it? It's all right. It's all thanks to my good teaching. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, her lips glossy. Li Mu also took a bite, and it tasted really good. Even the tofu had flavor. After dinner, the two of them washed the dishes together. They rarely have leftovers. Lu Xiaoxi manages the quantity very well. Even if they can't finish it tonight, they can put it in the refrigerator and save it to eat with porridge in the morning. There will basically be none left. What are you going to do tonight? Lu Xiaoxi asked without looking up as she wiped the plates. What do you mean, what to do? I checked the weather forecast. It's 13 degrees Celsius tonight, and it won't start to rise to 21 degrees Celsius until 5 a.m. tomorrow. This awful weather, it's disgusting. That's right. So where are you planning to sleep tonight? It's so cold. Li Mu remained silent for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, let out a series of lewd laughs. Ugh, your smile is disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi looked disgusted, put down the washed dishes, shook the water off her hands, and didn't care that some water droplets splashed onto Li Mu's face. How else can I sleep? I'll just wear 2 more layers of clothes. The blanket won't be in there that quickly. Don't catch a cold, or you won't be able to hug me, or I'll catch it. Then I definitely can't catch a cold, otherwise I won't get any hugs. Li Mu made an exaggeratedly panicked expression. In the small kitchen, Lu Xiaoxi was amused by someone and started giggling. Then take care of yourself. If you get cold, I'll take the duvet cover off for you. While Li Mu was washing dishes with both hands, the girl took the opportunity to tickle him. Then what will you do? I'll just use the comforter. No need. It's better to do it together. No. Lu Xiaoxi scratched even harder. This guy thinks that sharing a bed for a nap isn't enough. He wants to share a bed even at night? I can't let this guy have his way. Nobody knows what kind of nonsense is going on in Li Mu's walnut-sized brain. It itches, stop scratching, or I won't be polite anymore. TCH. Lu Xiaoxi snorted disdainfully. Helpless, Li Mu washed his hands and tapped Lu Xiaoxi's forehead with his wet fingers. What are you doing? Your hands are still wet. It's dry now. Li Mu haphazardly dried the clothes and then hugged the petite girl. He gentlemanly only held the girl around the waist. Anything above or below was her private area, which he certainly couldn't touch. Amid the girl's gasp, he lifted her slightly, letting her weight fall on him, his feet barely touching the ground, just enough to move her onto the sofa. Lu Xiaoxi was lighter than Li Mu had imagined. He felt he could lift 2 Lu Xiaoxi in one go, and still have room for Xiao Fei. You just finished eating. How come you're still so light? Who's as heavy as you, you big dummy? I only weigh 152 pounds. That's still heavier than 1.5 of me. Lu Xiaoxi buried her face in Li Mu's chest and whispered, "Your weight is the most comfortable to hold. You can hug me a little longer, I won't mind." Li Mu smiled and hugged her even tighter. "We're so weird, always hugging each other. Then let's be perverted. There's nothing wrong with being a little perverted. This is not good at all. When will your takeout arrive?" Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed from being cooped up. She crawled out of Li Mu's arms and sat obediently on the sofa. Her restless hands quietly pulled Li Mu's hand over and hooked his fingers together, then remained motionless. Li Mu stared intently at Lu Xiaoxi's hands, which were clasped together, his fingers below and Lu Xiaoxi's fingers above. The two had a noticeable difference in skin tone. He had a fair complexion that looked quite healthy, while Lu Xiaoxi's skin was fair with a rosy glow, adding a touch of red to her healthy complexion, making her look very attractive. Li Mu wasn't a hand fetishist. He simply liked Lu Xiaoxi's looks. Even so, he now wanted to put Lu Xiaoxi's hand in his mouth to see how she would react. She probably looked at him in surprise, then ran back to her room with a flushed face. Just like when she first arrived, she fed him green grapes. Li Mu was somewhat tempted and wanted to kiss Lu Xiaoxi's forehead again. Lu Xiaoxi seems to really enjoy holding hands. Now, when they walk together, as long as his hands are free and he doesn't hold Lu Xiaoxi's hand, Lu Xiaoxi will take the initiative to hold his hand. It's very common to see people holding hands. Lu Xiaoxi's fair fingers were soft, and her nails were neatly trimmed. Picking her nose with hands like that must be very uncomfortable. The atmosphere was getting a bit off, but undeniably, this thought was the first to pop into Li Mu's head as he looked at Lu Xiaoxi's fingers. Oh no, is he really a pervert? Instead of playing with their perfectly good hands, they're thinking about picking their noses. Instead of getting a reply to her question, Lu Xiaoxi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by someone's hand. She raised her little finger and slammed it hard against Li Mu's nail, which brought Li Mu back to his senses. "Let me see, haha, just in time for the phone call. I'll be there in a bit." After Li Mu finished speaking, he answered the phone. Not long after, the deliverman arrived with the milk tea. "It's been a long time since I've had grass jelly." Li Mu scooped up a piece of grass jelly with a spoon and fed it to Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Lu Xiaoxi ate it like a little pig, swallowing the whole spoonful in one gulp. When the spoon left her mouth, it left a glistening thread. Lu Xiaoxi didn't notice it, but Li Mu did. The entire spoon was covered in the girl's saliva. But Li Mu didn't care. Eating each other's saliva was an old tradition between childhood sweethearts. "Your spring tea is quite something. How are you going to eat it if you bite the straw flat?" You can have this. I'll have the grass jelly. You can figure out the straw yourself." Lu Xiaoxi unreasonably swapped the spring tea and the grass jelly, slurping up the milk tea in the grass jelly and then eating it all with a spoon. "So selfish? No way. My herbal jelly is 12 yuan, and your spring tea with extra chewy filling is only 10 yuan. You have to compensate me with something." No compensation, no compensation. You gave it to me voluntarily." Lu Xiaoxi dodged and weaved. When Li Mu looked at her, she turned to one side. When Li Mu walked over, she changed direction again. In short, he avoided face-to-face contact with Li Mu. Li Mu braced himself against the sofa with both hands, so the girl couldn't escape now. "Wow, you. This is a wall slam." I guess so." "What an ugly wall slam." It's my first time doing a wall slam, so I'm not very familiar with it. Please forgive me." Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, and taking advantage of Li Mu's awkward moment, she slipped out from under his arm again, as nimble as a little elf. "What are you doing, slamming me against the wall like an idiot?" "You're the idiot. Come over here and let me hug you. It'll cover the 2 yuan difference. Oh, and this milk tea is split the bill, so you still need to pay me back." "Oh, just for a moment." Lu Xiaoxi stood there with her arms outstretched, waiting for Li Mu to come and hug her. Li Mu got up to hug her, and after hugging her for a while, he began to gently rub his lips against Lu Xiaoxi's face. "I want to give him a kiss." Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, her ears slowly turning red. "Can I kiss you? I mean on the forehead." "No," Lu Xiaoxi replied immediately. "Just one peck, not even a drop of saliva." Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and slowly raised her eyes to look at him. The moment their eyes met, Lu Xiaoxi buried her face again. Even though the two were already pressed together, the shy Lu Xiaoxi still wanted to burrow into someone's body. Li Mu chuckled twice, cupped the girl's rosy cheeks, and gave her second peck on the head that day. If you dare say my face is oily, you're dead. I won't say it. I won't say it. My little plum's forehead is the most kissable. You pervert. I'm not even giving you a blanket tonight. Go away and suffer in the cold wind. Li Mu felt deeply wronged. If he were a man with lustful intentions, he wouldn't be standing upright right now. He would be hunched over. Even that hug just now, he had absolutely no lustful intentions. He just wanted to hug his cute childhood sweetheart. What bad intentions could he possibly have? Let me go. I'm going to take a shower. Is it possible that you're holding me right now? Then hurry up and hug me. Like this. Li Mu wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist again. Let go of me. I'm going to take a shower. Li Mu. Night falls. As expected, the temperature dropped even lower. Li Mu folded the two quilt covers together and covered himself with them. It felt so warm and cozy. Wow, Lu Xiaoxi's bed sheet smells so good. Read the author's comments. Chapter 110 Two Pieces of Good News. Today is November 10th, Friday, the day after the start of winter. Both of them were wearing short sleeves, because it was a full 24 degrees Celsius today. Li Mu sat in the back row with his hands behind his head, watching Lu Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to Lu Qiaoqiao, drift into a reverie. The weather has been really uncooperative lately, with temperatures reaching 24 or 25 degrees Celsius every day. He has no reason to ask Lu Xiaoxi to share a blanket for a nap. We finally made it to winter, but the temperature is still like this. Who can we complain to? Winter. Come to think of it, he has never seen snow in real life. I've only ever seen scenes of white expanse and snow falling all over the streets on television. When we were little, Lu Xiaoxi and I made a promise to watch the snow together. It seems to be during kindergarten. At that time, he naively thought that it snowed where they were. Until one day, he asked his father why it hadn't snowed yet, only to be met with merciless ridicule from Li Chongheng. Then Li Chongheng was reprimanded by Su Wenxuan. They say things like, "What are you laughing at? If your son wants to see snow, then find an opportunity to take him to see snow, or don't affect your son's expectations of the world." That's roughly the idea. Of course, my dad has also been unable to take the family on a trip to a snowy place due to work. If he hadn't remembered now, he probably would have broken his promise. I wonder if Lu Xiaoxi still remembers. He happens to have a little money now, and if possible, he wants to go to a snowy city with Lu Xiaoxi. Let's rent a hotel room, watch the snow during the day, and snuggle under the covers together at night to do things that only childhood sweethearts would do. Upon thinking of this, Li Mu's expression changed. No, I have to find an opportunity to bring this up. During the lunch break, after everyone had left the classroom, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi went out together. Li Mu, I have two pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Xiaoxi was overjoyed and didn't realize that she was already swinging Li Mu's hand back and forth. Li Mu, a chubby guy carrying laptop bags on both sides, pinched her cheek. How could his little childhood sweetheart be so cute when she was happy? You say? Go ahead and ask. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Xiaoxi shook Li Mu's hand vigorously, then pressed her face against Li Mu's arm, acting like a little bird clinging to him, her smile undiminished. They're all good news. Why is there a difference between the first and the last? Yes, hurry up. So what's the first piece of good news? The first piece of good news is that there is no bad news. Li Mu. And the second one? My parents want to come visit us tomorrow and wanted to ask if you would agree. I knew you would, so I agreed for you. My parents will come tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxi was very excited when she said this, and she was very close to Li Mu, her soft little breasts pressed against Li Mu's arm. Before Li Mu could process Lu Xiaoxi's words, the soft touch made his atoms apple bob and his body tense. You can feel the girl's underwear under her short sleeves and the softness beneath the underwear. This is very bad. You first. When did your parents contact you? Li Mu turned his head away guiltily, thinking it best not to remind Lu Xiaoxi. Such opportunities are rare, and it was Xiao Qingmei who approached him on her own. He was merely providing the arm for Xiao Qingmei to swing around, so he was the innocent one no matter how you look at it. I sent this WeChat message this morning. I was just in class chatting with my parents. They said they'll see if we can come by high-speed rail or car. If we do, We can bring Xiaofei with us to raise. Hee hee, it's been so long since I've kissed Xiaofei. The girl became more and more excited as she talked, chattering away and even quickening her pace. If we want to raise a chubby pig, do we need to buy some chubby pig products? Okay, I'll make a call later to confirm. If you want to bring Xiaofei over to raise us, then we'll go buy some things, okay? Lu Xiaoxi's statement was a declarative sentence. She knew Li Mu would definitely stay with her. After spending so much time together, the little girl must know how clingy Li Mu is to her. Whenever there's a chance, they'll hold hands, hug, and beg for a nap, and they'll also give each other kisses on the forehead. The little bamboo horse can't live without his little childhood sweetheart anymore. Okay, let's go for a run now. I haven't finished my campus run yet. Lu Xiaoxi snuggled against Li Mu's shoulder, agreeing to everything he said. The two walked hand in hand to the playground. At midday, the sun isn't very strong, so there are fewer students running. Everyone prefers to run in the evening or at night. Li Mu didn't care about the timing or location. As long as there wasn't a strong wind or scorching sun, he was fine. Slow down, don't fall. Lu Xiaoxi helped him take down the computer and placed it next to her, teasing him softly. I fell and bled. Can you help me wipe it with disinfectant? Is it the kind that makes white bubbles when you apply it? That kind hurts so much. It's all right, anyway I won't fall. Who can fall on flat ground while running? Li Mu rubbed her face, then suddenly leaned closer to her and quickly rubbed her pink lips. He then pushed off with his legs and ran onto the track, not forgetting to turn back and say, You still want to hug me when I'm all sweaty? Lu Xiaoxi gave a disgruntled snort, pursed her lips, and rubbed her own lips. What was this? It was so pointless. She really didn't know why Li Mu liked to rub her lips so much. However, it seems she also likes to rub Li Mu's lips. Li Mu rubbing her is perverted, but her rubbing Li Mu isn't perverted. Huff, huff, huff. After running 2 kilometers, Li Mu took a deep breath and returned to Lu Xiaoxi, looking at her as he walked. Do I have flowers on my face? Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being stared at by Li Mu, so she turned her face away and muttered softly. There's something on your face, let me wipe it off for you. Li Mu placed a large hand on Lu Xiaoxi's face, savoring it and feeling the girl's face with his palm. There are so many people here, can you please stop touching me? Lu Xiaoxi slapped someone's pig's trotter away, picked up her laptop, and left. Li Mu could only follow behind her. Can you lift the computer? Who do you think you are? I'm a super strong man. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to prove herself to someone, so she lifted her laptop bag up and down like a dumbbell. Impressive, impressive. No wonder you're my childhood sweetheart. Give me the computer. Here, take it. Li Mu took the 2 laptop bags, but instead of carrying them, he quickly walked forward and stopped Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi blushed as she took a step to the left, and Li Mu followed suit. What? What do you think? Lu Xiaoxi looked around and saw many students playing ball. Let's go back first. There are too many people here. I just finished running, and I'm low on energy. I can't keep going without the energy from the green plums. Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly stretched out her hand. You hold this to make up for it, and I'll make you more when we get back. I don't carry pig's trotters. Then get lost. I'm wrong. I love holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand. I'll hold it. There's no one to hold your hand anymore. Go back and cry under the covers. The girl's voice softened. That's what she said, but Lu Xiaoxi slowed her pace considerably. At this moment, the girl had her hands behind her back, one hand gripping her wrist, and the other hand facing outward, her fingers constantly hooking, just to see if Li Mu could grasp it. Hee, go back and put your computer away. Then call your parents, and see if you want to bring Xiaofei over. If you do, we can take a nap together and then go buy Xiaofei's things, okay? Li Mu took the little hand that was waving at him. Lu Xiaoxi definitely wanted to hold hands with him too. There's an old saying that goes something like that. Those who understand the times are wise. Li Mu strongly agreed. Chapter 111. He kissed her. After having a simple lunch at school, Lu Xiaoxi returned home, washed her feet, and then followed Li Mu into Li Mu's room. The girl leaned against the wall in a duck-like position, covered her lower body with a blanket, and started talking on the phone with her mother. Okay, let me know when you arrive, and I'll come pick you up. Bye-bye, Mom. Lu Xiaoxi hung up the phone sweetly, turned around and kicked her legs, and her whole body sprang out. Her body was on the bed, and her head was off the bed. She had to lift her head to the ground to look at Li Mu. It's too far. Even if we drive here on the highway, it will take a long time, so they plan to take the high-speed rail. Are your parents going to stay here? If so, we'll need to prepare a guest room. No, they're here to have fun. They're just checking out our living conditions. They'll go to a hotel after they're done. Tomorrow, we'll go out with my parents. Where to go for fun? I might check out the landmarks here, since it's only a day, and I have to take the high-speed train back tonight. Lu Xiaoxi paused, then added, then Xiaofei won't be able to come. If you really miss Xiaofei, you can have your parents ship him over for us to raise. Do you need to ship pets? I'm worried something might happen to Xiaofei. No way, there are specialized pet transport agencies now. The probability of accidents is not high. If you're worried, then don't keep it. Anyway, Xiaofei is doing just fine with Aunt Qin. Yes, next time we have the chance, we'll bring Xiaofei over. Lu Xiaoxi's current posture is very strange, and her clothes have been lifted up a bit, revealing her fair and tender belly. Your tummy is showing. Li Mu laughed as he climbed onto the bed, lay down next to her, and helped her pull down her clothes. He then placed his large hand on Lu Xiaoxi's belly, rubbing and touching it without any intention of leaving. Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable being petted on the belly like a kitten, and gave Li Mu a soft punch while whimpering. You're so cute. Yes, I know. When did my little darling become so narcissistic? Li Mu asked in surprise. Shouldn't Lu Xiaoxi be shyly shrinking back, blushing, and sweetly calling him a pervert? Isn't it because I learned it from you? Lu Xiaoxi would never admit that she had always been a little narcissistic. She turned around, buried her head in Li Mu's arms, took a deep breath, then moved away in disgust, pinched her nose, and exaggeratedly shouted, You smell so bad. In this weather, it's normal to sweat after running 2 kilometers, right? Li Mu pulled up his collar and smelled it, then sniffed his armpits. It really did smell a bit. After saying that, he took off his shirt, and that way it didn't smell so bad. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi covered her face, her big eyes scanning Li Mu's body through her large fingers, her face and ears turning red. Wah, Li Mu has finally been controlled by the pervert. The girl was panicked and could only kick Li Mu with her feet. If Li Mu dared to come closer, she would kick him hard. Li Mu had the kind of physique that looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed, and he was quite well endowed. Perhaps because it was the first time he had taken off his clothes in front of a young girl, Li Mu deliberately showed off his abs, making their outlines much more defined. Didn't you say it smelled bad? It's the clothes that smell bad. They won't smell bad once you take them off. Go take a shower. You stinky Li Mu. I haven't boiled the water yet. I'll go boil it now. Li Mu tried to jump out of bed, but failed, making the bed sway back and forth, and the girl swayed along with it. Only after the scoundrel who had taken off his shirt left did Lu Xiaoxi breathe a sigh of relief, clutching her trembling little elephant-shaped chest. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to do anything. When Li Mu returned from boiling water, he found that the petite girl had wrapped herself up tightly in the blanket like a little green worm. If he wanted to do anything, he would have to untie the blanket first. Not very bright. You filthy scoundrel, you big bad guy. How could you take your clothes off in front of people? You have no shame at all. It's normal for guys to go shirtless at home, right? If I lived alone, I'd wear my underwear at most. I'm telling you. Ugh, you pervert. Lu Xiaoxi shrank shyly under the covers, not even showing her head. It's so hot. Aren't you afraid of getting stuffy? I'm afraid of perverts. A muffled voice came from under the covers. Li Mu chuckled and rolled the little green worm against the wall, blocking its path. He whispered in the little green worm's ear. Are you afraid you're still in my room? I forgot to run. Lu Xiaoxi poked out her cute half-head, her voice soft, and she became completely obedient. Why did you wrap yourself in the blanket? If you hadn't, you might have been able to crawl out. Now you're blocked by Li Mu and can't move at all. She will never forget the idiom, to weave a cocoon around oneself. You can forget about running away? You're so stupid, I think you shouldn't run away at all. Li Mu lay down with the little green worm in his arms, one leg draped over it, like he was hugging a super big and warm little pig doll. No, this isn't a pig doll. This is the real Lu Xiaozhu. He just loved spending time with Lu Xiaozhu in bed. As expected, he still wanted to go see the snow with Lu Xiaoxi. He made it clear beforehand that he didn't want to stay in a hotel with Lu Xiaoxi and then get intimate in bed. He simply wanted to see the snow. What malicious intent could someone have if they wanted to fulfill a childhood promise? Go take a shower and put on your clothes, and I won't run away. Lu Xiaoxi looked pitiful. Li Mu had one leg draped over hers, one hand around her lower abdomen, and his face resting on her chest. If it weren't for the blanket covering them, she wouldn't even dare to imagine how intimate their position was. What if you take the opportunity to run away while I'm taking a shower? Then, I'll just run away. Then I won't wash. I'll just sleep like this. No, no, go take a shower. I promise I won't run away. Real? Lu Xiaoxi shook her head and agreed. Should we run or not? I won't run. Lu Xiaoxi nodded frantically, saying she wouldn't run, her expression so serious it was almost adorable. Li Mu was amused by her appearance. He wondered how she could be so clever. She said she wouldn't run away, but her head said she wanted to. She could contradict herself in just one sentence. You can't run away, okay? I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Li Mu slowly moved closer to the girl's left cheek. Lu Xiaoxi felt something wet and warm suck on her face. There was also a pop sound. Chapter 112 Kissing requires reporting. What's it like to have a soft and smooth face like a little plum? Li Mu knows, but he won't tell you. How could you kiss me? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were moist as she looked at Li Mu obediently, her eyes full of innocence and grievance. What was wrong about her? She didn't know herself. She was kissed on the cheek out of nowhere, without any warning. I just feel really wronged. Just this one kiss. Li Mu smiled and lowered his head, rubbing his forehead against Lu Xiaoxi's. The overly intimate gestures made Lu Xiaoxi close her eyes in fear, but she secretly opened them a crack to peek at Li Mu. Who told you to kiss me? You can't kiss me without my permission from now on, or I'll beat you up. Lu Xiaoxi was still in shock from the kiss and spoke softly. Only Li Mu, who was right next to her, could hear her. If I don't kiss you, who will I kiss? Are you a pig? Why do you have to be a relative? And you didn't even tell me beforehand. The shy girl had red eyes and a rosy face, as if she had been bullied. Seeing this, Li Mu felt a great sense of guilt. Don't feel wronged. You're about to cry. I didn't cry. You're the one who cried. Don't make me look so weak, okay? Lu Xiaoxi quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, sniffed, and looked Li Mu in the eye. The strong girl hadn't cried at all. Okay, it's good that you're not crying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you. I won't kiss you again next time, okay? This time. Shoo. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly interrupted Li Mu's apology with a very loud voice. She blinked her watery eyes, her tone softening as she gently whispered in Li Mu's ear. You can't say sorry to your childhood sweetheart. As if she had thought of something, before Li Mu could speak, Lu Xiaoxi said softly again. Not even half a childhood sweetheart. The only sounds in the room were breathing and heartbeats. It's very quiet. The girl's words warmed Li Mu's heart, and it took him a long time to process them. Then you're welcome? Uft. How can you be so impolite to your own family? Lu Xiaoxi smiled and kicked Li Mu under the covers, wondering what this guy's brain was made of. His thought process was unusually absurd. So next time I kiss you, should I tell you in advance so you can prepare? Li Mu laughed along with the girl. You have to tell me when you want to kiss me, where you want to kiss me, and how long you want to kiss me. You can only kiss me if I agree, and you can't kiss me if I don't agree. Okay, I'll listen to Xiao Qingmei. Li Mu affectionately pressed his forehead against Lu Xiaoxi's. If this had happened before, he would definitely have kissed her when she wasn't looking. But now, he had to report the kisses, even the foreheads. Before reporting them, he definitely couldn't kiss her without permission. Then don't run away, okay? I'm going to take a shower, and we'll go to sleep together after I shower. No, I won't run. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek with satisfaction, took a pair of underwear from the cabinet, and went to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi was left alone in the bed. Wah, Li Mu kissed my cheek. The girl was extremely annoyed. Even though she was the one being bullied, why was she still talking to Li Mu so obediently? They should be very angry. Lu Xiaoxi frowned, wanting to get angry, but after thinking through all the stupid things Li Mu had done, she not only didn't get angry, but a smile appeared on her face. Damn it, Li Mu doesn't make her angry at all. That's outrageous. After taking a shower, Li Mu went out wearing a pair of shorts. Seeing that the door to the room was ajar, I thought the little girl had run away. Lu Xiaoxi was still lying in bed, playing on his phone. Why aren't you dressed yet? Lu Xiaoxi shrank back under the covers when she saw that the big hooligan was still naked. Why wear clothes? It's more comfortable to be shirtless. Li Mu tossed his hair, feeling it was getting a bit long and he should get it trimmed sometime. I'm going out with Lu Xiaoxi and her parents tomorrow, so I'll get my hair cut tonight. I'm going downstairs to get a haircut tonight. Are you coming? Get a haircut? You're doing just fine now. It's gotten so long that it's going to cover my eyes. It doesn't suit my personality at all. Your personality? Where's that cheeky hair? How can you talk like that? If you can't speak properly, then speak less. Li Mu was embarrassed. He's clearly a sunny and cheerful guy. So how did he become a jerk? I'll say it. I'll say it. You're both cheap and bad. Fine. Then let's make it even worse and more despicable. Li Mu pounced on the bed, pulled the little green worm girl into his arms, rolled over so that she was on top while he swayed on the bottom, giving Lu Xiaoxi a feeling of weightlessness, but she just couldn't fall off. Just as she was about to touch the bed, Li Mu forcefully swung her over. It's like a human-shaped amusement park. She'd never been to an amusement park before, but she was certain it wouldn't be as interesting as Li Mu's. Are you feeling better? Are you still upset? Li Mu didn't care about the unresolved topic of haircuts. Hairstyles are just an accessory. A person's appearance is mainly about their face and figure. As luck would have it, he was surprisingly good at both of them. Li Mu never denied his narcissism, and he had a clear understanding of his own strengths. Handsome without realizing it? That's impossible. The main selling point is confidence in one's appearance. Still feeling wronged? I almost hit you just now. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. Li Mu was intrigued by Lu Xiaoxi's kitten-like tone. After you wake up, you have to do housework and clean the house, especially your room. Otherwise, when my parents come and see how messy it is, they'll definitely nag you. Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly, snuggling in Li Mu's arms, feeling that being held and rocked by Li Mu was so much fun. Li Mu had just finished showering, and his body felt fragrant and smooth. The girl pressed her face against Li Mu's chest, completely unashamed. She could even hear Li Mu's heartbeat. Li Mu's heart was racing. It turned out he was in the same boat as her. Hee, I'm not the only one who's shy and nervous. Are you asleep? Okay, put me down. Lu Xiaoxi lay back down on the bed, loosened the blankets, and let all the heat from them dissipate. Good afternoon. Time for bed. Good afternoon. Can I kiss your forehead? Right now, just for 1 second. Learning on the spot, huh? No way, get out. What about the little green plum energy? No. Li Mu. Turn around. You're a giant doll now. Lu Xiaoxi poked Li Mu's chest and shoved him to turn around. Being stared at like that made her face flush. How could she possibly fall asleep? Okay. Li Mu obediently turned around and actually started playing the role of a large doll. Lu Xiaoxi was a sleepy girl to begin with, and hugging the large plush toy would only make her sleep more comfortably. Touch your abs. The girl leaned against someone's back, one hand around his waist, her slender fingers gently tapping his abs, sometimes playfully pricking them with her fingernails. A perverted girl. It wasn't me. Forces are reciprocal. It was your abs that tried to touch my hand. Why did he choose to learn shamelessness instead of all the other good qualities he has? Chapter 113 Childhood Sweethearts are unfair. Not reporting to the child is the childhood sweetheart's privilege. Afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi woke up first. She stretched adorably, revealing her fair belly. The girl lingered in bed for more than 10 minutes before reluctantly getting up. It feels so good to sleep with Li Mu in my arms. Li Mu was shirtless when she hugged him from behind, her hand brazenly groping his body, and she even idly measured the width of each of his abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, Li Mu stopped her from doing this. Otherwise, she felt she could have touched him for a long time and wouldn't have needed to sleep. Before falling asleep, she asked Li Mu to turn over, but for some reason, Li Mu refused to turn over no matter what she said. She was still wondering. Li Mu, you stinky bastard. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, carefully got out of bed, and slowly climbed down from the bed past Li Mu. Humph, Li Mu, that stinky guy. It's so hot, and he still covers his legs with a blanket. What a big idiot. If you're going to cover someone up, you should cover their upper body. However, she didn't do anything. She tiptoed out, closed Li Mu's door, and let Li Mu sleep until he woke up naturally. Lu Xiaoxi decided to give her parents a good cleaning tomorrow since her parents are coming. The diligent girl was always proactive. She would do what she thought of, and in no time she had wiped the coffee table clean and thrown away all the small trash. Li Mu woke up while mopping the floor, came out of the room, greeted Lu Xiaoxi, and felt a little uneasy looking at the diligent little girl, so he joined Lu Xiaoxi in cleaning. An hour later, the house has been completely renovated. Could you open the window to let some air in? It's so stuffy. Okay. Li Mu agreed, opened all the doors and windows in the room, and then ran to Lu Xiaoxi's room to open the doors and windows there as well. Looking at the small bra hanging on the cabinet handle, Li Mu paused for a moment, a half-smile on his face, and helped Lu Xiaoxi put the bra into the cabinet. I've put your bra away, so don't let me see it. You. Lu Xiaoxi stormed in, glaring angrily, forgetting that her underwear was still hanging there. Now Li Mu has seen everything. I really didn't see it. I don't believe it. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and stomped her foot. Then I'll take a look. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi punched and kicked Li Mu. So, should I be optimistic or pessimistic? It's definitely not something you can watch. I said I wouldn't watch it, but you didn't believe me. So you're going to beat me up no matter what I say. I'll hit you, so what if I hit you? Li Mu smiled evasively. This is domestic violence. Domestic violence, my foot. Who says we're family? After playing around for a while, Lu Xiaoxi got tired and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Li Mu naturally sat next to the girl and quietly reached one hand to Lu Xiaoxi's other side, putting his arm around the girl's shoulder and pulling her closer. Lu Xiaoxi was furious, as if she could breathe smoke from her nose. She kept shaking her shoulders, but after several attempts, she still couldn't shake off the big hand and let it cling to her. I'm a little sad. With a sigh, Li Mu seemed to have aged more than 10 years, living a carefree life, his two long legs stretched straight across the coffee table. What's gotten into you this time? You've hurt me deeply. Me? Lu Xiaoxi pointed to herself, recalling her actions just now. All she did was tickle Li Mu and pinch his waist. She used to do that all the time. So why was she upset today? Well, you just said we're not family, and now my already broken heart has 2 more sores. 2 hemorrhoids? Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi suppressed a laugh, bumped her forehead against this rascal, and whispered, Tell me, how did we become family? Li Mu coughed twice, feigning profundity, and spoke earnestly. Look, you've known Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin for 19 years, and I've known you for 19 years too. How can we not be family? Nonsense. You know you'd be laughed to death if you said that online. Just tell me if it's true or not. Li Mu didn't care if he was laughed at, as long as his childhood sweetheart didn't laugh. Even if my childhood sweetheart smiles, that's still great. Is there a better deal than exchanging a single sentence for her smile? With your attitude, you can only be considered half a family member. Only half. 19 years. No, wait. My mom and your mom were best friends when they were pregnant. It should have been even earlier. Well, that's 0.5 of a family member, no more than that. For some reason, Lu Xiaoxi actually started discussing this topic with Li Mu, which wasn't even a proper topic. Perhaps it's because the person she was discussing it with was Li Mu. This topic wouldn't even come up if it were someone else. Only Li Mu could bring up such an outrageous topic. She only talked to Li Mu because he was trying to make conversation. That's enough, that's enough. Li Mu happily embraced the girl, wanting to meld the delicate and soft girl into his body. What are you doing? You're so annoying. Someone brought their breath close to Lu Xiaoxi's neck, making her feel hot and itchy. Moreover, her chest felt like it was being pressed down. She had reason to suspect that Li Mu was doing it on purpose. But judging from Li Mu's expression, it seems he really enjoys the feeling of being embraced. Let him hug me for just one hug, just one. I want to report that I'm going to kiss your forehead, right now, immediately. No kissing allowed. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and quickly refused. When can we kiss? I don't know. I'll kiss you when I'm in a good mood. Ugh, hurry up and cheer up. You're driving me crazy. Li Mu released his embrace, his expression extremely exaggerated. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, knowing full well that Li Mu's behavior was entirely an act. This is a perfect understanding of childhood sweetheart by his childhood friend. No matter how Li Mu acts, she can see right through him. She just doesn't say it sometimes. Of course, she believed that Li Mu was also aware of this, which is why Li Mu's acting was always extremely exaggerated and easily recognizable. I'll enroll you in an idol trainee program. You can debut in less than 2.5 years, and you'll definitely outshine everyone else. I agree with you. Dude, if I go on TV and dress well, I'll be a male succubus, and every move I make will win the hearts of 3.5 billion girls. Like a pig spouting dog farts. Disgusting. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek in an annoyed manner, pulling it out a little before letting go. Lu Xiaoxi's cheek bounced back, trembling, which was quite adorable. Why do you always think about your family? You weren't like this when you first came here. I love you. I'm happy to kiss you. What's it to you? It's none of my business? Fine. Fine. You better not kiss me, and you can't kiss anyone else either. Then who should I kiss? Will I die if I don't kiss you? Hee. Li Mu laughed it off and quickly changed the subject, because he didn't know how to answer Lu Xiaoxi's question. He was speechless again after being rebuked by Lu Xiaoxi. He couldn't even remember how many times this had happened. Something feels a little off. Shouldn't I be the one taking the initiative? How come the initiative ended up going to Lu Xiaoxi? When they were children, Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative. Now he takes the initiative, but the initiative still lies with Lu Xiaoxi. So he's completely under Lu Xiaoxi's thumb. Just as Li Mu was thinking about how to take the initiative back from Lu Xiaozhu, the girl in his arms suddenly became restless. Immediately, he felt a warm, wet sensation on his forehead. You kissed me. Li Mu was shocked. I was just trying it out, but it's not interesting at all. You're such a pighead who likes to be close to people. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him, and lowered her head guiltily, burying her head in Li Mu's arms. As long as she couldn't see Li Mu couldn't see her either. If you want to kiss me, then kiss me. What's the meaning of swearing? Li Mu chuckled twice, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. You didn't even report to me. I'll punish you once, but I'll give you one chance to kiss your childhood sweetheart without having to report. That'll be fair. No, childhood sweethearts can't be treated fairly, not even half of them. Not having to report is a privilege of the little childhood sweetheart, but the stinky childhood sweetheart still has to report. Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't allow Li Mu to fight for special privileges. Don't even think about the chance to kiss her without reporting it to anyone. Who knows where Li Mu will kiss? Chapter 114, Cutting Sugarcane. Just thinking about that scene made Li Mu feel a little smug. We finished dinner. Li Mu walked around the lobby for a bit to digest his food before going downstairs to get a haircut. Lu Xiaoxi naturally wanted to go along too. The girl always had shoulder-length short hair. If she didn't cut it for 2 months, her hair would straighten and reach down to her chest. For Li Mu, who had always lived with Lu Xiaoxi, there was naturally no difference, but if Lu Xiaoxi's parents were to see it, they would definitely be able to tell the difference at a glance. How short do you want it cut? Li Mu asked casually, his hands in his pockets. He wasn't holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand, and he looked at the cloudless sky, seemingly lost in thought. Then he looked at the girl who was following him around like a shadow. Cut it this short. Lu Xiaoxi measured her hair and made sure it was shoulder length. Isn't that the same as before? Yes, I've always had this hairstyle. It's the most comfortable, and the backrest doesn't press down on my hair. Her ponytail is even shorter now. Short is fine, it'll feel cleaner. What about you? I don't know. There aren't many rules, it all depends on the boss's discretion, Li Mu said with a smile. He doesn't have a particular hairstyle. He usually prefers to keep his hair short, as long as it doesn't fall down to his eyebrows and cause itching. What kind of haircut you get doesn't really matter. What hairstyle do you think suits me best? A wolf tail, a bowl cut, a middle part, or even a 3/7 part seems like a good idea. It's best to keep it as it is. Even if you grow a new hairstyle, I feel like you won't be able to keep it for long. It's like using face wash. You'll get tired of using it after a few days. Hee. Let's keep it as it is then. Just have the boss cut it shorter. The area surrounding the residential complex is lined with commercial storefronts. This area has everything from vegetable vendors and small shops to banks, and naturally, there are quite a few barber shops. But Lu Xiaoxi had never bought groceries here. She would always go to the nearby farmer's market, where there was a wider selection and it was only a short walk away. Buy sugarcane. The girl hooked her arm around someone's clothes and gestured toward the fruit stand. Sure, this handsome guy will take pity on you and treat you to some fruit. TCH, it's just some cheap fruit. How about you treat me to durian? If you want to eat it, just buy it. I already said I'd treat you. Trying to provoke me won't work, you know? Then you treat me to sugarcane and durian. We'll each buy one piece. Durian is still quite expensive. Lu Xiaoxi could use Li Mu's secret stash of money without any qualms. You eat it, I don't really like durian. Bullshit, didn't you enjoy eating durian ice cream before? I like durian processed products, but that doesn't mean I like durian. Do you see any durian in durian ice cream? It's a very simple principle, just like some people like to eat sweet potato fries, but don't like sweet potatoes, or they like to eat popcorn, but don't like corn. Li Mu is that kind of person. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Since Li Mu wasn't going to eat, she would eat it herself, and then she wouldn't give it to Li Mu even if he wanted some later. The durian I bought was already opened, just one piece sealed in a plastic box. That's the good thing. Unlike some stalls where you can only buy whole durians, and even then, there might not be any flesh inside. I asked the barber to peel the barber's skin, cut it into pieces, pack it up, and take it with me. It's just a minute's walk to the barber shop. Lu Xiaoxi opted for a single haircut, since washing a young girl's hair is quite troublesome and takes a long time, and she didn't want Li Mu to wait that long. Li Mu also opted for a single cut. Handsome guy, is Wasabi handsome? The boss looked at Li Mu's hairstyle, which looked like a work of art in the mirror, and felt that he could graduate from his apprenticeship. The owner's cooking is excellent. Li Mu chatted with the owner, whom he was meeting for the first time. They talked about everything from getting a haircut to future plans, from future plans to public security, and from public security to world wars. Being concerned about everything is a virtue. Then, a single haircut that costs 22 yuan becomes 18 yuan. Lu Xiaoxi was completely bewildered. Weren't we just chatting? How did it turn into haggling? Is this some new bargaining technique? I finished getting my hair cut. The boss was still not satisfied. Come back to my shop next month, and I'll give you a discount on a wash, cut, and blow dry for 23 yuan a month. The shop owner waved goodbye to Li Mu in an accent he couldn't place. All of this can be attributed to the fact that Li Mu's face is universally flattering. He looks good with any hairstyle. It's a promise. Don't forget to give me a discount next time I come. No. Leave the barber shop. When did you become so amazing? Lu Xiaoxi mimicked Li Mu's sized eyes, doing it very well. You've always been this good. Li Mu smiled wickedly. She's a bit ugly and a bit stupid, but Lu Xiaoxi doesn't say that. Go back and take a shower. Remember to wash your ears. There's definitely still some hair inside. Girls usually only get their hair cut at the ends. They just shake it and comb it to remove the stray hairs, unlike boys who have to wash their hair after a haircut. Therefore, many boys like to get their hair cut in the evening just before they take a shower. After the haircut, they can go straight home to shower and save on the cost of washing their hair. I'll take a shower first. I have a lot of stray hairs, and it's bothering me. Yes, I boiled water before I left. So smart. No wonder she's my childhood sweetheart. She's so well prepared. When he got home, Li Mu took a shower first. He showered quickly, and there was still plenty of hot water left. It was hot today, and the girl wanted to take a bath. She followed Li Mu out. There was a sugar cane on the table, with bite marks at both ends. Unfortunately, buds had sprouted from both ends of the sugar cane, and even after peeling, there was still a dark spot on it, and it was hard as a rock. Li Mu took a bite and broke off the sugarcane segment. Many people experience toothaches when eating sugarcane, just like me Dan from my hometown. Last time, me Dan was eating sugarcane and got so worked up about the sugarcane segment that he bit off a loose tooth. He even bragged about it all over the neighborhood. Anyone who knows me Dan knows about this. So, let alone Lu Xiaoxi. Even he couldn't handle eating too much at once. His chewing muscles would ache. Sugarcane was a favorite of both him and Lu Xiaoxi. They both loved eating it. I love it, even though it's a cold dish. This is Li Mu's evaluation of Lu Xiaoxi. He carried a bag of sugarcane to the kitchen, washed the knife, and cut the sugarcane into small pieces, about 2 or 3 centimeters thick. The small green plums are just the right size to be eaten in one bite. Chapter 115. They look at theirs, we look at ours. Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the bathroom, smelling wonderful, and let out a long sigh of relief. The most comfortable things in a day are sleeping and taking a shower, and hugging Li Mu from behind and touching his abs. Sleep replenishes energy, bathing purifies the mind and body, and touching abs satisfies a perverted inner desire. Limu, a sweet drama, the one with the playback history. Lu Xiaoxi giggled and sat down next to Limu, softly calling for him to watch a sweet drama. Okay, here it is, it's open. Is this the one? Yes, that's it. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, only then noticing that the sugarcane had been cut into sections, with all the sugarcane sections piled up on Limu's side, while the juicier parts were all piled up on her side. It wasn't that Limu particularly wanted to eat the sugarcane segments. He didn't have the noble character of eating the fish head and giving the fish meat to others. He just didn't want to waste it. Apart from being a bit hard, the sugarcane segments were fine. I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, grabbing a piece of sugarcane with her slender fingers and popping it into her mouth to chew. I cut this especially for you. Aren't you going to praise me? I already praised you. Didn't I say you were thoughtful? Lu Xiaoxi's mouth was full, and she started slurping sugarcane juice halfway through her sentence. After finishing a piece, she stuck out her little pink tongue with a smacking sound, spat out the sugarcane pulp, and then stuffed another piece into her mouth. Seeing that Limu was about to speak, the girl quickly stuffed a piece into Limu's mouth as well, blocking his mouth and touching his lips with her fingertip to prevent him from speaking. Limu wasn't annoyed. He took the girl's delicate hand and began to knead and pinch it. I just finished showering, and my whole body smells nice. Even my hands smell of shower gel. It definitely wasn't rinsed clean. Would you like me to blow-dry your hair? It's been so long since I've done it. Seeing the girl's wet hair, Limu chuckled twice. She ran over to eat sugarcane without even drying her hair. How much does she love sugarcane? With her shoulder-length short hair, Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare lean against the backrest, afraid that the sofa would get wet and moldy, so she could only lean forward. She had already planned to blow-dry her hair, and now that Limu brought it up, she had no reason to refuse. She nodded and saw Limu get up to get the hairdryer. The sofa was L-shaped with a low backrest on one protruding section. She sat there while Limu dried her hair from behind. Limu's technique was very gentle, and he wouldn't hurt her at all. The hairdryer was whistling in her ear, but she couldn't hear the sweet drama or Limu's voice. This wasn't the first time Limu had blown her hair. Actually, the first time Limu dried her hair was when she was a child. He had dried her hair before she came here. Limu came to her house to play. She had just finished taking a shower, and her mother pulled her to blow-dry her hair. Limu, probably out of curiosity, insisted on helping her blow-dry her hair. He really did blow-dry her hair. Limu first helped her blow-dry her hair for a while, and then he turned the hairdryer towards his own face and blew cold air on it, making strange noises. He was quickly stopped by his mother. It was just an ordinary thing, and even if Limu was nostalgic, he probably wouldn't remember it. She herself only remembered it by chance. Back then, both she and Limu were very playful. They even made a promise to go see the snow together. I wonder if Limu still remembers that promise. She always remembers. Limu. It's okay. I was just worried you'd fall asleep. Don't you want to listen to the nonsense you're spouting? Limu said, embarrassed. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, extremely satisfied. She shook her little head back and forth, making it a little more difficult to blow dry Limu's hair. Limu carefully dried her hair, using his fingers as a comb to smooth each strand of the girl's hair. He would even pick out any split ends until he could comb her hair from top to bottom without feeling any resistance. That was when the hair-drying session was over. Come sit here. Lu Xiaoxi tidied her hair, tucking the stray strands behind her ear, and patted the seat next to her, gesturing for Limu to sit down. What's wrong with you? Are you hungry again? No, I just wanted to lean on you. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxi hugged her legs and used Limu as a wall, pressing her entire weight onto him. What time are your parents coming tomorrow? Will they come by taxi or subway? Around 11 a.m., by the subway. I'll pick them up at the subway station then. I'll go with you. I'm free anyway. Limu tapped her nose and poked her cheek, like an older brother making a child happy. He was indeed Lu Xiaoxi's brother for a period of time. Lu Xiaoxi, who used to be a crybaby, has grown into a graceful young woman. The mischievous Limu has grown into a cheerful young man. It all seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. His past memories were so vivid, It was as if everything was a slideshow. He understood what it meant for time to fly by and for the years to pass so quickly. Li Mu gently rubbed the girl's fingertips, lightly touching them with his own, and the girl would playfully flick them. As for tomorrow, he was very familiar with Lu Xiaoxi's parents, so there was no need to greet them in a very formal and respectful manner. It would be best to treat them as usual. My parents are going to the Science Museum to see the exhibits. They're just here for fun. I've already asked my mom to buy the tickets for us. Okay, then we'll just follow behind your parents. They can do what they want, and we'll do what we want. You better watch out tomorrow. Don't hold my hand. If my parents see you like this, I'll make you pay. So what if they see it? If they ask, I'll just say it was you who held my hand, that I couldn't resist, that I was just being bullied by you and forced to hold your hand. You dog, have some shame. Look at your muscles. Who's bullying who? Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and poked his shoulder. Did you forget to eat durian? Wow, I almost forgot. Lu Xiaoxi, wearing slippers, took a durian out of the refrigerator and waved it in front of Li Mu a couple of times. The scene looked somewhat familiar. After you finish eating, you have to finish the sugar cane too. I can't eat any more sugar cane. You eat it. I'll eat durian. With that, Lu Xiaoxi took a big bite of durian, her little mouth moving. The durian tasted quite novel, a bit bitter and pungent. The girl's brows furrowed slowly. The durian wasn't as delicious as she had imagined. This was the most expensive fruit she had ever eaten, but not the best tasting. It's not as good as the sugarcane pieces that Li Mu cut. You should eat some too. It doesn't taste good? It wasn't as delicious as I imagined. Then I'll help you take care of some. Li Mu bit the spot where Lu Xiaoxi had bitten. The entire lobby smelled of durian. The two of them worked together to finish the durian. After finishing her meal, Lu Xiaoxi playfully blew on Li Mu, trying to make him feel the smoke. Li Mu, not to be outdone, began to fight back. A battle of bad breath unfolded in the hall. There was still some sugarcane left, so we ate that too. I brushed my teeth, and as usual, I gave him a hug. This hug lasted a little longer than usual. Lu Xiaoxi snuggled against him like a kitten for a while, giving Li Mu the strange feeling that she was being affectionate. She's so delicate. The room smelled of durian. Li Mu had no choice but to open the windows for ventilation. Holy crap, I haven't even touched my novel yet. Having a stockpile of drafts can breed laziness, a fact Li Mu keenly experienced firsthand. But he felt that the real culprit behind his reluctance to write was not the lack of drafts. Chapter 116, The Pink Pillow in Li Mu's room. Since moving in with his childhood sweetheart, Li Mu has been waking up much earlier. For Li Mu, weekends should be for sleeping in, and he should wake up naturally. The reason I got up early was all because of Lu Xiaoxi. It seems that living with Lu Xiaoxi has made him more diligent. Lu Xiaoxi didn't wake up until 9 o'clock today. When she woke up, she saw the preserved egg and lean pork congee on the dining table, which was still steaming in a stainless steel bowl. However, she didn't think that Li Mu made it. Even if Li Mu had the intention, he didn't have the ability. Good morning. Lu Xiaoxi yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking extremely lazy. She didn't care at all about Li Mu's gaze, and picked out some eye boogers and flicked them into the trash can. It's disgusting. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi didn't care, and went straight to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. At 10:30, she and Li Mu were about to set off to the nearby subway station to wait for their parents. This was their first meeting in a month, and Lu Xiaoxi was really looking forward to it. She was still a young girl, at most a 19-year-old girl. After being away from home for a long time, she would inevitably miss her family day and night. In high school, whenever she had free time, Lu Xiaoxi would video call her parents and have long phone conversations. The girl's 3 years of high school were not happy. The immense academic pressure and her parents' absences meant she was always alone when she wasn't in class. She would think about her family every day, and sometimes about a guy she didn't get along with, hoping that he would come and make up with her. And so we waited for a long time. The girl was somewhat happy after learning that she was going to live with a bad guy who never tried to make up with her, though she probably didn't even realize it herself. The dog-tooth bracelet was born amidst the girl's anticipation. Li Mu. I command you to hold me. Lu Xiaoxi spat out foam, didn't even wipe her face, and threw herself into Li Mu's arms. What's going on so suddenly? Li Mu was completely bewildered. What was going on with all this so early in the morning? It's rare for Lu Xiaoxi to be this proactive. Every time, it was him who opened his arms for a hug, and Lu Xiaoxi would hug him. Something was definitely amiss if things were not going well. I just want to hug you, you silly goose. Lu Xiaoxi snuggled comfortably against Li Mu's chest, wiping away her complicated thoughts from earlier. Li Mu is now like family to her. She can think about Li Mu, video chat with him, and have long phone conversations with him, even though it's not really necessary since they're hugging each other now. Alright, Lu Xiaoxi had inhaled enough of someone's scent, and her restless heart calmed down. Use and run. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and went back to the bathroom to wash her face, using various skincare products, because a young girl's face should be soft and supple. It seemed they knew they were going out to play. The sun wasn't strong, and there were many clouds, so a short-sleeved shirt was just right. After breakfast, Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room to get dressed, and when she came out, she had changed her appearance. The girl wore a light-colored knee-length skirt, with a pair of light blue socks hidden inside her cloth shoes. The handbag around her waist added a touch of sophistication to her slender figure. Her steps were cheerful, and her little ponytail bounced along with her movements. Hey, isn't this Lu Xiaozhu? You look so beautiful today, Li Mu said jokingly, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. Yes, I am Lu Xiaoxi, who is as beautiful as an angel, and you are a super stupid pig. Li Mu. Well, Lu Xiaoxi has him figured out. You have to be careful, my parents won't let me hold their hands, so you'll have to bear with it. You pigs, Trotter, do you think I want to hold your hand? Real? Hee, just kidding. Li Mu immediately changed his expression. Not being allowed to hold hands was 10 times more painful than not being allowed to play games. So how could he bear not to hold hands? After saying that, Li Mu casually took the girl's hand, brought her over, and sat her down next to him, gently kneading her fair and jade-like wrist. Aunt Sue would be furious if she knew how perverted you are. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, how will my mom know? Li Mutian shamelessly touched the girl's small hand with his fingertips, sliding from her wrist to her elbow, feeling the girl's soft body. A hand fetishist. Next time, please call me Lu Xiaozhu Kong. Thank you. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, wanting to be angry but unable to, and could only hum softly. Before long, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi went down to the residential area to wait for someone. Lu Xiaoxi's parents soon came out of the subway station. Li Mu recognized him at a glance. Mom and Dad. Lu Xiaoxi gave Lu Ming and Qin Shaoqian a sweet hug, her pent-up childishness bursting out all at once. I want to act cute with my mom, but there are too many people here, and I'll embarrass myself. Of course, she couldn't do it at home either, because Li Mu was watching, and she dared not let Li Mu see her acting cute with her mother. Oh dear, you look like you've gained a little weight. Qin Shaoqian patted Lu Xiaoxi's head affectionately and asked in surprise. It's all because of Li Mu. He keeps ordering me to cook big meals for him, and I've even gotten fat from eating so much of it. Me? Li Mu pointed to himself, looking completely bewildered. Goodness, where did he learn this skill of turning the tables? Oh, it seems like he learned it from himself. Then it doesn't matter. As Lu Xiaoxi's mother, Qin Shaoqian knew that Lu Xiaoxi was joking. She called to Lu Ming next to her, chatted casually for a few minutes, and then asked Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi to lead the way. Along the way, Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, chatting happily with her mother incessantly. Li Mu was also chatting with Lu Ming casually, and they bought some fruit along the way. We quickly returned to our neighborhood. Qin Shaoqian was most concerned about the living conditions of the two of them. Seeing that the house had been cleaned so thoroughly, I was immediately relieved. She also looked at Li Mu's room, and if it was dirty, she felt it necessary to point it out. Seeing that the room was clean and the bed was neatly made, she felt relieved. Li Mu wasn't a child anymore, so there shouldn't be any problems with hygiene. Why is there a pink pillow on the bed? The two pillows on the bed, one a monotonous blue and the other a cute pink, are both very girly and eye-catching. The clever Qin Shaoqian would never think that this was a color that a sunny and cheerful boy like Li Mu would use. There are clues, there's something fishy going on. Her eyes sharpened. Xiaoxi, let Mom take a look at your room, Qin Shaoqian said to the three people eating fruit on the sofa. Look, the door isn't locked. Lu Xiaoxi didn't think she had anything that her mother couldn't see. Even the photos of Li Mu on the wall are fine. They were taken when she and Li Mu went out together and have sentimental value, so there's no problem with hanging them up. As for Li Mu's selfie with the big pig's head, the girl had already hidden it away. The first thing Qin Xiaoqian noticed was the single pink pillow on the bed. It's the same pink pillow as the one Li Mu has. Chapter 117 Intimate Interactions Discovered. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Seeing her daughter and Li Mu's relationship gradually improving, she was naturally happy. She also felt that her daughter and Li Mu were a good match. But when it really came to this, she started to worry. As parents, we always worry about our children. With a sigh, she knew she had to find time to talk to Lu Xiaoxi. There are some things that shouldn't be crossed right now. There should be a proper distance, and no matter how good the relationship is, it shouldn't be overstepped. Mom. Lu Xiaoxi arrived at the room door at some point and asked softly, looking at her mother who was standing in the room lost in thought. Xiaoxi. Qin Xiaoqian smiled, closed the door, and pulled Lu Xiaoxi to sit on the bed. What's wrong? Hee. It's nothing, just checking in to see if you two are doing well here. Qin Xiaoqian was both happy and worried, unsure how to tap Lu Xiaoxi's little head. It's all right. I come back from class every day, take a shower, and go to bed at night. I also tutor students, and they live next door. Then, what about Li Mu? Li Mu, what's wrong? That's right, Li Mu didn't bully you, did he? He bullied me. He forces me to cook for him every day. It's so awful. That's not what Mom meant by bullying. Qin Xiaoqian stared straight into Lu Xiaoxi's eyes. No, Li Mu wouldn't do that. If he bullies me, I'll tell Aunt Sue, and Aunt Sue will break his legs. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then started to fidget, looking away, not daring to meet Qin Xiaoqian's gaze that seemed to pierce her soul. Li Mu was very affectionate towards her, kissing and hugging her. Was this considered bullying? How about we share a blanket and sleep together, and maybe I can touch your abs? No, it doesn't count at all. Being childhood sweethearts is just a sign of a very good relationship. Feeling guilty, Lu Xiaoxi quickly added, Mom, why are you asking this? It's not what you think. Don't worry, I'm very sensible. Qin Xiaoqian smiled. Her daughter was just too adorable. Her little expression was flustered, yet her tone was full of seriousness. Who could possibly give birth to such a lovely girl? Oh, it was herself. You two are childhood sweethearts. In some ways, even I wouldn't dare say I understand you as well as Li Mu does. Anyway, you two should get along well, okay? I won't interfere in your relationship with Li Mu. You can talk to me about anything. If Li Mu dares to bully me, you and Aunt Sue can break Li Mu's legs together. Lu Xiaoxi leaned sweetly on her mother's shoulder. Whether it's Li Mu or her parents, she has to rely on them like this. Ha. Does Li Mu know you said that about him? He knows nothing. All he knows is eating, drinking, and having fun. He's a complete idiot who doesn't understand anything. Okay, let's go out then, Qin Xiaoqian said, relieved. A daughter's sense of propriety is better than anything else, no matter how much she says. None of the four of them had anything to prepare. Li Mu, in particular, traveled light, wearing only a casual outfit and a pair of shoes, with his phone in his pocket doing whatever was convenient for him. The Science Museum isn't far, and it didn't take long to get there by subway. Lu Xiaoxi was the most excited, looking around like a child, taking pictures here and there, wanting to see everything. The girl had planned to travel around, and although the Science Museum wasn't on her itinerary, it is now included. However, she didn't come with Li Mu. Her parents came with her instead. If Aunt Sue and Uncle Li could come along too, the two families could stroll around like they're admiring lanterns. How wonderful that would be. She was surrounded by people she liked and cared about. Come on, let's take a picture of the four of us. Lu Ming took out a small camera from his backpack, the kind that's about the size of a palm and costs a couple $1,000, along with a tripod. Since I'm not a professional, I don't need those fancy cameras. I just take travel photos, so this small camera is perfectly adequate. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't like being in front of the camera, except for her family. The girl quickly found a spot and stood between Li Mu and her mother, making a peace sign with her eyes crinkled. This is a photo of a family of 3 plus half a family member. Dad, send it to me when you get back. Lu Xiaoxi leaned over to look at the photos on the camera, overjoyed. She wanted to print it out and keep it hanging on the wall. Uncle Lu, give me a copy too. Li Mu also joined in, sitting next to the girl. It had been 2 hours since he had held Lu Xiaoju's hand. The four of them started strolling around the science museum. The museum was all white, and some of the signs and directions were in a science fiction style. The museum is filled with all sorts of bizarre and wonderful technological products, such as a front desk that looks like an airplane, a scale shaped like a turtle shell, and a mini tornado-making machine. It's like a small children's playground. Li Mu had initially thought there would be some high-tech gadgets in the science museum, and he was quite excited at first, but now. He followed behind the girl, looking at her cute back, and wanted to hug her. Li Mu, look. Lu Xiaoxi ran to the area where many children were gathered and started playing with them, also inviting Li Mu to join in. This is a wall. As long as you place your hand on the wall, a tiny electric current will form behind the wall, creating a visual impact of an electric current on your hand. Oh my God, let's go look at something else. This is so childish. Come on, only little kids play with this. The children ran away immediately. Li Mu, is this childish? Lu Xiaoxi blinked. She found it quite fun. When she pressed her finger on it, an electric current followed her finger like a tail. She gestured her own name on it, then gestured Li Mu's position, imagining drawing a big heart like a ping-pong ball to connect the two names, but with Li Mu next to her, she felt a little shy. It might be a bit childish for elementary school students, but it's just right for you, little pig. Li Mu smiled and placed his hand on the wall, feeling a tingling sensation. Holy crap, it's like he's mastered lightning magic. How come he looks kind of cool? And what about you? Lu Xiaoxi asked irritably. Me too, just in time. You're childish too. Who invited me to come over? Li Mu asked with a smile, taking the opportunity to pinch Lu Xiaoxi's cheek as he watched Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin walk away. You just do whatever I tell you to do? You clearly only want to play around. The girl glanced back at her parents, and seeing that they didn't turn around, she became bolder. He stretched out his finger and poked Li Mu's lower abdomen, tickling him. Your mom's looking over here. Li Mu had been about to grab Lu Xiaoxi's hand and rub it, but then one of the two figures above him suddenly turned around, startling him so much that he quickly withdrew his hand and whispered a warning. Lu Xiaoxi was also startled. She turned around and saw that her mother had indeed turned to look at her and Li Mu. At home, or even at school, she could poke Li Mu without any problem. But if her family finds out about this intimate interaction, she will be incredibly embarrassed. Chapter 1:18 You have to stay with me. Lu Xiaoxi is nearsighted, and her glasses are kept in her small handbag. From a distance of about 10 meters, she only knows that her mother is watching her and Li Mu, but she can't see her mother's eyes. I guess it wasn't seen, right? The girl panicked and ignored Li Mu, quickly following after him and sticking close to her mother. Qin Shaoqian just smiled and said nothing. Whether she saw something or nothing at all, no one knows. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaoxi didn't whisper anything to Li Mu, obediently following her parents to look at various technologies. The science museum was still very new to her. Even though the science and technology exhibits were things that elementary school students would shake their heads at, she could still play with them with great joy. As for Lu Ming and Qin Shaoqian, they didn't play much. They spent more time looking for good spots to take photos. They quickly took a lot of pictures, including photos of themselves, Li Mu, and Lu Xiaoxi. After walking around for about 20 minutes, the girl's expression turned sour. She quietly tugged at Li Mu's sleeve, her voice soft and weak, with a hint of grievance in it. My leg hurts a little. Do you want me to carry you? Screw you. I need to find a place to rest. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxi moved closer to Li Mu and whispered in his ear, You have to stay with me. Okay, I'll talk to your parents. Li Mu didn't know why Lu Xiaoxi was speaking so softly, but since Lu Xiaoxi was like that, he also spoke softly. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, and Li Mu told the two parents that they would each watch their own shows after resting, and then meet at the door after they finished watching. The groups of adults and children were separated. The Science Museum is decorated in a futuristic style, mostly in white and blue, with various cool lights. Even the seats for resting are models of cockpits. Pressing a button next to them makes the seats rock up and down, simulating the environment of a spaceship through this simple movement. In short, it's a rocking horse, except that rocking horses require coins, while this rocking seat only requires pressing a button. Lu Xiaoxi loves this place because she can rest and have fun. This looks like one of those kiddie rides you see outside a convenience store. My father's father is called Grandpa. Chill. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Why are you still singing? Lu Xiaoxi covered Li Mu's mouth, stopping him from continuing the dubbing. Isn't this just a rocking horse? A rocking horse without this music has no soul. Who wants a soul? That's so childish. Lu Xiaoxi said it was childish, but she snorted inwardly as well. My memory is a bit hazy. I hummed a few lines, but forgot the rest. She used to always play with Li Mu. They would exchange 2 yuan for 2 tokens at the shopkeeper, then ride the bus together twice. It was so much fun. In kindergarten, she could sit side by side with Li Mu. In 2nd or 3rd grade, the small seats couldn't fit 2 people, so she wanted to sit on Li Mu's lap. But Li Mu kept saying she was heavy and was very unwilling, so in the end they could only play together once. Lu Xiaoxi looked up at Li Mu and found that Li Mu was also looking at her. His gaze was unique, as if it contained a lot of emotions, including amusement, nostalgia, and a lot of tenderness. It made her feel uneasy. Did Li Mu, like her, also recall things from the past? Before the two could speak, the rocking chair stopped. Li Mu reached out and pressed the button for her, and the rocking seat turned into a rocking horse again. You sit down too, hurry up. Sit my ass, I'm not sitting. Sit down quickly. Then I'll have to ask for a kiss on the cheek when I get back. Li Mu whispered in Lu Xiaoxi's ear. Lu Xiaoxi whimpered twice, nudged Li Mu, pursed her lips, and remained silent, obediently sitting in the chair with her legs together. Her face turned red at a visible speed, becoming a translucent red like white jade. Silence means consent. Li Mu sat down next to her, pressed a button, and both seats started rocking together. Tonight I can kiss my little green plum's face. Since the requirement to report his visit was implemented, he has no longer had the chance to kiss her on the cheek. The days are so long. I want night to come quickly so I can take a nice bath and, before going to sleep, hug Lu Xiaoxi and give her a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi hadn't even spoken yet when she looked at Li Mu beside her in disbelief. How could there be such a shameless person? This person just happens to be her childhood sweetheart. So what can she do but spoil him? Does your foot still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. That's how this problem is. It hurts and feels numb when you walk, but it gets better quickly when you squat or sit down. Is it very difficult to treat? It's not troublesome, but it takes a long time. Just be careful with your back in the meantime, and it's best to stay in bed as much as possible. Then why did you still come out to play? You even dragged me to play ball before. Aren't you afraid of getting worse? Hee hee, I'm almost fully recovered. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Li Mu flicked her nose, a slight smile playing on his lips. You have no sense of propriety whatsoever. If you had any sense of propriety, why would you be playing ball? Don't touch my nose again, or I'll beat you up. Lu Xiaoxi huffed and puffed like a little bull, though of course it was all an act. She knew it herself, and Li Mu knew it too. Time flies. After resting, Lu Xiaoxi excitedly began to explore the Science and Technology Museum again. The Science Museum is quite large. They only explored a small part of it. However, the time that followed belonged to the childhood sweethearts. She glanced at Li Mu's hand. They used to always hold hands when they walked together, but now it felt a little strange. Looking left and right, but not seeing her parents, Lu Xiaoxi quietly pinched Li Mu's little finger and then immediately let go. What? It's nothing. Lu Xiaoxi turned her head and pouted, whistling, but she couldn't whistle, so she could only make the wind whoosh. I think you want to hold hands. Li Mu saw through the girl's little thoughts. Do you have any evidence? You're just making things up. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled, refusing to admit anything. Lu Xiaoxi was suddenly drawn to a spherical device and quickly walked over to it. At the center of the installation is a 3-dimensional star map, surrounded by colorful lights, making the star map look so real that the stars inside twinkle. Wow, so beautiful. Li Mu, come take a picture. Aren't you going to ask your dad for the camera? A phone will do. The two of us can take the picture, just like we did at the zoo. She had already taken out her phone and opened the camera. She really enjoys taking photos when she's with Li Mu. Step back a bit. Give me your phone. I'll take the picture. Li Mu walked behind Lu Xiaoxi, and unlike the photo at the zoo, this time he made a peace sign above Lu Xiaoxi's head. He held his phone high with one hand and made a peace sign with the other in the center of Lu Xiaoxi's head. Lu Xiaoxi made a peace sign with both hands. This is the most common photo pose, and also the childhood sweetheart's favorite photo pose. What is the name of this photo? You also have the habit of naming your photos? Yes, the one from the zoo is called Sunset Memories. What a literary youth. Don't you also have the habit of naming your photos? Where? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Lu the little pig sleeping picture. Haha, I made that up. Who comes up with something as elegant and literary as you? Li Mu mocked her. Then you can be a bit of a hipster with me. You can name this picture, but let's make it clear first. I'm printing this out and hanging it up, so the name can't be anything you want. Lu Xiaoxi said irritably, arms crossed. If Li Mu dared to say anything awful, she would. I won't let Li Mu kiss me tonight. Li Mu actually started to think about it seriously. The overall color of the photo is blue-purple due to the ambient lighting, with an endless starry sky in the background, making it look as if they are falling from the sky with their backs to the stars. How about calling it Little Universe? Why? Look at this picture, there's a starry sky behind it. Isn't the starry sky the universe? Far-fetched. Lu Xiaoxi examined the artistic work submitted by her apprentice like a true master of art. That apprentice was naturally Li Mu. All of Li Mu's submitted works of art failed. That little Milky Way? It sounds awful. No, you can't live without the word Xiaoju. Can you? Little Green Plum is one, and Little Pig Lu is another. Why do they both have little in their names? Then, the universe, the Milky Way? Or, continuing the zoo theme, let's call it Little Starry Sky Memories. This is nice. Why is it called Little Starry Sky? Because this is fake. The real night sky doesn't have this many beautiful stars. It's good enough if there's even a moon. Then let's call this Little Starry Sky Memory and hang it in your room. Anything is fine. Li Mu seemed to remember something and added, Lu Xiaoxi. What name will you give my selfie? Let me think. How about Piggy's selfie? Lu Xiaoxi said slowly, her hands behind her back, pretending to think as she took cheerful little steps. Li Mu, I shouldn't have asked that. It's not artistic at all. Chapter 119. Li Mu's behavior definitely indicates that he has ulterior motives. 4:00 in the afternoon. Lu Ming and Qin Shaoqian had just finished visiting the Science Museum and met up with Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi at the entrance. At Lu Ming's suggestion, the four of them had dinner at a nearby restaurant, and naturally, it wasn't the two children who paid for it. At 6 p.m., the two parents took their two children back to the subway station near their neighborhood. Lu Xiaoxi gave Lu Ming and Qin Shaoqian a big hug, waved to her parents at the subway station, and watched them enter the station. Let's go back. After her parents were out of sight, Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. Reluctant to part, Li Mu noticed Lu Xiaoxi's lingering gaze and called out softly, Well, I rarely go out with my parents. Don't be sad. Do you think Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu like it when you're all gloomy? Li Mu reached around the girl's back, clung to her shoulders, and pulled her close, leaving no distance between them. I'm not sad. Next time I can only see my parents when I go home. Just make a video call. Oh yeah, Lu Xiaoxi rubbed sweetly against Li Mu's right side, even more clingy than a kitten. Aren't you ashamed with so many people here? Let's go. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to only then notice, and grabbed Li Mu's hand, and ran quickly. Back in her apartment complex, Lu Xiaoxi collapsed into her room, feeling languid and content. Although it was evening, it didn't stop her from staying in bed as if she were up early. Are you going to sleep? Li Mu had just boiled the bath water. Today was Saturday, and Xia Yuan would be coming to class if nothing unexpected happened. I'm not going to sleep. It's already evening. I'll just lie down for a bit. I want to lie down too. Li Mu stood obediently in front of the door. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but moved over to make room for Li Mu, muttering to herself. When did this guy become so well-behaved? In the past, he would have definitely laid down without my permission. As she pondered, Li Mu lay down beside her, wrapping one arm around her and placing it on the girl's lower abdomen. He didn't touch anything. He just placed it there. Please call him a gentleman. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoxi still felt itchy. Her lower abdomen was a very sensitive area, both above and below, which were very private and sensitive places. With a hand on her lower abdomen, the girl felt very insecure, always feeling that this big hand might do something to her. She took Li Mu's hand off, and less than 2 seconds later, Li Mu used 2 fingers as feet to climb up her lower abdomen step by step. Sexy hands. I can tolerate you calling me a pig's trotter, but you can't say I'm a lecherous pig's hand. I'm so well behaved. How am I a lecherous pig's hand? Li Mu closed his eyes, greedily inhaling her scent. Even without showering, Lu Xiaoxi still had a faint, pleasant scent that was somewhat intoxicating. Touch me. You even touched my abs, and I didn't even call you a pervert. It's different. You took off your clothes yourself, and let me touch you willingly. It's not like I wanted to touch you. How come I remember you made me turn around before you touched me? You must be mistaken, you're definitely mistaken. Lu Xiaoxi buried her face in Li Mu's chest shyly, pinching Li Mu's lips with one hand to stop him from saying anything more, otherwise she would turn into a little tomato with a red face again. The room became quiet again. Li Mu opened his pinched mouth and, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, put the girl's index finger in his mouth, using his lips so that she wouldn't eat Lu Xiaoxi's hand. As long as Lu Xiaoxi didn't move around, she wouldn't get his saliva on her. Lu Xiaoxi was startled and immediately pulled her fingers back, clutching them in her palm, still nestled in Li Mu's arms. They're very dirty. Why didn't you say it was dirty when you pinched my mouth? I'm saying your saliva is dirty. You've gotten quite fast, Li Mu said, suppressing a laugh, and pulled the girl into a tight embrace. That's right. Lu Xiaoxi felt incredibly safe being held so tightly, and her little courage slowly swelled up. She wrapped her other arm around Li Mu's waist and tickled him. Lu Xiaoxi could feel Li Mu's tense muscles, which helped him resist the ticklish sensation. In the past, tickling Li Mu was always very effective. It turned out that it wasn't that Li Mu was ticklish, but that he deliberately didn't tense his muscles so that she could tickle him. The petite girl became even bolder upon thinking of this. Don't be so tense. Let me scratch you. Itch. It's not me who's itchy. You? Hurry up, hurry up. Then I need to apply once. I disagree. You applied today, and if you don't let me scratch it, you can't apply today either. Lu Xiaoxi interrupted Li Mu before she could finish speaking. Once a day isn't enough. I want to kiss twice. If I kiss twice today, I'll dare to kiss 3 times tomorrow. I'll be kissing you all the time from now on. My face is all rubbed raw from kissing it. Li Mu relaxed his body, and Lu Xiaoxi happily scratched and poked him. Perhaps because Li Mu was mentally prepared, he didn't feel anything. If it had been a sudden attack, he would probably have been scratched and jumped around. The petite girl was groping him all over, and Li Mu was not comfortable with it. Lu Xiaoxi was happy, but he was experiencing both pain and joy. The soft, delicate body brought him immense stimulation and excitement. His body slowly tensed up again, and he climbed onto the girl's shoulders, creating some distance between them. Wait, stop scratching. I need to go back to writing. Can't you type it later? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him and noticed that Li Mu's expression was a little strange and flustered. How so? I haven't written anything for 2 days. I'm going to catch up on what I missed today. Anyway, I have nothing else to do, so I might as well write. Li Mu looked a little flustered, his expression somewhat out of control. This is bad, this is bad. What do you mean you have nothing to do? Getting tickled by your childhood sweetheart isn't a big deal. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and grumbled, but she let go of him. She got up and sat on the bed in a duck-like position, her knee-length skirt resembling a blooming flower. Weren't you supposed to be writing? Why aren't you up yet? This. Hee. Why don't you turn around first? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes, confused. When she turned around, she caught a glimpse of what was under Li Mu's bent back. Bad thoughts began to cross her mind. You did that. Lu Xiaoxi whispered shyly, her ears quickly turning blush. Although a young girl who is inexperienced in the ways of the world may not understand many things, she cannot possibly be unaware of the physiological structure between men and women. The rounded toes curled up. Li Mu's appearance suggests he definitely has some bad intentions. Chapter 121 Night Nap equals 3 afternoon naps. Li Mu didn't know how he got out of Lu Xiaoxi's room. He lay in bed, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Little Qing Mei saw the physiological phenomenon. What should we do now? Let alone whether Lu Xiaoxi was shy or embarrassed. He himself wanted to find a crack to crawl into. I lay there until 9 o'clock. He didn't even dare to go out to take a shower, nor did he dare to go out to greet Xia Yuanyuan. He could only stay in the room, listening to teacher Xiao Qingmei and student Xia Yuanyuan impart their knowledge and skills. During this time, Xia Yuanyuan asked him where he had gone, but Lu Xiaoxi casually made up an excuse to fool her. Li Mu rolled around on the bed, hugging his pig plushie. He took a deep breath, decided to put the matter aside for the time being, and started writing instead. Anyway, things will straighten out when the bridge reaches the bow of the boat. I just hope that Lu Xiaoxi won't have any bad impressions of me, like hugging makes me like that, or hugging me is just for sex. Otherwise, he'll have to report even when he hugs someone. Perhaps because what had just happened was too embarrassing, his typing speed slowed down considerably. He only managed to write less than 1,000 words in an hour. His mind kept wandering between the novel and Lu Xiaoxi. He never imagined that concentrating on writing would be so difficult. After struggling to finish writing a chapter, Li Mu gave up. I wasn't feeling well today and only wrote 1 chapter, but I still worked really hard. The living room quieted down. It seemed Xia Yuanyuan had finished her class and gone home. What is Xiao Qingmei doing outside? Unfortunately, the door didn't have a peephole, so he couldn't see what was outside. I listened by the door for a long time, but there was still no sound. Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room. He wasn't sure if there were any other door closing sounds besides Xia Yuanyuan's. This was the first time it had been so quiet when neither of them was asleep. He quietly opened the door a crack, but no matter how careful he was, the door still inevitably made a sound. On the sofa, Lu Xiaoxi, who was curled up playing on her phone, suddenly turned around and met Li Mu's eyes. No one spoke. I'm taking a shower. Li Mu broke the silence first, grabbed 2 pieces of clothing, and slunk into the bathroom. What's going on? Something feels off as soon as we meet. This can't be. We have to confront this issue later. Li Mu cheered himself up, thinking that he would just walk straight up to his childhood sweetheart, sit down next to her like it was an ordinary day, and squeeze her hand. Yes, that's it. He should take advantage of his thick skin and act as if nothing had happened. Lu Xiaoxi, sitting on the sofa, blushed as she looked at the dark figure inside the frosted door. That idiot Li Mu. He could have just walked a little further in and disappeared from the outside. Thinking of what had just happened, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes welled up with tears, and she buried half of her face in her knees. Li Mu. He's a complete idiot. She had just finished speaking when she felt the bed shake, followed by the clattering of slippers. When she turned around, the bed was empty. It runs incredibly fast. Even if Li Mu did that, it wouldn't matter to her, so why was she running so fast? 15 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Li Mu emerged from the bathroom, steam rising from his face. I was thinking about things while showering today, so it took me a little longer than usual. Boys look better after taking a shower than usual, and Li Mu was no exception. With his already handsome face and physique, plus his hair casually dried with a towel, Lu Xiaoxi, who loved watching sweet romance dramas, quickly found a word to describe Li Mu. Little wolfhound. Ahem. Li Mu coughed twice, sat down next to the girl, and didn't know what to say. He felt even more awkward after coughing. What did you just do? Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at Li Mu, and slightly distanced herself from him. Knowing that Li Mu would do that, she was afraid. But she didn't know what she was afraid of. She knew Li Mu wouldn't do anything to her, but she was still a little scared. A girl's courage can change at any time. When she has nothing to rely on, she becomes timid. I repent. Li Mu could feel his face starting to burn. Just because of Lu Xiaoxi's words, the scene that was already vivid in his mind replayed again. What heinous thing had he done to deserve being whipped like this by Lu Xiaoxi? You have naughty ideas. Lu Xiaoxi curled up on the sofa, afraid to move. Can you just forget about it? I've already chosen selective amnesia. No, I want to remember this. Why? Li Mu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Was his childhood sweetheart deliberately trying to trick him? They really don't get along. This is your embarrassing history, don't forget it. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw Li Mu's exaggerated reaction. Woman, you're playing with fire. Li Mu suddenly pounced on Lu Xiaoxi and pinned her against the sofa. Although the posture is a bit ugly, I'll just have to make do with it. Stop messing with me, sit down. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Li Mu behaved himself this time, sitting obediently on the sofa like a puppy whose fate had been seized by the scruff of its neck, leaving him no choice but to submit to whatever fate had in store for him. Do you still want a kiss on the cheek? If not, I'm going back to my room. Yes, who said no? Step forward. When the topic of kissing came up, Li Mu immediately perked up, becoming a theatrical performer. His expression was radiant, and his movements were exaggerated. If a stranger saw this, they would definitely think Li Mu was crazy. But the little girl was easily amused by Li Mu's antics. Seeing Li Mu like this made her very happy, and she kept laughing. Quick, give me a puff, it's urgent. What? Are you a pervert? Didn't you say you wanted me to kiss you? I told you during the day, so you can't go back on your word now. I didn't agree. I don't care, you didn't refuse. Li Mu grinned, showing his big white teeth, and put his arm around the girl's shoulder, pulling her closer to him. You shameless bastard, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell your mom. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled, turning into a little rhinoceros and nudging Li Mu's collarbone with her forehead. Go ahead and tell me. Just tell my mom that I kissed your cheek, kissed your forehead, and even took a nap with you. TCH, I'm afraid you'll get a beating, so I'll just leave it at that. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, looking shy and timid. So they've already done so many intimate things together. Now it's truly like being boiled like a frog in slowly heating water. There's no escaping it. If you don't dare to say it, then don't dare to say it. Just let me kiss you. You can only kiss me for 1 second. Okay, Li Mu readily agreed. A second can be very short or very long, and it is highly operable. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at him, turning her face to the side so he could kiss her. Li Mu was in a hurry just now, but now he has slowed down and kept pressing his face against Lu Xiaoxi's, feeling the girl's soft face. Why haven't you kissed me yet? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry at all. You're lying. You were in a hurry just now. I was just putting on an act for you. Who knew you'd be so dense? Li Mu teased Lu Xiaoxi, and seeing that she was a little sullen, he quickly coaxed her. Oh, kiss me now, kiss me now. After saying that, Li Mu gave Lu Xiaoxi a big kiss on her soft cheek. He was very honest. He silently counted for a second and decided that he definitely wouldn't kiss her too much. 0.1 seconds, 0.5 seconds, 0.9 seconds, 0.91 seconds, 0.92 seconds. 1 second is up, no kissing now. No, I'm counting, it's only 0.93 seconds. It seems they aren't entirely honest. Round it up to 1 second, we can't kiss. What should I do? I still want to kiss you. Li Mu smacked his lips, as if he had just tasted a delicious dessert and was still not satisfied. He deliberately made his voice louder, and then looked at Lu Xiaoxi's red face, unable to hide his smile. You dare kiss me again? I'll accuse you of that. Lu Xiaoxi said angrily, treating what happened that afternoon as Li Mu's embarrassing past, just like when he wet the bed in kindergarten. If Li Mu didn't behave, she would use his embarrassing past. What? That's exactly how it is, don't pretend. Really? I'm selectively amnesiac. Li Mu has regained his shamelessness and is now at his peak. You shameless scoundrel. Have some shame. No, you can kiss me. Get lost. Even a dog wouldn't kiss you. Lu Xiaoxi's heart raced. No way. If you don't want to kiss me, then you don't have to. But if you want to kiss me later, you'll have to report to me. You won't get any special privileges as my childhood sweetheart. No, the little plum's privileges are always in effect. Every word she uttered revealed the petty arrogance of a childhood sweetheart. Lu Xiaoxi was determined to gain special privileges from Li Mu. She liked that Li Mu spoiled her, and she liked being spoiled by Li Mu. The childhood sweethearts were inseparable for a while, and Lu Xiaoxi even brought up Li Mu's awkward situation back then twice. But Li Mu was immune to it. Go ahead and mention it, you're thick-skinned and can handle it. Moreover, when he brought up that matter, before he could even say anything, Lu Xiaoxi blushed. For a moment, I didn't know whose dark history this was. Do you want to sleep now, or watch a sweet drama? Li Mu put a pillow on his lap and massaged Lu Xiaoxi's hands. After only a short while, he started to rub back and forth on Lu Xiaoxi's fair wrist. He wasn't going to act anymore. He just wanted to touch her. His main point was to be honest. I'll watch a couple of episodes of this sweet drama before going to sleep. Tomorrow's Sunday anyway. If it were just his hands, she would let him have his way, But if it were his legs, Lu Xiaoxi felt she might kick Li Mu over. Want to sleep together tonight? Li Mu suddenly asked. You're up to no good again? You pervert. It's just like taking a nap. You see, a nap is 2 or 3 hours long, while a night nap is 8 or 9 hours long. If we calculate it as 3 hours and 9 hours, and substitute the amounts, then a night nap is equivalent to taking 3 naps. Li Mu stopped what he was doing, counted on his fingers, and explained to Lu Xiaoxi that there was no real relationship between a nap and a night nap. Is this how you use math? You've even resorted to substitution. Just tell me, isn't that right? Li Mu said confidently. You're talking nonsense. You're such a big idiot, going to all that trouble to sleep with me. The clever Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't fall for Li Mu's tricks. This kind of nonsense, which wasn't even a small trick, might fool other girls. But to think he could fool her? Did he think she was a 3-year-old? No, Li Mu can't lie to anyone else. He can only lie to her. So, shall we sleep together tonight? Sleep my ass. Sleeping in late together is a long and arduous task. Chapter 121 Kissing each other on the lips. When can we do that too? November. The light snow on the 22nd made everyone put on a coat. Compared to the beginning of winter, minor snow signifies the arrival of winter more clearly. A cold wave hit today, with the cold air arriving as expected, bringing biting winds and a low of 8 degrees Celsius. Lu Xiaoxi put on 3 layers of clothing, a base layer, a warm layer, and a windproof layer, covering herself up completely, with not a single bit of flesh showing except for her face and hands. Her coat was fluffy and had a hood on the back with 2 rabbit ears that could be adjusted by the drawstring to make them stand up or hang down naturally. These cute outfits are very popular with girls. Lu Xiaoxi saw that others looked adorable in them, so she bought one for herself. The last time she wore one was back in high school. Hey, where did this rabbit come from? We're having braised rabbit heads tonight. Li Mu hugged Lu Xiaoxi, who was waiting for him in the lobby, from behind, and casually put his hat on her head. He then gently rested his face on Lu Xiaoxi's head, like in an animated film where several people peek out from the corner of the wall, one on top of the other. Where did this dog come from? Lu Xiaoxi's thermal underwear seemed to restrict her movements, and when she tried to raise her hand to pat Li Mu, she felt tremendous resistance. It's so cold today. Yesterday it was 18 or 19 degrees Celsius, but today it's only 12 or 13 degrees. At 3 p.m. today, it was only 8 degrees. This weather is ridiculous. Li Mu stroked Lu Xiaoxi's hands and didn't forget to complain about the magical place of Cangnan where the temperature coexists. Lu Xiaoxi's hands were cold, and she instinctively tucked them into her sleeves. Li Mu brazenly reached into the girl's sleeves, took Lu Xiaoxi's hands out, and held them in his palm to warm them up. This is the responsibility of childhood sweethearts. It will get even colder later. Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed it. Li Mu's palms were warm. She wanted to be held by Li Mu and hugged by him. Li Mu seemed unfazed by the cold. In this weather, he wore a short-sleeved shirt underneath a black sweatshirt, and ordinary trousers that weren't lined with fleece. What's wrong with you? What if you catch a cold and get a fever? If I catch a cold or have a fever, I'll take leave and stay home. You should also take leave and come back to take care of me. Great. I just read a book yesterday called The Science of Pig Farming. It's exactly what I've been looking for. It will come in handy right now. I've read this book too, so I'm quite good at taking care of Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu adorably rubbed the girl's cheeks, making her pout, and she could only mumble some unintelligible words. Li Mu simply ignored the comments, which were things like pig mule, big stupid pig, and you're the pig. Arriving at school by bus, the breakfast shops near the school gate were bustling with activity. As the weather turned cold, the steam from the breakfast shops was even more noticeable. Li Mu. Whoosh. Lu Xiaoxi playfully blew a breath on Li Mu's face. The warm breath turned into white mist when it met the cold air, and it all hit Li Mu's face. It has a faint aroma of Longjing tea. You're using my toothpaste? Li Mu vaguely remembered that Lu Xiaoxi used cantaloupe-flavored toothpaste. He had seen it while brushing his teeth today, sitting obediently on the mouthwash cup, just like Lu Xiaoxi's toothbrush. I used a little bit. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She saw that Li Mu's toothpaste was full, and it was a flavor she hadn't tried before, so she squeezed out a little bit. Unexpectedly, it smelled quite good, even better than the cantaloupe flavor. Without Li Mu's knowledge, Lu Xiaoxi took Li Mu's toothpaste for herself, a privilege that the little green plum had to grant without permission. Blow a few more times and see if your breath stinks. Ugh, that's disgusting. You're not disgusted by blowing your breath in my face, are you? I'm not disgusting, you are. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Li Mu and held him tightly, very happy. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but the weather wasn't cold enough before. If she held Li Mu's arm like this, Li Mu could touch her chest. Now that she's dressed like a chubby kid, Li Mu definitely won't notice, which is why she dares to be so bold as to link Li Mu's arm with hers in front of her. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. Is this something to be happy about? Thinking of this, she tightened her grip on Li Mu's hand. If Li Mu dares to say he's small, I absolutely won't let Li Mu hold me today. Li Mu had no idea what strange things his little childhood sweetheart was thinking. He was quite pleased with himself for being linked with Lu Xiaoxi. A couple walked past them. The young couple were very affectionate, with the woman holding the man's arm. It was impossible to hear what they were saying. Then, in full view of everyone, the young couple actually kissed each other on the lips and quickly separated. Lu Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. When she was outside, she would get shy and want to run away if Li Mu hugged her for more than a second, but he just kissed her directly, mouth to mouth. When can we be like that too? Li Mu saw it too and suddenly wanted to tease his little childhood sweetheart. What? Can we report kissing on the lips? No, you can't. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly let go of Li Mu's hand, pulling away from him by the furthest distance of a fist. Feeling her face burning, the girl hurriedly put on her hat and became a huddled rabbit. Chapter 122, A Tacit Understanding. The Sweet Touch of Childhood Sweethearts. You're shy now? Why weren't you shy when you used to chase after me and kiss me? Li Mu's lips curled up. He really liked his little childhood sweetheart's shy demeanor. Li Mu carried 2 laptop bags, one on his left shoulder and one on his right, leaving the front empty. This was a special spot reserved for him to get close to Lu Xiaoxi. He slowed his pace, pressed himself against Lu Xiaoxi's back, and slipped his hand through her shoulder, grabbing the drawstring of her hat and pulling it. Her little bunny ears stood up instantly and then folded back down, looking incredibly cute. I didn't. Do you have any proof? Just say I chased after you and tried to kiss you. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head even further. Li Mu's hands were right around her neck, so she used them as a scarf, lifting them up and burying her face in them. My childhood sweetheart has such a good memory that I can't even have a glimpse of his mysterious past. What am I going to do? Li Mu himself also liked cute things. When he was in 5th grade, Lu Xiaoxi's family had a little fat cat, and he would go to Lu Xiaoxi's house to pet the cat every day. At that time, the little fat cat was still a cute little kitten, not the big pig it is now. Li Mu used to keep a skinny hamster because he thought hamsters were so cute. Now he has an adorable little pig by his side. He's so happy he's about to faint. I'm growing to like Lu Xiaozhu more and more. You're so cute, it's unfair. You're the one. Oh, of course I'm cute. Stop being so narcissistic. Only I say you're cute, nobody else does. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Xiao Xiao always says I'm cute, and I am cute. You're just manipulating me. You're in trouble. I'm going to tell Aunt Sue. Puau? I'm talking about you. He didn't mean to belittle Lu Xiaoxi, and Lu Xiaoxi knew it too. The two of them, who were perfectly aware of the situation, were putting on an act. The unspoken understanding between you and me is a special kind of romance unique to childhood sweethearts. Fine, you dare to admit it? Fine. Let me tell you, no other girl has ever held your hand except me. You know how good I am now, right? Lu Xiaoxi tried to retort. I know, little green plum is the best. Li Mu gently rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's face, feeling happy. Spending time with Lu Xiaoxi like this replenishes all my energy for the day. Why isn't the road to the school longer? It would only take a short walk to get to the classroom. This time, Lu Xiaoqiao didn't pull Lu Xiaoxi to sit with her. After saying hello, Lu Xiaoxi and Li Mu went to a less crowded spot in the middle. Unfortunately, even the least crowded seat was surrounded by people. This was the first time. During class, Li Mu behaved himself like a quail, not even touching his hands. The class went by quickly, and when they went to the cafeteria for lunch, they ran into Lu Xiaoqiao again. Lu Xiaoxi enthusiastically pulled Lu Xiaoqiao to eat together. Watching the two girls eat and chat enthusiastically, Li Mu remained unmoved and continued eating his own food. I'm full. I'm going back to the dorm now. You two eat. Lu Xiaoqiao ate quickly, finishing her bowl of noodles in no time, leaving not even a drop of soup, and then left with the plate. Lu Xiaoxi seemed very happy. After Lu Xiaoqiao left, she boldly sat down opposite Li Mu and ate with him face to face. The girls' eating manners at home were not as elegant as they were outside. If she were at home, Lu Xiaoxi might have already finished 2 bowls of food, but since she was outside, she had to eat slowly and carefully. Li Mu didn't expose her and used a spoon to scoop up his own food. The school plates were flat, so using a spoon was better than using chopsticks. He ordered a lot for this meal, including sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with chives, and a roasted duck leg. He ate half of the other dishes, but only took a bite of the roasted duck leg. Your roast duck leg must not taste good. I'll eat it for you. After slurping up a big mouthful of noodles, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes brightened slightly, and her fair fingers picked up the bottom of the roast duck leg and slid it over. 8 yuan each. Remember to transfer the money to me later. Li Mu didn't even glance at Lu Xiaoxi, his tone indifferent. He knew that Lu Xiaoxi liked roast duck legs. This roast duck leg was originally ordered for Lu Xiaoxi, but Lu Xiaoqiao was too embarrassed to give it to her. As time went on, she got greedy and took a bite herself. You've already bitten it. I'll only give you $1 at most. You ate 7 pieces in 1 bite, didn't you? You're something else. Your saliva is on it. I'll be merciful if you don't give me 7 yuan back. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and ate the roasted duck leg in small bites. After eating half of it, she finished the entire roasted duck skin. She doesn't mind Li Mu's saliva at all, but if Li Mu dares to mind her saliva, she'll get angry. All right, little green plum is the truth. That's more like it. Shall we go to the pavilion later? Lu Xiaoxi nodded in satisfaction, her playful little feet stretching out towards Li Mu, the tips of her shoes gently touching Li Mu's shoes, symbolizing that the little plum blossom was greater than the little bamboo horse. Are you sure? It's 12 degrees Celsius, and there's a cold wind blowing. Li Mu glanced at the weather forecast. Today was supposed to be minor snow, with a cold wave approaching, cold air invading, and the wind blowing like knives. This temperature is already very cold in the south, and it will be even colder with the heavy snow in about 10 days. Winter has truly arrived. It's better to stay indoors and avoid the wind. Going out into the wind is just asking for trouble. The campus run today hasn't been resolved yet, and it will only get colder tonight. Running will inevitably involve breathing through the mouth, which will then cause throat discomfort. Where are we going? Let's see which classroom is open but empty, and go in to rest for a bit, or we can go to the library. Let's go to the library. I've never been to Shandong University's library before. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to have gotten interested. The high school also had a library, but it was just a small classroom, and the door was locked, so students weren't allowed in at all. If a teacher saw any extracurricular books that the students brought, they would be confiscated. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't spend all her time studying. She occasionally glances at unclaimed copies of Youth Digest in class to indulge in her own literary eccentricities. Shandong University's library is an entire building. She has only seen it when she passes by and has never been inside. After studying at university for so long, it would be a shame not to go and see it. Some online comments say that a college life without skipping classes is incomplete, and these comments have received a lot of likes. But she doesn't think so. In her opinion, a college life without going to the library is incomplete. The thought of going to the library with Li Mu made Lu Xiaoxi speed up her noodle eating, and she finished eating before Li Mu could. Before leaving the cafeteria, Lu Xiaoxi generously bought 2 grilled sausages to eat on the way. She bought black pepper sausage for Li Mu and regular crispy sausage for herself. When Li Mu's mouth was greasy from eating, she took a tissue from her small handbag to wipe it and rubbed his thin lips. Wow, the library is packed. Li Mu ignored her little quirks and didn't speak until they reached the library. He had to follow the rules in the library and not disturb other people's studies, which meant that he and Lu Xiaoxi could sit together, hold hands or something, and then just stare at each other blankly. Chapter 123 The Little Green Plum Offers Herself. Li Mu had never been to the library either. After agreeing with Lu Xiaoxi that they could communicate via mobile phone, they entered the library one after the other. The library was large, and there were more people than I had imagined, but there were still quite a few empty seats. The atmosphere wasn't as quiet as I had expected. There were constant rustling sounds, but they weren't a big deal. For Li Mu, the atmosphere in the library was somewhat oppressive. Fortunately, the library did not only have books for studying, but also many published novels to read. For an hour and a half, Li Mu basically wore headphones, listened to music, and read the published novel, just to keep Lu Xiaoxi company. Leaving the library, Li Mu relaxed considerably and naturally took the girl's hand. How was it? Not very effective. I don't feel as efficient as studying in my room. It feels like I haven't studied in ages. I need to study hard tonight. Why do you sound so lewd? Lu Xiaoxi muttered. Studying with Li Mu was much more efficient than studying alone in the library. I won't come again next time. Li Mu was sitting right across from me, but I couldn't even talk to him. It would be better to go to an empty classroom, where at least we could have a conversation. I still have some time. I want to go for a run, otherwise it will get even colder tonight, and I don't want to be shivering from the wind. Do you sweat? If you sweat, you're not allowed near me. You smell bad. You dislike me? Yes, I dislike you. Li Mu stared straight at her until Lu Xiaoxi felt uncomfortable and quietly lowered her head. Only then was he satisfied. You still hold my hand so tightly even though you dislike me. You're not sweating right now, so I don't mind. Lu Xiaoxi sniffed at Li Mu. There was no smell. It was all covered by his hoodie. Then hug me a little longer while I can, because I won't be able to hug you when you start sweating. Without saying a word, Li Mu hugged Lu Xiaoxi and ruffled her hair with his hat, which was very amusing. Before, when I hugged Lu Xiaoxi like this, I could feel the plumpness around her waist. It was a combination of softness and cuteness. Now, the outfit she's wearing has lost that softness. All that's left is cuteness. During the lunch break, students with classes are resting, and those who aren't resting are playing on their phones. There aren't many people strolling around the campus, and only occasionally will a few people pass by. This left Lu Xiaoxi with no reason to resist. She grumbled and pretended to be dissatisfied, letting him hug her tightly. When they arrived at the playground and started running, Li Mu put on both headphones, while Lu Xiaoxi sat to the side looking at her school bag. 2 kilometers is not difficult for Li Mu, and he doesn't actually sweat much. After running, he felt a little sweat under his armpits and a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Other parts of his body were not exactly dry, but it was still acceptable. In the chilly wind, Lu Xiaoxi felt cold even with 3 layers of clothes. She put on her hat, pulled the drawstring tight, and huddled up like a little rabbit, not even noticing a withered yellow leaf fall on her head. The leaf on the raccoon's head can transform into a human. The leaf on Lu Xiaoxi's head turned into a rabbit without a neck. What are you doing? You're cold. Why don't you find a wall to shelter from the wind? Li Mu came back after running and saw the girl shivering. He felt both sorry for her and amused, and of course, a little reproachful. He had inhaled too much cold air, and his nose was running while he was running. His nose was a bit blocked, so he could only breathe through his mouth. His tone of voice sounded harsher than usual, and the blame was more obvious. Lu Xiaoxi immediately felt annoyed. She stepped back a step, becoming a head taller than Li Mu, put one hand on her hip, and poked his right shoulder hard with the other, huffing. Who do you think I'm waiting for, huh? The little girl stood tall and spoke with confidence. Okay, come down quickly. Let me warm it up for you. Li Mu smiled and took the girl's hand, which was poking him. It was cool. He frowned. When he walked over, he clearly saw that the girl's hands were in her pockets and hadn't warmed up yet. Humph. Who else would come out with you in this cold weather besides me? You should be grateful that I'm here. Lu Xiaoxi was still trying to flatter herself when her hands suddenly warmed up. Looking at her warm hands that Li Mu had tucked around her neck, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. I want to throw myself into Li Mu's arms right now. Li Mu was wearing a hoodie and had just finished running. His whole body was radiating heat like a heater, which felt very comfortable. Hold me. There's someone there. There aren't many people. It's okay. We're not going to do anything. Universities are so open that we can kiss on the lips, so why can't we have a simple hug? Lu Xiaoxi said coyly, opening her arms, waiting for Li Mu to hug her. She was still standing on the steps when Li Mu hugged her and buried his face in her neck. Unseen and odorless, this outfit is both aesthetically pleasing and highly protective, giving the girl immense courage. How many times has Lu Xiaoxi asked for a hug? I can't remember. Just like holding hands, the girl is gradually becoming more proactive. Perhaps before long, the girl will ask him for a kiss. The thought of this possibility inexplicably excited Li Mu. Complete childhood sweethearts. The revolution is not over yet. We still need to work hard. In the afternoon, Li Mu listened attentively to the lesson under Lu Xiaoxi's supervision. In addition to the regular lesson content, the teacher also announced the exam information during this class. The practical exam requires students to complete an assignment in teams. Students must form groups of 2 to 4 to complete the task. Students who want to complete the task independently or who need more people must explain the situation to the teacher. For group tasks like this, most students work in dormitories, with 4 people in each dormitory. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi naturally became a duo. After school in the afternoon, it was time for evening self-study. Since there was no running around the campus, the two went straight back to their neighborhood after the evening self-study session. Lu Xiaoxi took a shower first, and when she came out, Li Mu had already set up a sweet little drama for her. Quickly say how wonderful your childhood sweetheart is, from the bottom of your heart. Li Mu smiled wickedly, his mouth twisting into a crooked shape. Idiot. Li Mu's crooked lips twitched, and he slunk off to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the sofa, staring at the shadow of Li Mu taking off his clothes reflected in the frosted glass door of the bathroom for a long time before turning her head to watch a sweet drama. The pajamas didn't keep her warm very well, and the temperature dropped even lower after dark. Despite wearing a coat, Lu Xiaoxi still felt a bit cold. She pursed her lips, turned off the projector, grabbed Li Mu's computer, and ran back to Li Mu's room. She snuggled under the warm blankets from the chest down, with her legs together, and placed the computer on her lap. It feels really good to be able to use the computer so close to the wall. After Li Mu finished showering, he was still wondering where his little childhood sweetheart had gone. It turns out it came to its own room. This was something my childhood sweetheart offered me willingly. Chapter 124. You said it casually. I didn't agree casually. What are you looking at? Li Mu climbed onto the bed, pulled back the covers without saying a word, and shrank into the covers himself, leaning against the girl. The blankets were warm and cozy. Lu Xiaoxi was now like a warm, comforting childhood sweetheart. Nevertheless, the pair of delicate feet inside the blankets were still icy cold, completely out of place in the warm bed. Girls' hands and feet get colder than boys. Even if Li Mu sleeps with his hands and feet exposed, they are still warm, let alone right after taking a shower. He once saw an article online that surveyed why some girls like to sleep with boys. Among the many options, sleeping together is warmer was ranked first. He was indifferent to such research, but now he was starting to agree with it a little, because the moment he shrank into the blanket, Lu Xiaoxi brought her cool little feet closer to him. Was this an instinctive search for a heat source, or simply a desire to rub against him? Li Mu wasn't sure, so he let her rub against him. Even if Lu Xiaoxi doesn't try to take advantage of him, he will still try to take advantage of her. With his pretty little childhood sweetheart on his bed, he couldn't bear to do nothing. This female supporting character is so stupid. The male lead, a CEO, is about to run away with the female lead, who is his servant, and this female supporting character, whose status is on par with the male lead, is so stupid as to fight with the female lead. If I were this female supporting character, I would have run away long ago. A male lead with such a love-struck brain wouldn't even be worth a dog. Lu Xiaoxi leaned on Li Mu's shoulder and excitedly complained to Li Mu about the plot of the sweet drama. You still watch this? That's so stupid. No wonder you're getting dumber and dumber. What did you say? I'm saying my little green plum is getting smarter and smarter. Li Mu immediately changed his expression, pinched Lu Xiaoxi's nose, and subtly took the girl's hand and placed it on his lap to play with it. Life is getting happier and happier. The male lead with a love-struck mind is really scary. He gives up his family fortune for a female lead. I thought I was immune to this kind of plot after watching so many sweet dramas, but I didn't expect to be poisoned by it. Then why are you still watching it? Why don't you switch to another one? There are 52 episodes in total, and I've watched 48 of them. It's tasteless to watch, but it's a pity to give up. Lu Xiaoxi sighed softly and moved closer to Li Mu. Perhaps because he had just taken a shower, Li Mu smelled nice. Lu Xiaoxi took a breath and then took another greedy breath, rubbing her soft face against Li Mu's shoulder. Her pet dog, Xiaofei, had always loved playing with Li Mu since it was little. At first, she didn't know why. What was so fun about Li Mu? Now she probably understands. Li Mu had no idea that her little brain was wandering off into wild thoughts again. When he saw that the scene of the sweet drama on the computer screen suddenly started snowing, Li Mu suddenly said, "Do you still want to see snow?" Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, paused for a moment, then looked on in great shock, her voice soft. "You still remember?" "You know, I'm a nostalgic person. I was just saying it offhand." Li Mu actually remembered this to this day. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. It was supposed to be a very happy thing, but her eyes, which were full of joy, were covered with a layer of mist. "But I didn't just agree to that. If I said I'd take you to see the snow, I meant I would. So just tell me, are you going or not?" "Wait, why are you crying?" Go? You have to take me with you." Lu Xiaoxi wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes. She wasn't crying at all. These were just reflex tears caused by Li Mu's spittle flying into her eyes, not tears of emotion. Tears of joy. Is that really necessary? "I didn't cry. You just accused me of crying. Do you have any proof?" Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were only a little wet. After wiping them away, she looked no different from usual. Li Mu's lips twitched. It's true that childhood sweethearts end up in the same family. "How about we go during winter break? We'll book high-speed rail tickets, bring lots of clothes, go to a place with snow, find a hotel near a park, and build a snowman when it snows." "Okay, take me there, take me there, take me there, take me there." "Are you crazy? Just say it once. It's not like I can't hear you." "I don't care. You have to take me." Lu Xiaoxi whined and clung to Li Mu, very happy. Although there's still a long time until winter break, that doesn't stop her from being happy. "Aren't you going to ask me about the hotel room we went to?" Li Mu asked in surprise. As expected, Lu Xiaoxi should have been somewhat resistant to the idea of booking a hotel room. For a girl who has never booked a hotel room before, there is a high probability that a man and a woman will do something intimate when they go to a hotel room. "I won't ask." Lu Xiaoxi stood next to Li Mu, not afraid at all. "Do you see any difference between them now and those who book a hotel room? The purpose of booking a hotel room is simply to share a bed, and isn't that what they're doing now? Moreover, even if we take a step back and assume that Li Mu is truly consumed by lust and insatiable thirst, as long as I say no, Li Mu will definitely behave himself. Li Mu would never force himself. This is the little plum blossom's trust in her childhood sweetheart. You now have a chance to apply for a kiss." "Such a good thing." Li Mu was overjoyed and quickly said, "I want to kiss you on the lips, now, for 1 minute. You have one chance to reapply for a kiss. Then, kiss for 10 seconds. You have 0.5 more chances to apply." Lu Xiaoxi glared at him and said angrily, "You can't kiss on the lips." "Then let's kiss on the cheek, for a minute." "You have no chance. Aren't you trying to scam me? Is it because I applied the wrong way?" That kiss lasted too long, 5 seconds at most. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, shyly and sweetly, her voice soft. A 5-second kiss. Li Mu felt he could still struggle a bit, so he maxed out his shamelessness. "A kiss on the cheek." "No, you've applied too many times, so I can only kiss your forehead." "A kiss on the forehead is fine." Li Mu wanted to slap himself twice. He had picked up gold, but lost diamonds. Who could he complain to? Li Mu gently pecked the girl on the forehead. As a gentleman, Li Mu naturally didn't leave any glistening saliva on the girl's forehead. "I want to kiss you too." Lu Xiaoxi rolled over, putting all her weight on Li Mu. Before Li Mu could speak, a soft kiss landed on his forehead. "That feels good." Question mark. "What's wrong with you today? Why are you being so proactive? Have I fallen for you? You remember what I said when I was little? Little Qingmei is very happy and has decided to give you a little reward." Lu Xiaoxi's voice was sweet, with a smile on her lips and affectionate eyes meeting Li Mu's gaze. "I remember so many things. In 1st grade, you said you wanted to go to the amusement park with me. In 2nd grade, you wanted to go bungee jumping with me. In 3rd grade. Stop, stop, stop. No matter how much you say, there won't be a kiss. There's only one. TCH, what a disappointment. Li Mu feigned a very disappointed expression. Lu Xiaoxi knew exactly what he was thinking and immediately exposed him. Stop pretending. Watch this sweet drama with me. I don't have class tomorrow morning, and I want to watch the finale. Sure, I'll stay up all night with you. Please feel free to point out any typos. You can tag me, and I will check them all. Chapter 125 tonight will be warm. After watching 2 episodes of a sweet romance drama, Lu Xiaoxi went outside to hang up the laundry. Li Mu thought she wouldn't come back, and had just turned off the sweet drama when, less than 2 minutes later, Lu Xiaoxi ran back and shrank back into the blankets. Where did you go? Li Mu asked her. The girl was back, and the sweet drama had been restarted. I hung the clothes out to dry and also went to the toilet. I completely forgot I had to hang the clothes out to dry if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Mu felt that the culprit who had stolen his memory of hanging clothes out to dry was a certain little pig right in front of him. It's so cold tonight. Even the water is cold. My hands are frozen. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled in dissatisfaction and hid her hands under the blanket on Li Mu's lower abdomen, where it was super warm. She felt that this was the right use for a childhood sweetheart. If the little plum's hands and feet were cold, the little sweetheart should be responsible for keeping them warm. She reached out to touch Li Mu's abs, and that's exactly what she did. A soft, delicate hand slipped under Li Mu's clothes and pressed against his abs. Li Mu wasn't tense, so the hand felt a little soft, but it still felt very, very good. Double standards. He wanted to say something like, you can touch me, and I can touch you, or let me touch your tummy. But he could predict that the little pig would definitely retort, I can touch you, but you can't touch me. So he skipped the conversation. Lu Xiaoxi didn't react at first, and after thinking for a while, she laughed, leaning on Li Mu's arm and giggling, her playful little fingers poking at Li Mu's stomach. This seems somewhat similar to the last time. Are you like that? Lu Xiaoxi asked softly, her heart racing. No, Li Mu smiled. What are your plans for that group project? Group assignment. I don't know. It's due at the end of this month. There's plenty of time. I feel like I can finish in 2 hours, without you even needing to do it. Boast. Lu Xiaoxi's small hands were under Li Mu's clothes, pinching the soft flesh of Li Mu's waist. If Li Mu really has to finish the group assignment in 2 hours, what's the point of her? If you don't believe me, I'll finish it in front of you on Saturday. You can bring me tea and water and keep track of the time. If it takes more than 2 hours, I won't talk to you for 30 minutes. What kind of punishment is this? You should have said that if it's more than 2 hours, I won't talk to you for a day. And of course, I can't hold your hand, hug you, or kiss you. If you keep doing this, I'll kick the bucket. Li Mu put one arm around the girl's neck and onto her shoulder, acting as a cushion for her. I can't bear to do that. Ugh, you're so oily. It's disgusting. I'm going to throw up. Lu Xiaoxi exaggeratedly gagged as she pulled her hand back. It was warm now. Or rather, her hands had been warmed up long ago, but Li Mu was like a magnet, constantly pulling her hands away. Only now was she able to break free, really. As one episode of a romantic comedy ended, Li Mu got up and turned off the lights. The bright room suddenly went dark, leaving only the romantic comedy playing on the computer. Lu Xiaoxi hugged her pig plushie and nestled obediently in the blankets. Now that she was all warm, she didn't want to go back to her room and sleep under the cold blankets anymore. No. She could also make Li Mu her bed warmer, let him sleep in her room, warm the bed before snuggling in herself, and then kick Li Mu out. Although it was somewhat unethical, it was the most effective method she could think of. I've decided. Once I see the finale, I'll have Li Mu come to my room to warm my bed. After I finish watching, I can go to sleep. I'm so smart. The little girl suddenly became happy for no reason, which puzzled Li Mu but impressed him. I guess I've been watching too many romantic dramas. I've gone mad. With the lights off, the only light in the room came from the sweet romance drama playing. The drama depicted a scene where the male and female leads went to a bar to drown their sorrows and pour out their hearts to each other. The neon lights of the bar shone through the screen onto their faces. Li Mu's eyelashes were also of beautiful length, and under the neon lights, his eyebrows, eyelashes, and even downy hairs appeared to be dyed in other colors. He's kind of handsome. Lu Xiaoxi stared at Li Mu openly. When he didn't react, she playfully pinched his nose and, without knowing if she had pinched any oil, rubbed it on Li Mu's body. Can't sit still? Li Mu asked with a forced smile, unsure whether Lu Xiaoxi was watching a romantic drama or looking at him. Lu Xiaoxi ignored her, picked up a pink pillow from the side, put it on the bed, and slowly lay down herself. The bed is 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, while Lu Xiaoxi is 1.65 meters tall. As a result, when she lies sideways, her feet stick out of the bed. As everyone knows, there are man-eating monsters outside the bed. In order to avoid being eaten, Lu Xiaoxi had no choice but to curl up her legs and lean against Li Mu, feeling extremely safe. She glanced at the romantic drama, then at Li Mu's face, and suddenly felt something was missing. So she grabbed Li Mu's hand from under the covers, hid it, and slowly intertwined her fingers with his. 2 episodes have passed. The sweet romance drama has reached its final episode. The female protagonist put on a sacred white wedding dress, waiting for the male protagonist, dressed in a suit, to come and marry her. Li Mu stroked his chin, lost in thought. The plot of the sweet romance drama was full of ups and downs. The first 2 episodes were full of life and death, while the finale was a happy ending. The screenwriter even randomly paired the female supporting character, who was worth millions, with a food delivery guy. Just like that, the two, who were so different, started to fall in love in just 2 episodes. In the end, a happy ending with no one getting hurt was born. Li Mu felt that the screenwriter's skill level was inferior to his own. A soft, kitten-like whimper reached my ears. Lu Xiaoxi groaned softly, her eyelids heavy, only able to open them a little bit, forcing herself to stay awake and watch the finale of her sweet drama. Getting up at 8 a.m. yesterday without taking a nap, and then staying up late at night, this is the consequence. You're still staying up even when you can't stay awake. What if you die of sleepiness? Go back to sleep. Li Mu chuckled twice. His little childhood sweetheart looked just too adorable when she was sleepy. I haven't finished watching it yet. There are still 20 minutes left in this episode. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was soft and weak, so weak that it seemed she could fall asleep at any moment. You're bad at cooking but addicted to it. I think you shouldn't go back tonight. You might as well sleep with me. Li Mu remained true to his original aspiration and kept his mission in mind, and even had a complaint. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak, as if she was thinking or hesitating. Finally, she nudged Li Mu with her forehead and rested her head on Li Mu's hand in a coquettish manner. Then I still want to finish reading it. I can't live without my warm bed and my warm, silly boyfriend. I'm sorry, my room. I'm sorry, my bed. I want it to be warm and cozy tonight. Chapter 126 was indeed asleep. Lu Xiaoxi still couldn't hold on. In the final 10 minutes of the last episode of the sweet romance drama, Lu Xiaoxi had already closed her eyes, and her breathing was even. She was sleeping quite soundly, but I wonder if this position was comfortable. To keep her legs from being exposed, Lu Xiaoxi curled up as she slept, still holding onto one of Li Mu's fingers tightly. He naturally didn't watch the remaining sweet dramas. Li Mu gently withdrew his fingers, tiptoed to turn off the computer, and carefully moved around on the bed. Only after putting the computer away did he feel at ease. He unlocked Lu Xiaoxi's phone and put it on silent mode, just like his own phone, so he could sleep until he woke up naturally. Looking down at Lu Xiaozhu, Li Mu couldn't hide the smile on his lips. The little pig has such a chubby little snout. It's so cute. He was also very tired. He usually goes to bed after midnight, but today he stayed up with Lu Xiaoxi until after 2 a.m. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide, so he certainly wouldn't let Lu Xiaoxi sleep curled up like that. Besides, he himself couldn't possibly sleep like that. Li Mu gently lifted the blanket, afraid that the girl would catch a cold. He quickened his pace, putting one hand under the girl's knee joint and the other under her waist in a standard princess carry. The correct way to do a princess carry, which I researched while writing a novel, is finally coming in handy. He wanted to hold Lu Xiaoxi and turn her to sleep in a different position, but even though he was very gentle and made the smallest movements, Lu Xiaoxi still woke up. Opening her sleepy eyes, Lu Xiaoxi felt herself floating in mid-air, with 2 strong arms around her knees and waist, and a pair of warm, large hands resting on her side. Still a little groggy, she looked up and saw Li Mu's apologetic and embarrassed expression. Did I wake you up? It's okay, you're welcome. Lu Xiaoxi breathed out 2 cute gasps. She had only slept for less than 10 minutes and hadn't yet entered a true sleep state. She was in a light sleep, which is very easy to wake up in. She didn't blame Li Mu. After realizing that she was being held by Li Mu, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to act coquettishly, so she did, snuggling in Li Mu's arms like a little sparrow. Li Mu put her down and carefully covered her with a blanket. Sleep well, good night. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Li Mu's waist contentedly, nuzzled his arm, and this time she was really going to sleep. She also felt something warm peck her forehead. Li Mu's heart raced. After many years, he stayed up late with Lu Xiaoxi once again. Good night, little green plum. Li Mu silently wished Lu Xiaoxi good night, and the two snuggled together, falling into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, it was still just as cold. With the curtains drawn, Li Mu couldn't see what was outside the window. I slept soundly that night. Perhaps it was because of Lu Xiaoxi, or perhaps it was just psychological, but this time the quality of my sleep was truly excellent. I didn't dream, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night, and I wasn't choked by Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaozhu is sleeping better than I imagined, which is quite different from when he was a child. Boys usually experience physiological reactions in the morning, and Li Mu was no exception. This unconscious, normal physiological phenomenon will soon disappear, and after returning to normal, Li Mu turned around and looked at Lu Xiaoxi, staring at Lu Xiaoxi's face. Lu Xiaoxi was sleeping on her back. The neckline of her short-sleeved shirt was slightly loose, revealing her bare shoulders and a very noticeable blue camisole. Below that, nothing could be seen. Having visited Lu Xiaoxi's room so many times, he still assumed that Lu Xiaoxi always wore white underwear. Lu Xiaoxi's collarbone was exquisite and beautiful. Even though only a little bit was visible, it was enough to captivate Li Mu for quite some time. That seems a bit perverted. If Lu Xiaoxi had woken up first, she probably would have stared at me like that too. Li Mu chuckled inwardly, slowly got up, covered her with the blanket, turned the handle, and left the room. After washing up, it was only 11:30. Looking at the kitchen and then at the front door, Li Mu chose to order takeout from the two options of cooking porridge himself or going out to buy breakfast. About half an hour later, the takeout arrived. He took out his portion and had only taken one bite when Lu Xiaoxi opened the door in a daze, her face full of undisguised laziness. Li Mu suspected that Lu Xiaoxi had come out by smell. How did you sleep? Barely acceptable. Sleeping in someone else's room, someone else's bed, even sleeping with the person, and you don't even give me a 5-star review? Li Mu joked. What? What do you mean you even slept with someone? You were the one who told me not to come back. If anyone should be sleeping with someone, it should be you sleeping with me. Li Mu felt that the topic was strange, but they had indeed slept together. No, you've led me astray. Lu Xiaoxi realized and felt annoyed. Forget about sleeping, Li Mu and I are both incredibly healthy. I don't know what she was thinking, but her face turned bright red. Why is your face so red? You've made me so angry, Lu Xiaoxi said before going to wash up. Today's breakfast included 2 shumai and a corn on the cob that Li Mu bought, as well as a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the sofa and glanced at the half-eaten congee Li Mu had made. I feel like you're not eating much. How come you're so strong? That's quite a lot. I never used to eat breakfast, but I bought it for you. It's already noon, and you're still having breakfast? Breakfast is the first meal of the day. I always start with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, so I get plenty of nutrition. I don't agree. If I eat a midnight snack at 1 a.m., does that count as breakfast? It's the first meal of the day. What kind of monster are you, daring to possess my childhood sweetheart and turn her into a contrarian? You're so awkward. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi sat with her legs together, picked up her chopsticks, and ate a shumai in 1 bite. Her little mouth was bulging, and the oil from the shumai stained her lips, making them look shiny and tempting. This refers to shumai. I'll have one. Li Mu coughed twice and grabbed one with his hand. Lu Xiaoxi frowned and let out a low, whimpering sound. Are you a dog? You're even guarding your food. Li Mu chuckled and poked Lu Xiaoxi's cheek with his other hand. You're the dog. You're the real dog. I don't hoard food. Li Mu sat down next to her, opened the lid of the preserved egg and lean pork congee, scooped up a spoonful, blew lightly on the white smoke rising from it, and handed it to Lu Xiaoxi, saying, The pig farm owner is feeding the pigs online. I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. Lu Xiaoxi was as cold as ice. The owner of the Little Green Plum shop is feeding the little green plums online. You're quite sensible, like a foxtail grass. Lu Xiaoxi ate it in one gulp, licked her lips with her small pink tongue, and nudged Li Mu with her elbow, the meaning of which was obvious. She wanted to eat more. Are you praising me or belittling me? Li Mu was embarrassed, but he still fed the pig while complaining. The congee with preserved egg and lean pork contained pieces of preserved egg, which Lu Xiaoxi loved to eat. Each time, he would take a spoonful, and if he saw any pieces with preserved egg on them, he would put them in front of his mouth and suck them up to eat, while observing Lu Xiaoxi's speechless expression. Lu Xiaoxi, who couldn't get any preserved egg in the congee despite it being supposed to be preserved egg and lean pork congee, stared at someone and chuckled coldly. I really want to beat you up. Chapter 127 Cow, Ice Cream Cone. The afternoon classes were very simple. After class, Li Mu went to the playground for a campus run. It was still just as cold today, and Li Mu was still wearing a hoodie. Water. After Li Mu finished running, Lu Xiaoxi took a water bottle out of her small bag and handed it to him. Li Mu calmly opened the little rabbit-shaped lid and drank from the bitten straw. During military training, Lu Xiaoxi even asked him to open the large lid and drink it. He actually dared to go to the ward to find Lu Xiaoxi, which was quite bold. Luckily, there were no instructors watching over the ward, otherwise he would have definitely been scolded. So back then, I really wanted to be with Lu Xiaoxi that much, and I didn't even want to wait for the short time of military training. He himself didn't realize it. There's saliva. After Li Mu finished drinking the water, he pulled a short thread from the straw. Li Mu didn't see it, but Lu Xiaoxi did. She made a disgusted face, wiped the straw opening with a tissue, and then stuffed the tissue into Li Mu's pocket. Aren't you cold? Li Mu grinned and opened his arms, waiting for his little green plum to be embraced. I'm not cold. I'm wearing a hoodie. Lu Xiaoxi pulled down the zipper a little, revealing a reddish hoodie underneath. Look, our colors are matching. Li Mu paused, then added, You didn't buy these on purpose, did you? Nonsense. This is childhood sweetheart vibes. Are you doing it on purpose? You don't want to be my childhood sweetheart, do you? How could I not want to? If I didn't want to, why would I want to make up with you? Li Mu took the initiative to hug her, pressing his face against Lu Xiaoxi's. There are so many people, Lu Xiaoxi said coquettishly, pushing Li Mu away. No matter how cold the weather was, there were always many students exercising at this time of day in the afternoon. They might be running on campus, or they might be students who love sports. In any case, there were always a lot of people. When there were few people, it was fine, but when there were more people, Lu Xiaoxi became shy, feeling that everyone was watching her and Li Mu when they were being affectionate. Then let's hug her when we get back. We're going back soon anyway, so there's no rush. Li Mu let go of her, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left one hand in front of the other, his purpose for which was obvious. Did you kiss me last night? Lu Xiaoxi asked suddenly as she held hands with Li Mu. Is there? Pack. No, I don't think so. Li Mu decided to activate the invincible shamelessness skill. Once activated, this skill grants immunity to one attack from Little Green Plum. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to say something angry, her stomach started rumbling. She touched her lower abdomen and pouted. She had eaten breakfast and lunch together earlier than usual, and she was already getting hungry quickly, so her stomach was starting to rebel. Your stomach is rumbling. I know. She rolled her eyes, broke free from Li Mu's hand, and rummaged through her small handbag, taking out an individually wrapped mini dorayaki. How come this handbag has everything? Li Mu asked in surprise. Previously, when she was on the high-speed train, she took out 2 egg yolk pies from this bag, and after getting off, she could also take out a small umbrella. If you didn't know better, you'd think Lu Xiaoxi was a human-shaped doryman. Mind your own business. Hurry up and treat me to dinner. I want roast duck leg. Fine. Fine. What a domineering woman. What an unreasonable woman. Li Mu muttered under his breath. Of course, he was muttering it to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her small chest, which remained perfectly still under her clothes. Her childhood sweetheart was magnanimous and wouldn't hold it against Li Mu. Upon arriving at the canteen, Li Mu ordered 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a braised chicken leg, and also ordered a roasted duck leg for Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi also ate 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Not satisfied with her own meal, she went to eat Li Mu's sausage. It's a bit too sweet. Want an ice cream cone? Li Mu asked without looking up. Is an ice cream cone like cow dung? Lu Xiaoxi gestured with her chopsticks, describing it as a 3-layered, tire-shaped cone that was long at the bottom and pointed at the top. How could you compare a delicious ice cream cone to cow dung? I haven't eaten it yet. Let's buy one and eat it together later. Is it expensive? Why did you only buy one? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes. If it's too expensive, I won't eat it. It's not expensive, only 3 yuan. I mainly wanted to eat with you. Lu Xiaoxi blushed instantly, her ears turning pink, her pretty face looking rosy. The little girl's brain has gone blank. It's about to explode. She pursed her lips, let out 2 coquettish hums, and kicked Li Mu's calf under the table. Anyone who lets Li Mu say such embarrassing things deserves a kick. Eat quickly. I still need to go home and hug you later. Li Mu finished eating the remaining food with a mischievous smile and put half a braised chicken leg on Lu Xiaoxi's plate. Don't hug me. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sped up her eating. She finished her roast duck leg in a few bites and then devoured half of Li Mu's braised chicken leg in one go. After finishing her meal, she didn't forget to wipe her greasy lips with a tissue. She didn't wipe them for Li Mu. Letting him suffer like this was fine. It was Li Mu's fault for saying such embarrassing things. This was the punishment he deserved. Sure enough, Li Mu kept licking his lips while walking, and his mouth was always sticky after eating oily food. That's how Li Mu is now. I still need to buy an ice cream cone. Passing by the small shop that sells ice cream cones, Li Mu turned around and joined the queue. It was a cool day, and not many people were buying them. He came out with his ice cream cone in less than half a minute. There is only one. When he came out, Li Mu took a big bite and then grimaced. I think I ate too much at once and got a headache. What about mine? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking extremely innocent. She thought Li Mu would buy it for her. The shop is right here. Go buy it yourself. Li Mu poked her forehead and teased. I mainly use it to moisturize my lips. Otherwise it's greasy and uncomfortable. I want to eat too. Give me this one, and you go buy a new one. Lu Xiaoxi reached out her hand to him. Li Mu looked at the ice cream cone in his hand, then at Lu Xiaoxi, opened his mouth wide and ate the cream part of the cone, then stuffed the remaining end of the cone into Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Lu Xiaoxi, get ready for a massive sale of childhood sweethearts. Anyone who wants one can have it. Just kidding. You look like you're about to cry. Anyone who didn't know better would think I did something. Li Mu chuckled and rubbed her cheek. You're so cute. I definitely deserve some credit for it. I'm naturally cute. Don't flatter yourself. Lu Xiaoxi said coldly as she slapped Li Mu's hand away. Wait a minute. I'll go buy you one. Li Mu turned around and bought another one, taking a big bite as he came out. Here you are. Delicious. Lu Xiaoxi licked the cream with her little pink tongue, her eyes lighting up. I found a hair in your mouth. Li Mu's expression was unreadable as he helped her brush the hair from the corner of her mouth. Her already pink lips were now even more alluring. What should I do? I want to give you a kiss. Li Mu was frank with his childhood sweetheart, saying whatever came to mind. No kissing, no kissing. Why don't you go buy one yourself? Why do I have to buy it for you? Don't you have any living expenses? Li Mu took the girl's hand again. Looking at the somewhat gloomy sky, it seems like it's going to be even colder tonight. Tonight, can I sleep with Lu Xiaoxi too? I don't want to buy it. The one you bought for me is the sweetest. Lu Xiaoxi eats ice cream cones more elegantly, licking them little by little, unlike Li Mu who eats them in big bites, which easily gives him a headache. You speak so sweetly? Where did you learn your flirting skills? It's not a flirting technique, it's a flirting technique with my childhood sweetheart. I invented it myself. Little Pig Lu, although your words are a bit cheesy, I have to say you've succeeded. The little pig's fist hardened. Chapter 128. You have to kiss me. I got home at the speed of light. Li Mu went straight back to his room to start writing. He hasn't had much time to write these days. I have plenty of free time every day. I spend all my time at home except for attending classes. I even play fewer games now, but I still don't have time to write. It's all Lu Xiaoxi's fault. Everything is Lu Xiaoxi's problem. I need to get some compensation from Lu Xiaoxi later, and tell her that Lu Xiaoxi has affected my ability to make money. He just wanted a kiss, not him kissing Lu Xiaoxi, but Lu Xiaoxi kissing him. He locked himself in his room, plugged his phone into the charger, and placed it far away to concentrate on typing. If he concentrates, his typing speed will increase significantly. He hadn't checked the novel's back-end these past few days. The number of readers was pitifully small. Apart from fans of his previous book and Lu Xiaoxi, practically no one was reading it, let alone making any money. My novel is about to be recommended, so I'm afraid I won't have enough words if I don't write more. Having a stockpile of manuscripts is a source of security for an online writer. The once brightly lit room gradually darkened. The city's neon lights have replaced sunlight. In my childhood memories, when the night was deep, I would look up and see many stars of all colors. He and Lu Xiaoxi played hide-and-seek under that night sky. A designated area was set aside where everyone could only hide. Lu Xiaoxi was surprisingly honest, and he always managed to catch her. When Lu Xiaoxi was the ghost, he would run out of the area and hide in the shadows. Why does it feel like Lu Xiaoxi is often bullied by me? Was he that bad and cunning when he was a child? Looking back now, it's clear that Lu Xiaoxi didn't break off their friendship when they were children. It's like he's been stepping in dog poop for 19 years. Li Mu stood up and twisted his waist. He had written 8,000 words today, and this time he had really worked hard. Okay, I'm getting ready to get recommended. I'll start posting 2 chapters today to give readers the illusion that I'll only be posting 2 chapters at a time. I still need to learn more about writing techniques to keep the reader hooked. After finishing writing, Li Mu searched for tutorials on novel writing on video websites. Until Lu Xiaoxi knocked on the door and came in. Aren't you going to take a shower? It's 10 o'clock already. Lu Xiaoxi peeked in, afraid that Li Mu was doing something embarrassing. I've heard that if a guy is alone in his room and doesn't come out or make any noise, he's probably doing something strange. There are usually some tissues placed nearby. Lu Xiaoxi squinted, barely able to make out the half-used pack of tissues on Li Mu's desk. I'm exhausted from washing now. You have to kiss me later, it's my due compensation. Li Mu braced his feet against the computer desk, causing the chair to slide back. He then put his feet on the desk and put his hands behind his head, a more comfortable position. What compensation? Lu Xiaoxi was confused. What kind of trouble was this guy up to now? You keep coming into my room. I can't even write anymore. If I can't make money, I'll blame you. Shaw getting rich. He's more like going crazy. Lu Xiaoxi was too lazy to complain. Sometimes, she felt that Li Mu's words sounded like those of a rogue. No, Li Mu is a scoundrel, otherwise why would he keep taking advantage of her? Lu Xiaoxi quickly kicked off her shoes, slipped onto Li Mu's bed, and wrapped herself up in the blanket like a little green worm. Even if she went to Li Mu's room and lay on Li Mu's bed, it would still be Li Mu taking advantage of her. Shall we sleep together tonight? Li Mu leaned back in his chair to relax. His writing software recorded his writing time. He had been writing for a little over 3 hours, which was a bit tiring. No, I'm going back to sleep. Okay, time for a bath. I'll make sure you smell nice so my little green plum can kiss me. Ugh. After Li Mu took the clothes out, Lu Xiaoxi mounted her horse and took over Li Mu's chair. Li Mu's chair is a simple computer chair that can rotate and move, and it's quite comfortable to sit in. A tiny girl could curl up into a ball sitting on it. She put on Li Mu's headphones, which were playing energetic music, the kind that many boys like to listen to. But this petite girl was different. She preferred listening to the English love songs on Li Mu's playlist. I changed the playlist and looked at Li Mu's desktop. There were so many games, some with English names and some with Chinese names. She wasn't here to watch games. She finished watching a romantic comedy last night, and since there was nothing to watch tonight, she had to find another one. I happen to be watching a very popular modern drama recently. It tells the story of a male protagonist who studied abroad, returns to China, and becomes a powerful CEO, and falls in love with a female protagonist who is an ordinary office worker. Speaking of which, the male and female leads in the show are childhood sweethearts. She forgot their names and could only look for them in the recommended playlists, clicking on whichever one looked similar. It took a while to find it. Looking at the time, Li Mu had already been washing for 20 minutes. Does Li Mu take that long to take a shower? She peeked out from the doorway in her slippers. The bathroom door was open, but Li Mu was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Li Mu, did you fall into the toilet? No one answered. She glanced fearfully into her room, but there was no one there. A sudden panic welled up inside her. Lu Xiaoxi closed the door, crawled under the covers, and only peeked out with half her head sticking out. She was so scared. Was Li Mu kidnapped by a monster? Otherwise, how could he have disappeared into thin air? Call Li Mu. She was in a hurry and wanted to call Li Mu, so in her haste, she clicked on a video call. The WeChat call ringtone Li Mu set rang for less than 2 seconds before the video call connected. Li Mu, where are you? I'm outside buying fruit. Didn't I tell you? Li Mu said, showing the sour fruit in his hand to Xiao Qingmei on the other end of the video call. When did you tell me? Lu Xiaoxi breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Li Mu's voice. That stinky Li Mu, that wicked Li Mu, all he does is scare her. Doesn't he know she's timid? I told you after I took a shower, didn't you hear me? Oh dear, I was wearing your headphones and didn't hear you. I thought you were gone. I was so scared. Lu Xiaoxi looked embarrassed. Come back quickly, I want to eat some sour stuff too. Then you'll have to wait a bit. I only have half a pack of tissues left. I'll stop by the supermarket later and buy some more. Is there anything you need me to bring? Do you have ice cream cones? Are you addicted to it? The ice cream cone you brought back has melted. If you want some, I'll buy you the kind you scoop with a spoon. That kind doesn't melt as quickly. Okay, come back soon, bye-bye. You need to say goodbye for something that only takes 10 minutes or so? You have to say goodbye to me too. Lu Xiaoxi tossed and turned in bed, no longer afraid of Li Mu. By then, quickly give me a kiss, and I'll rush back right away. Stop throwing your head. Hurry up. Hey, throw me one quickly. Holy crap, Li Mu urged as he walked, nearly tripping over a protruding brick on the sidewalk. Lu Xiaoxi smiled and nudged the silly-looking Li Mu on the phone, then gave him a kiss with a soft muah. As if he could actually see Lu Xiaoxi's flying kiss, Li Mu on the other end of the phone grabbed Lu Xiaoxi's flying kiss from a distance and pressed it onto his own lips. In a sense, this can be considered a kind of mouth-to-mouth kiss. You pervert. Lu Xiaoxi felt her face burning and felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed as if the kiss had truly landed on Li Mu's lips. Li Mu hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoxi ran back to the chair and played on Li Mu's computer, obediently waiting for Li Mu to come back, and then ate some sour snacks and ice cream. She felt a sweet warmth in her heart, whether it was a cone or ice cream. It didn't really matter. Chapter 129. Enough with the shyness. Let's go out and kiss. Anyone want to comment? Li Mu hung up the video call and quickened his pace. Go back and let Lu Xiaoxi kiss you. After buying what he needed, Li Mu didn't forget to buy a large tub of ice cream. I'm going to feed this to a little pig later. Back home, Li Mu washed his hands and opened his bedroom door. The first thing you see is Lu Xiaoxi curled up in a chair. Lu Xiaoxi wore his over-ear headphones on her small head. The colors kept changing, dyeing her hair with rainbow colors. I should have bought those headphones with cat ear decorations and a more girly style. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't look bad wearing cat ear headphones, even without cat ear hair accessories. Look, you're watching another sweet romance drama. Don't get silly watching it. Li Mu stood behind her, rubbing Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands. When Li Mu opened the door, Lu Xiaoxi knew he was back. She had already mentally prepared herself for him to touch her inappropriately. What else is there to watch if not romantic dramas? Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks. Li Mu patted her to calm her down, and Lu Xiaoxi made a sound like she was farting. Look at me. Ugly. You'd better not lie. I'm at least a handsome guy. Narcissism. So what if you're narcissistic? It's better than being insecure. Li Mu spun his chair around, and the girl turned to face him with her legs tucked in. Because of the height difference, Lu Xiaoxi's face was positioned directly opposite Li Mu's lower abdomen. Li Mu coughed twice, quickly suppressing the strange thoughts in his heart. He wrapped his arms around the girl and lifted her up without saying a word. The girl, weighing less than 100 pounds, was like a little seal, staying still in Li Mu's arms. But once on the bed, she kept wriggling and immediately wrapped herself in the blanket. You don't eat pickled fruits or ice cream? Li Mu found it amusing. How could you eat like that? Eat it, bring it here. Li Mu went out and brought in the food. Feed me, Lu Xiaoxi said, opening her mouth to wait for someone to feed her. She's trapped in a small blanket now, without hands, waiting to be fed, or what? Come out and eat by yourself. Lu Xiaoxi hummed twice in dissatisfaction. All right, I'll feed her. After all, I'm the pig farmer. Li Mu sighed helplessly, thinking how adorable his little darling was. We have no choice but to feed them. Li Mu fed Lu Xiaozhu piece by piece, just like feeding pigs. Feeling like something was missing, Li Mu clicked his tongue twice, took off his computer headphones, and turned up the volume. Without the distraction of a romantic drama, all he could hear was the sound of Lu Xiaoxi chewing, and Lu Xiaoxi kept her eyes on him while she ate. He felt very uncomfortable, and even had some unhealthy thoughts. Anything else? Anything else? Seeing Li Mu staring blankly with the bamboo skewer stuck in his throat, Lu Xiaoxi used the tail of the little green caterpillar to rub against Li Mu's bottom with difficulty, and continued to wait to be fed. They're here, they're here. Pickled fruit was just for satisfying cravings. We didn't buy much to begin with, and the two of us finished it off quickly. Let's have some ice cream. Li Mu went out and brought the ice cream back. He used a spoon from home, ate one spoonful himself, and then, under Lu Xiaoxi's expectant gaze, ate spoonful after spoonful. A big question mark appeared on Lu Xiaoxi's forehead. What about hers? What about hers? Seeing her little expression, Li Mu stopped teasing her and scooped up a small spoonful to feed her. Lu Xiaoxi was making smacking noises with her little mouth, which made Li Mu's mouth water. He was so scared that he quickly took a big bite of ice cream, the price of which was frozen teeth and a headache. Eating ice cream on a cold day is quite a treat. I want to buy a small table, Li Mu said, trying to distract himself. What are you going to do with it? Put it on the bed. When it gets colder, you can watch TV in bed covered with a blanket. It's inconvenient to put it on your lap. It will fall off if you move. That makes sense. The little green worm girl nodded, moved her body with difficulty, and rested her head against Li Mu's leg, making it easier to feed her that way. Lu Xiaoxi was lying down, while Li Mu was sitting on the edge of the bed, feeding her very carefully to prevent the ice cream from falling onto the bed. The spoon came out of Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, sometimes leaving a glistening strand. You stink, your saliva. Li Mu sniffed the spoon in a somewhat perverted way. You're a complete pervert. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. What respectable person would smell a spoon that someone else had used? Right? I didn't deny it. Li Mu poked her face, rubbed her lips, and watched Lu Xiaoxi's expression shift between light and shadow as she tried to bite her own fingers. Lu Xiaoxi. What? You haven't kissed me yet. That's what we agreed on. We already kissed, Lu Xiaoxi said in a low voice, softer than a mosquito's buzz, so soft that Li Mu could barely hear her. As if she had just remembered something, Lu Xiaoxi quickly added, just now, a flying kiss is also a kiss. Li Mu coughed up blood. This counts. Why doesn't it count? I don't care. I don't feel anything. Li Mu put down the ice cream, kicked off his slippers, rolled onto the bed, and pressed down on Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi realized she couldn't move and started to panic. Of course, the culprit that rendered Lu Xiaoxi unable to move was not Li Mu, but the blanket that Lu Xiaoxi herself had wrapped herself in. Two pairs of eyes stared directly at each other. Li Mu's intense gaze made Lu Xiaoxi's heart race, and his hot breath on her face quickly brought tears to her eyes. Damn it, don't do this. I didn't do anything. This is slander, you know that. Li Mu panicked too. What kind of situation was this? What are you going to do? Lu Xiaoxi, we're childhood sweethearts, right? Half. Ouch. I've worked so hard to create this atmosphere. Can't you be a little more perceptive? Li Mu tapped the girl's forehead, his tone slightly reproachful. What are you planning? Lu Xiaoxi said hurriedly, but she still couldn't forget her catchphrase, which, when combined, was somewhat comical. If you won't kiss me, I'll just kiss you back. Honey, turn around. I meant a kiss on the lips, not a kiss on the cheek. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, her little brain still processing what Li Mu had said. 9 characters. Why do they seem so unfamiliar? Hey, kiss? We've been childhood sweethearts. Even if we're only halfway together, we should be closer than lovers. If lovers can kiss, why can't we? You're just talking nonsense, sophistry, you just want to kiss me. Despite her panic, Lu Xiaoxi was still shrewd. How could she not know Li Mu's wicked intentions? You have a good eye for people. Li Mu chuckled, trying to bluff his way out of the situation, but it was expected that Lu Xiaoxi would see through his act. There were no secrets between him and her, as they were childhood sweethearts. Little pig Lu, please let me kiss you. I gave you my first kiss. What first kiss? When we were little, you always caught me and kissed me. You took my first kiss, my second kiss, and my third and fourth kisses. Lu Xiaoxi blushed like a cherry tomato, emitting soft moans without realizing it, and shrank into the blankets. She used to be clueless and only knew how to cling to Li Mu, being extremely proactive, while Li Mu was very reluctant to be kissed. Now the tables have turned. Li Mu is being incredibly proactive and domineering. Shameless. Don't you know that human lip cells are refreshed every 3 months? So I didn't take your first kiss at all. Your first kiss has already been restored. Lu Xiaoxi's brain was working overtime, at full speed. That's the behavior of a scumbag woman. I'm not a bad girl. Lu Xiaoxi quickly took off the bad girl hat from her head, secretly peeking out her big eyes. As soon as she saw Li Mu's face, she immediately shrank back. Why? Why did you want to kiss me? Darling, my love. Li Mu tapped Lu Xiaoxi's forehead through the blanket. Not knowing if Lu Xiaoxi could feel it, his tone was a little excited. Have you been shy enough? If you've been shy enough, come out and give me a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi did not refuse. She needed time to feel shy. He understands Lu Xiaoxi best. Lu Xiaoxi revealed her big eyes again, this time staring at Li Mu for 2 seconds before looking away, her voice muffled. The necessary procedures can't be skipped. You need to report it first. Let's see what the author has to say. Chapter 130 Aftermath. I, Li Mu, want to kiss my little green plum. Right now, immediately, right now, I'll kiss her for a while. Since my little green plum has already agreed to let me kiss her, how could I not report it seriously? It's like making a vow. Li Mu's serious yet slightly anxious expression was really funny. A barely perceptible hint of joy appeared in Lu Xiaoxi's eyes, which were usually filled with shyness, but she herself did not notice it. Let's get this straight. I'm letting you kiss me now, just once. You can only kiss me once, and you can't stick your tongue out, you can't spit, and you can't bite. Just touch your lips. Li Mu could understand sticking out his tongue, but he couldn't understand spitting. Was that some new kind of game? He thought it was all perverted. Your face is so red. Even though Li Mu was backlit, Lu Xiaoxi could see his red face and ears. She reached out and poked them, and her fingertips were burning hot. It's all because you've been holding back from kissing me. You've been holding it in. Liar. Lu Xiaoxi's bright, watery eyes were filled with Li Mu's words. You're clearly just shy. TSK, you know it. Why say it out loud? Li Mu lowered his head and touched his forehead with Lu Xiaoxi's, his tone gentle. Can we kiss now? You've been holding it in. Then kiss me. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes, shy and timid. Looking at Lu Xiaoxi, whose nose was covered by a blanket and only her eyes were visible, Li Mu, who had no one to kiss, fell into deep thought. He slowly lifted the blanket, revealing Lu Xiaoxi's rosy face from her nose to her upper lip, then from her upper lip to her lower lip and chin. Lu Xiaoxi was very nervous, her whole body tense, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. I'm not a monster. Is it really that big of a deal? You're going to bully me. Hee, it really is. After Li Mu finished speaking with a light laugh, he pressed his lips to Lu Xiaoxi's pink lips. Lu Xiaoxi's lips were softer than he had imagined, and even had a hint of sweetness. Li Mu knew that a person's lips couldn't possibly be sweet. It was just a psychological effect. He liked Lu Xiaoxi. To him, Lu Xiaoxi was like a piece of candy, sweet no matter what. The lips closed in just 2 seconds. Lu Xiaoxi said to kiss for a short while, and he only kissed for a short while, which was a rare gentlemanly side of Li Mu. He was also afraid that if they kissed for too long, Lu Xiaoxi would realize what was happening the next day and wouldn't talk to him with a cold face. That would really be the end of it, and he didn't know how long it would take to coax her back. Li Mu raised his head, propped himself up, and looked at Lu Xiaoxi, who was still frowning and pursing her lips. He noticed a glistening tear in the corner of the girl's eye, and a great sense of guilt welled up in his heart. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come up or down. A jumble of emotions overwhelmed him, and he could only stare helplessly. Lu Xiaoxi opened one eye and looked at the simple-minded Li Mu. What kind of tears are these? Li Mu pondered for a moment, then decided to speak first. I don't know. It just appeared out of nowhere. You're not crying uncontrollably, are you? Bullshit. Lu Xiaoxi didn't lose control of her tears. Otherwise, she would have cried countless times during high school when she was all alone at home, feeling innocent and wronged, and the loneliness of not being able to say a word to her best friend across from her. She easily bursts into tears whenever something happens between her and Li Mu. She doesn't know what this phenomenon is, but the only thing she's sure of is that these tears aren't because she feels wronged. How is it? Li Mu asked her. What do you mean, how about it? The feeling of being kissed. It looks like I've been gnawed by a pig. Lu Xiaoxi turned her head away, not daring to look at Li Mu. She rubbed her lips. When Li Mu pressed down on her, she was so nervous she dared not breathe. What does Li Mu's lips taste like? She didn't know. She panicked, only feeling something warm and soft touch her lips. But as for the specific feeling, it's a little sweet. Li Mu must have gotten some on his mouth from eating ice cream. So how do you feel? Lu Xiaoxi asked him. I don't feel anything. How about we kiss again? Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi paused, her eyes crinkling, and added, send me a 500-word post-review tonight. Puffed. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Li Mu said with a forced smile. A kiss brought back memories of high school. 600 words. Play it like this. 700 words. Okay. I'll write it. I'll send it to you in a bit. No, right away. Li Mu said with a grin. He would have to finish even 7,000 words, let alone 700. Who told me to collect the homework? It was my own little childhood sweetheart. Why does this feel like collecting homework in high school? Class monitor. You're so cheesy. So what if it's cheesy? You've seen it before. Li Mu lay down and rolled around with the little green worm girl in his arms. His arms were sore from supporting himself for so long. Before kissing Lu Xiaoxi, he had a physical reaction. He had been holding back, waiting for the reaction to subside. Now that he was back to normal, he could openly and confidently hug the little green worm girl. The girl gasped in surprise, and before she knew it, she was lying on top of Li Mu. She grumbled twice, pretending to be annoyed, and pressed her face against Li Mu's chest. Through the thin short-sleeved shirt, she could hear Li Mu's heartbeat, full of vitality, as if it were beating in sync with her own. She looked up at Li Mu. From this angle, Li Mu wasn't ugly, but he wasn't as handsome as he looked from the front either. You could even see the dark nostrils and the nose hairs sticking out. Why don't you have a beard? Who said there wasn't? It's just been shaved clean. I'd really like to see what you look like with a stubble. What's so interesting about this? I'm going to start growing a beard today. No, you look like an old man. You're more pleasing to the eye now. Li Mu chuckled twice, his heartbeat gradually calming down, perhaps due to the delicate fragrance of the small green plums lingering around his nose. Let's sleep together tonight. No, I want to go back to sleep. If no one's going to warm your bed, you might as well sleep here. I plan to buy a rechargeable hand warmer to warm up my bed before going to sleep. Li Mu's expression was serious and he said very earnestly, that thing is dangerous. I saw a news report before that a hand warmer exploded while charging, and the whole room was flooded. You can't buy it, do you hear me? How dare this mere hand warmer challenge his status as Lu Xiaoxi's childhood sweetheart who warms her bed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, and Li Mu even compared hand warmers. What a fool. Okay, hurry up and write your post-birth report. It's 11:20 now. If you finish writing it tonight, I'll go to bed with you for the first half of the night. And what about the second half of the night? If I'm satisfied with the feeling after the kiss, I'll sleep with you for the rest of the night. Get out of the way, you're in my way. Don't you know I need to write a post-birth report? Li Mu was just like a scumbag. I don't know how to handle Lu Xiaoxi. The room was filled with the clatter of keyboards tonight, as Li Mu's typing speed was off the charts. While Li Mu was writing his post-birth reflections, Lu Xiaoxi watched from the side, curious to see what kind of nonsense he was writing. Just as she expected, Li Mu went crazy praising her in his post-kissing comments. How adorable are the eyebrows, how adorable are the eyes, how adorable is the nose, and how incredibly sweet and irresistible the lips are. They've practically praised her to the point of calling her a fairy who could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. She was very satisfied and happy. She fell for this kind of thing. Li Mu. Almost finished writing. Wait a minute. No, we won't wait. Go on, Li Mu said without turning his head, his fingers moving rapidly. You'll have to read it to me in a bit. You want me to die? Li Mu glanced at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. The wicked little green plum. You dare to kiss and write, but not to read. Lu Xiaoxi smiled faintly, poked his face, and scratched his neck to interrupt his typing. I dared to kiss you because you didn't refuse at all. Nonsense, I refused. You refuse my ass. If you refuse, I won't even dare to kiss you. I think you're just too shy to do anything else, Li Mu chuckled. Oh dear, stop talking. Lu Xiaoxi covered his mouth from behind, blushing. If we keep talking, she'll be so embarrassed she'll be steaming. Chapter 131. Actually, she also needed to replenish her childhood sweetheart's energy. The warm blankets made Lu Xiaoxi lose track of whether it was winter or spring. Winter mornings are often filled with confusion, and so was Lu Xiaoxi. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Li Mu's face. Still half asleep, Lu Xiaoxi started to linger in bed. She stretched out her little body for a moment, then curled up into a ball again, snuggling up in front of Li Mu. Wake up, it's 8 a.m. today. Li Mu's words were more effective than an alarm clock. Lu Xiaoxi let out a soft whimper like a kitten, waved her limbs haphazardly, and sat up in a coquettish manner. Her messy hair reflects her current mood. The combination of not being able to stay in bed on winter mornings, Li Mu sleeping next to her, and 8 a.m. caused the lazy girl to become a little grumpy upon waking up. Last night, she watched Li Mu finish writing his post-coital reflection and listened to him read it aloud. She originally wanted to go back to her room to sleep, but Li Mu wouldn't let her leave. So she was cornered against the wall by Li Mu and forced to sleep with him. She really did resist, really. The girl's pink pajamas were loose and baggy, and they were printed with many cartoon cat heads, one of which looked like it had just woken up. It's somewhat similar to Lu Xiaoxi's languid expression. Good morning, little green plum. Good morning. What time did you get up? Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away to speak, not wanting Li Mu to smell her morning bad breath. I'll wake up about 10 minutes earlier than you, and even an alarm clock won't wake you up. Pervert, staring at someone sleeping for 10 minutes. It's beautiful. I love watching it. I enjoy watching it. So what? You won't let me watch it anymore. Li Mu also sat up, shifted his buttocks, hugged Lu Xiaoxi from behind, rested his chin on Lu Xiaoxi's fragrant shoulder, and rubbed his face against Lu Xiaoxi's. Lu Xiaoxi's face was soft and smooth. It felt really comfortable. Li Mu used to often pinch Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks. Little Lu Xiaoxi was a bit chubby, and it was fun to pinch them. From his perspective, he could glimpse of the view beneath the girl's loose collar. A black and red rope running from her neck to her collarbone, and from her collarbone to her bra, with the final dog tooth necklace hidden beneath the collar. Cute. Li Mu kissed Lu Xiaoxi on the cheek. You kissed me again? I forgot to report it. I'll add it next time. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him angrily and bumped his forehead against him like a little bull. Li Mu pulled the petite girl down with him, and the girl, who had just gotten up, was caught off guard and fell into a warm embrace. Let's sleep together tonight. I just got up. I made an appointment in advance. Reservation denied. I won't be sleeping with you for the next few days. Why? Li Mu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No reason why. Just let go of me. I need to brush my teeth. Let's go together. Li Mu let go of her, put on his coat and shoes, and left the room with Lu Xiaoxi. The weather hasn't changed much today. Compared to spring, summer, and autumn, Li Mu's favorite season is winter. When the weather is cold enough, he can keep Lu Xiaoxi warm in bed. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being a childhood sweetheart who warms your bed. At least I have my little green plum to cuddle with and sleep with every day. Just as he was feeling happy, Lu Xiaoxi nudged him from beside him. Lu Xiaoxi was holding a toothbrush, and he knew exactly what Lu Xiaoxi meant, so he squeezed his Longjing tea-scented toothpaste on a Lu Xiaoxi's toothbrush. Our toothbrushes are also couple-colored, childhood sweetheart colors. What are you trying to say? It's nothing. Hurry up and finish your homework so you can go to class. By the way, if you leave one button undone on your pajamas, I'll see everything. Li Mu's mouth was full of foam as he scrubbed himself in the mirror, left and right. Next to him was Lu Xiaoxi, and he stared at the large expanse of collarbone and bra strap that Lu Xiaoxi was showing. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi had just finished speaking when the foam in her mouth made her feel nauseous. She gagged and quickly rinsed her mouth. Lu Xiaoxi blushed as she buttoned up her clothes, and only then did she feel relieved. It's too late. I've already memorized it all. You're dead. Lu Xiaoxi punched and kicked Li Mu, who was still brushing his teeth, using some force. But afraid of hurting Li Mu, she specifically targeted Li Mu's buttocks, since that place has the strongest defense. As it turned out, she hadn't hit the wrong spot. Li Mu didn't budge an inch. To be honest, Li Mu's butt felt surprisingly nice to the touch. After washing up, Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room to change her clothes. Li Mu had already prepared his laptop bag and was standing by the door waiting for her. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dawdle and quickly changed her clothes before going out. Oh my, isn't this Lu Xiaoxi? You've gotten even cuter in just 2 minutes. Li Mu freed one hand and playfully tugged at the small white ball on Lu Xiaoxi's ponytail. This is a hair accessory he bought. Lu Xiaoxi wears it all the time, so she must really love it. Hey, isn't this stinky Li Mu? You've gotten even more cheeky in just 2 minutes. Thank you for the compliment. Here's a kiss for my little green plum. Li Mu brushed aside the stray hairs on Lu Xiaoxi's forehead and gave her a light peck on the forehead. Lu Xiaoxi always blushed easily. She leaned over and whispered in Li Mu's ear, "Come down a little, I want to kiss you too." Is there really such a good thing? Li Mu was overjoyed. He bent down, closed his eyes, and pouted, waiting for Lu Xiaoxi to kiss him. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched Li Mu's expression, which suggested he was about to kiss her. She never said she wanted to kiss Li Mu on the lips. A light kiss landed on Li Mu's left cheek. She couldn't let Li Mu keep kissing her, could she? She wanted to collect interest. I thought we were going to kiss. What a disappointment. Then I won't kiss you next time. No, I was just kidding. 1 second Li Mu was covering his left cheek looking pitiful. The next second he changed his expression. I haven't kissed my right cheek yet. No more kisses, but a hug is still possible. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to hug Li Mu and snuggled against him. Today wasn't a special day, but Lu Xiaoxi wanted to give Li Mu a small hug. Actually, this is compensation. She said she would kiss Li Mu yesterday, but in the end, it was Li Mu who kissed her. The kiss just now and the hug now are the principle and interest for not being able to kiss Li Mu yesterday. Li Mu often held her, saying it was to replenish the little green plum's energy. Actually, she also needed to replenish her childhood sweetheart's energy. The door next door was always open. Xia Yuanyuan, who was on her way to school, was munching on a loose sandwich, her big, dark eyes fixed on the 2 adults who were much taller than her. Xia Yuanyuan remained silent and showed no surprise. The clever Xia Yuanyuan already knew that Sister Xiaoxi liked brother Li Mu. Chapter 132 My childhood sweetheart is as naive as a fool. Good news, there's only one class this morning. The bad news is that one class lasts all morning. Professional courses often last 4 hours, which is already a common occurrence. The lesson involved reviewing the previous practical content through an assignment. Li Mu only listened for the first hour and then started working on the group assignment in the second half of the lesson. He told Lu Xiaoxi that he could complete this group assignment by himself in 3 hours, which was indeed an exaggeration. Because his childhood sweetheart was next to him, he couldn't help but glance at her and strike up a conversation with her. This also greatly consumed the time he spent completing his homework. He and Lu Xiaoxi agreed to each do half, with him taking full responsibility for the first half. In a full 3 hours, he hadn't even finished half of his assigned part. Who else can be blamed but Lu Xiaoxi? Is it because he lacks self-control? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The main reason was that Lu Xiaoxi was too fun, and he couldn't resist her subtle allure. It seems like it's been like this since high school. During his high school years, Li Mu only had 3 things to do: sleeping in class, reviewing games, and stealing glances at Lu Xiaoxi. This is truly a fine virtue. Are you done yet? Lu Xiaoxi asked him after class. It's all right, half and half. So fast. I meant half of my part, not half of the whole. Oh, I thought you had finished your part. What? You don't want to do it anymore. If you don't want to do it, I can do it all. No, I was just asking casually. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. You're just making conversation. You definitely want to talk to me. Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, shaking her intertwined hands. We're having barbecue tonight, and I'm going to the market this afternoon. How about I go with you and help you carry your things? No need. No need. You'll just be a tag-along if you go. The wet market is a playground for young girls. Limu leaned against her, so close together that he couldn't swing his arms. The girl went from waving her hand to waving the person. Of course, it doesn't mean to play with Limu like a stick. It just means to sway left and right while walking, sometimes veering to one side, and sometimes bumping into Limu. I feel uncomfortable if I don't find something to do. As she walked, Lu Xiaoxi inexplicably stepped into the bushes along the campus street. When? She cast a questioning look at Limu. I feel like I might bump into people when I walk, Limu said uncertainly. Something supernatural must have just happened. It was clearly Lu Xiaoxi who kept bumping into him like a pendulum. Under normal circumstances, he should have moved in the direction he was being bumped, but now it was the other way around. Be confident, it's not just a possibility. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. Luckily it hadn't rained recently. Otherwise, if she had stepped into the grass, at least some water would have splashed out and dirted her pants. I'm sorry you had to come with me. So as compensation, I'll let you kiss me. You call this compensation? It's your honor to let me kiss you. Lu Xiaoxi hardened her fist. Today, each person will receive one laptop bag. The puppy and pig ornaments were very close together, swaying back and forth, bumping into each other from time to time, and only separating after a long time. Since becoming childhood sweethearts with Lu Xiaoxi, some of Limu's habits have quietly changed. When taking the bus, Limu always looks at the signs and advertisements to avoid missing his stop. Now he's staring at Lu Xiaoxi. If there's a seat available, he'll give it to Lu Xiaoxi, then stand beside her like a door god, watching over her. Buses inevitably break, and a couple of times Lu Xiaoxi would accidentally bump into the seat in front of her. Each time, he would be quick enough to reach out and block the hard part of the seat, causing Lu Xiaoxi to bump into his hand instead. This was the benefit of being fully focused. As for getting off the train at the next stop, this arduous task naturally fell to Lu Xiaoxi. Back in her neighborhood, Lu Xiaoxi rested for a while before going to the market alone. Leave the lonely little childhood sweetheart at home. Limu didn't sit idle. He plugged in his computer and continued working on the group assignment he hadn't finished earlier. With his childhood sweetheart not around, his work efficiency has indeed increased considerably. It's a contradiction. Lu Xiaoxi can improve his learning efficiency, but not his work efficiency. After working for about 50 minutes, the remaining part was finished. He didn't choose to help Lu Xiaoxi with it. Lu Xiaoxi had a very serious attitude towards studying. If Limu helped Lu Xiaoxi with it, she might even blame him for being idle. As Lu Xiaoxi said last time, his room is for playing, and Lu Xiaoxi's room is for studying. Great. If Lu Xiaoxi is doing this group task tonight, he can go to Lu Xiaoxi's room with her. He'll stay put and refuse to leave, acting as a bed warmer and childhood sweetheart, his main strength being his thick skin. After glancing at the time, Limu snapped out of his thoughts and made a video call to Lu Xiaoxi. Soon, Lu Xiaoxi's chubby, adorable face appeared on the phone screen. Where did you go? We've been waiting for so long. The flowers have all withered, Limu said in a high-pitched voice, imitating a line from a card game. They do look quite similar. Tada! Lu Xiaoxi pulled her phone further away and raised one hand to face height. Besides the vegetables in the red plastic bag, there were 2 candied hawthorns, one of which had already been opened, leaving only 2 small hawthorns. Wow, it's getting cold, and they've started selling candied hawthorns. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxi was all right, Limu was relieved. I also bought you one. It's so expensive. It costs 10 yuan a string. It's really expensive. The old lady outside my old neighborhood only sells it for 5 yuan. Limu chuckled. Buying a candied hawthorn shouldn't take this long, right? We haven't finished shopping yet. What's the rush? I bought a fish to grill and eat. My feet are a little sore from standing for so long. I'll sit next to you and guide you on how to cut the meat in a bit. Okay, come back quickly. I'll give you a massage. Lu Xiaoxi snorted, wanting to call him a big hooligan, but there were too many people here, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. Only at home, or when she was close to Limu's ear, did she dare to say that Limu was a pervert. That's all for now. I'll be back soon. Bye-bye, blowing a kiss. Idiot. Lu Xiaoxi smiled slightly, pouted at the silly and cheeky face on the phone, and made a pop sound. Limu on the other end of the phone made another grabbing motion in the air and a flying kiss landed on his hand. The camera blurred for a moment as Li Mu moved from the room to the living room, from the living room to the toilet, and then threw something inside. Your kiss fell into the toilet. Lu Xiaoxi. Sometimes I really wonder if Li Mu's brain is made of mush. At 19 years old, how can you still be so childish? Hee hee, just kidding, it's actually this hand. Li Mu pressed the hand that was blowing a kiss to his lips. Lu Xiaoxi. My childhood sweetheart is so childish, like a fool. What should I do? Although she likes it very much too. Chapter 133 Petting Cats, Revised. Lu Xiaoxi returned home, changed into slippers, and turned on the water heater. The baking tray has been washed and placed on the coffee table. I didn't realize he was so diligent. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Although it was only noon and she didn't need to use it, seeing Li Mu's expression of wanting to not only leave his name, but also praise him for doing good deeds, she still decided to praise Li Mu. Absolutely. I've been very diligent since I was a child. Then wash the meat, and I'll prepare the marinade. You should slice it thinly. No need to massage first before cutting. I never said I wanted you to give me a massage. That's just wishful thinking on your part, Lu Xiaoxi said, humming a little tune as she went into the kitchen. Baking pans are meant to be used many times. If you only use one and then leave it to dry, why not just eat at a restaurant? I'll do it. Doesn't your foot hurt? Go and rest. Hee hee, are you sure you can handle it? I can't even season a few things or cut some meat. Otherwise, I'd be a cripple. Li Mu patted his chest, very confident. He is not the same person he used to be. After being taught by Chef Lu, he can now easily handle seasoning and cutting meat. Rolling up his sleeves, Li Mu began to busy himself in the kitchen. She really does look like a busy little cook. No, she should be called a busy little cook. Anyone who washes vegetables regularly knows that water from the tap can easily splash out when it hits the vegetables. You'll be soaking wet if you keep doing this. Lu Xiaoxi took an apron from the side and put it over Li Mu's head, then wrapped her arms around Li Mu's waist and helped him tie the apron on. Your chest touched me. Li Mu straightened his back and suddenly became a gentleman. When Lu Xiaoxi got home, she had already taken off her coat, and her slightly heaving chest had taken shape. When she was tying an apron for Li Mu, her breasts accidentally pressed against him. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, gritted her teeth, protected her chest, and kicked Li Mu in the buttocks. Li Mu was still holding a dangerous kitchen knife, so her kick was barely powerful. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and sat angrily on the sofa, playing Do Di Zhu, a card game, on her phone with her legs crossed, turning the volume up to the maximum. This was the only way Lu Xiaoxi could think of to get revenge on Li Mu. Didn't you buy candied hawthorns? Hurry up, I want to eat some now. Come out and get it yourself. Your hands are wet, so feed me. Lu Xiaoxi grumbled to express her dissatisfaction, took the candied hawthorn into the kitchen, held it to Li Mu's mouth, and even used her hand to cover Li Mu's chin to prevent the sugar crumbs from falling to the ground. She likes to suck out the sugar coating first when eating candied hawthorns, and then eat the hawthorn inside little by little. Li Mu, on the other hand, eats the candy and hawthorn together one bite at a time, sometimes without even spitting out the pit. When they were little, Li Mu often bought candied hawthorns, and she would try to snatch them from him. If Li Mu didn't give her any, she would cry and whine. Every time she did this, Li Mu would reluctantly give her one. To eat for a little longer, she would first suck off the sugar coating and eat the hawthorn little by little, so Li Mu could only hold up the candied hawthorn and feed her. Li Mu took a big bite of a whole hawthorn, chewed it thoroughly, closed his eyes, frowned and pondered for a moment, and finally spat out 2 hawthorn pits from Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Sweet, why are you suddenly shouting so loudly? It's too sweet, I'll have another one. Eat up, really. Lu Xiaoxi obtained the item, hawthorn pit spit out by Li Mu 4. Lu Xiaoxi threw away the hawthorn pit, with some remaining sugar crumbs on her palm. She walked behind Li Mu and secretly licked them off. You stole my candied hawthorn, didn't you? Li Mu seemed to have expected this, and suddenly turned around. I didn't eat them, there were still 2. Lu Xiaoxi felt guilty. How did Li Mu find out about this? You really didn't eat? No. Wait a minute, so what if I buy it and I eat it? Lu Xiaoxi said, still unconvinced. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the remaining 2 candied hawthorns thoroughly, trying to disgust Li Mu. I didn't say you couldn't eat them. Li Mu stopped what he was doing and came to Lu Xiaoxi. His hands were oily, but that didn't stop him from squeezing in with Lu Xiaoxi. You can eat the sugar coating of the remaining two, and I'll eat the hawthorn. It's like when I eat the fish head and leave the body for you to eat. Don't give me that. You used to steal the fish from me, and when I finally managed to get some fish roe, you took it away too. Besides, hawthorn is more expensive than sugar. Hee hee. Then I'll eat the candy, and you can eat the hawthorn. No, that's all your saliva. I want candy. Wouldn't that just be all your saliva? You can't complain about my saliva, or you'll die if you don't eat it. Isn't that a double standard? So what if I'm being double standard? Take it or leave it. If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it all myself. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. If Li Mu dared to say no, she would immediately go back to the sofa and sit down, deciding not to say a word to Li Mu for the next 10 minutes. Eat, eat, eat so we can cut the meat. After we cut the meat, I'll give you a massage. You're smart to know what's good for you. Lu Xiaoxi patted Li Mu's head with satisfaction. She only licked the sugar coating to taste the sweetness. If she really ate all the sugar coating, wouldn't the candied hawthorn just be a hawthorn? What's so delicious about a candied hawthorn with only hawthorn? After explaining to Li Mu how to prepare the marinade and giving him instructions on the next steps, she took a change of pajamas from her room. Since I don't have class this afternoon and tomorrow is the weekend, I might as well take a nice shower early. She planned to spend the afternoon finishing the rest of Li Mu's group assignment, and then take a long, lazy nap. Their group is already moving very fast. When I was chatting with Lu Xiaoqiao, she asked her about it. Many groups hadn't even started yet, or they had started but got stuck halfway through. Some groups are seeking help from other groups. How wonderful it is that she and Li Mu are in a group. They know each other inside and out. No need for division of labor or arrangements. They can do whatever they want and complement each other perfectly. This is the many benefits of childhood sweethearts. After taking a shower, she felt warm all over, but considering she was going to take a nap later, she didn't wash her hair today. Li Mu had already finished cutting the meat and had the fish fillets prepared by the shopkeeper when he bought them. Now he was relaxed, washed his hands, tied off his apron, and just then he ran into Lu Xiaoxi opening the bathroom door. Boys look their best after a shower, and so do girls. Lu Xiaoxi's skin was as white as jade, delicate and luscious, and the slightly open neckline of her nightgown was even more alluring. Taking a bath in broad daylight? Perfect, let me have a good suck. Li Mu couldn't resist the unintentional temptation of his childhood sweetheart. His heart was restless, and he wanted to hug Lu Xiaoxi and give her a couple of big kisses. Suck? What's suck? Snuggling cats, like you're snuggling a cat. Li Mu hugged Lu Xiaoxi at the bathroom door, breathing deeply into her fair neck and fragrant shoulders, greedily plundering the scent she exuded, and even rubbing his face against hers after he finished. Lu Xiaoxi rested her hands on her chest, feeling ticklish from Li Mu's breath. Her fair and rosy cheeks, already flushed from the hot shower, turned even redder. She dared not tell Li Mu that she was sucking Xiao Fei's entire body, especially his chest and lower abdomen. A picture suddenly appeared in my mind. No, not even through clothes. If Li Mu did that, she would definitely faint. Hiss. Woohoo, don't pinch, don't pinch. Li Mu was immersed in the pleasure of sucking on the little green plum when his waist suddenly tightened, startling him so much that he almost jumped up. Do you still dare? Lu Xiaoxi blinked faster than before. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. So you won't dare to do it again? Yes, yes. No, no. I won't dare now, I won't dare now. Li Mu's face was contorted. This time, Lu Xiaoxi is serious. You'd better be. Only then did Lu Xiaoxi release him, put her hands behind her back, lower her head, and brush past Li Mu, then slunk back to her room. Chapter 130, for even the punishment wouldn't be tolerated. Lu Xiaoxi turned on her computer and began working on her group assignment. She could hear Li Mu opening and closing the door. He must have gone back to his room. After a while, Li Mu still didn't knock on the door and come in. She thought Li Mu would shamelessly come to her for kisses and hugs, under the guise of studying, and then stay in bed and take a nap together or something. Li Mu was unusually well behaved at noon. Halfway through her homework, Lu Xiaoxi felt sleepy. She closed her laptop, pounced on the bed, and curled up hugging her puppy plush toy. I feel like something's missing. Lu Xiaoxi rummaged through the bedside table took out the Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll made of Teru Teru Bozu, a toy car made of building blocks, and placed it on the head of the puppy doll, along with a crumpled and tattered red origami crane, to at least make someone's flavor a little more complete. Have a nice morning nap. Li Mu in the next room had just finished his writing task for the day. I stretched and realized it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's classes were relatively easy. He didn't usually take a nap, and without his little darling, he felt completely relaxed. Lu Xiaoxi must be sleeping right now. Even if he really wanted to be close to Lu Xiaoxi, he wouldn't barge into her room at this time. I wonder if Lu Xiaoxi slept comfortably by herself, and whether she thought he would shamelessly ask to sleep with her before she went to bed. My relationship with Lu Xiaoxi has been progressing smoothly lately. He had set many small goals for himself and Lu Xiaoxi to become complete childhood sweethearts. In the blink of an eye, it was almost all done. The remaining small goals, those are not something we can think about right now. Once he and Lu Xiaoxi have achieved all their small goals, they will get their marriage certificate. Li Mu lay on the stage, looking at the words he had just typed on the computer, and began to fantasize about life after he and Lu Xiaoxi got their marriage certificate. Every day after get off work, I would go home with Lu Xiaoxi, cook together, eat together, watch TV together until bedtime, and then fall asleep together. The next day, I would go back to work. On weekends, I would stay home with Lu Xiaoxi and spend time together, or go on a trip. In the end, I would raise a money-devouring beast. Just thinking about it makes Li Mu want to immerse himself in it. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have met his childhood sweetheart. Since he had nothing better to do, Li Mu sent a 2-cent red envelope to the small group chat of the 3-person gaming duo, and then tagged Lin Sheng and Lao Yang, sending a message saying, "Come out and claim your huge red envelope." Soon enough, the two of them received the red envelopes and sent Li Mu a bunch of random emojis to express their deep gratitude for the 1-cent red envelope. I was just worried about not having enough emojis. Now I can stock up? Next time my little sister launches her emoji onslaught, he'll be a match for her. In their small group chat for gaming, messages usually only appear when they're playing games. Scrolling up the chat history, it's mostly Lin Sheng and Lao Yang tagging Li Mu. Li Mu used to reply instantly, but lately, after spending so much time with his childhood sweetheart, he usually only replies every 10 minutes or so with something like, "No," or "You guys play." Li Mu, a cold and aloof male god, is ruthless and doesn't talk much. I thought the two of them would log on immediately, but instead, Lao Yang posted a picture of an amusement park with the message, "On a date." Lin Sheng followed suit by posting a photo of himself lying flat in his dorm room, along with the message, "Just finished playing, getting ready to sleep." Li Mu was deeply shocked. He completely understood Lao Yang's dating situation. After all, Lao Yang already had a girlfriend. What kind of trick was Lin Sheng up to? Lin Sheng's favorite thing to finish his games, not anything else. With no one playing the game, Li Mu finally had some free time. There are always times when people have nothing to do, and at some point they may lose their way. When you have something to do, you want to steal a moment of leisure. When you're truly free, you want to find something to do. Humans are such contradictory beings, and Li Mu is no exception. I still want to sleep with my childhood sweetheart. Li Mu got up, put on his headphones, and started cleaning his room, then the living room, the kitchen. Once he was done, he would ask Lu Xiaoxi for credit. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi didn't stay in bed. Instead, she slipped on her slippers and opened the door. A baking tray, a meat platter, prepared baby bok choy, and drinks were already laid out on the coffee table. The sun must have risen in the west. Lu Xiaoxi complained loudly, took a sip of water to moisten her mouth, sat down next to Li Mu, and handed all her weight to Li Mu. She likes it this way the most. Praise me quickly. Li Mu had a change of heart today. He had done so much, and if he didn't get a single word of praise, he wouldn't be motivated to do it again. You're awesome. Lu Xiaoxi didn't hold back her praise. I did praise her, but it just felt a little off. I've seen amazing things during the Mid-Autumn Festival, amazing things during the New Year, but this is the first time I've seen someone use amazing to praise someone for doing housework. This special quality is unique to Xiao Qingmei. Are you hungry? Li Mu didn't dwell on Lu Xiaoxi's choice of words, and naturally took Lu Xiaoxi's hand and rubbed it. Massaging Lu Xiaoxi's hands like this has become a regular part of my life. Are you hungry? A little, let's eat. Okay, I'll go get the rice. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back and got up to go to the kitchen. The rice cooker was near the window, and when it cooked rice, steam would come out, causing a layer of condensation to form on the window. Looking at the bright glass, Lu Xiaoxi always had a bad feeling. She opened the rice cooker, and as she expected, Li Mu had rinsed the rice but forgot to cook it. With a sigh, he turned on the power. It would be a while before he could eat. Where's the food? Not cooked. That's impossible. I started cooking an hour ago. Is the rice cooker broken? Cook your head. You didn't even turn it on, Lu Xiaoxi said irritably. She pulled Li Mu's hand over, placed it on her leg, and rubbed and kneaded it, but it felt pretty ordinary. Li Mu liked to squeeze her hands. What was so special about it? Are you a hand fetishist? Li Mu had never been treated like this before. His hands were gently massaged by the girl's soft, jade-like fingers, and his ears even turned a light red. It feels somewhat comfortable. You're the one who's a hand fetishist. I'm a self-fetishist. Lu Xiaoxi really likes herself. You're also a Lu Xiaoxi fan? What a coincidence. I'm a Lu Xiaoxi fan too. We have the same interests. Hee, aren't you ashamed? Lu Xiaoxi was amused by him and giggled. Young girls always have a low threshold for laughter. Don't be shy. I'm just telling the truth. Li Mu easily grasped the girl's small hand. Maintaining control was very important. Have you ever tried to control me, even for a moment? You're a bit narcissistic and a bit greasy. Never mind, just tell me quickly. If I don't hear anything satisfactory, I'll eat all the fish, all the roast meat, and all the rice. All right, I know you're a glutton. Let me think. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and began to ponder deeply. What is the definition of control? Control is a kind of complex, such as hand control or foot control, which means having a special fondness for hands and feet. Does she have a special affection for Li Mu? It has always existed. She controls herself, and she also controls Li Mu, who is her childhood sweetheart. Yes, she's a childhood sweetheart fanatic. Have you thought about what you're going to say? I advise you to think it through. If I'm not happy, you'll be in big trouble. Li Mu grinned like a hoodlum, looking roguish and wicked, and his tone was also very fierce. But Lu Xiaoxi wasn't afraid at all. Probably. I'll give you another chance to rephrase your words. Do I really need to tell you the principle that a wise person knows when to yield? Li Mu didn't hear what he wanted to hear, so he could give Lu Xiaoxi countless more chances to rephrase her words. I'm not telling you. Go if you want to. Fine. You're going to refuse a toast only to suffer the consequences. I won't take the punishment. Ouch, stop tickling. It tickles. Huh. Chapter 135 Childhood Sweethearts Privileges are just rogue privileges. The two were playing around together. The atmosphere was sweet and cloying. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the sofa, her face flushed and panting heavily. Even the buttons on her specially fastened pajamas were undone, revealing a small section of her cute belly. She and Li Mu were originally sitting together, but now only Li Mu is sitting. Who knew Li Mu would launch a surprise attack, tickling her waist and armpits? Even though that's how she treated Li Mu, she shouldn't have launched an attack. A young girl's body is very sensitive when she is unprepared and unprotected. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips and angrily kicked Li Mu. It was all because of this guy? You've already got a little belly before you've even eaten? Li Mu reached out and rubbed her lower abdomen, then helped her pull her pajamas back up and continued rubbing. Lu Xiaoxi didn't have abs, and her figure wasn't exactly sexy, but her abdomen was very well proportioned and soft to the touch, which Li Mu couldn't get enough of. I found something that's even better to touch than my hands and face. This location is quite mysterious. Both above and below it are very private areas. What little belly? You have a beer belly too. Lu Xiaoxi made a snorting sound, frowned, and noticed a pair of strange-looking large hands on her lower abdomen. She tried to remove Li Mu's hand, but the small girl had no strength. After her attempts failed, she could only weakly place her hand on Li Mu's hand and apply a little force to give him some insignificant resistance. This was proof that she had resisted. From a third-person perspective, it's as if she's guiding Li Mu's hand to touch her lower abdomen. Don't touch it upwards. Lu Xiaoxi noticed that someone's hand was slowly moving upwards and immediately felt embarrassed, slapping away the person's groping hand. I'm innocent, Your Honor. Get out. Get out. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi quickly sat up, terrified. She was certain that Li Mu had tried to touch her from above. That's the chest area above. We can't let Li Mu get away with this. Ultimately, why did she let Li Mu touch her lower abdomen? Even though it felt quite comfortable for Li Mu to touch and rub it like that. Okay then, can we have a hug before we eat? Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi hugged and cuddled, and Li Mu was satisfied. Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable in Li Mu's arms, and she went limp like a little girl, with all her weight pressing down on Li Mu. She sniffed and smelled Li Mu's scent. In Li Mu's words, she was now inhaling Li Mu's scent. I'll go make the sauce, you grill it first. Li Mu patted Lu Xiaoxi's back. It was just a normal hug, but Lu Xiaoxi used so much force that they were practically pressed together. You can sense the girl's delicate fragility. This is very bad. Although he suggested the hug, it was actually Lu Xiaoxi who initiated it. I have something to tell you. Lu Xiaoxi nestled in his arms, making a muffled sound. What? People use lettuce, not bok choy, when they eat barbecue. Go ahead, my sauce has to be spicy. Okay, I won't make you cry from the spiciness. Li Mu gave Lu Xiaoxi's face a final rub before getting up to go to the kitchen to prepare the sauce. I'm in a great mood today. Lu Xiaoxi wore 2 slippers of different colors. She took Li Mu's computer out of the room, connected it to the projector, and watched the sweet childhood sweet drama she had seen before. The pleasure of grilling meat while watching TV is simply wonderful. And she even has waiters. Waiter, waiter, fill my cup up. She called over the waiter, Li Mu, and drank her beverage in front of him before handing him the empty cup. You really think you're the boss? Li Mu smiled, handing her his drink. I'm the boss, so what? You don't like it? Keep it to yourself. Lu Xiaoxi is a young calf, full of arrogance. I give up, sir. Please sit over there. The waiter will help you grill the meat. Hurry up, I'm starving. After Li Mu put the dipping sauce in, she hugged one of Li Mu's arms and rubbed against him. The old man came to the restaurant for a meal and started acting coquettishly towards the waiter. It was a bit strange. With the help of the waiter at the restaurant, Lu Xiaoxi thoroughly enjoyed her meal. My tummy is all bloated. Because of the grilled fish, they barely ate any rice, and there were leftovers, which they could now use to make late-night fried rice. Lu Xiaoxi was in charge of washing the pots and dishes, while Li Mu walked around the hall for a bit to digest his food before taking a shower. After each shower, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's scents would overlap, both being the fragrance of roses. The romantic comedy in the lobby was paused. Lu Xiaoxi had already returned to her room. The door was tightly closed, and there wasn't a sound. Li Mu was a little unaccustomed to the sudden silence. He pressed play, letting the sound of the sweet drama fill the entire hall once again. Little Pig Lu, I'm opening the door. After greeting him, Li Mu opened the door and entered Lu Xiaoxi's room. A clean and tidy room is always filled with a pleasant fragrance. Breaking into a girl's room, have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi was playing on the computer on the bed with her legs together, only glancing at the person. Why didn't you say anything when you came into my room? That's a privilege of my childhood sweetheart. She can come into your room whenever she wants. All right, this is my childhood sweetheart privilege. I can come into your room whenever I want. Li Mu naturally sat on her bed, kicked off his slippers, and shifted his position. He originally wanted to sit with the girl, but after thinking about it, he sat down next to her white jade-like feet. The biggest privilege of the little green plum is that she can eliminate the little bamboo horse privilege. Lu Xiaoxi curled her toes, instinctively feeling that Li Mu had ill intentions and was definitely trying to take advantage of her. Anyway, the final interpretation right belongs to the little green plum, right? What little green plum privilege? It's more like a hooligan privilege. Li Mu chuckled, reaching out to pinch Lu Xiaoxi's toes, gently straightening them one by one. Aren't you afraid of getting cramps if you keep them curled up like that? It's scary. I used to get leg cramps while sleeping, and the pain brought tears to my eyes, Lu Xiaoxi said, still shaken. She first experienced a leg cramp while sleeping at home. The sudden, intense pain jolted the dazed girl awake from her sleep. If Li Mu were here, he would definitely pat me on the back and tell me not to cry. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu again and found that Li Mu was staring at her feet and calves with a lewd look, and not only was he looking, but he was also pinching and kneading them. My room is for studying, not for you to take advantage of. You stinky feet. What's the point of taking advantage of them? Li Mu chuckled awkwardly, lifting one of Lu Xiaoxi's feet and placing it on his lap. You must be tired from grocery shopping. I'm giving you a massage. Our number 001 technician is at your service. You? Haven't you been there? Otherwise, how would you know all this? Lu Xiaoxi knew that official personnel had released videos of raids on video websites, with hotels and foot massage parlors being the main targets. No, don't wrong an innocent person. How did you know that? You probably found out from watching videos, but how did you know? Hee, I watch videos too. What are you laughing at? I almost wronged you again. You still have to let me kiss you tonight. Li Mu leaned against Lu Xiaoxi. Just as Lu Xiaoxi said, this room was for studying, so he would watch Lu Xiaoxi complete this assignment. He wouldn't give her any pointers until she encountered a problem she didn't understand and asked for help. He wanted to rub Lu Xiaoxi's hands, but both of Lu Xiaoxi's hands were on the keyboard, so he had to carefully slip his hands under hers and place his large hands on Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen to rub and knead them. A young girl's chubby belly is still the most comfortable. Chapter 136. Not a god of war for pure love, but a big bad guy. Lu Xiaoxi felt very unhappy. She noticed that Li Mu seemed to be doing this group assignment very easily, so why did it become so much more difficult for her? She could have achieved the desired effect simply by doing this or that, but after doing it this way and that, a different, less than ideal result occurred. Disaster. She looked at the hand on her lower abdomen. It's all this fault. It distracted her. Shall we go to the movies tomorrow? What movie? Lu Xiaoxi originally wanted to lash out and give Li Mu a good scolding for his groping, but Li Mu suddenly spoke up, interrupting her outburst, and she unconsciously followed Li Mu's topic into conversation. She's never been to a movie theater before, and she gets really excited when she talks about it. Lizard versus gorilla. Lu Xiaoxi was on his right. He touched Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen with his left hand and held up his phone with his right hand, forming a crossed shape. It was uncomfortable and painful, but the pleasure he felt from touching Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen outweighed the negative feelings caused by the bad posture. How can a lizard, which is so small, possibly beat a gorilla? That's a monitor lizard, an ancient creature that can fire lasers. A sci-fi movie. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She could watch 2 hours of robot battles against alien monsters with Li Mu, and of course, she could also watch the so-called lizard battles against gorillas with Li Mu. Ultimately, what she liked wasn't the movie plot, but simply wanting to play with Li Mu. She realized this when she went back to her hometown neighborhood during the National Day holiday and asked Li Mu to set up her computer. At that time, she and Li Mu had not yet become childhood sweethearts again. She realized it, but dared not admit it. Now, we can do it legitimately. I'll go with you to see it once, since my childhood sweetheart is all alone. But you have to buy me popcorn, and I want to drink kumquat lemonade. If we run out of popcorn, you have to buy me a second bucket. You can eat 10 buckets. I'll buy tickets for the morning show. We'll go to bed early tonight, and go see it early tomorrow. We can treat the rest of the time as a date. You go to sleep first. I'll figure out how to do this assignment. Okay, you do the research. If you don't understand something, come and ask me. Li Mu straightened the mattress, spread out the blankets, picked up a pillow from the side, and lay down peacefully. What are you doing? Go to sleep. Go back to your room. I'm not going back. I'm staying here. Li Mu shamelessly lay down comfortably, adjusted his position, and even put his hand back on Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen. You haven't let me kiss you yet, and besides, you'll go back after I kiss you? She didn't even respond after I kissed her. You? Have some shame. No matter what Lu Xiaoxi said, Li Mu remained unmoved. We're going to sleep together tonight. It's so cold today, let me warm your bed. It'll get warmer tomorrow. It'll be 18 degrees tonight. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes. I'm asleep, don't disturb me. Lu Xiaoxi simply ignored him. Go to sleep, go to sleep. There's only one pillow here. Once Li Mu falls asleep, she'll have to sleep with her head on his hand. If your hand goes numb, don't blame her. After all, it was left behind by Li Mu himself. The thought of sleeping with Li Mu as her pillow seemed to sharpen her mind. After spending a lot of time eliminating all the problems, I'm almost done with the assignment. Wake up and tell me how to do this. Li Mu, zzz. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the restless hand on her lower abdomen and gave a forced smile. Once this is done, you can go to sleep. Let me see, is there a problem? Lu Xiaoxi pinched Li Mu's face, wanting to see just how thick-skinned this guy really was. Oh, you do it like this, and finally link it here, see right? Li Mu glanced at Lu Xiaoxi's question and quickly realized which steps Lu Xiaoxi had missed. He then began to instruct Lu Xiaoxi on the correct procedure. Hey, all done. The group assignment is finished. Remember to save it, and send me the whole file so I can check it again. Lu Xiaoxi nodded and closed her laptop. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Get out of bed, brush your teeth, and wash your face first. You get up too. Lu Xiaoxi, like Missy from an anime, dragged Li Mu out like she was carrying Shin-chan's face. When they got to the bathroom, she even squeezed her own fruit-flavored toothpaste onto Li Mu. The sauce I ate this afternoon had minced garlic in it, and Li Mu is going to force me to kiss him later, so I definitely have to clean it off. Her fruity scent was lighter than Li Mu's Longjing tea scent. She also went to Li Mu's room and brought back her pink pillow. Although she really wanted to sleep with her head on Li Mu's hand until she naturally woke up, she also didn't want Li Mu's hand to feel numb. Even going to the toilet for a long time can make your hands numb. If you were to sleep on it all day, she couldn't imagine what Li Mu's hands would look like. As soon as she lay back down on the bed, Li Mu immediately squeezed her into a corner. Go to sleep, go to sleep. We'll watch a movie tomorrow, then go out for something to eat, then come back and take a shower. You still have to tutor Xia Yuan in English, and then we'll go to sleep together. You haven't even slept tonight, and you're already thinking about tomorrow night? Lu Xiaoxi glared at him and poked and nudged him. I'm like someone who's eating what's in their bowl while thinking about what's in the pot. Scumbag. It's different. I'm thinking about you tomorrow. It's all about you. How can I be a scumbag? I'm a pure love warrior. Pure love. Yeah, look, my childhood sweetheart has never changed. For 19 years, it's always been you. Isn't that pure love? Oh, then I'm also a god of pure love. Her childhood sweetheart hasn't changed either. Well said, so here's a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi squirmed restlessly in her arms, as if she had prepared herself mentally. Suddenly, she raised her little head and lightly touched Li Mu's lips, then shrank back into Li Mu's arms. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then burst forth with an indescribable joy. My childhood sweetheart kissed me. Overjoyed, he hugged the tiny girl tightly in his arms. Give me another kiss. Humans are greedy, and Li Mu admits he's a pervert, so he can be even more greedy. Neither intimate nor intimate. Can I kiss you? I can't sleep without a kiss, and I won't have any energy tomorrow. If I don't have any energy, I can't play with my childhood sweetheart, and if I can't play with my childhood sweetheart, life loses its meaning. It's just a kiss, why make such a big deal out of it? A butterfly flapping its wings in the desert can cause a sandstorm elsewhere. Do you understand the butterfly effect? If you don't give me a kiss, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Xiaoxi was so happy she almost fainted. She absolutely loved how Li Mu used all sorts of bizarre excuses to cheer her up. Seeing that the little person in his arms was silent, Li Mu could no longer suppress his joy. He lowered his head and gently rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's forehead, then cupped her head in his hands until her pink lips were revealed, at which point he gently kissed her. Their lips met, and Li Mu licked Lu Xiaoxi's lips. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes snapped open in a panic. She thought Li Mu was going to pry open her mouth and stick out his tongue like in the TV dramas. Fortunately, Li Mu only slid his tongue across the surface. A kiss landed. Li Mu licked his lips. It tasted like cantaloupe. Lu Xiaoxi blushed like a cherry tomato. Just as she was about to say something, she met Li Mu's gentle and doting gaze, and at the same time felt an unusual sensation in her lower abdomen. She looked down and blushed even more. She punched Li Mu's chest shyly, struggled to push him away, turned around and shrank into the corner, her voice filled with surprise and embarrassment. You did that again. Time to sleep. Li Mu grinned and scratched his head. I don't think you're a pure-hearted war god. You're a big bad guy. Cough cough, shoo. Asleep. Zzz. Can I ask for more updates? And could I also ask for a small gift? Chapter 137, The illness is quite serious. Whether you're a student or a working professional, no one dislikes weekends. Being able to sleep until you naturally wake up, and being able to do whatever you want. If it were Lu Xiaoxi, she would definitely get up, watch some videos, cook a meal, watch some videos again, take a nap, watch some videos again, cook dinner, then take a shower, and go to sleep, a monotonous and boring routine. Unlike Li Mu, who at least can play games. He didn't even dare to think about how the other would live if either of his childhood sweethearts were missing. Before they moved in together, how did Lu Xiaoxi usually spend her weekends? As far as Li Mu knew, Lu Xiaoxi didn't play games much, nor did she go out shopping much. She usually stayed at home, and in a sense, she was a shut-in. Do you often feel lonely? After all, Lu Xiaoxi lives alone, and he can chat with his parents when he's bored. In the past, when Lu Xiaoxi felt bored, she would definitely come to his house to play together. After their relationship cooled, Lu Xiaoxi rarely visited anymore, and he must have felt lonely to some extent. He increasingly felt that rekindling his childhood friendship with Lu Xiaoxi was the right thing to do. If Lu Xiaoxi were to take the initiative, it's uncertain when they would be able to get together. Looking at Lu Xiaoxi's obedient and peaceful sleeping face, Li Mu felt a strange mix of emotions. Lu Xiaoxi has a good sleeping posture. The only flaw is that she likes to lean against the wall, curl up, and also likes to lean against him. Li Mu recalled some articles he had read before, which mentioned that people who like to curl up against a wall to sleep and those who like to stay alone in a small room are the same type of people. Whether it's against a wall or in a small room, it brings these people a sense of security and privacy. Whether the content of the article is accurate or not is impossible to verify. Lu Xiaoxi may have felt insecure during the early stages of the relationship, but now, does Lu Xiaoxi still lack a sense of security? He thought not. Lu Xiaoxi was more self-reliant and independent than he had imagined, and their close relationship was precisely a sign of his sense of security. Lu Xiaoxi felt insecure about physical contact like touching her hands, pinching her feet, or rubbing her lower abdomen. Would he do that to her? Of course not. Lu Xiaoxi must have known that he wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, and could only take advantage of him in small ways, which is why she let him rub her belly and give her a little kiss. It can only be said that Lu Xiaoxi is too good at judging people. He really didn't dare to do that. If he really did something irreversible to Lu Xiaoxi, how would the parents of both families explain it? That's thinking too far ahead. Everything takes time and progress. One day, he and Lu Xiaoxi will have done everything together, get their marriage certificate, and become the complete childhood sweethearts. Of course, in the years after they get their marriage certificate, they will become an enhanced, fully fledged childhood sweethearts. They're thinking further ahead. Li Mu felt that he was seriously ill. He observed Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping face and soon noticed her trembling eyelashes, a sign that she was about to wake up. Lu Xiaoxi woke up groaning, as if she had just regained control of her limbs. She stretched haphazardly, and one of her fists was pressed against Li Mu's chin. Li Mu suspected that Lu Xiaoxi did it on purpose, but he had no evidence. Good morning. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu, hugged the blanket tighter, and buried her head in Li Mu's arms. There are walls on both sides. One side is warm, and the other side is cold. The girl would definitely gravitate towards the warm side. Aren't you getting up? I'll sleep a little longer. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Li Mu pinched her cheek and lay down to sleep with her. Little Qingmei's sleep is very important. There's no rush to go to the movies. I went to bed early yesterday and woke up naturally, so I had plenty of sleep. My reluctance to get out of bed was just a bit of laziness on my part, which manifests as lingering in bed. Not long after lying down, Lu Xiaoxi sat up first, and Li Mu next to her sat up as well. I'm not going to sleep. Let's go see a movie. Why are you suddenly so energetic? I've never been to a movie theater before. I've heard that movie theaters have 3D glasses and even 4D and 5D. They don't have them where we went, but you'll have to wear glasses to see them, because you might not be able to see the subtitles clearly from a distance. Oh, okay, you can go out now. You kick people out after you've slept with them? I need to change my clothes. I won't watch it. I'll face the wall. You can change it. Get out. Lu Xiaoxi pushed Li Mu away with both hands, huffing and puffing. Changing clothes and not going out. Isn't that blatant indecent behavior? Once she was alone in the room, the girl opened her wardrobe, picked out pretty clothes to wear, choosing whichever looked best. Today is a trip to the movies and a date, so there's absolutely no problem with dressing up nicely. The temperature is a full 19 degrees Celsius. It's warm enough to wear a skirt. Lu Xiaoxi was a little excited. She took off her pajamas, changed into a pretty dress, paired it with a dark-colored jacket, put on socks and black shoes, and her adorable childhood sweetheart was born. Li Mu was kicked out, so he quickly brushed his teeth. There was some leftover rice from yesterday in the fridge. Lu Xiaoxi said she wanted fried rice for breakfast, so he took the rice out, chopped some scallions, cracked 3 eggs, and finally washed the spatula. What's so difficult about fried rice that it could stump Li Mu? He received professional training from Chef Lu, and his culinary skills are comparable to those of a Michelin 0.05-star chef. Little Pig Lu, I've made fried rice. Li Mu called out towards Lu Xiaoxi's room and started heating the pan. Do you even know how to cook? Don't mess it up. Lu Xiaoxi just came out, walked around Li Mu twice with her hands behind her back, wanting Li Mu to see her outfit. Li Mu glanced at her sideways and swallowed silently. I'm somewhat tempted. Go brush your teeth, I'll handle this. If I can't manage, I'll hand it back to you. Li Mu gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of confidence. As it turns out, he made the right decision by giving that thumbs up. A bowl of fragrant egg fried rice is ready. Apart from accidentally using dark soy sauce instead of light soy sauce and forgetting to add chopped green onions, everything else was fine. Lu Xiaoxi stared into thought as she looked at the bowl of dark-colored fried rice that Li Mu had served her. She took a small sip, and her pretty face immediately scrunched up. How was it? How was it? Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath and said calmly. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Bullshit. I followed the procedure exactly. Li Mu didn't believe it and took a bite himself. There was one more silent person at the dinner table. Chapter 138 Childhood Sweethearts Joint Property. The Little Yellow Duck Plaza is a one-stop shop, not only selling goods from various brands, but also having an arcade, restaurants, and even the movie theater that my childhood sweetheart wanted to go to. This place has already been designated by Lu Xiaoxi as a perfect dating spot in her heart. She and Li Mu often come here. She was here when Li Mu took some nice photos of her. Strangely enough, she doesn't like appearing in other people's photos, but if Li Mu takes the picture, that dislike and aversion disappears. From this, we can draw a conclusion. Li Mu is not human. No, Li Mu is none other than. Let me see, where's the movie theater? The movie theater? Oh, it's on the 4th floor. Li Mu pinched his chin, found the movie theater he needed by looking at the signs in the square, turned around, and saw Lu Xiaoxi staring blankly, curiously pinched her cheek. What are you doing? It's nothing. Lu Xiaoxi finally came to her senses. Seeing that Li Mu wasn't holding her hand, she puffed out her cheeks, frowned, and angrily reached out her hand to Li Mu. Li Mu smiled, took the girl's hand, and led her up to the 4th floor. Besides the cinema, there are also various restaurants on the 4th floor. Since there was still some time before the movie started, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi bought kumquat lemons and sat down in the empty seats next to them. Most of the people here are in pairs, several good brothers, several good sisters, and quite a few couples. The couples are all very intimate, while a certain childhood sweetheart is still sitting face to face. We could only stare helplessly. Li Mu picked up a stool and sat down next to Lu Xiaoxi. Sure enough, it was more comfortable to hold Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Just before the show was about to start, Li Mu went to the front desk and bought 2 large buckets of popcorn, which were extremely expensive. While queuing to have her ticket checked, Lu Xiaoxi quietly took a popcorn from the 2 buckets of popcorn in Li Mu's arms and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. How much are these 2 buckets of popcorn? A bucket costs around 20 yuan. Lu Xiaoxi's face fell again, and she suddenly felt that it didn't taste so good anymore. Li Mu bought a seat in the middle towards the back, which was the most comfortable and had the best view. Lu Xiaoxi sat down with him, her legs together, her little handbag draped over her lap, looking even more docile than a little white rabbit. Here, 1 bucket for each of you. Li Mu handed her a bucket of popcorn. Lu Xiaoxi quickly covered his mouth. Wasn't it said that you can't talk in the movie theater? Don't be too nervous. The movie hasn't started yet, and there aren't many people in. It's okay to talk now. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi replied obediently. She wasn't as domineering as she was at home when she was out and about. If anything comes up, just text me on your phone, or you can whisper to me. I'll take you to the bathroom, otherwise you'll get lost. Li Mu thought Lu Xiaoxi was incredibly cute, So he took one of her hands, rubbed it gently, and whispered in her ear. I'm not a child. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. As the movie begins, various scenes start appearing on the screen. Lu Xiaoxi also took out her glasses and put them on at the right time. As she watched, she saw Li Mu take out his phone and scan this area. Just as she was wondering what was going on, the back of the chair suddenly started moving, continuously massaging her neck. Massage chair? Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to speak, nor did she ask Li Mu on her phone. As long as it was made by Li Mu, there was absolutely no problem. The deafening sound was initially loud, but Lu Xiaoxi got used to it and started watching a movie. She wasn't interested in science fiction or monster movies. She just liked spending time with Li Mu. Accompanying Li Mu, watching shows he doesn't like. The movie lasted for more than 2 hours, and neither Lu Xiaoxi nor Li Mu went to the bathroom during it. Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable after the massage chair and came out feeling refreshed. That gorilla was so weak, it couldn't even beat the lizard. And that mechanical lizard was amazing. Luckily, the lizard and the gorilla teamed up in the end, otherwise they definitely wouldn't have won. And also, the girl kept complaining about the movie's plot, eating a piece of popcorn after each sentence. I'll watch a horror movie with you next time. No. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head violently. The screen and sound in the movie theater were so big. She would be scared to death if she watched a horror movie there. There wasn't much popcorn left, and it was all eaten shortly after they came out. Lu Xiaoxi quickly sucked on her fingers and took out a tissue from her small handbag to wipe them clean. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly grabbed a handful of his own popcorn, coated his fingers with the sticky sugar, and then held his fingers in front of Lu Xiaoxi. He turned his face away and coughed twice, completing the whole sequence in one smooth motion without blushing or skipping a beat. Lu Xiaoxi laughed in exasperation. With his thumb and middle finger straining together, he squeezed out a super-duper bullet, and Li Mu almost screamed in pain. The two of them played around in the neighborhood until the afternoon, doing all the things they hadn't tried before. Lu Xiaoxi even generously treated Li Mu to a big meal. Evening. Leg pain caused by a herniated disc was unavoidable, so Lu Xiaoxi had no choice but to sit on a bench to rest. Right in front of you is the little yellow duck fountain, and not far away is a children's playground with many facilities for children to play on. Lu Xiaoxi was tempted after seeing it, and she also wanted to play on the slide. Imagine yourself sliding down the slope together, just like when you were a child, with Li Mu behind you. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the person next to her and found that the person was propping up their face and openly staring at the calves exposed under her skirt. She was both annoyed and amused. She couldn't understand it. She was wearing a dress that covered half of her knees when she sat down, so you could barely see anything. Yet Li Mu was still staring at her. Not ashamed at all. She placed her hand on her knee and gave the middle finger. Ahem. When are you going back? Li Mu coughed awkwardly twice, straightened his posture, and asked seriously. It will be all right. Send me your homework tonight, and I'll submit it to the teacher. I don't think I've ever seen you wear short skirts and stockings before. Do you not like them? Didn't you give any warning before changing the subject? Lu Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. And why are you asking this? Hee, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder. Did you have a good day? It's all right, just so-so. What should we play next time? I'm not playing anymore. I'm out of living expenses, I don't need your money, I won't lend you any, and I definitely won't wear cat ear hair accessories, so don't even think about it. Li Mu's lips twitched. Before I could even say anything, Lu Xiaoxi had already learned to answer first. How about we open an account and put all our living expenses in it? I've already thought of a name. Childhood Sweethearts Shared Property. What do you think? So, can we do this from now on? Lu Xiaoxi cleared her throat, reached out to Li Mu, and said seriously, Hello, please settle this month's childhood sweetheart fee. How many hugs do you want? How many kisses? And how many of those kisses are on the lips? Get lost. I'm talking about money. Money. Childhood sweetheart fee. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him. If she really had to pay such a childhood sweetheart fee, wouldn't she be hugged and kissed by Li Mu every day? But, do we share a single account? Maybe it really is possible. Just like couples saving and spending money together, or a joint account owned by a married couple, this is often seen online. It's essentially the same as Childhood Sweethearts Shared Property, but this name sounds more sophisticated. Won't that be unfair to you? You get royalties from your novels, and your living expenses are more than mine. My living expenses plus tutoring fees aren't even enough to cover your novel royalties. This is your childhood sweetheart privilege, and since you're here with me, it's fine if you spend the money. Do you think I'm afraid you'll run away? Using one account together will make grocery shopping more convenient, and we won't have to split the bill every day. Lu Xiaoxi felt that what Li Mu said made a lot of sense. She nodded blankly. Okay, I'll open it then. There's a mini program on Ant Financial where we can save money and spend it together. I'll add you to the group tonight. Whoa. Li Mu couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Lu Xiaoxi's hair, his mouth stretching to the back of his ears. It's about to get out of control. Let's go back. Come on, tonight. Do you want to sleep with me, or I'll sleep with you? Is there a difference? Lu Xiaoxi blushed. Although she had expected Li Mu to do this, she still blushed uncontrollably whenever the topic of sleeping together came up. Yes, the difference is your room and my room. Then come sleep in my room. You can sleep on the floor. Chapter 000. I've been playing with you all along too, a chapter to cool you down. This chapter is unrelated to the main text and will not affect the daily updates. It is only intended to refresh readers and can be skipped without impacting the subsequent plot. Saturday morning dew. The ticking of the alarm clock continued incessantly. The non-silent alarm clock was a small gift that someone bought for Lu Xiaoxi for 12 yuan. Lu Xiaoxi, wearing dinosaur pajamas, lay on the bed, propping her head up, looking at the alarm clock, her little feet swinging rhythmically. The second hand of the alarm clock pointed to the number 12. Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes flashed. She quickly got up, turned off the alarm clock, and ran out of the room in her slippers. There was a steaming bowl of hot porridge on the table, but that wasn't what she was after. She opened her own door and peeked inside, then gently closed it and knocked on the door of the house across the street. Oh, Xiaoxi's here. Did you come to play with Li Mu? Su Wen opened the door, picked up the tiny girl with practiced ease, and carried her back home. Lu Xiaoxi nodded and greeted the handsome Li Chongheng on the sofa in a soft voice. Hello, uncle. It's only 9 o'clock. Li Mu is still sleeping inside. Do you want to go in and sleep with Li Mu? Yeah, I just woke up too. Then go in, but keep your voice down. Uh-huh. Hee. You two have such a good relationship. Su Wen affectionately kissed the girl on the cheek, carried her to a door and put her down, gently turned the handle, and only closed it gently after the girl went inside. Inside the room, the curtains were open, and warm sunlight shone on the large elephant on the bed. There was no restless dust in the room, only 2 light and even breaths. Lu Xiaoxi slowly approached, climbed onto the bed, lifted the small blanket, and only lay down peacefully after making sure she hadn't woken up the big elephant. She slowly wrapped one arm around the big elephant's fat waist and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Quietly watching the big elephant's eyelashes flutter because of a kiss, it closed its eyes contentedly and went back to sleep. A long time. Lu Xiaoxi opened one eye again. Finding that the elephant still showed no signs of waking up, she quietly lifted herself up and bit the elephant's mouth, then quickly lay back down and began to breathe evenly. Li Mu felt extremely uncomfortable. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and turned to face the little dinosaur. Looking at the little dinosaur's fluttering eyelashes, Li Mu struggled for a moment, then removed the little dinosaur's hand, hugged it himself, and fell asleep again. He's gotten used to it. Every weekend, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a little dinosaur would appear in his room to sleep with him. 11 o'clock. In his dazed state, Li Mu felt a suction on his face again. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a little dinosaur lying on the bed, staring blankly at me. Get up, you lazy pig, Li Mu. I'm a big elephant. Li Mu looked down at his pajamas and corrected the little dinosaur. I left the room. Li Mu couldn't find his parents in the lobby. It was Saturday, and he knew they must have gone downstairs to play with other adults in the neighborhood. There was a ceramic bowl on the dining table with 3 hard-boiled eggs soaking in it. Li Mu lifted the lid of the rice bowl, revealing only a plate of green vegetables and a serving of salted radish. He picked up a piece of salted radish and put it in his mouth to chew. You haven't brushed your teeth yet, Lu Xiaoxi said fiercely, grabbing Li Mu's tail to stop him from stealing more food. I don't want to swipe anymore. No, your teeth will rot. They'll turn into gold later. It's not changed, my dad said it was implanted. Only old people who have no teeth get gold teeth implanted. I'm only 5 years old. Li Mu ignored her, picked up 2 salted radishes, ate one himself, and put the other into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Wah, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. They're definitely going to rot. You have to pay me back for a tooth. Lu Xiaoxi looked pitiful, eating salted radish while on the verge of tears, her eyes already wet. Okay, brush your teeth. Li Mu led Lu Xiaoxi to brush her teeth. There were 2 toothbrushes in a mouthwash cup, one from Father of Ultra and one from Mother of Ultra. This was Li Mu's favorite. The toothpaste tube is bulging, and when squeezed out, it's pink with some small particles inside. In front of the mirror, the 2 children began brushing their teeth. Li Mu spat out foam, and Lu Xiaoxi followed suit. Li Mu filled a mouthwash cup with water, and Lu Xiaoxi waited for Li Mu to finish before brushing her own teeth, doing it in a very professional manner. I'll eat 2. You eat 1. Do you hear me, Lu Xiaozhu? After washing his face, Li Mu poured some soy sauce from the kitchen, took it to the dining table, took out 3 boiled eggs, gave 1 to Lu Xiaoxi, and kept the rest for himself. Even though the egg had been soaked in water, it was still warm. He cracked a small piece, pressed the egg down with his hand, and rolled it around on the table a couple of times. This made the eggshell both cracked and easy to peel. That's what his dad taught him. He wouldn't reveal it unless he was very familiar with the person. Help me peel it, help me peel it. Lu Xiaoxi peeled the shells little by little. Li Mu had already started eating, and she began to get anxious. Her round egg was peeled until it looked like a moon, with pits and bumps all over it. Give it to me, you're so clumsy. Li Mu broke off a piece of egg white, dipped it in soy sauce, and ate it before taking Lu Xiaoxi's egg and peeling it for her. Although he didn't peel it perfectly, it was still better than Lu Xiaoxi's moon egg. Here, take it. Thank you, brother Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi stood on tiptoe, took a sip from Li Mu's chubby face, and then ate her own egg. Stop kissing me all the time, it's disgusting. Oh, but your mother kisses me all the time too. I don't care, just don't kiss me. It's disgusting with your saliva. I'll beat you up every time you kiss me. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. She wasn't afraid at all. Li Mu often said he was going to beat her up. She ate the eggs very quickly, 2 bites each, swallowing both the egg white and yolk. Li Mu, on the other hand, was still breaking off the egg white from the first egg and eating it. Unable to bear the little dinosaur's gaze any longer, Li Mu dipped the egg yolk he didn't like in soy sauce and stuffed it into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Lu Xiaoxi was delighted to receive what she wanted to eat. I also want to eat egg whites, she said. Here you go, here you go. Oh, I want to eat more. Are you a pig? No, I'm a little dinosaur. Lu Xiaoxi grinned, spreading her arms to transform into the forelimbs of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking incredibly fierce. I'm Ultraman. You're so stupid. How can we manage in the future? Where did I go wrong? Lu Xiaoxi said, hands on her hips, fuming. Stupid, no one will play with you anymore. Li Mu started eating another boiled egg. At first, Lu Xiaoxi didn't react much. But after she had processed the meaning of Li Mu's words, her big, black, gem-like eyes gradually became misty, and a single, sparkling tear slid down her cheek. Hey, look at you, all you do is cry. Li Mu rubbed his forehead, something he learned from his father, which was probably a way of saying he had a headache. You have to play with me, you're not allowed to not play with me. Lu Xiaoxi sobbed, then hugged Li Mu tightly, smearing her tears all over the fluffy elephant pajamas. Stop messing around. Are you going to eat the eggs or not? You have to keep playing with me. Okay, I'll keep playing with you. Annoyed by the noise, Li Mu stuffed a bit of egg white into her mouth. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were brimming with tears. She was still eating, and her nose was almost running, but she didn't even try to wipe it away. Even so, she still wanted to talk. Then I'll keep playing with you. This chapter is unrelated to the main text and is used to relieve boredom. Chapter 140, Reporting the IOU. December 7th. Heavy snow. More and more videos of snowfall are being pushed to his account. He'd never seen snow before, and to be honest, he was really eager to see it. What do snowflakes look like? Do they melt when you touch them? He wanted the holiday to start so he could take Lu Xiaoxi to see the snow. Li Mu listened to the English class for half the time, but started playing on his phone for the second half. The novel was recommended, and the results were much better than expected. As long as you keep updating like this, even if you don't become super popular, with the full attendance bonus, you can barely earn 3,000 yuan a month. This money, of course, will all be deposited into the joint property. He opened the page for joint property, which now had 18,000. 16,000 of them were his money. Even if Lu Xiaoxi deposited all her tutoring and living expenses into it, it probably wouldn't amount to much more. Of course, Lu Xiaoxi wasn't short of money. He knew perfectly well that Lu Xiaoxi had a bank card containing all the red envelopes she'd received since childhood. It was her dowry. If Lu Xiaoxi deposits this money into the bank and it becomes joint property, can he use this money to marry Lu Xiaoxi? It's strange to use Lu Xiaoxi's money to marry Lu Xiaoxi. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi called out softly when she saw him staring blankly. I'm thinking about when would be a good time to take you to see the snow. It's still a long way before we get our holiday. Yes, there's no rush. Limu leaned back and sighed. Universities start their holidays much earlier than high schools, usually in early to mid-January, with few holidays starting later in January. There are at most 40 more days before the holiday. Today is December 7th. Suddenly, I feel like time is flying by. It feels like just yesterday that Lu Xiaoxi and I became childhood sweethearts again. There's never enough time to spend with Lu Xiaoxi. After class, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi went to the playground. As usual, Li Mu ran around the campus while Lu Xiaoxi watched the computer, and hugs were a must. The temperature was moderate, and it was windy today. Li Mu stood in the open space and pulled down his collar, quickly releasing all the heat trapped in his body. What's for lunch? I don't know. I'm just tired of the feeling of school. How about we try something different and eat out? Have no idea. You don't know anything. All you know is eating. Li Mu chuckled and tapped her forehead, then kissed it in front of everyone. Lu Xiaoxi looked around, feeling embarrassed. You didn't report it to me. I owe it. You've owed me this many times already. Really? I don't quite remember. Can you list some? Li Mu scratched his face and whistled. Being thick-skinned can be a powerful weapon in many situations. Lu Xiaoxi laughed, a laugh born of anger. She remembered every single kiss Li Mu gave her. She started counting on her fingers, reciting the numbers to Li Mu one by one. There were 4 unreported kisses, 17 unreported cheek kisses, and even more unreported forehead kisses. You're definitely exaggerating. There aren't that many kisses. You're too scared to admit it, aren't you? Hee. It seems that's really the case. I'll report everything back tonight, so we won't owe each other anything. Li Mu hugged her and took a breath, then casually took the 2 laptop bags she was struggling to carry. You'd better be. Lu Xiaoxi sensed that something was wrong. So, does that mean Li Mu can keep kissing her, owing her 70 or 80 times, and then report back every single day? What's the difference between that and not reporting at all? No matter how you look at it, she's the one who lost out. She didn't know how to criticize Li Mu for using his cleverness in this way. Then let's reluctantly grant him the privilege of reporting the IOU, since granting privileges to one's childhood sweetheart is one of the privileges granted to one's childhood friend. I checked the weather forecast, and the high temperature for the next few days will only be 8 degrees Celsius, Li Mu suddenly mentioned. So what? I've bought you enough clothes. Not enough, we're missing something. Li Mu pointed to his neck and hat. I don't have a scarf or hat yet. Lu Xiaoxi said disdainfully. You didn't wear these in high school either. What is the connection between the me of that time and the me of this time? Let's buy a scarf and hat with the theme of childhood sweethearts to deepen our childhood sweetheart relationship. Are our relationships really that bad right now? Do we need these things to improve them? You're terrible. You won't even let me kiss you on the lips. You're so different from when you were a kid. What? Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips. Ever since Li Mu kissed her once, he has been kissing her in different ways every day. Kiss me on the lips, on the cheek, and on the forehead many times a day. If she hadn't washed her face so often, her face would have been covered in Li Mu's saliva. And you still say you won't let him kiss you? A leaf drifted onto her head, which she quickly swatted away. She felt as if there was a magic power in her head, with leaves constantly falling down. In contrast, Li Mu had not a single leaf. It would be best if some bird droppings hit Li Mu on the head, but preferably not in the eyes, otherwise it would be dangerous. So what should we eat? Have no idea. Young lady, What would you like to eat? If you give me any more random nicknames, I'll eat you up. She was already used to the nickname Little Pig Lou and didn't mind, and Little Green Plum suited their identities, so she didn't mind either. But now there was this unknown girl nickname, which sounded awful, and she didn't want it. She vaguely sensed that Li Mu had given her many nicknames behind her back. There are definitely terms like flat-chested girl, flat-chested little plum, and petite girl, and they all inevitably involve the word petite. Lu Xiaoxi's words made Li Mu stop in his tracks. He was carrying 2 laptop bags in one hand and pointing at himself with the other. Are you talking about eating in a physical sense, or? As an expert on romantic comedies, Lu Xiaoxi, who often makes such strange remarks, surely knew what Li Mu was referring to. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and without saying a word, she started wildly punching Li Mu with her little pink fists. Li Mu dodged and begged for mercy, even though the little pink fists didn't hurt him at all. He knew that Lu Xiaoxi was very conservative, and that kissing was already quite open-minded. If he really wanted to develop a relationship with Lu Xiaoxi to that extent, they would have to get engaged, or even get married on the day of their wedding. Do you really want to buy a scarf and a hat? Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She was tired of hitting him, so she decided to let him off the hook. Boys are generally more resistant to cold than girls. In high school, only a small number of boys wear scarves and hats, while girls wear them more often, and she was one of them. She wasn't sure if Li Mu would need it, but she would. She had originally planned to buy it anyway, but Li Mu brought it up earlier. Buy it. We don't need it now, but we'll need it on the 17th or 18th. If all else fails, we can use it when we go to see the snow. Indeed, then I'll pick the one, the childhood sweetheart type, right? If you can't find it like this, I'll teach you. Search for couple style, and then we'll enhance it to make it a childhood sweetheart style. You think this is a game? You're talking about upgrades. Hee hee, even a childhood sweetheart is better than a romantic partner, isn't it? That makes sense. I'll buy it for you this time. Lu Xiaoxi patted her chest, full of pride. Li Mu chuckled. We've already shared the money, so why are you pretending to be a tycoon? I don't care. All this money in the card is mine. I'm a tycoon. So, young lady with a wealthy background, what would you like to eat? I'll eat you, then I'll bite you to death. Chapter 141. To save you from feeling uncomfortable. I randomly picked a small restaurant outside to have lunch. On the way home, Lu Xiaoxi waved her hand while looking at her phone, ignoring the road ahead. Anyway, with Li Mu leading the way, everything will be fine. It's unlikely that he would slip and fall on flat ground. Back in the neighborhood, Li Mu plugged in his computer, took off his hoodie, leaving him in only a short-sleeved shirt. The room wasn't well ventilated, so it was warmer than outside, and wearing a sweatshirt wasn't very comfortable. Have you forgotten something? Lu Xiaoxi knocked on the door, opened it a crack, and looked at it with a resentful expression. She's been waiting in the room for 10 minutes, and this guy still hasn't come to find her. I forgot. Come, have a seat. I'll get back the reports I owed you now. That's more like it. Lu Xiaoxi sat obediently on the bed, legs together, staring straight at Li Mu. Li Mu was also looking at her, his eyes scanning her up and down twice, before he nodded, rubbing his chin. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed warmly at school, but changed into loose-fitting casual clothes when she got home, and wore a coat to keep warm. You say it. Lu Xiaoxi blushed as she was stared at. She had originally intended to make Li Mu feel uncomfortable by staring at him, but now, she was the one who felt uncomfortable. Tell me, on November 27th, I kissed my childhood sweetheart without reporting it to her. Now I'm reporting it again. At the end of November, my little plum's lips were so sweet to kiss that I couldn't resist again. I'm reporting this again now. December 1st. As he spoke, Li Mu blushed. It was more agonizing than confessing. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bear the embarrassment of that level. It's like peeling back your innermost secrets and presenting them to the public for everyone to judge and criticize. Her fair complexion with a rosy glow and her reddened ears proved that Lu Xiaoxi wasn't in much better shape either. As Li Mu recounted the details of their kissing without prior notice, she felt weak in the knees. On one hand, it was awkward, and on the other hand, it was shy. She actually tolerated Li Mu's numerous unannounced kisses. This is nothing like me. On December 7th, I kissed my little green plum on the lips, okay? On December 7th, I kissed my childhood sweetheart again, right here in my room. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You only owe 4 mouth-to-mouth reports. How come you reported 6? So you owe me 2 things. Limu sat down next to her, pulled her close, and lay down together. He kissed her on the cheek, making a pop sound. When are you going to pay me back? You scoundrel. I didn't even agree to it. And you didn't even report that you kissed me on the cheek. And now you've kissed me again. Lu Xiaoxi's breath was hot. From now on, I'll only report kisses on the lips. Kissing on the cheeks doesn't need to be reported. You can kiss whenever you want. Li Mu's lips touched her face, and the warm breath he exhaled made her face even more delicate. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, Li Mu's lips moved little by little until they reached the corner of Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, where he held her lips, preventing her from speaking. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened, then slowly closed, as Li Mu forced her to kiss him again. She felt that Li Mu was very domineering. Why are you clenching your teeth so tightly? Li Mu licked his lips, satisfied with the kiss, and quickly sat up, covering his lower body with the blanket. You filthy scoundrel. I told you not to stick your tongue out. Lu Xiaoxi said, embarrassed. She had clearly been told a long time ago that she couldn't spit, stick her tongue out, or bite anyone. This guy is so bold. He always pokes her lips with his tongue. If it weren't for her strong will, she would have been completely devoured by Li Mu long ago. She angrily slapped Li Mu's back, and even kicked him when she was still furious. When she saw Li Mu sitting on pins and needles, covering his lower body with the blanket, she knew that Li Mu had done that again. Kissing was like a switch, controlling Li Mu's body. It's always the same, without exception. It's still noon, and you're already acting like a family member. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Xiaoxi tried to wrap herself in the blanket, but Li Mu had already taken it, so she had to hold her clothes tighter. I'm a little embarrassed, but you still owe me a kiss. Li Mu scratched his face, knowing he was blushing. I didn't even agree to your reporting. You're just bullying me. Childhood sweethearts are born to be bullied by their childhood sweethearts. Li Mu pulled the blanket over himself and climbed up to Lu Xiaoxi, pinning her against the wall. You're doomed. What are you doing now? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were wet, like a frightened fawn. It's fear, not nervousness or shyness. Don't misunderstand. Never mind. I was thinking of giving you a kiss, but you'll just accuse me of being a pervert. You're just being a pervert. Take a nap, take a nap. You only have 1 pillow. Lu Xiaoxi looked around, but couldn't find another pink pillow. Then she remembered that Li Mu had slept in her room yesterday, so the pillow was still in her room. Just as she was about to get up and go back to her room to get a pillow, Li Mu grabbed her hand, preventing her from getting up. Don't take it anymore. Use this little pig as a pillow. Li Mu patted the pig doll up and down, making it round and chubby again. You're giving your doll weird names again, aren't you? Now I have 2 little pigs in my room. It was quite novel to have Lu Xiaozhu sleeping on a cushion. Lu Xiaoxi was speechless for a moment. Li Mu is mistaking this little pig doll for her. But she couldn't say anything. Because the dog plush toy next door is also named Li Mu. The silent girl nestled under Li Mu's armpit and inhaled. Because he had run 2 kilometers, Li Mu's armpit had a faint smell. It doesn't smell good, it's rather smelly, and it's a bit intoxicating. You stink. You smell good, so we've balanced each other out. Lu Xiaoxi buried her face in the quilt, as if she had seen something. She was both surprised and embarrassed, and quickly raised her head to obediently lean on Li Mu's hand. Li Mu. Will you feel bad? Li Mu was taken aback. What? Don't play dumb. Lu Xiaoxi shrank closer to Li Mu, her voice muffled, and no one could tell what her expression was like. Well, you're asking this. To be honest, it's a bit. He was somewhat incoherent. Then you shouldn't kiss me on the lips anymore, so you won't feel uncomfortable. Li Mu almost vomited blood. He admitted that he had been looking forward to it and feeling excited. I wondered what Lu Xiaoxi would say. Is that all? Chapter 142 Sister Lu Xiaoxi? Li Mu's afternoon nap is quite mysterious. Without Lu Xiaoxi, he would choose to play games to kill time at noon. There's Lu Xiaoxi, sorry, but he loves taking afternoon naps. He called this kind of afternoon nap Little Green Plum Superposition State Nap. Lu Xiaoxi used to sleep very soundly during her afternoon nap, but now even 2 kisses might not wake her up. Li Mu woke up early. He only watched Lu Xiaoxi's sleeping face for a few minutes before quietly getting out of bed, taking his computer, and leaving the living room. Today's writing task begins. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoxi came out of the room without a coat, and her casual clothes were a little wrinkled. Getting up so early. She looked at Li Mu with resentment. Every time, Li Mu would wake up first, and she could never see his sleeping face. I must have been stared at by Li Mu again. I'd better dress more conservatively, because who knows from what angle Li Mu will see me. If it's too high, Li Mu will be able to see the entire neckline. It's getting late. You only slept for an hour and a half. But you, how many hours do you sleep a day? You start sleeping at 1 o'clock and don't get up until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is almost 3 hours. And you still need to sleep at night. How can you sleep? Who knows about sleep? I feel like I can never get enough sleep in a day. If it weren't for cooking for you, I could sleep until night. You seem quite proud, Lu Xiaozhu. Being able to sleep well is a blessing. Lu Xiaoxi has always believed this. To sleep soundly and wake up naturally, what could be better than a blessing? The coffee table wasn't very high to begin with, so if Li Mu wanted to type, he had to lean forward, which was an awkward and uncomfortable posture. The main problem is back injury. A young girl with a herniated disc will pay more attention to protecting her lower back. When picking up things from the ground, she will usually squat down instead of bending over at a 90-degree angle. Your back will hurt if you do this. Why don't you go to the dinner table? Lu Xiaoxi poked his back, lifted his shirt, and slipped a smooth little hand inside to press firmly on both sides of his spine to make him feel better. Li Mu's body was warm, but when the temperature dropped significantly and her hands and feet became icy, she asked Li Mu to warm them up, like by squeezing her hands or warming her feet. It's all right. The dining table is fine for eating. Putting a computer on it doesn't feel right. I can't explain why, just like how you wouldn't use a coffee table to put an induction cooker. Then go back to your room and start writing. Don't stay in that position. All done typing. Li Mu quickly typed a few words on the keyboard, marking the end of today's typing task. He closed his laptop, not bothering to put it away, and just left it on the coffee table. Then he put his arm around Lu Xiaoxi and leaned against the sofa, without saying a word. The two of them sat there nestled together, lost in thought, for more than 10 minutes. Is this also a little bit of romance in childhood sweethearts? What are we having for dinner tonight? He suddenly asked. If you ask me that question again, I'll eat you, physically. Eat, you cannibal. Li Mu reached out his hand to her, as if he had made a great decision. Today, Li Mu is going to sacrifice himself for his childhood sweetheart. As for what use it will be after sacrificing oneself, that's not yet known. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically, then gently bit Li Mu's hand, causing 2 glistening threads to break as she looked up. You're really going to eat it? You made me eat it. Ouch, there's saliva. Li Mu pulled his hand back, sniffed the spot where he had been bitten, and his face fell. It stinks. Serves you right, Lu Xiaoxi grumbled. When Li Mu kissed her and used his tongue to tease her lips, he didn't say that. Sometimes, the roles of childhood sweetheart and childhood friend are switched. Lu Xiaoxi would occasionally pull Li Mu's hand and play with his fingers. Li Mu's hands were much bigger than hers, and every finger was beautiful. She had come across some videos where girls in the comments section would say dirty things about the handsome hands of the boys in the videos. If Li Mu posted his hand online, it would definitely be even more outrageous. Hee. Thankfully, these hands are hers now. She gently kissed the back of Li Mu's hand and marked an item. What are you doing, having a hand fetish with your childhood sweetheart? I'm not a hand fetishist, but I think your pig's trotters smell pretty good. Also, you should trim your nails. You watch videos of people trimming horse and cow hooves all the time. Why don't you trim your own pig's trotters? You know that. It's written in the record that you also like to watch blanket washing, hydraulic press. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what was so interesting about these things, and she really didn't understand why Li Mu kept watching them. You can find one in the playback history after scrolling through it for a while. That's how boys are. Li Mu rubbed her forehead and wanted to touch her lower abdomen, but was stopped. Don't move. Let me trim your nails. Wasabi gentleness? That's how Xiao Qingmei is. Lu Xiaoxi, without batting an eye, patted herself on the back. She was a little narcissistic, but she kept it hidden deep inside. Only when she was with Li Mu could she naturally reveal her narcissism. If Li Mu criticizes her, she will say that she learned it from Li Mu. That is indeed the case. Before this, she would never tell anyone how pretty, cute, or gentle she was. Don't cut your flesh. If you make it bleed, you have to kiss me twice, no, 3 times. If you don't move, you won't bleed. Behave yourself and don't cause any trouble. Be careful, Li Muqin cautioned. It still hurts a lot if you accidentally cut your nail, especially the part where the nail connects to the fingertip. Li Mu once saw a picture where someone used a toothpick to prick that spot a little. Just looking at it made Li Mu feel pain. Lu Xiaoxi is really gentle. I trimmed his 5 nails little by little. All the sharp edges were ground down neatly. After finishing this side, Lu Xiaoxi shuffled over to the other side in her slippers to continue trimming Li Mu's nails. Li Mu looked at his neatly manicured nails, blew off the dust, and a variety of emotions welled up in his eyes. Such a great favor is beyond my ability to repay. I can only offer myself. Roll. Li Mu swallowed his words halfway through. Okay, let's take a look. You cut it very well. You truly are my childhood sweetheart. Li Mu harbored a great deal of affection for her, unable to express it, so he could only hold the girl in his arms. I still want to repay you. How will you repay me? Lu Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow. You say so, and I'll do it if I can. You say something about Sister Lu Xiaoxi, okay? Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed. She's been thinking about this for a long time. She's dreamed about it several times, and occasionally she fantasizes about it, imagining that she and Li Mu have switched identities, that Li Mu is her little shadow, that she takes care of Li Mu, and that Li Mu calls her Sister Lu Xiaoxi. But I'm older than you. You said you wanted to repay me. Okay, let me think about it. Just this once, okay? It's a promise. Wait a minute, I'll record a video. Don't go too far, Lu Xiaozhu. Oh, you said you wanted to repay me. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed against him like a spoiled little girl. You can't send it to anyone else. I won't send it. I absolutely won't send it. Then, Sister Lu Xiaoxi, haha, I'm going to send this to my mom. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed her phone and ran back to her room as if fleeing. She didn't even put on her shoes. As she closed the door, she didn't forget to make a cute face at Li Mu. Although Li Mu had anticipated this, there was nothing he could do about Lu Xiaoxi. With a soft sigh, he took a pair of pink slippers and went to Lu Xiaoxi's door, gently knocking. Your shoes. Put it at the door. I'm not going in. What are you afraid of? Put it at the door. Here, let it go. A long time. Lu Xiaoxi quietly opened the door a crack. The first thing that catches the eye is Li Mu's tall and imposing figure, which blocks out all the light from outside. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. Lu Xiaoxi tried to close the door, but the small girl, no matter how hard she tried, was no match for the strength of Li Mu's one hand. With just a gentle push, Li Mu opened the door a crack. He stepped inside, and Lu Xiaoxi quickly shrank back under the covers. No one is allowed to lay a hand on the person in the bed. This is a rule of the 3 realms. Li Mu grinned mischievously and closed the door behind him. I'm hiding under the covers now. You can't bully me. Hey, stop tickling me, huh? Chapter 143 Lu Xiaoxi's Appetizer. Lu Xiaoxi's body was too sensitive. Li Mu only needed to make a slight move to make her go limp. Having muscles is good. At least when they are tense, they can greatly enhance the defense against scratching. One has high defense and high attack, while the other has almost 0 defense and 0 attack. The difference is obvious. Li Mu, who won the tickling contest, placed his hand on Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen and rubbed it in a victorious manner. He even slipped his hand inside her clothes and gently stroked Lu Xiaoxi's chubby belly, sliding it back and forth over her cute belly button to tickle her. Lu Xiaoxi lay on the bed like a salted fish. Childhood sweethearts can always start comparing themselves without any conversation, and the tickling contest is a perfect example. Don't go up, Lu Xiaoxi said shyly, slapping away Li Mu's hand that was about to reach up. She simply sat up, preventing Li Mu from touching her anymore. It's been 10 minutes already, my legs are getting weak, and this guy still wants to touch me. Even if he's touching me, he can't just stay still. Is that a part you can touch? Come with me to the market now. Okay, I'll be your helper, Li Mu replied. He also wanted to go to the market with Lu Xiaoxi. It had been a while since he'd been. The last time I went there, I bought water cakes for Lu Xiaoxi. The vegetable market was the girl's domain. She relied almost entirely on Lu Xiaoxi to buy things, while Li Mu followed behind as her bodyguard and tool, occasionally enjoying the vegetable stall owner's calls of handsome guy. The ice cream wholesale stores that used to be a common sight have all switched to selling comforter inserts and covers, making the large ice cream wholesale signs on their stores seem out of place. Once the weather gets warm, they will become ice cream wholesalers again. After wandering around for a while, he saw the old woman holding a straw target covered with candied hawthorns. It was highly likely that Lu Xiaoxi bought the candied hawthorns here. This market still has a lot of old-fashioned charm. We'll have braised beef and potatoes tonight. I also bought some mung beans. I'll make you some sweet soup when we get back. Lu Xiaoxi walked out of a stall, hung the things she was carrying on Li Mu's hands, and walked with her hands behind her back, her steps light and cheerful. Sweet soup? Mung bean soup. Well, this is my first time making it, so I'm not sure if it will taste good. It's okay. Even if you put Isida's root in it, I'll still say it tastes good. Li Mu tapped her forehead. His fingernails were gone, so the forehead felt soft to the touch. If you dare say it doesn't taste good, I won't sleep with you tonight. I didn't ask you to sleep with me tonight either. You said it. Lu Xiaoxi blushed again. Okay. I told you it was all my fault for forcing my little green plum to sleep with me. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to really enjoy this feeling of being forced. This way, her initiative can be concealed. Yes, it's all your fault. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, walked around to the other side, took Li Mu's empty hand, pressed his fingertips, and pinched his palm, doing whatever was fun and comfortable for him. Teach me how to make braised beef with potatoes tonight, so I can show it to my mom. Hee hee, no problem, just scared your mom. How dare you talk like that? Oh my, that startled Aunt Sue. By the way, the group assignment results came out earlier. With one hand being held, Li Mu could only use the hand he was using to take out his phone. He opened the group chat and handed it to Lu Xiaoxi. There are many messages in the group, and many members are just posting random information. You can easily find a document that a teacher posted 20 minutes ago online. Open the document, which records the group assignment scores. There are more than 20 groups in the class, most of which have 3 to 4 people. There are only 3 pairs of groups, and they are one of them. The grades were listed from top to bottom, with their names prominently displayed as 1. The lowest ranking was 10th place. To be considerate of the students' feelings, no further rankings were made. We're so amazing. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes seemed to shoot lasers as she exclaimed with excitement. It's all thanks to me. Bullshit, it's more my fault. Okay, I'll rely on you more. Li Mu nudged her, bent down slightly to rub the girl's face, making her laugh. Back in the neighborhood, the two put on their aprons. Today, the roles are being redefined. Lu Xiaoxi is now the assistant, and Li Mu is now the cook. This was a request made by Li Mu himself. That being said, Li Mu still needed Lu Xiaoxi's guidance. If he were to accidentally use dark soy sauce instead of light soy sauce again, the meal would be wasted. It's called cooking, but it's really just flipping the vegetables and adding seasonings. As for when and how much to add, that's up to Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu felt that he learned things very slowly, perhaps because he was too lazy. Most people would have been able to cook for themselves by now. Now let's add the potatoes, right? Li Mu poured the potatoes in, added some dark soy sauce for color, and the dish was almost ready. Come back with the lid on, and when it's almost done, add chicken bouillon, then turn off the heat. I'm going to wash the mung beans. Lu Xiaoxi nodded as she watched him from the side. She also recorded Li Mu cooking. I'm going to send it to Aunt Sue later, to show her how she's turned her precious son into this. She's a very competent teacher, Lu. After washing the mung beans, Lu Xiaoxi cooked them on an induction cooker. On such a cold day, a bowl of warm mung bean soup would be incredibly comforting. All right, let's eat. Li Mu turned off the stove and brought out the braised beef and potatoes. This was the only dish they would serve today. The hot steam from the food covered Li Mu's face. Here it comes. Lu Xiaoxi turned the heat down to low to prevent the contents of the induction cooker from boiling over. Wait a minute, eat your phone first. When did you start doing this too? I learned it from you. Li Mu smiled and sent the photos he had just taken to his mother. He felt he was capable. Su Wen quickly replied on the other end of the phone, but Li Mu didn't look at it. He put the phone aside, picked up a piece of potato, and put it in his mouth to taste it. The taste was not bad. He then picked up another piece for Lu Xiaoxi and put it into the girl's lips. It's delicious. Lu Xiaoxi smacked her lips. If this were an anime world, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes would definitely be sparkling right now. During the National Day holiday, I'll eat your food. When I go home for winter break, I'll cook for you. TSK, you can't do without me. How many Michelin-starred chefs do you think I have now? State banquet standard. Lu Xiaoxi praised, amused by his eager look for praise. She kicked off her slipper under the table and stepped on one of Li Mu's feet. Li Mu expressed his satisfaction. Yes, he is a chef of state banquet caliber. How did you know he could make braised beef with potatoes? He decided to brag about it to Lao Yang and Lin Sheng tomorrow. Those two probably can't cook. Eat up, stop looking at your phone. Seeing Lu Xiaoxi across from him scrolling through her phone, Li Mu specially picked up a piece of beef and fed it to her. Lu Xiaoxi didn't even glance at him, ate the food in one bite, continued scrolling through her phone, and then stared at him with a sly look. Let's have some appetizers. After saying that, Lu Xiaoxi opened the video she had recorded that afternoon. Li Mu's sister Lu Xiaoxi was played 3 times on repeat. Ha ha ha. Before Li Mu could say anything, Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Laugh, laugh, I'll kiss you tonight. Chapter 144 My little sweetheart needs to be pampered. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi lay on the sofa, touching her belly with one hand while playing Do Diju, a card game, with the other. She played a winning hand. The music changed, and the flavor instantly came through. Then came that sad little tune. She pouted and continued playing on Li Mu's phone. Li Mu walked around the hall for 2 or 3 minutes and sat for about 10 minutes before the feeling of fullness subsided. I'm going to take a shower first. Go ahead and wash up. I'll take out your computer and put on some sweet dramas later. Whatever you want. Li Mu's computer had no privacy. He had already hidden what needed to be hidden, so he wasn't afraid Lu Xiaoxi would see it. I grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. He glanced at the place where the bath products were kept, where a bar of soap lay perfectly still. After using Lu Xiaoxi's products, he hadn't touched the soap again. The feeling of an emperor meeting a beautiful empress in the cold palace arises spontaneously. Lu Xiaoxi's shampoo, shower gel, and conditioner are all kinds of concubines with different styles. But the first thing he accepted, the one he loved the most, was this soap that was already a third of the way used. He decided to pamper himself with his soap for a day. Without his phone playing music, Li Mu felt like he hadn't taken a shower at all. He opened the door, bringing out a cloud of steam. Lu Xiaoxi was watching a romantic drama and playing Do Diju, a card game, in the hall. Your turn. Here I am. Lu Xiaoxi kicked her little feet like a penguin that couldn't find its feet. Her slippers had been kicked 2 meters away at some point. She tiptoed and quickly put on her pink slippers. He passed by Li Mu, then stepped back and carefully sniffed Li Mu's body. Are you a dog? Why aren't you using my shower gel anymore? Is the rose scent not nice enough? Do you know what it feels like for an emperor to see the beautiful empress in the cold palace? Li Mu said earnestly, his hands behind his back. His short-sleeved shirt and shorts seemed to have transformed into a dragon robe, and his slippers into square-toed court shoes. Why so much drama? I just suddenly felt like using some soap. Li Mu's imperial aura was interrupted, but he wasn't annoyed. He walked around Lu Xiaoxi twice before saying, you should use some too. Childhood sweethearts should have the same scent. Ugh, who wants to smell like you? Lu Xiaoxi said, turning around and going back to her room to get a change of clothes. Underwear and such were wrapped up inside, so Li Mu couldn't see them, although Li Mu had seen it many times. Take your underwear outside to dry. She went into the bathroom, put down the clothes she wanted to change into, and saw the red underwear in the tub. She yelled angrily. Coming. Li Mu slipped in, picked up his bucket, and noticed Lu Xiaoxi's clothes lying to the side. I think your bunny pajamas from last time were prettier than this one. They're the same, just with slightly different printed designs. No, your bunny pajamas are missing a button on the collar. Get lost. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to kick him, but Li Mu slipped away like an eel, leaving her sullen and helpless. After Li Mu finished hanging his underwear to dry, he was about to wash his socks when he went to the living room and took out the socks that Lu Xiaoxi had stuffed into her shoes, and washed them together with the socks. Wow, it even has a crayon Shin-chan design. Lu Xiaoxi's socks were as small as a young girl's, and Li Mu actually found them somewhat cute. Hiss. How come washing socks is considered perverted? Li Mu quickly washed Lu Xiaoxi's socks, wrung them out, clipped them securely, and hung them to dry on the balcony. There was an extra pair of socks on the balcony, and not a single drop of water could be condensed. When the wind blows, the two socks, one big and one small, sway together. Lu Xiaoxi was taking a shower, and his phone still had the Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game interface open. The remaining happy beans can be used for one more game. Li Mu naturally took over. Call the landlord, rob the landlord, rob the landlord, I'll rob him. Okay, 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 okay. Lu Xiaoxi came out after taking a shower and happened to hear a cheerful tune from someone who had won a game of Do Diju, a card game. How many beans do we have? Lu Xiaoxi excitedly leaned over. She originally had one more round of beans left, but since Li Mu won, it meant they could play a few more rounds. Isn't that wonderful? See for yourself. 9,000 beans. All right, now it's my turn to play. Go ahead and play, don't lose it all in 2 rounds. Don't worry, I was playing in the beginner's level. How could I lose so quickly? No. Why do you think I would lose? Lu Xiaoxi pouted. She was also very good at playing Do Diju, okay? Although she only plays a few games a day and receives a minimum living allowance, she still has some skill. You're really addicted, my little internet addict. Not addictive, not addictive. I'm using your account to play, so it's you who's addicted. Lu Xiaoxi's little brain also had many twisted ideas. There was a knock on the door, and a soft female voice sounded from outside. Teacher Lu, are you there? It's Sister Xia. Can you play this game for me? Lu Xiaoxi handed the phone back to Li Mu and walked towards the door. Li Mu remained seated on the sofa, since Sister Xia had come to see Lu Xiaoxi, not him. He wasn't close to Sister Xia. They were just neighbors at best, and they barely exchanged a few words. Lu Xiaoxi, on the other hand, often talked to Sister Xia next door while tutoring Xia Yuan, and they were quite familiar with each other. He could hear the conversation at the door. It seemed that Xia Yuan had scored 90 on her English quiz, so Sister Xia came to deliver some fruit as a way for the parents to thank the tutor. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Sister Xia, Lu Xiaoxi placed a box of fruit on the coffee table. The box was exceptionally luxuriously packaged and clearly expensive. This kind of fruit was specifically bought as a gift. Hello, Teacher Lu. Li Mu crossed his legs, didn't even lift his head, and greeted her in the same tone as Sister Xia had just spoken. Humph, Li Mu, the teacher is offering you some fruit. Lu Xiaoxi smugly opened the fruit box with scissors. As expected, the fruits were all of exceptionally good quality, including tangerines, mangoes, strawberries, and many other varieties, each with its own distinct flavor profile. Eat the strawberries first, they spoil easily. Put the rest in the fridge. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know if she was talking to Li Mu or to herself. You do the fruit, I'll put it out for you. No need, I can do it myself. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head, putting the strawberries in the refrigerator and keeping them at room temperature. After washing a plate of strawberries, she sat down next to Li Mu with a smile and started eating them by herself. They showed no intention of giving Li Mu any food. 246. The music for Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, played over and over again. Lu Xiaoxi, however, was getting restless. She was just waiting for Li Mu to say, I want to eat too, so she could reply, Mu pig, eat strawberries. Why is Li Mu not saying a word and just playing Do Diju, a card game? Li Mu knew exactly what she was thinking. He sighed softly and poked her cheek. Where's mine? I've been sitting here for so long, and you haven't even fed me one. My little green plum needs to be pampered. Chapter 145. Is it considered a nurturing system? Hey, little pig, eat strawberries. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly and stuffed a strawberry into his mouth. It was worth the long wait. Li Mu swallowed it whole, and even held the tip of the girl's finger in his mouth. Hot lips covered a finger, startling Lu Xiaoxi, who immediately pulled it out, sniffed it, and said with disgust, It stinks. Give it to me. Li Mu shifted his position, getting closer to the girl, and exchanged the phone for the fruit plate. Lu Xiaoxi became the one playing Do Diju, a card game. And she was also the one waiting to be fed. Li Mu washed his hands and came back, crossed his legs again, ate one himself, and Lu Xiaoxi ate one. Lu Xiaoxi was very satisfied, and her mouth even turned up in a smile. The allure of playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, was greater than that of romantic dramas, so Li Mu took over his computer and casually started watching a disaster movie he hadn't seen before. The movie ended at 11 p.m. Lu Xiaoxi was still playing Do Diju, a card game, but her expression showed that her night was not going well. Let's go back to our room. Okay, Lu Xiaoxi replied, but after stomping her feet on the floor a couple of times without finding her slippers, she sat up and looked around, only to find that her shoes were under the coffee table. She crouched down and reached in to rummage around. The bunny pajamas, missing a button at the neckline, failed to cover the girl's collarbone area, and her bra and other garments came into Li Mu's view. Li Mu glanced at it a couple more times. After putting on her shoes, Lu Xiaoxi took Li Mu's phone to brush her teeth, only putting it down when it was time to use her skincare products. It's just playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. Why is it so addictive? Li Mu put away his computer and took the clothes out to air them. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxi had already taken his phone into the room. He brushed his teeth and then discovered two wrung-out pairs of underwear in the bathroom bucket. Cute style. I used a clothes hanger to straighten Lu Xiaoxi's clothes and hung them on the balcony. This was the first time I had seen Lu Xiaoxi's underwear on the balcony. He also found Lu Xiaoxi's phone on the sofa. He didn't go into Lu Xiaoxi's room. Since his phone was with Lu Xiaoxi, he didn't even need to make up an excuse to go in. Lu Xiaoxi's phone screen is cracked, and it's only a matter of getting a screen protector replaced, but she hasn't done it yet. Li Mu skillfully typed in Lu Xiaoxi's birthday, opened her WeChat, found the user with the nickname Li the Fool, and sent a series of emojis. The guy with the nickname Li the Fool sent a pig nose emoji. Lu Xiaozhu, come to my room and sleep. Lu Xiaozhu, I've hung your underwear out to dry. Li Bindin, go away, you pervert. Lu Xiaozhu, wow, brother Li Mu is so handsome, I love him. Lu Xiaozhu, brother Li Mu, you are my only one. Lu Xiaozhu, brother, one is influenced by one's company, and one is sweeter by one's company. Lu Xiaozhu, brother Li Mu is 3, I am 9, and you are the only one who matters. Lu Xiaozhu, this is the back of my hand, this is the back of my foot, Li Mu is my darling. A barrage of cheesy pickup lines finally broke Lu Xiaoxi's patience. She came running over in her slippers, opened the door, and pounced on Li Mu. What weird things have you been sending on my WeChat? The girl's face was flushed, and she was flailing her arms and legs like a seal. How else would you get here? Li Mu hugged her mischievously. Where's my phone? Hurry up and recall it. It won't be able to be recalled in 2 minutes. I'm not leaving. What's the point of leaving? Li Mu wasn't about to so easily delete the cheesy pickup line he'd painstakingly typed out. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, he gently placed her phone aside, grabbed her hands, and flipped her over, pinning her beneath him with a cry of "ah." From this vantage point, Li Mu could see all of Lu Xiaoxi's subtle expressions. It gave him a sense of superiority. Lu Xiaoxi struggled, but both her hands were held by Li Mu, and she couldn't break free no matter what she did, so she panicked. The position was terrible, the angle was terrible, because his elbows were higher than his shoulders, and his bunny pajamas were pulled up, revealing his fair and cute little belly. What are you doing, you pervert? I haven't done anything yet. Li Mu kissed her forehead and rubbed her face, not daring to do anything real, and let her go. Having been freed from her restraints, Lu Xiaoxi hadn't even reacted yet, maintaining the position of raising her hands above her head for 2 seconds. Ah, it's all your fault. Lu Xiaoxi heard the sad tune coming from her phone. She had lost again. I'll see if I can help you get it back tomorrow. Li Mu lay down next to her, stroking her smooth belly with one hand. Not satisfied, he pulled up her bunny pajamas a little, revealing an even larger area of her fair belly. What's so great about touching my belly? I touch it every day. Lu Xiaoxi muttered, taking a deep breath to puff out her little belly so it wouldn't be soft. I like touching it, so what? It's none of your business. Can't I even take care of my stomach? What should I do? I want to suck on the little green plum again. Don't inhale. Lu Xiaoxi quickly blocked him with her hand. Just one sip. Without waiting for a reply, Li Mu's hand, which had been on the girl's lower abdomen, wrapped around her slender waist. Lu Xiaoxi's waist is really well proportioned. Every inch of flesh and every inch of skin is just right. He tightened his grip, and the girl pressed herself against him. I can only take one breath. What could Lu Xiaoxi do? The weak girl had no ability to resist, and could only press her face against Li Mu's neck, waiting to be sucked. Li Mu inhaled the scent emanating from the girl. Despite using soap, she still had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Such a delicate fragrance is what makes people most infatuated and craving it. He slowly sucked from her face down to her neck, and finally, taking advantage of the girl's inattention, he sucked on her neck, leaving a light red mark that faded away at a visible speed. Cultivation techniques for mini strawberries. The tingling sensation made Lu Xiaoxi go limp as if she'd been electrocuted, and she didn't dare move at all. After consuming the petite girl, Li Mu satisfied his inner desires and gained immense satisfaction. Pervert. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was as small as her chest, trembling slightly. She glanced down and found that Li Mu was still perfectly normal, which surprised her a little. Do you think we're perverts in Xiaofei's eyes? After all, it's even more outrageous for us to be addicted to Xiaofei. I am Xiaofei's owner. I am not a pervert when I use Xiaofei. You are not Xiaofei's owner, so you are a pervert. I'll kiss you again next time, but I'll kiss little Fatty's pig face. Little Fatty isn't a pig, you're the pig, Lu Xiaoxi grumbled. Little Fatty is just fat, he's not a pig. But Majuzu is a real pig. You're the pig. I should be the zookeeper. I've raised you for 19 years. Bullshit, I was raised by my parents. Li Mu used a little force to flip the girl onto himself. I raised you, didn't I? I remember clearly how many rice cakes I bought for you when you were little, how many eggs I fed you, and how many steamed buns I gave you. Lu Xiaoxi lay on Li Mu's body, saying nothing, because it was indeed as Li Mu had said. How about a kiss before we go to sleep? Li Mu chuckled softly, as if coaxing a child. The little girl in his arms nodded her head and slowly wriggled against Li Mu's body until her lips touched his. The girl pouted and pressed her lips against it. This time, it was the girl who initiated the kiss. Is it ready yet? After their lips parted, Lu Xiaoxi raised her blushing face and pursed her lips. His eyes were only on Li Mu. Go to sleep. Good. Lu Xiaoxi slid off him and covered Li Mu with half of the blanket. Little Green Plum is very gentle. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Do you think we're a case of raising someone from the ground up? After all, I practically raised you from infancy. Could you please stop saying such disgusting things? Do you think this counts as a nurturing raising system? Count your ass. Chapter 146. Be cute. Even without snow, Li Mu still loves winter. The cold wave has been here for 2 days, and it's absolutely true that today's weather is freezing cold. The weather is rather bad today. Even Li Mu, a warm-hearted man in the physical sense, wore 3 layers of clothing. Wear a short-sleeved base layer, a fleece sweatshirt in the middle, and a nice jacket on top. He doesn't usually pay much attention to his outfits, but this one was bought by Lu Xiaoxi, and it was the outfit Lu Xiaoxi chose for his outing today. Not bad, not bad. Li Mu looks very energetic today. Lu Xiaoxi looked Li Mu up and down, who was being used as a clothes hanger, and was extremely satisfied. I have to give myself a big thumbs up for my sharp eye and aesthetic sense. The clothes she bought for Li Mu wouldn't look bad even if he wore them casually, let alone the ones she specially picked out for him today. The scarf and hat finally came in handy. Our matching scarves and hats will definitely make our classmates think we're a couple. Li Mu sat on the sofa, legs crossed, looking like he was invincible. Go ahead and say it. We're childhood sweethearts, a bit more than lovers. Lu Xiaoxi didn't react much. She wasn't stupid. She spent all her time with Li Mu. Even a blind person could see that her relationship with Li Mu was unusual. Anyone with common sense would assume she and Li Mu are a couple. Hee hee, little green plum. Come give me a hug before we go to school. Li Mu opened his arms, waiting for the petite girl to embrace him. Lu Xiaoxi hugged him, and then Li Mu seized the opportunity to kiss her on the cheek. She let out 2 coquettish whimpers, only to be kissed on the lips by Li Mu, a double blow. Kissing me first thing in the morning. She wanted to be angry, but didn't know what she was angry about, so she could only pretend to be angry and furrow her brows. She was already cute, but now she's even cuter. I reckon the teacher will announce the exam time and content today, believe it or not. Limu let it go in one ear and out the other. They went to bed early yesterday, and with the cold snap, they got up earlier than usual today, so there was no rush at all. Go ahead and take the test. I feel like I don't need to study anymore. Lu Xiaoxi said smugly, feeling a little smug after getting first place in the group assignment last time. At the beginning of the semester, she would frantically take notes on the PPT, but she doesn't do that anymore. Unless it's an important point, she just glances at it once, and if she can't remember something, she just asks Li Mu for help. Although Li Mu is very capable, he is not omnipotent. He will always have omissions in most of his knowledge and will encounter problems in some practical operations. That's when Xiao Qingmei comes to the rescue. The complementarity between childhood sweethearts is best exemplified here. Go to school. In English class, Li Mu ran to the back and sat down with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang. After listening to half a class, he spent the rest of the time playing games with his friends. After only a couple of games, Lin Sheng, that little brat, started whispering to Li Mu. You little brat, you managed to win over Lu Xiaoxi? Lin Sheng's tone was normal, but his expression was rather clenched. Li Mu was amused by him. You didn't pursue her. You're even wearing matching outfits, and you're telling me you haven't pursued her? I definitely didn't chase after them. Damn it. You weren't pursued by Lu Xiaoxi, were you? What the hell do you have to deserve this? Get out of here. Instead of talking about me, you should find a girlfriend. Li Mu was too lazy to argue with this guy. It was never a matter of one pursuing the other between myself and Lu Xiaoxi. Rather, we were both searching for lost feelings. After enduring the English class, as he expected, the teacher announced the upcoming exam at the end of the get out of class. In the next few days, courses with exams will announce their exam dates. My first semester of university is coming to an end. There are even rumors circulating about the winter break. I'm getting more and more excited for the holidays. After most of the people had left, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi left the classroom. Why is your face so red? Li Mu asked with concern. This kind of weather makes it easy for people to catch a cold or fever, and he didn't want to see his little Qingmei looking sickly. Let me tell you, Xiao Qiao knows that you and I are childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi had her hands in her pockets, half her face buried under her scarf, her big, bright eyes blinking, and a few strands of bangs under her hat pressing down on her eyebrows. Li Mu's most endearing trait is Lu Xiaoxi. This Lu Xiaoxi is the cutest of all. If this Lu Xiaoxi called Li Mu brother, stuck out her tongue, and made a funny face, Li Mu would have no doubt that he would be so cute that he would roll over on his back. So what if you know? You said it yourself, didn't you? She guessed it. You're quite impressive that you didn't suspect we were a couple at first. Yes, that's amazing. Then why are you so shy? You didn't react much when we talked about being a couple, but you blush like this when we talked about childhood sweethearts. Are you really sick? Because childhood sweethearts are closer than lovers. The little girl's voice was also small. Do you still want to run around campus? Run, there aren't many more chances. Li Mu ruffled her hat, and the perfectly good hat collapsed in an instant. Lu Xiaoxi stomped her foot, straightened her hat, and then raised her hand to mess up Li Mu's hat as well. Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu didn't care and casually took off his hat and put it on Lu Xiaoxi's head. So Lu Xiaoxi now had two hats of different colors. The fluffy hat and scarf made Lu Xiaoxi look bulky, which made the girl appear even more petite. This is probably what people online call a soft and cute little cutie. What's wrong? Can you be cute? What do you mean by cute? Lu Xiaoxi stared at him, somewhat confused. It's like acting cute or something. Being adorable. You know what I mean? Don't want. Oh, you're cute, just one. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, then suddenly pounced on him, raised her little head, squinted at him, and stuck out her tongue. Holy crap, I'm dying from cuteness. Is it really necessary? Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled. Could you please carry my laptop bag for me? What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi asked, holding up Li Mu's two laptop bags. Then she regretted it. Freed from the constraints of his laptop bag, Li Mu, like a villain breaking free of his shackles, rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's face with both hands, sometimes pulling her cheeks and sometimes pinching her nose. Finally, I took a breath on her face. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks, refusing to let him pinch her cheeks anymore. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's nose and touched her earlobe. This infuriated Lu Xiaoxi. The little girl nudged Li Mu like a calf. It's a pity she didn't have horns. Otherwise she would definitely have sent that scoundrel Li Mu flying. Give me a cute one too, hurry up. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around. What's so cute about a guy like me? Li Mu's lips twitched. Then give me a handsome look. Isn't he handsome enough? Li Mu lifted his bangs with one hand, made a hook with the other on his chin, and slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. It was a wicked smile. Quick, tear his mouth apart. You're so stupid. Lu Xiaoxi laughed so hard she made a goose-like sound. Chapter 147 Warmth. After finishing the campus run and having lunch, Lu Xiaoxi bought 3 grilled sausages. She ate them while walking and would give Li Mu a bite, making his mouth oily. Then she would wipe Li Mu's mouth with a tissue and play with his lips. These lips, which I've kissed countless times, I'll never get tired of playing with. Lu Xiaoxi took a few steps, feeling herself being pushed aside by Li Mu again. She circled around to Li Mu's other side and grasped one of Li Mu's fingers. Her hands were small, and it felt perfectly natural for her to hold Li Mu's fingers. Li Mu grabbed her entire hand and hid it in his palm. Her hands were frozen, but they warmed up quickly when enveloped in warm palms. She wanted to be hugged by Li Mu, so that her whole body would feel warm. Back in the neighborhood, Lu Xiaoxi discovered that the water in the bathroom was boiled. She remembered turning it off after showering yesterday, so this is the one Li Mu turned on this morning. Is it so that I can have hot water as soon as I get back? Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. Her childhood sweetheart was also very gentle. After washing his face and feet, his wet slippers left footprints on the living room floor, leading directly to Li Mu's room. The girl could enter Li Mu's room without any psychological burden, and she had even slept in Li Mu's bed countless times. She usually plays on Li Mu's phone in bed like this, while Li Mu sits in a chair typing away, passing the time. How's your novel coming along? Lu Xiaoxi asked, shrinking deeper into the blankets. It's all right, better than the last one. Where are you on your reading list? Li Mu asked without turning his head, his slender fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. I'm following the latest chapter. What do you think? You're a girl. Can you even watch male-oriented content? It's all right. All romance novels are pretty much the same. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Why is your male lead so clueless? The female lead is practically throwing herself at him, and he still doesn't realize how she feels about him. You don't understand. This allows readers to enjoy the thrill of chasing after the story. Do boys like this? Lu Xiaoxi didn't quite understand boys' thinking. She only knew Li Mu. This doesn't mean Li Mu isn't a boy. It just means Li Mu is somewhat special. Li Mu is proactive and intelligent, unlike the straight male protagonists he writes about. In Li Mu's novels, the male protagonist is always passive, pursued by the female protagonist, confessed by her, and kissed by her. In reality, Li Mu is always the one who takes the initiative, pressing himself down to kiss her, touching his lower abdomen, and sometimes even cuddling with her like a cat. Most guys like to pursue women. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not like it has to be the man who pursues the woman. So do you like it? I don't know. Li Mu stopped what he was doing, and then suddenly laughed, as if he had thought of something. Why don't you write a love letter? Ask me to meet you downstairs in the apartment complex, and confess your feelings to me. I've already thought of the words. Just say, Li Mu, please go out with me, and see if I like you. You idiot. Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. They're practically childhood sweethearts, so why would they lower themselves to a lower status? The image formed in her mind, and Lu Xiaoxi blushed. If Li Mu doesn't take the initiative, inviting him downstairs to confess seems to be the quickest way to reconcile. The word interact should be changed to reconcile. Li Mu, please make up with me. She would compile all the little things between the two of them into a ledger and hand it to Li Mu like a love letter, expressing her burning desire to reconcile. Unfounded fantasy. A sudden, indescribable impulse welled up inside Lu Xiaoxi. She got out of her warm bed, walked barefoot to Li Mu's side, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. I can't figure out how to deal with Li Mu. Are you having a kissing urge? Hehe, here's a little treat for your shamelessness. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. Thanks to Li Mu's shamelessness, she and Li Mu were able to become childhood sweethearts even faster. What did you do? I'll try pursuing you and see if you like me. If I say I don't like it, will you hit me? I'll flatten you. Li Mu was restless and suddenly picked up Lu Xiaoxi while he sat on the edge of the bed. Lu Xiaoxi propped her knees on the bed, facing Li Mu, very close, and they could feel each other's breath. A pose that gets your blood pumping. Lu Xiaoxi was so embarrassed that she was angry. Just as she was about to struggle, something covered her mouth and pulled her waist tightly, pressing her whole body against Li Mu's. Li Mu's breathing was so heavy. Lu Xiaoxi's pupils contracted. You forgot to grit your teeth? Li Mu relented, took a breath, and looked hesitant. Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to speak. Her eyes were full of Li Mu. Just now with Li Mu. Before she could think further, Li Mu kissed her again. For a long time. She snapped out of her daze, quickly pushed Li Mu away, and jumped off him. Pervert. She shrank back under the covers, somewhat flustered, her face flushed redder than ever before. She understood. That indescribable impulse just now was my liking for Li Mu, an absolute liking. It was this passion that made her temporarily forget to grit her teeth. Was this like when we were kids? Li Mu pulled the blanket up a little to cover his lower body before lying down next to Lu Xiaoxi. Absolutely not. Is that something I can talk about? So are we better off than when we were kids? Li Mu rested his hand on his head and poked Lu Xiaoxi's face. His eyes looked no different than usual, but Lu Xiaoxi could clearly see a lot of joy in them. This guy has been wanting to stick his tongue out for a long time, and today I was careless, and he got his way. No. You think it's good because you're lustful. You weren't lustful before. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously. What did I know before? All I knew was how to bully you. You're bullying me now too. Her legs went weak. My hands are still trembling. If this isn't bullying, what is? What business is it of yours if I bully Lu Xiaoxi? Are you Lu Xiaoxi? Just keep yelling like that. I am. It really is. Li Mu was even happier. A moment of silence. I just stuck out my tongue. Don't be angry. I'm so angry, I'm furious. Lu Xiaoxi finally realized that this was the time to be angry. She was frowning and pouting. She was genuinely angry. Little Qingmei, don't be angry, okay? Li Mu gently stroked her loose hair. Lu Xiaoxi, who wasn't angry to begin with, couldn't even be seriously angry anymore. All she wanted to do was rest her head on Li Mu's hand and get a good night's sleep. Good. Are your feet still cold? Let me warm them up for you. Li Mu stretched his feet over to Lu Xiaoxi's side, and they were indeed cool. You must have been a heater spirit in your past life. Lu Xiaoxi liked being warmed by Li Mu. Now my hands are warm, so I can't put them under Li Mu's neck to freeze or scare him. Chapter 148. A chance 180 degrees turn across half the classroom. Every day after the heavy snow is cold. The day after their French kiss, the two went to school as usual. Courses have been announcing their exam schedules one after another, with the most recent exam being tomorrow. The period leading up to the holiday is exam week. Students who are strict with themselves will study harder, and even students who are usually lazy will start cramming at the last minute. In conclusion, the already good learning environment has become even better. Even the gaming group that Li Mu and the other two played together turned into a study group. Lin Sheng and Lao Yang weren't usually lazy learners. They just played games during class and only had a superficial understanding of many subjects. Li Mu, on the other hand, under Lu Xiaoxi's supervision, spent much more time listening to lectures and had a very high learning efficiency. After winning first place in the last group assignment, Li Mu naturally became the one the two of them relied on. Digital media requires hands-on experience. Some operations can easily become more confusing by following online tutorials. Having an experienced mentor who can provide on-site instruction is very important. In just one class, Lin Sheng called on Li Mu 3 times, forcing Li Mu to go to the back row to teach him each time. As the semester was drawing to a close, the teachers were not very strict in class, and many students were moving around in the classroom, some asking the teacher questions and others asking their classmates questions. The teacher was also moving around, waiting for students to ask questions. It was naturally not a problem for Li Mu to move around in class. Brother Mu, help. How do I do this? You're missing a step. You need to get that right first, understand? I'm a little confused. but I get the general idea. Lin Sheng nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Does Old Yang have any problems? Li Mu looked at Old Yang again. Old Yang was pondering his homework. No. If I do, I'll see if I can call the teacher. If the teacher is busy, I'll call you. Fine. Did you hear me, you dog? If you have a problem, go find the teacher. Stop calling me Brother Mu all day long. I don't have a younger brother as stupid as you. Whether online or offline, Li Mu wouldn't be polite to Lin Sheng about these everyday trifles. This guy is terrible at games, but loves to play, and I've screwed him over quite a few times. Li Mu turned around, intending to return to Lu Xiaoxi's side, when he suddenly noticed that Lu Xiaoxi was asking the teacher a question, and the teacher was naturally sitting in his seat. He could only stand at the back, saying nothing, and waited for the teacher to leave, while a sense of unease still arose in his mind. Why not save the questions for him to ask? It was at this moment that the counselor sent a notice in the notification group. This is about the winter vacation schedule and important notes. All things considered, there are less than 20 days left until the holiday. It seems I need to discuss with Lu Xiaoxi when to go home, since high-speed rail tickets for students during holidays are hard to come by. After the teacher left, Li Mu plopped down in his seat. What did you ask the teacher? I don't quite understand this step. Ask me, why ask the teacher? I was just about to ask you something when you left, and the teacher just happened to be passing by. What does it matter? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes. It's nothing, I was just asking. By the way, there's already a holiday notice in the group chat. Do you want to go home early or late? Of course, early. We'll go back and play for a few days, then we'll go see the snow. I saw online that it's snowing in many parts of the south, but it's not snowing here. Lu Xiaoxi was dressed warmly, which made her face look small, and her eyes were just the right size. When she talked about seeing the snow, her eyes seemed to light up. Li Mu couldn't stand it. If they were at home, he would definitely be chasing after her and kissing her. Li Mu couldn't resist his childhood sweetheart's kisses, especially yesterday when he was able to pry open Lu Xiaoxi's teeth. If he can stick out his tongue once, he can definitely stick it out a second time, a third time, until Lu Xiaoxi also starts to cater to him. Just thinking about it is perverted. Are you thinking about perverted things? Lu Xiaoxi stared into his eyes, sensing that he had ill intentions. After making sure that no one was close by, she cursed under her breath. No, I'm thinking about what to do after I get home. What's up? We can't kiss anytime, anywhere after we get home. There are people everywhere, and everyone upstairs and downstairs knows us. Even if you and I don't know each other, our parents do. If we're seen kissing and hugging, with the intelligence network downstairs, the whole neighborhood will know in less than a day, you believe me. Then we won't kiss or hug each other when we get back. Lu Xiaoxi thought Li Mu's words made sense. That seemed to make sense, so she asked, why do you think I would let you kiss me in public? Even if she knew many people back home, she wouldn't dare to kiss Li Mu here, since she didn't know many people there. That was too open. Her small, timid nature and sense of shame couldn't handle it. Oh, by the way, my parents work Monday through Friday, and your parents aren't home, so what will happen then? Get lost, you're so perverted. Lu Xiaoxi's pretty face flushed red, and she kicked Li Mu with her little feet under the table. There are still more than 10 days left, and you're already saying this? She's already planning how to kiss and hug him when they get home. She'll be hugged and kissed by Li Mu when that time comes. The kind of kiss that makes your legs go weak. A class is not long. Li Mu finished the campus run almost on the last day. Tomorrow is the last day, and if he doesn't run enough times before the deadline, he will fail. After today's run, he'll have enough runs. Exercise can make people feel refreshed. After running 2 kilometers, Li Mu felt great, but his throat was also hoarse, so he quickly asked Lu Xiaoxi for water. After taking a big gulp of water, Li Mu felt much better. He wiped the water off his lips and grinned at Lu Xiaoxi, showing off his bright white teeth. You have sauerkraut leaves on your teeth. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Mu quickly covered his mouth and decided that he would never eat sauerkraut buns again. He was just chatting with Lin Sheng, and the thought of being laughed at with a piece of pickled cabbage on his head made Li Mu feel extremely embarrassed. Mirror, mirror, get it down right now. I was just kidding. Lu Xiaoxi laughed brightly. I remember when you were in your first year of high school. I don't know if you ate some fermented black beans or something, but your teeth were covered in black stuff, and you didn't even realize it. You were reading a novel during evening self-study, and you kept grinning, and your teeth looked like they had holes in them. Huh? You were spying on me in high school, weren't you? Li Mu's lips twitched. When he was addicted to gaming in high school, he wasn't so talkative. He spent most of his time reviewing games and reading novels and comics. If he had something stuck in his teeth, no one would necessarily know, and even if they did, they might not tell him. This caught the attention of Lu Xiaoxi, someone she didn't get along with. Lu Xiaoxi was still paying attention to him when she was in high school, and she had feelings for him. He was very touched. No. Lu Xiaoxi immediately covered her mouth, pretending not to say anything. But when Li Mu stared at her intently, she felt guilty and could only explain in a low voice. Yes, I saw it by accident. Bullshit. I'm sitting in the back and you're sitting in the front. Does your casual gesture mean crossing half the classroom and turning your head 180 degrees? Li Mu saw Lu Xiaoxi cowering like an ostrich and felt a strong urge to seduce her. I want to melt this tiny, adorable girl into my body. You, leave me alone. I'm going back. It's freezing. Lu Xiaoxi ran away shyly. Li Mu smiled, picked up his laptop bag, and quickly followed. He even mischievously pulled Lu Xiaoxi's hat down to cover her eyes, then walked in front of her to block her view. When Lu Xiaoxi lifted her hat, the first thing she saw was Li Mu's smiling face. Chapter 149. The Little Taste was pretty good, edited. For a lazy girl, nothing is more comfortable than snuggling in bed and playing on a cold day. The small bedside table that Li Mu bought before finally came in handy today. Lu Xiaoxi sat on her bed, placed her computer on the table, and straightened the blanket so that her legs, which were covered by the blanket, could pass under the table. The small table is large, and the space is relatively ample. It's not uncomfortable to put your feet on it. If it is, you can cross your legs. There's an English exam tomorrow. Although she's confident in herself, reviewing before the exam is still essential. This isn't last-minute cramming. It's a natural study habit for young girls. She studied the materials on the computer while glancing at the door. It was strange that Li Mu hadn't come to see her at noon today. After studying for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiaoxi took out her phone and sent a few random emojis to the guy whose contact name was Li the Idiot. Unable to get a response, Lu Xiaoxi began to idly browse through her chat history with Li Mu over the past few days. Since they started sharing assets as childhood sweethearts, she and Li Mu stopped transferring money to each other, and their chat interface was filled with nothing but green and white chat bubbles. She and Li Mu didn't have many chat records, since they were always together and would have said what they wanted to say long ago. Click. The door opened, and Li Mu walked in with a smile, carrying a plate of peeled tangerines. Why didn't you knock? I was wondering if you were changing clothes at the right time. Then we should knock on the door even more. Lu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. How could this guy make his lustful behavior seem so natural? Oh, studying? Li Mu said nonchalantly, putting the fruit plate on the small table, then shifting his position and getting into bed. I'm in my room. Of course I'm studying. What are you doing here? If you want to play, go to your room. I'll feed you some fruit and take advantage of you. But I'm not going to tell you. Otherwise you won't let me take advantage of you. Lu Xiaoxi didn't react for a moment. She knew every word, so why couldn't she understand it when Li Mu said it? So, does this count as telling her or not telling her? The little girl's head suddenly went blank. She only started to grumble and get angry when Li Mu stuffed a small piece of tangerine into her mouth. She zipped up her coat, pulled up the collar, and put on the hat by the bed, not wanting Li Mu to take advantage of her. Looking at the girl who had wrapped herself up like a little dumpling, Li Mu chuckled twice and ate a piece of fruit. Innocent. If he wants to gain an advantage, what use are these defensive measures? After finishing the fruit in her mouth, Lu Xiaoxi looked at her study materials for a while, but Li Mu didn't feed her anything. I want to eat more, hurry up. Eat, it won't make you fat. Li Mu stuffed another piece of fruit into her mouth and deliberately put his finger into her warm little mouth. My room is for studying. Unauthorized personnel, please leave. You may leave the fruit. I'm not leaving. Li Mu rubbed his face against hers, speaking softly, his heart melting. Being with a young girl easily evokes a contradictory feeling that is both exciting and tranquil. Li Mu was experiencing this right now. He wanted to passionately pick her up and kiss her, yet he also wanted to quietly stay close to her, completely lost in the moment. He knew that he was already head over heels in love with Lu Xiaoxi. Because of liking, there will be conflicting desires. Please move your seat out a bit. What? Lu Xiaoxi asked, confused. She was leaning against the wall perfectly fine. Although confused, she still moved forward, making room for a person behind her. Li Mu sat down behind her, spread his legs, placed the puppy doll in front of his crotch, and casually pulled the blanket up so that the blanket, which originally only covered Lu Xiaoxi's thighs, also covered his legs. He placed one hand on Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen and, through her clothes, pressed her back so that she was leaning against him. The wall is cold, but I'm warm, Li Mu explained. Speak normally, you sound so greasy. Do you think you're some kind of domineering CEO? Lu Xiaoxi smiled and leaned back a little. It was a warm feeling that she liked. Hee hee, let me show you my 90-degree jawline, and let me let you hear my bubbly hiccup. Hee hee hee, can't you be normal for once? Hee hee. Lu Xiaoxi's nightingale-like laughter lingered in his ears. Li Mu smiled faintly, rested his chin on Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder, and inhaled her fragrance, his desires being greatly satisfied. I'll focus on studying so I can take advantage of the situation. No. Lu Xiaoxi was in a great mood. She continued reviewing the material by pressing play on her computer. Li Mu placed one large hand on her lower abdomen, gently pulled down the zipper, and quietly massaged the obedient girl's lower abdomen. Perhaps feeling comfortable, Lu Xiaoxi gradually became languid and couldn't help but yawn. She pressed all her weight onto Li Mu, placed her hands on the back of his hands, and her restless fingers tapped lightly on the back of his hands, pressed the veins on his hands, and pinched his skin. What's so interesting about touching a belly? Soft, warm, and comfortable. You won't let me rest my head anywhere else. Li Mu continued to rest his head on her shoulder. Lu Xiaoxi was startled by his bold statement. Just leave me alone, okay? If you bother me, I'll feel embarrassed to take advantage of you. You keep distracting me. Then I'll learn with you. Move the table closer. Good. The two of them, in such an intimate pose, studied English for an hour. The taste is quite good. Lu Xiaoxi is really studying hard. She didn't pay much attention to Li Mu along the way, which made Li Mu feel guilty for affecting Lu Xiaoxi's studies. He only got the upper hand at the very beginning. For the next 40 minutes, he basically just used Lu Xiaoxi as a warm, huggable pillow. Lu Xiaoxi yawned, and he yawned too. Chapter 150 Warm Your Heart. Today, unusually, Lu Xiaoxi got up earlier than Li Mu. After observing Li Mu's sleeping face for a while, Lu Xiaoxi's lips curled into a slight smile. Having slept well and felt comfortable, she pouted and gently touched Li Mu's lips with her own before slowly getting up and leaving the room. After drinking some water to soothe her throat, Lu Xiaoxi put on her shoes and went out to the market. When Li Mu woke up, the spot next to his childhood sweetheart was already cold. He lazily rolled around in bed a couple of times before finally getting up. When his childhood sweetheart wasn't home, he found his phone and wanted to send her a message, but instead he saw about 10 emojis she had sent, along with a picture of the entrance to the vegetable market. Li Bendan. Wait for me next time, I'll go with you. Lu Xiaozhu. No waiting, no waiting. Li the fool, angry. Lu Xiaozhu. Keep your distance. JPG. Li Bendan. Could you also buy me 2 bottles of hot milk tea? I've been drinking lemon water all the time, and it feels like I haven't had any in ages. Li Bendan. If you don't want to drink it, just buy 1 bottle, or you can buy whatever you want to drink. Lu Xiaozhu. Cat rolling over. JPG. Li Mu smiled, ignored her, returned to his room, put on his headphones, and started typing. Before he could finish writing a chapter, Lu Xiaoxi returned. She turned the handle, brought in 2 bottles of milk tea, inserted straws, and held them to Li Mu's lips. Li Mu took a sip. It was warm. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled mischievously and patted the back of Li Mu's neck. Her hands were frozen from being outside for so long. Li Mu was indeed chilled by her, and his back straightened up immediately from the backrest. You've got nothing better to do, huh? If you've got nothing better to do, then give me a massage. Lu Xiaoxi muttered something, pulled a stool from outside and sat down next to Li Mu, pressing her little finger hard on Li Mu's shoulder. He slowed his movements a little, wanting to savor the process. She didn't know how long she had been pressing, but her hands started to hurt. She puffed out her cheeks, pulled up a stool, sat down to the side, lifted Li Mu's clothes, and put both of her hands into Li Mu's lower abdomen. If this guy won't let himself buy a hand warmer, then he should take responsibility for buying one. If you want to warm your hands, then warm your hands, but don't touch things indiscriminately. Go ahead and touch me. Why can you touch me, but I can't touch you? Don't call me a pervert later. These words immediately calmed Lu Xiaoxi down, and she didn't dare to move her hands hidden under his clothes. Once her hands were warm, Lu Xiaoxi pulled them back, grabbed Li Mu's phone, and ran to his bed. Li Mu worked very hard today, writing until the very last moment before he started cooking. After finishing writing, I cooked with Lu Xiaoxi. After dinner, Li Mu took Lu Xiaoxi for a walk. It's so cold. Lu Xiaoxi, dressed as a chubby girl, quickly ran behind Li Mu and huddled up when the wind blew. I'll wrap this around you. Li Mu smiled and tied his scarf around her neck, then pulled her hat down a bit. Aren't you cold? It's all right. Not too cold, mainly because I have a hat, which keeps me warm. My hands are cold. Holding your hand will keep you warm. My feet are cold. I'll warm you up when we get back. Good. Are your thighs cold? My hands are warm. I can warm them for you. Go to hell. Chatting with Lu Xiaoxi about this and that, there's nothing more enjoyable than taking a stroll. To avoid hurting Lu Xiaoxi's feet, they returned to the residential area after walking for a short while. Lu Xiaoxi was afraid of the cold, so she took a shower first, while Li Mu connected the projector to find movies to watch. Lu Xiaoxi smelled wonderful after taking a shower. Her skin was fair and rosy, and her wet hair, with tiny water droplets at the tips, fell onto the floor. Sit here, I'll blow dry your hair. No need, I can blow it myself. All right. After drying her hair, Lu Xiaoxi felt much more refreshed and immediately plopped down on the sofa. I was looking at a sweet drama, the one in the notes. It's also about childhood sweethearts. Wait a minute, what's the rush? After searching for disaster movies for a long time, Li Mu had no choice but to go find some sweet dramas to watch. Every night is Lu Xiaoxi's time to binge-watch TV series. She quickly peeled a dozen or so tangerines and put them on a plate, then lay down comfortably to watch the movie. Let me warm your feet. Put your feet up on my feet. Oh. Lu Xiaoxi shifted her position, changing from lying on her side to lying horizontally, and put her feet on Li Mu's legs, letting him rub and knead them. Li Mu liked Lu Xiaoxi's feet, and he also liked how cutely she trimmed her toenails, which were spotless and had no thick skin on the soles of her feet. Crystal pig's trotters. After massaging her feet, Li Mu began to stroke her calves through her pants, moving up to her knees and slowly moving upwards until he placed his hand on her thighs and gently pressed. Lu Xiaoxi was extremely embarrassed and patted him with a pillow, saying, "You pervert. A great pianist will play you a piece." Li Mu used Lu Xiaoxi's legs as piano keys, randomly strumming them with his 10 fingers while humming strange tunes. It's probably playing, "I love taking advantage of my little green plum," the kind that can't be replicated. Having taken advantage of the situation, Li Mu began to seriously massage Lu Xiaoxi, making her feel comfortable and relaxed. Does it feel good? It's all right. I'd like to get another massage. I'll take a shower first, and I'll massage you the rest when we get back to the room. Li Mu reluctantly put Lu Xiaoxi's long legs down and went back to his room to get a change of clothes. Lu Xiaoxi watched him enter the bathroom before sitting up and hesitantly placing her hand on her thigh to feel it. What's so interesting about touching it? Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself. After washing their hair, guys usually just dry it with a towel. Their hair is short, so the moisture on their heads dries quickly. But Lu Xiaoxi insisted on helping Li Mu blow dry his hair. Unable to argue with her, Li Mu let her have her way. While she claimed to be blow drying her hair, Lu Xiaoxi seemed to be just playing around. Since Li Mu's hair was short, she only needed to blow on it. With the other hand, she kept tickling Li Mu, sometimes scratching his neck, sometimes pinching his earlobe, and sometimes stroking his chin like a cat. Who says only childhood sweethearts can take advantage of their childhood sweethearts? Go to bed early these next few days. There are exams coming up. I heard from Xiao Xiao that university holidays are based on exam schedules. If there's nothing else going on, we can go back after the exams without waiting for the school's holiday schedule, Lu Xiaoxi said loudly. Such a good thing? Li Mu asked in surprise. Yes, Xiao Xiao said that a senior from Shandong University told her that this is the case for most universities, so the actual holiday time is actually earlier. You can buy tickets now. Have you dried your hair? Let's go back to the room and buy tickets. After we buy the tickets, we'll go to sleep. Uh-huh. Sleep in my room tonight. Li Mu got up and helped her put away the hairdryer. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak or move, just stared at Li Mu. Why are you looking at me? Go back to your room and go to sleep. You look a bit fairer. Really? It's like this right after a shower, and I'm not even that dark-skinned to begin with. Li Mu touched his chin, picked up a small mirror, and looked at himself. He looked quite handsome today. Lu Xiaoxi looked away, feeling a little guilty. After taking a shower, Li Mu smelled nice. His already healthy and well-proportioned figure was incredibly handsome. Li Mu's pants weren't pulled up very high, but they couldn't hide his long legs hidden underneath, making him look like a natural clothes hanger. So, are you smitten by my good looks? Touch you my foot. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. Anyway, her heart was just beating a little faster, not that she was moved. Li Mu suddenly leaned in, putting one hand under her legs and the other under her back, and hugged her. Lu Xiaoxi quickly wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and snuggled into his arms. It wasn't until she was gently placed on the bed that Lu Xiaoxi realized that she had been carried in a princess carry by Li Mu. Before she could even speak, a blanket covered her completely. She struggled to get her face out, and then Li Mu kissed her again. Her movements were so fluid that she questioned her existence. Chapter 151, Then I'll sneak to your house in the middle of the night. There are always a lot of exams at the end of the semester, plus a bunch of other things that are typical for freshmen, so it's normal to be very busy. The exams had been going on for several days in a row, which was quite boring. Only studying with Lu Xiaoxi could soothe Li Mu's mood. Exams with practical components can easily last for several hours. Woohoo! Another exam finished. Stepping out of the classroom, Li Mu jumped up and down like a child. This drew the attention of those around them. Lu Xiaoxi squeezed his fingers and shrank behind him. As long as she couldn't see others and others couldn't see her, the only one who would feel awkward would be Li Mu. She couldn't see the road, so she grabbed Li Mu's clothes and fingers from behind. She didn't know where Li Mu was leading her. It took a long time before he stopped, and she accidentally bumped into Li Mu's back. Li Mu leaned forward and then pulled her back, hoisting the girl onto his back in one go, not forgetting to weigh her in his arms a couple of times. Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly looked left and right. This was a forest path, and most of the people who came here were couples having a secret rendezvous, not to mention carrying each other on their backs and hugging. Some were even kissing while sitting on chairs. Some couples were watching them, which scared her so much that she buried her face in Li Mu's back again. As she walked, going up and down, Lu Xiaoxi felt like she was riding a rocking horse. When they were little, Li Mu often carried her on his back like this, or rather, she would jump onto Li Mu's back on her own initiative and straddle him. Although Li Mu was annoyed, he would let her straddle him for a few steps to satisfy her mischievous heart. Back then, she was a bit chubby, but heavier than Li Mu. Of course, Li Mu didn't have the strength to carry her. Unlike now, Li Mu has grown into a tall man of 1.8 meters. Her height is not bad, but in Li Mu's eyes, she is still tiny. When Mingming was in junior high school, she was much taller than Li Mu. But when she got to high school, from the third year of junior high to the first year of high school, Li Mu suddenly became much taller, as if he had taken hormones, and could see the top of her head all of a sudden. It's a good thing it's winter, so I wear long pants. If I were wearing a skirt, and you were like this, I would have been exposed. Lu Xiaoxi peeked out from under his shoulder to look at the road ahead, speaking softly. Next stop, you can get off now. Li Mu lowered his voice and imitated the female voice of the bus system. Am I very heavy? 200 pounds, no problem. I only weigh 95 pounds, Lu Xiaoxi huffed angrily, letting out two dissatisfied hums. Good, so small. Li Mu chuckled. Small hands, small feet, small everywhere. You're trying to say I have small breasts, huh? I'll kill you. Stop fooling around, Get off the bus, get off the bus. Li Mu squatted down slightly to let the petite girl land safely. The girl was still not satisfied, and after getting down, she started punching and kicking Li Mu. However, Li Mu's defense was too high, and he had 3 layers of clothing to reinforce his defense. It was not easy to hurt Li Mu. My hands went numb from hitting them. You know, when you're so weak, even being angry is cute. Li Mu took her hand and intertwined their fingers. You're so good with words. Being praised for being cute for no reason, Lu Xiaoxi didn't know whether to be angry or not. But if she wasn't angry, she would feel like she was too easily fooled. So she simply pinched Li Mu's face to vent her anger, so that she would have a reason not to be angry. I have another match this afternoon. Ugh, I'm exhausted. You can think about it differently. Take as many tests as possible now, and then go home when you don't have to take any more tests later. I want to go home right now. I haven't kissed you yet over there. Who said there isn't? That was when you were little. I mean when you grew up. Even though you're still a little kid now, kissing you back in our hometown is so exciting. Li Mu was smiling at first, but then his smile faded. He glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, and his cheerful face suddenly fell. I won't be able to hold you while you sleep anymore. Lu Xiaoxi's eyebrows also furrowed, looking a little worried. She's been sleeping with Li Mu these past few days, and without a super warm pillow, she can't fall asleep easily. Suddenly, I don't want to go back so soon. It seems like you can sleep here. I told my parents you're a scaredy cat, and asked them to let you sleep here, or let me come over and keep you company, haha. No, you're stupid. No matter what the reason, you can't let your aunt and uncle know that we're sleeping together. Do you think you're still a child? Lu Xiaoxi scolded him. Even if they are just sleeping, it is not just sleeping in the eyes of their elders. No matter what your relationship is, you've already slept together, so there's no way to explain it. And the elders might even give them some strange things. Then I'll sneak over to your house in the middle of the night. Get out of here, you're acting like a thief. Li Mu's dog ears drooped down. The winter vacation that is coming soon will be different, with no sweet and soft little plum to keep me company while I sleep. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. We need to quickly plan when to go see the snow, and maybe we can even sleep in a hotel together while we're there. After lunch, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi took a walk hand in hand on campus. Fearing that Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't be able to withstand the cold, Li Mu gave Lu Xiaoxi his scarf and put on a hat himself. The weather wasn't particularly cold, so he didn't need a scarf or hat at all. He was the only one among the boys who was fully armed, but he had no choice because Lu Xiaoxi had made him wear them, and he dared not disobey his childhood sweetheart. Wait, when did he become so timid and submissive? If things continue like this, once they get their marriage certificates, what will become of their family's imperial status? Passing by the small pavilion, I noticed two middle-aged men sitting there, looking serious as they faced a chessboard. With no other option, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi had to find another place to rest. Shandong University also has a lake, surrounded by beautiful flowers and plants. There are park benches among the flowers and plants, and Lu Xiaoxi pulled Li Mu to sit down. Tired? You can lean on me and take a nap. After all, you have an exam this afternoon. A small head rested on his shoulder, and Li Mu gently took off the girl's hat, reached out, and ruffled her hair, smiling broadly. He had rubbed his hair like an anime series more than once, wondering what was so good about the so-called head pat. I never felt anything touching my own hair before, but touching Lu Xiaoxi's was different. The more I touched it, the more addicted I became. I wanted to mess up the girl's hair, then gently straighten it, then mess it up again, then straighten it again, and then watch the girl's amusing expressions. He came to a conclusion. The little green plum is addictive, the kind that the little childhood sweetheart can't resist. I'm not taking a nap today. I'll just sit here until the exam. I don't mind, but you shouldn't get cold. Or I can give you my hat too. No. Most of a person's heat is lost from the top of their head. That's why hats are so warm. You're not allowed to take them off. Li Mu quickly helped the girl put on her hat. There's no one around now. Can I give you a kiss? We're still outside. Lu Xiaoxi shrank her neck. Her face flushed pink, whether from the cold wind or from shyness. It was hard to tell. Give me a little kiss. No one will see it now. Lu Xiaoxi was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and kissed Li Mu's thin lips in an instant. Actually, I wanted to kiss you on the cheek, but you actually wanted to kiss me on the lips, so you must think kissing on the lips is better than kissing on the cheek. So what if I did? You're not happy that I kissed you first, Ongmu pig? Yes. Li Mu rested his face on her head. Lu Xiaoxi's mouth is sweet. Look, there's a goose. Lu Xiaoxi pointed to the lake in front of her, and a dark-colored goose swam over calmly. Wow, it really is, the fur is quite nice. I want to eat roast goose leg. Oh my god, today is a disaster. I have a severe migraine and a runny nose. I feel like I'm going to ascend to heaven. Chapter 152 Childhood Sweethearts Destined for Each Other. The afternoon exam went by quickly. Limu finished it smoothly in no time. There was still some time before get out of class ended, and since we weren't allowed to talk during the exam, he quickly glanced at the screen and then propped his chin up to look at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi sat not far to his side. He stared blankly as Lu Xiaoxi manipulated the computer and then yawned. I dreamt I was back in high school. He used to look at Lu Xiaoxi in the same way. The difference is that he is now confident in the exam content, instead of scribbling on the answer sheet like he did in high school. So it turns out that not only did Lu Xiaoxi secretly watch him during high school, but he himself had also been paying attention to Lu Xiaoxi all along. Limu chuckled softly to himself. Perhaps this is fate. The adults from both families were so close, and so were their children. They had attended the same school and class since childhood. Perhaps it was the work of fate, but his hard work and diligence allowed him to be fortunate enough to attend the same university, the same major, and the same class as Lu Xiaoxi. Even someone as scientifically inclined as him couldn't help but wonder if he and Lu Xiaoxi had a red string tied around their wrists. No, 2, 3, or even more. Countless red ropes were intertwined and twisted together, becoming an unbreakable red hemp rope. One is broken, but there's still one left. This is a destined childhood sweetheart. The disease has truly reached its terminal stage. He was infected by Lu Xiaoxi's superstitions. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe in these things. He touched the dog tooth bracelet on his left wrist. Lu Xiaoxi spent a month working on this little gadget. This was the beginning of Lu Xiaoxi taking the initiative to reconcile with him. School's out. Lu Xiaoxi stretched while sitting in her seat. After the teacher announced that they could leave, she immediately ran to the back, grabbed Li Mu's hand, and grinned, showing her cute little teeth. How much money did you find? What money? What are you laughing at if you didn't find any money? Did you step in dog poop? No, this exam was so easy. Guess how long it took me? I bet it took you 2 hours and 32 minutes, and you even scratched your face in the middle. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you peeking at me? What do you mean by peeking? This is just something I saw unintentionally. Li Mu pinched Lu Xiaoxi's soft cheek in front of everyone. This attracted the attention of many classmates around him, especially Lin Sheng at the end. The sweet atmosphere made him want to fall in love, just like eating a lemon. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi didn't notice as they left the classroom chatting and laughing. On the school computers used for exams, they could hold each other's hands without any burden, swinging them back and forth, and from time to time, one could hear the girl's silvery laughter. The girl was so happy that she transmitted the happy virus to Li Mu, and Li Mu inexplicably became happy as well. Tell me, how long did you take the exam? You were staring at me the whole time. Lu Xiaoxi slowly stopped, her tone serious, as if Li Mu wouldn't leave until he gave her a good answer. About half an hour earlier than you. How did you get here so fast? Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise. TSK, how can you talk like that? I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. No, you are fast. I'm talking about the exam. What are you thinking about? It's awful. The fact that you said that proves you thought of it too, so you're bad too. Li Mu didn't deny Lu Xiaoxi's statement. Boys often associate fast, growing up with those kinds of scenes. It's almost become a traditional talent. I'm not bad. You're bad. You're the worst. Lu Xiaoxi patted him, unzipped his jacket, poked at his hoodie, and when he didn't react, her little tiger teeth lit up. The mischievous girl, with a mischievous thought in mind, pinched Li Mu's chest. There were 2 layers of clothing between them, one of which was a fleece sweatshirt. It was unclear whether she had managed to grab it or not, but that didn't stop her from running away quickly. She slipped ahead of Li Mu in a flash and stuck her tongue out at him as she walked. Li Mu's lips twitched. My little green plum is getting naughty and needs to be disciplined. I'm offering $2 for a way to get her to behave properly. I pinched my chest, and to be honest, it's impossible not to feel anything. Well, it's kind of weird that a girl can easily trigger a reaction in certain areas when she pinches it. He quickly caught up with Lu Xiaoxi, who, seeing him coming, took off running. How can a pig that hasn't run in a long time outrun a dog with great stamina? Before long, Lu Xiaoxi's hand was grabbed. Due to inertia, Lu Xiaoxi instinctively lurched forward and immediately bounced into Li Mu's arms. Run? Do you think you can escape? What are you doing? Wah, let go. Lu Xiaoxi struggled in his arms, terrified. I like an eye for an eye. No. Lu Xiaoxi clutched her chest in fright, her face quickly flushing red. An eye for an eye, wouldn't that be? You're being hypocritical. Fine, fine, this is your childhood sweetheart's special privilege. Li Mu directly predicted what Lu Xiaoxi was about to say. Yes, yes, this is a special privilege for childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled. The image of Li Mu retaliating in kind had just flashed through her mind, making her extremely embarrassed. To prevent Li Mu from continuing this embarrassing topic, Lu Xiaoxi quickly changed her gaze, looked around, and saw an ice cream shop not far away. I want to eat an ice cream cone. Go buy it for me. You're still eating ice cream cones in this weather? I'll just have one bite. You can have the rest. Li Mu felt ashamed. Like some videos where guys share their dates with their girlfriends, the girlfriend wants to eat everything, takes a bite of what she buys, and then stuffs the rest into her boyfriend's hands. Fortunately, my little green plum has a 4-dimensional stomach. She wants to eat everything and can eat anything without being picky. Li Mu was genuinely surprised that they were still selling ice cream cones in this cold weather. I bought an ice cream cone and fed it to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi took a big gulp, her satisfied little mouth stained with white cream, and she moved her little mouth like a little rabbit eating. Satisfying her cravings had taken a toll on her brain. After eating too much, her head began to throb with pain. Lu Xiaoxi's face contorted in agony, and it took her a while to recover. Seeing Li Mu looking at her like she was an idiot, Lu Xiaoxi grinned at Li Mu, revealing her little tiger teeth. Want some more? Just one more bite. Lu Xiaoxi took another big bite, completely satisfied. Your mouth must be frozen. I'll warm it up for you when we get back. No, you're trying to be a pervert again. I think you've always been very good at judging people. Li Mu's main approach to his childhood sweetheart was sincerity. If you say you'll take advantage, you mean you'll take advantage. If you say you'll kiss, you mean you'll kiss. If you say you'll sleep together, you mean you'll sleep together. As for the tit-for-tat retaliation just now, that depends on the opportunity. It can't be rushed. Chapter 153 Missing Me, Revised. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi went to the vegetable market near the school together. The farmer's market here looks much more upscale than the one near the neighborhood, and it has a wider variety of produce. Both of them came to the market with the attitude of trying something new. Buying groceries was secondary. They casually bought some vegetables for dinner and then started strolling around the market area. I'll glance at any food store, buy what I want to eat, and ask for some to try if it looks good. Back home, Li Mu once again took on the responsibility of being the head chef, cooking dishes that looked quite good but tasted rather bland, much to Lu Xiaoxi's dismay. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxi lay on the sofa like a little seal, patting her belly. Lying down right after eating isn't good for your health, Li Mu said with a smile as he sat down next to her and patted her tummy. Shameless. You're clearly trying to take advantage of me, but you're pretending to care about me. What do you mean by pretending? Caring and taking advantage are not mutually exclusive. How can you make taking advantage of others sound so natural? Lu Xiaoxi had no way to deal with Li Mu's shamelessness and could only let him grope her belly. Do I have to put on airs with my childhood sweetheart? Of course I can do whatever I want. You pervert, you're not allowed to think that. Can't even think about it. Li Mu smiled mischievously. You can't think like that. Lu Xiaoxi was both surprised and embarrassed. She had only said it casually, but who knew Li Mu would be so frank? Didn't that mean that Li Mu had harbored wicked thoughts about her? Li Mu is definitely thinking about her doing naughty things. As Li Mu's childhood sweetheart, she had to curb Li Mu's unhealthy thoughts. At the very least, he couldn't have those wicked fantasies about her. And of course, he couldn't think about anyone else either. Okay, I won't think about it then. Anyway, you wouldn't know even if I thought about it. Instead of patting her belly, Li Mu put his hand under her waist and supported her neck with his other hand, lifting the girl up and placing her on his lap. This was the most comfortable way to touch the girl's lower abdomen. After touching her for a while, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. finally releasing his pent-up affection for his little green plum after a whole day. This may sound strange, but that's the gist of it. If he doesn't have intimate relations with Lu Xiaoxi for a long time, he really won't be able to resist wanting to meld Lu Xiaoxi into his body. Do you usually think about those kinds of things? Lu Xiaoxi blushed and ran off his lap, hurriedly grabbing a pillow to cover his legs. The clever Lu Xiaoxi would take the initiative to help Li Mu cover up his embarrassment. Which kind? That kind, Li Mu asked knowingly. Boys always look forward to these kinds of topics, especially when discussing them with someone they like. Yeah, that's it. Don't play dumb. Of course there is. What are you thinking? I'm not a monk. Li Mu smiled, took Lu Xiaoxi's soft, boneless hand, and squeezed her fingers. Then, who are you thinking about? Is it me? Lu Xiaoxi tends to stutter when she's nervous, which is a big leap for a conservative girl. Taking the initiative to talk to Li Mu about this kind of topic, Lu Xiaoxi doesn't know how much she's encouraged herself. What I just said was the fuse, igniting the little plum's possessiveness towards her childhood sweetheart. Even when I think about her, I can only think about her. No, it's best not to think about anyone else, only when there's absolutely no other way. This is the biggest concession a young girl can make to her possessiveness. What do you think? Li Mu's face flushed, and he also turned his face away like Lu Xiaoxi, each looking to one side. This was the principle of no eye contact during awkward moments between childhood sweethearts. Anyway, you're not allowed to think about anyone else, or I won't play with you anymore, and I'll beat you up every day. Then what should I do? You've raised a difficult problem. You have to provide a solution, right? Lu Xiaoxi's face turned bright red. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She didn't know what to say. Her little brain was working fast, thinking of all sorts of solutions for Li Mu, and she was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. You need to tell me first. If I agree, you can think about me as you wish. If I don't agree, you can't think about me. I mean, you can think about me, but if you want to think about me in that way, you need to tell me first. Li Mu briefly lost his train of thought, saying things like, I miss you, and so on. He meant that he could think of Lu Xiaoxi normally, but not when he was feeling awkward. Little green plum, so silly. Whether she wants to or not, she doesn't know. Can I think about it now? No, you need to calm down right now. I'm going to take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi ran back to her room as if fleeing, not even glancing at her slippers, and completely unaware that she was wearing one of Li Mu's slippers. Lu Xiaoxi, clutching her pounding heart, stood blankly in front of the mirror in the bathroom. How strange. She looked up and saw her reflection in the mirror, her face as red as a tomato, her small hand clutching her chest, still trembling. How dare they talk about this kind of topic with Li Mu? That's really insane. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong pajamas. Lu Xiaoxi looked at the bunny pajamas with a troubled expression. Without the top button, Li Mu could easily see everything under the clothes if he looked down from above. Li Mu's behavior just now definitely indicated that he had ulterior motives. After taking a shower, Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the smoke, clutching her collar. She glanced at Li Mu, who had his legs propped up on the sofa looking at his phone, then lowered her head and went back to her room, closing the door and taking off her bunny pajamas. She was a little narcissistic. She admired her own slim waist, and she knew Li Mu would like it even more. After changing into her bare pajamas, Lu Xiaoxi finally came out of her room. Li Mu had already gone to take a shower. She smoothed her hair, combing out the crisscrossing strands, her shoulder-length black hair flowing like a waterfall. The girl twirled a strand of hair around her temple with her finger and hummed contentedly twice. There's a super cute little green plum in the mirror, but who is she? She won't say. When Li Mu came out of the bathroom, he saw Lu Xiaoxi sitting quietly on the sofa with her legs curled up. Thinking about the conversation they had just had, Li Mu didn't know what to say to Lu Xiaoxi. He stammered and finally managed to say hello. What hello? What are you talking about? Lu Xiaoxi blinked, somewhat annoyed. Hello is something you only say when you meet a stranger. She and Li Mu are not allowed to say it. You didn't take a nap today, aren't you sleepy? I'm sleepy. I have an exam tomorrow morning. Lu Xiaoxi muttered to herself. Then let's go to sleep. Li Mu leaned closer to her and took a sniff. The scent of green plums instantly filled his nostrils. Carry me back. Lu Xiaoxi started to act coquettishly, reaching out to him on the sofa and not moving, wanting a hug. Okay. Li Mu picked her up and carried her to his room. Afraid of falling, Lu Xiaoxi reached out and wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck, pressing her face against his chest and listening to his rapid heartbeat. Only after being gently placed on the bed did Lu Xiaoxi shrink into the corner. The clothes aren't done washing yet. Let's sunbathe tomorrow. I want to sleep with you now. Li Mu grinned mischievously as he pulled the covers over himself. Don't say weird things. Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed, turning her snow-white earlobes and neck red. Just telling the truth, I'm sleeping with you right now. Li Mu's expression shifted between light and shadow. He put one arm around Lu Xiaoxi's waist and pulled her closer. He lowered his head slightly and kissed Lu Xiaoxi's pink lips. I could only taste Lu Xiaoxi's lips. If you brush your teeth while showering, kissing feels like a combination of Longjing tea and cantaloupe. Finally catching her breath, Lu Xiaoxi pushed him away, bracing herself against his chest. She glanced down at him, then immediately looked up, biting her lip and remaining silent. It happened again. How many times a day? Lu Xiaoxi turned around angrily, facing the wall, ignoring him. Li Mu's hand, which was originally on her back, is now on her lower abdomen. With a gentle pull, he draws the girl closer to his chest. The petite girl stiffened. The touch on her back made her heart race and her whole body tremble with nervousness. Can I think of you now? Li Mu's voice seemed to have a magical power, hitting her head directly and making her dizzy. Yeah, just this once. Slightly heavy breathing echoed in my ears. A long time. The person behind him got out of bed, put on slippers, and went outside. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her watery eyes and glanced at the time on her phone. 11:20. She was so nervous that she even entered her lock screen password incorrectly twice. 11:50. Li Mu returned to the room, covered himself with the blanket, and faced the opposite direction from Lu Xiaoxi, without saying a word. Li Mu? Where did you go? I'm hanging out the laundry. I'm too lazy to get up tomorrow. Oh, sleep with me in your arms. Li Mu turned around again, his body moving in sync with Lu Xiaoxi's, and placed one hand back on Lu Xiaoxi's soft belly. You're lying. You were clearly doing something bad, Lu Xiaoxi said again, her words always shocking. Who hangs their clothes out to dry for half an hour? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxi heard Li Mu swallow hard. Li Mu's lips twitched. Ahem, go to sleep, and don't say anything. Please urge me to update. And please give me a small gift. Chapter 154 is all for him. The holiday is approaching. Every day is a cycle of exams, rest, and meetings, with no end in sight. After several days of this, we finally made it to January 4th. The school stipulates that January 8th is the holiday start date, but for their major, all exams are finished on January 4th, and the counselor has to hold a meeting on the 5th. That means they can go home tomorrow afternoon. Li Mu had calculated the time in advance and bought tickets with 2 mobile phones at the same time. Each person could cancel the ticket 3 times, so 2 people could cancel it 6 times. He thought it would be a long battle, but when Li Mu changed trains and tickets for the second time, he managed to grab a seat for the DF train. Including this time, he and Lu Xiaoxi have taken the high-speed rail 4 times in total, and they were separated only once because they couldn't buy tickets for adjacent seats. In a sense, they were very lucky, considering they bought their tickets during peak periods like holidays and the start of the school year. In Lu Xiaoxi's words, it must be God's blessing, because Lu Xiaoxi is a little superstitious. After the last exam, the teacher announced the end of the exam, and the students in the exam room let out a sigh of relief. They left the classroom in 2s and 3s. Brother Mu, let's rank up all night tonight. Lin Sheng walked past with his arm around Lao Yang's shoulder, nudged Li Mu, who was staring straight ahead, with his elbow, and was in a great mood. Li Mu, who was watching Lu Xiaoxi scratch her neck, looked away and waved his hand. No one stays up all night. I advise you not to play for too long at once. It'll hurt your health. You've changed. You weren't like this before. Give me back the gaming master, Brother Mu. Get lost. Go eat your food. Li Mu wanted to kick this guy. After everyone had left, Li Mu ran over to Lu Xiaoxi and poked her neck. Unfortunately, her hands were warm, so she couldn't see Lu Xiaoxi's frightened expression. You can go home tomorrow afternoon, aren't you happy? Yeah, I want to go back quickly. How about we plan where to go to see the snow tonight? Okay, Lu Xiaoxi replied sweetly, her lips curving upwards with happiness, her brows full of joy. Southerners who have never seen snow always look forward to it. Li Mu took her hand and led Lu Xiaoxi out of the classroom. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, a gust of cold wind blew past, forcing Lu Xiaoxi to squint. Just as she was about to raise her hand to shield her eyes, she suddenly felt a large hand on her face, gently brushing her stray hairs behind her ear. Without even looking, she knew who it was. You go first. I'll shield you from the wind from behind. Lu Xiaoxi ran behind Li Mu and peeked out with her little head. If it weren't for her hair blowing backward, you would really think she was shielding Li Mu from the wind. Because she was wearing a hat, Lu Xiaoxi didn't tie her hair in a ponytail. Her shoulder-length black hair was loose and swayed gently in the wind. If it were long enough to reach her waist like in TV dramas, it could be used as a cape. Standing in the wind, his cape fluttering, he looked rather handsome. Li Mu's body is a little bigger than Lu Xiaoxi's. As long as the wind blows from the front, Lu Xiaoxi can shrink herself up and there won't be much wind blowing on her. It turns out that Li Mu's embrace was warm, and his back was warm too. She wanted Li Mu to carry her again. It would surely be very warm. Li Mu, what's wrong? Fine. Lu Xiaoxi put her hands in Li Mu's pockets, becoming Li Mu's little bundle of joy. She couldn't see the road ahead. She would go wherever Li Mu went. Don't pinch my flesh. Hee, I won't pinch anymore. The hand in the pocket finally calmed down. I had dinner at school, and then took the bus back to my neighborhood. After taking a shower, the two began discussing their plans for the rest of the winter break on the sofa. Which city to go to, and which part of the city to visit. After discussing for about 10 minutes, we finally selected 3 cities. We'll decide which one to go to when we return to our hometown. There's no rush. Li Mu warmed Lu Xiaoxi's feet properly, not just played with her toes. Friction generates heat, so he had no problem rubbing against the smooth instep. Li Mu, Lu Xiaoxi called out as she leisurely put down her phone after finishing a game of dodiju. What's wrong? Let's go out and have some fun tonight. Where to? Li Mu had planned to take advantage of the situation for a while, then go back to writing and hang out with Lin Sheng and Lao Yang until 2 or 3 in the morning. But Lu Xiaoxi suddenly suggested going out to play, so his plans were ruined. It didn't really matter. He had a lot of drafts saved up, and after reconciling with Lu Xiaoxi, the game wasn't as important as before. Let's go to the little yellow duck square. Okay, let me put on my shoes. Li Mu ran to put on his shoes and wanted to pinch Lu Xiaoxi's cute cheeks, but Lu Xiaoxi refused. The reason given was that he had just touched his socks and hadn't washed his hands. That's true. He quickly washed his hands and dried them before he could properly pinch Lu Xiaoxi's soft little face. Then he took a big sip, making Lu Xiaoxi's face turn red, with some drool marks on it. Ugh, it stinks. Lu Xiaoxi wiped away her drool, sniffed her fingers, and made a disgusted expression. Even if you're smelly, you still have to give me a couple more kisses. Li Mu cupped her chubby little face, kissing her from her forehead to her cheek, then her chin, and finally, with difficulty, kissing her neck. His posture was a bit too outrageous. He wanted to kiss her again, but suddenly a pair of pliers clamped around his waist, followed by Lu Xiaoxi pinching him. I'm wearing so many layers, it would be a miracle if you could catch me. Huh? Holy crap. Holy crap. Hiss, my ear's going to fall off. Want another kiss? I wanna... Oh, never mind, I don't want it anymore. Lu Xiaoxi let go of him, her eyes filled with disdain. Who are they putting on this for? She knew exactly how much effort she had put in. My ear fell off, pay me back. Li Mu rubbed his ear, revealing his true colors. Stand still. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and struggled to raise her head. Finally, Li Mu lowered his head slightly, and Lu Xiaoxi kissed Li Mu's forehead. We haven't kissed yet, Li Mu said, still wanting more, mimicking Lu Xiaoxi's pouty expression from before. Lu Xiaoxi sighed helplessly and kissed him again. As the glistening threads were pulled apart, Li Mu licked his lips, savoring the sweetness of the little green plum. You're a pervert, you want to savor it again. If your saliva is sweet, then what does mine taste like? It smells like swill. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi was amused by his forced smile. She chuckled twice and poked his chest hard. Just kidding. Actually, it's a little sweet. I know. And why did you have that expression just now? Because I was just teasing you. Li Mu's lips curled into a smile. He knew exactly what his little sister was thinking. How could she possibly outsmart him? He took Lu Xiaoxi's small hand in his and gently rubbed it, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. It was just a normal hand-holding. Lu Xiaoxi felt her heart beating faster again. It really doesn't listen to her. As if by some strange twist of fate, she lifted Li Mu's hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. Is it okay to kiss? No, it's not okay to kiss you. You have hair on the back of your hand. It would be strange if a man's hands didn't have some hair. Who has hands like yours with fine white down? You can't even feel it unless you touch them carefully. Do you think my hands are nice to touch? Little pig Lu, you haven't turned into a pervert, have you? Hurry up and say you like it, or I won't let you touch me next time. Li Mu chose to use actions instead of words. He rubbed his face against Lu Xiaoxi's palm and gently touched the girl's small hand with his lips. Lu Xiaoxi shyly withdrew her hand, the warmth of the touch between her lips and fingertips lingering for a long time. She enjoyed being praised by Li Mu in various ways, including through his actions. This gave her a great sense of happiness and also satisfied her little childhood sweetheart's possessiveness. Let's go out and have some fun. The two people held hands. Chapter 155 Going Home. The next day, Li Mu went downstairs early in the morning to buy breakfast. I'm heading back to my hometown this afternoon. Today is my last day in Songnan. The whistling wind slipped into his collar, and he shrank his neck and zipped up his jacket. After buying some dumplings and porridge, I returned home to find Lu Xiaoxi also up at that time, brushing her teeth in front of the mirror. Her messy short hair made the girl look even more languid. Morning. Lu Xiaoxi responded casually, her mouth full of foam. Have you packed your things? What did you take back with you? I only brought clothes and my laptop. Lu Xiaoxi replied after brushing her teeth. Where's the doll? It's stuffed into the suitcase. Oh, and we need to clean the house when we get back. Good. After breakfast, the two headed to school. The counselor didn't say much today. She reminded us about safety issues. We signed the forms to be collected, took photos, and then the class meeting ended. Students eager to go home grabbed their backpacks and ran off, but Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. After leaving the classroom with Lu Xiaoxi, he strolled around the school for a while at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving home, Li Mu took the initiative to clean, handling chores like sweeping and mopping that required bending over, while Lu Xiaoxi wiped the table and tidied up the clutter. Childhood sweethearts working together make the job quick and easy. After opening the window to let the damp smell from mopping dissipate, he began to organize his things. His computer, clothes, and finally, with great difficulty, he stuffed the pig plush toy into his suitcase. I'm changing clothes. Don't come in. Lu Xiaoxi called out to him before returning to her room. Li Mu remained silent and walked to the mirror to examine his appearance. Not bad. Standing next to Lu Xiaoxi would definitely be a sight to behold. Before he could even begin to indulge in his narcissism, his phone rang. It was a video call initiated by his mother, Su-Wen. What time did you and Xiaoxi get in the car? Su-Wen's face appeared on the phone screen. We'll arrive around 1 o'clock. So early? You have to go to work today, so your parents won't have time to pick you up. You'll have to take the bus home by yourselves. Oh, and where's Xiaoxi? Changing clothes. As soon as she was told, Lu Xiaoxi opened the door. A cute and charming young girl looked over. She wasn't wearing her glasses, so she couldn't see what Li Mu's phone was displaying. She squinted and leaned closer before realizing it was Aunt Su. Aunt Su, Lu Xiaoxi called out sweetly, gave Li Mu a look, and Li Mu handed the phone to Lu Xiaoxi. The two girls chattered away for a while, seemingly out of nowhere, talking about their relationship, Li Mu's cooking skills, and their studies. For some reason, Su-Wen always thought that Li Mu would bully Lu Xiaoxi, and every time they talked on the phone, he would ask, Has Li Mu bullied you? Lu Xiaoxi, unusually, did not say that Li Mu had bullied her. Okay, that's all for now. Bye-bye Xiaoxi, and bye-bye Li Mu too. See you this afternoon. Goodbye, Auntie. The video call was disconnected, and Lu Xiaoxi took small steps to return the phone to Li Mu. You didn't tell on me that I bullied you? Li Mu was extremely surprised. This time was different from before. Last time at the high-speed rail station, When Lu Xiaoxi video chatted with Aunt Qin, she complained a lot about how he bullied her. I won't say. Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't dare. If Aunt Su were to tell Li Mu that Li Mu had kissed and hugged her and slept with her, Li Mu would definitely get a severe scolding when he got home. You look great today. Li Mu playfully tugged at Lu Xiaoxi's short, low ponytail. Lu Xiaoxi usually wore a high ponytail, so this was the first time he'd seen her with a low ponytail. She probably tied her hair in a low ponytail so she could wear a hat, and a white pom-pom bouncing around was incredibly cute. If you can talk, then talk more. I love to hear it. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, enjoying Li Mu's praise. Let's go back to our hometown. Wait, let me take a picture. Lu Xiaoxi took Li Mu's hand, raised her phone, adjusted the angle, smiled sweetly, and took their first photo together this year. In the photo, Lu Xiaoxi is squinting one eye, raising her eyebrows, and showing off her cute little tiger teeth, exuding the charm of a mischievous young girl. Li Mu looks like an older brother being pulled to take a picture, with one hand on Lu Xiaoxi's head making a peace sign. Hee, you look so ugly in this photo. Look at your expression, You're ugly too. You just complimented me on my looks. That was just polite talk. You actually believed it? Lu Xiaoxi pouted, trying her best to look angry, her brows furrowed, like a little wild boar that was both cute and ugly. Li Mu found it amusing, grabbed her face, and her chubby little face made a sound like she was farting. Where's your luggage? Okay, I've let it go. Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room, dragged out a large suitcase, and added a small pink crossbody bag to her waist. She adjusted her glasses, straightened her body, and got ready to go out. Li Mu really liked the way Lu Xiaoxi looked with glasses. With her already large eyes covered by glasses, she looked rather dull, naive, and innocent. That's the impression he got of Lu Xiaoxi when she wore glasses. Very cute, very cute. Have you told Xia Yuanyuan yet? Elementary school hasn't started its summer break yet. I already told Sister Xia that tutoring is paid by the hour, so it doesn't matter when we leave. Besides, Yuanyuan is already getting excellent grades, so I might not continue tutoring her next semester. Yuanyuan's grades might fall behind next semester. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed against Li Mu's arm. The refrigerator is empty, right? Turn off the power and leave. Yes. Going home, back to my hometown. Lu Xiaoxi hooked her arm around Li Mu's hand and intertwined her fingers one by one. Come over to my place tonight. Okay, I'll go help your mom cook. No, the two of us can cook, just to give my mom a little childhood sweetheart surprise. Good. Come stay at my place for the night. Just tell me you don't want to be all alone and want to sleep with me. Fine, find my foot, go to sleep. After a 3-hour high-speed train ride, Li Mu felt dizzy and lightheaded. As soon as I stepped out of the high-speed rail station, I was greeted by a group of motorcycle taxi drivers calling out, "Handsome guy," and "Beautiful lady." Li Mu handed Lu Xiaoxi an earphone, led her through the crowd to a nearby bus stop, and they quickly boarded the bus. Back in the neighborhood, some elderly people with nothing to do sat below and whispered among themselves when they saw Li Mu holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Hey, is Li Mu on holiday? An older woman who knew Su Wen greeted Li Mu. It's holiday time. Winter break. Aunt Chen, have you eaten yet? I've eaten. Aunt Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoxi behind him. Lu Xiaoxi noticed Aunt Chen's gaze, immediately pulled her hand away from Li Mu's grasp, and greeted her happily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Aunt Chen said goodbye to the two children. After the two children got on the elevator, Aunt Chen clicked her tongue twice. If I'm not mistaken, Li Mu was holding Lu Xiaoxi's hand just now. Tonight, I had another topic to talk about while eating sunflower seeds with Su Wen. Chapter 156: The Little Stove and the Little Ice Cubes. Li Mu stood in front of his house taking out his keys, then looked back at Lu Xiaoxi across the street. Lu Xiaoxi had already opened the door and was changing her shoes on the shoe rack. After taking off her cloth shoes, Lu Xiaoxi, with delicate little socks covering her cute feet, hooked one foot with the sock and took off her own foot. Then she took out a pair of pink sandals with cat ear decorations from the shoe rack and slowly put them on. Perhaps someone's gaze was too intense, because Lu Xiaoxi turned her head to look at him. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you bring your keys? I haven't seen your house in a long time, and I'd like to come in and take a look. Didn't you come to deliver mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival? You even came to kiss little fatty. That's been so long. I haven't been inside yet this year. Today is only the 5th. Just tell me, is that right? Come in if you want, there's nothing to see. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, changed her shoes, washed her hands quickly, turned on the power, and opened the curtains on the balcony. The dimly lit room was suddenly bright. The gate was still open, naturally reserved for Li Mu. Li Mu returned home, changed into slippers, pushed his luggage into his bedroom door, and without tidying up, quickly washed his feet and ran towards Lu Xiaoxi. The last time I came was during the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays, which was more than 2 months. Rounding up, that's 4 months, which is half a year, and rounding up again, it's been a year since I last came. Yes, that's it. He looked around and saw that the furniture was unchanged and the folk decorations on the walls were still the same. The house was still the same house he knew from his childhood. He hadn't been able to properly explore this little house he hadn't visited in a long time. So now he was going to come in openly as his childhood sweetheart. Li Mu, can you turn on the TV? Lu Xiaoxi came out of the bathroom. Her hands were wet. Good. Li Mu found the remote control on the coffee table, pressed a button to turn it on, and the sound of the TV's opening screen advertisement began to play. After 2 months of quiet, the small home finally began to feel alive again. Feel free to look around. I need to clean up. I'll clean for you. Li Mu didn't like watching TV, so he directly clicked on a movie on the recommended page that he didn't know the name of and started playing it. He familiarly went to the storage room and picked up a mop. The mop had hardened from being and used for so long, and its long handle resembled a spear. Li Mu, feeling playful, walked over to Lu Xiaoxi and flicked it, saying, I am Zhao Zimu from Changshan. Why don't you quickly state your name? Lu Xiaoxi. Is this what they mean by a boy causing a man's death? She seems a bit clumsy, but also a little cute. Ugh, this is boring. Li Mu suddenly felt bored, so he swung the mop into the bathroom to wet it, making whoosh 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 sounds. When the mop is wet, he is like a living general. With someone's help, the cleaning work became much easier. After about 20 minutes of work, Lu Xiaoxi's house was almost completely cleaned. Do you need your room mopped? Li Mu asked her. He hadn't been inside Lu Xiaoxi's room for 5 or 6 years. He still remembers the layout of the room, but doesn't know if it has changed over the years. The only thing that's certain is that the Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll that brings sunshine to the sky, he gave her is no longer by the window, because Lu Xiaoxi took it to Cangnan, and it's unknown whether she brought it back or not. No need, I'll sweep it up myself in a bit. Lu Xiaoxi came out after washing her hands, dried them with a tissue, and threw the crumpled paper into the trash, like she was shooting a basketball. She missed, so she ran back to pick it up with a thud. All right. Lu Xiaoxi stared at him for more than 10 seconds before finally speaking. Aren't you going back? I just finished cleaning for you, and you're kicking me out. Li Mu clutched his chest as if he had suffered a serious injury, staggered, and collapsed onto the sofa, heartbroken. The hat on his head had a dent, which looked very funny and comical, and he didn't even realize it. Then, shall I give you a bottle of water? I want a reward. Lu Xiaoxi had already anticipated this, but she hadn't exposed him yet. Now you've shown your true colors. She understands Li Mu best. She tried hard to suppress a laugh and said calmly, Then what do you want? Let me think about it. How about we pay you back first? I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. You have until tomorrow to decide, or I won't be able to wait any longer. Li Mu felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that Lu Xiaoxi had said something similar around the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays. He also asked Lu Xiaoxi for something. Then I'll have to think about it carefully. Is any reward acceptable? That kind won't do. Lu Xiaoxi knew exactly what Li Mu was thinking and immediately blushed, stomping her feet angrily. They're getting bolder and bolder, daring to say these things in her own home. Let me think about it some more. I'll tell you tonight. Shall we go to the market now? Go ahead. Wait while I change my shoes. Lu Xiaoxi had just finished speaking when her phone rang. Hello, Mom. Lu Xiaoxi went to the balcony to answer the phone, but her eyes were fixed on Li Mu. She frowned and gestured for him to be quiet. Li Mu wisely kept silent, inwardly expressing his disdain. It's just a normal visit. Why all the secrecy? It's not strange for 2 families to visit each other. Just kidding. He's the man who swung the little elephant trunk in Lu Xiaoxi's room. Cough, cough. from when I was a kid. Back then, Lu Xiaoxi was quite mischievous and would often pull down his loose pants, even his underwear. He rested his chin on the sofa and stared blankly as Lu Xiaoxi made a phone call. The outside light seemed to coat Lu Xiaoxi with a faint glow, making her hair appear bright and scattered like flowers when the wind blew. The girl was having a great time chatting. When she saw him smile lightly, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat, then gradually quickened, and his face slowly warmed up. Lu Xiaoxi is very beautiful. During the initial awkwardness, he didn't find Lu Xiaoxi to be as stunningly beautiful as he'd imagined. But now that they're closer, the perfect image he once had is slowly being replaced by Lu Xiaoxi. Or rather, she has become Lu Xiaoxi again. The most perfect image in his mind has always been Lu Xiaoxi. It has only been hidden, never changed. It's so cold. After finishing her phone call, Lu Xiaoxi ran back from the balcony, shivering, closed the balcony window, and subconsciously sat down next to Li Mu to warm up. "Let me warm you up." Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and let her lean against him. "Hee, from now on I'll call you Little Stove." Lu Xiaoxi leaned against him obediently, secretly inhaling his fragrant scent, the faint masculine fragrance making her feel intoxicated. Even a small girl has her little fantasies, imagining Li Mu taking off his clothes on the bed and being sniffed by her, because Li Mu smells so good. Li Mu must have fantasized about this too. No. If it were Li Mu, it wouldn't just be a sniff. "Then shall I call you Little Ice Cube?" Li Mu paused, revealing a mischievous smile. Little Ice Cube is here to be melted by the little heater. So Li Mu hugged her even tighter. He rubbed her into his body, melting her with his own body heat. Chapter 157 coming every day. After spending some time being affectionate with Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu went home to change his shoes and then went to the nearby vegetable market. I called my mom halfway through to explain the situation and told her to come straight home after get off work this afternoon and not to go grocery shopping. The market here is an old market, but it's much smaller than the one in Songnan. You'll reach the end after walking a few more steps. I bought some pork ribs and corn and also some fish. While the fishmonger was helping her prepare the fish, Lu Xiaoxi curiously stared at the crabs in another plate. After shopping, the two returned to the neighborhood, this time to Li Mu's home, to prepare a meal. "Here, an apron." Li Mu handed her a nice apron, then tied on the old, filthy one for himself. "We'll use these ribs and corn to make soup, the fish to braise, and the pork to stir-fry with minced garlic. Could you chop the garlic for me first?" Lu Xiaoxi rolled up her sleeves, ready to get to work. All right, little cook." "Ugh, you're disgusting." "What's disgusting? Aren't you a cook now?" Li Mu hadn't even started working yet. His hands were still clean, when he walked behind Lu Xiaoxi and gently hugged her, putting his hands through her apron to cover her lower abdomen, and gently rubbing her face and ears from behind. "That's enough. What if your parents see this?" "It's not time yet. They won't be back." Li Mu let go of her and continued with his work. "How many cloves of garlic should I chop? Is 5 cloves okay? You can stir-fry the pork, it's easy. I'll watch you from the side. Just stir-fry it boldly." "All right, little cook." As soon as Su Wen opened the door, a fragrant aroma filled her nostrils. 2 busy figures in the kitchen caught her eye. It gives off a feeling of a couple cooking together. She was already in a good mood, and now she was even better. Even though she tried to keep a straight face, the corners of her mouth betrayed her. Is it the head chef's or his own eldest son? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She quickly figured it out. Lu Xiaoxi must have cooked the dish almost to the point of completion before handing it over to Li Mu, letting him stir it a bit. This way, Li Mu would feel involved and would definitely say that he made the dish. "Why didn't you say anything when Mom came back?" Li Mu was just bringing out the dishes when he saw his mother with a big smile on her face. "I didn't want to bother you." Su Wen covered her mouth and chuckled. Cooking together signifies a better relationship, and being able to cook together means that your eldest child can cook. Double happiness. Double happiness. She said it herself. How could 2 perfectly fine people have nothing between them? Living under the same roof, it's inevitable that feelings will develop over time. "Hello, Auntie." Lu Xiaoxi also came out of the kitchen. "There's still some soup that's not ready yet, but we'll be able to eat it soon." Good. Xiaoxi has become even more beautiful. Su Wen came to Lu Xiaoxi's side with affection, looked her over carefully, and became more and more satisfied with her. Such satisfaction doesn't seem like it's directed at a daughter-in-law, but rather at one's own daughter. Auntie looks great too. Her skin is as good as a 20-year-old's. Oh my, you have such a sweet tongue. Mom, don't you think I've become more handsome too? Li subtly made his presence known. After all, he was the biological son. You are so. Suwon ignored him and continued chatting with Lu Xiaoxi about random things. Li confirmed that he was given away as a free gift with a phone top-up, and it was a 29 yuan per month plan. When Li Chongheng returned, the family immediately started eating. The conversation revolved around Lu Xiaoxi, occasionally mentioning Li Mu, chattering away. Li Mu was unmoved and got up to ladle soup. Everyone ladled out a bowl, but only Lu Xiaoxi's soup had corn in it. He knew that Lu Xiaoxi liked to eat corn. He secretly stretched his foot over Lu Xiaoxi's side and rubbed it against her. Even through the 2 pairs of pants, he could still feel the smoothness of Lu Xiaoxi's skin. The family was enjoying a happy time together. When Lu Xiaoxi returned home, Suwon pulled Li Mu to sit on the sofa and asked him questions, mostly about trivial matters in his life, such as how school life was, whether he was studying hard, how his grades were, and whether he could get along with his classmates. You care about Lu Xiaoxi first, then your own son, right? Li Mu complained. You're a boy, and Xiaoxi is a girl, so it's normal for me to care more about Xiaoxi. I'm a guy. I should care too. Mom didn't say she didn't care about you. Isn't she caring about you now? She's caring about Xiaoxi first because Mom believes you can take care of yourself. My dad doesn't care about me at all. Li Chongheng was happily scrolling through videos with his legs crossed when he suddenly felt a cold gaze. He was drenched in sweat. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. The legendary troublemaker Li Mu decided to make a quick getaway. Where to? Go across the street for help. Li Mu ignored his parents' expressions and simply opened the door and slipped away. The hallway was unusually quiet. It was already dark. There was a motion sensor light on the platform at the corner of the hallway, but it wasn't working very well. Li Mu had to step on it several times before it turned on. Lu Xiaoxi, dressed in her pajamas, sat quietly on the sofa in her room. A romantic drama was playing on the TV, and for the first time, she felt that a clear TV was not as good as a troublesome projector. Even though the sound of a romantic drama filled the whole house, she still felt quiet and a little lonely. Lu Xiaoxi, is Lu Xiaoxi here? Li Mu's voice came from the doorway. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, quickly put on her slippers, ran to the door, took a deep breath to make herself less happy, and then opened the door. What? She opened the door a crack, poked half her head out, and said casually, My parents care about you, but nobody cares about me. That's why I've come here to ask you for your care. Aren't you going to let me in? Lu Xiaoxi stepped aside, waited for him to come in, and then closed the door. As soon as she turned around, she was embraced by a warm hug. Li Mu hugged her, lifted her up by her bottom, and gently placed her on the sofa. You took a shower so early. Yes, I took a shower as soon as I got back. There was no one to talk to, not even Xiaofei. She was all alone in the house, and apart from taking a bath, she had nothing else to do. Are you bored? It wasn't boring. That's how I spent my 3 years of high school. But you had Xiaofei in high school, and Xiaofei is with your parents now. Tell me you're bored, and I'll come to keep you company every day. Li Mu hugged her, pulling her close to him. The girl smelled so good that he had an urge to eat her. Boring, Lu Xiaoxi whispered in his ear. They've made up, and she doesn't want to go back to the boring past. Why should I have a childhood sweetheart, but still have to stay home all alone? Yes, I come to keep you company every day. Li Mu chuckled twice and gently pinched her nose. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still insist on coming here every day. Chapter 158, I just like you. Li Mu must be very good at taking care of children. This is Lu Xiaoxi's opinion. Even when she was little, Li Mu took good care of her. He would pretend not to want to play with her, but he would never refuse her whenever she went to him. Every time she cried, Li Mu would try different ways to comfort her, although she often laughs at herself for being a crybaby. Now, Li Mu also treats himself like a child, sometimes squeezing his hands, sometimes rubbing his face, and sometimes telling him nonsensical jokes to make him happy. Another possibility is that Li Mu is not good at taking care of children, but rather at taking care of her, at taking care of Lu Xiaoxi. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxi hugged Li Mu even tighter. So warm and comfortable. I just heard the door open. My mom must have gone downstairs to chat with someone. Should we go downstairs and play too? What do you want to play? Lu Xiaoxi looked up at him. I don't know. I can just go for a walk, play with me Dan and the others, or play Connect 4 at the little pavilion. There are many sports fields downstairs in the community, chessboards on stone tables, ping-pong tables on the side, open spaces used for square dancing, basketball courts for young people, and volleyball courts, although not many people play volleyball, so they are often used as badminton courts. There are many middle-aged and elderly people here. They can't stay idle in the evenings and gather downstairs to chat. It's completely different from the deserted neighborhoods in Songnan. Okay, let me change my clothes. Lu Xiaoxi had just changed into her pajamas, and now she had to change out of them again. The little one in his arms ran back to the room and closed the door. Li Mu suddenly felt empty, and the satisfaction of holding Lu Xiaoxi disappeared in an instant. TSK, they've been childhood sweethearts for so long, and they're still keeping their relationship closed. After changing into casual clothes suitable for going out, Lu Xiaoxi didn't wear cloth shoes, but put on cotton boots, and went out the door with a clattering sound. Little feet in fluffy cotton slippers, so cute. Aren't you afraid of getting them dirty? Cotton slippers are hard to wash. It won't get dirty. You're not thinking of stepping on me, are you? I wouldn't dare step on your pig's trotters. You're the pig's trotter. Yours is sweet and sour pig's trotter, Lu Xiaoxi grumbled. Let's go. Li Mu put his hand on her shoulder, left the room, and walked to the elevator. Your pig's trotters are so heavy. Really? Then you can give me a ride. Li Mu smiled, put his hand down, and placed her hand on his shoulder. Unfortunately, due to her short stature, Lu Xiaoxi found the movement extremely uncomfortable and gave up after only a short while. Since she couldn't put her arm around Li Mu's shoulder, she could just link arms with him. That would be more comfortable and warmer. The elevator slowly ascended from the first floor, and with a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Huh, you two. Su Wen stared blankly at the two of them, noticing Lu Xiaoxi affectionately holding her eldest son's hand. Lu Xiaoxi quickly let go of his hand, completely panicked. Aunt Su saw her holding Li Mu's hand. Who knew there was someone in the elevator? The elevator came up from the first floor as soon as she pressed the down button. It didn't look like anyone was there. It's one thing if there are other people, but it has to be Aunt Su. Mom, aren't you coming out? Oh ho 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 ho, you guys get off. Go have some fun, huh? Su Wen covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling with laughter, and quickly got out of the elevator, turning back every few steps to look at the two people entering the elevator. It was getting windy outside, and she wanted to come upstairs to put on an extra coat, but she happened to bump into her neighbor Xiaoxi holding her own big son's hand. This feeling of surprise is something only we can understand. I'm not as happy as I am now if I found 200 yuan on the street. I need to have a good chat with my best friend Qin Xiaoqian tonight. Inside the elevator, Lu Xiaoxi blushed and stood obediently. What do we do? Your mom saw it. So what if you saw it? Do you think this is the first time? Li Mu seemed much more natural. He's not stupid. He must know his mother wants to match him up with Lu Xiaoxi. Now that she's seen it, she's probably happy about it at home. We've been childhood sweethearts. What's so strange about holding hands? Yes, that's true. But what? I feel. Are you shy? Li Mu ruffled her hair. Perhaps due to nervousness, Lu Xiaoxi's feet were slightly turned inward, making her look small and delicate, which made people want to hug her. Li Mu really couldn't help it. He hugged Lu Xiaoxi from behind, rested his chin on Lu Xiaoxi's head, making a snowman shape, and whispered, "Don't be shy. You and my mom are very close." Easier said than done. Lu Xiaoxi muttered, her face burning red. This was the first time the two of them had been seen being so intimate since they grew up. The girl is not like she was when she was a child. Now she is very shy and doesn't know anything. She is most afraid of being shy. Li Mu, on the other hand, became quite shameless, remaining calm even after being caught holding hands with someone. Considering the presence of the intelligence core at the entrance, Li Mu stopped holding her. Once they were a little further away, he took her hand again. The last time we held hands in this neighborhood was probably at the beginning of the first year of junior high school. 6 years have passed, and you're back with me again. He looked up at the sky, somewhat moved, his emotions inexplicable. What's 6 years? I mean, before today, we hadn't held hands in this neighborhood for 6 years. It's been so long already. Yeah, we've all grown up. No, you haven't grown up much either. What? I'm 19 years old. Lu Xiaoxi was about to say something when she suddenly realized Li Mu's implication. She looked down at her feet, and her cute little face immediately turned angry. Li Mu, you're finished. The girl slapped and hit Li Mu, her arms outstretched. It doesn't hurt at all. After the girl got tired of playing around, Li Mu mischievously took her hand, and they strolled around the neighborhood. They deliberately chose to walk in places where there were no people. With more people around, the little girl became unwilling to be led by him. Lu Xiaoxi was indignant, one hand covering her chest, the other being held by Li Mu, grumbling and complaining. If there were small stones on the road, she would kick them into the grass. Li Mu looked at her with amusement. After walking around for a few minutes, having inhaled too much cold air, Lu Xiaoxi began to sniff frequently to stop her nose from running. I didn't bring a small handbag, and I don't have any tissues to wipe it off. It would be bad if it leaked out. Are you cold? If you are, go back inside. Good. Li Mu. You do all guys like bigger ones. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and asked the question she had been pondering earlier in a low voice. Ahem. If you're asking this, I can only say that everyone has their own preferences. I personally like people like you. Li Mu rubbed his nose. Abnormal. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. So, isn't it even more perverted of you, the little childhood sweetheart who's being led around by this pervert, to ask him this kind of question? You perverted little childhood sweetheart. You're not a pervert. You're a super pervert. Ha ha ha. Here comes the pervert. Li Mu grabbed her hands from behind and held them to her sides, walking with the same gait as her. The light from above and behind shone down, making their shadows look like adorable little monsters. Chapter 159. Are you dating? Upon arriving at the intelligence office, Li Mu naturally released the girl's hand. I've had enough already, so a little more won't hurt. I'm going back to take a shower first, and I'll come find you later depending on the situation. What's going on? Aunt Sue won't let you come over. No, I want to write. How about I bring my computer over to your place to play? Whatever you want. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door. From Li Mu's perspective, Lu Xiaoxi's house appeared dimly lit. It was deserted. Only the girl was left. Even little Fatty was gone. Aren't you afraid to be alone? Li Mu asked her. It's all right. As long as I don't come across horror movie reviews, I'm not afraid. What if you actually get it? Then turn on the lights and sleep. Isn't it too bright for your eyes? Why are you asking so many questions? Go take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't that fragile. She waved her hand, closed the door, and then peered through the peephole at him, watching him go home. With a long sigh, Lu Xiaoxi sat back on the sofa, drew the balcony curtains, and curled up to watch the sweet childhood sweetheart drama she hadn't finished watching before. Where's Mom? Hasn't she come back yet? They're downstairs eating sunflower seeds. What's up? It's nothing. I was just checking on things. Li Mu picked up his clothes and took a shower. Without the delicate rose scent of the little girl, I really feel a bit out of sorts. After taking a shower, Li Mu admired himself in the mirror. Men are definitely the most handsome right after taking a shower. At this moment, Suwon also returned from outside, carrying a bag of milk-flavored melon seeds. Hurry up and put on your coat. It's so cold. Why are you still wearing short sleeves? Suwon frowned. Her son had always been like this since he was a child. He would only wear short sleeves after taking a shower and would not put on a coat until he felt cold. Wait a minute. Let's talk about it after my hair dries. Come, sit here. Mom has something to tell you. Suwon patted the empty seat next to her, indicating that a family meeting was about to begin. I guess you want to ask me what my relationship with Lu Xiaoxi is. Li Mu could probably guess that as well. This is what my mother cares about most. From the very beginning, she's wanted me to win Lu Xiaoxi over. I saw Lu Xiaoxi holding my hand again today. My mom must be grinning from ear to ear. Yes, Mom saw Xiaoxi holding your hand today. Are you and Xiaoxi dating? Suwon smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits. What? Your own pig has eaten the cabbage of the Lu family. Li Changheng belatedly realized what was happening, turned off his phone, and looked serious. Is it really necessary for you guys? Li Mu scoffed. Tell me quickly, are you dating? Well, I guess you could say that. What do you mean by for the time being? Explain yourself clearly, Suwon said impatiently. So you're dating, that's how you see it. But don't tell Aunt Chin and Uncle Lu. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't want them to know yet. In short, it's a tacit understanding. Li Mu quite liked Lu Xiaoxi's tacit understanding. Maybe one day, Lu Xiaoxi will lie on his bed, holding their marriage certificate, and shyly ask, "Your wife is Lu Xiaoxi. What does she have to do with my childhood sweetheart?" And then they'll do some intimate things together. That's kind of funny. So, how far have things progressed between you two? This is what Suwon cares about most. He never directly interfered in Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's relationship, acting as a qualified observer, but only on the premise that things didn't get too out of hand. It would be terrible if someone died. I'm not telling you. I'm going back to my room first. Mom, don't tell Aunt Chin. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't want them to know. Li Mu smiled. He and Lu Xiaoxi were childhood sweethearts. Only they themselves know the extent of their relationship. Okay, Mom won't say anything. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted to hear, Suwon wasn't sad at all. Let the two little ones handle their own relationship matters. It's not appropriate for a mother to interfere. Just show concern occasionally and do your duty as a mother. She's not like those spoiled old ladies on TV who make things difficult for their daughters-in-law. She's very open-minded. Back in his room, Li Mu began his daily writing session. Opening up to my family about our relationship went more smoothly than I expected. He thought he would be too shy to speak clearly and would struggle with his feelings for a long time before finally explaining things to his parents. Now that things are settled on my end, it's just a matter of when Lu Xiaoxi will let her family know. Once both families have agreed to the relationship, he will propose to Lu Xiaoxi in front of both families, turning their relationship from half-childhood sweethearts into a full-fledged childhood sweetheart relationship. After graduating from university, we'll find an auspicious day to hold our wedding. His concentration was disrupted while he was typing, and he made 7 mistakes out of a total of 30 words. The thought of him walking across the street to pick up his bride makes him want to laugh. He took his laptop out of the room and said to his parents, who were watching TV in the living room, "I'm going to the next room to write. I'll be right back when I'm done." Go ahead. Suwon saw through his thoughts. If you want to play with Xiaoxi, then go play with Xiaoxi. Why bother writing? Not honest at all. Li Mu shivered as he closed his bedroom door. It's much colder in the stairwell than at home. Even wearing a coat doesn't help. Lu Xiaoxi, open the door. I've come to visit you. Li Mu knocked on Lu Xiaoxi's door in a low voice. The sound of the slippers on the floor was quite distinctive. The footsteps were rather fast, only slowing down when they got close. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door, revealing half of her body, and cautiously looked at Li Mu, whispering, "It's 10 o'clock, and you're still here to play?" "It's only 10 o'clock, can't we play?" Lu Xiaoxi blushed. Li Mu's words were strange, as if he was playing a trick on her. "You're only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and such a thin jacket?" Lu Xiaoxi quickly let him in, not wanting her childhood sweetheart to catch a cold. You're tough enough." "Achoo, look at you, you even sneezed." Lu Xiaoxi poked his chest in dissatisfaction. Because Li Mu was wearing a coat with only a short-sleeved shirt on his chest, she could see the 2 small bumps on his chest, and she curiously poked them as well. As if he had flipped a switch, Li Mu shuddered, and then asked blankly, "Where did you poke it?" "And no, I accidentally poked you." Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head shyly. Li Mu clearly saw Lu Xiaoxi stare at him for a while before making her move, but he just smiled and said nothing. "These little green plums are the cutest. Let me turn on the heat for you." No need. I'm fine with my clothes on." Li Mu put down his laptop, put his hands in his sleeves, zipped up his shirt, and felt much warmer. He had only typed a little bit when he sat down on the sofa and started typing seriously. The sofa and coffee table were about the same height, so his posture wasn't comfortable. Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room and brought him a lower dressing table with a small stool, which was lower than the sofa and would be more comfortable for him to sit on. Watching Li Mu type is also a pleasure, especially seeing his thoughtful expression, which the little girl really enjoys. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her eyes, slowly moved her bottom, and sat behind Li Mu. The sofa and stool of different heights made it just right for her legs to encircle Li Mu. Her legs were wrapped around Li Mu's waist, and her hands were playing with Li Mu's hair. Occasionally, She would gently pinch Li Mu's ears as if they were riding a bicycle. Under such manipulation, Li Mu's ears began to heat up and swell, turning into pig ears, which felt even better to the touch and could also warm his fingertips. "Are you cold?" Li Mu asked a seemingly random question. "It's not cold." "All right then." Li Mu grabbed the girl's leg, rolled up her trouser leg a little, revealing a small section of her white, jade-like foot. Touch it when you're thinking about how the plot will unfold, and inspiration will suddenly come rushing in. When he touched her, he felt the girl's cold little feet. Even if the girl wasn't cold, her hands and feet were still cold. Many girls are like that. Even his mother, Su-won, likes to use hand warmers to warm her hands and feet in winter. "You should buy a hand warmer. You can keep your hands and feet warm when I'm not around." No, I just want you to warm me up." Lu Xiaoxi squeezed her legs together tighter. "Don't move around, I'm not feeling well." Lu Xiaoxi seemed to understand, and curiously leaned forward to take a look, then obediently sat back down. "We can't keep messing with him. Otherwise Li Mu will go to the bathroom alone and do something naughty again. Happy winter solstice, everyone. I'll treat you all to dumplings, pork and corn filling." Chapter 160. The Foolish Shepherd Li. Suppressing the urge to kiss and tease Lu Xiaoxi, Li Mu finished writing 4,000 words for the day. He clenched his fist, his knuckles making a crisp sound. There was also a pair of fair little feet on her waist. The owner of those feet was carelessly playing Do Diju, a card game, with her phone on Li Mu's shoulder, completely unaware of the danger that was about to befall her. He took his phone down, and under the girl's astonished gaze, he tapped the autoplay button, put it on the coffee table, and with a twist of his hips, turned around. He grabbed the girl's waist and buttocks, picked her up, and turned around again to sit on the sofa. In this way, Lu Xiaoxi was forced to straddle his lap. "Lu Xiaoxi, you're playing with fire. Don't you know I'm very fond of Xiao Qingmei?" Li Mu said with a wicked smile, putting his arm around her waist, her lower belly pressed tightly against his. If Lu Xiaoxi hadn't tilted her head back slightly, they probably would be kissing now. "You stinky Li Mu," Lu Xiaoxi said fearfully, bracing herself with her hands to keep her chest from getting too close to Li Mu. "Can you let me have some peace of mind?" Li Mu's voice was very soft, and every syllable at the end of his voice tugged at Lu Xiaoxi's heartstrings. Okay, what's with the okay? You can't," Lu Xiaoxi said fearfully. "Are you holding back?" "A little. Didn't you just do something naughty in the bathroom?" "It's been so long," Li Mu said with a bitter expression. Lu Xiaoxi became hesitant, feeling the growing sensation on Li Mu's leg. She blinked several times, hesitant to speak, unsure whether she should get up now. Her coyness made Li Mu tense up a bit. "How could you do that so easily?" "I have no idea." "Okay, then go to the toilet. Hurry up, I'll wait for you to come out." "No, get down. It'll be over in a minute." Lu Xiaoxi was flustered but also careful as she slowly climbed down. There were no pillows on the sofa, so Lu Xiaoxi half closed her eyes and took a small pink pillow from the room, tossing it to Li Mu. Li Mu understood, so he covered his thighs with the blanket, took a few deep breaths, and looked rather disheveled. It's easy to do this when you're with Lu Xiaoxi. Wait a minute. Could this pillow be the one Lu Xiaoxi uses to sleep on? Li Mu started to feel embarrassed again. The thought of Lu Xiaoxi using the pillow that covered his legs to cushion his movements was kind of exciting. Actually, it's not necessary. He took off the pillow, pulled his coat over, and covered it all up, though it was still quite noticeable. Although the television was still playing, he felt the house was unusually quiet. It was so quiet it was deafening. "Do you usually act like that when you're alone?" Sometimes." "Why do I always feel like you're like that?" Lu Xiaoxi glared at him irritably, keeping her distance. "I can't control myself. I get like this when I'm with you." Li Mu felt his face getting hot, and even his hair started to itch. He started scratching his ears and cheeks to distract himself. Lu Xiaoxi didn't know what to say, so she just leaned against the wall and watched him from afar. "I left in such a hurry that I didn't even put on my shoes. I'll have to wash my feet before I go to bed." "Lu Xiaoxi, come sit here. You're still the same." "It's okay, it'll be over soon." Lu Xiaoxi hesitated for a while before slowly walking over and sitting down a full body length away from him. She would glance at Li Mu every now and then, and only after Li Mu's strange behavior slowly disappeared did Lu Xiaoxi move her little bottom and lean against him. Hee, you're so funny. Are you serious? Li Mu's lips twitched. Who was so shy that they ran away? Now that they're over being shy, they're getting bolder, aren't they? When you're at a loss and looking for something to do, you're like a monkey. Now I'll have something to do. What's the meaning? Hee, it's nothing. Do you have a spare key? I can sneak over and sleep with you in the middle of the night. Li Mu pinched her lips. No, and I don't have a spare key to my house either. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. So you'll be sleeping alone tonight. Are you used to it? Hee, who's been lingering to sleep with someone else? It's you. You're the one who can't sleep alone. Lu Xiaoxi poked his arm with her finger and pressed it hard, showing the confidence of a young girl. Li Mu always asks her to sleep together. Don't you know who can't sleep without whom? Li Mu grabbed her fingers and pulled her over with a little force. You're right, I can't sleep without you. Then you can think of me while you sleep. May I? I meant for you to think about me while you sleep, not for you to think about my, you know. Oh, Hey, you had. I haven't kissed anyone today. I'll give you one kiss, and then go to sleep. After Li Mu finished speaking, he didn't give the girl a chance to speak and lowered his head to kiss her. Their lips met. The girl closed her eyes, quietly savoring the delicate kiss and breathing in each other's scent. After a long, long time, even the air felt stale and cloying. Good night, Lu Xiaozhu. After their lips parted, Li Mu smiled at her, gave her another kiss on the cheek, and then closed his laptop. Etc. What's wrong? Li Mu had already stood up and was about to leave. Lu Xiaoxi stood up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the lips again. This time it lasted much shorter than before, only 2 or 3 seconds. Good night. Lu Xiaoxi imitated Li Mu and kissed Li Mu's face again. As if she wasn't satisfied, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his forehead again before she was finally satisfied. You really can't bear to part with me. How about you leave the door open for me? I'll sneak away. Go back. Lu Xiaoxi started shoving him before he could finish speaking. Push someone to the door, slam the door shut, and then peer through the peephole at them. As if he knew what was going on, Li Mu winked at the peephole and blew a kiss before turning around and taking out his keys to open his own door. Lu Xiaoxi felt that she had caught Li Mu's childish tendencies. Just as Li Mu blew her a kiss, she subconsciously reached out to catch it. Looking at her clenched fist, it seemed as if Li Mu's kiss remained inside, but it would disappear as soon as she loosened her grip. She wanted to film a video of Li Mu's kiss falling into the toilet, making him kiss the toilet, and then send the video to Li Mu to mock him, just like he did last time. But that was just a thought. Not long after, she pressed her palm against her own lips. They kissed me again and again. How childish. Lu Xiaoxi was internally criticizing herself. Those who are near ink become black. Those who are near vermilion become red. And those who are near Li Mu become fools. Li Mu had just returned home when his parents were already resting. He didn't have much to say. He took a sip of water, went to the restroom, and returned to his room to start researching the 3 cities he had chosen to visit. The final decision on which city to visit will be based on factors such as transportation, convenience, hotel prices, and favorable timing, location, and personal circumstances. Before I knew it, it was 2 a.m. Based on his own situation, he listed the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 cities and made a suggestion document, which he then sent to Lu Xiaoxi. Regardless of whether Lu Xiaoxi had any other ideas, he wanted to confirm with her. Of course, he didn't want Lu Xiaoxi to see him working hard at 2 a.m. to see the snow, nor did he want any praise. I just wanted to send a message to Lu Xiaoxi at this time to see if she was asleep, that's all. As he expected, Lu Xiaoxi replied to him after a while. He happily sent Lu Xiaoxi a cheeky emoji. Li the fool, see? He couldn't sleep without me by his side. Smug sunglasses. Lu Xiaozhu. I was woken up by your message notification sound. I wasn't on silent. Li the fool. Sliding on his knees. JPG. Li Bendan. Forgive me. Lu Xiaozhu. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Li Bendan. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I'm going to sleep too. After sending the message, he plugged in his phone, put it aside, and lay comfortably on the bed. After dozing off for a while, he opened his eyes again and stared blankly at the ceiling. I can't sleep without the sweet and soft little green plums. Chapter 161 is a bit exciting. Revised. Li Mu finally woke up at noon the next day. I had some insomnia yesterday and couldn't fall asleep for a long time while lying in bed. I ended up sleeping until noon. His parents knew his own character well and probably thought he was playing games all night. Humph, they didn't expect that, did they? He just had simple insomnia. Looking at his phone, he saw that Lu Xiaoxi had sent him messages at 9 o'clock and 10:30, asking if he was awake. He was still dreaming back then. He sent a food emoji, then long pressed and typed in a voice message saying, "Just woke up. Come over and have breakfast together." On weekends, my parents aren't at work or home. They're probably chatting downstairs. Older generations like to do that. After washing up, Li Mu put the porridge into the rice cooker to heat it up. When he opened the lid of the vegetable dish, the oil in the pork had solidified and needed to be heated as well. Just as she was getting ready to heat things up, there was a knock on the door. Her parents had the key, so it must be Lu Xiaoxi. "Little Qing Mei, I missed you so much." Li Mu put down what he was doing to open the door for her, and the moment he saw little Qing Mei, he hugged her and brought her inside. Lu Xiaoxi was still wearing yesterday's pajamas, which were loose and baggy. She wouldn't change them all day if she wasn't going out. Li Mu's house was also her home, so it didn't count as going out. Suddenly being lifted up with her feet dangling in the air, Lu Xiaoxi tensed for a moment. But when she saw that no one was in the room, the tension vanished. She rubbed against Li Mu, inhaling his strong scent as he roused, and her face slowly flushed. "Don't you miss me?" Li Mu asked, seeing that the little girl in his arms was not speaking and was staring straight at her face. "No, don't flatter yourself. I want to come to your house for a meal. I haven't even had breakfast yet." "How can that be? I can't let my Lu Xiaoxi go hungry. Sit down, I'll go heat up some food." Li Mu settled her on the sofa and ran into the kitchen. Lu Xiaoxi sat obediently with her legs together, her body slightly leaning forward, her hands supporting her on the sofa, her watery eyes fixed on Li Mu, who was heating up dishes in the kitchen. The warmth in her heart was overflowing. I couldn't sleep last night because my little darling wasn't sleeping with me." Li Mu brought out the heated pork and porridge one after the other, but didn't rush to eat. He quickly ran to the sofa and sat down next to Lu Xiaoxi. "Is this something to be proud of?" Lu Xiaoxi heard the boastful tone in Li Muchio's voice and found it extremely amusing. "Look, I can't live without you anymore tonight. What can I do? I don't care about you anymore. Come on over, but don't let your aunt and uncle find out, or you can forget about it." Lu Xiaoxi also felt sorry for him. Frequent insomnia can cause gray hair and hair loss, which is not good for his health. There was no other way but to make do and let Li Mu come and sleep here. "My parents go to bed early. I'll text you and sneak over later. Remember to open the door for me." How perverted. Being childhood sweethearts isn't weird. "I've missed you so much. Give me a kiss now." Li Mu kissed her without saying another word. Lu Xiaoxi's heart raced. They are kissing now, risking their parents opening the door at any moment. Just like when we were kids, we'd sneak off to play games, keeping an eye out for our parents coming home. It's a bit exciting. What would Aunt Sue and Uncle Lee's reaction be if they suddenly came back and saw them kissing? She didn't know how they would react, but she knew she would definitely be so embarrassed she would faint. She only felt a slight coolness in her abdomen, while Li Mu's palm was warm, slowly moving around her waist and caressing her inch by inch towards her heart. "Ugh, take your pig's trotters away." Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes flickered. She quickly slapped Li Mu's pig's trotter away, pulled down her clothes, and covered her chest angrily. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Li Mu forced her to do something. Li Mu swore to God that he hadn't bullied Lu Xiaoxi. He tested the waters for a long time before daring to make a move, only after seeing that Lu Xiaoxi didn't stop him. Li Mu sniffed his fingertips. The momentary softness seemed to have taken root in his heart, lingering there. "What are you smelling, you pervert?" "It smells good." Lu Xiaoxi blushed to the roots of her neck, pursed her lips, and gritted her teeth, looking at Li Mu's mischievous face with a resentful expression. "I want to touch it again." Li Mu lowered his head in shame like a child who had made a mistake, but his words did not sound like an apology at all. How exactly did he manage to both reflect on his actions and escalate his behavior? "Touch your head, my foot. Go away, I want to eat." Lu Xiaoxi endured the feeling of her legs going weak and ran away as if she were escaping. Li Mu was left on the sofa, basking in the sensation of the touch, like a lovesick fool. As for why Li Mu didn't come, Lu Xiaoxi knew. I'd be so embarrassed if Aunt Su saw this. After a while, Lu Xiaoxi finally recovered, ladled out 2 bowls of porridge, and then waited with her legs together for Li Mu to come over. Li Mu arrived shortly after, and the two sat together, eating breakfast together. The crisp sound of the stainless steel chopsticks hitting the porcelain bowl lasted for quite a while. These 2 bowls are huge. I remember using them since I was a child. Aunt Su specially bought them for her and Li Mu, who were just little kids, and we've been using them ever since. The girl didn't smack her lips. She ate quietly, her little mouth pouting adorably. Li Mu only ate 1 bowl, and when Lu Xiaoxi ate her second bowl, Li Mu just turned his head and stared at Lu Xiaoxi like this. Sometimes I'll smile at her, and sometimes I'll impulsively poke her chubby cheeks. He only settled down after the girl glanced at him sideways. Little green plum, he said softly. It's nothing, I just wanted to call you. Lu Xiaoxi remained silent, then picked up a piece of pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 162 The Cold-Hearted Ninja. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaoxi helped Li Mu wash the dishes. Did you see that spreadsheet? Li Mu pulled him to sit on the sofa, took out his phone, and showed him the spreadsheet he had made last night. After looking at them, which city do you think would be better? Lu Xiaoxi replied. She just wanted to see the snow with Li Mu. It didn't matter which city they went to. How about Linglong then? This is the one I like first. There's a hotel there with a park nearby. How about we play there when it snows? Yes. Lu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. She could almost see snowflakes falling from the sky, and she became excited as well. When are you going? Next Wednesday. I'll buy the tickets today. Great. We made our decision so quickly, Li Mu said with a smile. You did your homework, of course it'll be quick. I'll talk to my parents tonight. Okay, your parents probably won't restrict you in any way. No, my parents want me to go out and have more fun. They're just worried about me going out alone. It's okay if you come with me. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed against him like a clingy kitten. Once the travel time and destination are determined, the remaining task is to determine the specific location. The agreement to watch the snow was proposed by Li Mu, so he naturally took care of everything. If Xiao Qingmei were to do it, she would definitely be overwhelmed. Li Mu didn't need to worry about his parents at all. His own parents are eager for him to go out and play, so he won't just stay in his room all day playing games or writing, which is making him feel stifled. Footsteps could be heard outside the door, followed by the insertion of a key and the turning of the handle. Lu Xiaoxi tensed up and immediately put a fist's distance between herself and Li Mu, so that they wouldn't appear to be sitting too close. Su-wen saw the 2 children as soon as he entered. He hadn't shown any expression at first, but he immediately burst into laughter. Xiaoxi, she sat down beside her as if she had seen a treasure. Aunt, Xiaoxi hasn't changed her clothes yet. What a lazybones. Hee, too lazy to change. Anyway, I'm not going out. Yes, it doesn't matter to Auntie. No need to change it. Li Mu watched the 2 women chatting together and suddenly felt annoyed. Even his own mother knew that he and Lu Xiaoxi were dating, and she even insisted on chatting with Lu Xiaoxi. Who can he complain to now? Mom, why did you come up here? Go downstairs to play cards. It's windy, the cards will blow away. We're not playing anymore. What? You don't want Mom to come up? Okay, go downstairs and play with Dad. You brat. Su-wen rolled up his sleeves, ready to explode. Li Mu was startled and immediately slipped back into his room. Lu Xiaoxi. Yes, that's how Li Mu's family lives. They're used to it. Li Mu clicked his tongue twice, turned on his computer, and started searching for hotels in Linglong to see which hotel near the park offered the best value for money. Since he's going to stay, he should stay as long as possible. Money isn't a big deal. Even if he doesn't spend his own, he can ask his mother for it. Various online apps are very convenient. Booking hotels and such can be done quickly and easily without any hassle. If it were just him, he wouldn't care so much. As long as there's hot water and a bed, he'd be fine. But since Lu Xiaoxi is going too, he'll have to choose something more upscale. Traveling far from home can be quite expensive, especially booking hotels. If he didn't have some money, he wouldn't dare to book such an expensive hotel. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi knocked gently on the door from the outside. Where's my mom? Li Mu opened the door, looked outside, and didn't see his mother. Aunt Su wanted to take a nap and went back to her room. She asked me to come and play with you. Hee hee. Then come in. Limu opened the door and stepped aside, like a gentlemanly butler welcoming a young lady into his mansion. Although his room looked like a pigsty to Lu Xiaoxi, it did not affect his gentlemanly demeanor. That's how he felt. Lu Xiaoxi stood at the door, hands behind her back, peeking inside. Her brows immediately furrowed, and she pointed inside, saying, "How many times have I told you? The trash cans need to be filled with plastic bags. Aren't you coming in? No, let's go out and play." Lu Xiaoxi didn't dare to go into his room. The main problem was that Aunt Sue was there. A man and a woman were locked in a room, and no amount of explanation could help them. Of course, it wouldn't matter if it were in Songnan, because only the two of them would know. Okay, where to? I don't know, just browsing around. Let's go for a walk. No, let's go for a walk in the neighborhood. I'm going to change my clothes, wait for me. Lu Xiaoxi was still wearing her pajamas. She couldn't just go out like that. Limu put on his shoes and followed her out. When Lu Xiaoxi reached the entrance of the building, took out her keys, opened the door, and he followed her inside. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, opened her room door, and was about to close it when she suddenly noticed that Limu had stuck one foot in and blocked the door. She glared at him. "I'm changing my clothes. It's okay, I won't look." "Why won't you let me close the door if I'm not looking?" I wanted to peek." "You already told me. And you were still peeking." Lu Xiaoxi kicked his foot away, slammed the door shut, and didn't forget to lock it. I cursed him as a pervert countless times in my mind. He touched me all day, and now he wants to come and see me change clothes. How can you take advantage like that? Limu stood blankly at the door, quietly listening to the rustling sounds inside, feeling an itch in his nose. A moment later, the door opened. The girl couldn't stand the cold, so she was dressed in bulky clothes. She wore a white, fluffy coat over her clothes, and loose, off-white pants underneath. She also wore a scarf and a hat, which made her face look small and not very bright. They looked so easy to fool. "Little sister, come with me, I'll give you candy." Limu was inexplicably charmed by Lu Xiaoxi's appearance. "I'm going to call the security guards now." "Go ahead and scream. It won't do you any good." Limu moved each of his fingers in a lewd manner, just like the lewd uncle in the video. Ugh, what a pervert. Here comes the pervert. Limu grabbed Lu Xiaoxi's hands with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, mischievously licking Lu Xiaoxi's little lips. Pa, you're a dog." Lu Xiaoxi stuck out her little pink tongue in disgust. "I'm my childhood sweetheart, simp. Is there a problem with that?" Lu Xiaoxi was stunned, not expecting Limu to say that. Lu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes twice, then quietly lowered her head and looked away, not daring to look at him. "Let's go. Let's take the kids out to play." Limu changed to holding hands and swayed back and forth like he was teasing a child. "I'm not a child." Okay. You're not a child. I am a child, all right. That's more like it." Lu Xiaoxi happily followed the rhythm of Limu's swinging arms, beaming with joy. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoxi locked the door, put the key in her pocket, and took small steps to catch up with Limu, who was already waiting at the elevator door. In broad daylight, the motion sensor lights came on, and a round shadow appeared beneath the feet of the two people. The elevator came up from the first floor, and Lu Xiaoxi stood obediently in front of the elevator door. Having learned her lesson last time, she didn't hold Limu's hand this time. "Limu, are you my lapdog?" She pulled her scarf up to cover her nose and below, and wore her hat down to below her eyebrows. "He doesn't look like a child anymore. He looks like a ninja." "Yes, I'm your lapdog. Don't you feel ashamed? It's not shameful to be a simp for your childhood sweetheart. He's practically eaten the little plum, so what's the point of being a simp? If his kindness towards Lu Xiaoxi is seen as sycophantic behavior by others, then so be it. He doesn't care." "Oh," Lu Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. She glanced at the elevator, quickly pulled down her scarf, put her hands on Limu's shoulders, and pressed him down forcefully. Meeting Limu's questioning gaze, she stuck out her little pink tongue and licked it. I'm your simp too." Lu Xiaoxi's eyes darted around as she quickly pulled her scarf up to cover half her face, transforming her into a cold-blooded ninja once again. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Chapter 163. You two aren't going to become a couple, are you, Sister Xiaoxi? My lips were licked, but before I could even savor the warm, smooth touch, it was over. Lu Xiaoxi's shy demeanor was genuine. He tried to find ways to amuse Lu Xiaoxi, but she wouldn't say a word to him. She kept her face down, only her big eyes peeking out as she stared at him, remaining silent about what had just happened. Although the scarf covered her face, Li Mu was certain that her delicate little face underneath was bright red. After exiting the elevator and passing the intelligence office, Li Mu took the girl's fair hand in his. It was cold to the touch, so Li Mu tightened his grip, trying to give the girl his boundless warmth. It's cold and windy today. The trees along the roadside are rustling, and you can hear the clattering of chess pieces and stone tables from afar, accompanied by the pointing and gesturing of a few middle-aged people. This is a common occurrence in the neighborhood. It would be strange if those chess players didn't shout one day. Li Mu knew that his father must be there too. Li Changhing also enjoys chess and often studies it with middle-aged people in his neighborhood, discussing how to break this formation and which moves are better. It's one of the many pleasures that middle-aged people enjoy. Li Mu looked up at the sky, and a gust of wind slipped into his collar, making him feel cool. "Hey, Brother Mu." Mi Dan waved to them through the bushes, holding 2 bags of spicy strips. "When did you guys get back?" Lu Xiaoxi tried to pull her hand away, but Li Mu held her firmly, and she gave up after a few attempts. "I came back yesterday afternoon. I'm on winter break," Li Mu said with a smile. Mi Dan isn't nearsighted. He saw the two holding hands from a great distance. He looked at their tightly clasped hands and sighed. "You, why are you holding hands? You two aren't a couple. Are you, Sister Xiaoxi?" "What do kids know?" Li Mu beckoned and said, "Come here, give me some spicy strips. You're so old, and you're still stealing my spicy snacks." Mi Dan's eyes widened, and she regretted it terribly. She should have known better than to try to make conversation. Why did she have to greet Li Mu? He finally managed to get 2 yuan from his mom to buy a bag of spicy strips, which cost 1 yuan each. He had only just opened one bag and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it yet, but Li Mu had already gotten a free one. The more he thought about it, the more he felt cheated. "Hurry up, just eat a little. Just 1. 2 sticks, and your little she-sister will have one too." Li Mu and Mi Dan staged a scene reminiscent of the cowherd and the weaver girl, with one reaching out from one side of the bushes and the other grabbing spicy snacks from the other, the bushes in between representing the insurmountable Milky Way. "Why did you take 3? There are only 5 spicy strips in a bag. Don't you know your sister Xiaoxi wants to eat too? All right, I'll treat you to potato chips sometime, okay?" Hee, you said it yourself. I'll remember it, Brother Mu. If you don't treat me to potato chips, you're a dog. Mi Dan felt much better after that. He waved to Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi and headed home. As for the fact that the two held hands, and Li Mu even admitted that they were a couple, does it matter? He had this feeling when he came back last time. Li Mu. As Mi Dan ran away, Lu Xiaoxi angrily bumped her forehead against Li Mu's chest. "Don't rush, it's not like I won't give you any." Li Mu ate one himself, and carefully put the end of the other one into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth. Lu Xiaoxi ate it in one gulp, chewed a few times, and swallowed it, her little mouth greasy. "When did we become a couple? What can we do then?" For other people, lovers are definitely easier to understand than childhood sweethearts, right? But, Lu Xiaoxi's ears turned red. "No buts, let's eat spicy strips." This spicy snack smells so good. Wait a minute. What's wrong? I don't know. Then why did you say that?" Li Mu grinned, 2 fingers still stained with red oil. His Adam's apple bobbed as he silently placed his fingers in front of Lu Xiaoxi's lips. "There's still a little bit left." Lu Xiaoxi looked around, raised her eyebrows, closed her eyes, and put Li Mu's finger in her mouth. The warm, moist lips made Li Mu lose control. After his fingers were released, he sucked his thumb clean himself. Licking your fingers isn't a good habit, but doing it occasionally seems quite nice. "Are you trying to keep our relationship a secret?" "No. Everyone here is someone I know. I'm afraid they'll laugh at us." Lu Xiaoxi felt a pang of grievance and spoke softly and weakly. The girl was very sensitive and had already imagined how others would laugh at her and Li Mu for being intimate. Even though those smiles didn't contain any negative emotions, she would still feel uncomfortable. It would take a lot of courage for her to face the smiles of so many people. If she were as thick-skinned as Li Mu, she definitely wouldn't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of? We've been together since we were kids, and we've been laughed at countless times. You hug me. Lu Xiaoxi verbally asked Li Mu to hug her, but her body had already hugged Li Mu first, rubbing her face against Li Mu's collarbone, and various emotions made her feel hot. What's wrong? Weren't you afraid of crowds? I'm scared. If others laugh at me, I'll hide behind you. Then they'll laugh at you instead. The girl didn't have Li Mu's thick skin or his talkative nature. Her biggest problem was that she was easily shy and thin-skinned. She would feel at a loss when there were many people around. This was due to her personality, and it was very, very difficult to change. There are many acquaintances in the neighborhood, and it's hard to guarantee that they won't suddenly pop out and discover their relationship like Mi Dan did. Taking such a risk, and hugging and kissing Li Mu was the first step she took to muster up her courage. Okay, just stay behind me and be my little shadow like when we were kids. Li Mu gently patted her back, truly forcing his childhood sweetheart to comply. I'm not a tag-along. You're the one who dragged me along. You've always bullied me. You've always been the one to bully me. Lu Xiaoxi said sullenly, her breath hitting Li Mu. Really? Ha ha ha. You've been bullied by me since you were a kid. How dare you say that? Look up and let me see how red your face is. I'm not blushing. You're the one who's blushing. You can fool me, but don't fool yourself too. Li Mu ruffled her hat, gently lifted her head, and hooked a finger off her scarf, revealing her delicate face with pursed lips. He teased her relentlessly. Isn't she all tomato-like now? Lu Xiaoxi buried her head again, her arms around Li Mu's waist tightening involuntarily. She nestled in Li Mu's arms, thankful that there were no other people around. Otherwise, she would have been even more shy. When she looked up, she did see Li Mu's slightly flushed face. Whether from the wind or from shyness, she couldn't tell. Regardless, Li Mu is definitely shy. He's just too thick-skinned to be obvious. Thinking this way, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. She transferred her shyness to Li Mu. Hee. Chapter 164. It's only fun when you're with the piggy bank. That's the fitness area over there. Want to go check it out? The fitness equipment in the park is also available in the residential area. Only some middle-aged and elderly people come to use it in the evening. Otherwise, it's just a decoration. Okay, the neighborhood holds many fond memories for her and Li Mu. Seeing these things always brings back memories of her childhood. Li Mu once mischievously climbed up the railing, but couldn't get down. She had to go to a nearby adult to carry Li Mu down. Little Green Plum isn't just a tag-along. After turning a corner, the two arrived at the fitness area. Exercise pedals, Tai Chi push-hands machines, bouncy walkers. These used to be children's favorites. Nowadays, kids are either in tutoring classes, playing ball, or playing on their phones. They rarely come to places like this anymore. Even if I had the time, I probably wouldn't come to a place like this. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoxi, he wouldn't have come here. He'd probably be holed up in his room playing video games right now. We're really getting worse as we get older. Li Mu has grown tall now. The poles he used to be unable to climb down as a child can now be easily climbed with a simple jump. The railings, which I remember as being quite new, already have a lot of rust, and they make strange noises when you climb on them. Perhaps in a few years, these fitness equipment will need to be completely replaced. Li Mu, come pull me up. Lu Xiaoxi patted the seat of a leg press machine, sat down happily, and shouted to Li Mu on the other side. This thing is for you to strengthen your leg muscles, not for you to play with like this. Li Mu tapped her little head, pulled on the backrest, and slowly lifted it up, then slowly lowered it down. To be honest, this job was not easy. There was Lu Xiaoxi, who weighed 95 pounds, on the chair, and there was nothing to hold on to on the backrest. Li Mu was exhausted in no time. You're so heavy, I can't pull you anymore. Li Mu slowly put him down, ran to the opposite side and sat down, leaning back against the chair as if exhausted. Then let me pull you. Lu Xiaoxi ran up behind him, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to get to work. I weigh 150 pounds. I'll just try to see if I can pull it. Okay, just don't suddenly put it down. Just to be on the safe side, Li Mu put his foot on it, in case Lu Xiaoxi suddenly let go and hurt his little brother. Don't worry. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly exerted force, even letting out a whimpering sound as she strained. Li Mu, who remained completely still. He overestimated the power of his childhood sweetheart. Even carrying it on one's back might be difficult, let alone such a strenuous action. I feel like you weigh 250 pounds. It would be strange if you could pull me with those little arms of yours, Li Mu laughed. Lu Xiaoxi hummed twice, cupped Li Mu's face in her hands, and made Li Mu look up at her. The two people, one tall and one short, stared at each other, one looking up and the other looking down. The game of whoever moves first loses has begun. This is the tacit understanding between childhood sweethearts. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't hold back any longer. She looked at Li Mu's wicked smile and chuckled, her warm breath blowing onto Li Mu's face. Do you know that the expression you're making is hilarious? Really? I've seen male protagonists in anime smile like that. You're so stupid. Anime characters only have facial features and no muscle structure. They can be as good looking as they want. Of course, it's different in reality. Watch my wicked smile. You idiot. Lu Xiaoxi laughs easily when she's with Li Mu. She playfully pinched Li Mu's nose, then pretended to be disgusted and wiped it on Li Mu's clothes, gently blowing air into Li Mu's face. Do you want me to kiss you? Are you sure? We're outside right now. Since Lu Xiaoxi had said so, Li Mu had nothing to say. He closed his eyes, pouted, and waited for Lu Xiaoxi's kiss. Li Mu sat in a chair, leaning back, while Lu Xiaoxi stood behind him, forcing him to crane his neck. An inhumane kissing gesture. Seeing Li Mu's appearance, Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes crinkling. She leaned down and touched Li Mu's forehead, then quickly stood up to carefully observe the changes in Li Mu's expression. I thought you were going to kiss me. Are you crazy? How could you possibly kiss like that, especially outside? Outside, you can only kiss on the forehead. 2. Can you do pull-ups? Lu Xiaoxi changed the subject and looked at the 3 tall poles connected together to the side. Sure, but I'm not sure how many I can make. The last time I did was in high school. I know, your belly was showing at the time. Huh, you're pretty weird. Bullshit. I was standing right in front of you then. Even if I didn't look, I would have seen it. It wasn't like I wanted to see it. Lu Xiaoxi suddenly felt guilty and whispered, not daring to look at him. I didn't say you should look at me. You count them for me, and I'll see how many I can make. He walked to the highest pole, gathered his strength, and jumped up, the pole making a creaking sound. Because his hands were raised high, his clothes inevitably pulled up, and his lower abdomen suddenly felt cold. Although Lu Xiaoxi really wanted to poke his lower abdomen and tickle him, she refrained from doing so. Go ahead and do it. See how many you can make. I don't know either, you count first. Li Mu took a deep breath and started doing pull-ups. Each time Li Mu made one, Lu Xiaoxi would make a note of it. She didn't know if Li Mu's work was up to standard, but as long as Li Mu's chin was above the pole, it counted. After 19, Li Mu let go and jumped down, exhaling a breath of hot air. Not bad, right? Only 19. 19 is also very impressive. They all got full marks in the physical fitness test. I feel that 20 is more impressive. If I do 20, would you say that 21 is the only impressive number? Lu Xiaoxi awkwardly tossed her hair and grinned at him, realizing her little scheme had been seen through. The girl's eyes darted around, and she ran to the bottom of the pole and tried to jump. When she couldn't reach it, she switched to a shorter pole and jumped up twice before finally managing to get on. She grabbed it for a moment before jumping down. This will be even more awkward. Because she wasn't tall enough and her jumping ability wasn't good enough, she could only play on the shortest horizontal bar. You count for me. Won't it hurt your back? No, I'm about to begin. Okay. Li Mu pinched his chin, stared at Lu Xiaoxi's exposed lower abdomen for a while before starting to count for her. Lu Xiaoxi's slender little hands made an unprecedented effort, and finally, I made one. Phew, so tired. Li Mu's lips twitched. I haven't exercised in so long, I definitely can't do it. Lu Xiaoxi felt unsatisfied, glanced at Li Mu, then looked at the horizontal bar, beckoned to Li Mu to come over, and said righteously, You lift me up to do it. Is that so? Li Mu supported the girl's waist with one hand and lifted her up with the other, so that she could grab the horizontal bar. Yes. With the help of her childhood friend, Lu Xiaoxi felt confident. She strained her arms, lifted her chin, and completed a half-perfect pull-up. Li Mu deserves 80% of the credit for this pull-up. Li Mu's face was pressed against her lower abdomen, but unfortunately there were 3 layers of clothing in between, otherwise Li Mu would definitely have taken advantage of her. The two played around for a while, trying out all the equipment, and finally sat on the seesaw looking at each other. The 50-pound difference meant that Lu Xiaoxi was always being lifted up, her dangling feet swaying back and forth, and she didn't even tie her shoelaces when they came undone. Li Mu would occasionally kick his foot, making Lu Xiaoxi giggle. Is it really that fun? Fun. Why haven't I seen you come to visit before? Playing with the piggy bank is the only way to have fun. Li Mu's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Look at what Xiao Qingmei said. It made him blush. Chapter 165? They were exposed to the wind quite a bit during their trip. Lu Xiaoxi's nose was running from the wind, and she had to sniffle every now and then. Everyone went home. His mother was still asleep, so Li Mu went back to his room, put on his headphones, and started typing. After finishing writing, he asked Lin Sheng and Lao Yang to log in and play games. They played until evening, when Su Wen shouted from outside for him to go out for dinner. After hastily ending the game, Li Mu walked out of the room and clicked his tongue at the decent-looking dishes on the table. Mom, your cooking doesn't taste as good as mine. You've gotten too cocky after learning to cook from Xiaoxi for 2 days? Hee hee, Lu Xiaoxi's cooking is really delicious. Your dishes are only for looking at, not for eating. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. You've been eating this for 19 years, and your dad has been eating it for even longer, Su Wen said, hands on his hips, annoyed. I'll try it and see if it tastes good. Li Mu used a toothpick to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in his mouth. The strong vinegar taste made him frown. Dad likes it. Let him eat more later. Okay, go check if Xiaoxi has cooked anything. If not, have her come over and eat. Okay, I'll go check it out. Li Mu disappeared in a flash. She knocked on the door across the hall, and it took about 10 seconds for Lu Xiaoxi to open it. There was the sound of an old-fashioned range hood inside, along with the smell of garlic. You cooked? Didn't I tell you to come over to my house every day? Why are you cooking for yourself? I'm just making one dish. I'll bring it over to you guys to eat in a bit. You're so smart. You know my mom's cooking isn't good. Li Mu stuck one foot in, squeezed in, and entered Lu Xiaoxi's room. He then hooked his foot to close the door, grinned, and put his arm around Lu Xiaoxi, walking step by step into the kitchen like a penguin. Lu Xiaoxi felt warm. Back in the kitchen, Lu Xiaoxi turned the gas stove back on and cooked a simple dish of stir-fried pork with corn, topped with some sliced ham. Remember to open the door for me tonight, Li Mu whispered in her ear. Okay, call me when it's ready, and I'll bring it over for you. Li Mu pinched the girl's soft cheek and then lay down on the sofa in the living room. The two apartments had the same layout, and his room was right across from Lu Xiaoxi's room. His gaze fell on Lu Xiaoxi's slightly closed door. Lu Xiaoxi, I'm violating your privacy. What the hell? I just want to check on your room. Oh, there's nothing to see. Having received permission, Li Mu walked towards the girl's boudoir. Pushing open the door, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose and mouth, making him feel much more relaxed and at ease. The girl's room was clean, with no trash or much hair. The blankets on the bed were neatly folded, and even the small items on the bed were arranged in an orderly fashion against the wall. There are 2 paper lanterns by the window, which they made together during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and a teru bozu, a type of Japanese doll, hangs there peacefully. He took off the teru bozu doll, slowly opened it, and took out a ping-pong ball with 2 names and a big heart written on it. Yes, it's still this ping-pong ball. In Lu Xiaoxi's room, there was also a white wardrobe. When he opened it, the first thing he saw was a row of underwear, followed by various styles of pajamas. Just as Lu Xiaoxi said, he has so many pajamas. No wonder Lu Xiaoxi was unwilling when he said he wanted to buy matching pajamas. What are you looking at? Lu Xiaoxi walked in and happened to see Li Mu looking at his wardrobe. I didn't see your underwear. This is like trying to hide something obvious. Lu Xiaoxi blushed. You still don't believe me? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I watched it every day back in Songnan. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi walked over angrily and poked Li Mu's face hard. Lu Xiaoxi, you are so cute. What now? So suddenly. Li Mu didn't say anything, but suddenly hugged her in his arms, took 2 steps, reached out, and took the cat ear hair accessory from the table and gently put it on Lu Xiaoxi's head. I bought this hair accessory during our trip to the zoo. Since Lu Xiaoxi brought it back, she must have secretly worn it. He hasn't been able to see it yet. Cute, Li Mu said, looking at her face. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi knew perfectly well what she was wearing on her head. When she and Li Mu went out for the first time, Li Mu said things like, a girl changes a lot as she grows up, and she'll grow cat ears. Damn it, Li Mu still got his way. Can you meow? No. Lu Xiaoxi's nimble little hands slipped out of Li Mu's embrace, took off the cat ear hair accessory from her head, and neatly put it on Li Mu. Li Mu already had a pair of invisible dog ears, but now they've become visible cat ears. They're actually quite cute. Have you seen enough? Hee hee, you're cute too. You should use handsome to describe a guy, you know? I don't know, you're just cute. I say you're cute, so you're cute. Lu Xiaoxi stroked his cat ears and chuckled softly. Lu Xiaoxi. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a wave of dizziness. It turned out that Li Mu had carried her and placed her on the bed. The neatly arranged mattress was now in disarray because of Lu Xiaoxi's arrival. Before Lu Xiaoxi could react, she was pinned down by Li Mu. One was pressing down on the other, and neither of them spoke, just staring at each other in silence. Li Mu's mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. You want a kiss? I'm going to stick out my tongue, as a reward for doing my snow-watching homework, okay? Lu Xiaoxi remained silent, her gaze shifting elsewhere. The world seemed to suddenly fall silent. Even Li Mu, who was standing right next to her, was silent. The only sound in the world was the pounding of her heart. Li Mu's lips quickly pressed against hers, prying open her teeth. After the beautiful scenery, Lu Xiaoxi pushed him away, panting heavily. Delicious. Li Mu smacked his lips, savoring the taste as if he had just eaten a dessert. It's all saliva. It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi broke free from his restraints, sat on the bed, smacked her lips, and her face was burning hot. I want it again tonight. Gun, you're so mean. I'm hungry. Bring the food over. I want to eat at your house. Time to eat, Li Mu said, hunched over, looking rather disheveled. This posture made Lu Xiaoxi want to laugh. But when she thought about her current state, she couldn't smile anymore. My legs are weak. I can't walk. My heart felt like it was being pounded by a giant elephant, as if it was about to jump out of my throat. She was about to have dinner with Aunt Sue and Uncle Li, which gave her the feeling of having snatched Li Mu away from them. Chapter 166, 20 Little-Known Facts About Chewing Gum. After a while, Li Mu finally brought a plate of food into his home. After explaining, Su-wen didn't feel offended at all. Lu Xiaoxi had prepared a dish herself, so it would be a waste for her to come over and eat with them. Bringing it over to eat together was the best choice. Besides, Lu Xiaoxi is a very good cook, so having an extra dish to eat is a good thing. Call your dad and ask him to come up for dinner. Okay. Li Mu turned to make a phone call. A moment later, Li Changheng opened the door with his key, followed by the tiny Lu Xiaoxi. Hello, Auntie. Lu Xiaoxi greeted her sweetly, exuding the adorable charm of a girl next door. Thinking that his eldest son had already won Lu Xiaoxi's heart, Su-wen couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't hide his joy and invited Lu Xiaoxi to sit down next to him for a meal. As for her eldest son and husband, they can sit across from her. Lu Xiaoxi is unaware that Su-wen already knows about her relationship with Li Mu. After all, Su-wen has always treated her very well, like a biological daughter. Li Mu first served himself rice, then served his parents rice, and finally served Lu Xiaoxi a large bowl, adding a spoonful of chili peppers from home, which should be enough for her. Lu Xiaoxi likes to eat spicy food, so the corn stir-fried with meat is naturally spicy. Li Mu can't eat spicy food and doesn't like it. Most of the time, he eats his mother's cooking with a serious expression. After dinner, Li Mu was tasked with washing the dishes, while the other three sat on the sofa watching TV and chatting. Li Mu quickly washed the dishes, went back to his room to get his clothes, and then took a shower. When he came out, Lu Xiaoxi hadn't gone home yet. He sat happily next to Lu Xiaoxi, listening to his mother and Lu Xiaoxi talk. Occasionally, he would mischievously poke the outside of Lu Xiaoxi's thigh with his thumb. Li Changheng then went into the bathroom to take a shower. It's only 8:30 p.m. now. Normally, Su-wen would be downstairs playing cards or chatting at this time. But because Lu Xiaoxi is here, she's even stopped playing cards and just wants to chat with Lu Xiaoxi, which shows how much she likes Lu Xiaoxi. Mom, I might go out to play next Wednesday, Limu suddenly said. Hey, where to? Go to Linglan. Linglan, that's quite far. What are you going there for? Su Wen asked calmly, without revealing any other emotions. Going to see the snow with Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi didn't expect Limu to bring this up while she was still there. She slowly lowered her head, not daring to speak. Going to see the snow together means traveling together, and traveling often involves booking a hotel room. When a man and a woman book a hotel room together, it's easy for them to think about sex. She and Limu are healthy. However, kissing with their tongues sticking out doesn't seem very healthy. I hope Aunt Su won't overthink it, and even less will she say anything strange. She stared at her toes, her slender white toes twitching. Is Xiaoxi going too? Su Wen asked Lu Xiaoxi. Uh-huh. Then go ahead and have fun. Young people should travel and see the world. But Xiaoxi, you need to tell your parents beforehand that you must be careful when you go out, and your phone must not be turned off, understand? Okay, Auntie. Mom, don't you care about me? Limu pointed to himself, trying to get his attention. Just take care of Xiaoxi. If you run out of money, ask your mom for some. Be careful too. Your parents will take care of you if anything happens. Having received his mother's concern, Limu nodded contentedly and sprawled on the sofa like a grandpa. Auntie, I'm going back to take a shower now. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoxi said goodbye and left. You guys watch TV, I'm going back to my room too. Limu got up and was about to leave. Stop. Limu froze, turned around blankly, and scratched his face. What's wrong, Mom? Sit here, Mom wants to talk to you about something, Su Wen said earnestly. She didn't want to get involved in her son's affairs with the girl across the street, but she was a mother, and it would be too much to ask her to do nothing and not worry. Whether Limu knew it or not, she would patiently remind him again and again. Mom, I know. Limu seemed to have known what his mother was going to say all along, and before Su Wen could finish speaking, he directly said what he wanted to say. Well, then be careful. The mother and son ended their call after only a few brief words. Limu wasn't completely clueless. When he suggested going on a trip, he immediately thought about what his parents would say to him. He was also glad that his mother didn't put a condom in front of him, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. Chatting with netizens is a constant stream of weirdos, but when it comes to talking about these kinds of topics with my own parents or Lu Xiaoxi, I'm not so calm and collected. Perhaps this is what people online mean when they say someone has a wealth of theory but zero practical experience. Back in his room, Limu lay on the bed playing on his phone. Not long after, someone in his contacts, whose contact name was My Beloved Mom, shared a link with him. He clicked on it, and his phone redirected to a popular science article titled 20 Little Known Facts About Chewing Gum. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he replied to his beloved mom with a heart emoji of kuin kuin, and then began to read carefully. You might not need it while traveling, but you'll definitely need it someday. 1 o'clock in the morning. Limu closed the writer's assistant interface and shut down his computer. At this time, my parents must already be asleep. Except around the new year, my parents rarely stay up late. He gently opened the door, took a step out, and heard his father's intermittent snoring. Limu tiptoed open the door, then gently closed it again, exhaling a breath of stale air before bombarding Lu Xiaoxi with a string of emojis. A short while later, Lu Xiaoxi opened the door a crack, looked around suspiciously, and then let him in. After going through the whole process, none of the motion sensor lights in the hallway turned on. Lu Xiaoxi's home was dimly lit, with a sliver of light seeping through the half-open door, allowing Limu to see Lu Xiaoxi's clothes and appearance. A cute pink pajama set, a pair of fluffy cotton slippers, and a lazy look made Limu's heart itch. Have you been up all night, waiting for me? In the quiet of the night, Limu lowered his voice as he spoke. Dream on. But you opened the door shortly after I sent the message. Were you really not waiting for me? If I don't look at my phone, will you even be able to get in? That makes sense, but I won't listen. You're just waiting for me. Limu hugged her and, in the girl's tense embrace, rushed into the room. He gently placed her on the bed, then kicked off his slippers and crawled into bed himself. You, Lu Xiaoxi said angrily, shrinking into the quilt as well. After a few wriggles, She poked her little head out next to Li Mu. I want to hold you while I sleep, Li Mu said, turning his head to look at her while resting his head on his hands. I won't let you hug me. Li Mu didn't hug her. He shifted his body and squeezed Lu Xiaoxi against the wall, sleeping with her close together. His arm and the girl's body were pressed together, soft and comfortable. A small space always makes people feel at ease. Lu Xiaoxi curled up into a ball, looked at Li Mu's hand that was resting on his head, and leaned her head closer. Of course, one hand can't support two people, so Li Mu had no choice but to stretch out his hand for her. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Xiaoxi crawled all the way to the very back, almost touching Li Mu's neck. Don't fall asleep, or your hands will go numb. I'm asleep now. It's not my hand that's numb, it's yours. Lu Xiaoxi closed her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming even, just like a sleeping child. Even her eyelashes stopped fluttering. Really asleep? Lu Xiaoxi? Lu Xiaozhu? Little green plum. Then I'll take advantage of you, since you won't know anyway. I'll beat you to death in a minute. That's just wishful thinking. Li Mu chuckled and poked Lu Xiaoxi's cheek, thinking how adorable his little childhood sweetheart was every day. His free hand rested on Lu Xiaoxi's slender waist, slipped inside her clothes, and gently stroked her back, tickling her. This tickling wasn't irritating to Lu Xiaoxi, but rather a very comfortable tickling, with each finger tickling a different spot. In the increasingly comfortable environment, Lu Xiaoxi, who was already sleepy, hummed and soon fell asleep. In Li Mu's hands. Li Mu stopped caring. So be it if his hand is numb. He'll have to bear the consequences when he wakes up. Right now, he's going to let his little Qingmei use it as a pillow so she can have a comfortable sleep. Chapter 167, Save the Galaxy. The curtains kept the winter mornings out. She didn't know what the scenery outside was like, but Lu Xiaoxi knew it definitely wouldn't be dawn. Without having to go to school or get up to do chores, Lu Xiaoxi would stay in bed as before. Whether it was summer or winter, she would stay in bed every day. Sometimes she would set her alarm earlier because she wanted to stay in bed longer. She would set her alarm for 6:30 instead of 7 o'clock, giving herself half an hour to sleep in comfortably. She likes it this way. She also liked to see Li Mu as soon as she opened her eyes. Li Mu sometimes snores softly in his sleep, rhythmically, not noisy but not quiet either. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't mind. Just like now, she likes to stay in bed in the morning while watching Li Mu sleep and listening to his snoring. Lu Xiaoxi slept until she naturally woke up today. When she woke up, she was surprised to find that she was still resting her head on Li Mu's hand. Using her hand as a pillow wasn't as mysterious as people online made it out to be. It was comfortable at first, but then it felt a bit awkward, and she couldn't find the right position or angle. Overall, it wasn't as good as a regular pillow, and it would make the hand on the person being used as a pillow go numb for a long time. Later on, she would sleep with the back of her neck pressing on Li Mu's hand and her head on a pillow. Li Mu's hands must have been very sore after being pinned down by her all night. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxi slowly raised her head, gently placed Li Mu's hand back under the covers, then rested her head on her own hand and continued to stare at Li Mu's sleeping face. It seems that Li Mu often does this too. There's no beauty in having eye boogers in the corner of your eye. Lu Xiaoxi greedily inhaled Li Mu's scent, curled up slightly, and felt her thigh touch something. She buried herself in the blanket to look, then silently raised her head. This is a physiological phenomenon, and she didn't feel anything was wrong with it. She was just a little shy when she accidentally touched it. Perhaps because the weight in his hands suddenly disappeared, Li Mu opened one eye halfway in a daze and saw the girl who was covered in mud. He simply hugged her, not caring whether his hands were numb or not, and put one leg over Lu Xiaoxi's side, pressing her down to continue sleeping. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoxi was flustered and her heart was pounding because of Li Mu. Her mind went blank, and she dared not move or make a sound. She just quietly acted as a puppet. Fortunately, Li Mu's physical symptoms subsided quickly, allowing Lu Xiaoxi to finally catch her breath. Want a good morning kiss? Li Mu's eyes were still closed, his breathing even, not at all like someone who was awake, but his words didn't sound like someone who was asleep either. You're pretending to be asleep to take advantage of me, aren't you? Right! Exclamation point. Why is Li Mu able to speak so frankly? Lu Xiaoxi didn't even have a chance to lash out. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned into a little calf and wriggled around in Li Mu's arms. Even if Li Mu wanted to sleep, he couldn't fall asleep. If you keep doing this, I'm going to react. Li Mu yawned and sat up, his head and shoulders drooping like an old man. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi immediately quieted down. The girl's big eyes darted around, and she grabbed one of Li Mu's fingers, saying, "Lie down." "What's wrong?" Li Mu obediently lay down. Lu Xiaoxi crawled under the covers to look around, then looked up and grinned at Li Mu. "You're a pervert, really." Li Mu blushed and turned away awkwardly. It has to be said that Lu Xiaoxi is becoming increasingly daring. "Hee hee, you're a pervert." Lu Xiaoxi whispered in his ear, then kissed Li Mu's lips, immediately got out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran away. "Li Mu is what he is, it's none of my business anyway." Lu Xiaoxi happily started brushing her teeth. She filled her mouthwash cup with water, squeezed the thick toothpaste onto her toothbrush, and brushed left and right until her clean little teeth appeared. There were many skincare products, and Lu Xiaoxi applied them one by one slowly, until her soft and smooth skin appeared. No one doesn't love beauty, and Lu Xiaoxi is also very concerned about her appearance. "You're all clean, right? Then give me a bite." Li Mu came out of the room and saw the petite girl admiring herself in the mirror. "You're so oily. You're oily first thing in the morning. Come wash up quickly." "What is this?" "For hydration." "Is it easy to use?" "Good. Now he's mine." "Use it. Use it. Take care of the pig's skin, so it can eat braised pork skin later." Lu Xiaoxi cooked porridge and fried a few duck eggs, all of which she bought herself yesterday. Breakfast for two is simple and unpretentious. He could wander around across the street all night without his parents noticing. Unless something serious happened, his parents wouldn't wake him up, let alone go into his room. Besides, his parents weren't home often. They were at work during their working hours and would go for a stroll on their days off. He had a perfect time to commit his crimes. Even if he gets caught, he'll make up an excuse, like wanting to eat spicy hot pot in the middle of the night. In short, he couldn't let his parents know that he sneaked into Lu Xiaoxi's house in the middle of the night, acting like a pervert. Back in his room, Li Mu turned on his computer and started writing for the day. No matter what, he couldn't let his readers down. "It took me 3 hours to code this one code." He opened the window to let the cold wind in and wake himself up, until he sneezed in a daze, and then closed it. After playing games all afternoon, when it was time for dinner, Li Mu ate a few bites as a formality, then happily took his bowl and chopsticks and ran to the other side of the table to freeload. Lu Xiaoxi had originally only prepared enough for one person, but when Li Mu arrived, she fried 2 more eggs for him so that there wouldn't be enough to eat. The green plums are so delicious. Li Mu shoveled a big mouthful of rice into his mouth, his words muffled. "Are you referring to the food, or?" "They're all delicious, they're all delicious." Where did this pig's head come from, eating so elegantly? Lu Xiaoxi picked the rice grains from the corner of Li Mu's mouth and stuffed them into his mouth. "She won't eat it." Li Mu took her finger in his mouth and sucked on it, leaving a trail of saliva. "Disgusting." "I don't find it disgusting at all, and you're complaining about it. Who knows if you even washed your hands?" "I washed it." Lu Xiaoxi kicked him with her little foot under the table. "I've already washed it. Why did you kick me?" I'll kick you. Lu Xiaoxi. "Spit it out if you have something to say." Li Mu picked up a piece of fried egg and put it into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth, and said with a smile, "It's your good fortune to give you fried eggs made by my little green plum. If you know what's good for you, praise your little green plum a few times." Lu Xiaoxi's eyes flickered, and she smiled sweetly. "Your little green plum cooks so well, and she's so beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Mu Zhuzhu must have saved the galaxy." Wow, it really is. Chapter 168. Look. It's snow. 2 chapters combined. Wednesday is a day for travel and tourism. Charging cable, toothbrush, towel, change of clothes. Just to be on the safe side. He also brought some hand warmers, packed them all into his backpack, and only left his room after packing all his luggage. The train ticket was for noon, so he wasn't in a hurry to go. He even had the leisure to eat some lean meat porridge. Knowing that he was going out today, his parents made a more lavish breakfast, probably because they were worried that Li Mu wouldn't have enough to eat. They even thoughtfully placed 2 loose sandwiches on the table. Li Mu wasn't picky about food, so he stuffed the sandwich into his backpack as well. He didn't bring his computer. He was going to enjoy himself during his snow viewing trip. He'd been updating his work based on his saved drafts, and he'd recently set up a timed posting schedule. At 12:30, Limu changed into clean white cloth shoes and admired himself in the mirror. The weather wasn't as cold as it had been a while ago, and he was only wearing a light-colored sweatshirt. He looked radiant and was like a living clothes hanger. He put on his earphones, slung his backpack over his shoulder, went out, and knocked on Lu Xiaoxi's door. A short while later, the door opened. The graceful young girl was dressed in a youthful and adorable style. She wore a plain white undershirt and loose black trousers, revealing a small section of her small feet covered by white socks. She wore a fluffy coat over the top, and the fluffy hat made her face look small. From head to toe, even the cloth shoes on her feet looked extremely cute. Did you grow up eating cuteness? Limu didn't hold back his praise, circling Lu Xiaoxi again and again, looking the girl up and down. Is it very good? You look beautiful. I want to hug you and kiss you, and I want to touch you. Limu whispered in her ear. You're such a pervert. Help me with my backpack. Lu Xiaoxi glared at him timidly, casually hung her backpack around Limu's neck, locked the door, and quickly ran to the elevator and pressed the button to go downstairs. Limu carried 2 school bags, held hands with Lu Xiaoxi, and greeted acquaintances whenever they met them, completely ignoring everyone else. Lu Xiaoxi naturally hid behind Limu like a little turtle, not breaking free from the hand he was holding. When someone came to greet her, she would stammer a few words in response. Once outside the residential area, Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief, her little steps quickening with excitement. She swayed Limu's hand, giggling like a little kid on her first long trip. Indeed, this was the first time Lu Xiaoxi had ever been to such a far place, much farther than Songnan. She went on 2 long trips, both of which she did with Limu. Limu was the same. I took the bus directly to the high-speed rail station, had my ticket checked, and boarded the train. With 2 accounts and 3 ticket swapping opportunities per day, he managed to snag a seat next to Lu Xiaoxi once again. Luck had always been on his side, and he and Lu Xiaoxi, his childhood sweethearts. Limu put an earphone in Lu Xiaoxi's ear, found a relaxing instrumental music playlist, and quietly held her hand, listening to the music. The journey of childhood sweethearts begins. Lu Xiaoxi sat with her legs together, her school bag on her lap, and played with her phone in one hand, scrolling through the spending records of her childhood sweethearts' shared property. Good heavens, traveling far away is really expensive. Putting aside the transportation costs, this hotel is way too expensive. 2,200 and 2,000 in just 4 days? That works out to about 550 yuan a day. Lu Xiaoxi's views on consumption have been refreshed. What are you looking at? Limu asked her. It's nothing. Lu Xiaoxi exited the shopping page and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Feeling hungry, Limu rummaged through his bag, took out 2 sandwiches, one for Lu Xiaoxi and one for himself. The sandwich contained only a large slice of ham and some sauce, but it tasted pretty good. Before he could even swallow a bite, Lu Xiaoxi's slender white fingers picked up a slice of ham and placed it on his sandwich. Aren't you going to eat? Here, have some. Lu Xiaoxi smiled at him. Limu gently pinched the girl's nose and ate the ham slice in one bite. The temperature was dropping little by little, and there was a significant temperature difference between the 2 places. Even though there was heating in the car, Limu still reminded Lu Xiaoxi to put on a thick coat, and he also took out a windbreaker from his backpack and wrapped it up. There were many beautiful views along the way, and the window was like a high-tech television set, changing from sunny weather to snow-covered landscape. When Lu Xiaoxi saw snow for the first time, she was extremely excited and pressed her face against the window, her mouth agape. She quickly opened her camera and took pictures of the scenery slowly receding outside the window, capturing everything, good and bad. If they weren't on the high-speed train, she would have jumped for joy and excitedly hugged Limu as they rushed into the snowdrift. Is it beautiful? Limu also leaned over to peek at the snow scene outside. It was Lu Xiaoxi's first time seeing snow, and so it was his. It's beautiful. Don't you think it's beautiful? It looks beautiful. There's a park next to our hotel, so we'll go there to play. Lu Xiaoxi quickly took out her phone and recorded a long video and took many photos. It was snowing outside, Everywhere was covered in snow, and even her phone was filled with snow. All of these videos and photos were sent to the We Are a Loving Family group chat, then to Aunt Sue, Uncle Lee, and finally to someone whose contact name was Lee the Fool. You can tell at a glance that he's a southerner who's never seen snow before. Arrived in Linglong. When they got off the bus, a gust of cold wind hit them, and they both shrank their necks, looked at each other, and quickly put on their childhood sweetheart hats and scarves, which made them feel much better. Even Lee Moo, the physics enthusiast known for his gentle nature, had cold hands. He felt extremely uncomfortable after taking a deep breath of cold air. He took out his phone to check the temperature. -15 degrees Celsius. Lee Moo, a southerner, had never seen weather below zero. Woohoo, look, there's snow everywhere. Lu Xiaoxi's nose was red, but she didn't realize it. She excitedly pulled Lee Moo's hand and looked around, venting the emotions she had been holding back on the high-speed train. I see. Aren't you cold? I have another coat here. A little. Hee, you're not wearing it. I'm thick-skinned. Lee Moo found a large coat and draped it over Lu Xiaoxi. Hee, your clothes are so warm. Lu Xiaoxi opened her mouth to speak, exhaling a lot of smoke that immediately covered Lee Moo's face. It was unclear what was so funny, but Lu Xiaoxi's laughter never stopped. Lee Moo led Lu Xiaoxi out of the station and hailed a car that went directly to the hotel. The driver arrived quickly. The car had the heater on, so Lu Xiaoxi pressed herself against the vent to keep warm. Once she was warm, she pulled Lee Moo's hand over to warm it up, even though there was a vent on Lee Moo's side as well. It's euphemistically called double the warmth. We went out around noon and spent quite a while at Linglong Orchid. By the time we arrived at the hotel, the sky had become overcast. Winter days are short. It's only a little past 6 o'clock now, but it's already starting to feel a bit dark. After getting Lu Xiaoxi's ID card, Lee Moo, who had made an appointment in advance, went directly to the front desk to register the two people's identity information. Lu Xiaoxi kept her head down and didn't say a word the whole time, shyly hiding behind Lee Moo, only coming out when he scanned her face. The elevator card is also the room key. Take it. A woo. And your ID card. Lee Moo took a second look. Lu Xiaoxi was adorable, all natural. Even in her ID photo, she was very cute. Perhaps the photo was taken in a less than ideal environment, because her skin didn't look as radiant as it does now. Lee Moo, you should also let your parents know you're safe. Good. The two reached the 10th floor and found their room. Wow. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door and was the first to slip inside. She casually tossed her school bag onto a bed and looked around, her eyes shining. The room had a floor-to-ceiling window that couldn't be opened, but it offered a view of the outside. From their 10th floor, everything was covered in white, and even the streetlights were adorned with a few lovely snowflakes. It's so beautiful. Lu Xiaoxi took out her phone and snapped photos to share with her mother. Then, Qin Xiaoqian initiated a video call. Mom, look how beautiful this is. Lu Xiaoxi called out sweetly, beaming as she looked at Qin Xiaoqian on her phone, sharing her extremely joyful mood. Wow, it looks so nice. You and Xiaomu should both keep warm. Do you have enough clothes? If you run out of money, ask your parents for some. Mom, there's air conditioning here, and we can turn on the heating, so we definitely have enough clothes. Oh, so are you and Xiaomu sharing a room? A double room? Or are you each in your own room? Lu Xiaoxi's face stiffened, and she slowly turned around to look. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief before daring to shift the camera to the front of the room, also capturing Lee Moo in the shot. Mom, look, it's a double room. Yes, that's good. Xiaomu, don't always spoil Xiaoxi. If Xiaoxi is too willful, just talk to Auntie. Auntie, Lu Xiaoxi is as willful as a leather rope. Look, she even stole my clothes. Lee Moo and Aunt Qin had a way of communicating that was completely upside down, just like Lu Xiaoxi and Su Wan. Lee Moo, you're talking nonsense. Lu Xiaoxi said angrily, turning the camera back. Mom, don't mind him. Lee Moo is an idiot. Haha, you guys are really close. Have fun, but be careful. Where are Mom and Dad? Here she comes, my dear daughter. Lu Ming's voice grew louder as it approached, accompanied by soft meows. The camera shook for a moment, and then Lu Ming appeared, holding Xiao Fei in his arms. Dad, little fatty, hey, you guys need to be careful on your trip. Safety is always the most important thing. Don't think it's annoying that your parents keep nagging you. Just have fun. If you don't have enough money, just ask Dad. Uh-huh. That's settled then. Let's talk later. I'm still cooking. Bye-bye, Mom and Dad. Little Fatty, Lu Xiaoxi waved. Bye-bye, Uncle, Auntie, and Little Fatty. Li Mu squeezed into the frame and waved to the two people and the cat on the other end of the phone. The video call ended amidst Xiaofei's meowing. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the bed, relaxed her body, and sank into the soft mattress. Tell me, how are you going to thank me? Li Mu pinched her soft cheeks, climbed onto the bed, propped himself up on top of her, and looked down at her with a wicked grin. What? Lu Xiaoxi blinked innocently. I booked a double room. If I had booked a single room, how would you have explained it to your family? Hee hee. Thank goodness you booked a double room. Lu Xiaoxi only just remembered that she was really shaken. If she booked a single room, she wouldn't know how to explain it to her family. Li Mu actually considered even this. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and pressed her warm lips against his. This is a little reward from the childhood sweetheart to her childhood friend. Li Mu was slightly taken aback, then wrapped his arms around the girl's waist to make it easier for her to maintain the position and continue to enjoy the kiss. A long time. Lu Xiaoxi, her face flushed and panting heavily, whispered softly in Li Mu's ear. Actually, I didn't grit my teeth just now. Li Mu was taken aback. Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? I feel like I missed out on a fortune. You've been sticking your tongue out all the time, but you're not this time, so it's not my fault. You owe me money. No compensation. Do you think you can escape? After a long while, their lips parted. The two remained in that position, looking at each other without saying a word. Lu Xiaoxi looked up at Li Mu, panting, her heart still pounding. She swallowed hard, unconsciously recalling the feeling from just now, and her already flushed face turned even redder. Her body felt tingly and numb, and her hands, which were supporting Li Mu's chest, had lost their strength. She also felt warm, perhaps because of the heating in the room. Then, her stomach started rumbling. I've been hitchhiking since I left home at noon, and I haven't eaten anything. My stomach is completely empty. Your stomach is about to rebel. Li Mu grinned, poked her nose, pinched her chin, and moved his hands and feet across Lu Xiaoxi's face, deliberately trying to annoy her. Teasing Lu Xiaoxi is truly a fun thing. When he doesn't play games or write, teasing Lu Xiaoxi has become his main way of passing the time. It's all your fault. What does this have to do with me? It's all your fault. Let's go eat, okay? Lu Xiaoxi propped herself up and sat up, straightening her clothes which were a little messy from their playful kisses. Sure, what would you like to eat? There are restaurants at the hotel. Would you like to eat here or go out? Let's go outside. The hotel restaurant must be very expensive, and we also want to go outside and take a look. After Lu Xiaoxi finished speaking, she got up, put on her cute little cloth shoes, stomped her feet on the spot, and waited for Li Mu with her hands in her pockets. Here, take this. Li Mu took some hand warmers out of his bag. When did you buy it? I asked my dad to buy it on his way yesterday. Do you think everyone is as unprepared as you? After carefully reading the instructions, Li Mu beckoned Lu Xiaoxi over. I'll help you stick it on. Whoa. Li Mu lifted Lu Xiaoxi's clothes, leaving only her undershirt. He stuck a heat pack on the shirt, took a picture of her lower abdomen, then one of each side of her waist, and finally her back. He even wanted to take a picture of Lu Xiaoxi's chest, but Lu Xiaoxi removed the heat pack. He felt like a master of formations, setting up a warm formation for his little green plum. I want to help you put it on. You also want to become a master of formations? What is that? It's nothing. I'm just confused. This is for sticking on clothes. Don't stick it on my skin. I know. This piece is the belly meat. It's the best to eat. This is the back meat. It's the most chewy. And these two sides are pork belly, perfect for grilling. Are you serious? Chapter 169. It must be a celestial being drunk and carelessly crumpling up the white clouds. Lu Xiaoxi's stomach rumbled, and it rumbled again just as she left the hotel. There was some snow on the road, and you would leave a footprint when you stepped on it. Lu Xiaoxi held Li Mu's hand, turning back every 3 steps to look at her and Li Mu's feet. The feet of different sizes walking side by side looked like a lot of fun. Sometimes she would kick the snow, sending it flying high into the air, being as mischievous as she wanted. If she didn't need to eat and didn't want to get her hands dirty, she would want to try out the feel of the snow right now and build a snowman. Limu had already checked the navigation beforehand. There were quite a few shops along the road. Lu Xiaoxi spotted a wonton chain store and dragged Limu along to eat with her. 2 large servings of steaming meat wontons were served. Lu Xiaoxi scooped one up with a spoon, blew on it until it was almost done, and then handed it to Limu without saying a word. Limu smiled, took a bite, and the temperature was just right. After feeding her 1 wonton, Lu Xiaoxi began adding various ingredients to her own wonton. There were 3 types of chili peppers that could be added by the user, and Lu Xiaoxi added a spoonful of each. The wonton looked red and extremely creepy. Although it was rather unkind, Limu was still a little curious whether Lu Xiaoxi felt the spiciness when she went to the toilet. There were only 3 tables of customers in the shop, and no one noticed their feeding behavior. After the meal, the park. Why isn't my phone's location updating? Limu was thinking of taking Lu Xiaoxi to the park, so he spun his phone around, but the navigation seemed to be stuck and wouldn't move. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer to him, exhaling a breath of hot air onto Limu's phone. Let me restart it and see. Should I turn this way and walk about 500 meters to the park? What do you think? Walk. The two held hands and followed the directions indicated by the navigation to the park. The park here is just a flat area with some benches and trees. As far as the eye can see, it's a sea of white, with only the branches of the trees remaining, all covered in a white cap. There were couples, adults playing with their children, and a few little snowmen without eyes or noses. While Lu Xiaoxi let go of Limu's hand and ran around in the park. She couldn't wait to squat down, grab a pile of snow, and make it into a ball. She turned around with a mischievous smile and looked at Limu, who was slowly walking towards her. As Limu approached, the snowball in her hand flew out, seemingly tracking him and aiming straight for Limu's groin. The snowball was just like shaved ice. It broke apart halfway through its flight, so it didn't hurt or itch Limu when it hit him. Be careful not to get frostbite on your hands if you play like that. Oh, it seems so. Lu Xiaoxi looked at her hands. They were fine when she kept them in her pockets, but now they started to turn red and itchy after just one snowball. There's a small supermarket nearby. Let's buy 2 pairs. Limu helped her pull her hat tighter, his fingertips gliding across her face, feeling her cool temperature. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi made another snowball and tossed it around as she walked. But she got so cold that she put it in her pocket. She bought 2 pairs of black gloves and put them on. Seemingly knowing she couldn't beat Limu in a snowball fight, Lu Xiaoxi found a quiet spot, squatted down, and started piling snow, glancing at Limu every now and then. While Limu was also building snow, she secretly made a snowball and threw it at him, then pretended nothing had happened and continued building snow. One after another, Limu's lips twitched as he lifted the 1-inch-long snowball he had just piled up and began to drop it over Lu Xiaoxi's head. Lu Xiaoxi made a muffled sound, patted the snow off her hat, and then, like a dinosaur, grabbed a handful of snow in each hand and threw it at Limu with bared teeth and claws. For a moment, it was as if the two of them had returned to their childhood. If it snowed back home, he and Lu Xiaoxi would probably play like this. In the moment Limu was distracted, Lu Xiaoxi seized the opportunity and stuffed a handful of snow into his mouth, making him feel chilly and uncomfortable. You're finished. I'm going to build the ultimate snowball, Limu said fiercely, then turned his back to Lu Xiaoxi and began frantically piling snow. During this time, Lu Xiaoxi threw snowballs at him quite a bit, but only when they hit his neck did he shrink back a little. The rest of the snowballs did no damage. Which is more effective, a dispersed strike or a one-time strike? Limu believed the latter. This snowball is as big as his head. Lu Xiaoxi only realized she needed to run now. Just as she stood up, a heavy snowball exploded on her, the impact causing her to land hard on her bottom in the snow. She was wearing thermal underwear underneath, so she didn't feel cold even sitting on the snow. She pouted coquettishly and reached out to Limu for a hug. Limu smiled, picked her up, straightened her clothes, and brushed the snow off her. Having fun, huh? That's fun. The promise we made at kindergarten. I'm bringing you to keep it now. Limu. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes flickered slightly, and she threw herself into Li Mu's arms and hugged him tightly. 16 years have passed in the blink of an eye since the kindergarten made that promise. Li Mu. Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi snuggled against him, wiping away the tears that were about to spill, and looked up at him with a smile. What's wrong? I've noticed you cry easily whenever it comes to things from your childhood. Are you even more nostalgic than I am? Lu Xiaoxi cried last time when we mentioned our promise to see the snow, and she cried again this time. What's going on? Hee hee, I'm not crying because I want to cry. I'm actually just feeling touched and nostalgic, not because I feel wronged. I know, I'm crying tears of joy. Li Mu gently brushed her hair aside and gave her a light peck on the forehead. There are a lot of people. It's okay. Look at those people who bring their kids out to play. Don't they kiss each other on the forehead? Kissing on the forehead is very normal. Then I'll give you a kiss too. Lu Xiaoxi tiptoed and lightly tapped Li Mu's forehead. Lu Xiaoxi, it's snowing. As snowflakes fell, the lights in the park seemed to come alive. Lu Xiaoxi looked up at the slowly falling white dots, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. It's snowing, so beautiful. The childhood sweethearts, who had never seen snow before, were momentarily speechless. There was a bench under the lamp. Li Mu brushed the snow off it and sat down. Together with Lu Xiaoxi, they watched the children building a snowman in the distance and admired the snow scene they had never seen before. It's a bit like dandruff, Li Mu sighed, watching the white vapor he exhaled drift away. Can't you be a little more cultured? What makes someone cultured? Li Mu countered. It must be a celestial being drunk, carelessly crumpling the white clouds. The girl pondered for a moment, then spoke with the emotion of an ancient poem. Li Bai was unrestrained, free-spirited, and open-minded. You have nothing, so your recitation lacks any elegance. Then tell me, what makes someone have class? I still think it looks like dandruff. Two children nearby successfully built a snowman, and their joyful voices carried over. Li Mu, feeling playful, squatted down by the bench and started piling snow. He quickly built a 3-layered pile of cow dung, exuding an artistic flair. Yes, sometimes, these are the kinds of things that guys have on their minds. Chapter 170. It's good to just be a tag-along. Without a shovel, he could only pile it up by hand, one clump after another. As a gamer, when he thinks about building snow, the first thing that comes to mind is the snow models in games. He wanted to build a snow golem, but as he kept building, it turned into cow dung. Lu Xiaoxi also squatted down to pile up snow, gathering it into a ball and piling it up little by little. The girl was much more meticulous, carefully sculpting a snow rabbit lying on the ground. It would be even better if you could ignore the crooked limbs and ears. Several snow hares appeared under the bench, playing in the cow dung. Even a little kid passing by was shocked when he saw this, and he started shoveling snow to bury the cow dung. Li Mu didn't mind. It was all just for fun anyway. He and Lu Xiaoxi each made a large snowball and placed it in the middle of the bench. The two snowballs, one large and one small, were stacked to form a snowman. Finally, they tore off a piece of twig to use as eyes and a mouth. Lu Xiaoxi looked around, as if it wasn't enough, so she took off her hat and put it on the snowman's head, and Li Mu also put his scarf on it. Now it looks like a snowman. Li Mu greeted the child who had just buried cow dung and, with a few words, persuaded the child to agree to take a picture for them. He and Lu Xiaoxi made the simplest peace sign on their left and right, while the snowman sat quietly in the middle, and a group photo was taken just like that. Go back now. After thanking the child, Li Mu took off the equipment that was on the snowman, patted the snowflakes off Lu Xiaoxi's head, and put the hat back on her. Lu Xiaoxi took one last look at the snowman, took another picture of it separately, nodded gently, leaned against Li Mu, and let Li Mu lead her away. Back at the hotel, the room was warm. Lu Xiaoxi shook out her clothes, hung them on the hanger, and took a change of clothes into the bathroom. She brought her own small bottle of shampoo and shower gel, and she still smelled nice after taking a shower. While she was taking a shower, Li Mu checked his phone and discovered that his father had recently transferred 6,000 yuan to him. The note indicates that the rent was not fully paid last time. Goodness, he thought his dad was going to pocket the money. It turns out he was mistaken. Thinking about all the things he had done to his father, Li Mu felt a little guilty. It's your turn. Hurry up and take a shower. Lu Xiaoxi came out wearing only a thin nightgown, drying her hair as she approached Li Mu. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to suck me too? Suck your head, wash it or not, it's up to you. Lu Xiaoxi pouted, dried her hair, and started hanging up the clothes. Perhaps because Li Mu had seen her too many times, Lu Xiaoxi didn't try to hide herself anymore. She pulled up her underwear and came out to hang her clothes out to dry, but found that there was no clothesline on the windowsill. Here it is. Li Mu stretched out the clothesline on the wall and hung it up. This spot was not far from the air conditioner, so he could use the air conditioner to dry the clothes quickly. It feels weird to hang underwear in such a conspicuous place. You can't keep staring. After hanging up her clothes, Lu Xiaoxi realized that Li Mu had been staring at her the whole time. She covered herself up shyly and glared at him. Looking at it won't cost you anything. You filthy scoundrel. I'll be a fragrant hooligan after I take a shower. Time for a shower. I'll come out and play with my little green plum. Li Mu chuckled as he grabbed his clothes and went into the bathroom, where upbeat music soon filled the air. There was a TV in front of the bed. Lu Xiaoxi turned it on and found that the TV came with a membership. So she found a TV series that she hadn't finished watching before, took 2 pillows from the other bed to use as a cushion, and half reclined on the bed to watch it. Once the singing in the bathroom stopped, Lu Xiaoxi shrank under the covers, peeking out with a mischievous glint in her eye as she stared at the bathroom door. Smoke billowed out as Li Mu emerged shirtless, wearing only loose trousers. His clothes were still damp, and his hair and bangs were matted together, making him look like a thug with an afro. You, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lu Xiaoxi's big eyes swept over Li Mu's healthy body, and her face turned as red as an apple. There's heating, and it's not stuffy. Why were so many clothes? Li Mu revealed an evil smile, slowly approached, and quickly pinned the girl down, mischievously playing with her hair so that small water droplets fell onto Lu Xiaoxi's face. My pillow is all wet. It's all right, there are 4 pillows. You. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at Li Mu's chest, then timidly pulled the blanket up to cover most of her face, leaving only one eye exposed. This was the safest position. What do you mean, I did it on purpose. You're a complete pervert. Humph. I'll play with you after I finish hanging up the laundry. Li Mu teased her for a moment, then got up to hang up the underwear to dry. Lu Xiaoxi thought he was about to pounce on her, but Li Mu didn't even turn around and threw both of their clothes into the washing machine. Now, they're definitely going to get bullied. Lu Xiaoxi felt a pang of anxiety and buried herself in the blankets, shivering. A long time passed. The imagined weight did not fall on me. Lu Xiaoxi curiously lifted the blanket a little and found that Li Mu was sitting on the edge of the bed using a remote control to find a movie to watch. In a moment, she finally understood why those girls would ask their boyfriends, "Is the game more important, or am I more important?" After waiting a while longer, there was still no movement, so Lu Xiaoxi stuck out a little foot and poked Li Mu's butt. Li Mu ignored her. She was like a potato mine, slowly crawling from the head of the bed to the foot, bumping into Li Mu's back, and quietly scratching Li Mu's skin with her fingers. Having just finished showering, Li Mu's body was smooth and felt wonderful to the touch. For a moment, Lu Xiaoxi forgot what she was doing and placed her whole hand on him, letting it roam over his body, feeling the contact between his skin and her palm. From his back to his lower abdomen, and from his lower abdomen to his chest, every inch of his body felt wonderful. Li Mu sat there like a toy as she groped him, touching every exposed part of his body. Do you know how perverted you are? Li Mu suddenly spoke. I'm not a pervert, you are. Then why are you still touching it? I was a pervert just now, but I'm not anymore. Lu Xiaoxi reluctantly withdrew her hand and curled up into a potato-shaped landmine again. Wait a minute, you're doomed once I find a good movie. What do you want to do? An eye for an eye. He happened to see a well-received sci-fi movie that he hadn't seen before. Li Mu clicked play, then turned around, moved the potato mine to the head of the bed, lifted the blanket, took out the tiny girl inside, and placed her in front of him. Come watch a movie with me. Lu Xiaoxi's heart raced. Li Mu's words, an eye for an eye, reminded her of certain scenarios, and she became completely obedient. Don't sit so formally, lean against me, Li Mu whispered in her ear. You're harassing people. Cough, come sit over here. Lu Xiaoxi obediently sat down next to Li Mu, and soon became limp as if she had no bones. She lay on the bed with her upper body leaning against Li Mu, slightly raised, so that she could watch TV comfortably. His gaze kept getting drawn to something, so Lu Xiaoxi angrily stuffed a pillow under his lap, which made him feel a little better. Li Mu's restless hand moved closer to Lu Xiaoxi through her clothes. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, snuggled up against Li Mu, and pulled the blanket up to cover everything below her neck. After being retaliated against for a few seconds, she angrily threw Li Mu's hand out from under the covers and wrapped herself up tightly. Li Mu turned off the lights, and the hotel became a private cinema. If the TV were bigger, it would be a luxury version of a private cinema, but now that Lu Xiaoxi was there, it was the only supreme childhood sweetheart version of a private cinema. Let's go to the amusement park tomorrow. We can get a discount by buying tickets online and verifying our student information. It'll be 250 yuan for a whole day of fun. Okay, you take me there. I'll just follow you around like a little shadow. Lu Xiaoxi was quiet and still, like a kitten, longing for someone's scent. I feel incredibly happy. It's melting. Li Mu. If I fall asleep like this, you have to help me get into a better position. I like to sleep lying on my back. Okay, I'll be careful when I kiss you, so I won't wake you up. Chapter 171 Amusement Park. Soft light filtered through the curtains and fell on the hotel. The girl let out a soft, kitten-like whimper, curling up and snuggling against the warm person beside her. The soft, plush bed was exceptionally comfortable, and the hotel's ventilation system was excellent. Even with the heating on low, it didn't feel stuffy. She had booked a double room, but one bed was used to put her school bag and the other to sleep on. The girl's drowsy thoughts began to wander, and she suddenly felt that this was such a waste. She loves to stay in bed, without worrying about being late, making breakfast, or doing housework. Right now, she just wants to stay in bed and doesn't care about anything else. Lu Xiaoxi peeked out with one eye and saw that Li Mu was still sleeping in. She sweetly nuzzled against him, wrapped one arm around Li Mu's uneven but still smooth belly, and put one leg on it. Her movements were far from graceful or beautiful, but they were undeniably cute. She didn't know how long she had slept, but she felt her feet being put down and her hands returning to their original positions. The warm thing in her arms was suddenly gone. Two cute breathy sounds came from her nose, and she was suddenly kissed on the face. The girl slowly woke up and saw Li Mu's gentle gaze. What kind of look is that? What kind of look is that? She's not a 3-year-old child. Why is she looking at her with such doting eyes? She didn't know where the anger came from, but she grabbed Li Mu's hand and put it in her arms, wrapping her whole body around it, shouting on top, and just wouldn't let Li Mu get up. With his arm enveloped by the girl's softness, Li Mu moved it slightly, and the sensation became even more pronounced. He originally wanted to go to the amusement park quickly, but seeing the girl's lazy appearance, Li Mu also felt lazy. He resigned himself to lying down, covered himself with the blanket again, and hugged the girl to continue sleeping. It was during this sleep that Lu Xiaoxi intruded into his mind. When Li Mu woke up, his face was gloomy and his forehead was covered in a little sweat. A feeling of regret made him carefully get out of the girl's arms, grab a change of underwear, and run into the toilet. There was an extra pair of underwear on the clothesline. Now I'm truly no longer sleepy at all. It is said that people cannot imagine things they have not experienced, and Li Mu thinks that is absolutely true. From childhood to adulthood, his dreams are always just one step away from being realized, and he always wakes up at the crucial moment. Looking at Lu Xiaoxi's adorable sleeping face, Li Mu kissed her again. The girl groaned and stretched, then slowly sat up. Her collar slipped down, revealing half of her shoulder, and the straps on her collarbone were loose. Her adorable duck-like sitting posture perfectly showcased her youthful charm. Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the girl's exposed fair skin. Before long, the girl snapped out of it, pulled up her pajamas, gave him a shy glare, and slowly got out of bed. She walked up to Li Mu, bumped her forehead against his, and then went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Looks like you're sleeping soundly. Li Mu stood next to her, brushing his teeth, his mouth full of foam, his speech slurred. Lu Xiaoxi swished through the water and said indifferently, So. I don't believe it. You were touching me even when you were asleep. You're lying, you must be dreaming. I was just saying you touched it too. Li Mu's face stiffened, his hands paused, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Although Li Mu quickly regained his composure, the quick-witted girl still keenly noticed his momentary panic. She paused for a moment, then finally realized, Li Mu, I only touched my lower abdomen. I didn't dare touch anything else. Really, I was afraid of waking you up, so when I was holding you to sleep, I just reached out and hugged your lower abdomen. To be honest, your lower abdomen is so soft and feels just right. Having been praised again for no apparent reason, Lu Xiaoxi blushed a little, slapped Li Mu on the back loudly, and ran away. The slap was loud but didn't hurt. It felt like a massage. Li Mu drew back the curtains and looked at the weather outside. The snow had stopped, but there was still some snow. In this kind of weather, it probably wouldn't melt. He guessed that many outdoor rides at the amusement park would be closed, such as roller coasters and drop towers. But it didn't matter, since Li Mu hadn't planned on doing anything exciting with Lu Xiaoxi anyway. His primary targets are fun rides like carousels, bumper cars, and Ferris wheels. Li Mu taught Lu Xiaoxi how to operate the system, verify student information, and they bought discounted tickets together. After putting on their travel clothes and bringing 2 hand warmers, the two of them grabbed a quick breakfast at a random shop before heading to the amusement park. Li Mu bought a bottle of water and stuffed it into the side pocket of his hoodie, just in case he got thirsty inside. It's common knowledge that things at tourist attractions, zoos, and amusement parks are extremely expensive. In any case, Li Mu didn't want to spend a lot of money to buy things at tourist attractions. It was a kind of persistence, and it had nothing to do with whether he was rich or not. There weren't any large amusement parks like this in his hometown, only a decent children's playground. He and Lu Xiaoxi had only been there once, playing on the slides and trampolines. Back then, it was still a button-operated machine. The earliest games Li Mu had ever played were Snake and the Airplane, an alien game that came with the button-operated machine. The fun was limited, far less enjoyable than coming to the children's playground with Lu Xiaoxi. Now that he and Lu Xiaoxi had arrived at the large amusement park hand in hand, Li Mu chuckled twice and stopped thinking about it. Life is no worse now than when he was a child. His nostalgia isn't because his childhood was so great, but simply because he misses it. What are you laughing at? Lu Xiaoxi asked curiously, waving her hands and taking small, excited steps. She looked left and right, and finally saw Li Mu's slightly upturned lips. I'm laughing at you. I just remembered the time when you were a kid and you cried because you couldn't stop on the trampoline. Do you remember? Was it that time at the children's playground? Lu Xiaoxi also had a vague memory. She had only been to the children's playground once, and it was precisely because she had only been there once that she remembered it so well. In her mind, this incident was on par with Li Mu's time lying in bed during his afternoon nap at kindergarten. Yeah, they've all cried like little kittens. TCH, you're going too far. I'm terrified and you're still jumping so high. The me of that time is not the me of this time. They lined up to have their tickets checked, and soon it was their turn. Lu Xiaoxi noticed that there were many couples here, and it seemed that this kind of place was mostly frequented by families with children and couples. She and Li Mu held hands, and in other people's eyes, they were definitely one of the many couples. They're still the best-looking couple. Hee hee, it's okay to be a little narcissistic, right? Besides, this guy is really good-looking. We should have come later. The Ferris wheel is best viewed in the late afternoon and evening, and the carousel is the most beautiful at night, Li Mu complained. This is what happens when plans aren't fully in place. Let's go play something else first. I want to ride the teacups, I want to ride the bumper cars, and I want to go to the haunted house. Oh ho, you've gotten bolder, huh? I've always been bold, okay? Lu Xiaoxi proudly patted her chest. Its courage, which can change size at will, has grown even larger now. I wonder who only dares to post horror movie reviews. Chapter 172, The Art of Childhood Sweethearts. The entrance to the haunted house is a grinning demon, but it doesn't look like much. After casually glancing at the long list of visitor information next to them, Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi checked their tickets together. Considering Lu Xiaoxi's timidity, the haunted house was not originally in the plan. But now, in order to prove herself, Lu Xiaoxi's first activity upon entering the house is the haunted house. If the pig is scared, just hold my hand. All right. You should be thankful if you're not afraid. Hee hee, I'm not afraid at all. Lu Xiaoxi put her arm around his hand, and they went into the haunted house together. The passageways of the haunted house are quite narrow, like a pitted cave, with mechanically operating ghosts inside the pits, and a loudspeaker next to them playing some lines. It couldn't be more like this. The machinery was very noisy and operated entirely within the pit, so it was unlikely to frighten Limu. These animated zombies are not as creepy as the murals on the wall. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't actually that scared. She would just get nervous when passing by the pit and the mechanical zombies came close. It wasn't so much that she was afraid of the zombies, but rather that she was afraid of the machines running out. These screams sound like dinosaurs. Lu Xiaoxi walked closely with Limu, moving with ease and even chatting normally with him. Really, that's really true. Your skill level is too low. I thought you'd be scared and pounce on me like in the movies, Limu whispered. That's not scary enough. I saw that other places have missions, and there are even ghosts chasing people. You mean escape rooms, right? I've never played one. If you wanna, I'll take you next time. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head vigorously, her voice softening as she said, I'm not going. These kinds of haunted houses that you can just casually browse are fine, but the escape room videos she watches sometimes require you to go to a creepy room to complete a task, and there are NPCs dressed as ghosts who stick out a ghostly hand to scare the player. If she wanted to play those, she would probably faint from fright. The haunted house was short. Limu and Lu Xiaoxi reached the exit in less than 5 minutes. See? I told you I'm very brave. Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her chest, extremely proud. She could hear other girls screaming just now, but she didn't scream at all and could even chat. Isn't that amazing? All right, look how proud you are. Here's a head pat as a reward. Limu ruffled her hat, messing up the hair under the girl's hat, and didn't forget to tease her little ponytail. You clearly wanted to touch me. My little green plum is so cute, I couldn't resist. Shaw, I want to ride the bumper cars. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The two went from the haunted house to the bumper cars. Bumper cars can be driven in pairs, but Lu Xiaoxi insisted on riding one car each with Limu, vowing to crash Limu into a car until he was knocked over. Limu was not afraid at all, and the bumper car race between the childhood sweethearts began silently. At first, everything was fine. He and Lu Xiaoxi were trying their best to bump into each other or shake off each other. During this time, Lu Xiaoxi even completed a super drift. Later, a few kids joined in and chased after Limu. Limu's primary goal changed from bumping into Lu Xiaoxi to shaking off the troublesome little brats behind him. As a result, he was slammed against the wall and couldn't move. Luckily, Lu Xiaoxi knocked the child away. Otherwise, Limu would have been stuck against the wall. She's so protective of her husband. Limu was overjoyed and started chasing after the children with Lu Xiaoxi, without exchanging a single glance. After one round ended, Lu Xiaoxi kept pulling Limu and clamoring to play another round. She thought bumper cars were the most fun thing in the amusement park. After riding the bumper cars 3 times in a row, Lu Xiaoxi was finally satisfied. The two found a bench to sit on. Limu took out a bottle of water from his pocket, unscrewed it, took a sip himself, and then handed it to Lu Xiaoxi. Hee, you got really badly bumped into by me. Lu Xiaoxi swayed from side to side. Her mood was like a flower in bloom, and she took the water and drank it. That was because I let you have that privilege. Bullshit. You wouldn't even be able to turn around after I rear-ended you. After resting, the two went to play on the spinning teacups and the spinning airplane, doing whatever was fun. The amusement park tickets allowed them to play until closing time. They even went out for a meal and played outside until dusk. Then they rushed back in the evening and headed straight for the Ferris wheel. It seems they weren't the only ones with this idea. A queue formed on the Ferris wheel. In winter, it gets dark quickly and the clouds are thick. By the time it was their turn, it was almost dark. This is my first time riding a Ferris wheel. With Limu's help, Lu Xiaoxi stepped onto the Ferris wheel and immediately leaned over the glass to look at the ground. As the altitude slowly increased, her excitement was palpable. As we ascended, our view broadened, and the city's neon lights came into view. In the distance, a touch of twilight shone brightly, and the thick clouds were clearly layered, tinged with color by the sunlight. Take a picture, take a picture. Yes, take a picture. Use my phone to take the picture. Lu Xiaoxi quickly took out her phone, selected the best angle, and took a landscape photo. Before she could admire it, She asked Li Mu to stand facing outwards and took a picture of Li Mu's back view. Finally, she took a group photo with Li Mu facing the sunset. Lu Da's photography skills are getting better and better. The pictures are just like those shared by photographers online. The contrast between the warm tones of the sunset and the cool tones of the thick clouds is indeed beautiful. This is art. The art of childhood sweethearts. Give me your phone, I'll take a picture. What are you filming? Just as Lu Xiaoxi handed her phone to Li Mu, she suddenly felt a hand on her waist. With a pull and a retraction, Li Mu lowered his head and kissed her. The world fell silent in that instant. The altitude began to drop. Li Mu parted his lips, nuzzled his little plump girl's forehead, and chuckled softly, gazing into the girl's blinking eyes. The girl's eyes held a multitude of emotions: surprise, joy, excitement, agitation, and ultimately, all of which transformed into affection. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, and before Li Mu could speak, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again. The movement was a bit too forceful, and Li Mu almost dropped his phone. Their lips parted, and the two sat down, with Lu Xiaoxi leaning sweetly against Li Mu. Would you like to see the photo? It was taken when I was kissing you just now. Li Mu opened Lu Xiaoxi's phone's photo album, and the first picture was the one he had just taken. They were backlit, and if you didn't look closely, they looked like silhouettes. The soft light of dusk gave them a gentle glow, making them both real and hazy. We're so romantic, Lu Xiaoxi said softly, looking at the childhood sweethearts on her phone. Li Mu's hand might not have stopped moving while taking the photo, so the photo is a bit blurry, but she likes it very much. She really likes it. I've heard that kissing at the highest point of a Ferris wheel can freeze your feelings forever. It's quite romantic. There are many stories about Ferris wheels. Not enough. No more. What? I said this height isn't enough. I said emotions shouldn't be frozen in time. I want us to always be good to each other, and to be even better in the next second than the last. After Lu Xiaoxi finished speaking, she threw herself into Li Mu's arms and kissed him with her head held high. You're so cheesy, Lu Xiaoxi. Stop kissing me. We're getting off now, or someone will see us. Lu Xiaoxi quickly sat up straight, took Li Mu's hand, and whispered in his ear, Only I can say you're being cheesy. You can't say I'm being cheesy. She was just overcome by her emotions and couldn't control herself for a moment, but that doesn't count. She's not being cheesy at all. Chapter 173. After a satisfying meal, thoughts turned to. After getting off the Ferris wheel, both of them calmed down considerably. Lu Xiaoxi kept looking at the kissing picture on her phone, feeling quite pleased with herself. After drinking half a bottle of water and playing around for a while, Li Mu took Lu Xiaoxi to the restroom. Girls take longer to use the restroom, so Li Mu came out first and waited for her outside. The weather was much colder at night, and the clouds were so thick that even the moon couldn't be seen. The park closed at 2 a.m., and this was the peak time for the amusement park. Obviously, he and Lu Xiaoxi wouldn't stay out that late. After riding the last carousel, our amusement park trip will come to an end. He checked his phone and saw that the weather forecast indicated a heavy snow warning within 2 hours. There was also a series of pictures sent by Lu Xiaoxi, all taken at the amusement park, including the 3 pictures from the Ferris wheel earlier. The only thing he didn't send was the kissing photo he took. What's going on? He filmed it. He's the main character, and you're not going to let him see it? When Lu Xiaoxi came out, he led her to the carousel area. The carousel is most beautiful at night, and naturally, it's also the most crowded, but that doesn't dampen Lu Xiaoxi's enthusiasm for having fun. The carousel had both horses and carriages, but Lu Xiaoxi insisted that Li Mu sit in the carriage while she herself mounted the horse, thus reversing roles. It's quite funny to see the princess holding the prince's hand. Unfortunately, there was no one I knew here, and it was impossible to hand my phone to someone else to take pictures, so the carousel ride with my childhood sweetheart was not recorded. The carousel ride was uninspiring. It lacked both fun and excitement. Its main appeal was its romantic aspect, but Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's romance had already reached its climax on the Ferris wheel. This carousel paled in comparison, falling short of the Ferris wheel in the slightest. With so many people, it's impossible to make them feel romantic. Why don't you eat something before you go? Li Mu asked her. Lu Xiaoxi patted her belly, pondered for a moment, and nodded seriously, saying, Let's pack some food to take home and eat. Good. Li Mu hailed a taxi and returned to the commercial street near the hotel. After wandering around for a while, he finally ordered a large portion of Odin to go. Back at the hotel, Lu Xiaoxi wanted to take a shower first, but Li Mu took a pack of tissues and went into the bathroom. I'll shower first, then I'll take a dump. If you're going to do it, then don't say it out loud. It's disgusting. Lu Xiaoxi expressed her dissatisfaction to him, turned on the TV, found the sweet drama she wanted to watch, and sat down to eat Odin. This is similar to mala tang, a type of spicy hot pot, and beef offal from my hometown. It has a pretty good flavor and is perfect for eating while watching TV. Soon, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, along with Li Mu's heavenly howling. Keep your voice down. The whole street next door can hear you. A line was spoken on TV, and Li Mu happened to yell out loud at the same time. She couldn't hear what he said, and Lu Xiaoxi yelled out loud after him. Damn it! I forgot my clothes. I was too busy taking a dump. Lu Xiaoxi, Xiao Qingmei, Lu Xiaozhu, my clothes are in my bag. Lu Xiaoxi grabbed a set of clothes at random and stuffed them inside as soon as Li Mu opened the door. Your turn, little green plum. Oh, you can't touch my TV series. Okay, these Odin are mine now. You eat it. By the way, give me the clothes. I'll put them in the washing machine first, and you can hang them up to dry after you finish showering. Li Mu ran to the bathroom door. What are you doing? Wait until you change your clothes. Give me the clothes you need to wash, and I'll put them in the washing machine. Lu Xiaoxi stared at him blankly for a moment, then closed the door, moved away from it, took off her clothes, and carefully came to the door, opened it a crack, and peeked out to stare at him. The suspicion in his eyes was undisguised. I want to watch you get thrown into the washing machine. Okay. Li Mu grabbed a clump of clothes, openly sniffed it, and then put it in the washing machine, poured in laundry detergent, and started the machine. Did you think that looking at him would make you afraid to smell him? You're such a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and glared at him shyly. Then, realizing he was completely naked, he immediately closed the door, otherwise it would be bad if this guy barged in. Lu Xiaoxi doesn't usually take her phone with her when she showers, so she just leaves it on the bed. She has changed her phone case to a cute one, with various adorable patterns and raised decorations on it. It looks pink and very childish. If other girls used this kind of phone case, Li Mu would say it was a waste of money. But now that his childhood sweetheart is using it, he's sorry, this phone case is just too cute. Li Mu skillfully unlocked Lu Xiaoxi's phone, sent her the picture of the two kissing, and set it as his screensaver so he could see it every day. The only downside is that this photo was taken horizontally, so it doesn't look as good as a screensaver. Next time I'll find a chance to take a vertical one. He also set a screensaver for his phone, but this isn't some matching couples design. It's called a childhood sweetheart matching design, a high-end one, so don't get them mixed up. Girls always take a long time to shower. Lu Xiaoxi came out of the bathroom after showering for half an hour, took small steps to hang up her bra, and then pounced on the bed like a little seal, bouncing around. I left you some Odin. I'm full. Hee hee, then I'll eat it. Eat up. Eat up. I can't let my little pig Lu go hungry. Who is your Lu Xiaozhu? You. Lu Xiaoxi turned her face away sullenly, picked up a skewer of meatballs, and ate two in one big bite. Her cheeks were like those of a pufferfish. Whether it was from embarrassment or from the warmth of the heating, her face quickly turned a light red. She pulled back the curtains a little and discovered that it was snowing heavily outside. Visibility was low, and the world was shrouded in a white veil. After finishing the Odin, Lu Xiaoxi held the bowl and drank the soup, then patted her little belly contentedly and let out a burp. She climbed onto the bed, wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, and kicked Li Mu, who was playing on his phone. His little sister is about to watch TV. What is this guy still standing there for? Are you full? Uh-huh. What should we do after we've eaten? What? Lu Xiaoxi looked at him innocently. When did Li Mu become a riddle teller? Li Mu moved another quilt over and placed it against the headboard, then pulled the girl to his side, sat her down in front of him, and held her in his arms. Even Lu Xiaoxi understood by now. She grabbed a pillow and hugged it, complaining. Stop thinking about it. I want to watch TV. You do your thing. I'll do mine. There's no conflict. Li Mu mischievously whispered in the girl's ear, rubbed his lips against her neck, and deliberately inhaled her scent very loudly. Lu Xiaoxi nervously buttoned up all the buttons and tightened her neckline. The quilt was also pressed down on her like a strapless dress. With layers of clothes, quilt, and pillows piled up, Li Mu couldn't get any advantage this time. The TV was just starting to play the next episode, and Lu Xiaoxi loved to play on her phone during the short time between the end credits and the beginning of the next episode. She opened her phone, and the first thing she saw was a picture of her and Li Mu kissing on a Ferris wheel. Li Mu, what's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Beautiful, my foot. No, it's beautiful, but it's just too embarrassing. What kind of decent person would use a picture of their own lover as their wallpaper or screensaver? I think it looks pretty good. You change it for me too. Can we not change it? Change. Okay. Li Mu's dog ears drooped down. Lu Xiaoxi watched as Li Mu changed his phone's screensaver back to the original paper doll image, and she changed hers back to the original screensaver as well. I'm sad. I need 2 kisses to feel better. Here you go, okay? Lu Xiaoxi smiled, turned around, and straddled Li Mu. In this position, she was a little taller than Li Mu and could enjoy the feeling of lowering her head to kiss him. The kiss lasted for about 10 seconds. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say a word, silently got off him, glanced at him a couple of times, and then, as if waking from a dream, covered herself with the pillow, turned over, and continued to lie on Li Mu's body. I can't watch TV when I'm with you, so you can sleep in the other bed. No, I won't touch you, okay? You'd better be. I'll talk to you after you fall asleep. Anyway, you won't know. If you ask me later, I'll just say I didn't do anything. Were you like this morning too? No, what I said this morning was all true. You better not let me find out, or you can forget about sleeping with me. How could that be? I was just teasing you. I don't want my little sweetheart to have an uncomfortable sleep. That's more like it. You can't touch me now. Not letting Li Mu share a bed with her seemed like a huge punishment. Li Mu really behaved himself, placing his hand on her lower abdomen and remaining motionless, his breathing even calm. She turned her head and saw that Li Mu, who had been watching TV with her, was now looking at her as well. She playfully nestled against Li Mu's body, changing positions one after another, finally moving next to him and resting her little head on his body, which was the most comfortable position for her. How about I give you a massage? Is this a legitimate business or just an attempt to take advantage? What are you thinking about? Be serious. Then I'll take it. Okay, let me massage your temples, rub your face, pinch your nose, and flick your lips. Is that all right? As Li Mu spoke, his hands began to move, gently providing Lu Xiaoxi with a proper massage. There was no other way. If he didn't act properly, he wouldn't have his childhood sweetheart to sleep with tonight. Lu Xiaoxi purred comfortably, like a kitten. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Lu Xiaoxi pondered for a moment, then shook her head, her fair fingers drawing circles on his body. So, I'll just lie flat tomorrow? I'm a tag-along, I didn't know. Okay, you'll have a new nickname from now on. Let's call you Little Plum the Fart. Get lost, it sounds awful. Li Mu chuckled and pinched the girl's cheek. Her beautiful face was so close, but due to his physical limitations, he couldn't even lick it with his tongue, let alone kiss it. Although the TV was still playing, Lu Xiaoxi's gaze remained fixed on Li Mu's face. She looked up at him, and he looked down at her. What? Are you trying to drag me into your dreams? Li Mu felt uncomfortable under her gaze. TCH, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? Cough cough. Li Mu coughed twice. It is said that dreams are unrememberable, but some dreams are particularly vivid. For example, he can't forget his dream this morning. You really dreamed about it? Lu Xiaoxi could read Li Mu's expression, and her face stiffened. Although there was nothing there, the thought of the things Li Mu had done to her in her dream made her feel terrible. Li Mu continued to massage her calmly. No wonder there were 3 pairs of your underwear hanging there. I couldn't control it. You were the one who cuddled me to sleep. You were the one who barged in. I didn't. You're not allowed to dream about it again. Sweet dreams, love dreams. Wait, there's a pervert. Li Mu reached out and turned off the light, instantly darkening the room, with only the television's light flickering. I don't know what the director of this sweet romance drama went crazy about. The scene cuts to white screens and then to other shots, like a flashbang. Even Li Mu eating multicolored flashes while playing games late at night wasn't this exaggerated. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. I'll help you adjust your posture in a bit. No, I want to sleep while holding you. Okay, I'll see if I can sneak into your dreams tonight. Come on, I'll beat you into a pig's head in my dreams. The girl had been having a blast at the amusement park all day and was quite tired. Now, lying comfortably on someone's lap, her drowsiness was amplified. Her eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and she gradually drifted into a light sleep. She could hear the television and feel Li Mu's movements, but she could hardly stay awake. Li Mu's hands were very gentle, still pressing lightly on her skin. As if realizing she had fallen asleep, he gradually slowed down his movements, turned off the TV, and carefully placed the girl's head on the soft pillow. The bed bounced back, and Li Mu got up, went to the toilet, hung the clothes out to dry, and then went back to bed to cover her with the blanket. Her last sensation was being kissed on the forehead, and then the world went quiet. Chapter 174 is the token of love. She slept very comfortably every day, and while she was asleep, she had no idea whether Li Mu had taken advantage of her, or how much of an advantage he had taken. When Lu Xiaoxi woke up, 2 bowls of porridge and snacks were already laid out on the table, while Li Mu was sitting on another bed, playing games on his phone. Perhaps he was too focused on playing, because Lu Xiaoxi was wriggling on the bed without Li Mu noticing. Only after Lu Xiaoxi sat up did Li Mu glance at her before returning to his game. Lu Xiaoxi didn't go to wash up, but instead went to Li Mu's bed, leaned against him, and watched him play games. Woke up. Otherwise, could it be sleepwalking? Bad breath, go brush your teeth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vomit. After washing up and eating breakfast, Lu Xiaoxi went back to her bed and lay down again. She wasn't going out today, so she decided to just lie there lazily. Playing cards, matched 3 games, and watching videos, noon arrived quickly. She turned to look at Li Mu, her thoughts beginning to wander. Before she knew it, she had grown up. If we only count the Gregorian calendar, she and Li Mu were both 20 years old. She was old enough to get married and register their marriage, but Li Mu was still 2 years younger. Li Mu is already this monstrous now. He'll definitely become even more monstrous once he gains a real identity. She doesn't know what to do. She definitely can outmaneuver Li Mu. A thought suddenly struck her. That's right, if we can't beat them later, does that mean we can't beat them now? She had some wicked ideas, and her little bit of wicked courage was slowly growing. The next time Li Mu takes advantage of her, she will take advantage of him in return, which, in Li Mu's words, is an eye for an eye. It doesn't seem to work either. Li Mu seems to be enjoying it. In any case, Li Mu is the one who benefits. Just as I was trying to find a way to play with Li Mu, he came over on his own. A pair of large hands embraced her, and after a dizzying spin, she lay on Li Mu's body. The girl in her little green worm form was the cutest, with her hands and feet bound by the blanket, only her head showing. Of course, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. After a satisfying kiss, Li Mu smiled at her. Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed from the kiss. Just as she was about to speak, Li Mu kissed her again. She wanted to speak again, but he kissed her again. Are you ever going to stop? Your tongue's going to peel off. Did you dream about me last night? Without. What a pity. I can't tease you in my dreams anymore. How? How do you want to bully me? What do you think? Of course, we should do whatever makes us feel good. How did Li Mu manage to say such things so bluntly? Lu Xiaoxi felt she needed to redefine how shameless Li Mu was. You can only dream about it. No, I need to think about reality too. I not only think, I also need to do. No way. Lu Xiaoxi's brimming courage just now deflated again. It's one thing to have a twisted idea, but Li Mu actually does it. Just imagining that scene made her blush with embarrassment. How much longer? Li Mu whispered in her ear, his breath making her feel tingly and weak all over. Not to mention, Li Mu's hands were roaming over her waist, a pleasure tinged with a hint of teasing. I won't tell you. Fine. If you won't tell me, then I'll slowly test your limits. Lu Xiaoxi rested her head on his chest guiltily, not daring to look at him. What's with this talk of testing the waters? She's not stupid. She already knew. Why does this guy tell her everything? Secretly kissing her, taking advantage of her while she's asleep, testing her limits. Even though nothing would happen if he didn't tell her, Li Mu still has to tell her. It was as if he had a firm grasp on her feelings. Even though he knew it wouldn't matter if he said it, He still wanted to say it, just to see her shy expression. That scoundrel Li Mu, all he does is bully people. Her phone rang. It was a WeChat message from her mother. She didn't intend to get off Li Mu, so she gestured towards him with her lip, and Li Mu unlocked her phone and handed it to her. Li Mu was like a cushion she was using to cushion him, and she was playing on her phone on this warm cushion. Mom, is Linglon fun? If it is, we'll go there to play next time. Little stream, fun? Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxi sent over 20 pictures. She was scrolling up little by little when she suddenly saw the picture of them kissing on the Ferris wheel. I was startled. How did I send this out? Quickly click recall, but in the panic I accidentally clicked reply. So I have to start all over again. Fortunately, the withdrawal was successful, and Mom didn't say a word. I didn't see it. Mom, what did you retract? I was just drinking water. Little stream, an unflattering photo of Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Li Mu, who was beneath him, sneezed without warning. He rubbed his nose and looked a little strange. Why did he suddenly sneeze? Was he going to catch a cold? He had to distance himself from Lu Xiaoxi if he caught a cold. How could that be? He quickly covered himself with Lu Xiaoxi's blanket as well. Mom, you went to the amusement park? I've never taken you there before. Xiaoxi, it's okay, Li Mu will take me there. Mom, do you have enough money? Little stream, enough is enough. If not, use Li Mu's. Mom, confused. Mom, girls should spend their own money when they go out, so as not to owe others things and cause misunderstandings. But Xiaomu is fine, you two are familiar with each other. Mom, where's Xiaomu? Are you at the hotel now? Xiaoxi, Li Bindan is sleeping in bed, he's so lazy. His own mother would never guess that Li Mu is being pinned down by her. What are you talking about? I won't show it to you. Let me guess, you were chatting with Aunt Chin, and you even sent her pictures of our trip to the amusement park. Are you three-eyed? How do you know everything? I am the person who understands you best in the whole world. Lu Xiaoxi stared at him blankly, without refuting him. A few more messages came through her phone. Her mother gave her a few instructions, and then nothing more. Lu Xiaoxi quickly replied with a cute emoji, put down her phone, and continued to stare at Li Mu. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The two people, who were very familiar with each other, just looked at each other without saying a word. This isn't a game where whoever makes the first move loses. Li Mu looked into her bright eyes, and into the faint reflection of his own image within them. Yes, Lu Xiaoxi only had eyes for him, and he only had eyes for Lu Xiaoxi. Her eyelashes were long and fluttered. His eyelashes were also long, but they didn't flutter as frequently as hers. Do I look like a domineering CEO? Lu Xiaoxi lightly lifted Li Mu's chin with one finger, but finding she couldn't lift it, she switched to 3 fingers. What should have been a sexy and assertive pose turned out to be neither sexy nor cute on the petite and adorable girl. It was mostly comical. Because it's genuinely hilarious. Like a domineering female CEO. Lu Xiaoxi's mind conjured up images of domineering CEOs from romantic dramas. He pinned the female secretary against the wall and kissed her, grabbed her hands and held them above her head, manipulatively playing with them, threw her onto the bed, and undressed her. I'm the CEO, I'm going to force a kiss on you. After saying that, she leaned down and kissed Li Mu on the lips. This domineering CEO drama didn't last long. I think we're great. Lu Xiaoxi got off him, not leaning against him, but curled up on the bed and watched the TV that hadn't been turned on yet. Even without watching TV or using her phone, she felt she could spend a whole day, or even many days, with Li Mu and still not get tired of it. Otherwise, we've been together for 19 years and still haven't gotten tired of each other. Other childhood sweethearts weren't as lucky as us. They were assigned to different classes in high school and quickly became strangers. We won't. Yes, even if I don't try to make up with you, you will try to make up with me. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have given you the dog tooth bracelet. It took me a month to make. This isn't a dog tooth bracelet, it's clearly a token of love. Li Mu took off the dog-shaped bracelet and played with it, then reached out and took off Lu Xiaoxi's dog tooth necklace. A bracelet and a necklace, both strung together with red and black cords, both featuring a long and too short houndstooth pattern. Compared to rings and bangles, they might seem a bit cheap, but to them they are priceless. They're probably the only couple in the world who would use a dog's tooth as a token of their love. I'll have Lu Xiaoxi make one for the child later. You have to wear it all the time. Yes, we definitely can't lose the token of our love. It's not a token of love, it's a token of reconciliation. I don't care, it's a token of our love. Then, that must be it. Lu Xiaoxi said, blushing. I know what everyone wants to see, or is looking forward to. Don't worry, it will all be there. I won't spoil it. I received a lot of gifts yesterday and today, and I've updated 6,000 chapters today. Chapter 175, Honestly Mu. The 4-day trip has already reached its 3rd day. Go out on Wednesday, go to the amusement park on Thursday, relax on Friday, Saturday is undecided, and Sunday is the day to go home. Although the content was limited, the happiness was genuine. I was happy whether I was traveling or staying in the hotel. Li Mu had just gotten up when he kissed Lu Xiaoxi's pink lips. After brushing his teeth, he was about to go out to buy breakfast for the little pig when the little pig woke up. Feeling groggy, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on going out with Li Mu, so Li Mu had no choice but to wait for her. After brushing his teeth, the little pig grabbed a set of undershirts, and without going into the bathroom, he crawled into the blankets and covered his head to change. She was extremely nervous. If Li Mu were to hug her and tease her at this moment, she would definitely be exposed. Unfortunately, Li Mu was rather honest in the early morning and had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He just watched the white potato mines undulate and chuckled to himself. After changing into a regular long-sleeved shirt, Lu Xiaoxi peeked out from under the covers and started changing her pants, her eyes fixed on Li Mu. If Li Mu dared to come closer, she would throw the shirt at his face. You've put it on backwards. Li Mu was genuinely amused by her silly appearance when he saw the collar that was a bit too tight around her neck. Lu Xiaoxi felt it, and it was true. Before she even put her pants on, she started pulling her hand back, turning her clothes, and returning her arm to its original position. I'm all changed. Lu Xiaoxi put on loose and warm trousers, long socks, and sneakers, wrapping herself up tightly. She walked up to Li Mu, but he didn't move, just stood at the door without coming out. She tilted her head curiously. Aren't you going to buy breakfast? Give me a cute look, or you'll regret it. Are you threatening me? Yes. Yeah. What can you do if I'm not cute? Li Mu grabbed the girl's slender hand with one hand and raised it high. He pressed the girl against the wall and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Not daring to use too much force, nor needing to use too much force, the girl didn't resist at all. This can't be considered a forced kiss. It's just a different way of kissing. Lu Xiaoxi blushed after being kissed by Li Mu and punched Li Mu's chest with her little pink fist. Li Mu took the girl's hand that was hitting him, took out his room key, and opened the door. You're going back tomorrow. What are your plans for today? I want to play in the snow tonight. The weather forecast says it will snow heavily tonight. Great. The more snow, the better. Nobody else wants it to snow, but you're always yelling that you want it to snow. I don't know when I'll be able to see snow again. I just want to see it. But I can't control whether it snows or not. Whether I want it to snow or not doesn't affect anyone else. That makes sense. So what are our plans for the daytime? I want to play Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. And what about me? Whatever you want. Li Mu's face lit up with joy, and his tone became cheerful. Really? What are you thinking? Lu Xiaoxi was stunned by this guy's rude remarks again, and the temperature on her face steadily rose. Once outside on the street, Li Mu helped Lu Xiaoxi put on her hat and pulled up her scarf, making her look like a tiny ninja. With her little hands waving, Lu Xiaoxi would occasionally kick the snow on the ground, and would also playfully kick at Li Mu. Li Mu would tisk-tisk a couple of times, and before Lu Xiaoxi could behave for a moment, she would start kicking again. When Li Mu went out with Lu Xiaoxi, he always felt like he was taking care of a child. After having breakfast at the shop, and noting that there were roasted sweet potatoes for sale nearby, Lu Xiaoxi dragged Li Mu over for one. Eating this will make you fart a lot. Don't wake yourself up in your sleep. Li Mu broke his sweet potato in half, one for each person, and planned to take the other sweet potato back to the hotel to eat later. I wouldn't fart in my sleep. Do you think everyone is like you? Hee hee, don't be a potato mine today, or I'll fart and stink you. You little brat. I'm going to throw up. Li Mu, stop looking at those abstract things online. Li Mu smiled. He didn't eat elegantly. He finished half a sweet potato in a few big bites. The sweet potatoes were sweet as honey. They were also available in his hometown, but they were expensive and not very tasty. He remembered eating them once when he was a child with Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi was so silly back then. She was eating them while walking, and the sweet potato fell to the ground with a thud. For the little pig, this was like being struck by lightning, and his big, aggrieved eyes immediately started to shed tears. Li Mu coaxed her for a long time, and finally he had to give half of himself to Lu Xiaoxi to appease her. Who told him to be Li Mu's older brother? Lu Xiaoxi held it in both hands, peeling the skin with her two slender white fingers, like a little hamster, taking small bites and chewing slowly with her teeth. Her little mouth twitched, and she was incredibly cute. It was very cold, and the hot sweet potato in her hand served as a hand warmer for Lu Xiaoxi, but her nose had already started to run. She sniffed, carefully took out a small pack of tissues from her pocket, nudged Li Mu with her elbow, and Li Mu understood what she meant. He helped her pull out the tissues, wiped her hands clean, and then wiped away the runny nose of Lu Xiaoxi, curling them into a ball and stuffing them into his pocket. We just went out for breakfast, and when we came back, we were practically frozen solid. We immediately burrowed into the covers. The room was warm and cozy, but it was even more comfortable under the covers. We came here for vacation, but we ended up spending half of our time in the hotel. It feels so luxurious. The plan was inadequate. I was only thinking about taking you to see the snow. Humph. Then you might as well let me do the homework. Next time we come, let's come together and we'll do your homework for you. We'll talk about the future later. I'm going to play Do Diju now. Lu Xiaoxi, wrapped in a blanket, lay on Li Mu's body and opened a card game called Do Diju, Landlord, with a cheerful tune playing. Li Mu turned on the TV, spent some time finding a sci-fi movie he wanted to watch, and then began to hug Lu Xiaoxi, swaying her around like a doll. The curtains were drawn, and it wasn't bright outside. The atmosphere in the room felt like morning or dusk. The heating was so comfortable that Li Mu momentarily thought he was back in his hometown. You should have played a pair of twos. As long as they don't have 4 bombs, you've won for sure. Weren't you watching a movie? Why are you watching my Do Diju, a card game? The scenery was beautiful. We played cards on the side. Lu Xiaoxi shyly tugged at her collar and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts so much. Li Mu cried out. Does it hurt a lot? Lu Xiaoxi also felt that she had used too much force and regretted it. It hurts a lot. It's definitely covered in bruises. Really? Let me see. Li Mu made a move to take off his pants. What? You wanted to see, but these trousers don't reach your thighs. You'll have to take them off if you want to see them. I'm not looking anymore. Let's go back. Lu Xiaoxi said again. Is it really a bruise? I didn't use that much force, did I? Does it hurt? I'll go down to the breakfast shop and buy you a hot egg to apply to it. Just let me touch your leg. No need to go to all that trouble. Lu Xiaoxi had indeed underestimated Li Mu's shamelessness. How should I put it? Her childhood sweetheart's shamelessness played a large part in the fact that she was taken advantage of. She simply ignored it and continued playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. As if he had come to terms with reality, Li Mu decided to let things take their course. The little plum is delicate and powerless, unable to resist, and can only obediently let her childhood sweetheart bully her. Soon her whole body went limp, and she blushed with embarrassment, her face turning red and her neck turning as red as well. You're not allowed to touch me anymore. What's wrong? You're not allowed to touch me anymore. Touch me somewhere else. Is anywhere okay? What do you think? Okay. Li Mu smiled and obediently rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's lower abdomen. His favorite part was the lower abdomen. The girl's lower abdomen was a little chubby, and she had just finished eating not long ago, so it felt incredibly comfortable to touch. Compared to touching her legs earlier, his lower abdomen was more captivating to him. Of course, if you let him touch her leg at point-blank range, then it's hard to say. After all, a young girl's skin is delicate, and even through the fabric, one can feel its silky smooth texture. Li Mu was unusually honest today. Lu Xiaoxi's little brain split into 2 parts, one for playing cards, and the other for wondering why Li Mu was being so well-behaved today. In the past, if she leaned against him like this, Li Mu would definitely do that, but now it seems perfectly normal. Even if she deliberately moves her body, Li Mu will only pinch her cheek. Could this be the calm before the storm? Chapter 176, Because I Like You, Lu Xiaoxi. The heavy snow arrived early, and the windows kept the cold winter out. Inside was a warm little room with two cozy little people inside. The snow is so heavy. Shall we go to the hotel restaurant for dinner? Li Mu played with the small, fair, and soft hands of the girl. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't play Do Di Zhu, a card game, for long, so she spent the rest of her time watching movies with Li Mu. They watched two sci-fi movies, and she even took a nap leaning on Li Mu. She had only just woken up. Li Mu really liked the way the girl looked when she first woke up. She was so cute and adorable, even her voice was soft. And in this state, Lu Xiaoxi loved to act coquettishly and rub against him. The girl curled up her legs, turned around in Li Mu's arms, and lay on top of him. Are you tired? A bit. I've been sitting for too long. Be careful of herniated discs. Okay, I don't want to end up like you, unable to exercise. Here's a little reward for you. Lu Xiaoxi tilted her head back and kissed him. Li Mu went along with her, supporting her with both hands to make it easier for her. His little pig had already started asking for kisses on its own initiative. Li Mu felt he could never get tired of this kind of kiss without biting his teeth. What he liked most was the little pig's shy yet nonchalant expression after the kiss. The curtains were pulled open a little, and it was still snowing heavily outside. Inside, the warm light shone through the two of them as they embraced and kissed passionately. Your breath tastes like sweet potato. It's making me feel nauseous. Lu Xiaoxi sat down on the edge of the bed, lightly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Her face was as red as a cherry tomato. She lowered her head slightly, her hair falling down on both sides, revealing her fair neck with a hint of pink. Li Mu moved over to her side, brushed aside the loose strands of hair, and gently touched her exposed neck, startling Lu Xiaoxi. Why does this guy kiss everywhere? She recalled the image of being naked and kissed all over by Li Mu, and her face burned as if it were on fire. I'll give you a sweet potato-flavored strawberry print on your neck. Sweet potato-flavored strawberry. What a culinary disaster. Let's go to the restaurant for dinner. Xiao Qingmei will pay. You're holding my hand. It doesn't matter who pays. It's all money from their joint assets. When they go on vacation, both sets of parents transfer money to their children, so the amount of joint assets doesn't decrease, but increases. The hotel restaurant was very large and decorated in a high-class style. Li Mu was a practical person, so since it was a restaurant, he was more concerned about the taste of the food. The restaurant's food proved to be quite good. After a hearty meal, it was already 8 p.m. The days were short, and it got dark very early. Lu Xiaoxi stood by the window looking at the snow scene outside. The snow fell gently, giving the ground a fresh new look. I'm going home tomorrow. Tonight is the last night I'll see the snow. Li Mu stood beside the girl, watching the snow with her. His upright posture was rather handsome. Li Mu. Let's go down now. Come here, I'll put a heat pack on you. Lu Xiaoxi obediently stood up, spreading her arms out as a frame so that Li Mu could better help her stick it on. Apply heat packs to your clothes to avoid irritating your skin. After Lu Xiaoxi finished pasting, it was Li Mu's turn, and Lu Xiaoxi volunteered to do this job. After neatly applying the heat pack, Lu Xiaoxi reached her little hand inside Li Mu's clothes and pinched a small raised spot. You're a real pervert. Hee hee, you're not allowed to retaliate. Isn't this bullying and double standards? You can pinch me but I can't pinch you? That's not fair. Hee. Then come on then. Lu Xiaoxi didn't reply to him at first, but after putting on her thermal underwear and zipping up her coat, she stood with her hands on her hips and became arrogant. Her small breasts had no shape at all under the thick clothes. She had tried it herself and couldn't feel them at all. Where did this silly little pig come from? You can't possibly sleep in this tonight, can you? Li Mu tapped her on the forehead. Well, I can't come tonight. Today is Saturday, and there are significantly more parents bringing their children to play in the snow than on Wednesday night. It's hard to say how bizarre some parents are these days. Perhaps because the park is so big, and they're afraid their kids will disappear in a flash. One parent actually attached a small green light to their child's hat. In a vast expanse of white, a green dot of light is indeed very conspicuous. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi arrived at the bench where they had played before. The snowman they had built last time was gone, but that didn't stop Lu Xiaoxi from playing there. As if by some strange twist of fate, Limu suddenly laid down and rolled twice in the thick snow, his limbs moving back and forth, quickly creating a small pit in the snow. Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. I've seen people doing this online a lot, so I wanted to try it. There are even people online who have plunged headfirst into snowdrifts. I'd like to too, but the snow isn't deep enough. Are you serious? Lu Xiaoxi sighed, thinking how strange boys' thinking was. They were mature when they needed to be, but more childish than elementary school students when they needed to be. Unlike her, the reserved yet adorable childhood sweetheart only wanted to build a big snowman. Putting on gloves, Lu Xiaoxi squatted down with her legs together and began to pile up snow. According to Lu Xiaoxi's idea, she wanted to build a super big snowman, taller than a park bench. I'll help you stack it. Limu transformed into a human snowplow, pushing all the nearby snow over. A snowball about the length of an arm was built by the two of them and rolled to the edge of the bench. As another snowball began to be made, Lu Xiaoxi exhaled large plumes of white mist, pounced into Limu's arms, and took off her gloves, reaching into Limu's pocket. You are my personal little heater. Then you are my little ice cube. Exclusive? Exclusive? My own personal little ice cube. Lu Xiaoxi rubbed against him, and the snow from her hat fell onto his clothes. The last snowball wasn't very big, and it was finished quickly. Little Green Plum was too weak to move it, so Limu had to lift the snowball and place it on top of the first snowball. The snowman is finished. The snowman was less than half the size of Lu Xiaoxi's, and it wasn't even as tall or as nice as the ones the children had built, but Lu Xiaoxi still liked it very much. Look, cat ears. Limu pinched two triangular clumps of snow and pressed them onto the snowman's head. It's all your fault. You've become ugly. It's not ugly at all. It's definitely more beautiful now. Why do you like cat ears so much? I like it because I like it. Lu Xiaoxi turned around and sat on the bench, looking up at the falling snow, and murmured, You must like cat-eared girls. Yes, how cute. Limu sat down next to her, took her hand, removed her glove, and put her little red hand in his pocket, hoping to warm Lu Xiaoxi up. The stars and the moon have all disappeared, the clouds are thick, and it's unclear how long this snow will last. You know what? I actually wanted to send you flowers, but I thought about it for a long time. Limu sighed. And then what? I originally wanted to surprise you, but flowers have their own language, so giving flowers carries a symbolic meaning. I know you definitely won't want to throw them away, and will take good care of them. I don't want giving you flowers to develop a habit of growing flowers, which would be too much trouble. Why did you send me flowers? Because I like you, Lu Xiaoxi. Treat yourself to a good meal. Wishing everyone a happy Chinese New Year in advance. May 2024 be better every day. Chapter 177, We're even more awesome. When Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him and asked, Why did you give me flowers? She knew what Limu was going to say. Hearing it with her own ears, even though she was mentally prepared, her heart still started pounding wildly. It wasn't like a fawn or a big elephant. Her heart was just beating very fast. She pulled her scarf tighter, revealing only a pair of moist eyes, which still held a lingering sense of disbelief and surprise. She tried her best to suppress her excitement and remain calm. This is the first time you've said you like me since we made up. Limu scratched his face and tried to recall carefully. He and Lu Xiaoxi were so close that they could understand each other's feelings without saying a word. He liked her, and she liked him. He knew it, and she knew it too. Ahem, last time you asked me do guys like big ones, didn't I say I like someone like you? Oh, that time doesn't count. I meant you like me as a person, not any particular part of me. It seems so. So do you like me? Limu met Lu Xiaoxi's burning gaze and returned the look with the same eyes. The two hands in their pockets clenched tighter and tighter, even though they each already knew the answer in their hearts. I like you. I really like you a little bit. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her eyes, nestled against him, and whispered. A touch of girlish pride and an intense liking, these contradictory traits combine to create a contradictory statement, yet the two seem to habitually ignore them. This is the first time you've ever said you like me. But I said it many times when I was a kid, and you still called me disgusting. Damn it. How dare you bully me when I was little? When I invent a time machine, I'll take you back and give me a good beating. Limu's words were illogical and made no sense, but they somehow managed to tickle the girl's funny bone, making her giggle. The snowman was smiling too. The two remained seated on the bench, enjoying the presence of those around them and the cool air. Sometimes, just being in the breeze was quite pleasant. Snow had started to accumulate on Lu Xiaoxi's hat, and Li Mu would always brush it off for her and straighten her hat. Li Mu didn't want to see the petite girl looking sickly, so he immediately stood up, brushed the snow off his body, pulled the still-sitting girl up, hugged her, and rubbed her, saying, "Let's go back." "Uh-huh." Lu Xiaoxi hugged him, took his hand, and started to walk away. In this snowy weather, there was a lot of snow in the park, and it was easy to slip and fall if you stepped on it. If she wasn't careful, Lu Xiaoxi almost fell flat on her face. Fortunately, Li Mu's attention was on Lu Xiaoxi, and he pulled her up the moment she fell. Don't be fooled by the loose snow. If there's a pebble buried in it, you might bump into it and cause serious injury. "I'll carry you back." Li Mu walked up to her and squatted down slightly. "It's not like I don't have feet." "Oh, I'll carry you on my back. I'm going to show off my little sweetheart to the kids later." "Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes crinkling as she leaned closer to his back and slowly climbed up to him. Because her clothes were too thick, her arms found it a little difficult to wrap around Li Mu's neck. Li Mu bounced a couple of times, then carried the girl step by step, his 250-pound childhood sweetheart leaving deep footprints with each step. He could feel his childhood sweetheart resting her chin on his shoulder and breathing warm air into his ear. Lu Xiaoxi obediently lay on Li Mu's back, which gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. Li Mu's earlobe was not even as big as her thumb, and it was close to her mouth. She felt like she had lost her mind, or perhaps she had been infected by Li Mu's silly nature, and she actually had some strange thoughts about Li Mu's ears. "I just wanted to take a bite and try it." She did just that. He quietly put Li Mu's earlobe into his mouth. It was cool and softer than chewed bubble gum. "Holy crap, you're a pervert." Li Mu subconsciously tilted his neck and pinched the girl's face between his fingers. The girl's lips were soft and warm. "Pa, you definitely don't wash your ears. It's disgusting." "It's true that eating sweet potatoes makes it easier to fart. I even wash my ears when I shower, okay? I clean my earwax every 2 days and swab it clean with cotton swabs. It doesn't taste good." "Are earlobes for you to eat?" "Oh no, little green plum has frozen into a silly little plum." The park had the most children near one of the exits. When Lu Xiaoxi passed by, she turned her head to look at the children, and the children were looking at her too. Kids these days know everything. They know about relationships between men and women as early as 6 or 7 years old. One of the little girls clasped her hands together over her heart, her face showing an expression of envy and longing. Just like Nene and Crayon Shinchan, she has her own understanding of love at a young age. In the eyes of these children, Li Mu carrying Lu Xiaoxi on his back is probably the most romantic thing in the world. The shadow under the streetlight looked like an indescribable monster. "My feet hurt." Lu Xiaoxi wiggled her 2 little feet back and forth, looking incredibly cute. "Is it constricting your leg?" "No, you're so stupid. I'm just making up an excuse to let you carry me. Otherwise, I have hands and feet. Why would I let you carry me? To make me heavier? I just want to carry you on my back, especially in the summer." Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to ask why, she realized what was going on and angrily bit Li Mu's other earlobe. "Are you tired?" "I'm so tired, but when I think about my favorite childhood friend behind me, I don't feel tired anymore." "Is the sweet potato too sweet?" "You're being unusually sweet tonight." "It's probably because I like you too much." "Then you can have as much as you like, the more the better." Lu Xiaoxi laughed again, a smile as beautiful as a flower, a bright spot amidst the snow and ice. "Honestly, Lu Xiaoxi, you must have had a crush on me in high school." "Fart. You dare say no? Then why did you sneeze at me every day?" "I still remember it." "You're mistaken. I think you're the one who has a crush on me." "What do you mean?" Li Mu wanted to know what actions he had taken to let Lu Xiaoxi know that he had a crush on her. He himself didn't know how she knew. "I went to the back row to get water before, and the water dispenser was out of water. Before I even said anything, you helped me put the water bottle back on. When other girls ask you for water, you always drag your feet, but as soon as I come, you are diligent. You even said that you don't have a crush on me." During his high school years, Li Mu was the most unruly student in his class for a long time, sitting in the corner with the water dispenser right behind him. This position is usually for the water dispenser operator who helps change the water. In their class, they would order 6 water bottles at a time. The empty bottles and the water bottles would be placed in the back row. If they didn't have time to change them, some girls would ask other boys for help. Li Mu was sitting next to the water dispenser, and naturally, the first person some outgoing girls would approach was Li Mu. Li Mu is still a big bad guy. All he thinks about is games. When girls ask him to help change their water, he usually just glances at them and then reluctantly and lazily helps. After making a bad impression once, other girls won't ask Li Mu for help anymore, which makes him happy to be free. Girls are all made of water, and Lu Xiaoxi is also a little girl who likes to drink water. She likes to bite a straw and drink water whenever she has nothing to do. When she went to the back row to get water, there was no water available. Perhaps due to the lingering feelings of their past relationship, she subconsciously turned her pleading gaze to Li Mu, with whom she was still somewhat estranged. Li Mu said things like muscle weakness and you're too weak to even lift water to annoy her, but he had already changed her water. She remembered it vividly because it made her realize that she held a rather special place in Li Mu's heart. The idea of reconciling with Li Mu grew stronger. Li Mu realized he had always liked Lu Xiaoxi during the National Day holiday. Now, looking back, he realizes that there are so many little details about his unrequited love. His face was full of smiles as he gave the girl behind him a hard jolt. Hey, you even know such a small detail. And you still say you don't have a crush on me. It's only a little bit. I mostly want to make up with you. He's just eyeing my childhood sweetheart's place. Humph. What else do you expect me to be your girlfriend? No, I don't want to downgrade. Boyfriends and girlfriends are only about love. My childhood friend and I have friendship, family ties, and a little bit of friendship that has changed. It's very complicated and fundamentally different. It's not something that other people's boyfriends and girlfriends of 3 or 4 years can compare to. Why does talking about dating sound so low class to you? Lu Xiaoxi playfully pinched Li Mu's earlobe and tugged at his face, making Li Mu's speech unclear. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with being in a relationship. What I want to say is that we're even more awesome. With the hotel in sight, and considering there were 2 front desk staff, Li Mu decided to drop Lu Xiaoxi off. Even though Lu Xiaoxi wasn't that heavy, he was still quite tired from walking, and his hands were sore and aching. I should have known better than to show off. Chapter 178. Watching TV with the lights off. The hotel's heating wasn't stuffy, so they never turned it off. It was always warm and cozy when they returned. Lu Xiaoxi wanted to take a shower first, so Li Mu stood in front of the bathroom door waiting for her to change her clothes, and then sniffed the lingering body fragrance in front of Lu Xiaoxi. Obtained Lu Xiaoxi's insults. 1. He sent his father a message saying he would be home the next day, and Li Chongqing quickly agreed to drive to the high-speed rail station to pick them up. The return trip is scheduled for noon, so we can have a late-night snack when we get home. They took down the clothes that were drying, folded them together with Lu Xiaoxi's underwear, and put them back into their respective bags. He didn't smell Lu Xiaoxi's underwear. Don't misunderstand. He just glanced at it a few times. Lu Xiaoxi went to the toilet, and the whole shower took about 40 minutes. Li Mu was waiting for ages. It's your turn. Lu Xiaoxi emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in mist, constantly wiping her hair with a white towel. Her shoulder-length short hair wasn't as troublesome as long hair. When the weather was dry enough, it could dry quickly without even needing a hairdryer. So cute, give me a kiss. Li Mu was informing Lu Xiaoxi, and before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxi's tender little face was already being kissed. After leaving a faint red mark on the girl's face, Li Mu quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. A short while later, he took out a change of clothes and stuffed them into Lu Xiaoxi's hands. Let me let you smell it too. Who wants to smell your clothes? If you don't smell it, just throw it in the washing machine. Lu Xiaoxi stomped her foot cutely, and after Li Mu closed the door, her gaze fell on the 2 pieces of clothing in her hands. She quickly brought it to her nose, took a sniff, and then tossed it into the washing machine. The little plum is fragrant, but the little bamboo horse only has a slight fragrance. Did you smell it? Li Mu opened the door again, peeking out from inside. Get out of here. Lu Xiaoxi blushed and quickly ran to the bed, ignoring him. She couldn't even stay still while taking a shower. 2 school bags lay on the other bed. Lu Xiaoxi noticed the clothes that had been taken down from the clothesline, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. There was a short-sleeved shirt belonging to Li Mu on the bed she was on. Li Mu didn't bring it in, which meant that he would be coming out shirtless in a little while. Lu Xiaoxi cowered under the covers in fear. The sweet childhood romance drama I watched last time is almost over, and I can finally binge-watch it tonight. She started enjoying watching romantic dramas in high school. Back then, her parents weren't home, and Li Mu didn't play with her. After studying, her only entertainment was scrolling through her phone and watching romantic dramas. She's made up with Li Mu now, so she doesn't have to watch sweet dramas alone anymore. She thought of what Li Mu had said to her in the park, and her heart started pounding again. Li Mu liked her, and she liked Li Mu too. After they confessed what they both knew but didn't say, their feelings for each other only intensified. She liked Li Mu, a liking that surpassed all other feelings, a liking that stemmed from childhood friendship. Woohoo! The mighty dragon emerges from the mountain. Li Mu burst out of the bathroom, the drifting steam giving him a feeling of ethereal bliss. He waved his hand in the air, and the steam dispersed like the smoke from a martial arts fight between masters in a martial arts movie. Martial arts master Li Mu has suddenly appeared. That's incredibly stupid. You're so stupid, but you're still my childhood sweetheart. You have to put up with my stupidity. Li Mu domineeringly pressed down on her, pinning her delicate childhood sweetheart to the bed. He straddled her hips, grabbed her hand, and looked at her with a wicked grin. Li Mu's bare upper body looked very good, and every inch of his body perfectly captured Lu Xiaoxi's heart, especially his Adam's apple and collarbone, which Lu Xiaoxi liked to secretly look at. Look at you. Your face is all red. You must have a fever. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned visibly red, and Li Mu smiled with satisfaction. He rubbed his forehead against hers, partly out of affection, and partly to see if Lu Xiaoxi had really developed a fever after being exposed to the cold wind for so long. Get up. Get up. Her hands were held by Li Mu on both sides, and her loose pajamas were inevitably pulled, revealing the youthful rise and fall of her chest to Li Mu. She was so embarrassed that she was about to burst into anger. Tell me you like me. Didn't I just say that? I want to hear more. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and weakly uttered the 4 words that Li Mu wanted to hear. Hee hee, I like you too. Li Mu leaned down and kissed her lips, then stood up and stared at her. Why aren't you up yet? I didn't say I was going to let you up. You're a pervert. All right. Li Mu stopped teasing her. He put one arm around the girl's slender waist, picked her up, and gently placed her on the headboard. After making room for himself, he climbed behind Lu Xiaoxi to be her cushion and backrest. Lu Xiaoxi liked this. She could be right next to Li Mu and enjoy the intimacy of being close to him. Li Mu also liked this. His nose was filled with the scent of a tiny young girl, which only made his already good mood even better. Again, Lu Xiaoxi said in a flat tone, and playfully pressed down on the pillow. Li Mu was quite embarrassed. How could he resist Lu Xiaoxi's behavior of taking advantage of him without giving him anything in return? Lu Xiaoxi curled up and turned around, resting her small face on his collarbone. Her expression was evasive, and she felt extremely guilty. She took a deep breath, but hesitated to speak. Li Mu's clever mind seemed to understand something as well. He hugged the petite girl tighter and remained silent. The girl changed her position again, lying half-reclined on Li Mu's side, pulling the blanket over both of their bodies. Li Mu's collarbone and above were exposed, while the girl's head was just peeking out. She pulled Li Mu's hand behind her head, looked up at him, and then leaned close to his ear. You must be feeling terrible. The girl's voice was weak. Well, you don't move. Li Mu, you forced me to do this. Lu Xiaoxi. Shoo, turn off the lights and watch TV. Li Mu raised his hand, and the room went dark with a snap. The only sound in the room was the television, which was still playing. Various colored particles were reflected on their faces. Even their eyelashes were tinged with a beautiful color. They could only hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. Li Mu felt a burning sensation. It was the heat emanating from Xiao Qingmei's tender face. He gently pinched a piece with his fingertips, and the heat transferred from her face to his fingertips. Lu Xiaoxi could feel Li Mu's arms tightening around her, She leaned against him sweetly and mischievously kissed his collarbone. The romantic comedy was still playing, and the two people watching TV selectively ignored the blankets that were moving around. Li Mu's breathing was heavy, which Lu Xiaoxi liked. I'm asking for gifts to encourage me to update my chapters. I'll give you anything. I'll take whatever you offer. I'll accept anything. Chapter 179, You were so stupid just now. Lu Xiaoxi washed her hands with shower gel for a long time, and only after confirming that they were completely clean did she retreat back into the quilt. It's all Li Mu's fault. That bastard. Her hands are sore from holding it. The girl in the blanket stared at the bathroom door, where the sound of water being poured could be heard. Li Mu was washing his underwear inside. This is utterly perverted. She was so bold just now, it wasn't like her at all. She's so reserved and adorable. How could she do something like that? Lu Xiaoxi was certain. Li Mu let out a sigh of relief, came out of the bathroom, and hung the clothes from the washing machine, along with the underwear he had just washed, to dry. Put your underwear on the other side, not next to mine, Lu Xiaoxi said resentfully. Is it really necessary? Li Mu's lips twitched. His little childhood sweetheart wanted to take it off, but wouldn't let him, saying she didn't dare to look and didn't want it to get everywhere. As for it, all right. Li Mu shook his head helplessly. What could he do? He had to listen to his childhood sweetheart. He's still blushing a little. After quickly hanging up the clothes, he pounced on the bed like a big wolf, lay down on his side, hugged his little green plum, and kissed her cheek twice. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Suddenly kissed twice, Lu Xiaoxi covered her face and curled up into a ball. Thinking about what had just happened, her face involuntarily turned red again. My hand is sore, it's all your fault. The girl poked someone's chest angrily. Her fair fingertips, which smelled of shower gel, had a lot of energy, making Li Mu keep shrinking back. Let me massage you. Li Mu pulled the girl's arm over and gently kneaded it in front of him, helping her loosen her muscles and skin. The little plum blossom briefly enjoyed the treatment of an empress and was quite satisfied. She covered Li Mu with the blanket, turned off the remote control, and lay quietly on the bed. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed early. Okay. Li Mu followed her lead and lay down quietly, putting one arm around her and closing his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming even. Li Mu. You were so stupid just now. So what if you're stupid? Can you do it next time? We'll talk about it next time. Lu Xiaoxi pursed her lips, moved closer to him, and snuggled into his arms like a little wild boar. The little girl in his arms smelled sweet and was soft. Holding her always made Li Mu feel very comfortable, especially the girl's slender waist. It was just right for him to wrap his arm around her. He and the girl were a natural match. Not an inch more or less would be perfect. He was probably overflowing with the energy of his childhood sweetheart. At this moment, he felt more satisfied than ever before. His mind was free of distractions, and he could enjoy Lu Xiaoxi's sweetness and innocence more clearly. Just holding her made him feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. He gently brushed aside the girl's bangs and tapped her lightly. Lu Xiaoxi gave a coquettish hum, turned around without opening her eyes, and knew without looking that Li Mu was looking at her with a very gentle gaze. She dared not look. Her heart, which had finally calmed down, was easily stirred by Li Mu's gentle gaze. Two figures pressed together in the same position, and the room fell completely silent as the childhood sweetheart's breathing gradually overlapped. It smells wonderful tonight. The next morning, Li Mu turned off the alarm clock before it even went off. He pulled back the curtains a little, and there was no snow warning in the weather forecast. Heaven really does have eyes. It knew he was going home with Lu Xiaoxi, so it cleared up the sky. Lu Xiaoxi also woke up, but she was still lying in bed, half closing her eyes as she looked at him, her innocent eyes devoid of any emotion. The girl is actually a little grumpy when she wakes up. She always grumbles and complains when she gets up, but she vents all her anger on the bed when she's in bed. She rarely does this when she sleeps with Li Mu. When she really wants to be spoiled, she will use her morning grumpiness to make a fuss with Li Mu. Otherwise, she is very calm. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't sure if it was because of Li Mu, but she felt that sleeping with Li Mu was probably the most comfortable thing. Whether she was hugging Li Mu or being hugged by him, it was very comfortable. It made her already slight morning grumpiness shrink infinitely until it disappeared. Of course, she would still want to be cute with Li Mu sometimes. After all, without morning grumpiness, she would have no excuse to be cute. The languid girl sat up, stretched out her waist in a super big way, revealing a glimpse of her milky white belly, which looked exceptionally soft in the dim light. Brush your teeth, wash your face, and head home. The girl didn't notice Li Mu's gaze. She put on her shoes, haphazardly smoothed her hair, and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. I'll brush my teeth too. Li Mu first rubbed the girl's chubby cheeks before walking over to her and squeezing toothpaste. Even after 4 days without using skincare products, Lu Xiaoxi's skin was still as good as ever smooth, without any acne marks or scars, and you couldn't even see the cute downy hairs on it unless you got very close. It was perfect in both appearance and touch. No wonder Li Mu got addicted. They bought the toothpaste when they came. It's matcha flavored and smells really good. Lu Xiaoxi likes to squeeze the toothpaste from the bottom, and she made Li Mu squeeze it like that too. Otherwise the toothpaste would be dry and not look good at all. After washing up and packing all her luggage, Lu Xiaoxi started changing her clothes. She took off her pajamas and put on the long-sleeved shirt she had worn when she got into bed, so as not to get too hot when she got back to her hometown. Li Mu simply put on a shirt and was done, since a man's everyday clothes are usually pajamas. Where's my hair tie? Have you seen it? Lu Xiaoxi liked to keep her hair tie on the table, but now it was missing. She had searched everywhere but couldn't find it. It was a gift from Li Mu. Here it is. Li Mu smiled and took a small white pom-pom from his pocket, went behind Lu Xiaoxi and smoothed her hair. I'll tie your hair into a little ponytail. I promise it will be very cute. Are you sure you don't know how to do this? Don't let it turn into a chicken coop. If you don't believe me, I'll really tie up a chicken coop for you. Li Mu gathered her hair, tied it tightly with a hair tie, and gave the girl a low ponytail. He carefully loosened the hair on the sides and top of her head, and the cute ponytail of the little girl was formed. She chuckled as she fiddled with the pom-pom on her hair tie, which looked like a rabbit's tail. Wow, I didn't realize Li Mu was so talented. You can do my hair from now on. Then you help me with that too. Lu Xiaoxi was puzzled for a moment, her big eyes full of innocence. Never mind, it's okay, let's go. Li Mu quickly put his arm around her and went out. The hotel wasn't like Song Nan's little home. There was nothing worth staying for. Once they left, they just checked out. I need to eat something before I get on the bus. After having breakfast, the two bought some snacks and put them in their bags to eat on the high-speed train. Since they still had plenty of time, Lu Xiaoxi insisted on going to the park again to see the snowman they had built yesterday. The park was even less crowded during the day. Fortunately, their snowman hadn't been pushed over and was still standing safely next to the bench, though it was a bit deformed. The cat ears that Li Mu had made had turned into a lump of cow dung. There were a few small snowdrifts under the snowman, probably built by the children after they left last night. They were all very happy. Lu Xiaoxi took one last photo of the snowman, then sweetly linked arms with Li Mu, following him around like a little shadow. Li Mu hailed a taxi, got on at the park entrance, and soon arrived at the high-speed rail station. A lot has happened in these 4 days. Sitting in the waiting room, Li Mu took out his earphones, put one in Lu Xiaoxi's earphones, turned on his favorite playlist, and played music, while his hand restlessly pulled the girl's small hand in front of him and rubbed it. When he reconciled with Lu Xiaoxi, she was still just a childhood sweetheart who would only hold half of his hand. Now, it seems that Lu Xiaoxi can't live without him anymore. At first, he thought that it was his slow, gradual testing of his limits that allowed Lu Xiaoxi to be manipulated by him in such a short time. Now he understands that, given Lu Xiaoxi's intelligence, she probably figured it out long ago. He was testing him, slowly boiling the frog. Lu Xiaoxi was also indulging him. Don't let Lu Xiaoxi's cute and innocent appearance fool you. She's incredibly clever. So many. Do you like it? I'll keep the appointment this time. I like it. Lu Xiaoxi leaned on his shoulder, feeling at ease. Which one do you like? I like staying in hotels with you. I like watching the snow with you. I like building snowmen with you. I like being taken to amusement parks by you. I like riding Ferris wheels with you. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was very soft. So soft that you could only hear it if you put your ear close. Li Mu got goosebumps all over. Wow, this is so cheesy. It's giving me goosebumps. Lu Xiaoxi. Her little pink fists hardened. If they weren't outside, she would have given Li Mu a couple of powerful punches. The Electric Boy version. Chapter 180, A Happy New Year. At 7 p.m., they returned to their hometown. Li Changheng was driving, and Li Mu was in the passenger seat. There was no way around it. Her mother liked Lu Xiaoxi so much that she insisted on dragging Lu Xiaoxi to sit in the back, and they chatted all the way. Dinner was ready, and the four of them ate it happily, even though it wasn't very tasty. Lu Xiaoxi happily shared the things that happened during her trip with Su Wan, opening the photo album and showing Su Wan the photos one by one. As for the picture of them kissing on the Ferris wheel, she had already put it in her private album. Childhood sweethearts have such a wonderful relationship, it makes me so envious. Su Wan covered her mouth and laughed. She knew the relationship between her eldest son and Xiao Shi, and after seeing so many beautiful pictures, how could she not laugh? It's like wearing a smiling mask you just can't stop. Lu Xiaoxi's pretty face flushed red. The phrase, childhood sweetheart, sounded ambiguous coming from people other than her and Li Mu. Hearing others say they were childhood sweethearts made her even more shy than hearing them say they were a couple. Mom, why are you always chatting with Lu Xiaoxi? Aren't you going to take a shower? Li Mu came out of the shower with his hair still wet, and he didn't dry it. Boy's hair is short, so it dries quickly after a little airing. Why is my mom so clueless? Why is she hogging my little green plum? Doesn't she know to give it to him? All right, you guys chat. I'm going to take a shower. Su Wan and Li Mu were of one mind, and their words were so straightforward that it was impossible not to understand. She immediately got up to make room for her eldest son. Li Mu plopped down on the sofa. After his mother went into the bathroom, he put one arm around Lu Xiaoxi's neck and onto her shoulder, pulling her close and nuzzling her cheek. Your beard is prickly. I'll get a shave later, Li Mu said teasingly, raising an eyebrow. I sneaked over to your place last time. How about you come sleep here this time? Impossible. What if we get discovered? What's wrong with sleeping together as childhood sweethearts? We've been sleeping together since we were little. No, why don't you come to my place instead? Otherwise, we can sleep separately. The girl curled her feet up, her white and pink fingertips like candy, her nails neatly trimmed and without a speck of dirt, cutely twitching. The girl's delicate little feet easily attracted Li Mu's attention. Noticing the lecherous gaze of someone, Lu Xiaoxi felt a little smug. Realizing why she was so smug, she quickly put on her slippers to stop him from looking. Then I'll just sleep at your place. Li Mu reluctantly withdrew his gaze and continued to play with Lu Xiaoxi's soft, boneless little hands. If he couldn't play with her jade feet, couldn't he at least play with her jade pig's trotters? His hands felt so soft, and the scene from last night flashed through his mind again. The girl's adorable little expression, she was clearly so shy, but pretended not to notice what was happening, was incredibly cute. I'm going back now. What time are you coming? I'll go over at midnight, after my parents have gone to sleep. Then I'll head back now. Could you please tell Aunt Sue for me? As Lu Xiaoxi finished speaking and was about to get up, a large hand pulled her back, and the unsteady girl was deliberately pulled into someone's embrace. Give me a kiss before you go. Li Mu's enchanting voice rang in her ears, and Lu Xiaoxi panicked instantly. They're still in the living room. What if your mom sees them? That's what makes it exciting. Then hurry up. The two spoke in hushed tones so that no one else could hear them. After a long silence, their lips parted, and Lu Xiaoxi ran away in a panic. Uncle Li was playing chess downstairs, and Aunt Sue was taking a shower. They could catch them kissing in the living room at any moment. This feeling of stealing food made Lu Xiaoxi's heart race. Amidst the panic, there was also a lot of pleasure. I'm so sorry, Uncle Li and Aunt Sue. I've eaten the son you raised for 19 years. She turned on the light, and the house was quiet without a sound. After returning, she went straight to Li Mu's house without even putting down her school bag. She had left in a hurry and forgotten to bring it back. It doesn't matter, there's nothing in there that I need immediately, and Li Mu will bring it over himself without me having to tell him. After taking a shower, the girl returned to her room wearing only her underwear. When she lived alone, she would only wear her underwear after taking a shower, and she would also go braless if she wasn't going out at night. Skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The girl twirled in front of the mirror, indulging in a moment of narcissism, before hesitantly pointing to her small breasts. They were nothing special, really, only a perverted lecher like Li Mu would like them. Compared to her large, empty home, she preferred her small room, where she had set up a small table and played computer games with her legs covered. It's more like using the computer as a decoration than a way to play with it. Without that warm and loving person by my side, the computer loses its fun, and I don't even want to watch sweet dramas anymore. She really couldn't live without Li Mu anymore. Li Mu, who lives across the hall, is still in his room typing away. A large backpack lay quietly on his bed, filled with Lu Xiaoxi's clothes. Li Mu kept typing until midnight before tiptoeing out the door and bombarding Lu Xiaoxi with a bunch of emojis. Lu Xiaoxi quickly opened the door and let the lecherous man in. You can't let anyone know you're visiting someone late at night, not even Aunt Sue or Uncle Li. Li Mu's sunny disposition brought a unique warmth to the quiet home. Lu Xiaoxi stared eagerly into his eyes, standing obediently without saying a word or making any movement. Li Mu scratched his face, poked her nose, and then belatedly picked her up and carried her into the girl's boudoir in a few quick steps, closing the door behind him. The temperature here is 15 degrees Celsius, so wearing light clothes is perfectly fine. Lu Xiaoxi was gently thrown onto the bed by Li Mu, and the little bit of her belly that was inadvertently exposed was quite alluring. Where's my school bag? It's with me. Give it back to me tomorrow. I plan to keep them. I can just return the coat and the base layer to you. You're a pervert. What's the point of keeping you around? Soak it in water and drink it. Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed red, and she clenched her little pink fists to hit him. Okay, I was just teasing you. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Li Mu rubbed her cute little face, and he couldn't be happier teasing his little childhood sweetheart. His own unique happiness. That's more like it. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Lu Xiaoxi patted the mattress, straightened it, lay down smoothly, and covered herself with the blanket in one go. Slept so fast. Is there anything else? Lu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes. It's nothing. Li Mu also crawled into the quilt, his whole body covered in the unique fragrance of a young girl. It has a milky aroma. Lu Xiaoxi. When Uncle Lu comes back, let's be honest with each other, okay? Let's tell them that we'll be together forever. Li Mu faced the ceiling and spoke in a calm and collected tone about this important matter concerning the two of them. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak, but turned to look at him, her arms tightly wrapped around him, touching his chest without her noticing. She rested her head on Li Mu's shoulder and murmured softly, New Year's Day, it's an auspicious day. You know I've believed in this since I was a child. As you wish, as you wish. I'm begging for more updates. I'm begging for gifts. I'll ask for anything. Chapter 181 My Little Pig. Lu Xiaoxi got up earlier than Li Mu. Li Mu had bought her breakfast many times, and Lu Xiaoxi also wanted to buy breakfast for Li Mu. Taking advantage of getting up early this time, she quietly passed by Li Mu, who was still fast asleep, and took out the clothes she wanted to change into from the closet. She glanced at Li Mu cautiously, and after confirming that he was still fast asleep, she took off her pajamas and changed into a regular undershirt. If this big dummy suddenly wakes up, he'll be seen naked. Lu Xiaoxi bent down and kissed Li Mu's face. She kissed him every day, just like when she was a child. She would run to Li Mu's house at 9 o'clock sharp to accompany him to bed. The difference was that now Li Mu would take the initiative and be extremely proactive to run over to her. She's the kind of person you can't get rid of no matter what you do. The saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Lu Xiaoxi actually really likes mornings. Waking up early makes her feel much more energetic. Of course, compared to this slight liking, she still prefers to stay in bed. She was different from Li Mu. Li Mu would get up early to buy breakfast, such as rice noodle rolls, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. She usually bought groceries, along with the vegetables for dinner, and put them in the refrigerator. Cooking a pot of porridge in the morning for breakfast and lunch, and then cooking a pot of rice for dinner, is a habit that the girl has developed over the years. Prices here are a bit lower than in Songnan, so she didn't hesitate to buy groceries, quickly buying 2 bags of vegetables, both meat and vegetables. Her little shoes rustled as she stepped on the fallen leaves, and when the wind blew, her hair blossomed like a flower, though it wasn't a pretty one. She and Li Mu could be seen everywhere in the neighborhood. She could remember countless times they played hide and seek here, played statues there, played tic-tac-toe with leaves and branches in the pavilion on the left, and played badminton on the volleyball court on the right. When the two timelines overlapped, Lu Xiaoxi seemed to see herself as a tiny child and Li Mu as a tiny child running around the neighborhood. From kindergarten to preschool, from preschool to elementary school, from elementary school to junior high, their running distance gradually decreased. As they grew taller, their interactions became less and less frequent. Now, they no longer chase each other like they did when they were little, but walk slowly hand in hand. The two best kids ever were still the best. Back home, she washed rice and cooked porridge. For breakfast, she ate a plate of green vegetables, without adding her favorite chili peppers. It was quite bland. The rice wasn't cooked yet. Lu Xiaoxi returned to her room, sat back on the stool, and watched Li Mu sleep. Li Mu slowly woke up and subconsciously touched the little person next to him, but couldn't find her. Li Mu slowly sat up, yawned, and then noticed that the girl who should have been in the bed was now dressed and sitting in a chair. The room door wasn't closed, and the smell of firewood, rice, oil, and salt wafted in from outside. Li Mu felt a pang of melancholy at the rich aroma of daily life. When did you change your clothes? This is the first thing you think about when you wake up? Is your brain a walnut? What's inside it? It contains my Lu Xiaozhu, my pet pig. Li Mu always managed to say something unexpected that struck her heart and stirred her emotions. Her ears burned slightly, and her neck turned a blush. The porridge is ready. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. She made a soft whimper, made an excuse, and ran off, leaving Li Mu alone in the room. Li Mu slowly got up, not caring that his slippers had stepped on backwards, went home to brush his teeth and wash up, and then ran back over. A bowl of plain porridge and a pot of green vegetables, a light and simple breakfast, is Li Mu's favorite breakfast. He doesn't like strong flavors, especially in the morning, as he feels uncomfortable if he eats too much oily, salty, or spicy food. Their two families boiled eggs in the same way. They scrubbed the surface of the eggs clean, washed them, and then put them in a rice cooker with the porridge to cook. Once the porridge was cooked, the eggs were cooked too. Lu Xiaoxi boiled 3 eggs and soaked them in a bowl. Just as Li Mu was about to reach for them, Lu Xiaoxi slapped his hand away with her chopsticks. Can't we eat it? Li Mu asked, looking bewildered. I'll feed you. What's going on? Have you washed your hands? It's been washed. Lu Xiaoxi went to the kitchen, poured some soy sauce, washed her hands again, and began to peel the eggshells little by little. She had tried to learn Li Mu's method of peeling eggs by rolling them twice on a tea table, but it wasn't very effective, so she just peeled them little by little. A pig-raising master is feeding pigs online. Lu Xiaoxi broke off a piece of egg white, dipped it in soy sauce, and handed it to Li Mu with a happy smile. Li Mu sighed inwardly. He kept saying that she was childish, but wasn't she childish too? He took the girl's pale white fingers, along with the egg white, into his mouth, licked them as if in revenge, and ate them with relish. I'm pregnant. Lu Xiaoxi grinned, revealing her delicate teeth, which were surprisingly cute, especially her small canine teeth. When she grinned, she looked like a 3-year-old baby. They ate the 3 eggs one bite at a time. The girl's technique of breaking the egg whites was very delicate, and the 3 round yolks were not spoiled at all. In the end, she ate them all in one bite. A notification was sent in the group chat that grades can be checked on the school's official website. Really? The teacher said she would compile a document tonight, summarizing and ranking the scores. We'll look at it tonight. Hee. We must be really good in class, but I don't know if Qiao Qiao is better or I am. Lu Xiaoxi playfully put her little feet on Li Mu's knee. Li Mu was startled and moved forward until his body was almost touching the table. Out of reach. Uncle Lu. Really? Why did you buy such a big dining table? What are you doing? Lu Xiaoxi's foot, which had been resting on his knee, was moved to the middle of his thigh, and she looked at him with considerable curiosity. Ahem, it's nothing. Li Mu gave an awkward smile and silently retreated. A 19-year-old boy must have had his share of those little thoughts. Li Mu felt it was better not to taint the innocent little girl, who was the same age as him. Little white paper? That's a cute nickname. How many is this now? I feel like we could have a few more. That's weird. Are you thinking about me? Lu Xiaoxi frowned and nervously pulled her foot back. The thinking of me, she mentioned, had another meaning. It was a secret code between childhood sweethearts, the kind of thinking That required Li Mu to report it too. We're on the same wavelength. Li Mu smiled. It's still early morning. This is what your childhood sweetheart is like. Lu Xiaoxi quickly ate a large mouthful of porridge, then shifted her gaze elsewhere, scanning every corner of the house, but avoiding Li Mu's eyes, and muttered softly, at least tonight. Okay, then I'll miss you tonight. Whatever, I can't be bothered with you. Chapter 182 becomes less simple. After breakfast, Li Mu took the backpack full of Lu Xiaoxi's clothes and returned it to her. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him sideways, then unzipped her jacket to check. Her bulging backpack contained her underwear and socks in 2 separate compartments. I didn't take it. Li Mu felt wronged. Even if he were a pervert, he wouldn't steal Lu Xiaoxi's clothes. If he wanted something, he would put it in his pocket right in front of Lu Xiaoxi. All right, you're innocent now, Lu Xiaoxi grumbled. As expected, I still want to steal one. Li Mu grabbed one and stuffed it into his pocket. You give it back to me. I don't do bad things. Then what are you here for? Seeing an object reminds me of someone. What are you thinking? I live right across from you. Lu Xiaoxi stood up, holding a pillow ready to hit him. If you don't give it back, I'll hit you. Okay, here you go. Li Mu handed the crumpled up bra back to her. Lu Xiaoxi quickly took the clothes and, ignoring him, folded them one by one on the bed. Li Mu also helped her fold 2 pieces and put them into the wardrobe. The girl's wardrobe was very clean. All the clothes were neatly arranged. All the pajamas were hung up, and you could smell a faint fragrance when you opened the wardrobe door. The clothes have been soaked in the fumes. Li Mu spotted a white nightgown on the far side of the various pajamas. He pinched the material of the nightgown. It was very smooth and should be very comfortable to wear. However, Lu Xiaoxi had never worn it before. Why aren't you wearing that nightgown? Which one? Let me see. This one. I bought it in high school, but I only wore it twice. It's too cold to wear a nightgown, and it's stuffy with the heating on. Pajamas are better. Lu Xiaoxi took the pajamas down along with the hanger, took 2 steps back, and held them up against herself. Does it look good? This nightgown isn't a spaghetti strap style. The neckline is low, reaching just above the collarbone, and the hem covers slightly above the knee. Both the cuffs and the hem have pretty lace trim, and there's a silky bow at the chest with the bow string hanging down to the lower abdomen, as if a gentle pull would allow it to be undressed. The nightgown also has 2 layers, an opaque white inner layer and an outer layer of embroidered transparent gauze, like the material of a wedding veil. Pure and lovely, to the fullest extent. It looks good, wear it for me. I'll think about it. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, stuffed the nightgown into his hands, and walked away with her hands behind her back. She was clearly in a very good mood. Li Mu smiled. Since Lu Xiaoxi didn't refuse, she must have agreed. Tonight I can sleep cuddling with my little childhood sweetheart, who's wearing a pretty nightgown. It was only morning, but he already wanted it to be dark. Li Mu hung up the nightgown, and then helped the girl fold her blanket. I'm going to go write some articles. Are you coming? Have your parents gone to work yet? I'm on duty, from 9 to 5, and I won't be coming back in between. Hee, then I'll come over to your place and freeload off you. Fine, I'll eat you until you die. They returned to Li Mu's house one after the other. The girl followed Li Mu into the room she hadn't entered in a long time. Actually, many boys' rooms have a smell, but you get used to it after staying in there for a long time. If you go out to use the bathroom and then go back in, the smell will become more noticeable. The smell can come from all sorts of sources, such as blankets that haven't been aired out in a long time, smelly socks and shoes that weren't washed, or trash that wasn't taken out. In short, it doesn't smell good. Li Mu's room didn't smell as good as a young girl's room, but it didn't smell bad either. The room was dimly lit with the curtains drawn. Several empty cookie bags were next to the computer, and headphones were scattered everywhere. Although they weren't dirty, Lu Xiaoxi found the scene irritating. Find something to do yourself. I'm going to start writing. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, walked around Li Mu's room, looked at the wardrobe, the bed sheets, and even checked the trash can, but did not find any wads of tissues. She helped Li Mu tidy up the wires and trash, then sat on Li Mu's bed with her legs together, swinging her little feet as she watched Li Mu type. Li Mu's typing speed is very fast, as you can tell from it. She feels she could never reach that speed. With plenty of free time after the holiday, Li Mu had more time to write. and he planned to update an extra chapter in the next few days to give back to his readers. The only thing that got in his way was her fair little feet, which always attracted his attention. Limu, I want to play with your phone. Go ahead and play. I have 320,000 beans in Dodiju. Really? I declare that everything now belongs to Little Green Plum. Watch me help you get it to 500,000. Just don't lose it all. Limu chuckled. If Lu Xiaoxi could really reach 500,000 points, would she need to use 2 accounts every day just to get the minimum reward? After getting Limu's phone and unlocking the screen, Lu Xiaoxi climbed onto Limu's bed and comfortably lay down on the covers. The quilt smells like laundry detergent, a lavender scent that isn't overpowering. She didn't rush to play Dodiju, a card game, but instead casually browsed Limu's chat history as usual. She didn't check up on him like a boyfriend and girlfriend would. She didn't distrust Limu at all. Limu and her family, especially her parents' conversations, piqued her curiosity even more. Limu would occasionally chat with her mother, Qin Xiaoqian, to report on her situation and so on. Last September, before the start of the school year, her mother talked with Limu for a long time, from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Most of the time, she said that her daughter had never been far from home, knew nothing, and was stupid and dull, so she asked Limu to take care of her. It turns out that her own mother had been talking to Limu the whole time, saying that she was stupid and dull. How could anyone talk about their own daughter like that? Lu Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks and sent a picture of a kitten patting its face to Aunt Qin using Limu's account. During work hours, Lu Xiaoxi naturally wouldn't receive a reply from her mother immediately. She rolled over on the bed, found a more comfortable position, and opened the chat window for My Beloved Mom. The first thing you see are a few transfer notifications, and scrolling up further reveals a link to the article, 20 Little Known Facts About Chewing Gum. She clicked on it out of curiosity, and a wealth of new knowledge flooded into her little mind. Limu, what's wrong? Aunt Sue must have misunderstood us. Lu Xiaoxi sat up with a blush on her face and shyly showed the article to Limu. That's normal. When a man and a woman go to a hotel together, people will always make the same assumptions. But we didn't do anything. Really? Limu stopped what he was doing, sat on the edge of the bed, and moved over to her side. He hugged the girl in his arms, held her hand, and squeezed it, his nose filled with the girl's delicate fragrance. We haven't even done anything yet, and your hands were sore from using them that night. That doesn't count. Lu Xiaoxi pulled her hand back, refusing to let him play with it anymore. The girl's voice was trembling. Aunt Sue doesn't think that she and Limu have already done that, does she? She suddenly didn't know how to face Aunt Sue. Don't worry, I told my mom when she sent this that it's just a simple trip, nothing more. Really? Yeah, it was supposed to be a simple trip, but you've made it complicated. Limu gave the soft little face a kiss. My little green plum blushes so easily. The soft flesh in her mouth is always hot. You're not allowed to bring up the matter of tomorrow again. Lu Xiaoxi was so embarrassed, she almost fainted. She pushed Limu away and wrapped herself in the blanket, becoming a coward. Before long, cheerful tunes from playing Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game, drifted from under the covers. Chapter 183 The Girl's Nightgown, Part 2. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoxi took a short nap in Limu's room. She instructed Limu to wake her up before 5 o'clock to avoid Aunt Sue and Uncle Li finding out that she was playing in Limu's room. Limu naturally agreed, and he had more time to write. Today, he worked exceptionally hard and wrote 8,000 words. Seeing the girl sleeping so soundly, Limu couldn't bear to disturb her. He stood by the bed for a while, then sat back down in his chair, put on his headphones, and started playing a single-player game. It's almost 5 o'clock. Limu didn't even need to wake Lu Xiaoxi. She woke up on her own. Limu thought that Lu Xiaoxi was the cutest when she was a bit dazed. Okay, I'm going back. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at the time and hurriedly got out of bed. What's the rush? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. My parents will take time to get back. Oh, you're right. This bed is toxic. Sleeping on it will make your brain rust. Limu, I have never seen such a shameless person. The girl pulled up a small stool, sat down next to Limu, and watched him play games while resting her chin on her hand. The small screen kept spinning, making the girl dizzy and disoriented. If she were to operate this kind of game, she would definitely throw up. Just looking at me is less appealing than giving me a massage. I'm exhausted from typing. Lu Xiaoxi pouted and quietly placed a small, slender hand on Li Mu's shoulder, giving him a quick massage. Her fingers weren't very strong, so the massage she gave Li Mu wasn't particularly comfortable, but that didn't stop Li Mu from enjoying it. Lu Xiaoxi would occasionally playfully slide her fingertips across Li Mu's neck, dab at his earlobes, and distract him from his games, turning a completely unenjoyable massage into something fun. This game isn't as fun as Little Plum, don't you think, Lu Xiaoxi? Li Mu reached a save point, closed the game, took off his headphones, and gave a sly smile. What are you playing, you filthy scoundrel? I need to cook, or I'll get yelled at later. Do you want to come over for dinner? No, I've already bought the groceries. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. Then I'll cook less rice, and you cook more. I'll eat at your place. No way, you want to just eat rice for free? It's not that easy. You have to come and cook with me. Okay, give me a kiss first, then go back. Li Mu hugged Lu Xiaoxi from the front, and when he sat on the edge of the bed, Lu Xiaoxi subconsciously straddled him. He liked this position. The girl's pure aura flowed into his heart as if it were a tangible thing, and the soft touch on her legs always made him restless. His affection for the girl would give rise to a little desire and impulse. She also liked this position. Originally, she was almost a head shorter than Li Mu, but straddling Li Mu's lap made her taller than him, allowing her to look down at him and making it easier to kiss and hug him. At the same time, it also gave rise to a strange impulse, an impulse to meld Li Mu into her body. The girl's slender waist was straight, and a warm hand roamed over her back. He kissed the girl's soft lips, and only after a long while of plundering was he satisfied. Huff, huff, I can't kiss for too long next time, or I'll be out of breath. What is your lung capacity? The previous reading was 2,200. I'm almost at 5,000. You're too weak. You're so good at cooking, yet I still have to teach you how to cook. As Lu Xiaoxi tried to climb off Li Mu wouldn't let her succeed. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, turned her face towards him, and continued kissing her. The girl seemed to have forgotten that she was leaving, quietly accepting Li Mu's kiss. Her face was flushed, and she felt a bit hot. She was so weak that all her weight was on Li Mu. She cautiously opened one eye. It was too close for her to focus, but she still managed to see Li Mu's face. Li Mu was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, looking rather funny, when she suddenly lost her composure and almost sprayed her breath and saliva in Li Mu's face. Why is it leaking air? Li Mu released her lips, smacked his lips twice, and muttered a complaint. Hee hee, you look like a snowman when you're being affectionate, so silly. Are you sick? You were kissing me while you were looking at me with your eyes open. It's not like I'm the one kissing you. Why can't you open your eyes? Who told you you can't open your eyes when kissing? As Lu Xiaoxi spoke, the awkward image of her and Li Mu making eye contact while kissing suddenly flashed into her mind, and she burst out laughing again. Now it was Li Mu's turn to be dumbfounded. Oh no, his little sweetheart has been kissed so badly she's gone mad. I'm going back now. I'll come over and cook later. Wait a minute. Despite feeling strange in his body, Li Mu ran out. When Lu Xiaoxi curiously came out of the room to look at him, a row of strawberry-flavored yogurts was handed to her. Lu Xiaoxi noticed Li Mu's reaction immediately and was extremely embarrassed and annoyed. I helped this guy once, and he's become shameless. Now he's even more outrageous. He doesn't even bother to bend over or hide anymore. When facing Li Mu, she didn't dare to lower her head. She could only stare directly into Li Mu's eyes. My little green plum makes me feel so comfortable. This is my reward. How dare you talk nonsense like that? Lu Xiaoxi's blush hadn't faded yet, and now it deepened even more. I said massage. Ugh, I'm not playing with you, you filthy scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi snatched the yogurt and slunk away. No normal person would say that. If Li Mu didn't mean to mislead, Lu Xiaoxi definitely wouldn't believe him. That guy said it on purpose to tease her. Lu Xiaoxi was fuming, and even walking around the house took some effort. She accidentally let her slipper fly off, which made her even angrier. She'll definitely put a lot of chili peppers in the dishes later, to let this shameless childhood sweetheart taste the power of little green plum. Li Mu washed the rice and cooked it. Not long after, Suwen came home from get off work, carrying the dishes for dinner. Mom's off work. We're having cooked food today. Yes, I bought it outside. Your Aunt Shin said it was delicious, so I bought it to try. I'll try it. I'll test for poison. Limu took the chicken and poured it into the plate. Without caring whether his hands were dirty or not, he picked up a piece and ate it. It tastes good. Lu Xiaoxi will definitely love it. There just happened to be a whole chicken leg. If Mom and Dad don't want it later, I'll take it to Lu Xiaoxi. When Li Chongheng returned, Li Mu chatted with his parents for a bit, greeted them, and then knocked on the door across the hall with a freshly heated chicken leg in his hand. Here you go, chicken leg. As soon as the door opened, before the girl could speak, Li Mu handed her a chicken leg. Lu Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then bit off a little bit, her little mouth glistening with oil, making her look incredibly cute. I washed the vegetables, my hands are wet. You take them and finish them. Lu Xiaoxi stepped aside to let Li Mu in, closed the door with one foot, and took another bite of the chicken leg. Just like feeding a rabbit, you're so cute. Have you ever seen a rabbit eat a chicken leg? Then feed the pigs. Lu Xiaoxi kicked him irritably, but not with much force. Otherwise Li Mu would have found an opportunity to say that she was hurt by the kick, and then he could take advantage of her. Ouch, that hurts so much. You have to make it up to me. See? She didn't even use any force and Li Mu is already like this. She doesn't even dare to think about what would happen if she used force. What are you pretending for? I didn't even use any force. The fact that you didn't use force doesn't contradict the fact that I'm in pain. What kind of twisted logic is that? You wash the vegetables, and I'll cook. Lu Xiaoxi took another bite of the chicken leg. The chicken leg was very plump, and she felt very satisfied. Every bite was delicious. After finishing the chicken leg, Li Mu rolled up his sleeves and started washing the vegetables. Washing meat always left his hands covered in oil, which made his face itchy and his hair irritated, which was very inconvenient. This is where the importance of the little green plum comes into play. Lu Xiaoxi scratched Li Mu's itchy spots' face, hair, and neck. Whether Li Mu was doing it on purpose or not, there were always places that were itchy. So Lu Xiaoxi simply used both hands to scratch his itchy spots, from head to toe, and even his back. That feels good. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief, placed the washed vegetables on the cutting board, and then it was time to cook. Lu Xiaoxi took off her apron and tied it on Li Mu's back. Don't we look like a married couple now? Like a head. Li Mu was embarrassed and mentally complained that Lu Xiaoxi didn't understand the atmosphere and started chopping vegetables in silence. He didn't notice Lu Xiaoxi's shy, downcast expression behind him. Lu Xiaoxi clasped her hands together, unsure of what to say, so she simply stood there, watching Li Mu's back as he diligently chopped vegetables, a slight smile playing on her lips. This feeling was warm and wonderful, and she loved it. After chopping the vegetables, Li Mu finished his work. He leaned against the wall, quietly watching the busy Lu Xiaoxi, and then realized that he was still wearing his apron. He quickly untied it and tied it on Lu Xiaoxi from behind. Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him, feeling very uncomfortable being stared at like that by Li Mu. She raised her chin at him, and Li Mu understood what she meant, returning to sit on the sofa. This house is actually quite deserted. Lu Xiaoxi lives alone most of the time, so she must be very lonely. Lu Xiaoxi is a strong and independent girl, but she will also follow him around like a little shadow, to follow, to depend on, and to cherish him. Perhaps to Lu Xiaoxi, he was like a ray of light. Like a ray of light, it tore through the girl's strength. Lu Xiaoxi carried a plate of delicious-looking and fragrant dishes, steaming hot, and filling the air with their aroma. It smells delicious. Li Mu served her rice, which was piled up like a small mountain. Nothing I make is bad. Does your family have a talent for cooking? Your aunt and uncle and you are both very good at cooking. There's nothing I can do, my family is just that amazing. The girl puffed out her little chest. No one dislikes being praised. Li Mu smiled with lowered eyebrows and placed a piece of meat on the girl's plate. Lu Xiaoxi returned the favor and stretched out her foot, placing her fair little foot on his knee, her cute, round little toes curling up and down restlessly. You're not allowed to have any ulterior motives. Aren't you torturing me? I don't care. Childhood sweethearts are born to be tormented by their childhood sweethearts. It's true. I was tormented by you when I was a kid, and I'm still tormented by you now. Stop pretending when you've gotten a good deal. Let me tell you, I've given you a huge advantage, and you're still acting all innocent. What kind of bargain is this? I'm eating, and your feet are making me smell bad, Li Mu said, feigning disgust. I don't sweat, so I don't smell bad. Little Green Plum's feet all smell sweet. After dinner, Li Mu went home and took a shower. I had just finished showering when I saw a message notification in the class group chat. It was a table compiled by the counselor, which listed the students' grades. Li Mu stood at the bathroom door and opened the form. Without even flipping through it, he saw that Lu Xiaoxi and he were the first and second in the class, respectively. Lu Xiaoxi's good friend Lu Qiaoqiao was in third place, while Lin Sheng and Lao Yang were both in the middle. Mom, look at the grades. Li Mu called out, and Su Wenfei quickly came out of the room. Results? Let me see. Wow, my son is so amazing. Su Wen was completely stunned and quickly called Li Chongheng over to take a look. The two exclaimed in surprise. After exclaiming, Li Mu began to exclaim about Lu Xiaoxi, who came in first place, and showered the childhood sweethearts with praise. My son inherited my excellent genes and can learn anything. Li Chongheng was extremely satisfied. He took out his phone and transferred a 2,000 yuan red envelope to Li Mu. Having already praised him, and considering Li Mu's age, I couldn't promise him anything like I did when he was a child, so money became the best reward. Dad, did you hide some cyber money? You brat, what cybersecurity and secret stash of money? Can't your dad have money too? Li Chongheng, who had just been grinning, suddenly frowned, his expression changing faster than a change of face. Xiaoxi is really amazing. She's been this good since she was little. Su Wen took a picture, thinking that he could chat with Qin Xiaoqian about the two children's grades tonight. Mom and Dad, I'm going to discuss my grades. Go ahead. Li Mu hadn't expected his grades to be so good. In fact, he initially thought he would be even better than Lu Xiaoxi, but in the end, he was still outdone by Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi hadn't taken a shower yet, and upon hearing the knock on the door, she immediately opened it to let Li Mu in. Have you seen the results? I'm second, you're first. I've seen it, you're not as good as me. Okay, my little green plum is really amazing. Give me a kiss. Li Mu put his phone down and gave Lu Xiaoxi a big kiss on the cheek. You did very well too, you got second place. You were always last in high school. Things are different now than before. It's all thanks to my little green plum's encouragement. Here's a kiss as a reward. Stop kissing me. I want to take a shower. Li Mu smelled wonderful from the shower gel, which made her seem unpleasant. How could that be? A childhood sweetheart should smell better than a childhood friend. After breaking free from Li Mu's embrace, Lu Xiaoxi went back to her room to get her nightgown, the white one. Li Mu sat on the sofa, his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, and he was somewhat looking forward to seeing the girl come out in her nightgown. A new romantic comedy was playing on TV, which slightly distracted Li Mu, and he watched it for half an hour. The bathroom door opened, and wisps of steam escaped. The girl's hair was still wet, and every inch of her skin was smooth and moist. It is said that white makes one look darker, but the girl's skin was still so fair against the backdrop of her pure white pajamas. Li Mu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the girl in the pure white nightgown seemed to radiate a soft, light glow. Is it good-looking? Lu Xiaoxi blushed, her fingers constantly twirling her hair. Her gaze swept across Li Mu's face, and then quickly shifted away. Her tone was soft. If you say it's not good-looking, I'll kill you. Li Mu snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Such a soft tone speaking such domineering words, this was the childhood sweetheart he knew. 2-in-1. Chapter 184 Various kinds of things, that kind of things. The nightgown wasn't meant to be sexy, but on Lu Xiaoxi, who was already pure and lovely, it added a touch of youthful charm. Let me blow dry your hair, Li Mu beckoned to her. You still haven't answered me. Is it good or not? It's so beautiful that I feel like I'll explode if I look at it for too long. Lu Xiaoxi smiled gently, her eyes crinkling, and took out a hairdryer from the corner. She walked to the sofa, plugged it in, and handed it to Li Mu. Blow-drying hair is very comfortable for girls, and Li Mu would even massage Lu Xiaoxi's scalp with his fingers, which felt incredibly good. The only downside was that Li Mu's hairdryer blew from top to bottom, sometimes blowing open the neckline of her nightgown. Every time it was blown open, she would turn her head to look at it angrily, but Li Mu's puzzled expression made her swallow back the word pervert she was thinking of. Luckily, she was wearing all her underwear, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Does it feel good? Li Mu massaged Lu Xiaoxi from the top of her head to behind her ears, then used a hot air blower to blow her hair aside, and casually massaged the back of her neck. So comfortable, Lu Xiaoxi tilted her little face up like a kitten, enjoying herself immensely, unconsciously letting out a soft hum. The kitten whose chin was being scratched did the same. She and Li Mu ranked first and second in their class, which was something to celebrate. She was already in a good mood, and now that Li Mu was giving her a massage, her heart was overflowing with joy. As the romantic comedy reached its climax, the television entered a 2-minute commercial break. Don't you want a membership? Li Mu would subscribe to any software he frequently used, such as video streaming software, cloud storage software, and QQ, year after year. These developers are cunning. The same software doesn't allow for shared memberships on TV and computer. That's bad enough, but they also bundle multiple video apps into one TV. If you want to watch TV without any problems, you'd have to spend several $100s a month. It's so expensive, over 30 yuan a month. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. She only subscribed to a membership for her TV when her family came home. Otherwise, she didn't subscribe. For those sweet dramas that required a membership, she would watch one episode at a time, with a week of free access for the finale. I'll deposit another 2,000 later, and then we'll have 30,000 in our joint assets. We can spend it whenever we need it. You don't need them. And why do you have so many video memberships? One is enough. Why do you have 3 or 4 platforms at the same time? You have too much money, don't you? I only opened those accounts on sale. New users get a discount of 7 yuan for the first month, and a yearly subscription is only 90 yuan. Li Mu scratched his head, saying that watching sci-fi movies isn't fun if the picture quality isn't high. Next time, I'll cancel the platforms I use less often. That way, my little sister won't say he's wasting money. His wet hair became smooth again. Li Mu casually put down the hairdryer, plopped down next to Lu Xiaoxi, and unceremoniously put his feet on the coffee table. Li Mu weighed more than 1.5 times Lu Xiaoxi's weight. When he sat on the sofa, it sank in, and Lu Xiaoxi naturally leaned towards him. She also put her feet on the coffee table, but unfortunately her feet weren't long enough, so she had to sit forward a bit to put them on. The girl playfully rubbed against him with her foot, and he retaliated by rubbing his foot against hers. For a moment, neither of them watched TV. Until halfway through an episode of the sweet romance drama, a commercial lasting about 10 seconds was inserted. Go back to your room and watch it on the computer. Set up a small table. My computer has a membership, and I'll even be your human cushion. Isn't that more comfortable than sitting on the sofa? You always touch me for a long time when you sit behind me. Do you think I don't know? I never intended to hide it. I wasn't secretly touching you. You take first place among the world's top 10 perverts, Lu Xiaoxi said irritably. You flatter me. You've gotten arrogant. Lu Xiaoxi poked and patted him, pulling his thick-skinned face outwards, stretching his thin lips like a catfish. I forgot my keys, I'll go back and get them. Li Mu ignored the girl's childish behavior, patted his pocket, and spoke indistinctly. Go ahead, go ahead. Li Mu hurriedly ran home, leaving both doors open. There was no one in the lobby. My mom was probably chatting downstairs, and my dad was taking a shower and singing in the bathroom. Everything was perfect. Dad, Lu Xiaoxi and I are playing computer games, so we might play a little late. If you're going to sleep, you don't need to leave the door open for me. I brought my own key. Please tell Mom about it later. What? Awesome. Li Mu went back to his room to get the key, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then returned to Lu Xiaoxi's room. He put the key on the coffee table and left it there, so he wouldn't leave it there when he got into bed later. Lu Xiaoxi stretched, her skirt lifting slightly to reveal her fair calves. Li Mu blinked and poked her. So soft and tender. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him, turned off the TV, went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, and when she returned to the room, Li Mu had already set up a small table and computer on the bed. So conscientious. Of course I'm willing to play with you. Li Mu grinned. After the girl climbed onto the bed, he pulled her over, spread his legs to make room for her, and let her sit in front of him. Feeling someone's warm palm pressed against her lower abdomen, Lu Xiaoxi hummed twice and leaned back forcefully, squeezing the person behind her. The soft cushions quickly lost their softness. Lu Xiaoxi blushed, said nothing, found the TV series she wanted to watch, clicked play, and then suppressed someone's wicked thoughts, sitting obediently. Li Mu's lips lightly brushed against the girl's milky white neck, then moved down to her cheek, inhaling her fragrance. How much is your nightgown? It's a little over 70 yuan. I rarely shopped online in high school, and this is one of the best looking and cheapest items I've ever seen. This feeling of being neither quite close nor distant was very strange to Lu Xiaoxi, and her face became hot and red. You've hit the jackpot. This nightgown is gorgeous. Humph, I have excellent taste. It feels a bit thin, aren't you cold? Li Mu rubbed the girl's lower abdomen. The layer of pajamas was so thin it was almost invisible, and he could even feel the girl's belly button through the pajamas. Massaging his lower abdomen was a win-win situation. He felt comfortable, and Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable too. It's all right. I'll turn on the heater if it gets cold. Come find me if you're cold. You're so oily, ugh. Lu Xiaoxi felt comfortable from his massage, so she grabbed his other hand and gave it a massage. Li Mu's movements and breathing paused briefly, and Lu Xiaoxi chuckled inwardly. Teasing Li Mu like this seemed quite amusing. Lu Xiaoxi, you're being cheeky, aren't you? What? What did you say? I don't understand. Still pretending. Lu Xiaoxi quickly tugged at her skirt, quietly pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and lowered her head, but said nothing. This is probably karma. She teased Li Mu like that, and this is how Li Mu retaliated. But she only moved slightly, and Li Mu wanted to retaliate for several seconds. If she didn't stop him, Li Mu would definitely keep retaliating against her. This is outrageous. Okay. She slapped Li Mu's hand away, grabbed the blanket, and wrapped herself up. The blanket was so bulky that it almost overturned the small table. Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu's tone was similar to that night at the hotel, somewhat somber and awkward, as if he were asking for her thoughts. Lu Xiaoxi was startled and ran out of his arms, shrinking into the corner and wrapping herself up. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked around, then at Li Mu, unaware that a strand of hair was stuck in the corner of her mouth. Just as I expected. Once it happens the first time, it will happen a second time, a third time, and countless times. Eventually, her hand will definitely be ruined. Lu Xiaoxi, you sit in the front. Lu Xiaoxi interrupted him, pointing to the spot she had just been in. After Li Mu sat down, she crawled behind him and pinched the back of his neck like she was grabbing a chubby little boy. Don't you dare move. How about I be a little mischievous too? Li Mu deliberately leaned back slightly, very gently. He didn't want his childhood sweetheart to turn into mud. You're so heavy, you'll crush me to death. Lu Xiaoxi draped the blanket over Li Mu's shoulders, the large blanket enveloping both of them, forming a cone shape. Sitting in the back inevitably meant having to spread her legs, and she was now hugging Jiang Shu like an adult holding a child. Li Mu reached out and touched the girl's small feet, tickling the back of her feet to ease her mood. Take off your shirt. I want to rest my head on your pigskin. It'll keep me warm. Of course Li Mu listened to her. The room was warm even without the heating on, and there was a blanket covering him. The girl was also pressed against his back, which provided him with some warmth. Lu Xiaoxi rested her head on Li Mu's strong back, her slippery hands slipping inside Li Mu's clothes and pressing against Li Mu's chest, feeling Li Mu's warmth and heartbeat. Her heartbeat was becoming increasingly noticeable, and her rhythm was gradually quickening. It seemed that Li Mu was just as nervous as she was, which she liked the most. If she were the only one nervous while Li Mu remained calm and collected like a king, she wouldn't do such a thing. Turn up the computer volume. Why? Is there a reason? Li Mu turned his voice up to 50. I want to watch TV. You can't make my room dirty, you know? Lu Xiaoxi, I like you so much. Then you can't dirty my room, or you'll be in big trouble. The girl was very nervous. Her small body was tense and sensitive. Actually, she still likes it this way. It's a wonderful feeling when someone you like becomes excited and breathes heavily under your control. She felt Li Mu's breathing while looking at his red earlobes, and all sorts of things. Charming. Lu Xiaoxi ran out barefoot and washed her little hands thoroughly with shower gel, making them smell nice. Li Mu packed up the contents of the trash can and placed it at the door of the room, planning to take it down and throw it away first thing tomorrow morning. He also opened the window to let in some fresh air. Now I can sleep comfortably. Lu Xiaoxi came back, put on her slippers, rinsed her feet with the shower, sat back on the edge of the bed to dry her wet feet, and looked up at Li Mu, who was standing by the window looking up at the sky. How many have you counted? She squeezed next to Li Mu and looked at the sky with him. Her feet, which had finally dried, got wet again when she put on her slippers. Do you think this is still a child counting stars? Isn't it said that men die as teenagers? A boy is a boy. Counting stars is something only little kids do. Li Mu put his arm around hers and kissed her cheek. The faint light made her look especially beautiful. When his mind is free of distractions, he would leisurely imitate those artists, looking at the stars and the moon, appreciating the atmosphere of life, euphemistically calling it cultivating his character. Go to sleep. Li Mu frowned, closed the window and drew the curtains, then picked up the girl and gently placed her on the bed. Lu Xiaoxi lay down, pulled up the blanket, and loosened the pink pillow for Li Mu. Like a kitten covered by a blanket in an emoji, she obediently watched Li Mu set up the small table and computer, waiting for him to lie down together. The little feet under the blanket rested on Li Mu's feet, and the playful toes clamped Li Mu's big toe, trying to pull it out. Not planning to sleep tonight? You're fidgeting like a monkey. Who are you calling a monkey? Lu Xiaoxi grumbled, leaned closer to him, bit Li Mu's earlobe, then stuck out her little pink tongue and spat. She tried to wrap her small hands around Li Mu's waist, wanting to hug him and rub him like Li Mu did. Unfortunately, her arms were short and Li Mu was tall, so it was really difficult for her to wrap her arms around him with one hand. Unlike Li Mu, whose hands were so big that he could easily cover her up. You still say you're not? Why would a decent person bite someone else's earlobe? I'll bite you, I'll bite you. Li Mu turned to face her, and their eyes met in the darkness. It's still more comfortable to sleep with you in my arms. It felt so good to be held by Li Mu. The tip of my nose was filled with his scent. All right, time for bed. Neither of them spoke. The night was serene and beautiful. The little one in his arms gradually calmed down, emitting cute, soft snores. Li Mu gently kissed her soft little face and fell into a deep sleep, completely satisfied. The girl seemed to be dreaming, occasionally nudging her forehead like a little calf. A strand of hair got into Li Mu's collar, causing itching. Little green plum, so cute. This has been modified due to force majeure. Chapter 185 Courage Greater Than Head. January 26th. Today is the day Lu Xiaoxi's parents are coming back. Companies usually have a 7-day spring festival holiday, but some companies may extend it to 10 or 14 days. According to Lu Xiaoxi, her parents work for the latter company, and with the addition of 7 days of annual leave, they have a total of 21 days of vacation. Tonight, he and Lu Xiaoxi won't be able to sleep together. While they're still here and Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu haven't come back yet, he needs to hurry up and get close to Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu wakes up at Lu Xiaoxi's house every morning. If there's nothing else to do, he doesn't even want to go home. He stays at Lu Xiaoxi's house until the afternoon before going home to write. After dinner, he comes back over after his parents go to sleep. When I went home for the holidays, I spent more time at Lu Xiaoxi's house than at my own home. It doesn't matter. Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu have always told him to treat this place as his second home and come whenever he wants. Of course, his own parents have also told Lu Xiaoxi the same thing. Yes, both he and Lu Xiaoxi have 2 homes. Lu Xiaoxi was still sleeping. Li Mu kissed her, glanced at the time, and realized it was already 10 o'clock. There were breakfast stalls downstairs in the community, and if they didn't get up quickly, they would close up shop soon. The neighborhood is quietest right now. Kids are at school, adults are at work, and even the elderly folks aren't out. It's Friday, though. It would be the other way around in the evening. 2 servings of rice cakes arrived. Li Mu deliberately took a longer route to relax. These past few days, he and Lu Xiaoxi had been cooped up at home, constantly kissing and hugging. In a sense, they were also home buddies, except they were staying home with different things. Others stay home with subcultures, but he and Lu Xiaoxi were staying home with each other. He walked for 7 or 8 minutes, not knowing whether Lu Xiaoxi was awake or not. He went home first and sent Lu Xiaoxi a comma. A minute passed, and it seemed that she was still not awake. Last night, Lu Xiaoxi found a sweet drama that really suited her taste. She watched it from 9 p.m. until 2 a.m., almost 5 hours of viewing time. She even paused for 40 minutes in the middle to help Li Mu and such. I wonder when that will be possible. Li Mu placed the rice cake on a plate and returned to his room, where he hadn't slept for several days. Sorry, my bed. I found a new love. The bed across the hall is much more comfortable than yours. Li Mu's novel is nearing completion. He has been writing it for almost a semester, and the story is coming to an end. Including the drafts and the expected plot, he still needs to update for about 10 more days, and he can finish it before the new year. This novel brought him many benefits. Money was one thing, experience was another. The story's integrity and coherence were much better than his previous one, which is evident from reader feedback and sales figures. Writing is a real-time killer, so I'm using it to kill the boredom of not having my little sweetheart around at night. He hadn't been lying in bed long when Lu Xiaoxi replied with a comma. Little Qing Mei is awake. Before he could sneak to Lu Xiaoxi's house, Lu Xiaoxi knocked on his door first. Li Mu peered through the peephole for a while and saw Lu Xiaoxi standing lazily at the door, dressed in her pajamas, waiting for him to open it. Who is it? Li Mu asked knowingly. I am your older sister. Li Mu. He opened the door for Lu Xiaoxi, who strode in and slapped Li Mu's butt, the sound echoing in the hall. Hee, your butt feels so good. Really? Then I'll try yours too, Li Mu said, and before Lu Xiaoxi could react, he slapped her bottom, just like she had done. Yours is better. Rogue. You're applying double standards too. It's not double standards, it's the privilege of being a childhood sweetheart. You're kidding me. How's that? Do you think you're doing a good job? Li Mu said mischievously, stepping past the fuming girl and taking out 2 cartons of yogurt from the refrigerator, deftly inserting straws into them. That's ridiculous. Wait, don't just stick it in. You have to lick the lid off this kind of yogurt. More or less, it's just a little bit anyway. Give it to me. After licking her own yogurt lid clean, Lu Xiaoxi peeled off Li Mu's yogurt lid and licked it clean as well. She still prefers the strawberry flavor that Li Mu gave her to the plain yogurt. There were 8 cartons of yogurt in the row, and she finished them all in 2 days. I bought rice cakes and put them on the table. If you're not full, there's still porridge in the rice cooker. But my mom didn't cook any dishes, so you can eat some with chili. No need, I'll just eat a little this morning. I still need to go grocery shopping for lunch to prepare a big meal for my parents. Why don't you invite your parents to our house for dinner? We can cook together and give them a surprise. The girl sat on the dining table with her legs together, opened the bag of rice cakes, and the white and glutinous rice cakes were drizzled with sauce, looking very delicious. The rice cake came with 3 long toothpicks, which she took. She ate 1 piece herself and gave another to Li Mu. Sometimes she would pretend to put the rice cake in front of Li Mu and wait for him to open his mouth to eat it before immediately putting it in her own mouth. When it comes to cooking, that's one of the few things the girl can be proud of. She's been cooking since she was little and often researches dishes she's never tried before online, like braised pork ribs, spicy chicken wings, and garlic oysters. She can cook a ton of dishes, but she doesn't usually cook these kinds of things. However, she has cooked them a few times since she started living with Li Mu. Without hesitation, she is the best cook in both families. Even her mother, Qin Xiaoqian, is not as good at cooking. Sure, when are your parents coming back? If we're going to make a big meal, we'll have to go grocery shopping and get ready early. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Then estimate the time and call me when you go to buy groceries. Cooking requires physical strength and endurance, especially when making a big meal. Just washing and chopping vegetables can take a long time. She once had the idea of cooking a sumptuous meal on the day her parents came home, and she tried it. The result was that she was exhausted. She had only finished cooking 1 dish when her parents arrived home. If she were with Li Mu, she definitely wouldn't be tired. Li Mu would take the initiative to wash and chop the vegetables. Then she would be in the kitchen with Li Mu. He would wash the vegetables, and she would chop them. He would wash the rice, and she would cook the dishes. There's a saying, childhood sweethearts working together make the work effortless. What are you standing there for? Feed me. Li Mu propped his chin up and kicked the dazed little green plum in front of him. Ugh, I'm feeding you. I'm feeding you all, you little piggy. Lu Xiaoxi stuffed 3 pieces of rice cake into his mouth, then opened another bag and continued eating. After finishing breakfast, the girl patted her tummy, still feeling unsatisfied, and decided to eat some porridge with chili peppers and cabbage. Chili peppers with porridge taste pretty good, but that's only true for people who like spicy food. I can't hold you to sleep tonight. What should I do? Limu suddenly felt lost, his voice low. You can also sneak over here. Real? You really want to come? You're doomed if my parents see you. Lu Xiaoxi pouted. Is this guy's courage bigger than his head? If the brat from the other family sneaks into his daughter's room and gets caught, no parent can possibly turn a blind eye. Yeah, my own parents wouldn't do that. They would definitely chase Limu out with a broom. Chapter 186 is about childhood sweethearts, right? They can get married and have children. During the day, Limu plays games, and Lu Xiaoxi plays with Limu. At night, Lu Xiaoxi watches TV, and Limu plays with Lu Xiaoxi. This is the norm for this childhood sweetheart couple. He uses an office chair to play games. It was a cheap one he borrowed from his dad, costing several hundred yuan. It's ergonomic, very comfortable to sit in, and can rotate and move. It's great in every way. The only downside is that Lu Xiaoxi has taken it over now. Lu Xiaoxi snatched his chair like a big shot, leaving him to sit on a purple plastic chair to play games. It didn't really matter, but Lu Xiaoxi was restless while sitting there. Lu Xiaoxi enjoyed watching Limu play games, but it wasn't just watching. The petite girl would also reach into Limu's clothes and grope him, measuring his body with her fingers. Ouch, you gave me one. Limu scratched his head, looked around a couple of times, pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek, and scratched her delicate nose with the back of his finger. He immediately changed to a super disgusted expression. Ugh, it's oily. Nonsense, I washed it with face wash. Lu Xiaoxi pinched his side waist, her nimble fingers tickling him. Am I that fun? It's fun. I love playing. I learned it from you. TSK, TSK, TSK. You didn't learn any of my many good qualities. You only learned this one. You're hopeless. As the new round began, Limu stopped talking to Lu Xiaoxi, turned around, put on his headphones, and continued operating the game. Lu Xiaoxi continued to touch him until she was satisfied. After touching him, she started scratching Limu's back. Sometimes she would find a small bump, and she would pick it off for Limu. After playing games for a while, it was midnight. Limu stretched, got up, picked up the petite girl, and threw her onto the bed. The girl bounced on the soft bed, her disheveled hair obscuring her vision, but she could feel someone pressing down on her. Unexpectedly, Limu did not kiss her. He only lightly touched her lips with his, then affectionately rubbed her forehead, and then covered her with a large blanket, so she could not see anything. I'll change my clothes. If he's not going out, Limu is quite casual, wearing whatever he has on hand, whatever he can get his hands on. Sometimes he gets torn clothes, like the casual pants he's wearing now. The threads at the hem are all overgrown. Limu wasn't unkempt. He didn't care about his appearance at home, since no one saw him except his parents and his childhood sweetheart. But when he was going out with his sweetheart, he still wanted to dress better. He brought back all the clothes his childhood sweetheart had bought for him. After finding the outfit, Limu began to take off his shirt and pants, revealing a pair of shorts. You're a pervert. Lu Xiaoxi covered her face with the blanket, revealing her big, blinking eyes, and her ears were burning. Limu, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, looked on with great curiosity. People who peep at others changing clothes are the perverts. I don't care, you're more perverted than me anyway. That's true. Limu put on his clothes and shoes, then put on a coat, before realizing that Lu Xiaoxi was still wearing her pajamas. Change your clothes. Aren't we going to the market? If we don't go to buy groceries soon, we won't have time to cook for your parents. Ouch! The girl finally realized what was happening. Back in her room, she opened the door, glared at Limu who also wanted to come in, and then closed the door. She knew this shameless guy wanted to see her change clothes. After quickly changing into her travel clothes, the girl bounced around in front of Limu a couple of times, lifting her skirt slightly, and asked, "Does it look good?" A light blue short-sleeve shirt, a beige jacket, a black long skirt that falls to the calves, a pair of blue knee-high socks, a pair of white canvas shoes, and a small pink crossbody bag on the left side. This is a young girl's outfit. Not as good-looking as me. Limu chuckled, flicking the white pom-pom on the girl's ponytail. Are you prettier than a girl? Uh, you're not as handsome as me, okay? Tell me quickly, am I pretty or not? So beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. A beauty that could topple kingdoms, make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, shame the moon and eclipse flowers, a femme fatale, a lotus emerging from the water. That's enough. Lu Xiaoxi hummed twice. Although she knew Li Mu was just reciting lines, she was still susceptible to his act. Li Mu followed her downstairs, and only took her hand when they reached the first floor. Lu Xiaoxi was no longer afraid, and boldly let Li Mu lead her. She looked at her hands, which were now intertwined without her noticing, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Now, everyone in the neighborhood who knows them knows that she and Li Mu are a couple. After my parents come back, they'll probably hear about this from other people. The rumors that she and Li Mu were a couple. When the time comes, I must have a good talk with my parents. She and Li Mu are not lovers, but childhood sweethearts who can be together forever. What are you thinking about? Li Mu squeezed her hand, deliberately pinching her fingers. My parents might find out tonight that you and I are a couple, and I want to tell them that we are not a couple. They're childhood sweethearts, right? The kind who can get married and have children. Who? Who wants to be like that with you? You. Li Mu was delighted and took 2 big strides to get a little further away, so the girl had to jog a couple of steps to keep up with him. I'm only 19 and you're already saying all this, you bastard. How could you swear like that? Don't say that word again. Li Mu scolded her. How could his innocent childhood sweetheart swear? He can be quite hypocritical at times. When Lu Xiaoxi isn't around, he'll swear while playing games. But when Lu Xiaoxi is around, he's as polite as a camel and even demands that Lu Xiaoxi not swear. This is probably the privilege of being a childhood sweetheart. What should I say? I can't find a more offensive word than this. Please call me handsome. Thank you. Have some shame. Lu Xiaoxi simply took his hand to prevent him from taking big strides again. His legs are so long, and her legs are also long, but not as long as Li Mu's. It takes her 3 steps for Li Mu to take 2 steps, and she has to jog to keep up with him. I need to buy pork ribs, some oysters to make soup, some shrimp, some large prawns, pork, green peppers, potatoes, fruit for dessert. So much. Arriving at the market, the girl opened the notepad and started reading. This was the first time the 2 families had visited each other for a meal this year, and it was also the first time she and Li Mu had cooked delicious food together. It was the first time the childhood sweethearts had shown their skills, so they couldn't make it taste bad. The flames of fighting spirit burned fiercely in the girl's eyes. Chapter 187: Beautiful Master and Rebellious Disciple. Whether it's buying clothes or groceries, the girl is always in high spirits. Most girls enjoy shopping and the thrill of buying things, but Lu Xiaoxi is different. She enjoys the shopping process itself. Li Mu followed behind her, who loved to shop, acting as her diligent food-carrying assistant. Is it heavy? The girl felt extremely relaxed with her hands empty. She walked ahead with light steps, and when she looked back with her hands behind her back, she smiled at Li Mu. It's not heavy, but it hurts when it's tight. Don't underestimate the drawstring of a plastic bag. If you have a lot of stuff, it can leave burning red marks on your fingers. Give me the spare ribs. Need not. Give it to me. Lu Xiaoxi snatched the 2 dishes from his hand and carried them away, without even caring whether they were ribs or not. Who do you think you are? Li Mu strode forward to her side and gently bumped into the girl, causing her to stumble. Lu Xiaoxi was fuming and started bumping into him, jostling him around. It's almost 2 o'clock now, and there aren't many people buying groceries at this time, but quite a few people are still looking in their direction. Some vegetable vendors are couples who set up their stalls together. Seeing the 2 young people being so affectionate, they watched them walk by with amusement. Lu Xiaoxi dared not continue bumping into him, so she snatched all the vegetables from Li Mu's hand, freeing up one of his hands. Since she was empty-handed, she held on to Li Mu's arm tightly with the other arm, carrying groceries in one hand. Did you tell your parents you're coming to my house for dinner tonight? I told my mom when I left. That's good, that's good. Let's go back now, we've bought almost everything. Okay, let's carry each other all the way back like this. Shameless. The farmer's market is not far from the community, it's just a short walk away. It's so tight it's made my hands red. Lu Xiaoxi quickly put the vegetables down and blew on the red marks on her fingers. She likes spicy food, but she doesn't like the burning sensation on her hands. Let me rub it for you. Doesn't yours hurt? Thick-skinned and fearless. Li Mu held her little hand in his palm. It was so hot. My face started to burn. You're a little pigeon toad. Li Mu massaged her hands, but his mind was on the little feet peeking out from under her skirt, her toes slightly turned inward, perfectly capturing the girl's posture. You're the one who's pigeon-toed. It's just sometimes. Lu Xiaoxi seemed to just realize something, and suddenly her pigeon-toed posture turned outwards, which looked quite funny. I'll wash and chop the vegetables first. Wait, I'll join too. Lu Xiaoxi followed Li Mu into the kitchen with a happy squeak. Li Mu washed the pork, and she peeled the potatoes. By the time Li Mu finished washing them, she had also peeled the potatoes. The two of them switched the responsibilities, and Li Mu washed the potatoes while Lu Xiaoxi chopped the pork. There are techniques to cutting vegetables. For example, when Lu Xiaoxi cuts vegetables, she likes to bend her thumb and use her knuckle to block the blade. This way, she won't cut her hand no matter how she cuts. Li Mu, when you cut pork, cut it along the grain of the meat. It will taste better. To her, Li Mu was still a cooking novice. There were many things he didn't understand. Apart from flipping the pan and cutting vegetables, he seemed to know nothing else. She was still Li Mu's teacher, so she definitely couldn't miss the opportunity to teach Li Mu how to cook. Okay, Master Lu. I am your master, and you are my disciple. Don't you have anything to say? What kind of response do I need? A teacher for a day is a father for life. In ancient times, teachers were very sacred. As a disciple, you should respect your teacher as you would your father. Are you sure? Don't you know how my dad and I usually get along? Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback. The way Li Mu and Uncle Li get along is almost like father and son constantly sabotaging each other. Given the chance, Uncle Li, as the father, would definitely use any opportunity to reprimand Li Mu, and Li Mu, as the son, would also try all sorts of ways to trick Uncle Li. She knew this, as it had been going on since he was a child, and she was a witness to the father and son's mutual trickery. Then forget it, just respect me. Have you ever read male-oriented novels? No, I don't read novels much. I have read some sweet romance novels for female readers, but I've only read your novels for male readers. What's wrong? In our male-oriented online community, female masters or female teachers are often the targets of romance. What? What do you want to say? Lu Xiaoxi blushed. Of course she knew what the strategy meant. She is Li Mu's master. What I'm trying to say is that beautiful female masters are born to be devoured by their apprentices. Li Mu bared his teeth and brandished his claws, putting on a ferocious expression as if he wanted to devour someone. Lu Xiaoxi, who wasn't scared at all when she entered the haunted house, was actually intimidated by Li Mu, and her little body trembled. She wasn't taken aback by Li Mu's sudden change of expression, but rather by the way Li Mu seemed about to hug and kiss her. That won't do. You're chopping vegetables, but you have a knife in your hand. What if you accidentally cut yourself? Seeing that he was just standing there gesturing wildly, the girl breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a little empty. The more serious the situation was, the more excited and shy she felt when she kissed and hugged Li Mu. Oh no, she's really become a psychopath. It's all Li Mu's fault. Why did he have to be so twisted? Lu Xiaoxi sulked and ignored him. The girl's inexplicable anger left Li Mu completely bewildered. He wiped his hands, poked Lu Xiaoxi's chubby little face that was swollen from holding her breath, and his fingertips sank in immediately. When he let go, the girl's face bounced back like jelly. Why isn't the beautiful chef saying anything? You're a rebellious disciple. I don't play with rebellious disciples. Lu Xiaoxi decided to talk to him anyway, as long as she didn't look at him. You've actually started playing role-playing games, haven't you? You're even thinking about it. What role-playing? When it comes to cooking, I'm your master. The girl glared at him shyly, deciding to just look at him for this one moment and not look at him again. That seems to make sense. Master, I, your disciple, will be a rebellious disciple. You big scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi felt it was better not to make any decisions, as her own ideas were completely refuted by Li Mu. Look at you. Your Tao heart is in turmoil. This potato is so big. How can it be cooked properly? It's all your fault, saying weird things that distracted me. Your face is so red. Li Mu grinned, unable to resist the urge, and used both hands to massage Lu Xiaoxi's rosy face. His hands, still cool even after being dried, were perfect for cooling down Lu Xiaoxi's burning face. He even deliberately wet his hands and rubbed them on the girl's equally red ears. I'm blushing because you made me angry. Are you angry? Hold it in. Lu Xiaoxi was just being stubborn at first, but now she's really getting angry. Chapter 188 Little Fatty couldn't bear to look. Around 5:40 p.m., Qin Shaoqian and Lu Ming opened their front door. The aroma of food filled the air, and bursts of laughter echoed from the kitchen. After putting down her luggage in Xiaofei, Qin Shaoqian entered the kitchen and saw her daughter, who looked like a little cook, stir-frying dishes, while Li Mu leaned against the wall, talking to her. Little stream, little shepherd. Mom. Lu Xiaoxi jumped into her mother's arms and gave her a hug. The girl was overjoyed at the thought that she would be able to see her mother for a long time to come. So many dishes. Qin Shaoqian patted Lu Xiaoxi's back helplessly. Her daughter was both a homebody and loved to be pampered. Her gaze fell on Li Mu, who was stir-frying the food. Back in high school, Lu Xiaoxi would video chat with her every other day. But since she started living with Li Mu, they stopped video chatting, stopped making phone calls, and even chatted less on WeChat. Oh no, my daughter has left me and started dating the brat next door. We'll have Aunt Sue and Uncle Lee come over for dinner later. Mom, let's sit in the living room. We can give the last dish to Li Mu. Okay. Li Mu brought the dishes to the table, and seeing the two girls chatting happily, he didn't interrupt. Instead, he turned to talk to Lu Ming, who was petting a cat. As they chatted, Xiaofei reluctantly let him hug him and pat him. Xiaofei's diet is very good. It's all meat. And Xiaofei's owner, Lu Xiaoxi, is so small. He has reason to suspect that Lu Xiaoxi gave all the good food to Xiaofei. Little Fatty meowed like a bullied little girl, and when she saw that the big pig-headed man wanted to kiss her, she quickly stretched out a paw to cover his face. Everyone says cats prefer boys, so why are you so resistant? Li Mu poked Xiaofei's pig face and said with amusement, Meow, meow, meow. I don't understand. Speak like a human. Little Fatty. After chatting with Uncle Lu for a while and playing with Xiaofei for a bit, Li Mu got up to call his parents over for dinner. His family always celebrates the Lunar New Year at home. At first, Lu Xiaoxi's family would go back to the village for a New Year's Eve dinner. After Lu Xiaoxi's grandfather passed away, Lu Xiaoxi's family started celebrating the New Year in the city. This neighborhood became their old home. The two families were very familiar with each other, so they simply had New Year's Eve dinner together. The two families often have meals together, and visiting each other for meals is nothing new. Li Mu only had to call out at the door before his parents came over. 6 dishes and 1 soup, for 6 people to eat together. Lu Xiaoxi was in charge of serving them food, and thoughtfully prepared a bowl of cat food for Xiaofei, and also rubbed it in her hands. The two families chatted and laughed. Qin Shaoqian even praised Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi's cooking skills. Of course, Li Mu, being shameless, generously took all the credit for Lu Xiaoxi's cooking. He deserves a lot of credit for making this meal so delicious, like helping Lu Xiaoxi stir the pot when she went to the bathroom. After dinner, while his parents were chatting at Lu Xiaoxi's house, Li Mu went back to his own house to take a shower. When he finished showering and was about to go to Lu Xiaoxi's house to continue playing, he ran into Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu, who were carrying badminton rackets and were about to go downstairs to play. His parents were also behind them, and it seemed that they were also going downstairs to play. Neither set of parents are addicted to their phones. Whenever they have free time, they like to go down to the neighborhood to play. Their own parents like to play chess and cards, while Lu Xiaoxi's parents like to play ball games. He learned badminton and table tennis from Lu Xiaoxi's father, Lu Ming. Want to go down and play? Li Mu spoke first. He looked back and saw that Lu Xiaoxi was not following behind them. Okay, let's go play ball together. Lu Ming patted his shoulder. Is Lu Xiaoxi going? Xiaoxi said she'll come down in a while. Then I'll wait for Lu Xiaoxi, you guys go ahead. After watching them get on the elevator, Li Mu slipped into Lu Xiaoxi's house, closed the door, and knocked on Lu Xiaoxi's bedroom door. The sound of footsteps approached from afar. The door opened, and a petite girl stood inside. There was a delicate fragrance in the room, the scent of plums that Li Mu liked the most. Lu Xiaoxi, do you want to go down and play ball? I'll go down after I take a shower. I won't fight. I'll just sit here and watch you guys play. I've already washed, but you haven't. I can't help it. We were just chatting. You play with Xiaofei for a bit. I was just about to take a shower. All right. Li Mu carried Xiaofei out of her room and wouldn't let go no matter how much Xiaofei struggled, which made Xiaofei meow angrily. Wait a minute. This guy seems to smell nice too. Xiaofei's struggles slowed down, and then he lay on Li Mu's lap with his hands tucked in, letting Li Mu's wicked hands stroke his back, sometimes snoring comfortably. From struggling to adapting, and now to enjoying it, it all took less than 10 seconds, making Li Mu laugh. You little orange pig, you change your tune so quickly. Meow meow. Li Mu, I forgot my underwear, it's on my bed. Could you get it for me? Coming. Li Mu put Xiaofei down, entered Lu Xiaoxi's room, and picked up the white undershirt from the bed. Pure white, with a little bit of lace at the hem. I've brought it. Lu Xiaoxi opened the door a crack, stretched out her fair, slender arm and felt around, but couldn't find it. She opened the door wider, snatched the small garment from Li Mu's hand, and quickly closed the door. After getting dressed, Lu Xiaoxi ran over to Li Mu, snatched the chubby little pig from his lap, and gave it 2 kisses while holding its pig-like face. I just kissed him. Oh, Lu Xiaoxi said dismissively, and kissed Xiaofei on the cheek again. Before they made up, she would be a little shy because it was an indirect kiss. But now, she's tasted Li Mu's lips countless times, so this little indirect kiss is nothing. Meow meow meow. Little fatty said he hates you. It was perfectly fine on my leg just now. I hate you, don't I, fatty? Meow. Little fatty struggled free and jumped onto another sofa in 2 steps. Its expression seemed to convey dissatisfaction and defiance. The clever little thing certainly didn't want to become part of their little prank. The girl smelled sweet after her bath, and Li Mu couldn't resist. He flipped her over and pinned her down on the sofa. Now it was Lu Xiaoxi's turn to use her hand to block Li Mu from kissing her. She shushed him, and there was no sound in the hallway outside the door. Her hands, which had been resisting, wrapped around Li Mu's body. The silhouette of someone in her pupils grew larger and larger, and the world seemed to turn pink. The beauty lingered for a long time. Humph, humph, get off me, you filthy scoundrel. Lu Xiaoxi quickly pulled her clothes back up. She hadn't been paying attention, and this had happened. Want to go down and play? You can't go out now. It'll be fine in a bit. Li Mu coughed twice, looked around, and realized that there were no pillows on Lu Xiaoxi's sofa. He could only awkwardly pull his clothes down a little. You're really bold. My parents are back, and you still dare to kiss me like that. Lu Xiaoxi's nimble little body slipped out from under Li Mu's arm and poked his forehead resentfully. What if her parents forgot something and suddenly come back, only to find her there when they opened the door? Isn't it quiet outside? What if they see us? Then I'll just tell your parents I want to be with you, without even waiting until New Year's Day. Lu Xiaoxi's face turned even redder. She kicked Li Mu with her little feet, but it wasn't enough. She poked Li Mu's face with her toes. Just as she was about to pull her feet back, Li Mu grabbed her little feet and tickled the soles of her feet. Haha, it itches. She laughed and blushed at the same time, hurriedly pulled her foot out, put on her slippers, and ran over to Xiaofei. She put Xiaofei on her lap and played with him for a while to distract herself and make her face less hot. Little fatty meowed anxiously. I can't bear to look. I can't bear to look. My writing skills aren't up to par. This chapter features 6 people and a cat, and I struggled to write scenes with so many characters, resulting in a somewhat messy writing style. Please just take a look. I'm not asking for more updates or gifts for this chapter. Chapter 189 Leaves and Branches are the exclusive chess pieces of childhood sweethearts. With the spring festival approaching, many schools have started their holidays. Kids without cell phones to play with can only find fun at the community activity area with a group of friends. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I could hear some children shouting. Lu Xiaoxi carried Xiaofei and followed behind Li Mu, holding the cat leash in her hand. It had been a long time since she had taken Xiaofei out to play. Cats are relatively homebodies, and not all cats can be walked. Xiaofei is the type that is particularly easy to walk. It is very well behaved when held. Li Mu led the cat and the person to the place where Aunt Qin and Uncle Lu were playing badminton. He handed his jacket to Lu Xiaoxi for safekeeping, said hello, and joined in. As for Lu Xiaoxi, she naturally sat on the side, holding Xiaofei, and watched. The girl with a herniated disc couldn't play ball even if she wanted to, so she could only play with Xiaofei. While the three weren't paying attention, the girl quickly sniffed Li Mu's coat. Ugh, the smell is so strong it's like it hasn't been washed in 4 or 5 days. She draped her coat over herself, and it felt quite comfortable. The streetlights in the neighborhood come on at night, and the exercise area is brightly lit. This area is very bright and perfect for exercising. As she sat there, she got bored. She idly stroked little Fatty, grooming its bristles. Little Fatty meowed and lay on her lap, swishing its tail at her as if it were tickling her. You guys play first, I'll rest for a bit. Qin Xiaoqian wiped the sweat from her forehead, sat down next to Lu Xiaoxi, panting lightly, smiling, and didn't say anything. Mom, do you want some water? I'll go buy some. No need, Mom has it. Li Mu seems to have taken a shower and is sweating a lot now. He didn't bring any water. You can go and buy Li Mu a bottle. Oh, Mom, please watch over Xiaofei for me while I go buy some water. Go ahead, go ahead. Qin Xiaoqian took Xiaofei from her, glancing at her daughter, who was running away quickly. There was a hint of amusement and hesitation in her eyes, as if she had vaguely guessed something, but dared not make a conclusion. It seems like my little cabbage is about to be taken by someone else. I need to share some information with my best friend tonight. She and Suwen watched as these two little brats became a couple. This wasn't some arranged marriage. It was just that the two families' children got along so well that it seemed like developing feelings beyond friendship wouldn't be a bad idea. And she meant if her own little cabbage really did get snatched up by the scoundrel next door, and if they had a fight over something. I'm going back to my parents' house. My little cabbage huffed and puffed as she opened the door to her parents' house, which was separated by an alley. Then that brat Li Mu chased after her and caught up with her in just a few steps. It's hilarious to think about. However, given the relationship between my own little cabbage and the brat next door, it's unlikely there will be any conflict. There was a convenience store at the entrance of the community. Lu Xiaoxi bought 3 bottles of sports drinks, one for Li Mu, one for her father, and one for herself. If she only bought one for Li Mu, her mother, being so smart, would definitely look at her with that, I know what I mean look. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? She's even smarter than her mother. As for her own bottle, she just wanted to taste it. It had nothing to do with the spout on the sports drink bottle. Returning with the small bag, Lu Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaoqian sat together and neatly stood up the 3 bottles of water. When 2 men play badminton, they're really serious, with smashes, jump smashes, and all sorts of aggressive moves. What should she do? One is her father, and the other is her childhood sweetheart. Who should she support to win? Phew, let's rest. Lu Ming's stamina was not as good as Li Mu's. He waved to Li Mu and walked over to rest in a few quick steps. Dad, have some water. Hey, when did you buy this? Just now, Lu Xiaoxi said sweetly. Li Mu also came over, and she handed him another bottle of water. Li Mu's surprised and delighted expression made her feel great. Who's better between the two of you? She asked curiously. Xiao Mu is better. He's getting old and his stamina isn't what it used to be. Lu Ming was completely convinced. This brat across the street could run without even panting, while he, in his 40s, started to get tired after running for a short while. Absolutely, absolutely. Li Mu was never humble in front of acquaintances. He would gladly accept praise. After a short break, Lu Ming and Qin Xiaoqian continued playing ball, a shared hobby since their marriage. They enjoy playing ball whenever they have time. Aren't you going to play anymore? Lu Xiaoxi asked him. I'm not playing anymore. I'm all sweaty. I need to take a shower when I get back. Shall we go play chess? Gamoku, let's move. The chessboard on the stone table is older than both of them, and it can be considered a witness to their relationship from childhood to their estrangement, and now their reconciliation. The leaves and twigs are the exclusive chess pieces of the childhood sweethearts, one of a kind in the whole world. Every time they finish playing chess, this small area is always full of fragments of leaves and twigs, which they never clean up. There weren't many lights around, so Li Mu used his phone's flashlight for illumination. The light was bright, but not glaring. Little Fatty lay sprawled across the edge of the stone table, acting as a cat referee. Li Mu casually broke off a twig, sat down opposite Lu Xiaoxi, and placed a small piece of the twig in the center. Lu Xiaoxi then tore off a small piece of withered leaf. Lu Xiaoxi could never beat Li Mu. Li Mu always managed to defeat her. There were a few times when she thought she could win, but it turned out that Li Mu was deliberately letting her win. The price of losing the game was having her cheeks pinched. Before long, her little face got hot, all because Li Mu had pinched it. Little Fatty meowed twice at the right moment and reached out to swat Li Mu's evil big hand, not letting the bad guy bully his little master. It's 11 p.m. You stink. In the elevator, Lu Xiaoxi waved her little hand in front of her nose. Anyone who didn't know better would think Li Mu was some kind of pathogen. That's how it is when the sweat dries. What can I do? Li Mu smiled, deliberately moving closer to her and pulling up his collar to let the smell dissipate. If it were a cartoon, you'd definitely be surrounded by green stench. You stink. Ugh. My childhood sweetheart isn't sleeping tonight, so I want a good night hug like I always do. After getting off the elevator, Li Mu pulled Lu Xiaoxi away, preventing her from going back into the house. No, you stink. Oh, just for a little while. Can't you live without me? Lu Xiaoxi asked him. Yes, he answered truthfully. All right then, since my little childhood friend looks so pitiful, I'll let you hold him for a while. Lu Xiaoxi turned around, opened the door, put Xiaofei inside, and stood straight in front of this physically imposing brat, with her arms outstretched. Young girls are natural clothes hangers. They look good in anything, even simple short-sleeved shirts and trousers. You got your hands dirty breaking off the branches, and your face got dirty too. Wash your face later. Okay. Are you going to hug me or not? If not, I'm going home. Hold me, I didn't say I wouldn't. Li Mu cupped her face, rubbed her forehead, gently touched her lips, and then immediately pulled her into his arms. Lu Xiaoxi was small and comfortable to hug. She was soft and fragrant, and her hair was restless and crawled into his collar. He didn't mind the tickling and took a deep breath of the girl's fragrance. Their hearts raced as they pressed close together, their rhythms miraculously synchronized. You've sweated so much, you really need to take a shower. You can't be lazy, you know. Lu Xiaoxi, like a dutiful daughter-in-law, gave him instructions, wrapped her arms around his back, and pricked him with her tiny fingernails through his slightly damp and cool clothes. Okay, I still need to write. I'll wash up after I finish writing. Whatever, just go ahead and do your shower. I'll say goodnight first. I'm too lazy to type it out for you later. You can send a voice message, like, Brother Li Mu, I miss you, or, I can't sleep without you, Li Mu. Get lost, good night. Good night. Chapter 190 Sleeping with a Video Chat. Lu Xiaoxi returned home and watched a few episodes of an addictive romantic drama on her computer in her room. Before she knew it, it was 11:30. Li Mu goes to bed at midnight, so right now, he should be writing. She closed her laptop, obediently laid down on the bed, and squeezed into the corner. Without Li Mu to squeeze in with her, it wasn't fun at all. For a fleeting moment, he really wanted Li Mu to sneak in and sleep with her. She was getting a little bored. Or should she slip away? Lu Xiaoxi quickly shook off this dangerous thought. That's insane. She closed and reopened Li Mu's chat interface. She tried sending Li Mu an emoji, and Li Mu immediately replied with a big red question mark. Lu Xiaozhu. I'm not asleep yet. Li Bendan. Get ready. What's wrong? Can't sleep without me? Lu Xiaozhu. Boring. Do you dare come over here? Li Bendan. If I go there tonight, how will I get out tomorrow? Lu Xiaozhu. Hee, I said I came here to play. You're not allowed to come over. Li the idiot. Keep your distance from idiots.jpg. Li Bendan. Guess what I'm doing right now? Lu Xiaozhu. You are chatting with me. Li Bendan. You killed the game. Li Bendan initiated a video call with you. Lu Xiaoxi carried Xiaofei to the bed, gently pressed him down, and clicked to accept Li Mu's video call. It was pitch black on the other end of the phone, with only the sound of running water. Li Mu, where are you? I'm taking a shower. Li Mu clearly lowered his voice, making the splashing sound even more obvious. You're a pervert. You video call me while I'm showering. The thought of Li Mu on the other end of the phone being completely naked made Lu Xiaoxi's face flush. This guy isn't ashamed at all. I'll be done washing soon. Lu Xiaoxi didn't speak. Listening to the sound of the flowing water, her little head filled with unknown thoughts, her face turning even redder. Boys tend to shower faster, and soon the sound of running water stopped on the other end of the video call, revealing Li Mu's wet face on the phone screen. He was only wearing pants, his upper body was still naked, and there were some water stains. The phone camera shook for a moment, and Li Mu's background changed from the bathroom to the room. Woohoo, all done washing. You big pervert. What? You messaged me first, and I replied instantly even though I was only halfway through washing. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. You're the best. Lu Xiaoxi praised him, saying that he always did such unserious things very well, and that he was definitely her childhood sweetheart. You must miss me, otherwise why would you message me? Li Mu chuckled softly, pinching his chin. Bullshit, you narcissist. Lu Xiaoxi also spoke in a low voice. The screen started shaking again, then went black, leaving behind rustling sounds. Lu Xiaoxi, unable to see Li Mu, became curious again. The little chubby cat under her chest was still awake. It turned over and pressed its paw against her little chest. She tapped her chubby little head and said, "How can you, a girl, be so lecherous?" Li Mu reappeared in the video, lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, his chest and above exposed, completely naked. Because he was holding up the phone, you could even see his armpit hair. Lu Xiaoxi groaned and whimpered, realizing that the guy was already in bed. She rolled over, tossed Xiaofei aside, and lay down herself. Her hair was loose, like flower petals. You're so fair-skinned. Uh-huh. Let me show you, Lu Xiaozhu. Li Mu moved the camera to the pink pig doll, which was round and chubby, and very cute. Lu Xiaoxi's lips curled up slightly. See, this guy named the doll this way. He must have wanted to sleep with her for a long time. She also took out a puppy doll named Li Mu and used it as a pillow, saying, "Let me show you, Li Mu." Idiot. You're the idiot. So, my silly childhood sweetheart, can you give me a flying kiss? I can't sleep without one. Here you go. I'll give you everything. I'll kiss you to death. Lu Xiaoxi gestured towards the camera, and a childhood sweetheart kiss flew from one side of the camera to the other. In the video, Li Mu catches the kiss and places the hand with the flying kiss on his lips. This completes a kiss across space. When are you planning to go to sleep? Li Mu yawned. Midnight was his bedtime. He had a biological clock, and he would go to sleep at this time unless something important happened. Playing with his childhood sweetheart was a different story. I want to sleep. Then go to sleep. I'm going to sleep now. Your parents are back, and I'll be trembling with fear if I try to take advantage of them. Come to my house tomorrow. My parents are at work and won't be back until the afternoon. Li Mu reached out and turned off the light. The screen went dark, and the only thing visible on the phone was Li Mu's face. What to play? You play me. I play you. Childhood sweethearts, so sweet. Li Mu actually started humming. It's hilarious, really hilarious. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth and chuckled, muttering the words rogue and pervert under her breath. That's all for now. Good night, little green plum. Don't hang up the video. Okay, I'm so sleepy. Good night. Li Mu placed his phone against the corner of the wall and lay on his side to sleep, where his head could be seen clearly. Li Mu had already closed his eyes, but he would occasionally open one eye to check if Lu Xiaoxi was asleep. The two of them stared at each other in this comical way. Before long, the sound of even snoring came from Li Mu's side. Lu Xiaoxi didn't plan to stay up too late. She watched Li Mu fall asleep and felt sleepy herself, so she followed Li Mu's example and leaned her phone against the corner of the wall to sleep on her side. She and her mother only video chat every few days, but she and Li Mu had only been separated for less than a night when they started arguing on video. I can't live without Li Mu anymore. Chapter 191 Win-Win. Winter break mornings are much cooler than summer mornings, and the weather, where you can sleep in without feeling hot even under a thick blanket, is perfect for sleeping in. Lu Xiaoxi loves to sleep in late and always stays up for a long time, something Li Mu knows all too well. Little Fatty is already awake, but that little pig is still asleep. Ever since the little pig's parents came back, he has been video chatting with the little pig every night. The two families weren't far apart, but neither of them dared to sneak into the other's house when both sets of parents were there. Even Li Mu didn't dare. His previous talk of sneaking into Lu Xiaozhu's pigsty in the middle of the night was mostly just talk. The other part was probably the impulse he felt because he didn't have Lu Xiaozhu to hold him while he slept. If we can't sleep together, then we can settle for sleeping face to face. The only drawback is that his phone cannot perfectly reproduce Lu Xiaoxi's tender and adorable voice. If Lu Xiaoxi's voice is 120 points good, then when making videos, Lu Xiaoxi's voice is only 80 points. Today is early February, and the new year is approaching. Li Mu wakes up relatively early, and every time he does, he can see Lu Xiaoxi's adorable sleeping face on his phone. Her rosy little lips are adorable, and you can see her neat teeth through the gap between them. When she sleeps on her side, Lu Xiaoxi's cheeks peek out a little, making them look plump and soft, like milky white jelly. Lu Xiaoxi is a very good sleeper. Once she falls asleep, she hardly moves at all. What she looked like before she fell asleep is exactly what Li Mu sees when he wakes up. I slept so soundly, Li Mu murmured, got out of bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and began his daily writing session. He placed his phone next to the computer so that Lu Xiaoxi could see it as soon as she woke up. Little Fatty would also curiously pounce over to see what was so interesting inside the glowing little box that its owner guarded it every day. It's no wonder I was shocked when I looked. How did that brat from across the hall from my little master get inside? Little Fatty pressed on it, but there was no reaction. Just as it was about to meow, the little brat in the box spoke first. "You stinky cat, what are you doing? You'll wake up yourself soon." Li Mu held up an index finger, not knowing if Little Fatty could understand it. Seemingly understanding his meaning, Little Fatty stopped barking, jumped to the foot of the bed with a couple of flaps, and watched from afar. In those 2 moments, Lu Xiaoxi groggily rolled over, and the puppy plush toy was pinned down by one of her legs. "Awake?" Li Mu asked softly. Lu Xiaoxi on the other end of the phone let out a soft hum in response. "You're drooling, you know that." Lu Xiaoxi turned her back to him, raised her hand to wipe it, and then turned over to check if there were any white marks on the pillow. Only after confirming that there was nothing did she realize that she had been tricked by Li Mu, and immediately made a face at Li Mu. "You're so close, I can see your eye boogers. I'm going to beat you to death offline." Lu Xiaoxi's little pink fist hardened. She gave a big middle finger and hung up the video call. About 7 or 8 minutes later, there was a knock on Li Mu's door. When Li Mu opened the door, he saw a pretty girl wearing bunny pajamas standing at the door with a frown on her face, holding a disposable bowl and chopsticks containing pork porridge in each hand. Before he could speak, the petite girl slipped in from the side and placed the porridge on the coffee table. "My mom made it. It has chopped ginger in it. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Huh. I'll beat you to death first, and then eat you." Lu Xiaoxi rushed over with her little pink fists, punching and kicking Li Mu's body. If there were health points, a bunch of 000 numbers would probably float above Li Mu's head. "Didn't you eat? You have so little strength." Li Mu grabbed her hands, forced her back, and pressed her against the sofa back. He leaned down close to her, stared at her panicked yet expectant eyes, and pursed his lips. With that kind of fighting ability, even 3 childhood friends couldn't hurt him. What's with that expression? 3 parts mockery, 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts indifference, and 1 part nonchalance. "President, could you please stop behaving so harshly towards your frail secretary? I didn't use any force, you can get up by yourself." Lu Xiaoxi was startled and loosened her grip. To her surprise, she found that she could actually pull her hand out of Li Mu's grasp. She gave an awkward laugh, then leaned down, wriggling out from under Li Mu's arm like a little green worm. The sofa had fluffy cushions, and as she moved, her bunny pajamas pulled down, revealing her shoulders. Even the straps looked adorable. As a gentleman, Li Mu naturally stared intently until the little green worm crawled out from under him before looking away. "Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I'll eat it all." Lu Xiaoxi shyly avoided his gaze, pulled her clothes tighter, and began to drink the small bowl of lean meat porridge with both hands. "Eat? Why aren't you eating? Didn't Aunt Sue make breakfast? I made it. I was planning to eat it after I finished writing. Now that you've brought it over, I don't need to eat it anymore. Oh, how's your novel coming along? It should be almost finished by now, right?" Lu Xiaoxi had always been a fan of Li Mu's novels, but she stopped giving him tips after they started sharing their assets as childhood sweethearts. "Yes, I'm ready. I'll finish up all the drafts in the next few days, then write the ending, a few epilogues, and that'll be the end of the book. Now I'm thinking about how to arrange the ending." Lu Xiaoxi smiled, noticed a large piece of unchopped ginger in his bowl, and used her chopsticks to pick it out for him, then put it in her own mouth and chewed it. She can't help with the novel, so she'll just be a reader behind the scenes. I've noticed that the lean meat porridge your mom makes tastes almost the same as the one my mom makes. Just add the ingredients to the lean meat congee in the correct order. It can't taste bad, can it? No wonder my mom's cooking is so delicious. Limu finished the small disposable bowl in a few bites. After Lu Xiaoxi finished eating, he carried her back to the room and threw her onto the bed with a thud. Lu Xiaoxi was used to it. Whenever she came to play with him, he would throw her onto the bed like this every day. The bed was very comfortable. She used the blanket to turn herself into a little green worm, rolled around on the bed, and shrank into a corner. The play between childhood sweethearts is always strange. Limu kissed Lu Xiaoxi's face and then stopped moving, using Lu Xiaoxi as a pillow and lying quietly on the bed. This wasn't a competition. Limu simply wanted to lie down and cuddle with his childhood sweetheart for a while. Everyone has moments when they want to clear their minds, like Limu right now. Kiss me. Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed. Even a small girl sometimes wants to be kissed. Too lazy to move. Limu was like an old salted fish. The little green caterpillar struggled to turn over in someone's arms, nuzzling against that person's hand, and that person obligingly stretched out their hand for her to rest her head on. Lu Xiaoxi hummed and sang, tilted her little head up, gently tapped Limu's thin lips, and mischievously rubbed against Limu. Is there any situation with your parents? About us. Limu suddenly became serious, turned her around while holding her, and let the little green caterpillar lie directly on him. He cupped her face in his hands, and there was a hint of worry on his face. No, I feel like my parents don't know anything about it. Really? What about Aunt Sheen? I haven't heard anything from anyone about us holding hands. I don't know. My mom doesn't even ask me. Lu Xiaoxi blinked, wriggling against him little by little, pressing her face against his chest. Limu has uneven eyes. How strange is that? When a mother finds out that her daughter is holding hands with a boy, she will usually ask her about it. Aunt Sheen is very easygoing. She thinks that since he and Lu Xiaoxi are very familiar with each other, it's okay for them to hold hands. It would have been better if I hadn't asked, because now I don't know what to say. That's right. You want to save it for the big day to tell us, right? There are still 9 days left. This year feels like it went by so fast. It's almost the end of the year in the blink of an eye. May I indulge in a little narcissism? Limu ruffled her hair and noticed a tuft of hair sticking up on her head. He pressed it down with his finger, and it bounced back up when he let go. It was kind of funny. Hey, you're so narcissistic. Lu Xiaoxi felt an itch on her head. Have you ever heard the saying that happy times are always short? Limu paused, then added, because making up with you made you happy. That's why this year feels like it's gone by so fast. Come on, you narcissist. Lu Xiaoxi nuzzled him shyly, breathing hot air on him. Okay, it seems like she's really happy every day since she made up with Limu. Don't you feel like this year has gone by very quickly? I feel like this year is so short because you make me happy too. Limu chuckled as he hugged her and rocked her back and forth. The thought of being able to openly bully Lu Xiaoxi in just 9 days filled him with joy, as if it were about to burst out of his body. I remembered the New Year's Eve dinner I had with Lu Xiaoxi in high school. It was so cold and indifferent that even our parents sensed something was wrong. It's strange. Even though they both had feelings for each other back then, they just wouldn't say it, and their relationship remained strained. They could have reconciled with just one sentence, but they dragged it out for so long. That long period of estrangement was like a silent competition between them, childhood sweethearts, where whoever smiled first lost. Lu Xiaoxi first gave him a dog tooth bracelet, and he proposed to Lu Xiaoxi that they become childhood sweethearts again. There were no losers in this competition between childhood sweethearts. Win-win. You mushy guy, I'm getting goosebumps. Lu Xiaoxi trembled in his arms, tilting her head up to look at him, her overflowing happiness radiating from her slightly upturned lips, enveloping the two of them. If the world had filters, she and he would definitely be pink right now. All right, you have a new nickname. What? Atmosphere disruptor. Limu hugged her tighter, moved up a little, and kissed the girl's lips. She was bound by the blanket, unable to move her hands and feet, and could only concentrate all her sensations on her mouth. A faint singing voice leaked from the headphones. From the climax to the end, one song ended, and another began. Lu Xiaoxi's hair smelled wonderful, but it tickled her face. Li Mu helped her lift her hair up, his gaze lingering on the girl's hair. Sometimes he could even see small pieces of scalp, which he patiently picked off and showed off to Lu Xiaoxi. I'm a little hot, let go of me. My forehead is sweating. Lu Xiaoxi rolled off him, spread the blanket, and a burst of heat immediately escaped. Having just gained her freedom, the girl couldn't wait to lie down, take his hand as a pillow, sniff him, and then secretly wipe the fine sweat from her forehead onto Li Mu's clothes. She was woken up this morning by Li Mu and Xiao Fei working together, and she wanted to go back to sleep. She rubbed her face against Li Mu like a baby, and as soon as she lay down, she reached out and touched him everywhere. Her legs were also restless, and she kept covering Li Mu with them, treating him like a pillow. Lu Xiaoxi, you're so lazy. You want to sleep even after you've woken up. Don't move. If I sleep in your room, do you think I'll get handsy with you? No hair allowed. Just Mao. Hey, you don't touch it. Lu Xiaoxi quickly slapped the guy's pig trotter away, tightened her collar, and cursed him as she shrank into the corner. When she was against the wall, she hurriedly used her pig doll to shield herself, revealing half of her face and her big, round eyes as she glared at him. Li Mu wasn't about to let her off the hook, so he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Lu Xiaoxi, I miss you a little. Don't think about it. You're not allowed to do anything? Do you really think you're someone important? Li Mu poked her slender waist with 2 fingers, tickling her. Her armpits, waist, and neck were her weak points, so Li Mu specifically tickled those areas. The girl writhed on the bed like a maggot, giggling, her eyes wet with tears, but she refused to beg for mercy. After a while of fussing, Lu Xiaoxi, still fuming, grabbed his hand and bit it, leaving a shallow tooth mark. Please stop your cannibalistic behavior. Lu Xiaoxi hummed and groaned, then took another bite. At Li Mu's house, since Aunt Sue and Uncle Li work from 9 to 5 and never come back in between, they can play without restraint. I wonder how long this unbridled behavior can last, especially since it's almost New Year's and the company will be giving us a holiday. If both sets of parents are present, it will be difficult to play like this again. When do Aunt Sue and Uncle Li get their holidays? Probably another 2 or 3 days, I'm not sure. My parents' company only gives them 10 days off, and they also used their annual leave when they took me and you to the college entrance exam venue, so it will be much later than your parents. The girl nodded like a quail. Look how good my parents are to you. You're stupid, dumb, fierce, and lecherous, while I'm smart, clever, gentle, and reserved. Isn't it normal for you to like me and treat me well? Look at you, so arrogant, aren't you? Li Mu cupped her tender little face, rubbed it back and forth, and seized the opportunity to kiss her with a kiss, sucking on her flesh like eating pudding. Lie down properly. Okay. Li Mu was much more obedient this time. The girl got up and covered him with the blanket, then lay down herself and rested her head on his shoulder. She enjoyed watching Li Mu's various expressions because of her, which gave her a sense of satisfaction in successfully teasing him. Little green plum has become little colored plum, Li Mu murmured, his tone a bit rougher than usual. You're the one who's lustful. I was forced by you. Good. 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 The little green plum's privileges are awesome. Good to know, just don't move. Chapter 192 Photographs. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaoxi brought Xiao Fei over to play, and also brought a plate of large green mangoes that she had cut herself, sprinkled with some chili powder. The mangoes tasted different from the ones sold outside. They were quite sour, and my teeth started to ache after just a little bit. They left half a plate of mangoes on the table, only eating a little bit every now and then. Little Fatty was also a very outgoing pig. He took the initiative to run into Li Mu's quilt and made a little nest there. Don't you dare pull my blanket on me, Li Mu said irritably as he petted it. Meow meow. Speak like a human. Meow. You've left Xiao Fei speechless. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, picking up Xiao Fei, who had just settled down, and kissing his cheek. A stupid cat paired with a stupid owner. You're practically Little Fatty's half owner, and you're half stupid. Lu Xiaoxi ignored him and started playing with Xiao Fei on the bed by herself. It's said that the duck sitting posture is the cutest sitting posture for girls, and it's true. Lu Xiaoxi is already cute, and when she sits like a duck, she looks a little silly, which is incredibly adorable. Everyone has their own cute points, and Li Mu suspects that his own cute points were customized based on Lu Xiaoxi's. It started raining outside, and the pattering sound quieted down the noise outside. The idle children went home. After Li Mu finished typing, Xiao Qingmei, who didn't want to play games in her room, leisurely watched the rain. The sky was somewhat overcast. Li Mu opened the window, and the cold wind outside howled. Fortunately, his door was closed, so the wind couldn't flow back and refused to enter his room. Li Mu moved his office chair over and sat by the window. Rainwater splashed against the window and scattered into countless tiny droplets, some of which landed on Li Mu, but he didn't care. Rain at the beginning of the month is a good omen. Lu Xiaoxi stood next to him with Xiao Fei in her arms, but dared not stand too close. Li Mu's house did not have sealed windows, and although Xiao Fei was very well behaved, she was still afraid that something might happen. Who told you that? My grandfather. Li Mu remained silent. Lu Xiaoxi's grandfather lived in the countryside. When Lu Xiaoxi was a child, she had to go back to the countryside for the New Year's Eve dinner. 3 days after the New Year, her grandfather would also come here for a meal. He had talked a lot with Lu Xiaoxi's grandfather. Want to go swimming? If you go to play in the water when it rains, you'll get soaked and catch a cold. When you first bought your rubber boots, you were always thinking about rain. Li Mu took Xiao Fei from her arms, took a breath, and couldn't help but recall the scene of that small, cute girl carrying pink transparent rubber boots, hoping for rain. Back then, Lu Xiaoxi called him Brother Li Mu. How affectionate. Unlike now, he's either a perverted scoundrel or a stupid narcissist. Although he's still affectionate, it doesn't sound as comfortable as Brother Li Mu. That was when we were kids. You used to pee on me when you were little. That's enough. You keep bringing up my bedwetting all the time. It's not surprising that I wet the bed at 3 years old, Li Mu said with a sullen laugh. Anyway, I stopped wetting myself when I was 3 years old, so I won't wet other people. I won't pee anymore, but I'll still get it on you. Li Mu changed his tone, becoming mischievous and cheeky. Lu Xiaoxi knew immediately that this scoundrel had no good intentions. Her face flushed red, and she angrily pinched Li Mu's arm, this time really hard, leaving a shallow mark on Li Mu's skin with her short fingernails. It was clearly on your hands, not on your body. Can't you talk properly? I still haven't bought the potato chips I promised to buy for Midden. Li Mu stroked Xiao Fei's fur and tugged at its whiskers, looking quite happy. How dare you say that? Lu Xiaoxi's lips twitched. Li Mu had been putting it off until now, and he figured even me Dan himself had forgotten how much 2 bags of potato chips cost. Hee, I won't buy it. I'll just give him a snack gift pack for the new year. 3 spicy strips for a gift pack. He'll be secretly happy. The little chubby pig in his arms seemed to have had enough of the rain splashing and slowly began to struggle out of his arms. Li Mu reacted and closed the window before letting the orange pig down. Little Fatty meowed twice, then leaped onto the table, its plump body bouncing as it ran back to the bed to curl up. Would you like to see some photos of you when you were a child? Li Mu opened the wardrobe, and there was a small drawer at the bottom. He took out a stack of photos sealed in plastic bags. These photos are all old items, with a strong sense of age. They are covered with a layer of plastic, but they are still a bit yellowed and have a dusty smell when taken out. These photos have been with him since he can remember. His parents preserved his past, which he couldn't recall, in this way, and also preserved Lu Xiaoxi's photos along with them. The two were truly inseparable when they were young. Even before he could remember, his childhood sweetheart relationship with Lu Xiaoxi was already established. They genuinely grew up together. He rarely looks at these photos. When they were little, he and Lu Xiaoxi were very close, and he only knew how to play, so he never even glanced at photos. After they became estranged, he became arrogant because of his dissatisfaction with Lu Xiaoxi and refused to open them. Now, the older I get, the more I enjoy reminiscing. Wow, how come you have these photos too? Also, Li Mu has uneven eyes, and his left eyebrow is sticking up. These photos were all forced on him by his mother when he was a child. He didn't want them at the time, so why did he give one to Lu Xiaoxi? Wait a minute. Lu Xiaoxi put on her slippers and ran out, leaving the door and the front door ajar. A short while later, Lu Xiaoxi returned with a black leather photo album in her hands. The black photo album was carefully maintained. There was no dust on its surface. It also didn't have the musty smell that comes with objects that have been stored away for a long time. as if it had been opened frequently. Look, this is my parents' photo album. Lu Xiaoxi excitedly flipped through the book, skipping over the events before her parents got married, and went straight to the part about her birth. For several pages in a row, there were pictures of Lu Xiaoxi. Then, turning the page, there were photos of Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi together. The two adorable little dumplings were lying on a bed, covered by a blanket. The photos were dim, but it wasn't hard to see the two shadows reflected on them. Who else could they be but Qin Xiaoqian and Su Wan? I only have a few here. My parents won't do the rest. The last one is a family photo. Lu Xiaoxi flipped to the last page to show him. Lu Xiaoxi was only 4 or 5 years old in the family photo. He still remembers the little dress she wore. Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin were also very handsome and good-looking. No wonder Lu Xiaoxi was so cute. Li Mu saw his own photo in Lu Xiaoxi's family album. He didn't say anything, but instead showed Lu Xiaoxi his own photo. Regarding photos of the two of them before they could remember, his collection clearly had far more than Lu Xiaoxi's. He took out one photo of him wearing open-crotch pants, his big eyes bright and piercing. The little hooks are all showing. He was about to exchange it for another one when his hands suddenly went empty and the photo ended up in Lu Xiaoxi's hands. Wow, you were so cute when you were little. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. It said that most girls have no resistance to cubs, and it seems that's true. Absolutely. If I weren't cute, how could I let you keep clinging to me and kissing me? Hee hee, I won't call you narcissistic this time. Lu Xiaoxi felt her heart beating faster. It wasn't a shy occasion, but the little deer in her heart just wouldn't listen to her. Li Mu took out another photo, a solo shot of Lu Xiaoxi. The tiny Lu Xiaoxi was sitting on the bed, her big eyes looking at the camera with curiosity. Perhaps they were curious about whether the food in front of them tasted good or whether they could eat it. You're cute too. I've always been cute. I won't call you narcissistic this time. Li Mu mimicked her, continuing to flip through the pages one by one. The first time crawling, the first time eating, the first time walking. These are all memorable events. So many photos, covering their past, filled in the gaps before they could remember. His hands, as he flipped through the photos, were tinged with the scent of time. Chapter 193. You also want me to help you? You can't throw these photos away, Lu Xiaoxi instructed him. These are very precious photos, and it would be best to make an album to keep them all safe. If she loses it, she will absolutely, positively not forgive Li Mu. Well, I want to take a few photos to save in my home photo album. Is that okay? Take it. Or you can just take them all. I only want a few, Lu Xiaoxi said with a smile as she began selecting photos. There are many photos of her in the album, so of course I'll choose Li Mu's. Little Li Mu looks so cute in his open crotch pants. He's such a soft little dumpling, especially his face, which is softer than jelly. He looks so adorable. Who would have thought that such an adorable little dumpling would grow into such a freak as Li Mu? Her gaze fell back onto the open crotch pants. It's the same here. Remember to wash your hands. They're covered in dust. After washing his hands, Li Mu sat back in his office chair, kicked his feet, and spun around to face Lu Xiaoxi. He then rested his head on his hands and watched Lu Xiaoxi select photos. The little bunny's pajamas were missing some buttons, and she was squatting with a slight bow. Li Mu tapped Lu Xiaoxi's forehead with his foot. I saw everything. Ugh, your feet stink. Lu Xiaoxi realized what was happening, quickly tightened her collar, and grabbed his feet to tickle the soles of his feet. This spot was also considered Li Mu's weakness. The tickling was so intense that Li Mu couldn't stand it, and immediately pulled his foot back. Lu Xiaoxi was a little smug. She changed her position so that Li Mu couldn't see her and continued to select photos. She originally only intended to select a few photos, but Li Mu in his cub form was just too adorable, and she couldn't resist adding many to the album. It must be so uncomfortable for you to be squatting like that. Li Mu first picked up the plastic bag containing the photos, then supported her bottom with one hand and held her waist with the other, lifted her up, sat back in his office chair, and let her sit on his lap. It's more comfortable than squatting, no matter what. Li Mu was perfect as a human cushion. Sitting on him was warm and incredibly comfortable. Lu Xiaoxi simply stopped moving, lingering there for a while before continuing to select photos. Before long, her face turned red all the way to the roots of her neck, and she felt terrible. Why are you doing that again? Lu Xiaoxi shrank her neck, trying to break free from someone's embrace, but her waist was held tightly. We're doomed now. There's no escaping it. I'm not moving. Li Mu suddenly became obedient. You'd better let me tell you. Aunt Sue and Uncle Li are coming back soon, so even if you're upset, it's no use. Lu Xiaoxi snorted and resumed her smug expression. That's how a little timidity is. After Li Mu became honest and obedient, his little timidity turned into great boldness. Li Mu's hand stroked her lower abdomen, each finger rhythmically pressing, giving her a comfortable massage. Her audacity led her to mischievously shift her body. As soon as she moved, Li Mu's hand stopped, but soon resumed massaging her. Li Mu had no choice but to secretly sniff the fragrance of her hair from behind, hoping to have a dream tonight where he could teach his bold little childhood sweetheart a lesson. After selecting the photos, Lu Xiaoxi closed the album, tied the plastic bag, slowly stood up, turned around, and straddled Li Mu, holding onto Li Mu's shoulders and looking down at him with a faint smile on her lips. After staring at each other for a while, Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath and kissed Li Mu's thin lips, pressing her whole body against him. The springs in the office chair made a rare creak, and the kitten curled up on the bed turned over at the opportune moment. It's getting more and more unbearable to look at. I'm going back. After a long silence, Lu Xiaoxi licked her lips, feeling extremely shy. She quickly got off him without looking at him, put on her slippers, and started running. She ran back as soon as she reached the door to grab the photo album. After watching Lu Xiaoxi leave, Li Mu looked at the little fat boy on the bed and fell into deep thought. Your master sold you to me. Meow. You'll sleep with me tonight. Meow. The kitten was so anxious that it jumped around on the bed. Li Mu smiled, and after the physical sensations had mostly subsided, he picked up Xiao Fei and knocked on the door of the house across the street. Aunt Qin opened the door. Aunt Qin, little fatty. Oh dear, Xiaoxi is such a good child. She even forgot about Xiao Fei. Qin Xiaoqian sighed, picked up Xiao Fei's chubby body, and laughed. Xiaoxi is in the room. I just came to return a cat. I see. Then I'll go back and cook. Li Mu greeted everyone and returned home to start washing rice and cooking. When his parents returned, he cooked with Su Wen, washing away the humiliation of his mother's past refusal to let him into the kitchen. After dinner, Li Mu took a shower first, sat on the sofa for a while, chatted for a bit, and then went back to his room to play on the computer. Games kill a lot of time. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. In the past, this would have been just the beginning of his gaming time, but now he doesn't like games as much anymore. At 11:30 p.m., Lu Xiaoxi's video call came as scheduled. 6 or 7 hours apart feels like 3 autumns. Li Mu lay on the bed looking at her, while Lu Xiaoxi lay on the bed. Judging from her clothes, she should be wearing that white nightgown, but unfortunately, the little dog plushie covered up all the pretty parts. You're kidding me, Lu Xiaoxi said in a low voice, a hint of slyness in her eyes. I'm thinking about you so much now. I'll see if I can dream about you tonight. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. What I think is none of your business. I miss you too, you're doomed. Do you want me to help you too? Get out of here, you filthy scoundrel. I'm going to beat you up in my dreams. Lu Xiaoxi's face started burning again. She pursed her lips, still angry, so she took out the family photo album, found a picture of Li Mu wearing open crotch pants, and showed it to him. She shoved the photo directly onto the phone and pointed to the location with her fingertip. This made Li Mu feel awkward. Chapter 194. I feel that Xiao Mu is quite good. He has taken care of you since you were little. Little Creek, may I come in? While chatting with Li Mu, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly heard her mother's voice from outside the door. She looked at Li Mu on the phone for 2 seconds, then hung up the video call without saying a word. Come in, she replied. The lights in the living room were already off, and her father's snoring could be heard. Lu Xiaoxi wondered why her mother was looking for her at midnight. She sat up, smoothed out the slightly messy mattress, and fluffed up the dog plush toy she had flattened, then leaned it against the wall. When she video chats with Li Mu, she likes to cover up this Li Mu, so that Li Mu won't see the whole view of her neckline. Li Mu must hate this Li Mu to death. He can't see anything. The girl quickly snapped back to reality, thinking to herself, I'm talking to my mother. How can I be distracted by that pervert? Qin Shaoqian sat on the edge of the bed and patted the spot next to her. Lu Xiaoxi obediently crawled over and sat down next to her with her legs curled up. Mom, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just came to see you. Qin Shaoqian's hair was longer than Lu Xiaoxi's, and both of them had their hair down. From a distance, they looked like sisters. Lu Xiaoxi has so many skincare products, many of which she got from her mother. It's fair to say that her mother is largely responsible for her excellent skincare. Huh, why did you take out this photo album? Qin Shaoqian picked up the black leather photo album next to her, flipped through the pages one by one, and looked at it with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. The album documented her life during her courtship with Lu Ming, as well as the beautiful times after she gave birth to Lu Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, the album was discontinued after that. If she hadn't seen it in Lu Xiaoxi's room, she, the album maker, would have forgotten about it. Hee hee, I found this under the closet in your room a long time ago, and I've kept it here ever since. I open it occasionally to take a look. Lu Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, then suddenly remembered something. Her joy intensified, and she flipped to the next few pages like she was showing off a treasure. Those were the pictures she had gotten from Li Mu that afternoon. Mom, look, this is Li Mu when he was little. Isn't he super cute? He looks so funny. This is the family photo album, Xiaoxi. Didn't you also stuff in photos of Li Mu when he was little? Lu Xiaoxi pouted cutely and pulled out the photos of her and Li Mu sleeping together. Hee hee, it's been so long that I've forgotten about it myself. Just let it go. Anyway, you and Li Mu grew up together, so it's fine to treat each other as family. Mom, look at Li Mu's expression, Qin Shaoqian. Why does my daughter like Li Mu so much when he was a cub? Qin Shaoqian took a deep breath, held her daughter's soft little hand, and felt a little bit of pride welling up inside her. My daughter is beautiful and smart. She must have taken after her. Mothers are most likely to feel proud because their daughters are better than other children their age. Mom, Lu Xiaoxi looked up at her mother. She wasn't stupid. They had seen each other every day for the past few days. If she wanted to see her, she would have seen her enough. Why would she come to her room at this time if there was nothing wrong with her? Xiaoxi, Mom sees that you and Xiaomu have been quite close lately. Qin Shaoqian spoke earnestly. Lu Xiaoxi's expression froze, and her face quickly flushed. Her smiling lips turned into a tight purse. Is it really that obvious? She acted perfectly normal in front of both sets of parents. The girl seemed to have her secrets exposed, and her movements became somewhat awkward. She tried her best to appear calm, but the blush that crept onto her face betrayed her true feelings. Qin Shaoqian lowered her eyebrows and chuckled inwardly. Her daughter was too naive. She wore her emotions on her sleeve. This was not a good habit. Mom isn't saying anything to you, but I heard you and Xiaomu were holding hands, right? Ugh, I guess so. Holding hands is fine. There's no question of obligation. Qin Shaoqian was truly charmed by his daughter's cuteness and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lu Xiaoxi's cheek. Don't be nervous. Why would you be nervous talking to your mother? I'm not nervous at all. Okay, Mom, please continue. Mom sees that you and Xiaomu are quite close. Do you two have any plans to develop your relationship in another direction? Lu Xiaoxi's face turned red. My mom is trying to set me up with Li Mu. I don't know. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. When her mother asked the question, she and Li Mu had already put it out of their minds. They never even considered developing in any other direction. After becoming childhood sweethearts again, the emotions she and Li Mu had kept hidden in their hearts for so many years exploded like a bomb, tearing off the packaging of their feelings and revealing the emotions that were already overflowing. I'll skip over couples and lovers. She didn't know how to explain it to her mother. Even someone as bright and clever as her had a lack of vocabulary. Haha, I'm not suggesting you date Xiaomu. I'm just saying that if you're interested, you can give it a try. Mom, I think Xiaomu is a good person. He has always taken care of you since you were little. It would be a good thing if you two really got together, Qin Shaoqian said. Mom, did Li Mu bribe you to speak up for him like this? Lu Xiaoxi's rosy face was puffed up with anger. It turned out that her mother had come to arrange a marriage for Li Mu late at night. How could she be so eager for her little cabbage to be eaten by a pig? No way. Shouldn't you know Xiaomu better than Mom? All right. That's enough from what I've said. You're 19 now, and you have your own opinions, as you know. I never force you. If you like him, then continue with Xiaomu. If you don't, then that's fine too. It's your choice. Qin Xiaoqian gently squeezed Lu Xiaoxi's hand, smoothed the girl's hair, and spoke softly. Mom, give me a kiss. Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer and turned her face to let her mother kiss her. Helpless, Qin Xiaoqian kissed her daughter on the cheek and said, Mom is going back to sleep. You should go to sleep early too, don't stay up late, okay? Hee, I know. Lu Xiaoxi was overjoyed to receive a kiss from her mother and immediately snuggled into bed. Occasionally, she would like to act cute with her mother. After Qin Xiaoqian left, Lu Xiaoxi lay on the bed for a while to relax and process the conversation. Li Mu is such a bad guy. When did he leave such a good impression on her mother? Although she was prepared to be called in by her parents the day she and Li Mu decided to go public with their relationship in the neighborhood, when the day actually came, all her mental preparation vanished. Even if the person speaking is her closest mother, she finds it hard to control her emotions when it involves Li Mu, and she easily becomes shy. She reached out and turned off the light, took out her phone, and made another video call to Li Mu, which was quickly answered. I'm about to fall asleep, Li Mu said, half closing his eyes as if complaining. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. You go to sleep, I'll go to sleep too. Hee, just kidding. What did Aunt Qin want with you just now? I won't tell you. TCH, go to sleep, go to sleep. It's like nobody wants to know. I'm going to sleep too. I'm sleepy. You really won't tell me? I won't say. Could it be about us holding hands? Hee, you guessed pretty accurately. Li Mu immediately became interested. What did you say? Tell me. I told you you're not bad. Aunt Qin has excellent taste. What about you? What are your thoughts? Everything is as usual. Lu Xiaoxi fell into a sweet sleep. She still prefers the new year, a day of great joy. Chapter 195 Pasting Spring Festival Couplets. Li Mu, your dad and I are going to Tsangnan to put up Spring Festival couplets. Do you want to come? On the morning of New Year's Eve, Su Wen's voice woke Li Mu from his sleep. He was still a little dazed. He glanced at the time. It was just past 6 in the morning, and the sky wasn't even fully light yet. I'm not going. I'll put up the Spring Festival couplets on the door in a bit. Li Mu answered loudly, sat up on the bed, and glanced at the phone charging next to him. The phone showed a peaceful and lovely sleeping face, looking very sound asleep. He roused himself, hung up the video call, and went outside to find his parents already ready to leave. He didn't know about other places, but in their family, all the houses under their name had to be decorated with Spring Festival couplets. The neighborhood in Sangnan also needs to put up couplets. Every Lunar New Year's Eve, his parents have to go up in the morning to put up the couplets. If he goes with them, his father will put up the couplets for their own house by 8 a.m. If he doesn't go, his parents will set off now, take the high-speed train for 3 hours to Tsangnan, spend some time cleaning the house and putting up the couplets, and then it will take another 3 hours to get back. They try to go early and come back early, and he will be the one to put up the couplets for their own house. He had been able to put up Spring Festival couplets by himself since junior high school. Don't underestimate the difficulty of putting up Spring Festival couplets. If he made wrinkles or tore them while putting them up, he would definitely get a scolding. People of my parents' generation believe in these things the most, just for good luck, and they don't take it lightly. Once the Spring Festival couplets are pasted up, the family can ward off evil and disaster and welcome good fortune in the coming year. Even someone who usually lives a scientific life has to be on high alert during these few days of welcoming the new year. Not to mention praying to gods and Buddhas, the most basic respect must still be shown. It seems that after reconciling with Lu Xiaoxi, he has become less scientific in his life. He is easily led astray by Lu Xiaoxi and tends to think about mysterious things like the god of love and fate. After all, the development of his relationship with Lu Xiaoxi was indeed somewhat mysterious, even mysterious. Just take the example of being in the same class since childhood. The probability of such a thing is extremely low. It's hard not to think about it in a mysterious way. Perhaps it was because Lu Xiaoxi often prayed to the gods that he and Lu Xiaoxi were bound together. I'll have to ask about it later. Then your dad and I will set off. Our Spring Festival couplets are on the sofa. You can put them up yourself in a bit. If you can't do it, your Uncle Lu can help you. But hurry up. Uncle Lu is going back to his hometown to put up the Spring Festival couplets. Suwon packed the prepared Spring Festival couplets into his school bag. These couplets had special packaging, so they wouldn't get crushed in his school bag. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, it's not the first time. There's seafood porridge in the rice cooker. Have some later. Uh-huh. After watching his mother leave, Limu quickly washed up, turned on the rice cooker, and the fragrant, slightly fishy aroma filled his nostrils. He took a deep breath. It seemed quite delicious. Especially the crabs and prawns inside, which were covered with glistening grains of porridge. He stirred them with a porridge spoon and then drank from that spoon. He fell silent. This must be the best his mom has ever cooked. He could almost picture his mother getting up early to buy crabs and diligently cutting them while watching a cooking video. Seafood porridge is inevitably a bit fishy, and the crabs and prawns inside can't taste as good as when they're cooked and stir-fried separately. He ate a little crab and then stopped eating. He timed it perfectly. At 8 o'clock, he picked up the red plastic bag from the sofa, which contained Spring Festival couplets and paste. Before anything could be done, the door across the hall opened, and out came Uncle Lu, Lu Ming, also carrying Spring Festival couplets. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Good morning. Have you eaten yet? Uncle Lu and Li Mu were very friendly. I had seafood porridge. Have you guys had it? I still have a lot left. If you don't have any, you can come to my house and have some. Everyone has eaten, but Xiaoxi is still sleeping. This is what a lazy person is like. Haha. Wake her up later to put up the Spring Festival couplets. The couplets will bring good fortune to her. Lu Ming laughed. They started putting up Spring Festival couplets, placing a chair in the middle, spreading out the couplets, applying paste, and carefully pasting them onto both sides of the door. After they finished applying half of the stickers, Lu Xiaoxi came out in her pajamas, holding a mouthwash cup, and brushed her teeth while watching them apply the stickers. Where did this little pig come from? Limu joked. You're the pig. Lu Xiaoxi's mouth was still full of foam, and her speech was unclear, like pig talk, which only Limu could understand. Uncle Lu, will Lu Xiaoxi be going back to your hometown with you later? Xiaoxi, are you going back? Lu Ming asked in return. Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but quickly brushed her teeth, then ran back to spit out the foam, washed her face, and then came out to speak. I won't be coming back this year. I'll just put up some Spring Festival couplets, and then come back. You can go with Mom. Okay, come and touch the Spring Festival couplets to get some of the good fortune. Here I am. Lu Xiaoxi and Lu Ming put up the Spring Festival couplets together, and they were much faster than Li Mu did by himself. When Lu Ming finished pasting the scroll, he asked Li Mu if he needed help. Li Mu naturally shook his head and refused, as he was only missing the horizontal scroll. May I share in your good fortune? Lu Xiaoxi strode over, leaning half her body out in front of Li Mu with a sly smile. Dip it in more. Next year will definitely be smooth sailing. Lu Xiaoxi touched the horizontal scroll, and her fingertips were stained with a little red. She mischievously smeared it on Li Mu's face, and a mark similar to a light-colored lipstick mark appeared on Li Mu's face. It's skin, isn't it? Li Mu wiped it with the back of his hand, not knowing if he had wiped it clean. What? Are you going to bully me in front of my parents? Lu Xiaoxi deliberately lowered her voice. Aren't your parents going back to the countryside later? Well, you can't bully me then. Hee hee. Li Mu ignored her. There was plenty of time. After applying the paste, I stood on a small stool and carefully pasted the horizontal scroll, straightening every corner. Absolutely perfect. Xiaoxi, we're going back now. Lu Ming and Qin Xiaoqian came out together, carrying large and small bags. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Once the two adults entered the elevator, Li Mu immediately turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoxi, scrutinizing her with an appraising look. Why are you looking at me like that? It's all right, just take a look. My family cooked some delicious seafood porridge. Would you like some? Eat. Come in. Lu Xiaoxi closed her own door and happily scurried into Li Mu's house. Chapter 196. Did you think this was an interview? Li Mu didn't bully Lu Xiaoxi after all. He served her a large bowl of seafood porridge, sat opposite her, and watched her eat while propping his chin up with his hand. The adorable way the little girl ate with a small spoon charmed him, and even her unintentional pout could make him happy. Hee hee, little green plum. Hee hee, so fragrant and soft. Are you sick? You're disgusting me. Lu Xiaoxi shivered. She knew this guy was a pervert, but she didn't expect him to be this perverted. Is the seafood congee delicious? It's quite delicious. As Lu Xiaoxi spoke, a pair of feet quietly emerged from her slippers and pressed against Li Mu's instep, tickling him with her toes. She found it quite amusing. After the little girl finished her porridge, Li Mu washed the bowl for her. Without drying his wet hands, he wiped the water on the girl's tender face. The weather was in the teens, and at home, you didn't even need to wear a coat. The water wasn't cold enough to make the girl shrink back. Obtain, Lu Xiaoxi's eye roll 1. Li Mu turned on the TV and handed her the remote. Having found the sweet drama she wanted to watch, Lu Xiaoxi put her feet up on the coffee table. Her pajama pants couldn't hide her long legs, revealing a bit of her fair ankles. Another pair of slightly rough feet were placed next to her. Today is New Year's Eve. Li Mu took her hand and rubbed it gently. He noticed the skin sticking out under the girl's fingernails and carefully peeled it off. If he accidentally peels off the back of the skin, he'll definitely get a scolding from his little sister. Yes, today is New Year's Eve. I'm a little nervous, to be honest. Li Mu let out a long sigh. He usually wanted to hurry up to New Year's Eve so he could be honest that night. But when the day actually arrived, he suddenly became nervous again. He was so timid and hesitant, which was unlike his usual self. But these things are hard to explain. Just thinking about having to tell Lu Xiaoxi in front of 4 parents tonight that he wanted to stay with her forever made his face flush. He's already acting like this before we've even said anything. By evening, he'll be too shy to speak, just like Lu Xiaoxi. With your thick skin, what are you nervous about? Lu Xiaoxi rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze not falling on the television. I'm thick-skinned, but it depends on the situation. If I want to take advantage of you, I won't hesitate. Have you thought about what to say? No, we'll adapt to the situation. How about we practice now? You think this is a job interview? You're practicing. Tonight's confession session is much more important than the interview. You can prepare for an interview in advance by memorizing answers to common questions and practicing in front of a mirror. But being honest is different. It requires digging out your true feelings. What can we do then? Don't be speechless when the time comes. If you can't speak, you can speak for me. Anyway, one of us has to speak. I don't want to. I'm definitely more nervous than you. You're not allowed to be speechless tonight, understand? Okay. I promise to complete the mission, alright? Lu Xiaoxi didn't say anything, but tilted her head up and kissed his cheek. Everything was understood without words. The romantic drama is really good, and Li Mu is so warm and comforting. If they were together, they would definitely be shameless all the time, and that's probably what life would be like. With a shameless, childish guy by my side, life will always be sweet. Lu Xiaoxi loves this kind of life the most. She stiffened, glaring shyly at the nonchalant man, her rosy cheeks making her incredibly adorable. You'd better not touch me like that. What does it have to do with me where my hand touched? Okay, she really loves this shameless, childish guy. In the afternoon, Li Changheng and Su Wen rushed back from Songnan. We ate our New Year's Eve dinner at their house tonight, and on the way back, they bought a lot of delicious ingredients. The New Year's Eve dinner of an ordinary family is usually the most sumptuous. Lu Xiaoxi hadn't gone back yet when Su Wen entered the door and the corners of his mouth started to turn up involuntarily. My dear son and my neighbor's daughter are sitting on the sofa watching TV. It's such a heartwarming scene. Aunt Su, let me help you. Lu Xiaoxi took the vegetables from Su Wen's hands with a bright smile. Every year it's the same. Of the 2 families, only Li Mu and Li Changheng don't know how to cook. In previous years, the 3 girls would work together, and Lu Ming would occasionally lend a hand, while Li Mu and Li Changheng could only sit idly. Although Li Mu can cook a little now, the kitchen is so small that Li Mu's help is not needed. Lu Xiaoxi's parents hadn't returned yet, so there was still a place for him in the kitchen for the time being. He entered the kitchen with a fawning attitude, and when he saw that his mother didn't mind him, his fawning attitude turned into smugness. The 2 families consist of 6 people, but only one person doesn't know how to cook, and he won't say who it is. Xiaoxi, how do you usually teach him? I just taught him verbally. I would demonstrate once, and then let Li Mu do it himself. When cooking, I would remind him when to add the ingredients and how much to add. But Li Mu was too slow, and it took him a long time to learn. Exactly. That's something he inherited from his dad. Hey, 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 is it really okay for you two to talk so loudly about other people? Li Mu's lips twitched. As a result, neither of them paid any attention to him. Li Mu never thought that he would be isolated by his childhood sweetheart and his mother, the two closest women to him. Not long after, Qin Xiaoqian and Lu Ming returned, bringing a lively atmosphere and lots of snacks with them. Li Mu had no choice but to give up his spot in the kitchen, and now the kitchen truly became the domain of the three women. As he came out of the kitchen, he secretly pinched Lu Xiaoxi's cheek as he passed by. It felt incredibly nice to pinch Lu Xiaoxi's soft little face. Li Mu, what are you doing? Su Wen saw this and pretended to scold him. Although she knew that her eldest son and Lu Xiaoxi were dating, Lu Xiaoxi had no intention of making it public yet, so she could only pretend that she knew nothing and continue to interact with them as Aunt Su. I'm pinching Lu Xiaoxi's cheek. I've been pinching her since she was little. Is there a problem with that? You have to ask Xiaoxi if she agrees before you can pinch her. Hey, I'm asking you, do you agree or not? Li Mu pinched her twice more before asking for Lu Xiaoxi's opinion. Haha, if there weren't so many people here, he would have kissed his little green plum's face, let alone pinched it. Lu Xiaoxi's face was flushed. Pinching her cheeks was a particularly intimate gesture. Being pinched on the cheek by this guy in front of her mother, and Aunt Su made the big, clumsy elephant inside her start throwing a tantrum again. You big hooligan, get out of the way, you're in my way. She quickly pushed Li Mu away and secretly pinched his hand, making Li Mu wince in pain. The two mothers stared blankly at their two children, exchanged glances, said nothing, yet seemed to have said everything. Halfway through the work, they realized they hadn't bought any drinks, so the task naturally fell to Li Mu. Li Mu, wearing slippers, went out alone. There was a small supermarket right outside the community. He bought some orange juice and coconut juice, and when he was about to pay, he suddenly saw a snack gift pack on the shelf. I almost forgot about the rice egg again. He bought 2 bags, one for me Dan and one for Lu Xiaoxi. His little pig was so greedy. How could he resist the temptation of snacks? When Li Mu visited Mi Dan's house, a big bag of snacks made Mi Dan so happy that she almost gave him a kiss. Children's happiness is simple. A little snack can make them happy for a long time. Lu Xiaoxi is the same. She's never unhappy when she's with him. A thought suddenly struck him. From a certain perspective, could Lu Xiaoxi be considered his childhood sweetheart? Conversely, could he be considered Lu Xiaoxi's childhood husband? Lunar New Year's Eve is the most lively festival of the year. There are cars parked inside and outside the community, even more than during the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are many unfamiliar adults and children, as well as many handsome men and beautiful women of the same age. Some people go back to their hometowns for the Chinese New Year, and their neighborhood is also someone else's hometown. It wasn't even dark yet, and some children were already playing with fireworks. It's been a long time since I played with fireworks with Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu muttered to himself, somewhat tempted. He stared for a long time before turning around and going upstairs. Chapter 197, I want to get engaged to Lu Xiaoxi. Evening. The last meal of the year, the most sumptuous meal of the year, is now served. The TV was playing some kind of variety show. Although they didn't watch the Spring Festival Gala, they would turn it on and play the sound every year, as if the New Year's atmosphere would be lost without the sound of the gala. Playing cards is their family's favorite activity. The first thing they do in the new year is play cards to keep watch. The food is ready, we can eat now. As Lu Xiaoxi served the last dish, the 6 people took their seats one after another. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, of the 7 chairs, 4 were occupied by 4 adults. One was used to place drinks and disposable cups, and the remaining 2 adjacent chairs could only be used by Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi. Li Mu moved his chair closer to Lu Xiaoxi. In front of the adults from both families, they were still as close as before, and as long as their actions were not out of line, there was no problem. Eat this. Li Mu picked up a piece of pork for her. If there weren't so many people around, he would have liked to just stuff it into Lu Xiaoxi's mouth and watch her chew it. I can use it myself. Aren't you going to give me some? Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head and picked up a piece for him as well. The 2 families enjoyed their meal together, chatting and laughing. Is it tasty? Tasty. I cooked it. Lu Xiaoxi is awesome. Li Mu gave her a thumbs up. Lu Xiaoxi rolled her eyes dramatically. Does she even know how to compliment someone? Even though it's a compliment, couldn't you have used a better word? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she reached out and poked Li Mu's leg. Li Mu's feet under the table began to get restless. He easily rubbed off Lu Xiaoxi's slippers and used the back of his foot to feel Lu Xiaoxi's warm little feet. Lu Xiaoxi secretly glanced at Qin Shaoqian across from her. Mom, your little cabbage is being taken advantage of by that brat next door. Li Mu took a disposable bowl and started peeling shrimp. Before long, the small bowl was full. He drizzled it with soy sauce and sweet and sour sauce, and it tasted incredibly delicious. Let me taste it for you and see if it's good. Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative and picked up a big shrimp and ate it in one bite. Eat up, little pig Lu. You're the pig. Lu Xiaoxi ate 3 more. Li Mu placed the bowl so close to her. He must have wanted her to eat, so she could have more. After washing his hands and eating a few bites, Li Mu heard his father and Uncle Lu talking about the international situation and suddenly became interested, so he joined in. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted until 11 p.m. No one watched the Spring Festival Gala on TV, and the sound of the gala didn't affect them either. Towards the end of the meal, they mostly chatted. The 2 men, who usually drive, had a few drinks this year, which was unusual for them. Li Mu also had a small glass. As the time drew closer, Li Mu couldn't help but feel nervous. I'm going to get some fresh air, he said, then got up and went back to his room, opened the window, and took a breath of fresh air. Fireworks are prohibited in the city, but he still saw the dazzling fireworks rising from the streets in the distance. He glanced at the sky, closed the window, and returned to the dining table, no longer as nervous as before. A soft, warm little hand grasped his fingers from under the table. He glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, and Lu Xiaoxi glanced at him back. Li Mu, what's wrong? You don't look well. Suwen had also noticed something was wrong. Her son is talkative and cheerful, and he doesn't seem nervous even in crowded places. It's hard to imagine Li Mu looking so restless now. The little hands below gave Li Mu immense courage and strengthened his thick skin. Of course, these were all psychological effects. What drove him was the inner impulse to stay with Lu Xiaoxi forever. I have something to say. Li Mu stood up with his head down and looked around. The 4 adults also sensed something unusual and temporarily put aside their conversation. They need to see what's going on. I also have something to say. Lu Xiaoxi stood up as well. Li Mu held Lu Xiaoxi's small hand in front of everyone. What's going on here? Lu Ming's expression was somewhat sullen. When did my little cabbage get stolen? How come he doesn't know anything? He glanced at Qin Shaoqian. What's wrong? Your little cabbage got stolen, and you, as the mother, are trying not to laugh? His mind suddenly became clear. So he's the only one who doesn't know about the relationship? He glanced at his best friend of over 20 years. Good heavens, are they going to go from brothers to in-laws? Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin. Li Mu scratched his head, not daring to make eye contact with either of them. He must be really stupid now. What's wrong? Qin Shaoqian covered her mouth and chuckled. I'm dating Lu Xiaoxi. She can't live without me. Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with disbelief, and a big question mark appeared on her little head. Where's the stream? Qin Shaoqian looked the 2 men up and down. Li Mu was dressed in casual clothes, tall and handsome, while her daughter was still wearing pajamas and her hair was a bit messy. Suddenly, she felt that her daughter was a bit less attractive. I'm about the same. Li Mu can't do without me. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was much softer than Li Mu's. The little girl was also quite timid. She glanced at her parents and Li Mu's parents. His mother and Aunt Su were suppressing their laughter, as if they knew everything. Her father and Uncle Li looked at each other, but she couldn't see any negative emotions on either of their faces. The 2 held hands even tighter. Li Mu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He suppressed his tension for the time being and tried his best to find his own state, letting his nervousness see who was in control of his body. Mom and Dad, Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, I want to get engaged to Lu Xiaoxi. I'm having writer's block. My form has been a bit off lately. Chapter 198, Get Along Well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. The old year has passed, and the new year has arrived, but there is no laughter or joy in the hall. Everyone was quite shocked by Li Mu's words. I want to get engaged to Lu Xiaoxi. Even Su Wan, who knew that the two children had become involved, was so shocked that he was speechless. She always thought she just wanted to be honest about the relationship and make it public. I thought it was just a firecracker, but it turned out to be a missile. Li Mu had already expressed his own thoughts, and the others turned their attention to Lu Xiaoxi. The little girl was very nervous. Her hands were trembling. If Li Mu hadn't given her so much courage by shaking her hand, she would have definitely run away in a sorry state. I'll listen to Li Mu, she said softly, slowly raising her head, her moist eyes looking endearing. Xiaomu, can I borrow your room for a moment? Qin Shaoqian hid her emotions well, and her previous smug look was gone. Engagement is something that happens only once in a lifetime, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It concerns her future happiness, so she needs to be more serious about it. Li Mu nodded blankly. Xiaoxi, your parents have something to tell you. Awu. The family entered Li Mu's room. Lu Xiaoxi sat on Li Mu's bed as usual. She was usually relaxed when she was with her parents, but now, things didn't seem so relaxed. Xiaoxi, do you like Xiaomu? Qin Shaoqian sat down next to her, gently patting her back, her tone full of a mother's doting concern for her daughter. I love it so much. Lu Xiaoxi leaned closer to Qin Shaoqian, called out sweetly, and whispered in Qin Shaoqian's ear, her lips moving slightly. When did you and Xiaomu get together? Why didn't you tell me when I talked to you about it? Qin Shaoqian's tone was very gentle, without any hint of blame. How embarrassing. Does Kamaki like you? He really likes me, and I want to be with Li Mu. Qin Shaoqian chuckled twice. She had been there too. When she was young, she was just as shy as her own little cabbage. She glanced at Lu Ming, who was leaning against the wall, and blinked, saying, Aren't you going to say something? Lu Ming stroked his beard. What's there to say? I've had high hopes for Li Mu since he was little. He's sensible, obedient, and smart. He learns everything quickly and has a strong sense of responsibility. He'd be a hot commodity if he were out there. Xiaoxi, if you really like him, Dad will always support you. Dad has high hopes for Xiaomu. What? Is our Xiaoxi not good? Oh, the stream is good. The stream is good in every way. Then, if you don't object, I'll be with Li Mu. Lu Xiaoxi's heart raced. It's up to you, you decide. Qin Shaoqian's hand, which was gently patting Lu Xiaoxi's back, never stopped. In the eyes of parents, their children are still children no matter how old they are, even if they are 20 or 30 years old. These little methods to soothe children's emotions can be more effective. 7 or 8-year-old children might not fall for this, but 19-year-old Lu Xiaoxi will. Lu Xiaoxi wasn't so nervous anymore. The big elephant in her heart had turned into a little deer, but the cherry tomato was still hanging around her neck. As for Li Mu, Aunt Sue and Uncle Li should be fine, right? After all, Aunt Sue had already given Li Mu 20 little-known facts about chewing gum. After Lu Xiaoxi and her family entered their room, Li Mu let out a long sigh and slumped back in his chair as if his legs were about to give way. Oh my God, he got engaged to Lu Xiaoxi in front of her parents. Su Wen poured him a drink, which Li Mu finished in one gulp. He then handed the cup back to Su Wen and asked for another one. You're really bold today, kid. Su Wen poured him a drink and said in a low voice. I've always been like this. What about you guys? Don't you have anything to say? Li Mu chuckled. The source of the pressure was actually Lu Xiaoxi's parents, but now that the pressure had all gone to his room, he felt much better. What's there to say? Your dad and I both know you and Xiaoxi are dating, but aren't you two moving a little too fast? Getting engaged so soon. It's all right. Lu Xiaoxi and I are both 20 years old, by Chinese reckoning. Girls can get married at 20. That's true. I don't have any objections. Haven't you been hoping for Lu Xiaoxi to marry into our family for a long time? You brat, what are you saying? Su Wen covered her mouth and pretended to scold him, but did not deny it. Anyone with eyes can probably see that. Moreover, she often talked about the two children with Qin Shaoqian behind her back. Although it's a bit outrageous, she and her best friend Qin Shaoqian did indeed ship their children as a couple. Li Mu recalled a joke from abroad. When the son brought his girlfriend home, the family threw a lavish welcome party. The daughter brought her boyfriend home, and the father pulled a gun from a corner. His family welcomed Lu Xiaoxi more than ever. As for Uncle Lu, Li Mu carefully recalled Uncle Lu's kind appearance. knowing that her sweetheart was taken by him. She shouldn't pull out a gun, right? Dad, aren't you going to say something? Li Mu looked at his silent father again. Like your mother, I think you're almost 20. We can't keep making decisions for you. Dad thinks Xiaoxi is a great girl. I've always liked her since she was little. She's smart, well-behaved, and pretty, and you two get along so well. You can't let her down, I'm telling you. I don't care what others do, but if you're really engaged to Xiaoxi, you can't let her down. You're my son, so you have to be devoted to her, understand? Lu Xiaoxi and I have known each other for 19 years. Do I need to prove it? I said it in front of Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin, which means I've made up my mind. All right, you know what you're doing. Li Chongheng waved his hand, originally intending to launch into a long lecture, but his own son's words shut him up. If none of you have any objections, and if Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin also agree, then I'm going to get engaged to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi, you absolutely must win over Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin. Li Mu rubbed the dog-tooth bracelet on his left wrist, praying for blessings upon his engagement to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi and her family came out of the room and sat back down at the dining table. Xiaomu, since you two have this idea, we won't interfere. However, this is no small matter, so we hope you will take it seriously. It was Lu Ming who spoke. As the head of the family, he had the right to speak. Of course, it was Qin Shaoqian who made him say that. If it were him, he would probably just say, I agree to this marriage, and that would be the end of it. This has nothing to do with emotional intelligence. It's just that boys can sometimes be more direct, while girls are more sensitive. Lu Xiaoxi sat on the chair with her head down, blinking her beautiful eyes. She didn't dare to look up at Aunt Su and Uncle Li, let alone Li Mu. So you agree? Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Yes, let's get along well, Lu Ming replied. Li Mu's handsome face beamed with joy. Chapter 199, she got engaged to the rival villain she had liked for 19 years. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi took the initiative to clean up the leftover food and dishes on the table. The tap has hot water, which makes washing very comfortable. After they finished washing up and came out, Lu Ming handed Li Mu a red envelope, and Li Chongheng also handed one to Lu Xiaoxi. Uncle Lu, may you make a fortune this year. Uncle Li will make a fortune this year. It's not appropriate for them to open the red envelope in front of you. Li Mu felt the thickness of the red envelope and was secretly alarmed. He immediately put it into the pocket inside his coat. Lu Xiaoxi did the same, but she was still wearing pajamas, which had no pockets, so she simply stuffed them into Li Mu's pocket. Happy New Year to you too. We're going downstairs to play cards. Do you want to come? Li Chongheng laughed loudly. This year is a double celebration, and although he looked serious, he was actually quite happy. You guys go down first. Li Mu scratched his head. All right, we'll go downstairs first. You guys can't take a shower. You can't take a shower on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The group said this and went out together. Li Mu and Lu Xiaoxi paused for a moment until the chatter outside disappeared. Lu Xiaoxi. We're engaged. Li Mu finally couldn't hold back any longer, picked up Lu Xiaoxi in his arms, and carried her to his room. Lu Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around his neck until he gently placed her on the bed. She's engaged to him. She got engaged to Li Mu, the brother who had bullied her since childhood. She got engaged to the rival villain she had liked for 19 years. Her watery eyes blinked, and when Li Mu pressed down, she met his lips. After a long while, their lips parted. She was panting heavily when she suddenly laughed. Li Mu. Li Mu was still pressing down on her, rubbing his forehead against hers and his nose against hers, looking very happy. You finally belong to me. So cheesy. You're not allowed to call me cheesy. Good. Li Mu naturally listened to Lu Xiaoxi. He was very happy at the moment, feeling that today was the happiest day of his life in the past 19 years. The new year and the engagement are a double celebration. His long-awaited childhood sweetheart has finally become his. He lowered his head and captured Lu Xiaoxi's lips, while one hand silently slipped under her clothes. When Lu Xiaoxi tried to resist, he grabbed her hands and gently pressed one hand on her head. The girl's face was flushed as she responded to Li Mu's kisses while feeling the strange sensations in her body. Her fair and pink little toes curled up, and her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. The beauty lingered for a long time. Lu Xiaoxi let out a long sigh, tightened her grip on Li Mu's arm, and then slowly relaxed it. She struggled to push him away, and slowly sat up from the bed, unable to hide the shyness on her face. She wasn't sure what had happened to her, but she knew she couldn't let Li Mu continue like this. She walked out step by step in her slippers and went home. Li Mu followed behind her, watching her enter the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard moments later. Li Mu seemed to understand, but not quite. You pervert. Lu Xiaoxi came out of the bathroom with a flushed face. The first thing she saw was Li Mu standing there dumbfounded. She secretly glanced down at him, her tone both shy and sullen. It's Chinese New Year. Can you please stop scolding me? Then you're a scoundrel. Did you just now? Li Mu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed and at a loss. He might have gone too far just now. Get lost. I'll hit you if you say another word. Lu Xiaoxi rushed over, baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, slapping and punching Li Mu with her little pink fists. But now her body was too soft to be dangerous. Li Mu stood there, letting Lu Xiaoxi feel deflated, and he thought of a picture he had seen before. A girl cried and pounded on the boy's chest. I'll give you a little punch to the chest. That's the situation now, but Lu Xiaoxi didn't cry. She was just so shy that her eyes welled up with tears. When she got tired of hitting him, Li Mu took the opportunity to hug her, kiss her cheek, move her to sit on the sofa, pull her close, and finally pinch the tip of the girl's nose, saying with a smile, "Want to go down and play with fireworks? You bought it. Go down and buy it. I want to play the fairy scattering flowers trick." Lu Xiaoxi changed into casual clothes and tied her hair in a small ponytail, looking like an adorable girl next door. She was indeed his girl next door. Let's open this red envelope and see what it is. Li Mu opened the red envelope that Li Changheng had given her in front of her. Li Mu carefully counted the thick stack of red bills. How many? 1,005. Lu Xiaoxi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening, her expression of disbelief evident. They used to give 600 or 700, but this year it's doubled. Your dad also gave me 1,500. They opened 2 red envelopes in a row, and each of them had 3,000 yuan. It should be deposited into the joint property and not spent recklessly. Okay, I'll use the money from our joint property to marry you from now on. I want to receive lots and lots of gifts. How much do you want to charge? I'll take as much as you have, no upper or lower limit. Lu Xiaoxi whispered in his ear. Oh, little green plum, you're doomed. Li Mu's heart itched, so he lifted her up again, placed her on his lap, and hugged her tightly. In less than half an hour, they kissed 3 times. Lu Xiaoxi's lung capacity wasn't very large, and she had to gasp for breath every time she finished kissing him. A hint of pink appeared at the corners of the innocent little plum's eyes. Li Mu, I love you. Lu Xiaoxi, I love you too. My legs are weak, carry me down. I'll have to wait a bit. Okay, sure. Lu Xiaoxi got off him, rested her head on his shoulder, and stared at him, seemingly lost in thought, occasionally letting out a sweet smile. Li Mu felt awkward under her gaze, finding it rather perverted, so he bent over and clamped his legs together to stop the perverted little green plum from continuing her perverted behavior. It's better for a young girl to be simple. Before long, Li Mu got up and half-squatted down to let Lu Xiaoxi climb up. Little Qing Mei is so light. Carrying her down to the first floor was incredibly easy. Lu Xiaoxi lay on Li Mu's back, and Li Mu shook his body to make her more comfortable. Does this count as Pigsy carrying his wife? The girl rested her head on his shoulder, mischievously pressing her chin against his shoulder muscles, while her hand restlessly touched his earlobe. With their relationship confirmed under the watchful eyes of both sets of parents, there's no problem with them being as intimate as they want. You've got it backwards, you're the pig. Li Mu chuckled twice, finding it quite amusing to carry the tiny Lu Xiaoxi on his back. You too, little piggy. Lu Xiaoxi swung her legs back and forth, but her little feet were always held high to avoid her slippers falling off. Yes, little pig Lu. Li Mu. It's nothing. I just wanted to call you. Lu Xiaoxi. What? Love you. I'm so happy, here's a kiss for you. Lu Xiaoxi happily kissed him on the cheek. Chapter 200 Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers. Once they reached the bottom, Lu Xiaoxi voluntarily got off Li Mu. Children love lively places, and many children have their own little fireworks. Sparkling wands, spinning tops, confetti cannons, and sparklers. Although fireworks and firecrackers are prohibited in urban areas, these little gadgets are beyond the reach of the authorities, and even if they were, they couldn't possibly manage them all. On New Year's Day, the entire neighborhood was brightly lit. Even the streetlights were on. Some of the broken lights were repaired. The lights are not turned off on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. This is a local custom. Someone set off a firework that exploded to their side. Not to mention Lu Xiaoxi, who was easily frightened. Even Li Mu was startled by the sudden burst of flames. "Let's go buy fireworks. I want to play too." Lu Xiaoxi was a complete child at heart. After the initial shock, she was eager to play and shook Li Mu's hand. Li Mu couldn't stand her looking like that, so he vigorously rubbed her head and led her to a nearby small supermarket. Along the way, we also saw two families playing cards at a stone table, playing with great enthusiasm. They played cards for small amounts, $1 per card. The more cards they had left, the more they lost. The fewer cards they had left, the less they lost. When playing cards, they would forget about their opponents' identities and only care about winning. Nowadays, most payments are made via mobile phone. Their spare change is used specifically for playing cards. Li Mu curiously went over and saw a thick stack of 1 yuan bills on his mother's side. "How much did Mom win?" Li Mu greeted her. 37 yuan. Su Wen responded to him, and when she looked up, she saw her eldest son holding the hand of Xiao Shi, whom she had been longing for. Her already smiling face became even brighter. "Let's go buy fireworks." Go on, Su Wen urged him on. They just got engaged, they should enjoy their time together as a couple. Why are they here to join in the fun? At the small supermarket, Li Mu selected some fireworks that looked good, including some new ones as well as the usual ones. There were all sorts of random fireworks, like potato mines, cherry bombs, and doom mushrooms. They bought a lighter on the spur of the moment, and the two went to an open space and set up a bag of fireworks. Lu Xiaoxi definitely wouldn't dare to play with those terrifying-looking fireworks. The little girl only likes to play with simple little fireworks like sparklers and fairy wands. She lit a sparkler, and sparks flew out along with colorful specks of light, while delicate white smoke rose slowly. "It's been so long since I've played with fireworks," Lu Xiaoxi murmured to herself. "Fireworks were the most fun when I was a child. There were no cell phones, no worries. Playing with fireworks was pure joy." She loved to spray sparklers on the ground, making the cement surface black. If you lit a few, you could use them to write. She still remembers writing Li Mu 3 times back then. Because her name was difficult to write, she only wrote Li Mu 1.5 times, and the character she was missing a dot. Little Li Mu is so clumsy, unlike her, who has been very smart since she was little. Although she likes to stick to a certain clumsy guy, she is really smart. Later on, she stopped playing with Li Mu. Later on, she played with fireworks with Li Mu again. "I'm getting more and more backward as I get older." She asked for a lighter, lit several cigarettes, and wrote down the characters Li and Lu. Li Mu stood beside her and watched her write. He found a broken brick from somewhere and drew a big heart outside the 2 surnames. "It's exactly the same as the ping pong ball inside the Teru Teru Boza doll I gave you back then. You're so stupid. You haven't changed your partner after all these years." "What? Fine. You're the worst kind of person. You don't speak clearly." Li Mu threw away the brick, wiped his hands clean with his coat, and then cupped her face in his hands from behind, rubbing it with a mischievous tone. Before Lu Xiaoxi could speak, a thought suddenly struck him, and he asked in confusion, "You mean the Teru Teru Bozu, Sunny doll?" You're smart. You opened it." "It was opened during the Mid-Autumn Festival," Lu Xiaoxi said softly. "The love was sent so early, but she didn't see it for a very long time." "That's evidence that you liked me when you were a child." "I guess so." Li Mu didn't deny it. Lu Xiaoxi was a clingy child. If she really didn't like someone, she would have kicked them away long ago. Now she's a clingy person too. "Quickly light mine." Li Mu also held a sparkler and performed the fire-passing ceremony with Lu Xiaoxi. "Is it pretty?" Lu Xiaoxi's sparkler went out, so she lit another one with Li Mu's sparkler, stood up, twirled around, and said with a grin, "It's so, not as exciting as the skyrocket. I was talking about myself, not fireworks." "Oh, you're the most beautiful one. All you do is narcissistic all day long." Do you think you're appropriate to say that? Li Mu smiled and ignored her, which angered Lu Xiaoxi. She puffed out her cheeks and poked Li Mu's face with her slender white fingertips. Li Mu's face was both soft and firm, and she pinched it out of curiosity, as if it were fun. She secretly pinched Li Mu's mouth and nose with her fingers, then let out a soft laugh and lit a cigarette. Get away from me. I want to try this destruction mushroom firework. He took out an oval-shaped black mushroom from the bag, about half the size of his palm, which looked quite terrifying. Be careful. Lu Xiaoxi retreated 10 meters away at lightning speed, and was a little worried when she saw Li Mu getting so close. Li Mu was really silly when he was a child. Once, he was playing with firecrackers. He took 2 boxes, one empty and one full. He lit a firecracker and put it into the empty box to make it explode. Li Mu was supposed to throw the empty box away, but he made a foolish mistake and threw the full one away instead. The firecracker inside the empty box exploded in his hand, covering his hand in dust. Li Mu cried for a long time at that time. It's okay, I'll just light it and run. Li Mu lit the destruction mushroom from afar amidst the crackling flames and ran away. Large plumes of white smoke rose up, and colorful fireworks spewed out from the destroyer mushroom, even more dazzling than the lights on the stadium roof not far away. Li Mu thought the fireworks were some kind of large-scale bombing, but it turned out to be just a shower of flowers. I must say, it's actually quite good-looking. Isn't it beautiful? I mean the fireworks. Li Mu held her hand. They couldn't see the fireworks that filled the sky during the Spring Festival in previous years, but this was still nice to see. You look good, and so do you. Lu Xiaoxi's fine facial hair was painted with various colors, and her beautiful eyes shone with boundless brilliance. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her cute front teeth peeked out a little, admiring the beautiful destruction mushroom with her. If you can talk, then talk more. I love to listen. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I don't like to talk about it. Even the childhood sweetheart privilege isn't allowed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Anyone else would be incredibly awkward if they heard that. Wishing everyone a happy new year, Lu Xiaoxi carefully avoided mentioning the word death. You're always talking about your childhood sweetheart special privileges, aren't you? But it's awkward when it comes to me, isn't it? Hee hee, if you're not happy about it, just keep it to yourself. I'm going to rise up and sing. You are not allowed to turn over. Lu Xiaoxi was beaming with pride, her eyes crinkling with a charming smile. She tightened her grip on Li Mu's hand, interlocking every finger with his. Her own pride and the other party's indulgence, that's the essence of the childhood sweetheart's privilege. How could she not understand? With the destroyer mushroom gone, Li Mu went over and lit a potato mine. It's still the same celestial maiden scattering flowers theme, just with a different packaging. It's still as beautiful as ever. The boys around were playing with those sky rockets and loud firecrackers, which the girls hated the most. When they saw that there were some nice fireworks over there, they all ran over to cheer them on. Some of the more sentimental girls even held their hands up to the life-sized fireworks and made a wish. There were too many fireworks, so Li Mu simply gave most of them to the children to play with, and lit the ones that looked dangerous or were more fun himself. The sparks from the sparklers wouldn't burn your hands, so Lu Xiaoxi lit one and used her hand to block the sparks that popped out. Li Mu yawned, glanced at his phone, and saw that it was already 4 in the morning. He got up at 6 o'clock today and hasn't slept for almost 24 hours, so it's impossible for him not to be tired. Are you sleepy? Li Mu rubbed Lu Xiaoxi's head as she squatted down to play with fireworks, feeling that Lu Xiaoxi looked really small when she squatted down. I'm about to fall asleep. Go back to sleep, don't stay up too late. We won't worry about our parents anymore. They'll come back when they're tired. Good. Light all the fireworks quickly, and all the beauty will bloom in an instant. Lu Xiaoxi smiled faintly, took Li Mu's hand, and nuzzled him. Carry me up. Aren't you ashamed now? I don't look at them. Okay. Li Mu squatted down slightly, and when the girl was on his back, he lifted her up by supporting her thighs with both hands. Lu Xiaoxi was already very sleepy, and it was incredibly comfortable to lean on Nuanyuan's back and sway back and forth. Seemingly hearing the shushing of the children nearby, she whimpered and clung to Li Mu's back, refusing to look anywhere else. You kids are just envious. She has a childhood sweetheart. Chapter 2, 01 Give me a bite first. When a person is tired enough, They can fall asleep as soon as they feel comfortable.